Chapter 1. A young man who seemed to be in his 20s could be seen running from a mob of people. Heavily wounded by the mob, he was forced into a dead end at the edge of a cliff. Some of the people in the mob were his friends and people he cared about and protected in the past. Feeling betrayed, he resentfully looked at them with hatred and shouted, "You bunch of heartless bastards, all these years of protecting you people, is this how you pay me back? By killing my wife and my unborn child who had nothing to do with the great calamity. The mob's shouting immediately rebutted him, "You devil. You got the guts to talk about the great calamity after being the one who caused it, claiming billions of lives. Yes, you almost annihilated our human race, and you dare talk about your wife. Thanks to you, we have lost many or all of our loved ones and families. Killing off anybody related to you, including your devil spawn, will be a favor to the world. Of course, the whole world will remember this day and us for burning the devil's wife at the stake." The mob kept on throwing remarks filled with hatred at him. The young man tilted his head upwards and laughed like a maniac. "Ha ha 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 ha. I am the cause of the calamity? No matter how many times I say it wasn't me, you people will never believe, even when I didn't even possess that kind of power before. Done the world a favor by burning the people I love? The true devils are you all who burned an innocent woman and child. Thinking about it, I guess the extinction of the human race doesn't sound so bad. I regret you all survived, as the world would be a better place without a race which pays back kindness with vileness." His voice had started becoming weak and hoarse. But he had a mocking grin on his face. The mob grew angrier hearing his words, but the baleful aura around the young man made them reluctant to rush towards him to cut him down. However, one of them, who seemed to be the leader of the mob, came forward. "Everyone!" he shouted at the top of his voice to the crowd. The crowd immediately let down their voices, and stopped their charge to look at the mob leader with a curious gaze, wondering why he suddenly stopped them. "It seems like torturing you for all those years has been futile, seeing that you still haven't learned your lesson," said the mob leader looking at the young man. The leader continued, "Don't be in a hurry to kill this devil, my people, as death will be an easy escape for him. Do not worry about his devilish powers, as we all already know he has lost it because of his grievous sin. Otherwise, this devil would have escaped our grasp already. The heavens are giving us this chance to make sure that the rest of his life is a living hell by torturing him more. Only then would our loved ones in heaven rest peacefully." The mob got more excited, apparently showing their approval to the idea, and threw back all ideas of ripping apart and killing the young man instantly. Instead, they were preparing to capture him. "As if I would let myself be tortured at the hands of lowly scum like you all. I decide my own death, not you cowards." The young man sneered. He suddenly turned around and ran towards the edge of the cliff. He jumped into the abyss and was long since covered by the fog. "What the fuck? He just jumped to his death like that?" a man shouted from the crowd. The young man, while falling into the abyss, thought, "What a joke. I didn't even get to find out who brought this disaster upon me. Is this what being virtuous and kind-hearted leads me to? Sophie, I am sorry for not being able to protect you. If there is a next life, no matter what or who I am, I will join you soon and make sure we never suffer." He slowly closed his eyes, making himself ready to embrace death. "Doesn't matter. We won't let him go that easily," the mob leader said while looking deep down into the abyss. He turned towards one of his followers and ordered him, "Find his body, no matter what. We have to hang his body for everyone to see and let everyone rest easy knowing that the devil is dead." The Great Calamity was an earth-shaking event that happened in 2030. It almost destroyed the human race by claiming 95% of the Earth's population. The young man had been their guardian, protecting the world from disasters and saving people. But to this day, some of the survivors still remember his crimson-red eyes and wings when he extinguished all those lives as if they were nothing. They didn't know why he did it or how he got so ridiculously powerful like a god on the day of the calamity. To think all those years the devil lived among us with his innocent looks and ways. A woman who seemed to be the leader's right hand scoffed. "But back in those days, weren't you head over heels over him saying how ridiculously handsome he looked and all? I still remember how badly you wanted to be his woman." The leader mocked her. The woman poked her finger at his chest, pretending to be aggrieved. "Dear, how could I have known that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing? He really seemed to be innocent and treated me like a very good friend. Hell, he even forgives his enemies, and I haven't ever seen him kill a single soul." The leader had a mocking grin on his face and said, "Don't tell me you are that stupid. The more power a person has, the more corrupted they are. Anyway, it's for the best he died. He had unfathomable superhuman abilities, they were nothing compared to his. I was always jealous of his powers." "Exactly. It's like he wasn't from this world, so weird." She got cut off when a subordinate came up running. "Sir, the ones we sent to search for his body haven't returned, and they are not responding on our comms." "What? You can't even find a dead body, and those idiots are not even responding." The leader fumed and was about to say something when suddenly the air around them became suffocating, finding it difficult to breathe. A murderous aura spread around them, making them all cough out blood. "And here I thought maybe I killed too many of you lowly humans." A girl's ice-cold voice came accompanied by a snort. It was just a simple sentence, but those words sounded beside their ears and penetrated deep into their hearts. They all got tensed and looked around but couldn't make out where the voice came from. Everyone was struggling to even stand, and their bodies were trembling as that unknown girl's aura was getting heavier. The woman beside the leader woke up from her daze. She stammered, "That voice, it seems." She felt that she found the voice familiar, but she couldn't remember whose it was no matter how much she tried to recall. Suddenly a girl who looked about 16 years appeared before their eyes, hovering in the air. Her snow-white ice-cold eyes, radiating with a bluish tint, looking at them with a gaze that seemed to pierce into their souls. Her face was so beautiful that it could steal souls away just by a simple look, causing people to be unable to shift their gaze away from her. Her body emitted a noble and ethereal aura that seemed as if a goddess had descended into the mortal realm. She was clad in a pristine black attire that blended well with the night sky. Her silver-white hair reaching her waist reflected the moonlight as it danced in the air. But it was her eyes and her mesmeric snowy skin that made her figure look more bewitching and alluring. Even the most beautiful woman on the planet would feel inferior in front of her. Everyone standing there was stunned and dazed, seeing an otherworldly beauty in front of them, causing them unable to even utter a sound. But the malevolent aura she was exuding made everyone's hearts palpitate with terror, as it could only mean one thing, death. Seemingly a horrible one considering her bad mood. And apparently, her mood couldn't be any worse. The leader couldn't even muster any strength to ask her who she was. Everyone was confused and apprehensive seeing such a powerful being who apparently seemed to be angry with them. They had no idea who she was and why she was here. Her killing intent mixed with anger and pain permeated the whole surroundings. Some weak-willed people even died just from that and exploded into pieces. She lifted her hand with an indifferent expression and said in a voice filled with bone-piercing hatred, "Be damned for eternity." Each of those words resounded like thunder to their ears and souls. Ah! They all let out miserable screams as they felt like their skin, muscles, and bones were tearing from inside out. It was the pain of their soul tearing apart. Soon they turned into dust and became one with the air with nothing left as proof of their deaths. The bright full moon was shining among the heavy, black driving clouds. Its light reflecting off her as she slowly shifted her gaze filled with melancholy towards it. Soon time passed, and the sun was slowly rising. Her body suddenly lost all strength as she dropped down to the ground. Her skin was slowly cracking like glass as her face contorted with pain. Changing her gaze towards the rising sun, her eyes misted over with tears as she muttered, "It's time, I am sorry, Damien, I couldn't find a better way. Next time, I hope it would be different so that you can live the life you always wanted and not lose anyone you love. If you still find me worthy enough for your love, I will gladly be with you again and forever." Her body emitted a brilliant white light as her body finally turned into nothingness. Chapter 2. Why is it so dark? Am I dead already? I can feel my body but. Arg. What is this splitting headache? He slowly opened his eyes and sat up only to find out he was in a dark cell that seemed like a prison. He slowly got up while clutching his head and looked around and finally at himself. His clothes were torn and shabby, as dirt covered his body. Wait, did I survive the fall? No. That's impossible. This place, my clothes. Suddenly some images and events were pouring into his mind non-stop, like playing a video recording of his whole life. Wait, these memories, are they even mine? Everything seems different. Then was my last 25 years of life a dream? Never, how can those unforgettable memories be a dream? Through his memories, he found out his name was Damien Godwin, coincidentally the same first name as in his previous life. He was the son of the patriarch of the Ward family located in one of the cities in one of the 4 empires of the Rising Sun continent, Moonstone City. Did my soul transmigrate to this world after I died? What the hell is going on? He calmed himself down and settled his thoughts. What surprised him was that the world he saw in his memories was nothing like the world he knew. It was a cultivation world where people strove to be the strongest, and all laws and rules are made by the strongest. There was no technology, no electricity or cars, or anything he was familiar with. Instead, it seemed similar to the medieval ages. Cultivators are people who absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them into their bodies and cultivate ethereal strength. Cultivation is a way for people to strengthen their bodies, minds, and souls by cultivating ethereal energy and breakthrough to greater heights through meditation and adversity. He was named Damien Ward during his life in the Ward family. A kind and gentle kid who, despite being crippled, never lost himself in depression. Even though he was the patriarch's son, he didn't put on any airs before people. He was always benevolent and helpful to others, no matter their status. And no one in his family dared to disrespect him, including his uncle and cousin brother, because his father was the strongest in the family. Since he never had parents as far as he knows in his previous life, he felt a strange feeling when he saw the fatherly love shown to Damien Ward in his memories. He felt envy and thought how lucky Damien Ward was to experience it. He had seen fathers express their love to their children in his previous life, but seeing it through memories can evoke some feelings and emotions even though he didn't experience it by himself. But due to a conspiracy by his father's younger brother, his father was poisoned. And when his father was on his deathbed, he told his son that he was his adopted son and his real name is Damien Godwin. Apparently, a mysterious, powerful woman entrusted Damien as a baby to his adoptive father. She had told him his real name and left a black-colored amulet with the name carved on its back, which Damien always had around his neck. But before he could process the truth he just learned, his uncle and cousin brother took over the family since the patriarch's wife was long dead and his only son was a cripple. Then they plotted to kill him off by poisoning him and then dispose of him in a quiet place. His uncle then sent his son and his servant to bury him, but on their way, they were ambushed by bandits. Since his son was in disguise, the bandits mistook him for a poor kid and killed him and his servant. But they were disappointed when they found only a 15-year-old poisoned kid who was in his dying breath. The bandit leader was frustrated to gain nothing when he thought he would get some riches when he spotted a caravan with 2 people. So he decided to sell the dying kid to human traffickers in a black market where they either sold off people as slaves, or made them fight to the death in entertainment matches for money. And if there were some exceptional warriors who performed well in their matches, they would be purchased by people from various sects or families who had the capital to buy them as henchmen or servants to do their dirty work. The bandit leader thought that the kid could at least be used for those entertainment matches where they are pit against beasts, and he would at least gain some money through that. And so here I am. I can't believe my previous self was a wimp and a fool, just like the old me. It just can't be more coincidental. He scoffed to himself. He closed his eyes and slowly smiled. He couldn't believe the things that had just happened to him. He had only heard these kinds of things in fantasy stories. But now, he was actually reincarnated in a dead body after jumping off from the cliff. In this world, ethereal strength was most important. Although he was the patriarch's adopted son, he was still at the first level of the initial ethereal realm. Still, the patriarch treated him as his own son since he couldn't have children of his own, and wasn't stingy on his resources when it came to his son's cultivation. He was examined by many top-class doctors he could find to fix his meridians, or to find out if there were any problems with his ethereal core. The ethereal core holds and helps channel ethereal strength throughout the body. There are 47 ethereal core points spread out in the body from head to toe. When someone starts their cultivation journey, their ethereal core points absorb ethereal energy from the air, and this energy is collected together to form an ethereal core, which converts the raw ethereal energy into a different form of ethereal energy that they can manipulate. The ethereal core serves the purpose of helping to channel ethereal strength throughout the body. Afterward, as they cultivate, the ethereal core points absorb the ethereal energy from the air and feed it to their ethereal core, where they are converted and assimilated to increase their cultivation. Once a person reaches 5 years of age, no more core points would be activated for his entire life. So, a ceremony would be held for the entitled children when they turn 5 years old to know the number of active core points they would have in their entire life. For an average cultivator, around 8 core points are active. A person with high innate talent might be gifted with up to 16 active core points. In comparison, prodigies might be gifted with up to 21 active core points. The number of active core points decides the height one could reach in his entire life. If one has more active core points, their cultivation and activation speed will increase. And as far he knows from his memories, people with 21 active core points were only a myth even in the whole empire. It is extremely difficult to activate core points after a person turns 5 years old. One could only hope to activate more core points through extremely miraculous medicine and luck. However, if they are not careful, it could cause irreparable damage to the ethereal core by causing the existing core points to be inactive or damaged. The patriarch was shocked when the doctors told him that the rest of his son's ethereal core points were destroyed and beyond repair except one. He couldn't understand how one could have destroyed ethereal core points unless someone destroyed them externally. But that would mean that somebody destroyed them before he adopted Damien, that is when Damien Ward was just a baby. To his knowledge, destroying the ethereal core points of a baby is the same as killing them, as they are too weak and fragile to handle the backlash from the destruction of the ethereal core points. Because of his destroyed ethereal core points, Damien Ward would always be stuck at the first level of the initial ethereal realm for his whole life, no matter how much strenuous training he undergoes, as his ethereal core could not be properly formed. If his remaining single ethereal core point was destroyed, he would be no different from a mortal, just like a normal human being from the earth without any cultivation. This could only mean that Damien Ward would forever be a bottom feeder. But when his father died, he understood he was actually a laughingstock in the family, and the people he considered closest to him removed their masks and ridiculed him for being a cripple and bastard, as somehow people found out he was adopted. His naive self couldn't bear it and fell into depression. That is when his uncle and cousin decided to get rid of him for good, since no one would care whether a crippled bastard lived or not. People are just the same everywhere. One will only show their true self when everything in your life crumbles down. The previous owner of this body still suffered the same fate as me, Tilda. He let out a long sigh. So did my soul possess this body after he died? Or did I kill him by possessing this body? Or is his soul still inside me? Damn, how does this process even work? Maybe I should just think about it later. There's no point in racking my brain over it now. Right now, I have to find a way to get out of this shithole. Damien didn't feel much guilt even if he thought he indirectly killed the previous owner, as he was anyway half dead, nor did he have the luxury to worry about it. In truth, he didn't care about it. He opened his eyes and walked towards the cell gate. He tried to pull apart the gate using his strength, only to find out it was futile. In his previous life, he was the top existence in the whole world as far as he knows. He was treated like a god and with the utmost respect by people all over the world. He could lift vehicles like they were nothing, destroy buildings, and was even bulletproof until he lost his powers after the Great Calamity. He was a little hopeful to see whether he regained his old powers in his new body, only to be disappointed. He treaded back and slid his body down against the wall. If I knew I would be reincarnated in a useless body, I would rather choose not to reincarnate at all. This world seems even crueler than in my previous life. If I was to even step out with my laughable strength, I would be lucky if I lasted a week. Does Earth even exist now? Or am I in a different universe? Damien Ward had read some library books explaining the continent's geography, including the fact that the empire he was even bigger than the Asian continent itself, having a surface area of 50 million square kilometers. And the continent he was on had a surface area of almost 200 million square kilometers. But he still couldn't find out which planet he was on or confirm whether he's still on Earth. It was as if only this continent existed in the world, with the ocean surrounding the whole continent. And strangely, it was said that no one has ever left the continent even after countless tries, because they found it impossible to leave. It was like all the people were stuck on a huge island. Sophie, if only you were with me now, what would you want me to do? Did you also reincarnate like me in this world? Or are you in a different world? He sighed melancholy. Hey, brat. Huh, you are still alive? A guard suddenly came up and shouted. Damien's flow of thoughts was suddenly interrupted when he heard the guard. Chapter 3. Damien turned his head towards the direction of the voice. He slowly got up while the guard was busy opening the cell gate. Even though the language in this world was different from the one in his previous life, he perfectly understood the guard since he naturally had Damien Ward's knowledge. And he felt like he could converse in this language without any awkwardness, unlike what he expected. The guard looked at him from top to down and said, Brat, I can't imagine how unlucky you are to not die. And here I thought you would pass away in peace, TSK. Anyways, I don't know how you managed to escape from the clutches of death, but you are going to regret it, he. The guard snickered. Damien squinted his eyes. He knew that he had almost zero chance of getting out. But he still wasn't used to how this world worked, since there was never a slavery system in his previous life. So he just wanted to try his luck and asked, what do you mean? Surely you must have a way to just let me go. I neither have the strength nor skills to be sold to anyone. The guard answered, Ha, brat, you can't be so naive to think that you can get out of this place alive, not that I blame you. You don't need any strength or skills for what they have planned for you, since you will only serve as entertainment to just earn some money. Anyways, your match will be the commencement for today's entertainment matches, since you are the weakest of the bunch. Don't worry, you will be facing off against ethereal beasts only because pitting cultivators against you would be boring. I wonder how many seconds you are going to last, he. Damien had a taut expression on his face as he tried to brainstorm and see if he could find any way to come out of his predicament alive. He was not afraid of fighting, but he didn't want to die a dog's death. He was prideful enough to not let his life end in the hands of his enemies in his previous life, so how could he just let a mere beast decide his life and death? Knocking out the guard was out of the question, as he could feel that he had no chance to even hurt him, since he could feel a sense of powerlessness while standing in front of him. Clang! Suddenly a bell sound rang out, and the guard spoke. Guess it's time already. Let's move. Damien didn't resist as the guard moved forward to catch his arm. While they were walking, Damien asked the guard, what do I have to do to get out of this alive? How strong is the beast I am facing? Will I even get a weapon? Hearing Damien shooting out these questions one by one, the guard looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. Brat, I underestimated your naivety. You are just at the first level of the initial ethereal realm. The beasts you would be facing against would be at least from the second level of the initial ethereal realm. This is also considering that an ethereal beast would always be stronger than an average cultivator with the same cultivation. Well, for weapons, we will see, ha. The only way you will get out of this alive is if some esteemed customers who would be watching the matches take a liking to you to purchase you, as their servant or slave. But all you can do is dream about it, since most of them only purchase the finest warriors who are at least in the late stages of the nascent ethereal realm. But you are just trash who would only serve as a warm-up before the upcoming matches. So all you can do is dream about it, ha. Damien lost his hopes after hearing these things from the guard. He would rather die than be a slave for someone else. But his fighting intent was lit, since he refused to go down without a fight, even though he had no idea of the strength difference between levels. Soon they came out in the open, and the daylight made Damien squint his eyes as he lifted his hand towards his face to block the sunlight. His eyes slowly adjusted to the light. He saw an arena, but with a transparent barrier covering the whole arena that seemed to be made to restrict the fighters in the arena, and prevent the surroundings from being affected by the ethereal energy when both parties were in combat. Audience seats filled with thousands of people surrounded the arena, where some of them had either hooded clothes covering their whole body or with masks on. At the same time, some did not disguise themselves at all. Obviously, those who were in disguise didn't want their identities to be leaked out, since they were all from the Empire's upper echelons. There were also few areas in the topmost section of the audience area separated into multiple box-like rooms surrounded by tinted glass, which seemed like a VIP seating area where one can't see what's inside from the outside. Since the things that were happening in this black market were illegal or not righteous in the eyes of the common people, people who came from prestigious backgrounds wouldn't dare to risk their identities being found out in this place, lest they besmirch the reputation of the place they belonged to. He saw an elevated stage in the topmost section of the audience seats where a group of people was seated discussing some things between themselves. He speculated that those people naturally are the ones who hold and coordinate the matches to be conducted. Great, just a business-come-entertainment version of gladiator games. Damien sneered to himself. The guard threw a meaningful glance towards the stage, and soon, a middle-aged man on the stage wearing a dark brown robe stood up. He walked towards the center of the stage, looking around the audience seats as he spoke in a clear and loud voice. This humble one is one of the Dark Sky Guild's Elder Faust, and it is an honor to be given the opportunity to satisfy the needs of esteemed customers from faraway lands. I thank all our loyal and honored customers for your continued patronage. I hope today's events will be to everyone's satisfaction. The way he is talking seems as if things like these are natural. As expected of someone working in this business, as Damien scoffed inwardly. Elder Faust continued, before we move on to the main matches, we would have a warm-up match to help settle down our guests' moods. As all of you might know, our rules allow all of you to call out when you see an interesting warrior you want to recruit by just pressing the yellow jade stone on your armrest, and the match would be stopped immediately. Of course, only the highest bidder would be able to complete the transaction. Also, please do remember that we maintain absolute confidentiality and trustworthiness with our customers. For the warm-up match, we would be having beasts facing off against the weakest practitioner. After that, we would be having our usual matches among warriors. Unless any bids on the warriors are made or one of the warriors surrender, all the matches will be fought to the death. Only some fine warriors have the right to surrender because of their previous performances. Now let's proceed with our warm-up match involving the grey wolf beast known for its ferociousness as one of the combatants. The barrier came down as a gate opened in the corner of the arena. A grey-colored wolf almost 1.5 meters tall, bearing its fangs, was let into the arena. Damien was expecting some huge beast, but only to find out it didn't look much different than an ordinary wolf he knew in his previous life, other than being slightly bigger. The only main difference he could notice was the aura the wolf was emanating. It was a strange and murderous aura that he has never before seen in a wolf. I guess the beasts are different too. Can I even defeat it? Damien wondered to himself and started thinking of ways to fight the beast. Elder Faust looked towards the guard and examined Damien through his spiritual perception. He had glanced at him as he came out before, but now he was surprised when he inspected him. He furrowed his brows as he sent a sound transmission to the guard. What the hell is going on? I thought this kid was supposed to be at least half dead. How is he able to even walk now? Practitioners can send mental transmissions to each other using ethereal energy if they are nearby or within their sight. Elder Faust had planned a short warm-up match since he wanted to entertain the guests, as most of the audience were either sadistic in nature, or wicked and cruel in many ways. He knew only those kinds of people would visit or involve in these kinds of businesses, even though they might be from righteous families. The guard's voice quivered. My lord, actually, I only came to know about his condition when I went to bring him out. Before that, he was surely poisoned and was almost dead. Elder Faust became irritated as he said, TCH, if I had known he was healthy, I could have at least sold him off as a servant or as a boy toy at least. Forget it. Just end this fast. What a waste. The guard turned towards Damien as he said, Brat, it's time. Pray to the beast so that it will end your miserable life fast, otherwise, he. The guard grinned wickedly. What a sadist. Damien thought. The guard pushed Damien towards a weapon rack having swords, spears, shields, and some other primary weapons, which all seemed quite ordinary. When the people in the audience seats saw Damien being pushed towards the weapon rack, they all understood he was the fighter selected to fight in the warm-up match. A kid? Is this a joke or what? Even kids are sold as warriors here, ha. I don't know whether this could be fun or boring. A match between weaklings. How long do you expect a kid at the first level of the initial ethereal realm to last against a beast at the second level of the initial ethereal realm? No wonder he is fighting in the warm-up match. He is just going to die a painful death. Well, it would be at least a bit entertaining if he could put up some kind of struggle, haha. That kid looks like he is in his teens, but still at the first level of the initial ethereal realm. He can't be more trashy, haha. Of course, otherwise why would they try to get rid of him? At least he will serve some purpose in this match as an entertainment. Sounds of snickers and ridicule filled some of the areas in the audience. There was a VIP glass box inside which 3 hooded figures sat on the east side of the seating area. The middle figure seemed to be an important person being protected by 2 bodyguards, as the 2 people on either side of that person seemed to be on constant alert and mindful of their surroundings even though they were in the so-called VIP box. Apparently, these 3 were visiting this place for the first time. Chapter 4. As the person in the middle spoke, a girl's sweet and pleasant voice sounded with a tint of immaturity but carried a noble undertone. Courtmaster Oswin, does this place even sell kids? Isn't this going too far? His strength is barely much different from an average 7-year-old. Oswin Roan answered with a sigh, Your Highness, coming here was a mistake. This place is far too cruel and vicious for someone like you to witness. If only you had allowed us to come here alone, you wouldn't have to bear witness to these ugly things. The girl raised her hand halfway from the armrest in a protesting way. Courtmaster Oswin, you very well know the kind of problems we are facing in our empire. I turned 16 yesterday, so you don't have to continue treating me like a child. I am a princess first and foremost, and I should be familiar with how cruel the world is. I cannot forever hide from it. Otherwise, how am I expected to deal with our problems? We have even tried every best option available, but this is our only chance left. Besides, I am not here to purchase a slave. I just need a loyal aide who can at least provide some sort of assistance and help regarding our problems. Since you told me that the people here have no family or place to go back to, I thought I would be able to find a warrior who won't betray us. The man sitting on her left side spoke, Your Highness, things are just not that simple. Even if these warriors are proclaimed to have a clean background, we can never be truly sure. And you can never expect complete trustworthiness from these people once you let them out of your sight. Placing an ethereal seal on them won't necessarily guarantee their complete loyalty. There can always be loopholes in the seal placed by these people. The girl turned towards the man. Even though her hood and mask covered her face, he could tell that she had an unhappy expression on her face. She said, Vice Courtmaster Nestor, are you telling me that I should just give up and accept my fate? Of course not, Your Highness. I am just reminding you to be more careful. Please forgive me if I overstepped my boundaries. The girl shook her hand. It's fine. Indeed, I don't have much idea of how this place works or what kind of place it is. But I don't have any other choice. Damien was standing before the weapon rack. He already knew which weapon to pick. Without any hesitation, he chose the dull sword with his right hand. In his previous life, before even his powers awakened, he was an expert swordsman. Though it was the 21st century, he had an extreme fascination with the ways of the sword. Basically, no one would imagine someone using weapons like swords when guns were faster and deadlier. But people who knew his expertise wouldn't think it was wrong for him to use a sword. He was so good at it that he can deflect powerful attacks, even bullets, using his sword. By training his swordplay, he had increased his speed, reflexes, agility, stamina, and durability to a state where no human can contend with him. He was also equally good at close combat and had lots of combat experience. He can infuse his movements with powerful kicks, knees, punches, takedowns, throws, and various other sporadic attacks, as well as do quick parries, simultaneously attack and defend, and swiftly counter. Basically, no one would dare to take him head-on. And that's without taking into account his powers. With his powers and sword skills coupled, he was virtually invincible. Everyone wondered who taught him the ways of the sword and close combat. But strangely, after the Great Calamity, he couldn't recall who his master was, how he became an expert swordsman in such a short amount of time, or the knowledge he had regarding various things. It's like there were some memory gaps, and he felt like he forgot some of the most important details about his life. The sword he picked up was just a typical long sword, and the edges of the sword were dulled with some rust here and there. It won't be an overstatement to say that it was the lousiest sword Damien had ever seen. The barrier came down as Damien made his way towards the combat arena. The Grey Wolf was suppressed by Elder Faust's aura so that it would not run away or start the fight prematurely. A practitioner can use his aura to suppress another living being completely as long as the former's cultivation is significantly higher than the latter. Once he got inside, the barrier was activated again as he came face to face with the ferocious Grey Wolf. It was already enraged for being captured and locked inside. Now, it had a chance to vent its fury on a meat bag. Elder Faust spoke in a loud voice, let the match begin. The Grey Wolf was freed from his suppression as it pounced towards Damien with a snarl. Damien quickly dodged and rolled over to avoid its attack. He wanted to test out the Grey Wolf's abilities, but he didn't feel much pressure as he faced its attack. Finding out that he had a chance to kill it, he readied his sword as he prepared to fight it for real. The moment he got prepared to fight, his body emitted an incomparably sharp and piercing aura as if his entire person had become a sharp sword. The audience also felt how Damien's aura changed and was surprised at how he was exhibiting a sword intent and sword force that they had never seen before and shouldn't exist in a person with such low cultivation and age. Even ignoring the concept of sword force, which one usually exhibits at least after the spirit ethereal realm, sword intent is something that only experts can exhibit who have high attainments in sword mastery. And that expertise usually comes with age and high cultivation or with high innate talent in swordsmanship. The Grey Wolf got slightly intimidated seeing the change in the aura of its prey. Still, it was angry at seeing its attack being dodged. Its grey eyes were staring straight at Damien as it exploded in a manic aura, and with a roar, its aura stifling, it came pouncing over. Furrowing his eyebrows, Damien suddenly jumped up when it came close and leaped above the Grey Wolf as he slashed towards the wolf's neck, while twisting his body in midair. Swish tilde tilde the wolf seemed to be running forward as if in a daze. Asterisk thud asterisk when it suddenly collapsed lifelessly on the ground as its severed neck went rolling away a few meters with blood gushing out from its lifeless body as if from a spring, dyeing the arena ground red. TCH, this sword is so lame. Damien clicked his tongue in frustration as he inspected the rusty and dull sword in his hand. The Grey Wolf dropped dead just like that. Within one move. Within just a single breath of time and a single strike, a 15-year-old crippled kid easily killed off an ethereal beast at the second level of the initial ethereal realm with just pure physical strength and without an ounce of ethereal strength. In his previous life, he had the knowledge of medicine, and the biology of living beings supposedly taught to him by the very same person who taught him swordsmanship. Since he had the knowledge of a living organism's workings, he aimed for its weak spot based on a guess. If it were a human being, he wouldn't need to guess as he can even aim at the vital spots even with his eyes closed. He wasn't surprised that the grey wolf's neck had been severed easily. After all, he didn't clearly understand the difference between cultivation bases much. In fact, his reaction was as if what happened was only natural. But contrary to his reaction, the audience's reaction was quite the opposite. Their expressions were of incredulity and disbelief. What did I just see? How can a kid at that level produce sword intent? Am I imagining things, or is this kid really just a vagabond? Even those prominent geniuses from major families didn't exude such sword intent at his age, even with their superior cultivation base. I never knew a cripple could exude such sword intent. This kid's background can't be simple. But it's a pity he is crippled and ended up here. Forget about Damien not even circulating his ethereal energy to infuse to his strike or his lousy sword. An ethereal beast would always be stronger than an average practitioner with the same cultivation. But the Grey Wolf was even a minor realm higher than him, which was more than enough to cause a bit of aura suppression on Damien, probably more since he was a cripple. It would even be considered miraculous if Damien could survive for 10 seconds under its attacks. But the end result was quite the opposite. It seemed like the wolf didn't even stand a chance against him and was instead suppressed by him. The reason Damien did not circulate his ethereal energy was that he couldn't. His ethereal core points were crippled, and thus the inability to form an ethereal core in his body. Without the ethereal core, he wouldn't be able to channel ethereal energy in his body. And the reason he was able to suppress the Grey Wolf was due to his sharp and deep sword force and sword intent even, though it was nothing compared to the sword intent he could exude in his peak condition. It basically cancelled out the Grey Wolf's aura, and thus it didn't even stand a fighting chance. But the reason he was able to cut off its head cleanly wasn't only due to his sword intent, but also because of his high attainments in the way of the sword. Chapter 5. Damien did not notice how hungry and weak his body currently was due to the shocking events that had just happened to him. Only after he had killed the wolf and the adrenaline rush in his body had dropped down, he realized that he was basically running on fumes. Ha, ha. Damien's breathing was heavy as he tried to take deep, slow breaths to relax his breathing. He looked towards Elder Faust, wondering if this shit show was over and if he would be allowed to get out of this place. Elder Faust was incensed at seeing how things have turned out. This can't be happening. How could a mere cripple defeat a beast with higher cultivation? Is this really some poor kid without any background? Elder Faust usually makes sure of all the details and background of the products he sells. But he didn't bother about Damien because he wasn't planning on selling him, but instead just using him for entertainment due to the near-death state he was in. Also, Damien was a cripple, and the bandits told him that he was just lying outside without anybody to care for him. Even though he found it strange that he was poisoned, he didn't give it much thought. Who knows, maybe the boy just ate something poisonous out of hunger. Clearly, the bandits hid the part about killing Damien's cousin and servant since the bandit leader wanted to make things simple and get some money out of it. But after seeing Damien's performance, especially his piercing sword intent, Elder Faust was forced to think twice about his background. What if he was an illegitimate child caught between some internal family feud in a prestigious family, or even the ruling family of an empire? Maybe his enemies crippled him and threw him out in a distant place, hoping he would die naturally due to the poison. No. I can't let him leave this place alive. Since it has already come to this, there's no going back. I should make sure he dies. To avoid any future troubles to his business, Elder Faust was determined to end this warm-up match as fast as possible with Damien's death. Damien saw Elder Faust being deep in thought with a not-so-happy expression on his face. He knew he wasn't supposed to win, and his role should have ended by dying to the beast. But there was no way he would let that happen. Damien shouted at the top of his voice at Elder Faust, "Hey, I won this match. Am I not done here?" Elder Faust spoke in a dismissive tone, who said that the match ended. "I never mentioned the number of rounds you have to win. For now, you have just won a single round. And you will continue fighting as long as I deem fit. HMPH kid, you can only dream about getting out of this alive. There is no way I am going to allow that." Elder Faust sneered in his mind. Elder Faust signaled one of the guards to open the gate where the beasts were kept. As soon as it opened, 3 grey wolves walked into the arena. They all looked bloodthirsty, as if they can't wait to rip apart any prey they see in front of them. Fuck, how can this guy be so shameless? So that's how you want to play, huh? It seems like luck isn't on my side. Am I really going to die right after being reincarnated? Damien put on a grave expression. Damien knew there was no point in arguing with Elder Faust since he was powerless in this situation. He even had fewer hopes for the audience standing up for him as he had already observed the kind of people who came to take part in this business and watch this entertaining show. Meanwhile, most of the audience were getting fired upon seeing that an interesting fight was going to take place. This kid can't be that stupid to think that he can go home with just that win. I never thought a warm-up match would be this interesting, unlike the usual boring ones, Jeej. Ha ha ha, this time, this kid is done for. 3 grey wolves at the 6th level of the initial ethereal realm. It seems like the elder is getting impatient. Comments and remarks about the boy's imminent death filled the previously quiet audience area. How can that elder be this shameless? He clearly won that match despite being weak. Isn't this unfair? The princess spoke in a disgruntled tone. Oswin Rome shook his head as he said, "Your Highness, you must know that there is no true fairness in our world. It is just as unfair as the politics and the schemes happening in our empire, as you know. Maybe it's good that you are here after all so you could understand more about the reality of how the outside world works as well." The princess was someone who barely went outside her own home except for a few official functions or political gatherings. She was someone who focused on her cultivation and becoming stronger because of the problems she faced, and sights like these felt foreign to her. But he's clearly talented and so young. I have never seen such beautiful sword movements and someone who can cross levels to win despite being a cripple. My movements cannot compare to his, even though I train mine every single day. Even the so-called young sword experts from the Lancaster Empire wouldn't be able to compare to his sword intent. It would be bad if he were to die here. Nestor Rome sighed as he said, Your Highness, it is true that he seems very talented, probably someone from a great family, but he is already crippled. Since he is here, it means he was left to die, or there is no one to care about him. But, still. The princess didn't feel like staying in that place anymore. But recalling the reason she came here, she had no choice but to stay. But what caught the princess's attention more than Damien's sword skills was the black amulet hanging around his neck. Damien had experience in group fights. But currently, he wasn't in his best shape, and he could feel that the 3 grey wolves were individually stronger than the one he just killed. He felt pressured by their combined aura. But he steeled his will and readied his heart and mind to face them. His sword intent also got sharper as he became completely focused and serious. Elder Faust let out in a loud voice, Let the second round begin. The 3 grey wolves, getting freed from the suppression, immediately lunged towards Damien as if they were competing against each other to kill Damien first. Damien sidestepped, dodging the first grey wolf. He put his feet forward as he cut a semicircular arc with his sword aiming for the second grey wolf's eyes. Both of its eyes were instantly blinded as dark red blood gushed out from its eyes. Cool. The immense pain turned the second grey wolf crazy and stumbled sideways as the third grey wolf jumped towards Damien, baring its fangs. Damien quickly shifted his sword and thrust it towards its mouth while moving his body sideways, not to let the grey wolf fall over his body. The third grey wolf died, but Damien struggled to remove his sword from its body since its body was tough. He had used the momentum of the third grey wolf to let his sword pierce deep into its mouth. While he was struggling, the first grey wolf already pounced towards Damien and bit his arm, pulling the sword. Damien gritted his teeth as the grey wolf's sharp teeth sunk into his forearms. Because he couldn't use ethereal energy to protect his body as a defensive layer, he was basically defenseless against the grey wolf's fangs. He could feel its teeth penetrate deep into his bones, and he almost felt like his forearm was going to be torn off. He used the fingers in his left hand to stab towards its eyes. Not expecting Damien's sudden jab at its eyes, it released its fangs from Damien's arm as it staggered backward. Damien stepped his foot on the dead grey wolf's head and used his left hand to remove the sword. His right forearm was now blooded with blood dripping from his right hand, and he could barely feel his forearm as it lifelessly dangled as if it was going to separate from his elbow. If he were a moment late in attacking the wolf, his forearm would have been torn off like tearing paper. His breathing grew sluggish as he started feeling a bit dizzy due to blood loss. But he bit his tongue to snap out of it as a single moment of weakness could cost his life. Now he was facing against 2 grey wolves. One in front and one behind him. The blind grey wolf had gotten out of its daze and was mad after getting blinded as its murderous aura increased. Even though it could not see Damien, it could sense him by smell. But it didn't dare to act rashly as it had just been blinded. Instead, its instincts made it keep on looking at Damien for an opening. Damien narrowed his eyes as he saw the first grey wolf preparing to spring towards him. He rushed towards the first grey wolf as it was in midair pouncing towards him. Damien ducked and slid under the wolf as he slashed the grey wolf's throat, while using his legs to throw off the grey wolf towards the blind grey wolf, which was preparing to backstab Damien. The blood from the grey wolf's throat had splattered all over Damien's face and clothes as he looked like a devil who rose from the depths of hell. The first grey wolf lost its balance after being kicked in the abdomen while it was midair by Damien and fell on top of the blind wolf. Damien immediately got up and rushed towards the grey wolves to plunge his sword into the blind grey wolf's right eye, stuck under the other grey wolf piercing its skull. He raised his sword by the hilt and gave a forceful thrust towards the head of the other grey wolf, finishing it off. His body faltered as he fell to his knees, holding onto the hilt of his sword as support. His body was almost out of breath as he could barely stay conscious. He didn't want to fall unconscious as it would surely mean his death. He still refused to die like this. He had faced countless life and death situations in his previous life, some even worse than what he was currently experiencing. So how could he fall now? Meanwhile, there was total silence among the audience as they didn't know how to process what they just witnessed. A cripple defeating 3 beasts at the 6th level of the initial ethereal realm was basically unheard of as far as they know in the entire world. No, actually, no matter which continent or place in the world, it is impossible for a cripple to achieve this feat as far as they knew. Is he really just a cripple? What did I just see? This has gone beyond just a simple warm-up match. This is a feat that hasn't ever been witnessed in our history. I am pretty sure this boy must be a scion of some prestigious sect or family. He must have been crippled and thrown away here to die. Just what kind of a monster is he? Imagine the power and heights he would have reached if he was not crippled. The audience all had their gaze on this crippled boy after being dumbstruck at seeing his performance. They were beyond shocked as they witnessed things that basically exceeded their understanding of the ethereal way. Elder Faust was gnashing his teeth in anger and frustration. Even he found it hard to accept what had just happened. He had released 3 of those grey wolves just to be safe. But even then, Damien survived. Looking at the audience's reactions, he knew things were getting out of hand as people started giving more attention to the boy. Seems like after this, I should have a nice talk with those filthy bandits. He hurriedly sent a sound transmission to the guard to send the next beast. As the gate opened, a slightly bigger version of the grey wolf with brown fur came out, exuding a ferocious aura many times stronger than the previous grey wolves. The audience had barely recovered from their astonishment as they saw the brown-colored wolf. It's a brown claw wolf. It seems like they are really keen on ending this boy's life. That is a beast at the 1st level of the nascent ethereal realm. That boy is dead meat now. It looks like the host wants to kill him as fast as possible. TSK. As soon as the brown claw wolf entered the combat space, Elder Faust immediately let the third ring. A ringing sound was heard, making Elder Faust cut off his voice in the middle as everybody turned towards one of the VIP glass boxes. Chapter 6. Your Highness, why did you press the yellow jade stone? Oswin Roan was startled when he suddenly heard the ring sounding from near him. Because I felt like it. The princess replied in an irresolute tone. Even she had no idea why she pressed it. Before she could even realize it, her hand was already on the stone. Watching Damien fighting for his life and the black amulet that grabbed her attention before evoked some complicated feelings and nostalgic memories in her. And maybe it was because Damien was very young and talented despite being a cripple, she didn't want him to lose his life like that. Your Highness, this isn't a place to joke. Since you pressed that stone, there is no going back. We have to buy him, or we would be barred from purchasing anything in the future. We only have enough spirit stones to purchase one person. Even if he is a cripple, we have to pay the minimum amount set by them as per the rules. So, why choose a cripple? Nestor Roan asked in a solemn tone. He was dumbfounded when he saw the princess pressing the stone. The princess's two protectors couldn't understand why the princess would pick Damien when he couldn't possibly be of any assistance to them. Since she already pressed the stone, she didn't want to go back on her actions, nor could she do so. And in her heart, somewhere, she wanted to rescue Damien. I don't have to tell you my reasons. I have decided. I want him. Since there is no going back then, there's no point in arguing. Is there? The princess spoke in a defiant tone. The two protectors sighed after hearing her response. They thought the princess was trying to rescue Damien because she was too kind to witness these things. Maybe they should have tried harder to come here alone, they thought. The audience was surprised that someone wanted to purchase a cripple as a slave, especially someone from the VIP area. It just seemed so absurd that some even started believing in some conspiracy theories they had devised after the match. Elder Faust was confounded seeing this situation. Here he was trying his level best to get rid of Damien when suddenly someone wants to buy a cripple. Sure, Damien was young and very talented. But all of those didn't matter because of the fact that he was a cripple. No one can expect him to fight or do their dirty work as their slave unless they just want some slave who can do basic chores. But even then, there are many other suitable slaves for that at a price way cheaper than warriors. So, it can't be for that. He just couldn't believe it unless someone had other motives in store for Damien. Maybe they know Damien and must be trying to exploit something out of him. Elder Faust was worried whether Damien was coming from a prominent background. Because if he does, then that would mean he had put the Dark Sky Guild in trouble. And he would lose his head or worse as a consequence as he was just a mere elder in the guild. Elder Faust doesn't know the whole story of who or how Damien got here. What if Damien's circumstances was a consequence of some enmity between empires? Elder Faust's imagination had no bounds as he kept on worrying. But he thought maybe the situation wasn't so bad. As long as he could sell off Damien to that group of three, Damien wouldn't be his headache anymore. Elder Faust took out a sound transmission jade that was linked to all of the VIP boxes. He activated the link towards VIP box 3 so that nobody can listen into their conversation. He spoke formally, esteemed customer, since this boy is a cripple, we haven't placed an ethereal seal on him yet. Also, we never plan to sell him off since he is a defective product. So we wouldn't be able to take any responsibility in case there is any problem, and he would at least cost the minimum price listed for a warrior as per the rules. Elder Faust emphasized the responsibility part so that he wouldn't be blamed later on, no matter what happens to Damien. The princess was disgusted after hearing what Elder Faust said, especially when he referred to Damien as a defective product, as if he was an object. The princess replied after disguising her voice, it doesn't matter. There is no need to place any seal. I need him as he is now, and I will take complete responsibility. Even though the voices of the people sitting inside the VIP box would be disguised before being transmitted to Elder Faust, she still took extra precautions to disguise her voice herself. Elder Faust was surprised that the other party didn't want any kind of seals placed on Damien. Then what are they planning to do with him? I shouldn't think too much about this. Maybe they want to place their own seal, anyway, I can, at last, take off my hands from this matter. Elder Faust thought. He was already a little satisfied that he could gain some profit by selling a cripple. Of course, esteemed customer. We will deliver him without any seals, and meanwhile, we will also send an agreement to be signed by your esteemed self. Hope this is satisfactory for you. Yes, it's fine. The princess replied plainly. Your Highness, what do you plan to do with that boy? It is not good to take him without placing any seal, nor will you be able to make him do any useful things. Nestor Roan queried with concern. I don't want any seal to be placed on him otherwise, how would it make us any different than these people? Also, he can't even cause us any harm, so there's no need to be cautious about him. We will talk later about what to do with him. Meanwhile, Damien was only half conscious of the things happening around him. When he heard the ringing sound, he regained a bit of awareness and woke up from his stupor. He could understand from the sound that someone wanted to buy him, which even surprised him. Even though he was new to this world, he still understood some basic facts. And one fact was that cripples had no value at all in the cultivation world, and they would be better off dead in such a dangerous world. So he couldn't understand who would want him and started wondering if they had some other malicious intentions in store for him. The last thing he wants is to end up as a slave. But before he could think about it anymore, the same guard from before came near him. Brat, guess it's your lucky day. It seems like it's not your time to die yet. Let's go. We can't keep the customers waiting. The guard lifted Damien by his left arm, and he saw his right forearm dangling lifelessly. Brat, your forearm is a mess. It looks like it got crippled too. I wonder what more can be crippled in your body, ha ha ha. The guard mocked, seeing Damien's current state. Before Damien could even retort, the guard sped up his movements to move towards the back of the arena where the transactions would take place. Being dragged around suddenly, Damien experienced slight disorientation due to his state. He was getting fed up and angry because of his current situation and helplessness. Whoops, I forgot you were a cripple, hee. Don't worry. You won't suffer anymore unless your future master wants to make you do fun stuff, ha ha ha. The guard didn't feel any pity seeing Damien's state, but instead, he found pleasure in mocking him. I swear, I'm gonna make you die a painful death. Damien swore inwardly. Soon enough, they reached the back of the arena, and he could see Elder Faust and three hooded figures having some sort of discussion. Elder Faust noticed the guard and Damien coming over. He gave a slight bow to the princess as he said, thank you for your purchase, esteemed customer. We will look forward to seeing you all again. I will now take my leave since everything here is settled now. As promised, we didn't place any seal on him. He nodded to the guard to leave Damien near the group of 3 and went back into the arena. Although he need not personally make sure Damien was delivered, he wanted to make sure there weren't any problems during the transaction. He also wanted to personally collect the signed agreement he had modified to include the responsibility part. The guard dropped off Damien near them and went on his way. Damien wondered who and what kind of people bought to him. At the same time, he was still thinking about how to escape since his situation started looking a little hopeful. He could barely stand as he was staring at the group of 3, especially the relatively shorter one in the middle, who seemed to call all the shots. The princess couldn't see Damien's face properly as the blood of the beasts covered his face. He looked like someone who had a life and death battle in hell, which wasn't that far from the truth. But she could see his deathly cold and deep black eyes, which had a lethal attraction that she even forgot to blink for a while. And one could even confidently say that he had a handsome face underneath all the blood and dirt. Realizing that the princess was staring at Damien for quite a while, Oswin Roan gave a light cough to make her come out from her daze. Behind the hood and mask, the princess's face was flushed a little when she realized how she got caught in an embarrassing situation, and wondered why she got dazed in the first place. She cleared her voice and commanded, "Pick him up. We will talk outside. It's time to leave this godforsaken place." Chapter 7. After coming outside the black market, they moved towards the carriage they came in. Damien could see a plain carriage made up of black-colored wood drawn by 2 black horses. The horses were more than 2 meters tall and had a well-built body with a red horn on their heads. "Wait!" Damien shouted. He had no idea where they were planning to take him, but he also didn't want to wait to find out. He tried to struggle free from Oswin Roan's hold, but it was of no avail. Even if he were in perfect condition, it would be the same result. He looked at the short hooded figure standing in front of him and said, "I don't plan on becoming your slave. You should let me go. Whatever it is you are planning, I don't have anything to offer." The princess wasn't surprised and looked at Damien briefly from head to toe. Previously, she was in a hurry to get out of the black market, due to which she wasn't able to examine his condition properly. But now, she could see that the clothes on his body were already disheveled and dirty, and his right forearm was a mess of flesh and blood with the bones exposed. Most probably, he would never be able to use his right hand. In other words, it was permanently crippled unless he takes some expensive and potent healing medicine. She felt pity and a bit sad seeing his condition, especially seeing how his dominant hand was ruined. The princess spoke in a calm tone, "Relax, I am not planning to make you my slave, nor make you do anything you don't like. I just want to know who you are exactly. Which family are you coming from? Maybe I can send you back to people whom you can trust." Damien couldn't believe what he was hearing. He never expected that the person in front of him bought him just to rescue him. All the people he has seen and met in this world had only malicious intent, especially the ones in the black market. So he expected these people to also belong to the same sort of people. Why would a genuinely righteous person visit these kinds of places in the first place? Even if they wanted to rescue the slaves, they would either rescue all of them or at least do something detrimental to the black market. Why would these people only rescue him, a cripple, and ignore everybody else? And who was this guy in front of him? He guessed that it must be a boy, seeing the height and small frame of her figure. Even with the hooded robe on her body, it didn't add much broadness to her figure. And since her voice was also disguised, he had no idea it was a girl. Damien didn't know whether he could even trust these people. In the final few years of his past life, he had already lost trust in the world and only had hatred towards them. After the death of Sophie, he was constantly on the run. He never trusted anybody, no matter how kind and nice they appeared to be. Because once they find out his identity, they would surely hand him over to his enemies. He was a wanted criminal of the highest priority throughout the world. Even anyone trying to protect him would be branded as a criminal. Before the calamity, he was loved and hailed throughout the world as a hero. Even though he was the strongest in the world, he never got drunk in his own power. He used his powers to help the world become a better place, to protect the public, and stop evil. He was not born with powers. When he was a teen, he suddenly manifested strange powers that he had no idea of how it manifested. But after the calamity, he lost his powers along with some of his memories. Sophie's death was caused by one of his sworn brothers when he ratted out their whereabouts to people who hunted them. The people he considered as his brothers and close friends turned against him except for a few. But the few girls who didn't betray him still died trying to protect him because they truly loved him. But he only realized their feelings for him before their demise. Before that, he had only seen them as close friends or sisters. Since then, he never let anyone get close to him and was always in disguise. He wanted to take revenge for Sophie's death and also for the girls who died protecting him. Most of all, he wanted to find out how he was the cause of the great calamity and the person who mind controlled him. Yes, he believed he was being controlled on the day of the calamity. After the calamity, his memories weren't clear, and he felt like he forgot some crucial things that happened before the calamity. But no matter what, he couldn't fill in those gaps in his memories. All he could remember about what happened during the calamity was how he killed billions of people like ants. He could feel their despair, pain, anguish, confusion as he was devouring their souls. After that incident, he was mentally broken and traumatized. He couldn't believe he carried out a worldwide genocide without any reason. He had never killed a person in his whole life due to his kind and benevolent nature. In fact, before the calamity, he wasn't even strong enough to carry out a worldwide genocide like that. Even if he wanted to, his powers couldn't even be compared to the powers he had during the calamity. He even surrendered himself to the survivors since he believed he deserved to be judged for the killings he had done. Even though he didn't do it on purpose, he was ready to accept punishments even worse than death. He had somehow lost his powers, because of which the survivors didn't even hesitate to torture him to vent their resentment and fury, and also to get him to tell why he carried out such an atrocity. Still, all he said was, "I didn't do it." He was in a self-denial state since even killing one person was inconceivable for him. Even though he was in a self-denial state, in his mind, he believed that he was the one truly responsible for their deaths even if he had no idea why it happened to him. For the very same reason, he surrendered himself without trying to run away. Some even experimented on him in the name of humanity to find out why he had special powers before, how he used it to cause the calamity, and to find out whether they could exploit anything out of him. But he still didn't complain or resist in any way. He endured all the torture, suffering, and ill-treatment for almost 5 years, but they also made sure he didn't die. His suffering continued until Sophie and the girls came to rescue him. They were preparing all these years to come up with a rescue plan since Damien was held in a supermax prison monitored by people with superhuman abilities. It wasn't an easy task to rescue him, and even with their planning, there was a huge risk of dying during the rescue process. But after getting Damien out from the prison, they were surrounded, and all the girls except Sophie died protecting Damien. Damien was already broken when he was rescued, but seeing his close friends dying for him woke him up from his state of senselessness. Something cracked inside him, and suddenly he awakened some strange powers different than his old powers. Before they could kill him or Sophie, he went into a frenzy and killed them all instantly. That was the first time he had killed people consciously. He felt nothing, not even a bit of guilt after killing them. Maybe it was due to his mental state after years of torture, or it was because of seeing his close friend's death, or because he had already taken billions of lives before. Maybe it was because of all these reasons that Damien became a different person altogether from that day onwards. If one were to see the current Damien, they would never imagine him as the Damien before the calamity. But the power he used that day came at a cost since he unconsciously burned his soul essence to use those powers. He felt those powers a little similar to the one he had during the Great Calamity, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. However, the more he involuntarily burns it, less the time he would have left to live or something worse, since he had no way of replenishing his soul essence in a planet without spiritual energy, or it would take him centuries to replenish it on its own. But he wasn't able to draw on that power later, no matter how much he tried. He thought it had something to do with the adrenaline rush he had at the moment and tried many methods to rekindle his powers, but to no avail. Of course, he was not even aware of the soul's concept. He also didn't know any techniques to use his soul essence, so he wouldn't be able to use his soul essence in any way consciously. This is why he lived like a mortal with Sophie instead of trying to take revenge. He didn't want to lose Sophie either. Sophie wasn't his wife or girlfriend before the calamity. She was his childhood friend, and they were there for each other for the majority of their life. Sophie always had feelings for Damien, but he was so dense that he never realized it. She never confessed her feelings because she felt like she was not worthy enough for Damien. After rescuing Damien, Sophie convinced Damien that the calamity wasn't his fault since she knew he wasn't the kind of person to carry out such atrocious acts. She truly believed and trusted him. She helped him come out of his trauma and became his mental support. During that time, they realized their feelings they had towards each other, especially Damien. Soon after that, Sophie got pregnant, which made Damien very happy and healed most of his emotional wounds. He even decided to let go of his vengeance completely. But during these times, Damien never stopped thinking about how the calamity happened and how he was the perpetrator of it. The only reason he could come up with was that he was being mind-controlled by someone behind the scenes. And his missing memories only proved this point further. It seemed like someone had played with his mind without his knowledge, and as a result, he ended up bringing a calamity with his own hands. He had combat skills, sword skills, medicine skills, etc., but he couldn't remember how he learned them or who taught him these things. One day Damien came upon his sworn brother, who in the end betrayed him by leaking his whereabouts. Because of this, it led to Sophie's death, including his unborn child. Going through all these dramatic, painful, and tragic events only made his distrust and wariness towards other people increase. This is why even when the princess was trying to reassure Damien, he didn't let down his guard at all. He couldn't help but think twice about their intentions. Damien looked at her face trying to meet her gaze as he said indifferently, "I don't need your help. I don't have any family or people to care about me. So it's better if you let go of a burden like me. I appreciate your concern in trying to help me. But I am better off all." Damien suddenly felt like the world was going dark as he fainted before he could even finish his words. Chapter 8. The blood loss and fatigue due to his injuries made Damien faint before he could even realize it. It was already surprising he was able to stay conscious till now. He had held on to ensure his survival. But now that there was no imminent danger, his mind and body subconsciously relaxed. The princess suddenly took out a pill and forced it into Damien's mouth. "Your Highness, you have already done enough. You only have a few of those star-soothing pills. We should just let him be. As he said, we can't carry around a burden like him." Nesta Rome said pragmatically. "If we just let him go now, wouldn't what I did all go to waste? Look at him. He won't even last a moment out there. If I just leave him out there to die, I would be the reason for him dying a more miserable death. And I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing that an innocent person suffered because of me," the princess asserted. "Sigh, okay. Then what do you plan to do with him? You can only make him do menial jobs that too only after his hand heals. But you already have maids for that. Giving him an attendant's job in our imperial ethereal court will only bring about unnecessary troubles. Did you forget the fact that I am a sword maniac? I have found someone who could teach me something new and give me a few pointers. He was able to display such mastery over the sword as a cripple. I can't even imagine the attainments he would have had if he was not crippled or had high cultivation. Oh, maybe that must be why she rescued him." Nesta Rome conjectured inwardly but didn't comment about it. "You can't possibly be thinking of letting him train you in swordsmanship." Oswin Rome was taken aback. "We already have the best swordmasters training you." "No, I am serious. Those old fogies are too stuck up and annoying. And this is the only way I can handle this situation without any problems. Besides, have you ever seen a cripple crossing levels to kill ethereal beasts? In name, he would be my personal servant assigned to do some menial job so that no one would be suspicious," the princess said resolutely. "But what makes you think that boy would even agree to all this? So far, from what I have seen, it is obvious he has had a tough life and wouldn't yield even if threatened. Who is talking about threatening him? And he has no reason to reject us. I will handle the convincing part. Let's go." The two protectors helplessly shook their heads as they prepared to leave along with the princess. "Damien, what name do you think we should give to our child?" "Come on, Sophie, we don't even know whether it's a boy or a girl. You know what, for now, let's just give it a nickname. Little Sophie if it's a girl or Little Damien if it's a boy, ha ha. Still sticking on to that, huh?" Well, I wonder if little Damien would be as naughty as you, he. Seems like yesterday night I went easy on you. Come here you. Suddenly the surroundings disappeared and dissolved into another scene. All Damien could hear was the hoarse screams of his loved one while she was burned alive at the stake in front of him. Her beautiful skin was replaced with charred skin flaking off from her body as her face contorted in a grimace of pain. No. Damien desperately tried to struggle free, but he still couldn't take a step forward to help her. He was filled with overwhelming despair as he helplessly watched her suffer. Soon her screams went silent, and finally Damien felt the restrictions on his body disappear. Sophie! He instantly rushed towards the stake shouting her name. But the next moment, he found himself sitting in an unfamiliar place. His hand was stretched out in the air as if trying to catch something. The chaotic and distorted scenes in his mind had already started fading away. A pleasant floral smell wafted through his nostrils as he scanned his surroundings with his eyes. He could see he was sitting on a soft couch. But before anything else could catch his attention, his eyes focused on the lean hooded figure sitting opposite to him. Ah! Suddenly the pain from his right forearm made him wide awake. He realized that he was sitting inside some carriage, probably the one he saw earlier. His right forearm was dressed in white bandages and seemed better than before. Don't make any sudden moments and just relax. I have already given you a pill to heal your arm. By the way, it seems like you had quite a nightmare. Who's Sophie? The princess asked without masking her sweet and pleasant voice. That's none of your business, Damien said coldly. Wait, your voice, are you a girl? Damien was flabbergasted as he never expected the hooded person to be a girl. Of course, I am. I had disguised my voice before just for caution. She said as she removed her hooded cloak and took off her mask. Damien was a bit stunned when he saw a beauty that could make one's heart tremble. Her silky black hair was gathered together and cinched with a band to make a ponytail. She seemed to be around 16, with a pair of beautiful black sparkling eyes framed by short lashes along with crescent-shaped brows, an elegantly straight and delicate nose, and full cherry-colored lips. Above all, her face exuded a noble and graceful aura that added to her charm. Even though she was dressed in a simple skirt and top, it highlighted her curvaceous yet slightly immature body and her peach-like tender white skin. One could say that her beauty can bring empires to their knees. What a beautiful girl. Damien couldn't help but admire her beauty in his heart. Her beauty was even on par with Sophie's. But the expressions on his face didn't change much. Wow, this was quite unexpected. Now, why would a girl like you go around black markets looking to buy slaves, and who are you exactly? Damien asked in a questioning tone. She was surprised when Damien didn't have much reaction on his face other than being surprised. His gaze was clear without any hint of lust, unlike the youngsters she had met who subtly checked out her assets with lust in their eyes. She wasn't narcissistic, but she had an overall idea of her beauty. She was even titled the Celestial Princess, which only brought upon more problems for her. But besides that, she was expecting a certain reaction from him but was slightly disappointed when he didn't show it. I know you might find it hard to believe me, but I am not a person with bad intentions. My name is Lily Roan, and I am the princess of the Roan Empire. I visited that wretched place only because I had no other alternative. I was just searching for a warrior who would be loyal to me. Lily said with a stressed-out expression on her face. Wow, an imperial princess. Are all princesses beautiful like her? Damien couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect to meet an important person in a black market, especially the princess of the empire he was currently in. She was just as beautiful as Sophie. Even on Earth, he did not know of any woman more beautiful than her. But you are a princess, so couldn't you have any number of guards or warriors you want from your own empire? It isn't as simple as it seems. There are a lot of things you don't understand, nor do you need to know them. Her eyes shifted momentarily as her face had a resentful expression for a moment. Looks like things aren't looking good for her despite being a princess. Fine, then how can you guarantee that a bought warrior would be loyal to you? He can just betray you the first chance he gets. Do you think I don't know that? Of course, they place an ethereal seal on them to avoid those problems. Ethereal seal? What's that? Damien asked with a curious expression. What? Don't you know what an ethereal seal is? And here I thought you might be coming from an influential background. Lily sighed. Don't tell me you rescued me because you thought I was coming from some prestigious background. Is that the case? Damien asked doubtfully. Lily gave a wry smile as she said, well, I know I messed up. But I couldn't help but speculate like that when I saw your sword mastery. I thought maybe you were from some prestigious family of the Lancaster Empire. And you never mentioned your name. Actually, Lily didn't even think about his background at all when she pressed that button during the match. But she also didn't want to let Damien know the truth since she herself couldn't validate her reasons, and also because she couldn't tell Damien those reasons right now. In the end, she just wanted to exploit the possible connections I would have had. Damien assumed what she said was true because he could not think about any other reason as to why she rescued him. My name is Damien. Her eyes became unfocused momentarily as complex emotions flashed through her eyes when she heard his name. So, now that you know you were wrong, where are you taking me now? I don't plan on being your slave or anything. And being your warrior is out of the question anyway. Damien said bluntly. Lily didn't mind his rudeness and shook her head as she said, you misunderstand something. If I wanted to make you my slave, I would have at least made them put an ethereal seal on you. Right now, we are on our way to the palace. She closed her eyes for a moment and continued, seems like we have already neared the capital. I will tell you what I plan to do with you once you settle down and rest. Also, it would be best if you cleaned yourself up. Right now, you reek of beast blood. Lily said as she wrinkled her nose. Hey, it's not my fault I was thrown into the arena. He inwardly retorted. Well, I guess it's better to follow her to the palace. If I just tell them to drop me off in the middle of nowhere, it wouldn't be any different than a death wish. After all, Damien had no money or valuables, even to buy food to sustain himself and not even a place to stay. Besides, he was injured and needed a comfortable place to rest. But what would they want with a cripple like me anyway? Damien mused. He was absorbed in his thoughts when he suddenly thought of something. Wait, you said you fed me a pill for my arm, right? Would it really heal my right hand? Will I be able to use it again? Damien expectantly asked as he looked at his bandaged right forearm. Chapter 9. Lily just chuckled. Of course, it won't heal right away. It might take at least a month. Your forearm was almost torn from your arm. The pill I gave you is powerful enough to heal your arm despite your crippled condition. After all, it is a star-soothing pill. Damien was surprised when he heard that she gave him an expensive pill without any conditions. A medicinal pill that was able to heal in a short time quickly used the most valuable ingredients, required extremely precise refinement techniques, and at the same time required a very long refining process. In his previous life, one could heal the same injuries he had through advanced science and technology. But in this world, all it takes is a small pill. He couldn't help but be amazed at the advancements of this world using the mysterious ethereal energy. In his memories, he found out the pill's information as his predecessor was interested in alchemy and studied all kinds of herbs and medicines, even going as far as visiting various alchemy organizations since he was a cripple and didn't have anything better to do. At least he could have a future as an alchemy teacher based on his theoretical knowledge, even though he won't be able to concoct any pills on his own. But his status wouldn't even be able to compare with alchemists who could concoct on their own. Why the special treatment? Does she plan to make me do something that needs me to be healthy? He wondered inwardly. So, tell me, other than being good at sword fighting, what else are you good at? It can be anything simple as well. Lily asked with a curious expression on her face. Huh, are you trying to mock me for being a cripple? Damien asked in a cynical tone. Lily shook her head as she said, of course not. I already admire your talent in swordsmanship. I just wanted to know more about you. After all, I am bringing you with me. Well, I guess I know how to look after some herbs and flowers. And some fundamental knowledge in medicine. Damien said casually. Herbs and flowers, huh? Lily seemed deep in thought as a momentary smile appeared on her face. She didn't even seem to hear the second part of his sentence. What are you smiling for? Damien was puzzled why this girl was smiling. Was she ridiculing him for studying herbs and flowers as a cripple? Ah, no, I mean, it's nothing. Lily seemed startled, but she quickly regained her poise. I just thought it was admirable that you were able to focus on other things and didn't let your condition dishearten you. Lily said with a slight smile. Is she purposefully trying to be nice now? Damien could be said to be an expert in reading people since he had lived through the deceit and schemes of people, and had associated with all sorts of people in his previous life. But now, he was perplexed trying to read her. For instance, he didn't understand why she was so nice to him in the first place. Her rescuing him from the black market could be said to be a misunderstanding. But after that, giving him a first-rate medicinal pill to heal his wounds, talking to him as if he was a friend, and even praising him to some extent despite being a cripple. He thought princesses were very arrogant and conceited who wouldn't deign to talk with commoners in his imagination. He couldn't help but wonder if he was prejudiced against princesses and if all princesses are like her. After all, he was never associated with royalty since there were no such people or a monarchy system in his previous life. Did she fall for me? No, that's absurd. Her expressions are not even that of a love-struck fool. Phew, trying to read girls is still not easy. Damien sighed inwardly. We have reached the capital. Why don't you take a look outside? Lily said as the panel of the carriage box near Damien turned transparent. Rome Imperial City, or Rome Empire's capital, was located in the Rome Empire's northeastern regions and was also Rome Empire's most prominent city. It had an area of 5.5 million square kilometers, 25 times larger than Moonstone City. The Rome Empire's history spanned thousands of years. The empire was bordered between a calm sea to the north and east, the Gale Empire to the west, the Zeton Empire to the southwest, the Lancaster Empire to the south. Damien sighed in admiration as he saw the grand and imposing 40 meters tall and 10 meter wide city gate. As they passed through the city gate, he could see the 50-meter wide streets crowded with lively people, tall buildings with sturdy frames, and classy looks. There were all kinds of shops and stalls. Some of them were a center of activity, probably shops selling fascinating things or holding some interesting events. Lily, being very familiar with Rome Imperial City, introduced him to the locations of many key areas. They soon reached the Imperial Palace with few guards stationed around the entrance, which didn't seem like the main entrance of the palace. They got off the carriage as they entered the entrance, which seemed like the side entrance to her residence, which seemed to be on the Imperial Palace's east side. Damien was able to see the two protectors' faces now that they had removed their hooded cloaks. Both were middle-aged men. One had black hair, black beard, his blue robe was plain but elegant, his eyes sharp with a gaze that seemed to scrutinize Damien from top to bottom. The other had black hair with little white shades on his sides, with a pencil mustache. His white robe was simple but graceful. His face carried kindness and a faint smile, and his gaze was like a tranquil pond. The Imperial Guard saluted one after the other as they saw the princess while the protectors and Damien followed behind. This was the first time Damien entered an Imperial Palace. He had a feeling of being overwhelmed by the luxurious surroundings. The Imperial Palace's architecture was naturally luxurious. Golden-colored tiles glittered under the sunshine in every direction and directly dazzled his eyes. Inside the palace, everywhere they went, the guards and palace maids would all hurriedly bow down as they saw Lily. Some maids were stunned seeing a bloodied figure following behind the princess, but they hurriedly lowered their gaze. Lily stopped walking and turned as she said, I will meet you after a week so that you can rest and recuperate. Courtmaster Nestor, please show Damien to his quarters. And you know what to do in case anything happens, right? Of course, Your Highness. I can take care of this matter without any issues. The man in blue robes nodded. Even though Nestor Rome didn't look favorably upon Damien and only somewhat admired him, he had no choice but to follow her decision. And when he thought about the princess's plan for Damien, he partially understood the treatment she was giving to Damien. Damien was still wondering what she had in store for him. He was already worn out as the fatigue was slowly kicking in. He didn't have the energy to think much about their plans for him. All he wanted now was to take a quiet and peaceful rest. He never had a moment of proper rest for the past few years, including his previous life. He was always on the run, being on his toes to not let anyone be suspicious of his identity. But now, in this place, he need not worry about his identity at all. The world wasn't after him, nor does he have any enemies in this place. So he thought he needn't worry about an ambush or any sort of those things. After looking at Damien briefly, she turned her back towards him and left with light footsteps. Nesta, you go ahead with her orders. I will also leave and manage the potential headache that's coming my way. Nesta Roan gave a bitter smile as he said, sorry, Oswin, this time I have to leave the troublesome stuff to you. Don't worry about it. It is, after all, my duty too. Oswin Roan patted Nesta Roan's shoulders and gave a light smile at Damien as he left. He was surprised that Damien had a calm demeanor and didn't show any sign of nervousness even after entering the Imperial Palace. It just made Damien slightly more interesting to him. Nesta Roan gave a light sigh as he looked at Damien. Well, I will show you to the place you are going to stay. Soon they reached near the servants' quarters. This is the place you will be staying at for now. Your room is on the far left with all the necessities and a bathing area included. And also, remember you are not to take a single step outside the room without my permission. Just settle down and focus on your rest as your arm won't heal if you move around a lot. Damien nodded. He didn't feel good about being put on house arrest, but considering his situation, he could be regarded as fortunate enough to have at least a place to stay. And also, so far, they didn't do anything harmful to him. Chapter 10. Damien's room was gorgeous compared to Damien Ward's room during his time at the Ward family. That showed the difference between a small-sized family and an imperial family. Even the imperial family's servant rooms would be seen as luxurious compared to families with lower status. But what Damien didn't know was that those rooms were only for servants who had the topmost status compared to other servants. His room had a single-sized bed near to a corner with square-shaped windows. There was one small bathroom attached along with basic toiletries provided. I would rate this room a 4-star based on the standards of hotels in the earth. There were also some pills kept in a bottle on a table, and when he took a closer look, he identified it as sustenance pills, which will let the person go on without eating food for a specified period. And the period depends on the grade of the pill. Pills are ranked from 1 to 9 as the pill's rarity goes up from 1 to 9. It can be quite useful for servants if they don't have time to eat during emergencies or have extra work to do. Well, I would still prefer some tasty food rather than swallowing some pill. Don't tell me they are lazy enough to keep feeding me these pills. Or should I make my own food? Damien pondered if there was a canteen-like system. He didn't think of buying any food because he was used to making his own food even when he was on the run in his previous life. He couldn't risk entering public places to eat unless he had to gain some information. If it's made by his own hands, he need not worry whether someone poisoned it or not, and also, he would enjoy it more. I guess I will take a bath later. I feel so tired right now. I should just take a little nap for now. Damien removed his clothes and jumped right onto the bed in his underwear. The bright sky had already turned dark as the moon was shining in its full glory. Hey, you! Wake up! An exasperated but melodious and childish voice resounded in his head. Who? Damien abruptly opened his eyes and called out as he was startled by the voice in his mind. He instantly scanned his dark surroundings to see if somebody broke into his room. He was always a light sleeper. During the last few years in his previous life, he always had at least 50% of his senses focused on his surroundings whenever he sleeps. He had modified his daily habits and behavior such that he was always prepared for the worst. A slightly strange feeling came from his chest. He looked at his bare chest and was surprised to see a white mark in the shape of a crescent moon lying on its back. Suddenly a white irregular pyramidal-shaped crystal shot out from his chest. It was floating in mid-air right in front of him. And a white shadow shot out from it, which seemed to take the form of a girl who seemed to be 12 or 13 years old, and who was unbelievably beautiful to the point that even hermits would forget about their celibacy vows, and stare at this celestial figure in front of them. Although her face was a bit immature and tender, every single feature on her snow-like face was exquisitely delicate and perfect beyond compare. Moreover, it reached the pinnacle of indescribable perfection. She had short and glossy black bob hair and was dressed in a snow-white dress, accentuating her dainty and petite body. Below her skirt's hem revealed 2 slender snow-white legs. Her almond-shaped sparkling black eyes had a sense of haughty but noble aloofness that came from the soul. Damien was stupefied by the inexplicable things happening in front of him, especially when he saw the mesmerizing beauty in front of him. He felt the whole world went silent, and even the bright moonlight that illuminated his room seemed to darken and diminish to the point where he could not sense its existence. Damien stared silently and dazedly at her. His body did not move an inch as his eyes seemed to be thoroughly fixed to a spot as if he had been petrified. Every part of his vision and every part of his soul seemed to be drawn in by a force he could not resist. His heart was thumping so loud, he could hear its echo reverberating throughout the room. It was as if he was looking at his soul mate. And for some reason, he felt his heart was getting heavier. How long are you going to stare at this goddess, you pervert? Damien closed his eyes and violently shook his head as he got out of his daze, hearing the girl's irritated tone before him. I am not a lolicon. Damn, what would Sophie even think of me? Did I get charmed by a kid? Impossible. Damien found it ridiculous that he reacted so exaggeratedly at a little girl, not to mention a stranger. He had never been stunned like this before, although he had to admit that this girl was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen despite her immature features. Damien took a heavy breath, tried to calm down with great effort, and opened his eyes towards the girl who was floating in midair and finally spoke, Little girl, who are you? The girl looked at Damien and spoke in a tender but condescending tone, HMPH, this powerful goddess is not a little girl. But how did this goddess even get stuck with a poppycock like you? A poppy what? You are one rude little kid. Is this how you should speak to your elders? And what did you mean by saying you are a goddess? Damien was incensed that this girl insulted him using a weird term, which for some reason felt like his manliness was being questioned. Far, elder my foot. I am even older than your ancestors. Anyways, I don't know why I had to link my soul with yours, as my memories are missing along with my fragmented souls. Hence my current state. Nevertheless, I am still a goddess. The girl continued talking in a lofty voice with her nose in the air. Damien's lips were twitching, hearing her narcissistic lines. He had already calmed down, but a few words stuck out to him from what the young girl just said now. Goddess, soul, memories. Am I really in the presence of a goddess? Do gods really exist? Or is this just some crazy girl who lost her memories, but she indeed has an otherworldly appearance? And she said that her soul was linked with mine. What nonsense is she talking about, and how did she pop out from that crystal? Lots of questions were popping up in Damien's mind. Hold on a second. What is this soul thing you are talking about, and how exactly is it related to me? Damien asked, trying to get answers one by one. He had heard of the concept of soul in his previous life as a philosophical thing but didn't really give much thought to it. What kind of a country bumpkin are you? You live in a cultivation world, and you don't know about souls? The girl mocked. It's not like I would benefit from knowing anyway. I'm a cripple, or are you too blind to see that, you cheeky kid? Damien was pissed off hearing the girl calling him names as he tried his best to stay calm. I can't believe an annoying little girl provoked me. Damien facepalmed inwardly. Damien's previous self didn't bother about anything related to cultivation since there was no hope for him, and he didn't want to get depressed by learning the awesome things a cultivator can do. Sigh, fine, as the superior being, it's my duty to teach the mortal some fundamental knowledge. She said in an egotistical tone. Oh my god, how cringy. Well, as long as I can learn something useful, I can bear with it, I hope. Well, the soul is the incorporeal essence of a living being. And the soul comprises the spiritual abilities of a living being such as reason, character, feeling, consciousness, qualia, memory, perception, thinking, comprehension of the laws, etc. And even if one dies, their soul will enter the reincarnation cycle to be born again with their mind as a clean slate without any previous life's memories. Of course, if their soul is destroyed, they would never be reincarnated. Right now, since my soul is fragmented, I have lost my memories, most of my abilities, even my spiritual body regressed to that of a child. She spoke displeased at her own situation. She continued, also, because of my memory loss, I don't even know how my soul ended up getting fragmented or why I link my soul with yours. But I do seem to have found out one fact. You are a reincarnated one, aren't you? Damien was in the middle of processing all this new information that he previously believed as if they were merely fictional things, and he felt some kind of pity thinking about her situation since he could relate to it as he also ended up in a pathetic state, including his memory loss. But when she asked if he was a reincarnated one, he was dumbstruck at the fact how she managed to find out. So it seems my soul did really transmigrate. The reincarnation cycle, it seems, huh? So Sophie must have reincarnated too. But would she remember me? Is this all just a dream or? Damien was finding it a bit hard to believe in these new concepts of soul and reincarnation suddenly. But seeing some kind of proof in front of him, he couldn't help but believe. And he also felt sort of hope thinking if this girl could help him recover his memories, or help him find out why he reincarnated that too with his memories intact. Chapter 11. How do you know I reincarnated? HMPH, it's only a child's play for me, especially when my soul is linked to yours. Somebody, surely a god, seems to have manipulated your soul's reincarnation cycle using destiny laws. Destiny laws? What kind of laws are those? Damien was flabbergasted hearing her talk about a law that seemed to be related with destiny itself. He had heard about scientific laws like Newton's first, second, and third laws of motion, the law of conservation of mass and energy, and so on. But where did this destiny law come from? Isn't destiny just another philosophical thing? You are just a big dum-dum. I suppose you don't know that there are many kinds of laws in this world, considering your previous life might have been on a backward planet, or you were just too dumb to know about it. You. SHHHH, let this goddess finish enlightening you. Goddess my foot. You are just an imp with a cute face. Damien wanted to retort, but restrained himself since he didn't mind shutting his mouth for now if he can learn about this new and mysterious knowledge from her. As I was saying, there are lesser laws, greater laws, supreme laws, and finally origin laws which can be considered to be the origin of all laws, and are the most essential towards the functioning of the universe including everything in it. And this destiny law happens to be one of the origin laws. In simple words, using these laws, one can manipulate and shape destiny, allowing them to orchestrate the events that will necessarily happen to a person or thing in the future. Damien narrowed his eyes as he tried to make sense of this law he had never heard before. He wondered if he lived all these years under a cave. All the scientific knowledge he had learned in his previous life amounted to nothing in front of this new inexplicable knowledge. Does that mean I was really manipulated the whole time? Was I like a puppet being pulled along to someone's whims? The calamity, Sophie's death, my transmigration, everything was planned by that god. But why? Why would a god even bother with me? Do you know which so-called god did this to me, and am I still being manipulated? Damien asked while clenching his fist so tight that his injured forearm started bleeding again. If someone now asked him who his most hated enemy was, he would undoubtedly say it was the person who reduced him to his current state, the one who manipulated him and made him lose everything. The girl sighed as she said, unfortunately, I don't know who did this to you. Right now, I am not powerful enough to track that hateful god through your soul. Otherwise, she gritted her teeth as her voice turned ice cold, I would have already found that lowly god myself and sliced his soul into a million pieces. Seems like her hatred for that god is no less than mine, but why? Damien thought as he felt the air around her stifling, and for a moment, he truly felt that he was before a powerful entity and that he was nothing more than an insignificant ant in front of her. Her voice returned to normal as she said, anyway, you are not being manipulated now. Otherwise, I would have seen strings of destiny attached to your soul, and it would have also made it easier for me to track him. I had only detected some traces of destiny laws in your soul, and that's how I found out about your reincarnation, but it seems like his understanding of destiny laws is too poor, or he is too weak since he has done a sloppy job by leaving traces in your soul. If I could recover my power, it would only be a child's play to track that despicable god. HMPH, he must have used some despicable means due to which I was forced to split my own soul, and attach one of my soul fragments to your soul to save myself. So now I am free from that god's control, and it seems like she attached herself to my soul. But why did you attach your soul to mine? Am I not just a lowly mortal to you? Damien sarcastically asked. She snorted as she said, it's not like I had a choice. I have to admit that your soul is one of the things that truly stand out when compared to other mortals I have seen. Your soul is abnormally strong for a cripple to even host one of my soul fragments. If I didn't see it for myself, I would have never believed a mortal could possess such an abnormal soul. Even though I don't remember attaching myself to you, there is no other way my soul would have linked with yours without my wish. I must have found you in my weakest state and attached myself before my consciousness can dissipate. So seems like my soul is kind of special. Maybe that must be why I was so powerful in my previous life. But I don't remember meeting this girl just like she doesn't, maybe it has to do with my lost memories. Damien mused. You refer to that god as a he. Are you sure it's a male? Who cares if it's a he or she? I just assumed that God is a he for now. Who knows, he might have got lustful and schemed against me due to my ethereal beauty after getting rejected by me. Phew, even a god gets lustful? Well, she is even this beautiful with a childish face. I am sure even gods would have gone crazy seeing her adult version. Even I can't imagine how much more beautiful she would have been. But isn't this imp a bit full of herself? But what I still don't get is, why would this god even bother with me? Why would he manipulate my life and ruin it? Did he do it because he was bored and wanted some fun? No, even that's absurd. Logically, why would a god even deal with mortals? Or do gods really play with our lives for fun? You tell me. Damien asked as his voice turned taut. The girl could feel his turbulent emotions in his soul through her soul connection. Her voice turned a bit soft as she said, to tell you the truth, I have no memories of any other gods. And I have never interfered with any affairs of mortals before, as I only remember creating some planets and life forms. I was alone and existed by myself for who knows how many years. After that, everything is blank. I can't recall what happened after that nor how I lost against that god. So, I don't know. Wait, why am I feeling pity for a mortal like him? Maybe it's because of my soul connection to him. I should recover as fast as possible. Otherwise, this would be bothersome. What the? You can really create planets and life forms. Damien's mouth was agape as he got shocked at this fact. You Dumbo, you still underestimate this goddess. Hey. No more calling names. Unless you want me to. Want you to what? What are you going to do to this goddess? Unless you want me to call you a pig face. Damien said with a roguish smirk on his face. How disrespectful. How dare a mortal like you insult this goddess? What makes you think I won't send you off to the deepest void in the cosmos for your offense? She ranted as her face flushed red with anger. Hee, it seems like beauty is always a weak spot for women, goddess or not. Damien snickered inwardly. Pfot, goddess? You are currently too weak that you had to attach yourself to my soul like a parasite. So how could you even dare to hurt me? Damien smiled smugly. You big, she interrupted herself before she involuntarily called him names as she herself didn't want to be called a pig face. Just you wait, once I recover my powers, we will see who has the last laugh. She harumphed inwardly. It was true that she really needed him as a host to house her soul because if her link was cut off, her consciousness would dissipate, and there is no saying whether she can find another person with a soul at least as strong and special as Damien among other mortals, and whether it would even link without any complications. Binding a soul even if it's a fragment as powerful as hers to a mortal should be impossible practically. It's like trying to place a very hot object in a paper box. It would simply burn the box away, which is why she was interested in finding out why his soul was special. Heh, seems like this little goddess can be disciplined. But I wonder where she even learned these words for you. Fine, this goddess would not lower herself to your level and will call you by your name, Damien. She reluctantly agreed. You should be grateful that this goddess is willing to address you by your name. She added. Oh please, you love yourself too much. Damien rolled his eyes. By the way, why did I reincarnate in a dead body instead of as a baby? Chapter 12. Damien had this question at the back of his mind. Isn't reincarnation supposed to mean that one will be born as a baby, die as an old man and repeat that cycle? But he had woken up in a 15-year-old body, which made him doubt whether he entered after the previous owner died or replaced his soul. Who said you were reincarnated in a dead body? The girl countered. What do you mean? Damien had a puzzled expression on his face. Well, you should thank me because, without me, you would have really died as your soul was already present the day you were born in this world. There were no traces of any other soul in your body. Sure, you find it hard to believe because you thought you woke up after being poisoned. Actually, the fact is that your soul knew you were going to die, and it triggered your subconscious memories as a self-preservation mechanism. But that doesn't mean you saved yourself from death. I awakened from my sleep just a moment before you were going to die. I was surprised to find myself attached to your soul and had a lot of questions myself. But when I realized you were this close to dying, I quickly dispelled the poison from your body. I wanted to appear before you and talk with you. But, sensing that your mind was in a chaotic state probably due to you realizing that you had undergone transmigration, I decided to talk with you later after you had calmed down. Damien had an incredulous expression on his face. He never expected this kind of possibility. In the end, I am Damien Ward. If I was asleep for 15 years in my own body, then doesn't that mean I died at least 15 years ago? No wonder Damien Ward was too similar to my old self. Naive, kind, generous, and most of all foolish. Damien rubbed the sides of his head as he felt like he had a headache thinking about it. But then how can my memories just awaken like that? I thought one would be born as a clean slate. So wouldn't that include the soul as well? Damien asked, wondering whether his understanding of reincarnation was wrong. Well, you are not entirely wrong. Usually, reincarnation would mean one would be born as a clean slate, including your soul. But since that God interfered with your reincarnation, you weren't part of the normal cycle, and your soul wasn't cleansed properly. It might be because of his sloppy use of destiny laws. I don't think he expected you to awaken your memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even bothered to cleanse your soul and would have let you be born with your memories intact. The girl's words seemed to make sense, but when he thought about the possibility of never awakening his memories, it made his blood boil. If he didn't awaken his memories, he would have died without even knowing. No, even if he had awakened, if not for her help, he would have still died a miserable death a second time, unable to fulfill any of his objectives. Even thinking about such a possibility sent a shiver down his spine. I guess I really owe this little goddess my life. Damien, for the first time in a long time, felt gratitude towards another person. Even though she was annoying and haughty, he didn't mind it much since he felt like he was dealing with a kid and not some exalted goddess. Thank you. Damien met her gaze as he said in a grateful tone. How long has it been since he said words of gratitude to someone else? He couldn't help but feel a little strange as he said these words. The girl's eyes widened a little as she was surprised at Damien's sudden words of gratitude since she didn't expect him to say it. Of course, now you know how awesome I am, said the girl, her face pink with pride. But remember that I did it to save myself. I just didn't want to waste my precious essence searching for another host by letting you die. Seems like she doesn't want me to misunderstand. Damien smiled, hearing her words. He knew she saved him so that she won't have to find another soul to link herself. But he wouldn't even have the luxury to think about these things if it were not for her. And he would have to kiss goodbye to his revenge. That was why Damien sincerely felt grateful to her. So why didn't you wake up earlier before I was even poisoned? I was sleeping to replenish my soul essence. My soul fragment is already in a depleted state, and it isn't easy to replenish it in this world with such a weak and turbid ethereal aura. She said with a frown. Weak and turbid? But I heard cultivators use this same energy to make themselves stronger to the point where they can do impressive things. My adoptive father told me that the most powerful cultivators in this continent could split the mountains and even cause the seas to tremble, but he said this was only a myth since he never met any powerhouses. Damien obviously felt the air was different in this world than Earth, as even he, as a cripple, could feel some kind of richness in the air. If she already labels this world as a weak one, how strong should a world be in her standards? Damien wondered. HMPH, these lowly mortals cultivating in such a weak world won't take them to greater heights. In my eyes, they would forever be immortal without any of their cultivation even touching the false divine way as long as they cultivate in this world. Splitting mountains and all is nothing but child's play when even with a millionth of my true strength, I can do the same thing with just a thought. Damien's eyes twitched, hearing her shrug off the ability to split mountains as a child's play. Even in his previous life, it wasn't that easy for him to cleave mountains, especially Mount Everest, using his old powers. Well, he stopped before it could cause a huge commotion, but he found out doing it in one stroke wasn't possible. Well, for someone who can create planets and life forms, cutting mountains amounts to nothing. Damien's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of something. By the way, since you are a very powerful goddess, you surely must have a way to fix my ethereal core, right? Damien asked while suppressing the trembling in his voice. He was hopeful that even if she was weakened, she was still a goddess nevertheless. Thinking about how she dispelled the poison easily just before he died, he thought she would also have the ability to restore his ethereal points. The girl scoffed as she said, fix your core? Of course, even making you an overlord of this world would just take a single thought if I was at my peak. But now my soul is split into 4 fragments or shards. She pointed at the pyramidal-shaped crystal floating in mid-air near Damien's chest. This is one of my soul shards, shard of essence, out of the 4. Other than my soul essence, it is the only shard that contains my consciousness, that is, my soul plane. My powers were split into the 4 shards, and so each shard has certain abilities derived from my true power. And this shard gives me the ability to manipulate essence, be it any substance or matter. Of course, because of my injured soul plane and depleted soul essence, my power to manipulate essence is not even 1% of my true ability. Only if I merge with all my soul shards would I recover my true powers and generate as much soul essence and soul energy as I want. It was not much to dispel that poison from your body, but I still had to utilize some of my soul essences for it, no matter how little. If I keep on using my soul essence like that, my consciousness will dissipate away, and that's the last thing I want. Besides, my restoration abilities are almost non-existent right now. If I merge with my shard of restoration, I would be able to restore your core as easily as breathing. But now, my other soul shards are separated so far that I don't have a chance of even finding them now. So you can forget it if you think I can restore your ethereal core points. Damien pressed his lips together as his hopes were dashed. He didn't fully understand what she said about her abilities and her soul's situation, but one thing he understood was that she was too weak to help him. And besides, why would I even waste my precious energy helping you? Even if you die, I will just find some other host. The girl said as her tone became indifferent. Damien was left speechless. The speed at which the carefree expression on her face turned to an indifferent expression was legit indeed. But Damien felt that something was off. He curled up his lips as he said, you can't possibly expect me to believe that the only reason you saved me was that you were too lazy to search for another host. Otherwise, why would you save a cripple that has no chance of helping you recover your power? Unless, you want to sleep for who knows how long to recover your soul essence, and I would have already died due to old age by then. And I don't believe you are magnanimous enough to waste your precious essence for a nobody like me. The girl. TSK. How can a crippled kid like him be so stupidly smart? HMPH, seems like your brain is not crippled, unlike your body, she scowled. So, tell me what other factor made me precious enough for you to save me? Damien ignored her jab and asked with a curious expression on his face. Chapter 13. The girl stared into his eyes as if she was scrutinizing him. She shook her head and sighed as she said, your ethereal core has something that should only belong to a god. Damien had an expression of disbelief on his face. His ethereal core had something which belonged to a god. How could he not know about such a mind-blowing thing if it's inside his own body? Damien was speechless for a moment. He took in a deep breath as he asked, what is it? You have an origin seed. An origin seed? Damien's brows raised and curved with surprise. How do I even explain this to you? She shook her head in frustration. It's a very profound and unfathomable concept that it's no use if I explain it to you now. For now, in simple words, I can say that an origin seed is like the power source of your ethereal core. Like, if you consider the ethereal core as a whole body, what do you think would be at its root or its heart? She asked rhetorically. The origin seed? Damien answered as if realizing something. He continued, so, it's like the core of the ethereal core. Yes, you can say it like that too. But actually, the ethereal core would have another name as soon as you reach a certain cultivation stage. Then you might find it less confusing, and things would start making sense slowly. But for now, you can think of it like that. But if it's the power source of the ethereal core, then how do cultivators in this world or mortals be able to use ethereal energy without the origin seed, in other words, the power source? I told you origin seed is something that only gods could have. Mortals don't function the same way as gods. Like their ethereal core is too simple to even need a power source like the origin seed. The origin seed is the embodiment of all the origin laws a god has comprehended. An origin seed won't even start to form in an entity unless they have at least comprehended pseudo-origin laws, which are laws comparable to origin laws but still not powerful as them. I see. Damien muttered as he narrowed his brows and continued, but then, what I don't get is how do I have this origin seed? Which god gave it to me and why? The girl raised both her hands, showing a clueless expression as she said, that's what I would like to know. Because it should be impossible for you or anyone to house someone else's origin seed even if you were a god. If someone tries to forcibly house another god's origin seed in their ethereal core, it would just lead to the collapse of their ethereal core itself. In other words, certain death. An origin seed is the unique identity of a god. It cannot even be passed down to anyone else as a legacy either. If it's taken out of them, they would die eventually or lose their godhood. This is why no god would even try to take another god's origin seed, because even if they take it for some other purpose, all they would get is a dead origin seed which has absolutely no use, since the seed contains one's understanding of the origin laws which cannot be comprehended by another god. It's like trying to read something written in a language you don't know. That is why your situation seems too strange and confounding to me. So, I don't think any god gave it to you since that would be the same as suicide, and I am 100% sure that you were not born with it either. As except the origin seed and a strong soul, everything about you is mortal. So that means that your parents are not gods either. But you did house that origin seed after you were born. The girl had a pondering expression, but I wonder where you were born, though. Damien shook his head as he said, I have no idea about my biological family. My father said I was adopted and entrusted to him by some mysterious woman. He moved his hand towards his neck and held the black amulet hanging around his neck as he silently stared at it. Seems like I should find out about my real family if I want to get the answers to all my questions. But is this why that god targeted and manipulated me? Damien asked as his expression turned hardened. The girl pinched her chin while thinking about what Damien said. No, that doesn't make sense. As I said, he possibly has no use for the origin seed even if he took it from you. And besides, why go as far as manipulating a mortal like you? It's just too unnecessarily convoluted unless he had some other plans for you. But I don't think that's the case since you are not being manipulated now. Damien frowned, hearing this as he couldn't make out the motive behind that god's actions. Why manipulate him for so long, only to let go of him? No, there's no use in thinking about this now. Not when I'm crippled like this. Damien raised his eyebrows as he asked the girl, by the way, if I have such a godly thing as the origin seed inside me, then why am I still crippled? It's because of that you were crippled. She scoffed. What? Her words were like a clap of thunder to him, who thought that because of this godly seed, he would have some hopes of recovering. But when he heard that it was the very thing which caused him to be crippled, his expression became downcast. But how? He asked gloomily. What do you expect when a mortal possesses a god's origin seed? I am surprised that you are even alive. As I said, even gods can't house another god's origin seed, so how can a mortal be able to? It seems that the origin seed rejected the energy being directed towards it when your ethereal core points tried to absorb ethereal energy and feed it to your ethereal core, which in turn caused a backlash as it destroyed your ethereal core points. You are lucky that the origin seed is in a dead state. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? She scoffed. So this godly thing is the reason my future is ruined? Damien said as he smiled in a self-deprecating manner. However, Damien cleared those unnecessary thoughts from his head as his gaze became determined and calm. It doesn't matter. I will just find a way to fix my ethereal core points. If there are pills to even heal an almost torn off arm, why can't there be pills to fix ethereal core points? Or maybe I can study and practice medicine in this world, which can help me come up with some solutions to my problem. I was good at it in my previous life, so there's no way I would be bad at it even if it was a different world. Ha ha ha. The girl's body was shaking as she tried to curtail her laughter with her hand. What's so funny? You think I am joking here? Damien asked as he glared at the girl. The girl calmed down as a disdainful smile emerged on her face. Fix your ethereal core points. I have already taken a look at your ethereal core points. It was destroyed after you were born when your core points were in an immature state. It couldn't be more crippled. Even if you forcefully fix it somehow, you can at most activate 3 or 4 core points, including the one which was not destroyed. Furthermore, since you are already 15 years old, you have already missed the 13-year-old critical period of the initial ethereal foundation. With this state, even after a decade, you won't still be able to break through the initial ethereal realm. In addition, you will also not be able to break through the nascent ethereal realm for your whole life and still remain, as before, useless trash. The girl's harsh words caused Damien's expression to suddenly turn rigid, and both his hands began to clench. The girl's words stabbed at the truth he had always been avoiding in his heart. Just like she said, his ethereal core points were destroyed when it was in an immature stage. Even if he can fix it, it would only be a small portion of it, so he would still be half crippled. And because of that, even if he cultivated day and night strenuously, the speed of his ethereal strength cultivation will be extremely slow compared to other people's by a multiplicative degree such that it would be even practically impossible for him to even break through the spirit ethereal realm. Damien's chest undulated heavily. Gritting his teeth, he said, I will find a solution for all of that. You wanted to make use of medicines or pills to fix yourself, right? Then how are you going to even procure those high-grade herbs with your laughable ability? You will just die a dog's death while dragging this goddess to death with you. The girl crossed her arms and lifted her head as if she finally made a decision. You can keep your dumb ideas with yourself. Since you have indirectly helped this goddess stay alive, this goddess shall indeed repay you. You only need to promise me 3 conditions, then this goddess shall immediately fix your ethereal core points and help you form an ethereal core with the potential strength of a god. Chapter 14. To immediately have his ethereal core fixed. An ethereal core with the strength of a god. The girl's words were like a clap of thunder to Damien, who had almost lost all hopes in fixing his ethereal core and caused his heart to be filled with excitement. He suppressed his excitement and stared at the girl. You are really speaking the truth. And not just kidding me? HMPH, what reason would this goddess have to lie to you, said the girl with gleaming eyes. But didn't you just say before that you don't have the power to restore my ethereal core, unless you merge with your other soul shard that has the power of restoration? Damien asked with a puzzled gaze. With a complete set of clear eyes, she said, well, I won't be exactly healing your ethereal core points. But since I have my shard of essence, I can manipulate the essence in your body so that I would be able to gift you with new ones after removing your old destroyed ones, that too with all 47 of your ethereal core points active. Damien, with an astonished gaze, said, so, is this an ability of your shard of essence? In other words, one of your true abilities? Actually, this is just one of the abilities I can do with my shard of essence. But of course, I don't have enough power to use the full extent of my abilities truly. Well, what I am exactly going to do is give you a set of ethereal core points that can adapt to your origin seed. Your origin seed rejected your energy before because it couldn't adapt to it. Right now, it is in a dead state because you have no power or understanding of laws at all. But once you start cultivating, the origin seed might help you once your cultivation reaches a certain stage, and maybe give you the chance to comprehend a fraction of origin level laws. Damien's eyes widened in awe like a child's. You mean I could become a god? Ha, don't get carried away. Just because you have the origin seed doesn't mean you will become a god. But you might have a chance to become a powerhouse among mortals or at most attain false divinity. But even then, you will still have to cultivate diligently. It would again depend on your potential and innate talent. Otherwise, with a trashy talent, you wouldn't be able to make use of the origin seed and comprehend nothing from it. And it would just be the same as not having an origin seed. So don't blame me if you find out you have a trashy talent. The girl's word made sense to Damien since he knew that the origin seed is the embodiment of a god's understanding of origin laws. If he wants to comprehend the laws in it, he would have to be a prodigy who can easily comprehend laws. In other words, his talent should be at least sky high. Especially to at least comprehend a 1 millionth fraction of a god's origin seed. Only then will he have a small chance of attaining godhood. And also, since this is the first time I am seeing a mortal with an origin seed, I don't exactly know what will happen when you form an ethereal core around it. Either nothing bad will happen, or you might explode into nothingness. So, it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. What the hell? It was like cold water was poured on him. First, he was told that he wouldn't achieve godhood but only be able to achieve false divinity at most. But still, he was satisfied. However, his excitement already lessened when he learned that he could only use the origin seed if he had excellent talent and potential. But still, it was understandable since it was only natural and things couldn't be so convenient. But when she told him that he might even die, then isn't this like a salesman enticing their customers to buy their products? Only to have their excitement die down when they find problems with it. The origin seed inside him seems too strange, something I have never seen before. Will it even help him or bring doom upon him? I can't even exactly make out the laws contained in it, maybe once I recover, I would be able to find out. The girl pondered. The girl warned him because if something happens to him and he dies, she would lose a host, and she would have to find another person with a soul at least as special as Damien's to link her soul before her consciousness dissipates. Still, there is no telling whether she would be able to link with that person. Also, she would lose some of her soul essence in trying to fix him. But if he remains as a useless cripple, she would have to sleep for centuries to restore even a little of her soul essence on her own without any hopes of merging with her other soul shards, and Damien would be long dead from old age, considering if he even lives up to that point. So, it wouldn't be much of a difference if he dies now or after. But if he succeeds, it can be a totally different story, and she will at least have a hope of recovering herself. So, are you up to it? Or are you going to chicken out? The girl snickered. Damien didn't even bother about her taunts as he was busy thinking about his life and death matter. He got off his bed and stared into the girl's eyes. Clenching his fists, he said, I will do it. He turned his head towards the window as he looked at the bright moon with a solemn gaze. It doesn't make a difference if I die now or live the rest of my life as a useless trash only to die a dog's death as you said. In my previous life, I had been manipulated by a god, betrayed, hunted down by the world, lost my loved ones until I had nothing. The worst feeling I ever felt was helplessness and despair. My weakness caused the deaths of everyone I ever loved. Even now, my life and death depend on someone else. He turned towards the girl, but now, I have decided that I don't want my fate to be decided by anyone else. I want to create and control my own destiny, so that not even gods can control me. At least now I have a chance to fulfill my wishes. His tone was intense as his words were filled with zeal. The girl could feel his firm determination and conviction through his words and gaze. Wow, I can't believe I didn't even find it absurd. Is it because of his determination or because I believe that he can actually do so because of the origin seed? She understood that he must have had a hard life in his previous life. And strangely, she didn't even find it funny when he said that he would even go against gods if he had to. Damien knows that right now, he is nothing but an insignificant being who cannot even face off against the mortal cultivators in this world. But that doesn't mean he would ever forget about the god who manipulated him to death. The girl didn't comment anything about his pledge. Fine, but aren't you forgetting something? The girl said with a smile. Damien was startled for a moment before he said, you mean the conditions. Even though I might even die, you are still so demanding, heh? He gave a wry smile as he said, okay, tell me what are your conditions then? She knew that he had already set his mind on this and wouldn't reject her offer. So she directly cut to the chase and answered, the first condition, you must promise to help this goddess find her second soul shard in this world. I can fairly sense it but can't pinpoint it exactly from here. Not for any reason are you allowed to back out from this condition. This is one of the main reasons this goddess is even willing to help you by sacrificing some of her soul essence, what's left of it anyway. Before you think this is too easy, let me tell you that even if this shard is located in hell, you should bring it to me. Damien listened very carefully, and as she said, he didn't think it was very difficult. But when she said that he had to find it even if it meant risking his life, he realized that a soul shard of a goddess couldn't possibly be in a safe place, could it? Okay, but what is your second soul shard capable of? The girl's first soul shard, which has her consciousness, has the power to manipulate the essence of virtually anything. One of her soul shards has the power of restoration. Could the second soul shard be the same or a different one with different powers? Either way, it must have some great abilities considering how her current soul shard has the power to fix me. Damien thought. You don't need to know now. First, you should focus on finding it. The girl said dismissively. Fine, what's the second condition then? Chapter 15. The second condition, you must reach the prime ethereal realm within 20 years. Including your soul cultivation, which should reach the prime soul stage. The girl said slowly while looking at Damien's expression. Damien suddenly had the urge to twist her ears. He started to suspect whether this girl was even serious. His previous self had read almost all the history books in the Ward family's library. So, he knows the cultivation realms in this continent and even some legend stories who achieved the highest cultivation realm possible, Heaven Ethereal Realm. So, where did this prime ethereal realm come from? Was it a realm even higher than Heaven Ethereal Realm? The girl seemed to discern what he was thinking about. HMPH, no need to fry your brain too much thinking about it. Prime ethereal realm is the apex in the mortal world. But even in the history of this continent, I have only heard of legendary characters having the cultivation of Heaven Ethereal Realm. And no one has ever managed to attain a realm beyond that, let alone the prime ethereal realm. Damien said as his lips twitched faintly, revealing the resentment in his heart. Then, do you agree or not? The girl tilted her eyebrows. So, it is a realm beyond Heaven Ethereal Realm, and who knows how many realms are there between both of them. 20 years to reach the apex, can I even do it? Damien knitted his brows. Damien withdrew his previous expression, narrowed his eyes, his voice as calm as water, why not? I agree, of course. With this godly origin seed, if I can't reach the apex of this mortal world, then I am truly trash. Damien believed that his talent and potential weren't trash since he is already an expert in combat and swordsmanship. Also, he already once had superpowers in his previous life. Can a person with truly no talent be able to achieve what he has? He didn't think so. He had confidence in himself that he would be able to comprehend these strange laws that he had never heard before. Even though he knows that it is easier said than done, that doesn't mean he would give up without even trying. But why do you want me to reach prime ethereal realm in 20 years? A person's vitality is related to their own ethereal strength, and a person's soul essence depends on one's soul cultivation. This goddess's fleshy shell has already been destroyed and now can only exist in a spirit body. My soul essence recovery rate depends on your soul cultivation. And if I have to rebuild a new body, you have to at least reach the prime ethereal realm since the new body's vitality would depend on yours. Only after rebuilding my body can I unbind my soul from yours and start recovering my true strength independently. So she wants to recover her power as fast as possible. Well, I guess a god wouldn't enjoy being helpless for long. But how strong will she be once she recovers? I can't still believe I am dealing with a goddess. Damien sighed inwardly. The third condition, she continued, you will have to let me absorb 50% of the soul essence you would take from other people. Damien tilted his head, what do you mean by absorb? The girl heaved an exasperated sigh, what I meant is, I would teach you a technique which will let you absorb the soul essences of people you kill. By doing that, you can rejuvenate your own soul essence and even use it to break through to higher stages in soul cultivation. While I would use it to recover my soul essence no matter how little. Damien lifted one of his brows, so, you want me to go on a killing spree? The present Damien wouldn't mind killing someone, especially his enemies. If someone stands in his way or obstructs him from getting what he wants on purpose, he would get rid of them, innocent or not, because it's either him or them. For instance, if he was given a choice to save Sophie or the entire world, he would choose Sophie without any hesitation. But if it were before the calamity in his previous life, his way of thinking would have been completely different. He would have thought something along the lines of saving both so that nobody is unhappy. He would have played the role of a hero, someone who wouldn't mind sacrificing themselves to protect and make everyone in the world happy. But those days are long gone. Now he is a totally different person. Now, he is someone who only cares about things that are related to him, especially the people he loves. He won't go about saving every dog and cat lying on the road. Unless he doesn't mind doing it or if it wouldn't affect him in any way or if he could benefit something out of it. But at the same time, he wouldn't mind returning the favor if someone sincerely helps him as long as he doesn't have to risk his life. He doesn't like to owe people as it would sort of just stay in his mind. One can say that it was his nature from his previous life that was hard to change completely. But now, when she demanded that he should absorb souls by killing people, he thought he would have to do something equivalent to genocide. Though he wouldn't mind gaining power by killing, he didn't want to go on a mindless killing spree, which would only make him a bloodthirsty fiend and attract trouble towards him. He also didn't want to lose his mind by simply killing people left and right. He might even lose himself in the process if he kills without any reason. The girl calmly said, of course not. That wouldn't actually benefit you in any way, and you would only be bringing yourself trouble. But whenever you kill someone, you should save at least 50% of their soul essence so that this goddess can absorb it. Okay. I don't have any problem with that. Damien replied plainly. Good, to fix you, first I would have to remove all your damaged ethereal core points, even including the undamaged one. Then taking the aura of your origin seed as a reference, I will create a new set of core points that will accept the origin seed and wouldn't face any rejection. And those new ethereal core points would obviously be stronger than common people since this goddess created it, and it was made to accommodate the origin seed. Thinking about it now, you can even create new ethereal core points. Damien asked with a fixed gaze. Creating new ethereal core points for a mortal cripple like you should have been an easy thing to do. Since you don't have any cultivation and you are starting from scratch, I only have to create basic ethereal core points that you would find in children. But even if you had high cultivation, you would still have to start from scratch, since now I can't afford to create ethereal core points that have evolved to a certain point. Each time one breakthrough, their ethereal core points would also develop to keep up with their strength and power. But now, for just creating some elementary ethereal core points, I would have to sacrifice a significant amount of soul essence. HMPH, you should do well to compensate this goddess when everything is done. the girl demanded. Creating a new set of ethereal core points that too, stronger than common people's, no matter how low level it is not something that nobody has ever done in this whole continent. And here she is sad about losing some soul essence, well she must not have much of her soul essence left. I guess she is taking a chance with me. Damien mused. It would also hurt a bit when I remove and construct new ethereal core points in your body. Try your best not to die. A sadistic grin emerged on her face. Heh, I wouldn't be here if I couldn't even handle pain. And I have already died once, so even if there is a chance that I would die, I wouldn't have any regrets since I tried my best. I just hope. Sophie is in a nice place somewhere. Is she happy now? Did she forget me? Or is there any chance she remembers me? I wish I could see her just once more. Damien continued inwardly. Hope what? The girl asked, seeing that Damien was trailing off in thought. Damien shook his head and gave a light smile, nothing. Very good. Then since everything is clear between us, why don't we start? The girl said with a smile. You mean here? Damien said as he took a quick glimpse around the room. Don't worry. No one is going to find out anything that will happen here. Since this involves my interests, I will take care of this whole situation. But how, you don't have to worry about how I am going to do it. Now just shut up and focus, as I am going to start. Chapter 16. As she spoke, the girl's eye flashed and brightened as she lowered her luminous snow-white wrist. A white strand of energy flowed out from her fingertips and pierced Damien's chest in a flash. The moment the white strand of energy entered Damien's body, he felt like something inside his chest was shaking violently, but what he didn't know was that it was his origin seed reacting to the new strand of energy. Originating from his chest, dozens of jet black lines fanned widely across his body. In an instant, the lines spread over his body. His chest, hands, legs, face, ears, and even his pupils were now full of jet black colored channels that looked like a hellish pattern of streaks. A rachk. At that moment, Damien felt as if 10,000 knives were slicing his body. Extreme pangs of pain beamed violently from every corner of his body, forcing him to let out a painful groan. His entire body started to shake tremendously, as his vision became blurry until it became a complete shade of jet black. A wave of pain emanated from a force that seemed to destroy the insides of his body. He finally realized that it was his destroyed ethereal core points that were being shredded into pieces so small, it's as if they never existed in the first place. The ethereal core points' function was to absorb ethereal energy from the air and channel it towards the ethereal core. But now, since the ethereal core points were no longer there, the minute amount of ethereal energy that was already in his body due to the undamaged ethereal core point escaped from his body, and into the air. One could still live without ethereal core points, they just wouldn't be able to cultivate the slightest amount of ethereal energy. Although ethereal core points do not affect one's life and death, it was still a part of the body. The destroyed ethereal core points were continuously being eaten away and slowly ripped and shredded, so one could only imagine that degree of misery. She said that my old ethereal core points would be removed first before creating new ones in their place, then this pain means it's really happening. So, how can I not bear with this little bit of pain if I can get a new set of ethereal core points? Damien's body was still bearing the indescribable pain. The pain had already surpassed the limits of what a normal human being could endure. He felt as if each second lasted for hours, every second of pain made it unbearable for him. The girl was meticulously removing the old ethereal points without causing any side effects. At this rate, the total process would take around 20 minutes to finish. It doesn't matter if I couldn't even make use of the origin seed, or even if my ethereal core points were ordinary. As long as I get the chance to cultivate like others, I would have no complaints. Even if this pain was 10 times more intense, I would still definitely do it. His nerves were numb from the terrifying pain. They made his body fiercely spasm, but in his heart was a feeling of tranquility and excitement. As the girl started ripping away Damien's ethereal core points, her lips curved up, revealing a gleeful smile, seeing his agony. She knew that the process of tearing away one's ethereal core points from inside was inhuman torture, a pain of the highest degree that would make even the world's strongest beings roll on the ground and shriek. Did you think I would just forgive you for your rudeness, HMBH? This pain would indeed grant you a new set of ethereal core points, but it would also grant you the most brutal punishment. The girl snickered inwardly. She cruelly smiled as she saw the jet black veins all over his body, as she saw his eyes suddenly turn black, as she saw his whole body tremble, as she saw his face contorting in pain. But slowly, her smile waned and disappeared, and what replaced it was a face that expressed an ever-increasing shock. His four limbs trembled, his entire body spasmed, and the contortion of his facial features became more pronounced as each second passed. Bean-sized beads of sweat slipped down his forehead at a terrifying speed. It was difficult to imagine how great the pain had to be for the body to respond in such an alarming way. However, aside from that first moan, Damien didn't utter a single sound of pain afterward, not even a single trace. As time ticked away, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, the girl's expression eventually changed into one of complete astonishment. Under the extreme agony of his ethereal core points being torn apart, he didn't even let out a single outcry of pain. Damien's body was already covered with his sweat as every spot of his skin and flesh trembled in pain. Yet between his clenched teeth, the fact that no sound escaped was extremely shocking. And his distorted face hid a little trace of excitement. How can a mortal bear such an amount of pain? He should be in enough pain to wish for death to escape this torture. How can a crippled mortal like him have such daunting willpower? Can mortals even possess such willpower? This crippled young boy, housing an origin seed, what exactly is he? At this point, in her shock, the girl realized that she had completely and unfairly looked down on him. His body was pathetic, and his ethereal strength was almost non-existent. Still, at this time, he exhibited frightening willpower that completely contrasted with his other aspects. Before, she had wondered how an origin seed could merge with his ethereal core. But she remembered that one of the basic requirements for an entity to form an origin seed like his was extraordinary willpower. And the more powerful one's willpower was, the greater the potential one's origin seed would have. But she still found it impossible that a god's origin seed merged with a mortal. Even so, she decided to think about it later. Few minutes went by. At this time, the jet black marks on Damien's body slowly subsided, and his contorted face started to ease down. The obliteration of the old ethereal core points had finished. What followed was the construction of new ethereal core points. From the areas that had been obliterated, Damien felt the growth of the new ethereal core points, and the growth speed was extremely fast, over 10 times the speed of the destruction of his old ethereal core points. A feeling of completeness slowly replaced the barren feeling from just before. And the pain he had also experienced slowly disappeared like a subsiding tide. His sweat no longer trickled down, and his muscle spasms stopped, even his expression became calm. Damien closed his eyes and remained motionless. If one looked carefully, they could see a relaxed smile hanging from the edges of his lips. In the quiet stillness, Damien suddenly found out that he was able to see the insides of his body. Cultivators have the ability to see the insides of their bodies or inspect their bodies using inner vision. He could see his heart, muscles, organs, bones, etc., and based on the knowledge from his previous self, he identified some strange-looking small discs embedded on his bones as the new ethereal core points. A human's ethereal core points start developing from birth and reach maturity at around 13. But he found out that his ethereal core points were completely developed in just less than 5 minutes. The ethereal core point size and shape were all the same as in Damien's knowledge of a human's ethereal core points. Under his thorough sense, the locations of all 47 ethereal core points were quickly found out. Even the distribution and sensation was the same as before. At the same time, he found out that all 47 of his ethereal core points were active. If the empires or prominent sects in the continent knew about the fact that Damien had all of his ethereal core points active, they would do everything in their utmost power to recruit him to the point that they would even offer up their own daughters for marriage, riches, and resources so that they could rope him into their families. But if he didn't join any of them, they would rather hunt him down and find out the secret behind his ethereal core points and how he managed to activate all of them. After all, they didn't want a single person to grow strong to the point that can cause a threat to them. Well, this is how most of the influential persons in this world think. Speaking from the standpoint of his talent, with the activation of all ethereal core points, Damien's talent was supreme and superior compared to anyone in this world. His speed of ethereal cultivation and ethereal strength activation would be increased greatly. There would be no limit to any ethereal techniques practiced, and he will never hit a bottleneck in ethereal strength. He finally saw the ethereal core in the energy center of his chest, just under his heart. He could see an empty region, which was the energy center with nothing but a small jet black sphere that was none other than the origin seed. But nothing strange was happening. The origin seed was simply suspended and was not giving any reaction at all. It was as if it was just a dead seed, just like what the girl told. There was no godly power emanating from it, nor were there any different attributes. It was just as if the origin seed didn't exist at all. But Damien's didn't even possess a sliver of disappointment. His heart was overwhelmingly ecstatic with joy as his blood boiled in his entire body, because his ethereal core points were completely reborn without a single flaw and he didn't die from the process either. This means he could finally graduate from being an eternally useless wastrel who couldn't even cultivate beyond the first level of the initial ethereal realm. Sophie, just wait for me. One day I will become strong enough to find you. If you remember me, you would be overjoyed when you see me, but if you don't remember me, I will just make you fall in love with me all over again. And I would also find the one who brought this upon us. Damien bellowed in his heart. At this time, the jet black lines on his body stopped shimmering and instantly vanished altogether. Along with it, Damien finally opened his eyes. How does the reborn ethereal core feel? The girl narrowed her eyes that glinted like a star. Chapter 17. During this period of time, the girl had thoroughly observed him for a while now. He was only 15 years old, and observing his disposition, he seemed to have died young in his previous life. Other than his handsome good looks and swordsmanship, he had nothing else noteworthy. But how could he possess such horrifying willpower? Had he actually experienced hell before? It really was a success. Damien tightened both of his hands into fists, as he said with excitement. He then noticed that his right hand was almost healed, and he could move it without much discomfort. Surprised seeing your right hand almost healed? The girl asked with a light smile. Damien inspected his right forearm using his inner vision and found that his bones and muscles were almost healed, and only the skin was scarred, which would also heal at least within a month. Seems like the pill you took earlier was not fully absorbed since you were crippled. It was a pill meant for healing cultivators since they possess ethereal energy inside their bodies. If one were crippled, then the pill wouldn't be fully effective since they wouldn't be able to utilize the medicine's properties without ethereal energy. And so, when my energy came into contact within your body, it somehow triggered the residual medicine left in your body to act and heal your forearm. Wow, I never really knew the difference would be this huge when a pill depends on the ethereal energy inside one's body, Damien said with an awed expression. This is nothing compared to what one can do with ethereal energy as they break through to higher stages. The girl said with a bored expression. Also, since you are not a cripple now, your ethereal core points have slowly started forming your ethereal core. But still, you have not really broken through the first level of the initial ethereal realm. As I removed your ethereal core points, whatever ethereal energy was left in your body already escaped into the air. Damien smiled. Well, it doesn't matter. Now that I can cultivate like a normal person, I can slowly build up my foundation from the start. He then narrowed his brows. Are you sure my origin seed is something that belonged to a god? Because right now, I am not feeling anything special. The girl's eyes flashed with a glimpse of disappointment. Then she said in an indifferent tone, do you have any idea how much soul essence I just sacrificed to fix your ethereal core? Since I basically restored your ethereal core, I had to use a significant amount of soul essence because I had to use laws related to restoration. If I had my shard of restoration, I wouldn't have had to make the same sacrifice. But to think that you didn't seem to get any reaction from the origin seed. The girl shook her head in disappointment. I thought his origin seed reacted when my energy entered his body. Maybe I guessed things wrongly. An origin seed in a mortal's body might work in a different way I cannot predict. Maybe it will react when he forms a nexus world, or maybe it never will. The girl mused. Damien felt a little bad thinking if it was his problem that the origin seed was not giving off any reactions. He saw that the girl's spirit body had become a little hazy, probably due to utilizing a significant amount of her soul essence to fix him. Don't worry, since you have kept the end of your deal, I would do everything in my power to fulfill all your 3 conditions. Even if the origin seed turns out to be useless doesn't mean I can't become powerful without it. Damien said with his back firm. HMPH, we will see. The girl scoffed, but her eyes had an approving look. I am going back into the shard to sleep, don't disturb me till I come out on my own. Saying this, the girl went back into the shard as it went inside Damien's chest, and the crescent moon-like imprint on his chest vanished as if there wasn't even one in the first place. Wow, I can't believe a goddess exists inside me. Guess she was too tired. Well, I hope this is all not a dream. Damien's mind was still in a state of disbelief as too many inexplicable things recently. First, he had transmigrated to a strange world with cultivation, waking up as a crippled slave, only to have a life and death battle with beasts. Following that, he got rescued by an imperial princess, and after that, he found out a goddess had linked her soul with his. The very same goddess fixed him by giving him a new set of ethereal core points. What does this new world have in store for me? But no matter what, I won't let myself die pathetically like in my previous life. This time my fate would be decided by my own hands. Damien vowed in his heart. Sniff sniff. I guess I stink really bad. Seeing how he was stinking really bad, he dashed right into the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with hot water and immersed himself in it as he let out a moan of relief. This feels so refreshing, I even forgot how relaxing this is. But I never thought the process to fix my ethereal core points would be that painful. Damn, that little imp told me it would only hurt a little and to think that she was messing with me at that time, but in the end, she did fix me by even sacrificing her soul essence. She must be pretty desperate, I guess. Damien found the bath so refreshing and relaxing that he fell asleep while drifting through various thoughts in his mind. It was early morning when Damien suddenly opened his eyes. His biological cycle always forced him to wake up during this time. Damn, I fell asleep here? He quickly took a bath and put on new clothes, and went in front of the mirror. This was the first time he saw his own face in this world other than the image in his memories. And surprisingly, he looked the same just as in his previous life. Having the same soul would give me the same face? Nah, isn't it all related to one's genes? And my parents can't be the same. I don't even know who my parents in my previous life are. Or will I remember them once I recover my memories? Same name, same face, everything seems too much of a coincidence. Damien inwardly sighed. He was 175 centimeters tall with elegant and handsome features and his fair and rosy skin, that could make even the noble young masters go mad with jealousy. His smooth hair as black as ink extended till his collarbones, his seemingly bottomless black eyes would make women feel as if their souls were being drawn to them. Even though his body frame was of the slim type, his face's manliness, along with his sharpness tempered by countless hardships, produced an attractiveness that would most likely be fatal. Seems like my hair is too long. I guess men in this world grow their hair long. I should cut it shorter. Damien just took a simple small blade lying around and cut his hair to neck length. Now my hair is just the same as in my previous life. Damien slightly smiled, looking at the mirror. Hey, little girl, are you there? Damien lightly spoke. After a moment's silence, an exasperated voice sounded, didn't this goddess tell you not to disturb her? The girl shot out from his chest and appeared before him. And, you don't have to speak to talk to me. You could just mentally talk to me since we share a soul connection. Also, don't call me a little girl. You should respectfully address me as a goddess. The girl said as she pushed her chest out. Please don't. Even if you are really a goddess, there is no way I can refer to you as a goddess. Thinking about it, don't you have a name? Surely he can't call this little imp a goddess, unless he was kicked in the head. HMPH, why would this goddess need a name? Names are something mortals use to address each other. And as far as I know, there only exists a single goddess, and that is me. She said with her chin elevated. Damien momentarily closed his eyes and lightly smiled as if he thought of something. Don't worry. I will give you a name. Hereafter, I will call you Luna. You think a mortal like you is worthy to name this goddess? How delusional. She said as her nostrils flared, which only made her look cuter. Damien didn't feel intimidated, instead, he found her amusing even though sometimes he found her annoying. But most of all, he was impressed at her abilities. Don't tell me you want me to keep calling you little girl, or little imp, or little pixie. Stop, fine. You can call me Luna. She said reluctantly, and for some reason, she strangely found the name very pleasing to her. Damien smiled in victory. But what made you decide on that name? Luna asked curiously. Chapter 18. Damien just gave a mysterious smile as he said, it's a secret. When I feel like telling you, I would then. Luna pursed her lips, HMPH, acting all mysterious before this goddess. Anyway, it seems like that girl won't call you till next week. You should use that time to officially solidify your foundation and find out if you have an affinity towards any elements. But before that, I should know about the basics of cultivation by reading some books or something. My previous self didn't bother much about it, so I am practically clueless, cough, cough. Damien said as he coughed in embarrassment. PFFFT, as if I was not aware of it. If you didn't even know what a soul is, how can you even know the basics of cultivation? Luna shook her head in exasperation. Never mind, this goddess will impart you with first-class knowledge on the basics of cultivation and about the ethereal core. Not even the most powerful mortals in this world would have this knowledge. So, you should be grateful to this goddess. She said as a smug grin emerged on her face. Luna momentarily closed her eyes, it's done. Now focus on the knowledge I have given you and start cultivating. I will show up when you have officially solidified your foundation at the first level of the initial ethereal realm. Till then, don't disturb me. Saying that she disappeared into the shard of essence. Damien was stunned for a moment, sensing the sudden influx of a large amount of knowledge disseminating through his brain. But strangely, he didn't feel any strain, which was probably due to his strong soul. Luna had imparted knowledge regarding the ethereal cultivation basics, the ethereal core, soul cultivation, etc. Wow, she can instantly transfer knowledge through Soul Link. If the people back on Earth knew about this, then there's no doubt the scientists would go mad over this trying to find out how it works. Damien sat on the floor cross-legged as he tried to assimilate and understand the knowledge he had just gained. Few hours passed by. Damien's expression had already become tranquil as his heart emptied. In his excitement to learn the new knowledge and cultivate, he had even forgotten to have a sustenance pill. Soon, in addition to the pangs of hunger, his excitement and rashness from gaining the new set of ethereal core points also wholly faded away. His mind and consciousness were all centralized in the center of his chest, where the ethereal core was located. The first wave of ethereal strength originates from one's vitality by slowly pulling one's vitality bit by bit into the energy center, as it slowly transforms into sparse ethereal energy. Once a gaseous sphere of ethereal energy was formed in the energy center, it would be the first official step of the first level of the initial ethereal realm. The faint gaseous sphere was precisely the ethereal core. Practitioners with mediocre talent generally required at least 6 months for this process. Those with great talent would take around 3 to 4 months. Once this extremely important foundation was completed, one could cultivate by absorbing the ethereal energy in their surroundings through their ethereal core points. Before the ethereal core points could absorb the ethereal energy in the air, it would first help solidify the foundation by channeling the practitioner's vitality into the energy center. In the midst of silence, strands of ethereal energy started to take the shape of a gaseous sphere in Damien's energy center. With all the ethereal core points active, his body's vitality influx from 47 directions all at once. Its speed was as fast as one could imagine. But in Damien's energy center, the gaseous ethereal core was surrounding the jet black origin seed as if it was in the center of it. Before Luna had disappeared into the shard of essence, she had at least expected Damien to take a week to solidify his cultivation base at the first level of the initial ethereal realm, and that estimation was after she took into account that he had all ethereal core points active. However, she suddenly woke up from sleep when she sensed the change in Damien's aura. As she looked at Damien from inside the shard of essence, she let out a faint sound of surprise from her pink lips. He already entered the first level of the initial ethereal realm. Isn't this too fast for a mortal? Looking at the tiny ethereal energy forming in his energy center, Luna was amazed in her heart. The day had already turned into night as Damien finally opened his eyes. Gurgle OOF, seems like my stomach is growling with hunger. I should have taken at least one of those sustenance pills. He got up and chugged down a rank 2 sustenance pill. The rank 2 sustenance pill was fewer in numbers than the rank 1 sustenance pill since its rank was lower. Still, there were 7 rank 2 sustenance pills, which meant that one could last for a week without refilling it. Even though this is really convenient, my stomach is really craving for some real food. I feel like complaining about this treatment, but at the same time, I can't when I think about my situation. Damn, I guess I should focus on my cultivation and wait for the week to be over. Luna appeared before him and crossed her arms. HMPH, seems like your potential is not bad, taking only a day to enter the first level of the initial ethereal realm. But now, before you continue cultivating your ethereal energy, try to break through to the first stage of your soul cultivation. She said as if she was a master instructing her disciple. You mean I should break through to the origin soul stage? Yes, and it should be pretty easy for you since you already possess a strong soul plane. You will break through once you can sense your soul plane. Okay then, I will try it now, Damien said as his eyes flashed with eagerness to start cultivating his soul. He didn't even think about sleeping, and strangely he didn't feel like taking a rest at all. Probably it was due to the newfound excitement he found when he started cultivating and experiencing new things. He again sat cross-legged on the floor and started focusing on his consciousness. He was going through various thoughts in his mind and the various emotions contained behind them. He tried to reduce the flow of thoughts in order to find out its origin, the place from where all the thoughts and emotions were coming from. As his focus and concentration increased slowly, he was able to feel a plane of thoughts slightly. He felt like he was being pulled onto the plane, a plane which was a world filled with his own thoughts, emotions, consciousness, etc., which was surrounded by a faint energy field. He was able to clearly discern his own thoughts, able to clearly see all his memories as if he had experienced them today. Even the unnecessary memories and details he had forgotten in his life were crystal clear, the memories which one usually forgets and becomes a part of their subconscious. But sadly, he wasn't able to recover his forgotten memories no matter how hard he tried. It was like there was nothing to search for in the first place in his soul plane. From what he had learned from Luna, the soul plane was simply a higher aspect of the soul. The soul plane was the highest existence conceivable to one's mind, and it was regarded as the ultimate spiritual realm and the true home of one's consciousness. When one dies, their soul plane discards the body and enters the reincarnation cycle. The soul plane has an innate thirst or tendency for life experience, which is why it propels itself into a new life or a new incarnation. In each life, it would learn and expand in its own way. But when one cultivates their soul, their thoughts, emotions, etc., would give rise to energy, also known as the soul energy. Any strongly held thought or belief becomes a dense energy field that attracts more energy. The more one intensely focuses on these thoughts, the more the soul energy is produced. The soul essence is the core of the soul plane. It contains one's comprehension of laws, innate potential, gifts, talents, personalities, etc., which basically defines a person at their core. This is why when Luna said she was sleeping, it basically meant that she was meditating or focusing on her soul plane to recover her soul energy and soul essence. Her soul energy could be easily recovered relatively, but her soul essence was a different matter altogether. Her soul plane was injured and was in a fragmented state along with her soul essence. So, her soul essence recovery rate couldn't be compared with her true recovery rate. Also, the ethereal aura in this world was too weak for her to use the ethereal energy in the air to recover her soul essence. Her soul was innately very powerful. She can even use ethereal energy to recover her soul essence, which was not something others could do. Since she basically restored Damien's ethereal core points, she had to use her soul essence instead of just soul energy as the soul essence present in her shard of essence mostly contained her comprehension of laws related to essence manipulation. Her comprehension of laws related to restoration was mostly contained in her shard of restoration. Only a very tiny amount of it was present in her shard of essence. Having no other choice, she had to go over her limits to make use of it forcefully. Since Damien had a special and strong soul plane, she was able to link her soul plane with his. Otherwise, with her injured soul plane, her consciousness would have long dissipated. Chapter 19. The day had already turned into night as Damien opened his eyes slowly. Damien was able to sense his soul plane and also feel faint soul energy inside him. So, this is the origin soul stage. Wow, I can even perceive everything within 50 meters. He was able to perceive his surroundings, such as his own room, including the various furniture, accessories, tools, every single detail he was able to perceive. Since his soul perception extended around 50 meters, he could even sense the surroundings just outside his room. But the corridor seemed to be empty, so he wasn't able to sense any other person, and strangely he wasn't able to spread his soul perception into adjacent rooms. Using his soul perception, Damien can sense another soul or presence within a radius of 50 meters. It can also be used to discern another person's cultivation level or any organism with a soul as long as their ethereal cultivation, or soul cultivation is not higher than them. If one just casually spreads their soul perception, they would only be able to faintly sense the surroundings in their perception range, and the cultivation levels of people whose cultivation is significantly lower. Only when one focuses would they be able to discern another's cultivation level, which is almost equal to theirs. But in this world, it can come off as rude when one finds out that someone is trying to probe them using soul perception. So when a practitioner casually spreads their soul perception and finds out there were some obscure presences in their surroundings, they wouldn't try to probe them since it could either mean that they had a cultivation level that was at least close to theirs or maybe even higher. But if there were practitioners who had significantly higher cultivation or high soul cultivation than the person spreading their soul perception, they wouldn't even be able to sense their existence at all. Unless they saw them with their own eyes. A single soul stage can be further divided into 4 minor stages. There was first the early stage, then the middle stage, then the late stage and finally the peak stage. Damien has now breakthrough to the early origin soul stage. You fool, retract your soul perception. Luna berated when she realized him spreading his soul perception while she was in the Shard of Essence. Damien instantly retracted his soul perception upon hearing Luna's angry tone. He was surprised for a bit before he finally realized that he had committed a careless mistake. If someone sensed him spread his soul perception, they would only think that it was a cultivator spreading his soul perception. But if the princess or the 2 protectors came to know this fact, Damien could land up in a lot of trouble. Since when did a cripple with destroyed ethereal core points was able to cultivate? What if they tried to force out from him how he managed to fix his ethereal core? His soul cultivation was too low, so even if he just casually spread his soul perception, people with higher cultivation would easily be able to detect which person was spreading their soul perception, that too at such a close range. In his excitement of suddenly gaining a new ability, he involuntarily released his soul perception as it instantly spread out 50 meters. You are just asking for trouble, aren't you? Luna gave an icy stare, which contrasted with her usual playful expression. Damien knew that he had made a serious blunder by spreading his soul perception. And he also knew that Luna was scolding him for his own benefit. If something happened to him, everything Luna sacrificed would go down the drain, and both of them would end up in dire situations. She was incensed when she found out Damien was carelessly spreading his soul perception, that too after she had fixed his ethereal core just recently. Damien gave a bitter smile as he said, I know I should have been careful. Sorry for making such a silly mistake. I won't repeat the same mistake twice. HMPH, it's good, you can realize your own wrongs. I don't want you going on experimenting with every single new ability you gain without caring about the consequences. After all, my sole existence now depends on you. Luna said as her expression softened a bit. But now, did anyone notice that I was spreading my soul perception? Damien asked, fortunately, no. I didn't detect anyone outside within your soul perception range, and also the walls of the rooms adjacent to ours are strong enough to obstruct your soul perception. Damien heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that no one detected him. So, that's why I felt an obstruction when my soul perception tried to pass through the adjacent rooms. Well, this is the Imperial Palace, and everyone would like to have their own privacy, I guess no matter who. Damien mused. But looking on the bright side, I have to say your soul is indeed special, to be able to spread your perception around 50 meters when you are just at the early origin soul stage. It is even comparable to an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Luna said with a fixed gaze. Damien knew that people usually would only have a 5-meter radius of soul perception when entering the early origin soul stage. But Damien already had 10 times the range when he entered the early origin soul stage. It only shows how much stronger his soul was compared to others. Luna was already amazed that Damien again took only a single day to break through to the early origin soul stage. But she still somewhat expected it considering how strong his soul was. But seeing how his soul was already comparable to an early nascent soul stage, her eyes almost went wide. Cultivation of the soul was way harder than ethereal cultivation, which is why there were only a total of 6 stages in soul cultivation while there were 9 realms in ethereal cultivation. Usually, one would only try to break through to the early origin soul stage at least, after reaching the 5th level of the initial ethereal realm so as to improve their inner senses to sense the soul plane. Cultivation of the ethereal improves the body, ethereal core, and soul at the same time. But the improvement in the soul couldn't be compared with the improvements one would gain through soul cultivation. Heh, am I not awesome? I knew my talent couldn't be bad. Damien said with a smug smile. HMPH, don't get ahead of yourself. You have merely entered the cultivation journey. As you advance in this journey, it would only get more arduous and grueling. Also, you have to manage to stay alive without getting killed because of some trivial offense. In the cultivation world, nobody lives too long. In the end, you can only depend on your brawn and wits to survive in this world. Luna said candidly. I know. Geez, you don't have to nag me like this just because I made a mistake once. Damien rolled his eyes. Even though I am new to this world, it doesn't mean I would be dumb enough to jeopardize myself. First, I need more information about this empire, especially about that princess. Something just seems strange about her. The way she treats me, talks to me, everything seems so fishy. I guess I will know what she is planning once the week is over. Oh, she seems strange to you? Luna asked with a playful smile. Wait, you know something? Damien asked doubtfully. Luna giggled, who knows? You will find out soon anyway, hee. This imp is having fun seeing my cluelessness. Heh, goddess or not, you have to grow a bit more to get back at me. Damien shook his head, anyway, I want to learn how to concoct pills. Since I know the medical ingredients required for different kinds of pills and the theoretical knowledge, I guess I can try. I only just need to read some books on alchemy concoction and try to experiment on my own. It's not like I can expect a teacher to teach me. Luna raised one of her eyebrows. You want to be an alchemist? I mean, it would be beneficial, right? I can create my own healing pills, breakthrough pills, etc. Also, if I am really good at it, I could also make easy money out of it. Sai, don't tell me you always forget things when you're excited like a kid. Don't you know the basic requirements to concoct a pill? You need to be at least adept in fire laws or have a soul cultivation base necessary for concocting the pill. Or are you going to say that you are adept in fire laws when you haven't even formed your elemental seeds? Luna said with a sarcastic smile. Chapter 20. Elemental seeds were something similar to the origin seed because they represented one's understanding of the elemental laws. But other than that, everything else was totally different. There are a total of 6 basic ethereal elemental seeds: fire, water, wind, earth, metal, lightning. And these seeds would take the form of their respective attributes. The fire seed would have a fiery and hot attribute, the water seed would have a dynamic but constantly changing flow, the wind seed would have the attributes of a tempest, the earth seed would have the attributes of nature, the metal seed would have a lustrous nature, the lightning seed would have a glaring wild nature. But generally, when people form their basic ethereal core, these elemental seeds wouldn't have taken form fully. So, one would usually know if they have any talent for any elements when they have themselves tested by the experts. But one can also focus on their own ethereal core and try to discern the element they are talented in. But it would be very hard for someone who only began their cultivation since the elemental seeds haven't even taken basic form yet. However, if they are really talented in an element, they might be able to realize it themselves once they focus on their ethereal core. And those with no talent wouldn't even awaken any of the elemental seeds, and their potential would be very low compared to those with at least some talent. Damien answered, well, I haven't tried to discern my element yet. But even if I suck at fire laws, I have my strong soul. Once I cultivate my soul a bit more, I can try concocting at least rank 1 pills. How are you going to even procure the materials required for it? Luna asked as she crossed her arms. Damien gave a sly smile as he said, I have my ways. A goddess like you should not concern herself with these mundane matters. Oh? Luna curled her lips, so seems like you are capable enough to handle these mundane things. And here I thought you would be begging this goddess to help you. Damien wrinkled his forehead. Do you mean you have the ability to help me? Luna shrugged her shoulders, maybe or maybe not. But since you boasted that you could figure things out yourself, this goddess thought it would be best that way. Seeing the sly grin on her face, Damien's eyes twitched. Damn, don't tell me she could easily get me the stuff I need. Never mind, for now, I should try to get it myself instead of relying on a foxy imp. Whatever, I will now try to discern my elemental affinity. I would be satisfied no matter which element I have an affinity with. Whoa, you are confident you have an elemental seed. What if you only have dead elemental seeds? In other words, a complete talentless wastrel? Luna asked mockingly. Heh, for some reason, I think you already know which element I have an affinity with. If I was truly talentless, I doubt you would be so laid back right now. And besides, I already had breakthroughs in both ethereal and soul cultivation within a day. So, I am 99% sure that I will have at least some affinity towards an element. Damien said with a face-wide smile. TCH. You are no fun. Luna pursed her lips. I am going to sleep for now, and you should take some rest too. No need to discern your elemental affinity now, try it tomorrow morning. I can understand your excitement and eagerness to gain power, but remember that it will only cause a backlash and ruin whatever you have built till now if you overdo things. Otherwise, trust me, I wouldn't be telling this. She said earnestly before disappearing back into the shard of essence. Damien pondered, I guess I have been too hasty in trying to progress without taking proper rest. Whew, this little goddess is surely amusing. After a long time, it feels good to have someone be concerned about me even though it's because she depends on me. It was the morning of the 4th day of the week when Damien was already sitting cross-legged on the floor without forgetting to take a rank 2 sustenance pill. He focused his senses on his ethereal core. And soon enough, inside the gaseous sphere, the first thing he noticed was some faint wild particles hovering and clashing with each other. He tried to concentrate more to know what those particles exactly were. As he focused, he was able to see faint bright sparks whenever they clashed. He had guessed before what element the seed was, but now he was sure it was the lightning seed. And the lightning seed had not yet taken any shape, nor was the origin seed reacting in any way. Damien opened his eyes and thought, It seems I have the lightning seed. So does that mean at least one of my parents are adept in lightning laws? There was a high chance for one to inherit their talent in elemental laws from their parents or forefathers. So, Damien thought he must have inherited his talent from his parents. Only a very small percentage of cultivators awakened their elemental seeds, which were not related to their parents. But still, it was very rare and not something that happened commonly. And there were even lesser chances for someone with talentless parents to have some talent in elemental laws. Such that it was only a 1 in 100 million chance. Luna appeared before him as Damien broke off from his thoughts. So, you realized your elemental affinity, right? She asked as she already noticed Damien, deep in thought from inside the shard of essence. Yes, I have the lightning seed, Damien said with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. Good. You are lucky that you awakened a higher element instead of common elements like fire, water, and all. Lightning laws are really powerful such that in terms of pure power, they would exceed fire and ice and even the rest of the ethereal elements. But it seems like your alchemy experimentation has to be postponed unless you can manifest etheric fire using your soul. However, Luna knew that Damien could at least comprehend some of the fire laws since he has a lightning element. Still, his comprehension wouldn't be as strong as his comprehension in lightning laws. Unless Damien's comprehension talent was too high, he could easily comprehend fire laws without having an innate talent in them, or if he had some fortuitous encounter to increase his comprehension of fire laws. Suppose someone is not adept in fire laws but wants to pursue a successful career in alchemy. In that case, they should have high soul cultivation and be able to manifest strong etheric fire. An etheric fire has similar properties to normal fire, but the difference was that it originated from the soul and was also stronger than usual flames. But even among alchemists, only very few of them are able to even manifest basic etheric fire. But using these flames was very taxing and tiring, because of which, even if they were stronger than the usual flames, cultivators other than alchemists didn't bother to try manifesting and using these etheric flames. Damien asked with sparkling eyes, well, my beautiful goddess would teach me to manifest them, wouldn't you? Luna lifted her chin, bah, you can keep your silly flattering tricks with yourself. Don't expect this goddess to fall for them. Damien rubbed his nose, seeing that she didn't fall for his sweet talk. But, seeing that you admire this goddess's ethereal beauty, I will help you if you promise me that you will owe me a favor, Luna said with an enchanting smile that would even bring heavenly emperors to their knees, but to Damien, it seemed as if a demoness was smiling at him. Shit, this imp is trying to take advantage of my situation. Well, what can a goddess ask as a favor from someone like me? As long as I can learn it, I guess I don't have to bother about what she wants from me. Fine. I promise I will owe you one. Damien said with a strained smile. Good. But first, you procure the things required for concocting pills, then I will teach you how to manifest etheric fire. Luna said with a beaming smile. Also, you should not forget to train your lightning element. Don't get complacent thinking that you awakened a higher element. Even though ethereal lightning energy is extremely strong, it is too volatile. It is the hardest to control and manipulate among all ethereal elements. It is also easy to harm oneself in the process of cultivation, to the point where you can damage your own ethereal core. And the higher a level you reach, the more this concept applies to you. Luna said in an instructing tone. Damien was a bit taken aback, thinking whether it was his fortune or misfortune to awaken the lightning element. He cleared his thoughts and said, of course, every good thing comes with its advantages and disadvantages. I won't slack off on my ethereal training, and with you guiding me, things won't end up that bad. Chapter 21. HMPH, don't expect this goddess to babysit you. Unless you try something that is going to cost your life, I won't interfere. Luna said, narrowing her eyes. That's perfect, since I can try to learn things in my own way instead of being spoon-fed. Damien lightly chuckled. Good. Now till the next week, you should cultivate your ethereal energy. I will be sleeping till the start of the next week. Saying this, Luna disappeared into the shard of essence. Wow, all she does is sleep. What a lazy goddess. Damien sarcastically chuckled inwardly. 4 days passed. It was the morning of the new week as Damien got up from his bed. He had been cultivating till yesterday night and already broke through to the second level of the initial ethereal realm. I have already broken through to the second level, but I still don't know any ethereal techniques. Well, Luna did promise to teach me a soul technique to absorb souls, but that is not exactly a technique which can be used to fight. Knock knock. Suddenly, Damien heard a knock on his door. He was startled for a bit, wondering who was knocking. But he suddenly realized that one whole week had already passed since he came to this place. As he was busy cultivating, he had lost track of time and sometimes even forgot to have a sustenance pill. He went towards the door and opened it to see a maid whose mouth turned agape when her eyes caught sight of Damien. Seeing that she was simply staring at him as if he was an alien, Damien cleared his throat. Is there anything I can help you with? No. Yes, I mean, the courtmaster asked for your presence. I was ordered to escort you to the study room. The young maid was startled as she didn't expect a servant to look so charming and dashing. And his bearing and demeanor didn't seem to belong to a servant at all. Finally, it seems like today is the day I find out what they are going to do with me. Well, since Luna seems to know their motive and didn't comment anything about it, I guess it's not detrimental to me. Damien gave a light smile. Sure, please lead the way. How handsome. The young girl exclaimed in awe inwardly, wondering whether he was some hidden illegitimate prince staying in the servants' quarters, no matter how illogical it seemed. They passed through the palace halls while some maids paused their gaze on Damien for a while before looking away. While walking, Damien asked Luna through his soul link, hey Luna, won't they realize that I am not a cripple now? Luna's melodious voice sounded in his head, no, they won't unless they try to forcefully probe you and find it suspicious that they couldn't see through you. If they don't, you will just appear like a crippled mortal without any cultivation. Since they already know you are crippled, they won't bother to probe you, and even if they casually extended their spiritual perception, you will just appear as a mortal. Wow, so using your shard of essence, you can mask my ethereal aura? Damien asked as he was impressed by her ability. Of course, it is not a big deal to mask your ethereal aura or even your soul aura. She replied in a prideful tone. Soon enough, they reached the door of the study room. You can enter inside. The courtmaster is already in the room. I will take my leave now. The maid stole a quick glance at Damien before turning away. She left with a slightly hurried pace as if she might have some unnecessary thoughts if she stayed any longer. Damien lightly chuckled, seeing the young maid's actions. He shook his head and knocked on the door. You can come in. An amiable voice sounded. Damien entered the door and was surprised to see Lily dressed in a dignified and elegant violet attire, which made her look befitting the title of Celestial Princesses. She was sitting on a chair while the two courtmasters sat on chairs placed opposite her with a table between them. It seemed as if they were already having some discussion before Damien entered. The princess's gaze became glued onto Damien for a moment when his face entered her vision. This was the first time she saw his face properly. And his new haircut seemed to suit him and make him look more attractive. She quickly cleared her thoughts and gave a friendly smile. Hello, Damien. I believe you must be feeling better now, seeing that you even managed to cut your hair. Damien still hadn't removed the bandages on his right forearm, even though it almost healed already. Damien gave a light smile. Well, it's all thanks to the potent medicine you gave me, Lily. It won't be long before I am fully healed. Insolence. How dare you address Her Highness by her name? Nestor Roan turned his head towards Damien as his eyes bulged, glaring at him. Lily raised her palm gracefully. It's fine, Vice Court Master. We are the only ones here, and I had told Damien it was okay to call me by my name when nobody else is around. Wow, she is even covering up for me. What is exactly up with her? Damien pondered as he had addressed her by her name on purpose to see what kind of reaction she would have, so that he would be able to get some cues on what she was planning. Lily gestured towards a seat placed on her left side. Please take a seat, Damien. I have some things to discuss with you. Lily was surprised seeing Damien's bright and fresh face, which contrasted with his gloomy and angry expressions the day she rescued him. Damien didn't bother with any formalities and directly sat on the seat. I wonder what the Imperial Princess would want to discuss with a cripple like me. Damien asked with a slight smile. Lily gave a light chuckle. Well, Damien, even though you are a cripple, I was really interested in your swordsmanship. And as you know, it's because of my misunderstanding that you ended up here. So, the only thing left to do was let you go on your way since we don't have any suitable job for you. But then it would also be a waste to let you leave like that since it was certainly not cheap to rescue you, and you wouldn't have anywhere to go to anyway. Damien narrowed his eyes. What do you want from me exactly? Couldn't you just come to the point, instead of playing the roundabout way? Lily paused for a moment before saying, I want you to teach me swordsmanship. She stared into Damien's eyes as she finished saying what was in her mind for over a week. Huh? What the heck? She wants me to teach her swordsmanship? Is this princess crazy or what? What is she exactly planning? Damien was puzzled when he heard her request. Why would an imperial princess request a cripple to teach her swordsmanship when she can get first-class experts to teach her? Damien had an amused expression on his face. Princess, I don't know if I heard you right. But did you just say that you want me to teach you swordsmanship when you can have several experts train you in the same? I know it might sound absurd. But trust me when I say that your swordsmanship is actually top-notch, and I have never seen anything like it before, even from those first-class experts you are talking about. Lily said with her gaze focused. Don't tell me this world doesn't even have legitimate sword experts. Shouldn't a cultivation world be filled with experts of all kinds? Or are they bad at swordsmanship even with the immense power they hold? Lots of confounding questions were going through Damien's mind. Actually, I also practice swordsmanship, and I have trained in it for the majority of my life. That, too, trained by these so-called first-class sword experts. But when I saw your sword mastery, I actually felt a bit enlightened that I thought you might be coming from some prominent family, or the Lancaster Empire where most of the sword experts reside. Lily said as her eyes gleamed. Wow, so is she saying my swordsmanship is top class even in the whole empire? Damien mused as he didn't expect the Rome Empire not to have experts with high attainments in swordsmanship. Damien knows that he is pretty skillful with the sword such that in his previous life if he claimed to be the second most expert in swordsmanship, nobody would claim to be the first. Damien nodded his head slightly as if he was coming to a decision. Okay, fine. I will teach you swordsmanship. But in return, you should fulfill some of my conditions. Damien said as a sly grin formed on his face. Chapter 22. Is this even the Damien that I rescued that day? Why is there an air of confidence around him? How did he come out of his despair so fast? Lily was puzzled seeing such a change in Damien's attitude. When she rescued him that day, he was like an abandoned wild beast who was trying its best to stay alive, baring its fangs at whoever tries to get close to it even if they were trying to help it. But now, Damien's expressions were composed and seemed a bit laid back. His way of talking too was different instead of the cold and indifferent tone. Nesterone's eyes twitched the moment he heard Damien's demand, boy, don't go too far. Even the reason you can demand conditions from Her Highness is that she rescued you in the first place. If not for her, you would have died a dog's death in that wretched place. Don't you know the meaning of gratitude? Nesterone thought that Damien was taking advantage of Lily's kindness, which for some reason seemed inexplicable to him. But he still didn't want to question why, at least not in front of Damien. Damien gave a light scoff. It's not like I requested to be saved. And I can never guarantee my own life in this place. What if you all just throw me away or worse when I am done being useful? Also, teaching swordsmanship is not an easy business. I just expect to be rewarded for my job. In my perspective, saving my life doesn't have anything to do with fairly rewarding someone for doing their job. It's not like you can expect me to slave away without getting anything in return just because my life was saved. I don't see how things would be any different if that were the case. Nesterone's vein popped out in anger. How can you be so shameless, boy? If we really had some bad designs on you, you wouldn't even realize it. Just because Her Highness treated you well, don't let it get to your head. But Oswin Roan only had a curious expression on his face as he was observing Damien. Lily said in an elegant tone, it's fine, Vice Court Master. Damien does indeed have a point, and it won't be right to let him teach me swordsmanship without rewarding his hard work. She then looked at Damien and said with a graceful smile, please mention what your conditions are. Wow, her smile is really beautiful. Guess she is naturally graceful, unlike a certain someone. But I wonder why she is still tolerating me. Damien cleared his throat as he said, well, I only have 3 simple conditions. My first condition is that once I am done with teaching, you have to write me a recommendation letter so that I can join the Alchemist Society after leaving this place. And I take it you won't stop me from leaving, right? Lily nodded slightly and smiled, sure, that's no problem. You are free to leave after you teach me. Okay, then my second condition is that I would need a common-grade cauldron along with common-grade herbs that I might request from time to time. Nesterone instantly chipped in, why would you even need a cauldron or these herbs? You can't even concoct pills in the first place. Damien shrugged, who said I am trying to concoct pills here? Since I am a cripple, I am trying to take up the profession of an alchemy teacher. I merely want to study these herbs and the cauldron for my own research. That's also why I asked for the recommendation letter. Nesterone seemed as if he wanted to retort but ended up being tongue-tied. Lily's gaze became unfocused for a moment before she said, of course. That's no problem. It is good that you haven't given up on everything. Huh, why do I feel like she expected it and seemed happy for me? The more he interacted with Lily, the more puzzling her behavior seemed to him. Well, the third condition is not much. A subtle smile emerged on his face as he said, I just want you to call me Master whenever I am teaching you. What? A flustered one replaced Lily's collected expression as her body jerked back slightly. When Lily saw his devilishly charming smile before he demanded his third condition, she knew he was up to something. Impudent. Nesterone immediately rose to his feet as he pointed his finger towards Damien. Even Oswin Roan frowned. Damien, just because we have been treating you very well doesn't mean you can get on our heads. The only reason we are entertaining you is that we respect Her Highness's wishes. Finally, she had a reaction, otherwise, it would have been too strange and suspicious. Damien purposefully put out that condition to see Lily's reaction, and he didn't care what the other two protectors would think. He wanted to know how far Lily was able to tolerate him. Damien casually smiled. I am not asking anything excessive here. It's just a form of address that a person should follow when they accept teachings from another person. And this is only when I am training her and not in front of others. Even so, do you think you are worthy enough for Her Highness to call you a master? I admit your swordplay is somewhat impressive, but we don't know the true extent of your skills. Nor whether you are qualified to teach someone else. Knowing something and teaching the same knowledge to others are two different things. Nestor Roan said as his veins were throbbing in his neck. Damien nonchalantly replied, why don't you see for yourself first whether I am qualified enough to teach her? Even if she doesn't have the potential or talent for swordplay, I am confident enough to at least make sure that she deserves to be labeled as an expert swordswoman. And if I don't fulfill my end of the deal, I can accept any consequences. Impressive proclamation, young man. But are you sure you can back it up? Oswin Roan asked, raising his eyebrows. And it would still depend on what Her Highness has to say. Lily was a little taken back when she heard Damien's final condition. She didn't expect him to demand her to call him master, even if it's only during training. She was the imperial princess of an empire. Unless it was some exalted senior who was teaching her, who else is worthy enough for her to call them master? And she was even more surprised when Damien claimed that he could train her into a sword expert even if she had no talent for it. She wondered where this confidence was coming from and mused whether she has yet to see his true sword mastery. Lily quickly collected her thoughts as a strained smile emerged on her face. It's fine. I accept it. As long as I can truly learn more insights about swordplay and gain more expertise in swordsmanship, I can call you master whenever we are training. This girl can't be real. Is she even willing to compromise with my absurd request? Aren't princesses supposed to have some sort of dignity? How can she call someone without any power or status as master? Damien felt that he was only getting more confused thinking about Lily's motives. But Damien didn't let his outward expression change as he said, okay, good. So, when do we start the training? Actually, I want to start as early as possible, but I want you to heal your arm first so that you would be able to teach properly, Lily said, maintaining her gaze. Damien looked at his right forearm and shrugged, oh, my arm already feels much better than before, and it's only a matter of time before it is fully healed. So, I don't mind when we start. Besides, even if my right arm was really in a messed up state, I can still use my left hand while teaching you. And that wouldn't affect my teachings at all. Lily gave a slight nod in understanding. I see, then would it be fine for you to start the training tomorrow onwards? Yeah, why not? Also, I was wondering if I can get some real food instead of some pills. No offense, the pills are really convenient, but my taste buds are getting a bit restless. Damien said with a chuckle. HMPH. Nestor Roan harumphed in dissatisfaction, hearing Damien's request as if indirectly asking him whether he is still not satisfied with the conditions he demanded. Lily raised her eyebrows with an amused expression. Oh, I actually thought it would be more convenient for you to have those pills so that you can focus on your rest without moving around much. But it seems like I was mistaken. Don't worry. I will send someone daily to deliver some real food for you. Aha, your highness is so kind. Don't worry. I will surely keep up my end of the bargain. So, I guess I will see you tomorrow then. Can I take my leave now, your highness? Damien said with a sarcastic smile. Lily's lips twitched, seeing his sarcastic expression. Sure. I will see you tomorrow then. Also, remember that in everyone's eyes, they only see you as a servant as they all think that I have hired a new servant to look after my garden. You wouldn't be bothered by this, would you? Damien squinted his eyes. Doesn't that mean I have to look after your garden? Lily nodded. Yes, since it would only be suspicious to have someone else take care of your garden when you already have a person employed for that task. But don't worry, my garden has some medicinal plants and herbs. Including any common grade herbs, you can also take a few of the earth grade herbs every month. And you can also study some of the rare sky grade herbs. This would be fine for you, right? Wow, she is offering me earth grade herbs and even let me study sky grade herbs, all just to look after some plants. Damien's expression didn't change as he nodded. Oh, well, that seems perfect. I will take my leave then now. Damien gave the two protectors a slight nod and left the room. Chapter 23. Right after Damien left the room, Nestor Roan asked as his expression seemed as if he was the one who had been wronged. Your highness, why did you put up with such an outrageous request? He is without power and status, but is not even putting you in his eyes, and his last condition was basically making you undermine your own dignity. Oswin Roan also chimed in, Your Highness, I know you don't do anything without reason and also told us not to behave disrespectfully to him, but I still don't understand why you are so nice to him. Is there something we have missed? Lily sighed, Court Masters, I understand that what I am doing might seem nonsensical, even going as far as to accept his final condition. But trust me when I say that it's not without reason. I have my own reasons. Hope the Court Masters understand. Nestor Roan shook his head slightly while Oswin Roan sighed, Sure, Your Highness. We will definitely respect and follow your wishes. After all, it's the least we should do for you. Lily smiled, Thank you, Court Masters. I will never forget the support you two have given me. The two court masters instantly gave a light bow as they said, It's our duty, Your Highness. There is no need for words of gratitude. Lily's gaze fell towards the direction where Damien had left. Damien, what exactly happened to you? How did you change so much? Lily was getting lost in her own thoughts. In his room, Damien was contemplating on the things that had just taken place. He was trying to analyze Lily's behavior in his mind because he expected Lily to be angered when she heard his final condition. But other than being flustered, she didn't show any other reaction, nor was she angered in the least. But it only puzzled him more, and Damien didn't like uncertainties like these where he wasn't able to find out what the other person was thinking. So he decided to ask the one person who seemed to know something, Luna, do you know why the princess is so friendly with me? Luna appeared before him. Well, isn't it natural to be nice to someone when that person needs something from you? That girl wants to learn swordsmanship from you. But I still didn't expect you to put forth those conditions, especially the last one. As expected of someone I chose. Luna said as her lips curved up. Damien ignored the last part of her sentence as he said, "Oh, come on. You know that's not what I meant. Even if she desperately wants to learn something from me, why would she even want to negotiate with a supposed cripple like me? It would have made more sense if she had threatened me or something. I mean, nothing is stopping her from doing that, nor does she have to face any consequences. Nobody would care what a person with high status does to someone with low or no status at all." Luna gave a light scoff as she said, "Can't you just be happy with the fact that she is at least treating you well? Otherwise, even if she was scheming something, what could she possibly want from a cripple? Maybe she just fell in love, at first sight, seeing your annoying little pretty face." Damien rolled his eyes as he said, "Don't give me that reason. I already know it's not because she is in love with me or something. She doesn't seem to be a superficial person who gets smitten by one's face no matter how handsome, nor is she giving me that feeling either. But I also feel that she does not possess any ill intentions towards me." Damien narrowed his eyes as he said, "You are still hiding something about her from me, aren't you?" Luna just gave a tight-lipped smile as she said, "I don't know what you are talking about. Anyway, why care about it when you know she does not bear any ill feelings towards you? Aha, so she does know something. But why is she hiding it from me? Just to have fun? Arg, this imp is so frustrating." Damien moved those thoughts to the back of his mind, deciding to find things out by himself. "By the way, what is Lily's cultivation level? I didn't dare to probe her not only because I didn't want to expose myself, but also because I don't think an Imperial Princess would be weak enough for me to see through her now." Luna said with a mocking smile, "Do you really want to know her cultivation level? It would be best if you didn't get depressed after knowing her cultivation level, he. After all, she is just a year older than you." Damien crinkled his eyes. "Oh, just say it, will you? I know I am definitely lagging behind her due to my situation. So no matter how powerful she is, it won't be much of a surprise to me. 9th level of the spirit ethereal realm." Luna had a pitying expression on her face, pretending to be worried for Damien's mental health. What the? Damien's mouth was agape as he couldn't believe what he just heard. Lily was not even at the spirit ethereal realm's early levels, but almost at the peak level. Since every major ethereal cultivation realm goes from level 1 to 10, these levels can be categorized into 4 categories. The early levels would mean that one was in between the 1st and 3rd levels of a cultivation realm. The middle levels would mean that one was between the 4th and 7th levels. The high levels would mean that one was in between the 8th and 9th levels. And the peak level would mean that one was in the 10th level of a cultivation realm. Even his late adopted father was only at the 4th level of the spirit ethereal realm. And now Damien heard that Lily was at the 9th level of the spirit ethereal realm with just one level less from reaching the peak level. I guess she is not simple as she seems. She has beauty and strength, what a combination, a celestial princess indeed. Then what about those 2 bodyguards at her side? Damien asked as he was preparing himself from receiving another shock. The one known as Nestor is at the 5th level of the earth ethereal realm, while the other old man is at the 5th level of the sky ethereal realm. Luna replied as if she was stating something completely normal. Damien's eyes widened. Earth and sky ethereal realm? I was in the presence of such 2 powerhouses? Damien was mumbling to himself as he didn't expect to meet such powerhouses right after transmigrating. Sky ethereal realm was just one major realm below the whole continent's extraordinary realm, the heaven ethereal realm. Damien acted brazenly before them, even after knowing that the princess herself was powerful enough to swat him to death, as he knew Luna would have warned him if there was any potential danger at all. Otherwise, Luna wouldn't have been too laid back, letting Damien alone with 3 strangers who could decide his life and death in an instant. Damien felt that Luna was somehow able to discern other people's motives. But he knew if he asked Luna to verify his guess, she would remain tight-lipped as ever. Forget about the 2 protectors. When he realized the power difference between him and a girl just 1 year older than him, his urge to increase his power increased more than ever. He didn't want to remain in a pitiful state for long or be at the mercy of other people. That was also one reason he acted a bit arrogantly in front of Lily and her protectors. Since he didn't want to look weak before them even though his strength was virtually nothing before them. If he did, it would only make him seem like a real slave, which was the last thing he wanted to happen. What's there to be so surprised about? This is the Imperial family, after all, ruling one of the empires out of the 4. Surely, there would be powerhouses which you wouldn't casually meet on the road. Damien softly shook his head. No, it's just that nothing makes sense. Well, if you are talking about that princess, then you should just take advantage of her kindness while you can, well, as long as you don't go overboard, Luna said as her lips closed into a firm line. Damien narrowed his eyes. Forget it. I would anyway try to get on her good side by teaching her properly, just as a real master would. And then demand the favors I am due from her. Well, it would be a win-win situation for both of us. Teaching her as a real master? Luna rolled her eyes. We will see how good of a teacher you are. Chapter 24. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's throne hall, a middle-aged woman was seated on a majestic throne atop an elevated platform adjoined by 4 empty plain-looking seats for the Royal Highness direct family. Those waiting to be heard by their Imperial Highness can do so on the several extravagant and comfortable marble benches, all of which were perfectly aligned in rows. The middle-aged woman's figure was gracefully slender, and she wore a long palace robe, which was sparkling with a blue glow. But her face didn't give people the feeling of an ordinary woman. Instead, her face exuded an air of arrogance. She was none other than the Empress Regnant of the Rome Empire, Olivia Rome. And standing before her in the vacant hall was Lily with an expressionless face without any trace of the graceful smile she always had before Damien. Your Majesty, can I know the reason for which I was summoned here? Lily asked in an indifferent tone. Is that the tone in which you address your Empress? Olivia Rome narrowed her eyes in displeasure. If there's nothing else, then I will take my leave, Lily said in a mildly frustrated tone as she turned around to leave. Halt there. I know you slipped out of the palace to go somewhere. And when you came back, you brought a blooded kid with you. You know that we don't allow stray dogs into our imperial palace. Olivia Rome said, her eyes filled with contempt. You have no right to decide whom I take in as my servant, Lily said defiantly. Oh, what kind of servant is he to make you go all the way outside to employ him? With all due respect, who or what kind of person I employ as my servants is none of your business, Your Majesty, Lily said as she coldly glared at Olivia Rome. HMPH. We will see how long you can be this arrogant. But the matter for which I summoned you here is another thing. The second prince from the Gale Empire is visiting here in the name of greeting the celestial princesses within a month. You will do well to be worthy of that title and not play any games. Olivia Roane paused for a moment before saying, if you displease or insult the prince in any way, you will have to face the consequences, which I don't even have to tell you. Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about anything as long as the second prince doesn't overstep his boundaries, Lily said with a hint of disgust in her tone. Just because you are a walking treasure doesn't mean you can step on these kinds of people. If it wasn't for me, who knows where you would have ended up now. You would have even ended up as a mere concubine of the second prince of the Gale Empire. Olivia Roane scoffed. Lily stared icily at Olivia Roane. Don't pretend as if you did me a favor. We all know for whom exactly you are carrying out all your plans and schemes. And I am nothing but a political tool for you to use to strengthen and solidify your own political power. You can believe whatever you want. I don't have the time or energy to argue with you. Olivia Roane said in a bored tone. Since I have already instructed you on what to do when the second prince of the Gale Empire arrives, you may leave now. Olivia Roane said as she waved her hands. Lily didn't tarry anymore and left the hall with soft, uneven footsteps. After Lily had left, a silhouette emerged behind Olivia Roane, which took the form of a man with a rough face. Have you confirmed that there is nothing strange about that crippled servant boy she brought home? Olivia Roane said without turning to face the man. Yes, Your Majesty. I had already probed the boy using my spiritual perception when he entered the palace. He is utterly and completely crippled because of his destroyed ethereal points. Olivia Roane squinted her eyes. Strange, why would she pick up a cripple lying around the streets? If she wanted a gardener or a herb expert, I am sure she could have got way better ones with good expertise from around here itself. And also, why suddenly hire an outsider to take care of her garden? Usually, some maid takes care of it. The man said in a respectful tone, Your Majesty has nothing to worry about that boy. I have thoroughly confirmed the facts with my senses. Maybe the princess must have found him on the way and took pity on him, considering the state he came here with all the injuries and blood. Olivia Roane sighed. Yes, it might be that. I must be overthinking things. Nevertheless, no matter what tricks that girl comes up with, she can't escape her fate. I only have to watch out for the two court masters by her side and the ancestor, not that they would be of any help to her in the long run. She said as a devious glint flashed through her eyes. In one of the imperial palace's courtyard, there were 3 people sitting around in a circular fashion surrounding a small table. They were none other than Lily and her 2 protectors. Your Highness, did the Empress catch on to something? Nesta Roane asked with a worried expression. Lily shook her head. No, she doesn't know about our visit to that place. She only asked me why I took Damien as my servant. And also to tell me about the arrival of the Gale Empire's second prince within a month. As she said the last part, Lily clenched her teeth. Oswin Roane stroked his chin as he said, well, even if the Empress knew about our visit, she wouldn't care about it much since we practically came back empty-handed. But she would task more people to keep a watch on us. The only reason she didn't find out could be that this was the first time you have ever tried something like this. Lily nodded with a half-hearted smile. She knows that there is nothing I could possibly do. But that doesn't mean she will let me out of her sights. She is too careful not to make any mistakes since she has already come a long way. Only if my father was still alive, maybe things could have been different. Nesta Roane sighed. That's true, your father was really talented, and even his cultivation was half-step into the heaven ethereal realm. Only due to the unfair turn of fate could such a tragedy have happened to him. Oswin Roane spoke in a reassuring tone, but your Highness need not worry yourself too much. We would do everything in our power to protect you and safeguard your interests. Your father and even the ancestor had entrusted and trusted us with the task of protecting you. We won't fail to follow their orders. Lily's lips pressed together. I just had enough of this farce already. The Empress is just trying to sell me off as quickly as she can. If it wasn't for the ancestor, I would have already been used as a political chip by her. But now, only 2 more years are left before she can proceed with her schemes of letting her son, the crown prince of our empire, succeed to the throne without any hindrance. Nesta Roane's brows pulled together. Your Highness, we will try to come up with some plan within these 2 years. No matter how much the odds are against us, we will never give up. Lily sighed. Okay. Leaving those things aside, I have decided to have my inner courtyard as the training place for Damien and me. Oswin Roane narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, are you sure you want to let that boy inside your courtyard? Except for the maid who took care of the garden before, you haven't let anybody inside there. Lily nodded. Yes, it's the perfect place. Since it's my own residence, no one will dare to spy or intrude on me, nor will the Empress have any suspicion since everyone knows that he is my servant tasked with managing my garden. Oswin Roane nodded in understanding. Since your Highness doesn't want any trouble to befall on Damien, the inner courtyard of your residence would be the best place to have the training take place. Nesta Roane asked skeptically, Your Highness, that boy seems too sly, and we are still not sure of his background. Is it okay to really let him train alone with you? Maybe we could, Lily interrupted as she shook her head. What could he even do to me? He's harmless as a fly, and you two don't have to worry about his background. I can at least assure you two that Damien is not a threat in any way. She said assertively. Chapter 25. The next day, a boy and a girl were surrounded by a thick patch of grass bordered by fragrant hedges and shrubs. A few heavy trees stood near the left edge. Their trunk and crown rose like a pinnacle of the garden. The flowers and plants looked neat and tidy as if they're fighting an eternal competition for the best spots. The hedges and shrubs reached 1.5 m or 5 feet high, but this is something that only seems to happen outside of the wild. A path of stepping stones curved around each bend in the garden, directing visitors around in a natural way. The grass looked like they wanted to reclaim even all pieces of land, eager to expand their dominion. The trees have stood there for a dozen years and brought life and offered homes to life in so many ways. It's no wonder they are the pride and joy of the creator of this garden. The flowers and plants definitely tried to claim their share of the glory, and the hedges and shrubs definitely deserve to be paid attention to as well, but the focus was just simply on the pale red-brown trees. This place was none other than Lily's own inner courtyard. And in the middle of the courtyard, there was a 100-meter wide square area with silver jade tiles, which looked aesthetically pleasing as it reflected the sunlight. Wow, this place is so beautiful. The herbs and the flowers give off a fresh and crisp smell. It's like the air is so clean here. It must be because of the presence of those rare sky-grade herbs. Damien's voice was filled with awe and astonishment. He looked around the courtyard and even spotted some medicinal herbs that were quite expensive and hard to find. Lily showed a sweet smile as she said, I am glad you like my courtyard. I have always taken good care of this place since. Lily's expression suddenly looked as if she was reminiscing some memories. Since? Damien asked when he saw Lily suddenly getting lost in thought. Lily's brows raised as she realized she got absorbed in her own thoughts. It's nothing. Actually, this is the place where I usually seclude myself for cultivation. But I also spend my leisure time here by either reading some books or just immerse myself in my own thoughts while staring at the beautiful night sky. Damien thought that her eyes expressed sadness for a moment but didn't ask since it wasn't his business. So he didn't seem to mind her changing the topic and nodded, yes, I am sure this place can help one relax a lot. Even I am tempted to spend all my nights here, ha ha ha. Hee hee. Lily sweetly giggled as she said, well, even though you won't be able to spend your nights here, at least you can enjoy this place any time else. Also, considering your interest in alchemy, studying and researching these herbs in this place would surely help you learn with a clear and refreshed mind. Well, this only makes the job of looking after your garden more relaxing. So, this is the place where you want me to train you? Damien asked as he was checking out the tiles with his feet. Well, this is the only place where I can make sure there are no eyes watching over us so that no one will find out what exactly we are doing here. I guess you have really had this whole training thing planned and prepared well. But I wonder why your 2 bodyguards are not with you. Damien asked since he thought that those 2 protectors were her bodyguards. Well, they aren't just bodyguards, they are like my protectors, and they only stick with me if I am in a dangerous place. Also, they have their own jobs to do as they hold respectful positions in the Imperial Ethereal Court. And here, it couldn't be safer since this is my own residence, and no one would dare to infiltrate it, well not without alerting the whole palace. Oh, what is this Imperial Ethereal Court? Damien asked as he cocked his head. Well, in our Rome Empire, there are several ethereal courts located around to recruit and train young practitioners, so that they would mature into assets that could be valuable to our empire as a whole. And each of these ethereal courts might belong to a whole city or belong to an entire kingdom. But the most prestigious and distinguished ethereal court in our empire is our very own Imperial Ethereal Court. Actually, highly talented youngsters are sent from the other ethereal courts to ours, so that they would have better prospects in their cultivation and reputation as well. Aha, that's a great way to develop your own empire, and at the same time, young talents would also be able to fulfill their dreams and have a chance to achieve things on their own. Damien felt that the Imperial Ethereal Court was like a prestigious institute or college in his previous life. Well, those who manage to earn the position of core disciple will be conferred with a noble title in accordance with their contribution. Some might even become generals who can lead an army on their own or be tasked with governing a large territory. Damien nodded, no wonder they are all interested in joining the Imperial Ethereal Court. If I wanted to lead a comfortable life, I am sure I would have taken the same path. So, why don't you try joining the Imperial Ethereal Court? Once you have enough knowledge on alchemy, I can even help you get a position of an alchemy teacher in our alchemy department in the Imperial Ethereal Court. Lily asked as she looked at Damien with expectant eyes. Thanks for the offer, but I still prefer to join an organization dedicated to alchemy itself, and also has a well-known reputation throughout the continent. Lily gave a dry chuckle, I see as expected. Well, here's the recommendation letter you asked for, she said as she handed out a sealed brown paper scroll. Damien was surprised as he received the letter from her, but why now? Today is just day 1, and I haven't even taught you anything yet. It's nothing. It's not like you are going to run away after I give you the letter. Or will you? Lily gave a playful smile. Damien shook his head, but why are you so nice to me? Lily shifted her eyes as she said, don't overthink things. I just gave you the letter to act as a motivation for you and not keep you second-guessing whether I would go back on my words. In the end, it's because I want you to teach me earnestly. Damien squinted his eyes and sighed, fine. Also, you don't have to worry if I would teach you half-heartedly. I will teach you as much as you can learn and leave the rest to you. Lily looked at Damien as her gaze focused, all right. By the way, since we are alone right now, do you mind telling me why you seem so different compared to the day when I rescued you? Not that I think it's bad. Damien raised his eyebrows, oh, actually, this is how I really am. But at that time, I was just in a hopeless situation, which probably could have cost me my life. I had no one to trust, and when you rescued me, I couldn't help but get suspicious. The last thing I want is to get used by someone else without even realizing it. But so far, things have been looking good for me. I thought I had lost my dominant hand forever, but thanks to you, that's no longer the case. Also, my future looked bleak before all this happened. But now I can pursue my goals without any major impediments. Lily nodded, oh, so that is why you don't have that gloomy air around you. Yes, I also prefer that you stay this way. But can you tell how you ended up in that place? Damien awkwardly smiled, I am sorry, princess. But can we not talk about it? It just brings up unpleasant memories. Lily glanced away, oh, sorry, I was just curious. But who taught you these sword skills? Lily asked with pure curiosity. Honestly, I don't know. I know you might think that I am just avoiding your question, but I seriously don't remember. I guess I also trained on my own, but I don't have a clear idea about the person who taught me these things. It's like I always had these skills with me. Damien said with a thoughtful expression. Lily's eyes squinted as if she had trouble believing him, well, forget about it. All that matters is that you have great talent in swordsmanship. So, shall we start then? Chapter 26. Sure, why don't you start by showing me what you know? A simple spar would do. Oh, also, please seal your cultivation just in case. Of course. I won't use my cultivation when I am sparring with you. But is your right hand okay for you to spar now? Lily asked with concern. Of course, it isn't much of a problem now. I can even use my left hand to spar with you. Lily stroked her left hand with her right as a bamboo sword manifested in Lily's hand and gave it to Damien. Soon after, another bamboo sword appeared in her hand. So that ring must be one of those spatial rings. A ring with limited internal space that can store things. Pretty convenient indeed. I should try to buy one as soon as I make some money. He inspected the wooden sword as he playfully scoffed, Princess, I am not weak enough to the point that I can't handle a spar with real swords. Unless you are more skilled than me, which you said you were not. Damien knew that the reason Lily chose to use bamboo swords for training was that she didn't want to hurt Damien accidentally. No, I didn't choose a bamboo sword because I doubt your swordsmanship. I first wanted to see how good you are personally and understand the gap between us. Oh, is that so? Okay, come at me then. Damien smiled. Lily elegantly moved forward as she swung her sword forward, aiming at Damien's shoulder, though it seemed like she was holding back. Damien saw through it easily and knew she was holding back, probably due to his supposed crippled condition. He easily dodged her attack and disarmed her by twisting her sword around with his before placing his sword next to her neck. Don't hold back. If you seal your cultivation, there is no way you can defeat me. Damien said with a confident expression. If you want to learn diligently, then you must go all out. Only then will I know how proficient you really are in swordsmanship and correct your mistakes. Lily nodded and showed a determined expression, fine. I won't hold back, but you should still be careful. Even if Lily sealed her cultivation, her body would still be as strong as a spirit ethereal realm cultivator. So, if she accidentally hits Damien, he would be lucky if he only suffers from a few broken bones. Sigh, is this girl really a saintess or what? Is she kind like this to everybody? Damien nodded as he chuckled, sure, come at me, princess. Let me see the sword mastery of the celestial princess. Lily assumed a high guard as Damien was looking at her with a bored expression. Seeing his relaxed attitude, Lily felt a bit piqued as she swiftly moved her feet and slashed towards Damien. Damien lazily dodged and gave a casual counter slash. Seeing his incoming slash, Lily frowned and evaded his slash as she thrust her sword at him. Damien didn't get startled as Lily expected and parried her attack with a counter thrust. Lily instantly stepped back as she saw Damien's counterattack approaching her. He's toying with me. His movements are so simple, fast, and fluid. How can they be so beautiful? Lily was impressed in her heart seeing Damien's simple but fascinating movements. They both looked into each other's eyes as they circled around. Ha! Lily quickly closed the distance between them as she threw an overhand cut. Damien instantly reacted as he used his sword to pry Lily's sword from her hand and pointed his sword towards her neck. You lost, princess. Damien smiled. This easily? I thought he disarmed me before because I wasn't serious. But now, I didn't hold back at all and he still disarmed me. Is the difference between us this big? Lily couldn't help but feel that she felt like a child trying to spar with an adult. I guess the standards of the so-called first-class sword experts are really poor, as you said. Well, it only makes me look forward to seeing how the sword experts from Lancaster Empire can fare against me. Even though they wouldn't spar with me with their cultivation sealed. Damien chuckled. I can't believe it. Even when I sparred against my instructor, I didn't lose so fast, and by the end of my training, I was also able to keep up with my trainer. Sigh, princess, maybe it's time you looked outside your empire for a genuine sword expert. But fret not, since I am here now, you needn't expend your precious time and energy searching for one, Damien beamed. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't even need a sword to defeat you, Damien said as his eyes feigned arrogance. Lily creased her brows, I don't believe you. That's too absurd. Without a weapon, you are basically defenseless. And even if I sealed my cultivation, you wouldn't be able to handle my blows if I accidentally hit you. Damien raised his eyebrows, oh, really? He dropped his sword as he gestured with his fingers, then why don't you have a go at me? I won't use the sword. Lily's eyes blinked with surprise, you are really serious. This is too dangerous. You don't have to do this. I know you are very talented in swordsmanship, but this is different. Oh, don't keep dawdling around. Or are you looking down on me because I am a cripple? Damien purposefully asked that to make Lily feel guilty as if she really looked down on him. Of course not. Then here I come. Lily lunged forward as she threw a cut at him. Damien twisted his body towards her side as he dodged her attack. He then instantly grabbed her held-out wrist, and, using her momentum, he spun her around and pinned her towards his chest. Ah. You lost again, princess. Damien smiled as he whispered in her ears. Lily's ears turned beet red as her eyes widened in surprise. She had never been close to another man, let alone at such proximity. And when Damien's hot breath tickled her ears, her mind got muddled, which made her attempt to struggle result in a feeble one because of which her but involuntarily pressed against him. Damien got surprised when he felt her but provoking his sleeping dragon. His first thought was whether she was trying to seduce him. But he instantly threw that thought out the window when he saw that Lily had a mix of surprise and disoriented expression. It was a far cry from her usual calm and graceful expression. Lily quickly put back her emotions in order and escaped from Damien's hold as she subconsciously raised her hand over her ear. She hadn't exerted much energy, but her breath was rapid as if she had run a marathon. She didn't even realize that she had involuntarily pressed her but against Damien. Otherwise, she would have buried her head in a hole with shame. Damien chuckled, seeing her reaction. He almost felt aroused when the celestial princess was pressing her but against him. But after seeing her reaction, he was amused and wondered whether he teased her too much. But even if he did, he would do it again if he ever again gets the chance, since he enjoyed seeing her reactions and Lily didn't seem to be angry with him. How cute, I never expected to see this side of her. Yo, you shouldn't tease me like this, Lily wanted to reprimand him, but the expression on her face betrayed her intentions. Damien had an innocent expression on his face, what do you mean, princess? This is training, after all. It's normal to get physical when we train, especially when sparring. Lily wanted to retort, but couldn't come up with anything. Her face had an aggrieved expression, which only made her look adorable. Strangely, she didn't feel uncomfortable or angry when Damien held her close to him. And she realized that her guard around him was basically non-existent. But, most of all, she never expected to be defeated this fast, that too when Damien was unarmed. By the way, did you forget how you should address me during our training? Damien said with a mischievous smile. Lily looked downwards in hesitation, hearing Damien's words. Even though she agreed to his condition, she didn't realize how embarrassing it was until this moment. Seeing Lily's downward gaze, Damien chuckled, "Oh well, forget about it then. Since you are an imperial princess, no one would blame you if you went back on this simple condition. After all, calling me master might be too shameful for you." Lily winced with embarrassment as she turned her head away. "No, it's fine. I won't go back on my words, master." Damien smiled in victory, seeing her shy expression. If one saw this scene, it would definitely seem like a disciple was getting bullied by her master. Chapter 27. No one would have ever imagined that celestial princesses acting like this even in their dreams. Even Lily herself couldn't believe why she even put up with his condition. She also wondered why she didn't find it unpleasant when Damien embraced her. It must be because it's him. Maybe in my mind, I had always considered him as a friend. She mused. "Well, my disciple, do you realize your own shortcomings now?" Damien said, assuming the pose of a venerable master. All the chaotic thoughts in Lily's mind were instantly dispersed when she heard his question. I just feel that my speed is not up to paragraph. From my perspective, master was unbelievably fast with your movements that I was not able to keep up unless I used my cultivation. Also, the way master skillfully handled your sword, I think I also lack in that area," Lily said, trying to avoid eye contact with Damien. She felt ashamed that even though she was an imperial princess, she was leagues behind Damien despite being crippled. She didn't know if it was because she didn't have a good enough teacher or because of her talent in swordsmanship, but hoped it was because of the former. Her competitive spirit ignited in her after a long time. She realized that she had unknowingly become complacent because of her cultivation level. It was true that in the Rome Empire, no one could match her cultivation in the same age or even in the same age group. But now, she knew that she was stupid to have ignored other aspects of her skills just because she was virtually the best among the younger generations in the Empire. Thank God, I found him before any terrible things could happen to him. I was able to save him and also got an opportunity to develop my swordsmanship. But how and when did he learn these things? I don't remember him having the ability to fight, not even remotely. He wasn't even into learning those things. Maybe a lot must have happened between those times. Lily sighed inwardly. Damien nodded, hearing her response. You are not wrong. But do you know the basic aspects of swordsmanship that one should develop without lacking even any one of those aspects? Sword fighting is sort of the same as how we learn to write. Before you ever touch a blade, you need to grasp those certain elements. And basically, there are 4 aspects: timing, perception, distance, and technique. Right now, unfortunately, you lack in all 4 departments," he said unreservedly. "If you want to develop your sword intent and sword force, you have to work on the foundation first." Lily's lips parted when she heard Damien's words. She didn't know that she even lacked in the basics of swordsmanship itself. But another thing that surprised her was how Damien was so knowledgeable in swordsmanship and knew how to exactly point out others' mistakes, as a real master would. She felt that calling Damien as her master may not be so bad as she thought. Just because one knew to fight doesn't mean one could teach others without truly understanding the concepts involved behind it. Maybe it was because of his high attainments in swordsmanship that he was able to kill ethereal beasts even when their cultivation was a few minor realms above him. Lily thought. So, is it because Master had developed all these basic aspects of swordsmanship, you were able to cross levels to kill off ethereal beasts? Lily asked as she focused her gaze, eager to know his answer. This question was in her mind since the day she saw him kill those ethereal beasts. Especially when he decapitated the ethereal beast, which was at the second level of the initial ethereal realm as if it was nothing. Damien was surprised how Lily was now calling him Master naturally without much embarrassment. He also realized that he felt good whenever Lily called him Master. I am glad I demanded that third condition. Damien smirked inwardly. Damien straightened his back as he said, well, of course, I am always trying to better myself in those aspects since there is no clear ceiling to how much you can develop. But the most important reason I was able to kill those ethereal beasts was because of my sword will. And right now, you don't have to bother with it because it's not something which can be easily manifested without developing your basics, and having some sort of insights or enlightenment on your own. Lily's eyes widened as she got introduced to a new concept she had never heard before, sword will. He can manifest his sword will? What did he mean by that? Is that some kind of realm within swordsmanship that can allow even someone without cultivation to cross levels to kill a beast? How could he be so young and talented? Only if he was not crippled. Lily felt sad that Damien was crippled. Otherwise, his future would have been so bright that he could have walked with his back straight anywhere. She admired how Damien did not let his condition depress him and instead focused on other areas like alchemy. She also got eager to develop her basics, and strengthen her foundational skills hoping that she could gain some sort of insights or enlightenment to manifest the mysterious sword will. Damien raised his index finger. Let's focus on the first aspect now, timing. As you said, you find it hard to keep up with my movements, right? Time is never slow when you're actually sword fighting. Sometimes you want a quick little movement to take control of a situation, and other times you want a bigger motion that will result in a kill. It all comes down to choices, and when you understand timing, you can decide very quickly how much time you have in a window and how much time your movement buys you to put your next action into motion. Fights are often decided very quickly, even with evenly matched opponents. Lily was attentive and fixated on Damien's words as if she was mentally taking notes. Her instructor had never explained the basics in simple words and only just taught her how to use ethereal sword techniques. Since this is a cultivation world, a practitioner can increase their combat prowess through ethereal techniques or arts. In the Rising Sun continent, more than half of the ethereal cultivators use only pure ethereal strength instead of ethereal arts. Ethereal arts had different applications using ethereal strength. Most of them could help one make use of their elemental attribute or channel of the ethereal energy. For instance, the top wind practitioners in the Gale Empire use wind-attributed ethereal arts, which helps them make use of the wind seed in their ethereal core, or their wind-attributed ethereal core to change their ethereal energy into ethereal wind energy. And rumors say that when one trains it to the peak, they can demolish or even uproot large buildings without much difficulty. But there were also some ethereal arts that were not used to manipulate the ethereal energy but instead to assist their ethereal cultivation. There were some taboo dual cultivation arts that allowed the practitioner to raise their ethereal strength through sexual intercourse. But Lily now understood that even though the basics might seem bland, boring, or unimportant when compared to simply comprehending ethereal sword techniques, one still needs to have their foundation or basics of swordsmanship solid. Only then could they execute the ethereal sword techniques perfectly and make full use of its potential. Damien continued as he raised another finger. The second thing is perception. I will just group distance and perception together because while one is about maintaining a safe distance, the other one is about correctly perceiving it. To develop perception, you need to sharpen your senses without the help of any cultivation base, and to develop the distance aspect, the most important thing you need to work on is your footwork, such that you won't lose your perception and distance or lose your balance and focus during an intense fight. Then, finally comes the technique part. I don't know anything about ethereal sword techniques, but it might be helpful if you practice some raw techniques just like the ones I used against you and also some breathing techniques. I will teach you all 4 of these aspects one by one during our training. We would start off with developing your timing and end our training with teaching you techniques. Lily's eyes were sparkling with interest as her mind was absorbing each and every word Damien said. Even though she was a sword maniac, because of her problems, she had no choice but to focus on her ethereal cultivation and was not able to give much time for practicing her swordplay. But now, her fire of passion for sword mastery was rekindled again as she was enthusiastic to at least achieve the height Damien had reached in swordsmanship. Damien added, even though I said that you lack foundation, I can feel that your sword spirit is intense and bright. And with my guidance, I can guarantee that you will improve a lot. She showed a wide smile. Thank you, Master. I will do my best to learn everything you teach me. Chapter 28. I can't believe Master's teaching is so good compared to even the instructors I know. How is Master so good at this? Lily couldn't help but wonder how a 15-year-old boy could teach others better than those old men with white beards. Ha ha ha. Actually, this isn't my first time teaching someone. Wistfulness flickered across Damien's face briefly before he beamed. Also, I guess I am a natural at teaching, he. Women are very perceptive by nature. She saw how Damien had a doleful expression on his face for a moment. She wondered if something unfortunate happened to the person Damien thought about. But she didn't comment about it as she smiled. It's true. Master is truly talented in teaching people too. I am sure Master would be successful as an alchemy teacher, and the Alchemist Society would be fortunate to have you in their midst. Damien chuckled. Thank you for your compliment, Lily. Lily was startled for a moment as Damien once again called her by her name. Damien saw Lily's startled reaction as he said, well, I hope you don't mind me calling you by your name whenever we are training. Since you are calling me Master, it would only be right to address my disciple by her name. Also, you said before that you allowed me to call you by your name whenever we are alone, isn't it? Damien grinned. No one would dare to address the Imperial Princess by her name except the direct royal family. If the 2 court masters saw Damien being this audacious in front of Lily, especially when he teased her before, their eyes would have bulged, and Damien would be lucky if they didn't pounce on him on the spot. But Lily didn't actually mind Damien calling by her name but was instead happy. It was just that she never expected Damien to call her by her name suddenly. Lily wryly smiled, seeing Damien's shamelessness. Yes, I did allow it. You can call me by my name. It's no problem. As you said, it would be less weird if you call me by my name instead of Princess, he. He looked at the sky for a moment and then looked at Lily. So, how about we continue this tomorrow? Ah. Lily heaved a pronounced sigh as she was a bit dissatisfied with the training session being over so fast. Due to her passion for sword mastery, she didn't really notice the time passing by, and also, at the same time, she was enjoying her training session with Damien. She had never had fun like this for a long time, and at the same time, she was happy as she even forgot about her worries during the training session. She never really had friends, and Damien was the first person she could freely talk to without being wary of him. In her life, there were many people who wanted to obtain her favor by being nice to her, and also many more who desperately strove to please her. But from her childhood, she had seen enough callousness, seen enough insincerity and heartlessness, seen enough malice within sugared words and sinister ambition. Among them even included her closest family members. She was discouraged time after time, a few times, almost to the point of despair. Otherwise, she would not have left home to go all the way to a black market, all to find the slightest trace of hope. After her father died, she had closed off her heart entirely to everyone. Even when she spoke or smiled to others, her heart was still caged without showing her true feelings. But when she saw Damien, she was able to smile genuinely in front of him for the first time in many years. Damien saw her sulky expression and chuckled. Come on, no need to be down, Lily. I will give you some training exercises as your homework which you can practice whenever you are free. After all, teaching too many things in a single day is not good. It would be best if you took some time to reflect on the concepts I had talked about. And I would be seeing you again tomorrow. Since you are so enthusiastic about swordsmanship, it only makes my job easier. I am glad I have such a dedicated disciple, ha ha. Damien laughed aloud. Lily giggled, he. That's true. Master should be glad that you have such a good disciple. Okay, let's stop for today. I will see you tomorrow then, Master. Lily no longer felt reluctant about ending her training for today. She also thought that she should ruminate on what Damien taught her today. She would anyway be continuing tomorrow morning. Lily turned to leave, but she suddenly turned her head and said, I forgot one thing to tell you. Maybe you have noticed already, but the herbs you wanted are already here. Feel free to take any of them as much as you want. Right after Damien had finalized the deal between him and Lily yesterday, he had sent a list of ingredients required for concocting a rank 1 sustenance pill. He decided to start learning to concoct from today onwards with Luna's guidance. And he chose to begin with simple pills like the sustenance pill since its composition was pretty simple, and the ingredients were simple and readily available. Sure, Lily. I won't be polite. Damien grinned. Lily smiled as she shook her head and left the inner courtyard. So, I have this whole place to myself till evening. Time to start learning. Luna. Damien mentally called out. HMPH, seems like you didn't forget about your priorities while you were busy playing footsie with the princess. Luna appeared and said as she crinkled her eyes. Damien rolled his eyes as he pretty much got used to hearing her chattering. But I have to admit your way of teaching is passable. You are not totally illiterate about the ways of the sword. When you fought those beasts, I was surprised that a mortal like you was able to manifest sword will even though it was faint. It is not easy to attain the enlightenment you mentioned to that girl. She is surely pitiful if she is hoping to manifest one unless her mastery touches the illumination realm. Well, sword will is just a higher realm of sword intent, so maybe she can pull it off if her sword heart resonates with her soul. But even ones with talent would take thousands of years to even comprehend the path to that realm. Luna said as she stroked her chin, giving off the vibe of a senior master. Damien scoffed, and what do you know about the ways of the sword? He admitted that Luna's true power was something way beyond his league that he couldn't even imagine in his wildest dreams. He didn't even know what this illumination realm was. But since he can manifest sword will, doesn't it mean that his sword mastery had already touched the mysterious illumination realm? But he wanted to find out if she was equally good in swordsmanship by provoking her. If he simply asked her, she would just waste his time with sarcastic remarks. Who knows, maybe he might learn something useful from her. You dare underestimate this goddess. Other than my ethereal powers, I take pride in my ethereal swordsmanship. Unlike a single wielder like you, I am a dual wielder. And your swordsmanship is only a child's play in my eyes. Luna said as she pursed her lips. Aren't you too shameless to always keep comparing your prowess with that of a mortal? I didn't know you felt too insecure about your own abilities. Damien said with a mocking smile. But inwardly, he was still surprised that Luna was an expert in swordsmanship too. And if she proclaimed that she was an expert, then it was not just her boasting but the real deal. Damien couldn't even imagine what kind of realm she had reached and wondered how her swordplay was like. That too, she was a dual wielder, even though Damien knew how to dual wield weapons, it wasn't his forte. He was accustomed to being a single wielder. Pa, why would this goddess lower herself to compare with you? There's nobody else here to compare to give you an idea of my ethereal power, HMPH. Luna turned her head away with a scoff. Then, why not prove it by teaching me? I want to find out if you are not just merely bragging your so-called ethereal skills and that it's the real deal. Damien asked provocatively. PFFF, as if I would waste my energy. Teaching a mere mortal. You are already proficient enough for a mortal. You should be satisfied with that. It's not like you are going to fight against gods tomorrow. I don't think anyone in this world can even manifest a sword will. But you are an anomaly. Lots of inexplicable things are related to you, and the origin seed is just one of them. Luna said, shaking her head. TSK, what a pity. Never mind, I will just try to develop my skills by myself. Damien inwardly sighed. But he was surprised when he heard Luna say that sword will is not something mortals can easily comprehend, and that probably in this world other than him, no one can even manifest sword will. Other than just having some powers, since he was still a mortal in his previous life, he wondered how he was able to achieve his attainments in swordsmanship in his previous life without taking thousands of years. However, he was sure it was nothing related to the origin seed because Luna told him that the origin seed merged with him in this life only. Damien knew that there was no point in thinking about it now. Okay, fine, forget about it. But after interacting with Lily today, I am sure of one thing. Damien said as his eyes focused. Chapter 29. Luna raised her eyebrows. Oh, what exactly did you understand? She knew me even before she met me at that slave market. I am 99% sure of it. I mean, she's too comfortable around me for an imperial princess. And even if she were truly kind, she would have still got pissed off at me for almost taking advantage of her. I kind of risked it a little when I tried to tease her. But I still trusted my gut feelings and took the risk to make sure of my guess. Even if she got pissed off, I could just shrug it off with some lame excuse. Luna's eyes sparkled, who knows? Maybe she does know you. But if that was the case, then why can't you recognize her? If she knows you, then you must know her too, right? Damien shook his head. That's the one fact which puzzles me, which is why, even though I had the same guess in the back of my mind for a while, I wasn't just sure of it. I don't ever remember meeting Lily. My previous self's memories have nothing about the imperial princess. It's like she's treating me as her friend or an equal. There have been other signs too that validate my guess. Luna narrowed her eyes, then the only way to completely make sure of it is by confronting her. But right now, if you do that, you will find out absolutely nothing, and she might even distance herself from you. Damien nodded, yes. That's why I didn't ask her the obvious question. I will just keep probing her through my tricks and completely make sure of my guess. Luna scoffed. By tricks, you mean taking advantage of her? Don't you have the least bit of shame? Damien put on a serious expression as he said, I am not taking advantage. It's purely business. Business, my foot. Luna sneered. Arg, how did I get stuck with such a pervert? Luna shook her head. Hey, don't go labeling a man of culture as a pervert. There were many girls who wanted to obtain my favor in my previous life, but I still stuck to only one girl. There can't be a more loyal, charming, handsome, loving man like me in this world. Damien said with his chin thrust out. Luna shook her head with a pitying expression. It's sad that those girls were born blind. Damien's eyes twitched as he scoffed. Heh, a little girl like you won't understand my charms. You will have to wait till you grow up, especially in certain places, he. Even though Luna had the figure of a 12-year-old, her chest was more prominent than normal girls at that age. But Damien knew that she was just an old monster in a child's clothing. Luna was puzzled at first when he said certain places, but then she understood that it must be something perverted when she felt Damien's gaze on her body. You dare to desecrate this goddess with your filthy eyes? Luna's nostrils flared as she covered her chest with one hand. Damien yawned. There's nothing much to look at. And I am not interested in kids. Before Luna could retort, Damien continued, and you should go to sleep for now. You haven't forgotten your promise to teach me, right? Luna cutely puffed her face before her rumphing. Of course not. This goddess doesn't go back on her promises. I will come out when you are ready then. Phew. She's really a handful. Even though most of the time she's like a kid, at other times she seems a little mature. Damien inwardly thought. He then looked around the courtyard and rubbed his hands as his eyes caught sight of the herbs he wanted to concoct the sustenance pill. Time to pluck some herbs and plants. It was evening when Damien returned to his room after carefully sorting out the ingredients he needed. He took out a brown bowl-sized cauldron and then took 2 sets of rainbow grass and 1 fermented berry and then sat cross-legged on the floor. Luna, it's time to start, Damien called out. Luna appeared and looked at the things laid out in front of Damien, showing his preparation. You sure you want to invoke etheric fire? The reason most of them don't try to manifest etheric fire is that if you are not careful, you could harm or injure your own soul, and also, the first time would be quite painful. Actually, it would be best if you did not even try to invoke them until the peak nascent soul stage. I don't know why you want to hurry things up when you can concoct pills to your heart's content after at least breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yes, I am sure. Being an alchemist is one of the easy ways to make money. Right now, I am dependent on these people. I can't be at peace without being independent. And if by chance, I am kicked out of here, I need to make sure I at least have the money to survive. Luna sighed, I can only teach you how to try to invoke the etheric fire using your soul. But it's up to you whether you can manage to bring it out. So don't try to force it if you are not able to manifest the etheric fire. Just because you failed now doesn't mean you won't be able to do it later when you are stronger. You should follow every instruction that I am going to pass to you unless you want your soul to get injured from within. Luna said firmly. Damien nodded, sure. I won't stray away from your words. Luna soon enough passed on the instructions to Damien through their soul link. Damien processed the information in his mind as he closed his eyes and started to focus on his soul plane. He could feel his soul essence and soul energy flowing through his soul plane. His senses focused deeper into his soul plane to look for the etheric spark in his soul. The etheric spark was a primordial concept that symbolized the birth of a soul. A few minutes had passed, and soon enough, he found mysterious grayish-black sparks flickering around his soul essence. But as he went closer and closer, Damien felt his surroundings get hotter and darker to the point that he felt as if his soul plane was being slowly turning into an eerie purgatory. On the outside, Damien's clothes were already drenched with sweat as his facial expression started contorting with pain. He wondered why the etheric sparks were in grayish-black color when he expected to see yellow sparks just like a normal etheric fire. But despite the scorching heat he felt, he didn't forget Luna's instructions, as he started circulating his soul energy around the mysterious grayish-black sparks to draw them out. But as soon as he did that, the grayish-black sparks turned into a jet-black flame as it mixed with his soul energy that fanned out further as if they were threatening to destroy everything in their path. In addition to the scorching heat, Damien started feeling a chilling coldness, and he felt as if his very existence was slowly being disintegrated and consumed by these very flames. Ah! On the outside, Luna saw Damien screaming as his fingers dug into his own flesh when he clenched his fists, due to the excruciating pain originating from his soul. When the pain originates from the soul, it is not similar to the pain one feels when physically injured. Such that, pain from a simple injury to the soul is comparable to the pain one would feel when one's heart is being stabbed by 1,000 needles. Luna was constantly inspecting Damien to make sure everything was going accordingly. But when she sensed the changes happening in Damien's soul plane, she also felt a faint chilliness and scorching heat Damien felt, though it was not to the same extent he felt. She only felt it due to her soul link, but her eyes widened in shock as she felt that eerie feeling. That feeling momentarily shook even her as she had never seen anything like it before. She even discerned that it was not just a simple etheric flame, but was made up of some unfathomable law which pretty much came close to origin-level laws. She wanted to stop Damien, but at the same time, she couldn't exactly interfere because even she had never seen a flame like this before. She didn't dare to intrude into his soul plane without knowing what kind of backlash Damien could suffer from those flames. She only hoped Damien would be able to pull through his predicament. Damien stopped screaming as he gritted his teeth, trying to control the black flames within his soul plane. His teeth were grinding against each other as blood started to drip from his mouth. The black flames in his soul plane were slowly physically manifesting, which caused some internal injuries as a small fleck of the black flame escaped from his soul plane since Damien did not properly channel it after drawing them out. The black flames were incredibly chaotic, and it seemed as if it wanted to wrest out of Damien's control. But Damien used his soul energy to restrain the black flames and channel it accordingly to his control. The black flame slowly turned less chaotic as if it was slowly being tamed till Damien felt that he could control this chaotic black flame. He then opened his fists as he channelized the black flame towards his palms. His facial expressions had slowly returned to normal, and even with the slight internal injuries, he didn't flinch. But Damien was looking wan as his face had become a little pale. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment as he saw a small jet black flame dancing on his palm. I succeeded. Damien was elated, seeing that he was able to achieve something that no one at his cultivation or age could. And also, he could finally walk through the road of alchemy. Chapter 30. It feels so magical. Damien thought as he couldn't believe he manifested a flame using his soul. Before, when Damien struggled to invoke his etheric flame, Luna was going to help him control the flame. But when she saw Damien slowly getting back in control, she decided to stay put till Damien finished the process of invoking his etheric flame on his own. And when she saw the chilling black flame dancing on his palms, she seemed like she was able to guess what kind of laws were behind it. But she still didn't dare to believe it since it seemed so unfathomable and enigmatic to the point that she thought a mere mortal shouldn't be able to manifest such flames unless... Did his origin seed influence his etheric flames? Or did his soul already start bonding with the origin seed? But that should be impossible. Luna didn't actually expect Damien to manifest etheric fire even with his strong soul, especially a flame with profound laws. She just wanted him to try so that he would understand his limits, and stop trying when he fails because she knew it was easier than trying to convince him to try only after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Suddenly Damien felt as if his soul energy was depleting at a rapid rate. But he noticed a momentary increase in his soul energy before it also got depleted. In his excitement at seeing the black flames, he didn't notice how much soul energy was being expended by the black flame. Quick, put it out, Luna said in an urgent tone. Damien instantly extinguished the soul energy in the black flame since he knew that Luna wouldn't have said it without any reason. The black flame instantly dispersed as there was no more soul energy left to fuel it. Ha, ha. Damien was heavily panting as he felt lethargic and sleepy. Before he realized it, he had already collapsed on the floor as a wave of exhaustion and fatigue overwhelmed him. Huh, why do I? He could only see Luna's blurry face looking at him with her arms crossed as he closed his eyes. How long did I sleep? Damien slowly woke up and sat on the cold floor as he rubbed his eyes. His eyes squinted when the bright sunlight intruded into the room through the windows. What the heck? It's daylight? Luna! Damien called out, feeling a little edgy. Ow, can you not disturb this goddess's beauty sleep? Luna appeared as she said in an exasperated tone. How long was I asleep? It was just evening a little while ago, right? Did I sleep through the whole day? Or did I sleep for more than one day? Damien shouted out questions, feeling a little uneasy about falling asleep like that. He was worried whether he overslept and missed Lily's training session. Because if he did, she might come to check up on him to know why he didn't come to teach her without any notice. And that would just mean trouble for Damien. Just calm down, will you? You fell asleep yesterday evening. And right now, in an hour, you would have your training session with the girl within an hour. Damien heaved a sigh of relief. I thought I missed out on Lily's training session. But why did I sleep for so long? It was just a small flame I manifested, right? And why was it black? Damien asked puzzledly. Luna shook her head. I told you, it was dangerous to try to manifest etheric fire when your soul is not even in the nascent soul stage. You were lucky you had a strong soul. Otherwise, you would have ended up injuring your soul, and it would have taken years to heal it. Luna paused before sighing. Your black flame, it's too strange, and I have never seen anything like it before. It seems that your origin seed has started bonding with your soul, thus changing the properties of your etheric fire. Damien instantly inspected his origin seed to see if there were any changes. However, he was again disappointed when there was no change at all. The origin seed was still floating in the center of his ethereal core without any reactions. But when he inspected his soul plane, he was surprised to see that his soul cultivation had broken through to the late origin soul stage, even skipping a minor stage. He could now extend his spiritual perception over a 100-meter radius. You don't have to check. I have already inspected it before, and I also didn't detect any reaction from your origin seed. But maybe the connection is too profound for me to notice with my current perception. It is, after all, a god's origin seed, and even the laws that powered your black flame were almost as profound as origin laws, in other words, pseudo-origin laws. And by some bizarre luck, your soul cultivation had a breakthrough. Probably because you were able to draw out the potential from your soul essence, and since your soul was nearing its limits, it was forced to break through to support your etheric flames. Damien's mouth went agape when he heard that he manifested flames made up of pseudo-origin laws, and didn't even seem to bother about his breakthrough in soul cultivation. Then doesn't this mean that he can even trample over the mortal world now? Luna saw through his thoughts and said, HMPH, don't get cocky just because you manifested that weird flame. First, that is an etheric flame originating from your soul and not from your ethereal core. There's a big difference between manifesting a flame using one's fire elemental seed and manifesting a flame using one's soul. Even by just manifesting a tiny flame for a small amount of time, you went out like a light. If you had persisted, you would have ended up burning your own soul essence to fuel it since your soul energy is too weak to sustain it for a longer time. If your soul essence is burned, then it would take a lot of time for you to recover it, and if you burn it too much to the point of no recovery, then it's no different than killing yourself. She continued, second, your soul cultivation is just at the early origin soul stage. I admit that your black flames would be way stronger than other cultivators' etheric flames. But that doesn't mean you can instantly rule this world with just a tiny flame. Right now, you can't use your etheric flames for battle unless you want to collapse in the middle of the fight. No, you wouldn't even have the time to manifest it. It's not like your enemies would wait for you. Your innate comprehension of the laws powering that flame might be high, but your soul is too weak to utilize even a fraction of its true potential or even to power it for a longer time. And the amount of time, concentration, and focus you need to manifest your etheric fire is considerably higher than others since it is not a simple etheric flame. Well, as your soul grows stronger, it would start getting easier bit by bit to manifest your etheric fire. Damien's excitement had died down as he heard Luna's words. But then he remembered that etheric flames weren't even meant to be used for attacking due to its high utilization of soul energy, and the difficulty to manifest it. But for Damien, his black flames were not normal etheric flames. It would consume even more soul energy and would require more focus and time to manifest and control it. And even Damien knew that alchemists used etheric fire to concoct pills and not to fight. It was due to the drawbacks of manifesting etheric fire that powerful cultivators do not bother about manifesting etheric fire. Why exhaust their soul and put themselves at risk for a slight increase in power for a short period of time? They would rather focus on their elemental seed since they don't have to take dangerous risks, and it's easier to manifest fire from one's fire elemental seed. But he wondered as he looked at the ingredients and the cauldron he had prepared yesterday, if he was already getting exhausted by manifesting a tiny flame, then how can he expect to concoct pills without collapsing due to exhaustion? Luna looked at Damien's sullen expression and chuckled, if you are thinking about concocting those measly pills, then there's nothing much to worry about. Why don't you try manifesting a small flame and use it to refine the pill? Damien got confused, but that is useless unless I can keep sustaining the flames. I won't even last through a quarter of the refining time required for just a rank 1 pill. Luna heaved a tired sigh, just listen, will you? Follow the things one normally does for concocting the pills, and then you will understand why you would have no problem in concocting the pills. Damien knitted his brows as he thought of the amount of soul energy he had to use to manifest a small etheric flame. But he cleared his thoughts and believed that Luna was not joking with him and that there must be a certain reason she told him to try. He wasn't afraid if anyone would notice him concocting pills in his room since Luna could mask any fluctuations, including any medical essence that might leak out from the cauldron. He placed the cauldron near him and started concentrating on his soul plane to manifest the black flames. Damien had already started sweating, but this time he was trying his best not to get injured by his own etheric flames from within. But once he physically manifests his etheric flames, he need not worry about hurting himself since his etheric flames would be covered with a layer of his own soul energy. 5 minutes passed as sparks slowly appeared on his palm, which soon slowly turned into jet black flames on his palm. He noticed that the air around the flame was slightly distorted as if it was devouring the air itself. He managed to manifest the black flames without any mishaps and quickly cut off his soul energy connection to the flame. He then instantly made the flame enter the cauldron. Asterisk bang asterisk, following a muted sound, a chaotic jet black flame suddenly rose within the cauldron. He had already used more than 85% of his soul energy to manifest this small black flame. But when the black flame left his hand, he found out that even after leaving from his palm, the black flame continued to heat up the cauldron at a frightening speed from the inside. It didn't seem as if the black flame would die out anytime soon. It just kept on heating up the cauldron as if the flames were undying. Quickly control the heat using your soul energy. Since your soul energy is basically fueling your black flame, it would be easier to control and lower its intensity using your soul energy. Luna instructed. Damien used his soul energy to manipulate the black flame's heat as he lowered it down with difficulty to his satisfaction. Why is my etheric fire not dissipating? Damien asked with a bewildered expression. Chapter 31. Usually, etheric flames need to be constantly in connection with one's soul to keep it aflame. Once the connection was cut off, the etheric flames would instantly die down, which was yet another reason why practitioners don't use it during a fight. There were simply too many drawbacks to manifesting an etheric flame, that even alchemists would only try manifesting them if they don't have any talent in fire laws, or if they consider alchemy as their life that they wouldn't mind spending decades cultivating their soul just to manifest etheric fire. But even then, only a rare few managed to succeed in manifesting them. Luna said as her beautiful eyes sparkled, because that is the power of the pseudo-origin laws within that flame. Actually, the flames would slowly diminish as it exhausts the soul energy contained inside it. But compared to a normal practitioner's etheric flame, yours would seem practically undying. If he is able to manifest pseudo-origin level flames with his poor cultivation, then that could only mean that his origin seed is an amalgamation of origin level laws itself and not just pseudo-origin laws. But how is he able to manifest such flames without any reaction from his origin seed? Unless his soul is, no, that's absolutely impossible. Maybe I just can't sense its profound connection with my current ability. Luna mused. Luna had previously thought that Damien's origin seed was just an amalgamation of pseudo-origin laws. Since an origin seed can also be formed from them, specifically, it would be a pseudo-origin seed. She had never seen any god housing an actual origin seed. She doesn't even remember meeting any god as strong as her. She had always considered herself as the strongest, which was one of the reasons she had a supercilious bearing. So far, the only god with a genuine origin seed she knows is herself, which was why she was shocked when she sensed the power contained inside Damien's black flames. Because it meant that Damien housed an origin seed of a god at least as strong as her. Because of her nature, she found it hard to accept that there existed a god as strong as her. Since she couldn't even clearly identify the laws in Damien's origin seed, she thought it must be a dead seed instead of believing that it was not just a pseudo-origin seed. She made some initial guesses but didn't dare to believe it without further proof. But seeing the mysterious black flame, her guesses were becoming more accurate. However, she still decided not to tell Damien until she verified it completely. She had never seen or experienced the kind of laws contained in the jet black flame, which was why she was only able to make faint guesses. She knows that no matter how strong one's ethereal soul was, they wouldn't be able to produce the strange flames Damien could. Which pea-brained god would give away their origin seed to a mortal? Why would they even need to do that? Luna couldn't help but wonder puzzledly. Luna found it perplexing that a god on the same level as her would be stupid enough to kill themselves by giving away their origin seed. Which god would be crazy enough to throw away their godhood and life for a mere mortal? And what was the connection between that god and Damien? Or how she had to soul link with Damien? Was the same god involved in both their situations? Luna knew that it was not just by coincidence Damien came to possess an origin seed, which perfectly merged with him. By now, she had seen many inexplicable and unbelievable things happening to Damien that she doubted whether everything she knew was right. She also had another guess which could explain why Damien's etheric flames were different. But it was too unbelievable and ridiculous that she quickly threw that thought away. The more she tried to find an answer to all these confounding questions, the more she felt lost and frustrated. In the end, she could only hope to merge with her other shards and gain back her memories completely. Damien was amazed when he learned that his jet black flames could keep on blazing even after cutting off his soul connection with the flame, even if it were for a short while. That was the main drawback of the etheric flame, which discouraged practitioners from using it in a fight. But if Damien one day learns to manifest his etheric fire instantly without exhausting himself much, he could use it to battle against other cultivators. And the more soul energy he provides, the longer the flames would burn. He then decided to complete the pill concoction before thinking about anything else. Damien had already controlled the jet black flame and lowered its intensity just enough to not damage the cauldron. Earlier, just as the jet black flames came in contact with the cauldron, it got heated up more than it could handle within seconds, and the cauldron was this close to being ruined. Even though it was a common-grade cauldron, it was not something that a normal practitioner's etheric fire could easily ruin. Even if a normal practitioner with Damien's cultivation managed to manifest etheric fire, they would find it impossible to even wreck a common-grade cauldron. Damien tried his best to maintain control over his jet black flames as he took out the rainbow grass and tossed it into the cauldron. And then he threw in the fermented berry inside the cauldron. He was surprised when he saw the rainbow grass and the fermented berry decaying rapidly, including its medical essence, which was not something Damien wanted to happen. Damien right away realized that it was a failure. He was able to control his jet black flames, but he found it hard to fine-tune the temperature and intensity of the flame required to refine the ingredients. Damien had excellent theoretical knowledge, but he had zero experience practically handling the refining process with precise control. Also, as his etheric fire was chaotic and hard to control, it just made it more difficult for him. Damien then dispersed the soul energy in the jet black flames that were still ablaze in the cauldron. The jet black flames instantly dissipated. And when Damien inspected the inside of the cauldron, he saw that it was almost covered in black stains, which gave off an acrid smell that looked as if the cauldron got spoiled. Fortunately, after completely inspecting it, Damien noticed that the cauldron was not spoiled completely. Thankfully, due to Luna's warning, he was able to control his etheric fire in time. Otherwise, the cauldron may have got completely destroyed. But at the same time, he was also astonished that his jet black flames were powerful enough to even break down a common grade cauldron with his cultivation. And the way the jet black flames almost ruined the cauldron was not like ordinary flames. It was as if the flames were decaying and breaking down the cauldron. Although Damien had failed, he wasn't discouraged in the least. But instead, he got excited to try more experiments with his newly found etheric flames. He was also intrigued by the mysteriousness of his flame and was happy that it was something special. At first, he was a bit hesitant to manifest the flames again since the first time he tried. He experienced immense pain and emptied his soul energy reserves. But then he thought that it was worth the risk. But he found it a pity that the ingredients were wasted, and now he would have to pluck more from Lily's inner courtyard. Thankfully, his deal with Lily allowed him to take as many common grade herbs as he wants. And Lily's inner courtyard already had such ingredients in abundance. He also decided to pluck more herbs than necessary for one pill, since he might have to do many trial and error experiments to get his control right. I should name my etheric flame as that fallen flame. It seems more apt, and I somehow feel like the flames represent me. An undying flame which burns and annihilates everything in its path. Damien said with a meaningful expression on his face. Pfft, so childish. Naming your own etheric flame, seriously. Luna rolled her eyes. Damien scoffed, my flames are worthy enough to have its own name. Besides, it sounds cooler. He said with a smirk. Luna facepalmed as she wondered if he was someone who really lived 2 lives. Since more than 80% of his soul energy was exhausted, Damien felt a bit tired as he felt his body was being drowned by fatigue. Also, the slight internal injuries from yesterday hadn't healed yet completely. But there was still more than half an hour left before Lily's training session starts. He decided to replenish his expended soul energy as much as he can before the training session starts. Damien got up from the floor and slumped onto the bed like a half-filled sack. Luna, wake me up in half an hour, Damien ordered Luna as if she was his secretary. Luna's expression glowered, you. I am not your personal alarm bell. You want this goddess to wake you up? HMPH, your mother will wake you up. But Damien had already dozed off not to hear Luna's ranting and ravings. Chapter 32. Half an hour later, hey, wake up, you dummy. An irritated voice boomed in Damien's head like an explosion. Damien got startled as he sat up on the bed, bleary-eyed. Damn, can you not try to kill me with your childish voice? Damien asked with a grumpy expression. HMPH, who asked this goddess to wake you up? You should think twice the next time you want me to wake you up. Luna said with a sinister smile on her face. This little imp. One day I will surely teach her a lesson, but I feel like sleeping again. Sigh, can't keep Lily waiting. Even though Damien was wide awake for a moment due to Luna's bellowing, he was still feeling tired since he couldn't fully recover his soul energy and heal his internal injuries within just half an hour. Damien got off from his bed languidly and changed his clothes after taking a quick bath. In Lily's inner courtyard, Damien was panting as he had to rush towards the inner courtyard since he thought it was a bit late already. He didn't want Lily coming over or sending someone to check on him. Lily was wearing her usual training skirt and top with her silky black hair tied into a ponytail. She had arrived a few minutes early before the specified time set for the training session. Damien was already 5 minutes late, but Lily didn't mind waiting. She thought that Damien must have been held up with something since he was on time for the previous training session. But she was surprised when she saw Damien coming in a rushed manner with his face looking a bit pale. Lily asked with a hint of concern, Damien, are you fine? Your face looks a bit pale. Maybe you should take some rest, and we can continue tomorrow. I am fine with cancelling today's session. Damien shook his head, I am fine. It's just I didn't sleep yesterday night properly, You know, nightmares can be pretty scary. And it would be wrong not to keep my end of the deal. Lily's eyes squinted as she remembered how Damien had a nightmare in the carriage when she was taking him to the palace. What did he experience to have such nightmares? I wish I could help him, but how? Lily was inwardly worried seeing Damien's state. Lily wanted to use her spiritual perception to inspect Damien to check whether he is fine. But she thought it would be rude to inspect him without his permission. Here, take this pill. Lily handed out a light green pill to Damien. This will help you soothe and relax your mind. That's a soul revitalizing pill. Damien was inwardly surprised when Lily took out a low-grade rank 3 pill without any hesitation. There was a huge difference in rarity and price between each rank for a pill in this world. And the difference only increases as the rank increases. Every pill ranks were further categorized into 4, low-grade rank 1 pill, medium-grade rank 1 pill, high-grade rank 1 pill, peak-grade rank 1 pill. These categories were to signify the rarity of the pills within each rank. In general, common-grade herbs were used to concoct pills ranking from 1 to 2. Earth-grade herbs were used to concoct pills ranking from 3 to 4. And sky-grade herbs were used to concoct pills ranking from 5 to 6. The medicinal resources have their own subcategories, 2, low-level common-grade herbs, medium-level common-grade herbs, high-level common-grade herbs, and peak-level common-grade herbs. For instance, low to medium-level common-grade herbs can be used to concoct a rank 1 pill, while high to peak-level common-grade herbs can be used to concoct a rank 2 pill. The currency in this world followed 2 systems. One of the currency systems was for commoners who don't cultivate or who don't bother cultivating beyond the initial ethereal realm. The commoner currency system was based on copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. A 100 copper coins would amount to 1 silver coin, while a 1,000 silver coins would amount to 1 gold coin. One could use these currencies to buy basic necessities for their daily needs. The second currency system was mainly for cultivators since it consists of spirit stones, which could also act like a cultivation resource. Spirit stones originate from naturally formed rocks that absorb the air's pure ethereal energy over a long time. In this continent, there were 3 types of spirit stones based on the purity of ethereal energy they hold. The spirit stone with the lowest purity is the green spirit stones. Then comes the yellow spirit stones, and above that was the rare blue spirit stone. Commoners wouldn't even dream of holding even a single green spirit stone due to how valuable it was. They would need over 100,000 gold coins to exchange for a single green spirit stone. In general, a single yellow spirit stone is worth over 10,000 green spirit stones. In comparison, a single blue spirit stone is worth over 1 million yellow spirit stones. Damien didn't even know about blue spirit stones until he read about it from the Rome Empire's library books. That showed how rare a blue spirit stone was, since small-sized families like the Ward family would never even have dealings that involved blue spirit stones. Only after he read the library books of one of the empires of the continent did he learn a lot of things. He also learned that rank 5 pills were very rare, and rank 6 pills were more like a myth, and even if they existed, one could count them on both hands. Any pills above rank 6 were a complete myth, and only theories existed, since no one was ever able to concoct a rank 7 pill because of the resources and cultivation required to concoct them. The soul revitalizing pill would rejuvenate one's soul energy completely within a minute, and provide a refreshing effect to their mind as long as their soul cultivation is not above the early soul transformation stage. When Lily handed him the soul revitalizing pill, based on its color, he instantly recognized it as a low-grade rank 3 pill. A low-grade rank 3 pill would easily sell for 1 to 100 yellow spirit stones depending on the demand. Lily realized that maybe she was too hasty in trying to help him, that it seemed like she was favoring him. Because even she wouldn't casually give away a peak grade rank 2 pill to her servants, let alone a low-grade rank 3 pill. Thankfully there was no one else to witness this, but she was worried if Damien would feel odd about her actions. But now, there was no going back, and she could only try to lessen any suspicions as much as she can. No need to refuse, since you don't have to owe me. I am doing this for myself. If you are not well, how would you be able to teach me properly? As you said, you should keep up the end of your deal. Lily said, assuming her princess demeanor without leaving any leeway for Damien to refuse. Damien gave a soft chuckle hearing her insistent tone, but he didn't fail to notice the worry and concern carried in her voice. He refused before because he didn't want to owe Lily a favor or give her an excuse to request anything from him. He didn't refuse anymore and took the pill from her hands and gulped it down. Damien instantly felt his soul energy being replenished at a rapid rate, and within 5 seconds, his soul energy was completely replenished, and he felt a soothing sensation in his mind. Even the minor internal injuries he had didn't seem to bother him much anymore. Thank you, Lily. Damien smiled. Lily shook her head and smiled, there's no need. Now let's start, shall we? Sure. So, today we will work on your timing and reflexes. And there is no better way to improve than to spar with me. Damien said with a playful smile. Seeing his rascally smile, Lily's eyes fluttered for a moment when she remembered what happened the last time when they sparred. She realized later that her reactions were very odd and was afraid if Damien would find it strange. Especially the strange feeling she felt when he embraced her made her a little restless. Fine. But you shouldn't play with me like you did the last time. Lily said, trying to avoid Damien's gaze. Damien chuckled, knowing what she meant by playing. Don't worry, Lily. I will be serious and won't play with you whenever we are sparring. Lily didn't seem to notice the slight nuances of his wording and inwardly sighed with relief as she smiled. Okay, master. Let's begin. Almost 2 hours passed when both of them stopped sparring. Damien was looking a bit exhausted since he was mainly dodging and giving counterattacks to train Lily's reflexes. Actually, he wasn't exhausted at all, but he had to act the part of a cripple, and it would be extremely suspicious if he didn't show any signs of tiredness. Damien had to remind Lily again how it was time to wind up the training, since she never notices the passing of time whenever she trains, especially if it's swordplay. See you tomorrow, master, Lily said before leaving the inner courtyard. Uff. But as soon as Lily left, Damien fell to his knees with his hand clutching his chest as his face twisted with pain. Chapter 33. You fool, why did you keep enduring the pain when you know it's because of your origin seed? Luna reprimanded as she appeared before Damien. When Damien was still sparring with Lily around 10 minutes ago, a torrent of pain emanated from his ethereal core. The pain only kept increasing as time passed. Damien wanted to end the training there and then itself, but since the session was almost over and did not want to make Lily suspicious, he endured it without showing any signs of pain. Due to the years of torture he had suffered in his previous life, Damien's pain tolerance was quite high, and he could even control his expressions under immense pain. Now his origin seed was having a reaction. As if it couldn't wait to convey something to Damien. I have to get back to my room, Damien said, clenching his jaw. Luna shook her head, no need. Nobody would come here, and even that girl won't return at least till evening. You have to inspect your origin seed right now. It's giving off a reaction for a reason. Maybe something that can help you increase your prowess. Something that can help me increase my power. Damien couldn't help but be excited as he thought about it. With Luna here, at least he would be warned if someone was coming to the inner courtyard. He threw away all thoughts of returning to his room and instantly spread his inner senses towards his ethereal core. Just as he focused on his origin seed, a buzzing sound rang in Damien's mind. Then an incredibly ancient and domineering voice that felt like it came from the primordial era sounded. At last, it seems like everything wasn't all for naught. You are finally here, my legacy. This voice is. Damien shut his eyes as he tried to concentrate on the voice. Are you the god who gave me this origin seed? Damien felt a bit unreal hearing an ancient voice. He had already met Luna, but most of the time, it didn't feel like he was in the presence of an ancient god, probably due to her figure and personality. If one heard this voice, they would feel fear, respect, and reverence. But Damien felt some kind of inexplicable feelings deep within his heart. No, I am no god, I am an entity that even gods dread, but the origin seed you are housing is mine. I was waiting for a very long time to have my origin seed merge with you. Right now, I am nothing but a mere fragment of my soul which will soon disappear after imparting you my legacy. Wait a sec. Why and what made you choose me? I was just a crippled mortal. And I thought gods couldn't transfer their origin seed to someone else. Damien was puzzled why an exalted existence would choose him to be their successor. It is true that gods cannot give away their origin seed to someone else. But I chose you because you are the only one who can house my origin seed. Because of my carelessness and foolishness, I was reduced to this state, but now you are my only hope. I know you have many questions you want to ask me, like why you were able to house my origin seed, but when the time is right, you will find the answers yourself, including the god who manipulated you. Damien was stunned for a moment. You know the god who manipulated me. Tell me, who is it? He didn't seem to even care about how the voice seemed to know about his previous life since he thought that the voice must have scanned his memories. Damien's voice had become a little shaky, but the ancient voice didn't waver. I cannot burden you with that knowledge now. It will only distract you from your journey to fulfill your wishes. Also, you are too insignificant right now that you are not worthy of pursuing your revenge. But I can give you the power necessary to carry out your vengeance if your resolve and will are unwavering. Although holding my power will only make you more prone to trouble and conflict, it would be the only way for you to realize my true power. You will not be able to advance your power if you lead a peaceful life. But the more powerful you become, the harder and more perilous your trials in your life will be. And one day, if you become powerful enough, you would be faced with the toughest trial of your life, which would involve even the survival of the universe as you know it. So, are you willing to accept my power? Damien felt annoyed and frustrated that the voice did not reveal anything about his most hated enemy. But he felt that the voice also had a point since it wouldn't do him any good now if he knew the details. It would only just be a burden to him and mess with his mind. Damien had no idea what kind of trial the voice was talking about. But all he wanted now was to reunite with Sophie and get his revenge no matter the cost. He never expected to live a peaceful life in the first place. Those days were long gone for him. I will accept your power. But what kind of power would I exactly gain? The voice answered, you won't gain my true abilities right away. But the more you cultivate yourself to greater heights, the more you can unlock the potential of your abilities. Also, I can guarantee you that no one at your same level would be a match for you, they would be as insignificant as ants before you. Wherever you go, people will tremble and fear you because of your prowess. If one day, you have the capability to truly receive my complete legacy, you would be the sole ruler of chaos, death, and destruction, a true sovereign of the universe. But if you don't have the potential, you would at best achieve false divinity. Ruler of chaos and, am I dreaming or something? Would I really be able to become something like that? Someone who even gods fear. Damien couldn't help but feel inconceivable about the whole thing about being the sovereign of the universe. He didn't care about all that stuff, but if that's what it takes to reunite with the people he loves and make sure no one can ever hurt his loved ones, then there was nothing stopping him from achieving it. But he wondered how such a powerful entity was forced to such a state. He remembered the voice telling him it was due to his foolishness and carelessness. Damien couldn't help but feel the same thing when he remembered how he lost everything due to how foolish and careless he was in his previous life. Damien then suddenly thought of something. Before I ask you something, can Luna hear us? The voice replied, no. Even if she has her soul linked with yours, she can't read your thoughts unless she forcibly intrudes into your soul plane and kills you. But it would still cause a backlash if you resist as her soul plane is injured. Her soul linked to your soul plane is like a double-edged sword. So you need not worry about that. Damien was silent for a moment before asking plainly, can I trust her? Even though he didn't feel anything suspicious about Luna so far and instead enjoyed her company to a certain extent, he didn't fully trust her yet, even though he appreciated the help she gave him so far. Since they were in a symbiotic relationship, he was apprehensive about what would happen once she recovers her true powers. Even if she told him that an origin seed was potentially useless to another god, he had no way to verify her words. What if she wanted to do something with his origin seed? What if she was fattening him up for some dubious scheme? Since Damien had never interacted with gods, he couldn't exactly predict what was going through Luna's mind. Damien had gone through enough betrayals in his life that he never would easily trust another person, especially when they are linked to his soul plane. Luna was currently using Damien's soul plane as an anchor to recover her soul. But he knew the voice wouldn't lie to him since it had basically given away the source of its life, its legacy to Damien. If there is one thing I can tell you is that I am completely sure she only has your well-being in interest, even if it's for herself. Tell me, if it weren't for her would you be even talking to me now? If she wanted to, she could even absorb your soul essence to strengthen herself a bit no matter how inconsequential it would be for her soul as a whole. But she is currently dependent on you. She would only be putting her life in danger if she did something detrimental to you. Even she must have realized by now that she won't find a soul like yours which can host her soul plane in this mortal plane. Damien knew that he was vulnerable all this time. But he had no choice but to take a leap of faith and trust Luna with his life before he let her modify his ethereal core points. Seeing how she claimed to be the strongest god, surely she would have extraordinary tricks up her sleeve. Even with her fragmented soul, she would be able to absorb his soul essence after suffering some backlash due to the soul link. But if Damien resisted her attempt to read his memories or thoughts, she would not be able to intrude into Damien's soul plane without suffering some kind of backlash. But if her soul wasn't linked with Damien's, she would only need a mere thought to go through Damien's memories or read his thoughts. Damien hated this feeling of being vulnerable. It was the last thing he wanted to feel. To always look back behind his shoulders and being continuously wary of the person closest to him. Even if she doesn't want to do anything to me now, how can you guarantee she won't have any ill intentions towards me in the future? Damien knew that if Luna wanted him to raise his cultivation fast, she would surely guide him in the best way possible. But he couldn't help but feel apprehensive of what comes after. The voice answered, I can guarantee because she can gain nothing from you. Why do you think she mentioned those conditions to you? Those 3 conditions are enough for her to recover her powers on her own, no matter how long it takes. Even if she absorbs your soul essence, it wouldn't be much of a help to her unless your soul is at least as powerful as hers. If you truly want to feel completely safe, then at least become as strong as her. Damien inwardly rolled his eyes, hearing its answer. If it was so easy to become a god, then he wouldn't be in this state. But in his heart, he decided to see for himself if he could trust Luna since the voice wouldn't say anything that could put its successor in danger. Thinking that Luna basically had nothing to gain from him and remembering those 3 conditions she demanded, he felt that what the voice said makes sense. I don't have much time left. I have given you the answers you needed. Now, accept my Netherial arts. Chapter 34. Netherial arts. I have heard of ethereal arts, then what is Netherial arts? Damien asked puzzledly. The voice answered, you could say my origins are from a different dimension, a different universe, and that dimension is known as the Nether dimension, a realm of the living and the dead. The dimension you are in is known as the ether dimension, where ether energy or ethereal energy is predominant. But in my dimension, there is almost no ethereal energy, only nether energy is present. My dimension was dying, that was how I ended up here. But then, forget it, you don't have to bother with these things now. It seemed as if the voice was remembering some unpleasant memories, but there were no emotional fluctuations in its voice. The voice continued, the reason you got crippled was that my origin seed could only accept nether energy. That's why your ethereal core points got destroyed due to the backlash. But fortunately, that goddess made new ones for you, which could adapt to my origin seed. You could say she made you a new set of core points that have the characteristics of both ethereal and nether core points. Damien finally felt that things were making sense now, like how he was crippled. He had wondered why his origin seed had rejected the energy from his old ethereal core points. But he was flabbergasted when he heard that there was another dimension or a universe other than the one he was in. He realized that the longer he spent in this world, the more unbelievable things he was experiencing and learning. He even conversed with two gods. He felt as if he was so inconsequential in the midst of these things and felt a bit uneasy when he thought how he would find Sophie when there are other dimensions or planes out there. How powerful would he have to become to find her quickly? How long would it take him to reach those heights? The worst part was he didn't know whether Sophie was waiting for him. His best hope was to become as powerful as possible in the shortest time. Damien's spirited determination to raise his power to new heights only intensified further instead of getting depressed, when these thoughts resurfaced. The voice sensed Damien's turbulent emotions and acknowledged his vehement resolve. Damien repressed his needless thoughts and said, then please bestow upon me your netherial arts. Good, now steady your mind and focus. My netherial arts have my memory imprint so that you will know how to make use of my arts. Damien emptied his mind as a sudden surge of information entered his soul plane. Anti-God arts, first stage, Undying Wrath, tears open your limits temporarily and mutates your ethereal energy to give rise to anti-energy. This energy will increase and amplify your strength, including your destructive power, through 5 phases. First phase, 20% mutation, second phase, 40% mutation, third phase, 60% mutation, fourth phase, 80% mutation, fifth phase, 100% mutation, forbidden, second stage, shackles of death, sealed third stage, shadow of time, sealed fourth stage, from the ashes I rise, sealed fifth stage, anti-world, sealed sixth stage, sealed seventh stage. Sealed, since you have my origin seed, you need not comprehend anything to use my netherial arts. Also, you need not follow the way others cultivate to increase your cultivation realm. You can also increase your cultivation by absorbing the vitality of others' lives, and their soul essence as long as they are at least having stronger cultivation than you. Absorbing these two will improve both your ethereal and soul cultivation. Damien was amazed when he assimilated the anti-God arts in his soul plane. Even though he didn't have a clear idea of how much power he can draw upon, he could imagine the immense and mysterious power that can be released using these cheat-like arts. But why are the other stages sealed? Damien couldn't help but wonder why they were restricted. Because you are too weak to use them at your current cultivation. But the more powerful you become, the more skills you can employ from my forbidden ethereal arts. Also, potentially my forbidden arts don't have any limits, which means the more powerful you become, the more terrifying and stronger your skills will be. But if you make use of those sealed skills now, either your soul essence would get completely exhausted and dissipate, or your ethereal core would explode and thus bring upon an inevitable death. Even the unsealed skills you can use would be very punishing because it will exhaust a lot of either your soul energy or your ethereal energy, so you should know how and when to use these skills wisely. You can also ask that goddess how to make the best use of your arts. Damn. If these skills require such tremendous energy, I wonder how extraordinary those skills are. Well, at least I won't be tempted to make use of the sealed ones. The voice then became a little distant, it's time. I have trusted you with my legacy. So, make sure you are worthy of it. Before I dissipate, I will bestow upon you the remnant energy from my soul fragment. Even though the energy is too minuscule, it could strengthen your current cultivation by a small margin. Damien didn't feel any sadness that the soul fragment was going to dissipate, but he felt pity that such a powerful entity had to meet its end in such a way. Thank you for trusting me with your legacy. I won't bring any shame to your legacy. Damien felt thankful because now his hopes increased since he now had the means to realize his wishes. The voice simply answered, I know, you won't. The voice became completely distant as it faded away. Suddenly Damien felt waves and waves of energy coming from his origin seed flooded in, which made the ethereal energy in his ethereal core rapidly convulse and swell up again and again, until it made his ethereal core expand to its limit. Asterisk bang, asterisk a faint sound. Damien clearly heard the sound of something being broken through. The ethereal energy within his ethereal core continued to contract rapidly. The gaseous ethereal core became even denser as the ethereal energy inside the core increased in quantity. This was clearly the wondrous reaction of an ethereal strength breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, his ethereal strength at the second level of the initial ethereal realm had broken through to the third level of the initial ethereal realm, but it wasn't completely over just yet. The ethereal energy in the ethereal core was still rapidly swelling. The energy from the origin seed flooded in like crazy and filled the ethereal core that had just made a breakthrough to the brim again, followed by asterisk bang, asterisk the quality of the ethereal energy inside the ethereal core made another jump in level. From the strength of the third level of the initial ethereal realm, it crossed into the fourth level of initial ethereal realm. Damien's jaw inwardly dropped wide open from shock. Even with a mental state that was built from 2 lifetimes, he still could almost not accept this advancement in ethereal energy that could even shock the world. Not even half a minute had passed, and his ethereal strength actually crossed from the second level of initial ethereal realm into the fourth level of initial ethereal realm. Not only had this sort of thing never been encountered before, but even just hearing it was also improbable. It was so much to take in that he had a feeling that it was all just a dream. The jumping of 2 ranks was still not the end. The energy from the origin seed continued to madly swirl in like a tide, slowly filling and expanding his ethereal core, making the strength of his ethereal energy explosively grow in a terrifying manner. Initial ethereal realm level 5. Initial ethereal realm level 6. Initial ethereal realm level 7. Initial ethereal realm level 8. Initial ethereal realm level 9. Initial ethereal realm level 10. Damien felt like pinching himself to see whether he was dreaming or imagining the things that had just happened. He didn't even have the time to react to the inconceivable shock he received when his ethereal strength had risen by 2 levels, because afterward his ethereal strength had madly increased and directly broken through to the 10th level of the initial ethereal realm, the peak of the initial ethereal realm. In just a few minutes, not even a single day, but in minutes his ethereal strength had broken through several levels. Even for a genius that grew up in a major family or sect that had access to a significant amount of resources and teachers, it would still take around 2 years for them to advance from the 4th level to the 10th level of the initial ethereal realm. This was why Damien was very surprised when he learned the cultivation level of Lily. Because from what he learned, it was quite impossible for even a genius of her age to have the same cultivation as hers. He felt as if she was some kind of a monster when it came to cultivation, who was even more powerful than his late adopted father. He always wondered if there was something special about Lily that allowed her to achieve the cultivation she has now. But Damien's thoughts reeled back in as he felt his soul energy expanding. His soul also broke through from late origin soul stage to peak origin soul stage and realized he could spread his senses around a 125-meter range. He then sensed his ethereal core stabilizing, and the energy that was coming out from his origin seed had already subsided and completely disappeared. He also felt that the soul fragment had dissipated as well. Damien opened his eyes, which were filled with incredulity, and slowly got up as he asked, "Luna, what the hell just happened?" Chapter 35. However, Luna didn't answer him. She was sitting in her shard of essence, witnessing all the things happening to Damien as she finally opened her mouth to speak in a low mumble. Looks like his origin seed had finally reacted. Maybe it had to do with him forcibly manifesting his etheric fire. But that rapid surge of energy from his origin seed seems like it was not a coincidence that he was able to house the origin seed. Shortly, Luna appeared before Damien, who was still drunk with astonishment. HMPH, congratulations on breaking through to the peak of the initial ethereal realm. I guess your cultivation could be considered as average around here for someone of 15 years old, right? Luna flatly stated. At this moment, the previous overwhelming shock, terror, and apprehension he had when he stepped into the peak of the initial ethereal realm faded. It was true that considering the whole Rome Empire, his cultivation would come off as average since in the place he was in right now, that is, the imperial capital, even an 11-year-old kid from a reputed family, would have the same cultivation as Damien. But in the Ward family, Damien would be considered a genius. That was how drastic the difference would be when it all comes down to resources and guidance. Suddenly Damien felt something in his ethereal core and raised his right hand as he opened his palm. As he moved his thoughts, a small crackling sound resounded when an illuminating black streak of lightning manifested in his hands. The lightning seemed chaotic and violent as another twisted flickering streak appeared in his hand. As seconds passed, another streak appeared. He felt a similar chilliness and scorching heat from the streaks of lightning but not the same extent as his fallen flames. Yet his skin wasn't scorched or injured in the slightest. As he looked at the spine-chilling streaks of lightning staying alive because of his ethereal energy, he silently laughed. Was this phenomenal power some kind of compensation sent by the heavens for all my suffering? To live years in suffering only to give back everything I deserved altogether in a single day. As Damien inspected his origin seed, he found that his lightning seed had taken the form of flickering streaks of jet black lightning compared to the tiny sparks before he broke through. He guessed that just like his fallen flames, his lightning seed was also probably altered by the origin seed. Also, there was a faint strand of connection between the lightning seed and his origin seed. Seems like your comprehension of lightning laws has also improved along with your breakthrough. I was expecting some reaction from your origin seed after you had manifested your etheric fire. And soon enough, it reacted today. I am guessing there were some memory imprints on the origin seed, right? Did you find out anything useful? Like why that God left his origin seed with you? Luna asked as her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Damien shook his head, nothing much, actually. I didn't get the answers I wanted to know. But he said he was an entity that even gods feared. I guess he called himself the anti-god. And he did leave me his legacy, his origin seed officially including his netherial arts. Do you know him or what exactly this nether dimension is? Luna squinted her eyes as if she was running through all her memories. I have never heard of any anti-god or nether dimension. HMPH, if he said that all gods feared him, it must be his luck that he didn't meet me. Damien didn't know whether to cry or laugh seeing her haughtiness. Luna touched her chin, but all this seems new to me. Maybe I did know about such an entity, but I don't remember now. But it's good that you have comprehended his arts. Do you want me to guide you on how to use those arts? Because I don't want you dying just because you didn't know how to use those arts. A god's ethereal arts or your netherial arts, as you say, is not a child's play. It is not something a mortal is supposed to use. But if he gave it to you, I am sure you wouldn't be able to make use of all the skills in the arts, right? Damien sighed, yes. It's true. He also warned me that I could not use certain skills unless my cultivation becomes powerful enough. Well, then please do guide me, I also don't want to kill myself by accident. Damien then transferred the memory imprint of his arts to Luna. He transferred them to gain guidance and see for himself if Luna could be trusted. Based on her reaction, he can at least confirm what the voice told him. Luna instantly scanned all the information, and after a few moments of silence, she said as she gazed intently at Damien, I can't even explain how ridiculously fortunate you are. With these arts, there's nothing stopping you from rising to the top. I can't believe that such a powerful god existed, maybe because he was in another dimension, I didn't know. Anyway, these netherial arts or anti-god arts are very punishing, but at the same time, your combat prowess would soar through the skies. It gives you a power that goes against all laws and logic. You know of. A power that even transcends the whole universe. Luna's expression turned serious as she continued, but don't get complacent because of that. Having these arts also means that you have jumped into a hornet's nest. Once this power reappears in this world, who knows what kind of disaster and calamity is waiting along your way. Because once your secret is exposed, there would be no end to the number of people in this world who would want to kill you to seize the power that can even make gods go mad with jealousy. If I were just an ordinary goddess, I would have also wanted to kill you and take those arts for myself. But even if that was the case, no one, not even me, can make use of those arts, let alone snatch them in the first place. It is something that solely belongs to you because of your origin seed. Nor can you even give it away. Damien already guessed that his anti-god arts could not be snatched from him when the voice told him to let Luna guide him. But he was even more amazed when he heard Luna's high appraisal of his anti-god arts. If even she said that his anti-god arts are unparalleled, then, without doubt, it was the real deal. But Damien wasn't afraid of having his secrets exposed unless he blurted out his secret by himself or if his soul was jeopardized. Also, he felt like maybe he could trust Luna after all, at least gradually with time. People might be interested in knowing what kind of ethereal arts he might be practicing, seeing his strange abilities. Still, they would mostly think it's because of his talent in cultivation. Since they can't imagine any ethereal arts that could grant such broken abilities to someone, it was beyond their imagination. Even if they knew the truth, they would rather believe that the sun won't rise tomorrow than to think such an implausible ethereal art existed. But in a way, it's also true that Damien was indeed talented, including his comprehension talents. Otherwise, even if he was somehow able to house the origin seed, his soul would fail to comprehend the extraordinary anti-god arts directly from his origin seed. Maybe it was due to his strong and special soul that Damien didn't face any failure in inheriting those arts. But now do you have a clear idea of what kind of origin laws is contained inside my origin seed? The voice said that his origin seed could make me the ruler of death or something. Is it some kind of darkness law? Damien actually knew it wasn't darkness law since light and darkness laws are just greater laws, and their profoundness was incomparable to origin laws. But since he noticed that his fallen flames and lightning had a blackish color to it, he couldn't help wonder. Luna narrowed her eyes, since even he said that you could be the ruler of death, then I am sure your origin seed possesses at least death laws. Maybe that is why I am unable to use fate sense on him. A thought flashed through Luna's mind. Death laws? Damien's eyes widened in surprise. Does that mean I can control death? Like live forever or make me unkillable? Damien couldn't help but shoot out these questions as his imagination knew no bounds. Luna snapped her cute fingers. Hey, don't get carried away. Just because your origin seed contains comprehension of death laws doesn't mean you can exercise them completely right away. Your cultivation is too weak even to utilize a millionth of those laws. Why do you think most of your skills from your anti-god arts are sealed? Damien slowly returned to reality as he realized that things couldn't be that easy, just as the case with his fallen flames. But, I have to say, the higher your cultivation, the more you will be able to comprehend the death laws from your origin seed. Though I think that death laws are not the only origin laws you have. I can sense destruction laws and some other chaotic laws, but they are very faint, so I can't be sure. Also, I don't have a clear idea of death laws because it is not something I can comprehend. I have only faintly sensed that these laws exist in the universe. After all, why would I care about laws I can't comprehend when I have my own origin laws, which I believe that no one can be my match? Luna said in a narcissistic tone. Damien narrowed his brows. And what kind of origin laws are you exactly adept in? Chapter 36. Damien always wondered about Luna's origin laws. But he didn't bother to ask before as he thought he wouldn't probably understand. It is something you are already familiar with. I am adept in a few origin laws, but the origin laws I take the most pride in is. Luna continued with a smile, destiny laws. Damien's eyes couldn't help but freeze for a moment. If anyone asked him which origin laws he dreaded and hated the most, he would undoubtedly say destiny laws. Because those laws were the reason he lost everything, but he knew that the target of his actual anger and hatred was not the laws themselves, but the god who took advantage of those laws to manipulate him. But now he realized that it all made sense. How Luna was able to find out he was being manipulated in his previous life and how she talked about those strings of destiny, and how she said that the god was lousy at manipulating destiny laws. How many gods are out there that can manipulate one's destiny? Damien couldn't help but wonder. He felt as if all the living beings, no matter how strong, were nothing but puppets before the presence of these kinds of monsters like Luna in the universe. His gaze was fixed on Luna with a certain wariness in his eyes. Now you are finally scared of this goddess. Do you now realize that I am not someone to be taken lightly? Luna saw how Damien seemed a little unnerved and was amused seeing his expression. Bullshit. I am not scared of you. It's just that for a moment, I was surprised. After all, the god who manipulated me can also make use of destiny laws. Besides, I have a feeling that you can't make use of those destiny laws in your current state. Damien said, straightening his back. Luna cutely puffed her cheeks. HMPH, you are no fun. Obviously, I can't. Most of my comprehension of destiny laws are in my shard of destiny. And I at least know that it is not even on this planet. Who knows in which nook and corner of the universe it is in? Luna sighed. Wow. It's like all her overpowered abilities were split into different shards. Damien wondered how two of the most powerful gods he knew ended up in a pitiful state. And it seemed like both blamed their own carelessness for ending up in their state. Well, at least you don't have to worry about getting back your shard that is present in this world. With my anti-god arts, I am more confident than ever of fulfilling all your conditions. Damien said with a confident smile. If Damien went back on his words, Luna would pretty much be helpless. Damien's soul plane was basically like a host for Luna. She could expend some of her soul essences to kill Damien in revenge or anger for not fulfilling her conditions if she wants. But that would indirectly be killing herself. If Damien didn't help her, she would practically have to live inside Damien till he dies due to old age or some other reason. She first thought maybe there was a chance to find others with a soul as special as Damien. But soon, she felt that the reason for the specialty of his soul and the origin seed were somehow related in one way or another. This means that she can only depend on Damien and no one else since there was no way a mortal, or even a false divinity could house an origin seed. Since the voice told him about this, Damien was aware of these things. But even though he knew, he still wanted to keep up his promise since Luna did help him a lot as she promised. HMPH, we will see if you can keep up with your mouth. Luna scoffed, but happiness sparkled deep within her eyes as she was inwardly pleased that Damien was at least serious about fulfilling her conditions. Damien chuckled, seeing her trying to conceal her emotions by putting up a front. Looks like even a goddess can be shy, ha ha ha. Did you think I would go back on my words? You. Luna instantly pinched Damien's waist. You dare to make ridiculous claims about this goddess. As a man, you are supposed to keep your promises. Okay, it tickles, ha ha ha. Damien feigned his laugh and swiftly caught Luna's snow-white wrist but was surprised when he felt her soft and flawless skin. Hey! Luna's wrist instantly phased through Damien's hands. You dare to lay hands on this goddess? How audacious! She said with a glowered expression. Luna felt strange when Damien held her wrist. No one would dare to even look at her, let alone touch her. And this was the first time somebody touched her. She didn't expect Damien to catch her wrist as she thought he wasn't bold enough. But little did she know that she thought wrong. Geez, it's just your wrist, and you were the one who touched me first. Damien smirked. All this time, Damien thought that her spirit body was intangible since her corporeal shell had been destroyed. He didn't expect to catch her wrist and was surprised at how nice her skin felt when he held her wrist. It felt so flawless and perfect that he wondered if her real body would have felt the same. But just as he thought that, he instantly suppressed all unnecessary thoughts before any crazy ones surfaced. He couldn't believe that his self-control was so pitiful. Even with his steel will and steadfast heart, it was true that every time he looked at Luna, he had to focus a bit to not get mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. HMPH, you are lucky to stay alive after defiling this goddess' ethereal skin with your perverted hands. If it were not for the entanglement of our fates, I would have killed you 1,000,000 times over. Luna said as her eyebrows lowered. Damien shook his head in amusement, hearing her threats, but I thought your spirit body was intangible. How was I able to touch you then? Of course, I can choose when to materialize myself. Just this time, I didn't expect you to be so perverted. Luna said as she curled her rosy lips. Damien ignored her jab and asked, so, can anyone else other than me see you, even after you materialize yourself? I can decide whom all can see me. But you are the only one who can touch me unless I immaterialize myself. And I also cannot hide my presence from you obviously because of our soul link. Damien slowly nodded his head as he thought that it made sense. He had wondered if others could see Luna if she didn't use her essence powers. But he found out now that it was more related to her spirit body itself. Then a sudden thought emerged in his mind, since I can comprehend death laws, do you think that one day, if my cultivation is powerful enough, will I be able to take my revenge against the god who manipulated me? Luna heaved a sigh. Do you think it's that easy to fight against a god? Especially a god adept in destiny laws? Sure, if you were born as a god and you had your origin seed, you would surely have some chance. But you are a mortal. Even I can't say for sure how powerful you can become. It all depends on many factors. In the end, it is up to you. But in my knowledge, no mortal can ever achieve divinity. At best, they can only achieve false divinity. Luna paused for a moment as she stared at Damien, but your eyes are telling me that no matter what I or others say, you won't suppress your thirst for power, and that you will exact your vengeance upon that god no matter what. But what if you found the person you are looking for? I guess it is some girl called Sophie, right? You shout out her name a few times when you sleep. Damien's eyes flashed with some evocative feelings as he said, if I reunited with Sophie, I wouldn't seek out revenge since Sophie matters the most to me. But I will never stop surpassing myself because I want to be ready in case anyone wants to hurt my loved ones, including any gods eager to die at my hands. Oh, if there was one thing you can outdo this goddess, it would be your arrogance. And here you claim that I was the arrogant one, he. No wonder the true owner of your origin seed gave away his legacy to you. You are the perfect successor to inherit the anti-god arts. But it's good to know that at least you are not stupid enough to ever stop progressing yourself. Luna felt amused that Damien was already talking about killing gods, but she felt it was her liking. Since the more ambitious and determined Damien was, the faster he would rise to power. Damien rolled his eyes, hearing her sarcastic remarks when he was talking about something serious. Forget that, why don't you tell me how to use my newfound powers? Damien asked eagerly. That can wait till tonight. This goddess needs to sleep now. I will also give you an ethereal art to make use of your lightning element. You can't expect to fight your enemies without having any elemental, ethereal arts. Sure, your anti-god arts can even help you fight against stronger enemies, but an elemental, ethereal art would increase your combat prowess even further. It would be good support for your anti-god arts. And I take it that you don't need any soul cultivation techniques from me since your anti-god arts passively allows you to absorb the soul essence, and even life essence of someone to improve your own cultivation. But remember that you should save 50% of each soul essence you absorb for this goddess. Of course, you need not worry about that. Damien softly chuckled. I can't wait for tonight. Damien was inwardly excited, thinking about how he would learn to use his anti-god arts by night, and was looking forward to what kind of lightning ethereal arts Luna would give him. I am going to take a nap. You should get back to your gardening job and fulfill your duties as a dutiful servant. Luna dropped in a quick jibe with a provoking grin and disappeared into her shard of essence before Damien could even retort. You cheeky, little imp. Damien bared his teeth. But there was only silence from the other end. Wait till I make you know your place one day. Damien inwardly swore. He then noticed that almost an hour had passed since Lily left. Phew, today was really an eventful day. I should continue my alchemy experiments today evening onwards. But I guess I can't wait to receive the ethereal arts from Luna tonight. Chapter 37. It was already night when Damien almost exhausted his soul energy carrying out his alchemy experiments. He had conserved as much soul energy as possible for each of his experiments since he only needed a small flame without much heat for concocting rank 1 pills. But even after taking short breaks in between experiments, Damien was now left with barely 30% of his soul energy, and all the experiments so far were failures. But he did learn how to control his fallen flames to a certain degree and cut down his soul energy consumption according to his needs. And he felt like he was getting closer to success after each experiment. He deduced that for concocting a rank 1 pill, he need not produce a normal fallen fire as it would practically be overkill. Normally someone with the same soul cultivation as his would struggle to keep up their etheric fire to concoct a peak rank 1 pill, unless they are a genius. Damien decided to have one more try before he exhausts his soul energy and the ingredients. He was trying to concoct a peak grade rank 1 sustenance pill, which could allow a cultivator to skip 2 meals a day. Even though his etheric flames were special, he didn't want to overestimate himself by trying to concoct rank 2 pills. Usually, a beginner at alchemy wouldn't even dream of concocting a peak grade rank 1 pill without much experience, even if their soul cultivation was high. Sustenance pills were mostly popular for practitioners with low cultivation like the initial ethereal realm, and even the nascent ethereal realm as the hard-working ones would probably be secluding themselves for cultivating, and wouldn't bother to eat a proper meal. But as one's cultivation realm increases, less hunger would affect them. So for someone with high cultivation, sustenance pills wouldn't be much use for them. They just need to eat once in a while, and that would be sufficient for them. At even higher cultivation, they wouldn't have to eat at all. They would probably just have food for enjoyment or eat during important occasions. There were only low-grade and peak-grade rank 1 sustenance pill. There were no medium or high-grade rank 1 sustenance pills. A low-grade rank 1 sustenance pill would allow one to skip a single meal a day, while a low-grade rank 2 sustenance pill would allow one to go without food for a whole day. It was all thanks to his previous self-obsession with alchemy that he was able to form some theories on his own on how to concoct a pill with maximum potency instead of going by the book. Damien was sure that if he had not awakened his memories, he would have turned out to be a famous alchemy prodigy who could formulate medical formulas that give maximum potency on his own. This time he took out 2 sets of rainbow grass, and instead of a fermented berry, he took out 2 petals from a 4-petaled wild flower. All these ingredients were low and medium level common grade herbs used to concoct a rank 1 pill. Seems like this common grade cauldron won't hold for long. Damien wryly smiled to himself. Lily made sure that Damien would get the best common grade cauldron available since she knew how much Damien was interested in alchemy, but the brown common grade cauldron had almost broken down despite its superb quality for its grade, as initially, he was having a hard time controlling the intensity of his fallen flames. It could barely handle one more of Damien's experiments. This was why Damien double-checked the medical formula he theorized. Otherwise, he would have to request another common grade cauldron, which would only make her suspicious. He also had another reason for concocting a peak rank 1 pill, since those pills would easily sell for somewhere between 60 to 100 green spirit stones. Even if his cauldron got completely spoiled after concocting a single pill, he could at least buy a cheap common grade cauldron from the money he would get after selling the pill. But a cheap cauldron wouldn't last as long as a good quality one. Also, the pill's grade might even vary a bit depending on the quality of the cauldron. Damien started focusing on his soul plane, and a few minutes later, a diminished and inferior version of fallen flames manifested on his palm. He reduced the amount of soul energy by a lot in his flame to scale down its intensity and hotness. He had only depleted about 15% of his soul energy. But if he had manifested a normal fallen flame without holding back, he would have exhausted about 84% of his soul energy even with his peak origin soul stage. Damien then cut off his soul energy connection as his fallen flames entered the cauldron. Since he had decreased the amount of soul energy in his fallen flames by a lot, it wouldn't keep blazing as long as it normally would. But still, it would stay ablaze long enough for Damien to concoct a rank 1 pill. Damien then threw in the rainbow grass, followed by the 2 petals from the 4-petaled wild flower. Under his control, the chaotic fallen flames was as docile as a sheep as it gently surrounded the medical ingredients thrown into the cauldron. He began refining the essences of the various medical ingredients needed for the peak grade rank 1 sustenance pill. Within just a few minutes, the medical ingredients were completely purified. Damien's eyes were staring intently at the interior of the cauldron as he saw the round medicinal pill flip and roll around a number of times before coming to rest. Seeing the luster of the medicinal pill, Damien smiled as he knew he finally succeeded. But just as he got a closer look, his eyes widened in shock. Damien beckoned his hand, prompting the pale brown-colored medicinal pill to shoot out from the cauldron and fly towards him. As he inspected the medicinal pill's color, luster, etc., his eyes only widened more. He was astonished that the medicinal pill was not a peak grade rank 1 sustenance pill but was a low grade rank 2 sustenance pill. He found it hard to believe that he was able to concoct a rank 2 pill without even using high-level common grade medicinal ingredients. No matter how good or genius an alchemist was, it was considered impossible to jump grades without using the necessary herbs required for that grade. But Damien only used low and medium level common grade herbs to concoct the medicinal pill in his hand. It was even common knowledge among alchemists that a low-grade rank 2 sustenance pill can be concocted, only using at least high-level common grade medicinal ingredients as low to medium level common grade medicinal ingredients was used for concocting a rank 1 pill. High to peak level common grade medicinal ingredients were used for concocting a rank 2 pill. If any alchemist came to know about this fact, they would rather go crazy than believe that Damien can concoct pills that can skip grades. This was why even Damien was gobsmacked as he felt like he pulled off something that basically questioned his knowledge of alchemy. How can this be? I know for sure it's not because I changed the ingredients since I only used medicinal ingredients below the high-level common grade. It would, at best, increase the chances of success and potency but not to this degree. It must be because of my... How long are you going to stare at that pill like a knobhead? Luna appeared and made Damien come out of his contemplation when he heard her melodious voice filled with her usual taunts. Damien showed her the pill in his hands as he asked, was this possible because of my fallen flames? Damien knew that Luna would have a clear idea of what exactly happened since she can analyze the essence of basically anything. In fact, she can not only analyze but shape and manipulate any essence. He felt that her shard of essence was too overpowered since fundamentally everything or every being was made up of some kind of essence. That was how she could discern anyone's cultivation by reading their ethereal aura or soul aura, and how she could manipulate and modify his ethereal core points. He could only imagine the things she could do if her soul was not fragmented. Luna didn't even glance at the pill as she said in a jaded tone, obviously, it wouldn't be because of anything else. Even if your medical formula is an improved version than the conventional one, it would at best help you concoct a pill a bit more potent than the usual ones. But to allow you to concoct a pill by skipping a grade, you should thank your own etheric flames, as your flames squeezed out the maximum medical essence possible without leaving any residue from the medical ingredients you used. Ordinary etheric flames or elemental fire wouldn't be able to achieve that with the measly laws contained in them. If I can skip a single grade by using just 15% of my soul energy, then what would happen if I increased the intensity of my fallen flames by expending more of my soul energy? Damien's eye sparkled as he posed this question to Luna. Chapter 38. Theoretically, with your flames, you can even concoct a rank 4 pill. Luna stated. Seriously? Damien's eyes were wide, with his whites showing. But that doesn't mean it's okay for you to concoct them right now. You very well know that you would exhaust most of your soul energy reserves if you manifest a normal fallen flame. Your flames would keep on blazing, but can you guarantee that you wouldn't pass out before you can even refine the medicinal pill? Luna's rebut made Damien realize that he got too excited without thinking it through. Indeed, suppose he did manifest his fallen flames without decreasing its intensity. In that case, he could theoretically refine a rank for pill, considering that he is also familiar with the refinement process. Since the higher the rank of a pill, the more fine control and precision it would take to refine the medicinal pill. Damien thought that for now, he could maybe try concocting pills below rank 3 if he can adjust the intensity of his fallen flames, without exhausting too much of his soul energy. But suddenly, a thought struck him. If the depletion of my soul energy is the main issue, then, wouldn't it be fine if I just take a soul revitalizing pill as the one Lily gave me? Damien asked as he raised his eyebrows. Luna scoffed, HMBH, I knew you would think of some tricks like this. But that's all for later. Now your cauldron is even beyond repair. You can't even concoct a low-grade rank 1 pill, let alone a rank 4 pill. Guess she's right. Right now, all I have is a low-grade rank 2 sustenance pill, which I can probably sell for at least 100 green spirit stones. And using that, maybe I could buy a very cheap cauldron, which could at least last for a few experiments. Or should I join the Alchemist Society? Damien was in a dilemma, thinking whether he should save up some money first, or if he should join the Alchemist Society so that he would at least earn way more and also build some reputation. But if he joins the branch of Alchemist Society situated in the Imperial capital, his identity would be at risk. If his reputation spreads far and wide, or at least within the Imperial capital, it would be common knowledge to everyone that Damien is a reputed alchemist. Even Lily would come to know that he is not crippled at all. Forget about even joining Alchemist Society. He still needed to find out a way to sneak outside the Imperial Palace if he wanted to sell his medicinal pills at least. Damien can actually leave the Imperial Palace temporarily if he wants. Still, he had a feeling that Lily might send someone to accompany him, or at least have someone keep a watch on him secretly. And even if she didn't, he still needed a way to mask his identity if he wanted to sell his pill. If someone from the palace saw him selling pills, it would just mean the onset of many troubles. So, he thought of asking the only person who might have a solution. He looked at Luna and asked, do you have any ethereal art that can help me sneak around this place? Luna wrinkled her nose as she said with a disgusted expression, don't tell me you want to go peek on that princess while she is bathing. Damien grinded his teeth in exasperation, for heaven's sake, I have to sell this pill without anyone's knowledge. Luna felt amused seeing Damien's expression. She would always try to take a jab at Damien whenever she gets the chance. Luna's eyes gleamed as she said, you don't have to worry about tiptoeing around this place. The ethereal arts I talked about today morning can easily help you conceal your aura and your identity. Damien got a little confused as he asked, but you said you would be giving me an elemental, ethereal art, right? How can it give me stealth abilities? Luna heaved a tired sigh, you do know that your elemental attribute can be used for many other things other than just fighting people. Once you comprehend a bit of the ethereal art I am going to give, I will tell you how to make use of your lightning to conceal your aura. Then, let's start right away. Damien was more eager to receive the ethereal art from her. He was curious how he could manipulate his lightning to sneak around. Luna shook her head with a firm expression, are you crazy? I didn't expect you to drain your soul energy from evening onwards to just 15% by carrying out those dull alchemy experiments of yours. I won't allow you to comprehend anything when your soul is literally running on fumes. Otherwise, you will just end up passing out in the middle of comprehension. You are to go and sleep till you recover your soul energy completely. Tomorrow you can wake up early in the morning, a few hours before the training session starts, and I will give you the lightning ethereal art and also give you advice on how to use your netherial arts. But, no buts, or I won't give you the ethereal art, Luna said adamantly. Damien inwardly shook his head. He felt that the current situation was something similar to a scene where a kid was getting scolded by his mom for trying to sit up late at night. He put on a sulky expression, and he also felt that maybe he was getting too excited to learn new things without taking care of himself. He knew that whenever one wants to comprehend an ethereal art or any laws, they should try to comprehend them with a refreshed mind to maximize their comprehension. If one is lucky, they might even gain some enlightenment. In truth, Damien was very exhausted, but he didn't mind tiring himself out due to his excitement. As the saying goes, health is wealth, I guess. Damien chuckled inwardly. It was early morning the next day when Damien was busy comprehending the Elysian lightning of retribution. His soul energy had completely recovered by the time he woke up. Luna imparted the Elysian lightning of retribution to Damien while telling him that it was up to him how much he could comprehend since it depended on Damien's comprehension talent, an elemental talent. Luna gave him the necessary tools, but it would be up to Damien to decide whether he could use them or not. Elysian lightning of retribution, first stage, searing strike rendering world second stage, mirage of myriad phantasms third stage, star illuminating vortex fourth stage, fifth stage, sixth stage, seventh stage, eighth stage, ninth stage, 10th stage? Damien slowly opened his eyes and muttered, Whew, I was able to comprehend only the first stage and the second stage partially. This fast? I guess I should not get surprised anymore. His comprehension talents are off the charts. Luna inwardly sighed when she heard him mumble. The ethereal art Luna gave to Damien was no run-of-the-mill ethereal art. It was an ethereal art that came from a goddess with an origin seed. If any other ordinary mortal tried to comprehend this art, they would be lucky to gain some kind of enlightenment after decades or even centuries of trying to comprehend it. Even though it was not an origin art, its potential was still tremendous with virtually no limit, at least till the pseudo-origin level. Luna crossed her arms and said, not bad. You were able to comprehend at least the first stage completely. And with your current lightning comprehension, you could try to comprehend even the second and third stages. Since you are talented in lightning laws, as your cultivation increases, the more stages you can comprehend with the maturing of your lightning seed. Then between Elysian lightning of retribution and my anti-god arts, which is more powerful? Luna had said before that the ethereal art she imparted to Damien would support his anti-god arts. But Damien still wanted to know how much difference in power there was between the two. Luna narrowed her eyes as she said, "Of course, the ethereal arts I gave you cannot be compared to your anti-god arts. After all, your anti-god arts is something that originates from your origin seed. Its skills are so heaven-defying that no other ethereal arts could compare to it. But that doesn't mean the ethereal arts I gave you are lowly. The skills would become more powerful along with you. They are the best of best if you don't compare them with ethereal arts that originate from one's origin seed." Luna said with her nose in the air. She continued, "Just like how the ethereal arts I just gave you is incomparable with my origin seed's ethereal arts or origin arts. But one of the main advantages of your lightning ethereal arts is that it's not as punishing or energy consuming as your anti-god arts. Also, as you already know, other than attack skills, there are support skills for movement, defense, and so on. Your anti-god arts doesn't have support skills like these, for now anyway." Damien nodded slowly, then comparing my anti-god arts and your origin arts, which one is more powerful? He asked as his eyes glinted. Damien felt curious whether, theoretically, his anti-god arts is more superior than Luna's origin arts. By knowing that, he would also know whether the anti-god was more powerful than Luna or not. Luna remained silent for a moment as her brows wrinkled. Then with a tight-lipped smile, she said, "You can't compare origin arts of gods like that. They have their own specialties and advantages based on the origin laws they have comprehended. Of course, unlike me, gods with pseudo-origin seeds having pseudo-origin arts would surely lose out to your anti-god arts." Chapter 39. In the study room of Olivia Rome's residence, royal sister, I heard you took in a stray dog to look after your garden, ha ha ha. What kind of an exalted dog would it be, to make you bring it home? Hearing the mocking and sarcastic tone coming from a person who looked about 16 years of age, Lily tightened her fists but then decided to ignore him and let it go, thinking that she should not stoop to his level. She was anyway waiting here for a certain someone. But she didn't expect her imbecile half-brother to be in the same room at the same time. The 16-year-old boy was none other than the Rome Empire's crown prince, Evan Rome. He was clad in blue clothing, and his face was good-looking despite the slight immature features on his face. But the haughty and arrogant expression on his face seemed to resemble his mother's. Evan Rome was Lily's half-brother, as his mother was the Rome Empire's empress, Olivia Rome. Lily has another half-brother named Jamie Rome. But he was only 10 years old, and unlike his older brother and mother, he was innocent and kind. Olivia Rome didn't mind that Jamie Rome was very innocent and naive, since her plans involved only her older son. She didn't care much about how her youngest son ended up. All her attention and time was only on Evan Rome. Soon a middle-aged woman entered the room. "Evan, quit playing around. Didn't I tell you to focus on your cultivation training? Go back to the Imperial Ethereal Court and don't come back till you at least comprehend the second stage of your ethereal arts." She admonished him. Evan Rome's haughty expression instantly changed to a docile one upon seeing his mother. "Of course, mother. I won't disappoint you." He then rushed out of the room as if staying a moment longer could put him in dire straits. Olivia Rome heard Evan Rome's remarks from the outside, but she didn't care what Evan Rome said to Lily. In fact, she would be happy if her son could rile Lily up. But to her disappointment, it seemed that Lily was more mature than she thought. "Didn't I tell you not to make any decisions for me without my permission?" Lily said indifferently as soon as Evan Rome left. "Oh, my. You are just like that dead wench, your mother. Do you think just because you were born with some talent and being her daughter, you could look down on me, your empress?" Olivia Rome said as she gave a disdainful look through her half-lidded eyes. "Don't you dare talk about my mother. No matter what you say, I won't go with you for the Rising Sun annual convention. Lily said in a firm tone. Lily felt anger and disgust being in the same room as her for even a second longer. Every time they meet, there would only be heated arguments between them. There's a limit to how much I can tolerate your insolence. Your father is not here to protect you now. Even if he was alive, you would merely be delaying your own inevitable fate. Your tri-elemental mystic constitution is not only a blessing but also a curse to you. Do you have any idea how valuable you seem to all the powerhouses of not only this empire but especially the other empires? Lily interrupted as she glared at Olivia Rome. "That is exactly the reason you can rule this empire. So, I have the right to look down on you if I want to. Without me, you would be nothing but a puppet empress. HMPH, you are lucky those princes and the prodigies from other empires fancy you. Even without your constitution, some are even ready to make you their only wife because of your so-called celestial beauty. You have no idea how lucky you are to obtain their favors." When Olivia Rome mentioned Lily's beauty and thinking how she could even easily seduce the most powerful man in the continent if she wants, jealousy seethed inside her, thinking why the heavens would bestow her with such qualities. But then she thought it was for good, otherwise, she wouldn't even have the power she holds now. Using Lily's marriage as a political tool, Olivia Rome wanted to make connections with other empires to consolidate her and her son's power. The Rome Empire was truly weak compared to the other three empires, so Olivia Rome thought of using Lily to secure her and her son's future. Lily's tri-elemental mystic constitution caused an uproar in the whole continent. It was found that she possessed a high affinity towards 3 elements. One is even considered a genius when they have a high affinity towards any one element. And in the history of the continent, no one ever possessed affinity towards more than one element. Being born with an affinity towards more than one element is considered impossible, since a small child won't be able to stabilize their ethereal core on their own without developing control over their core. If there are more than one elemental seeds, the harder it is to maintain an equilibrium between the elemental seeds. Suppose there is no right equilibrium or balance between the elemental seeds. In that case, it could even cause the ethereal core to collapse. Such extraordinary talent and her beauty, which only became more prominent as she became older, were the factors that made people title her as the celestial princesses. Even though they knew she was way out of their league, she was the dream girl of almost every man on the continent. If one were able to marry her, not only would they have the most beautiful wife in the continent but also increase their own power. Where else can they find such a phenomenal girl? This is exactly why when the news spread that Lily did not possess not 1 or 2 but 3 elemental seeds, there was a major upheaval in the continent. The previously weak and pathetic Rome Empire suddenly caught the eyes of all the other 3 empires. If a boy was born with such a constitution, then the Rome Empire may have been finished and annexed before the boy could grow up to be a powerhouse. It was obvious that someone born with such a constitution wouldn't be a simple person in the future. Once they fully mature, they might even be able to shake the whole continent by themselves. So, they would try their best to quell the threat before it can even sprout. But before that, they might think of bringing that person into their own ranks by either marrying off their daughters or bribing them to switch their allegiance. At least they could hope for a talented descendant to be born amongst them. But since Lily was a girl, it was way better for the other empires than if she was born as a boy. Since males ruled all three empires, they would do anything to increase their own power. As she was a virgin, her vital ethereal essence could make one's elemental seeds mature, and thus increase their affinity towards the elements considering they are able to take her virginity. If someone with no affinity or elemental seeds took her virginity, even they would develop an elemental seed in their ethereal core. It would be a significant boost to their comprehension of elemental laws, and their cultivation might even not have bottlenecks for a while. After all, the three elements Lily had an affinity to were fire, wind, and metal. Her comprehension talents were superb, and even her ethereal talent was incomparable within the Rogue Empire. This was why she was able to attain her current cultivation despite the comparatively poor resources available in the Rogue Empire. The Gale Empire specialized in wind laws, Lancaster Empire specialized in fire laws, and the Zeton Empire specialized in water laws. Despite Zeton Empire not being specialized in metal laws, for some reason, they wanted to participate in the tournament as well. People thought that they were probably interested in having the most beautiful woman join their family. After all, it was common knowledge that the strongest empire in the Rising Sun continent was the Zeton Empire. They obviously might not want to lose out on anything good to other empires. That doesn't mean the Lancaster Empire and the Gale Empire were weak, but even if they two gangs up on Zeton Empire, they can't say with confidence that they would be able to defeat the Zeton Empire. Unfortunately, Lily didn't seem to fancy any one of their empires or had any interest in marrying into their family. So, they thought of pressuring the Rogue Empire to have Lily marry one of their imperial family members. One reason the Rogue Empire was still standing was because of the ancestor of the Rogue Empire. But the other main reason was the deadlock between the three empires to see which empire can marry Lily into their family. All three empires wanted Lily to marry into their own families. But since fighting it out against each other would only be foolish and destroying themselves, they came to an agreement with the Rogue Empire to hold a tournament when Lily turns 18 years old so that only the best suitor would be able to marry Lily. Actually, they wanted to hold the tournament as early as possible. Still, because of the ancestor of the Rogue Empire, they decided to play it safe. The Rogue Empire's ancestor was rumored to be dying, and it would be even considered lucky if he could hold on for more than 2 years. The last thing Lily wanted was to be married off like a tool to a stranger. But she couldn't even run away as she was the imperial princess of the Rogue Empire. If she runs away, then doom would befall upon the whole Rogue Empire. She felt that as the imperial princess, it was her responsibility to make sure no disaster befalls the empire. And if she stays, then the Rogue Empire would be safe since she would be joined by marriage with any one of the other three empires. So, there wouldn't be any reason to annex the Rogue Empire, nor will the other two empires exhaust their resources to annex a good-for-nothing empire. Lily squinted her eyes and said, "Lucky? If I was someone like you, I might have thought that way. So, don't think that I am anything like you. Someone who would even betray and throw away the people who loved them just to obtain some power." Olivia Roane gave a mocking smile as she said, "Don't act pretentious as if you are all above me. Without me, this empire would have long fallen in the hands of other empires, and you would be lucky if you didn't end up in the hands of some evil families to be used as a human cauldron. I am done talking with you. My decision is still the same." Lily ignored her taunts and walked past her before leaving the study room. As soon as Lily left, Olivia Roane curled her upper lips as she mumbled, "We will see whether I can make you change your decision or not." Chapter 40. In Damien's room, what Luna said about Damien's anti-god arts being way stronger than pseudo-origin arts was true. Even with her towering ego, she had to admit inwardly that Damien's anti-god arts prowess was at least on the same level as hers. She couldn't even believe the shock and thoughts that went through her mind when she inspected Damien's memory imprint. At that time, even though she put up a straight face before Damien, inwardly, there were tumultuous waves in her heart. What Damien didn't know was that Luna was able to read through the sealed memory imprints, which was exactly why her eyes almost popped out inwardly seeing such outrageous arts. For the first time in her life, she felt an unprecedented emotion, a hint of fear. Fear in the sense that she would rather not fight with an existence who comprehended these arts to the full extent. It would be better if she could avoid a fight head-on. She couldn't even say with confidence that she could beat Antigod in a frontal confrontation had he been alive. Instead, she felt that she might even be on the losing end by a small margin. Luna's origin arts did not specialize in pure combat prowess. She had always thought of herself as the strongest and supreme goddess in the whole universe, which was why she had never known fear and never had to meet or fight anyone that could be considered as her equal. That's what she remembers anyway with her fragmented memories. She also wondered if the god who manipulated Damien, and the one who probably tricked her into splitting her soul came from the so-called nether dimension since she never knew any god who could manipulate destiny laws other than her. So, the only guess she could make was that the culprit must have come from the nether dimension. It seemed like she didn't want to believe that her missing memories would have anything about a god who can manipulate destiny laws, existed in the ether dimension. She already had difficulty acknowledging Antigod's existence, which was a severe blow to her pride. Damien squinted his eyes as he thought that Luna was trying to be evasive in answering his question about his origin arts, or Luna's origin arts was more superior. But he felt it good to know from Luna herself that not even pseudo-origin arts could compare with his anti-god arts. Damien's eyes flashed as he asked, "All right. Then tell me how exactly I should use my anti-god arts." Luna said in an instructive tone, "When you activate Undying Wrath using your anti-god arts, your origin seed will alter the ethereal energy in your ethereal core by converting it to anti-energy, which is born when ethereal energy and ethereal energy are fused. But the amount of ethereal energy this skill drains is too much that you should not trigger this skill unless and until it's absolutely needed, and don't even bother activating any other phase other than the first phase. Your body now could barely handle the first phase, which alters your ethereal energy into anti-energy by 20%. If you try activating the second phase now, you would be lucky if your body would be still in one piece. Of course, don't even dream about triggering the subsequent phases. You can think about activating the second phase once your cultivation is high enough that you can maintain the first phase without much exhaustion. Damien had an expression of deep contemplation as he thought if 20% would be effective enough. He didn't expect that activating even the second phase now could end up killing him. Luna saw Damien's pondering face and said, "You really have no idea how powerful even the first phase would be, do you? Even I have yet to see how effective this anti-energy could be. But let me tell you that no one would even think of fusing ethereal energy with netherial energy. Not only is it impossible logically, but even if it was fused somehow, it would break down everything, including one's own ethereal core, since they are completely opposite in nature. I think this skill was tailor-made for you since the voice knew that you were a kind of anomaly that had an ethereal core with a netherial origin seed. And for some reason, it knew that your body could handle this skill without breaking down." Damien looked at Luna and sighed, "Right now, my hands are itching for a fight. I am feeling it more than ever now, maybe it's because I inherited his legacy completely. I feel kind of restless, but it's not like I can go bash up anyone I want in this place. I first need to get out of this palace and then improve myself." Luna faintly stated, "Once you comprehend at least the second stage, you can learn to sneak around as much as you want. And masking your identity wouldn't be much of a problem." Damien's eyes sparkled as he knew that the second stage was a movement skill that also conceals one's aura at the same time. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the second stage within a day, as he felt like he would need at least a few days to comprehend a part of it. Comprehending partially the first stage of Elysian lightning of retribution within a few hours was an unimaginable feat. Even a genius with high comprehensive talent would take at least a few months if they are lucky, or they won't be able to comprehend at all in their whole life. But Damien wasn't basking himself on that achievement as he knew that he had no time to celebrate considering his situation. "I guess for the next few days, no more alchemy experiments. I should focus on comprehending my ethereal arts." Damien still wanted to concoct a few more pills to sell, but even if he wanted to, he couldn't since the common grade cauldron had been spoiled beyond repair. Also, he had to at least comprehend the second stage of Elysian lightning of retribution if he wanted to sneak outside. "Don't disturb me till evening. Within a few minutes, it would be time to go play with your princess." Luna jibed before going back into her shard of essence. "Ah, time does fly so fast," Damien muttered to himself. A week had passed, and Damien had been diligently training Lily without fail all these days. "Master, is my fighting stance right? No, you should straighten out your arms a bit more, and your hips should properly balance your upper body. Ah, master, your hands. Lily, I have to make sure your stomach and back are aligned perfectly. This is purely instructional, you must understand." "Oh, I understand, master." Lily had gotten used to Damien's slight teases and his touches in the name of physical guidance during the past few days. But he never went overboard, so she didn't mind it and instead thought it was necessary for her training. But her heart rate would still jump a little whenever Damien slightly touched her, no matter how much she tried to stay composed. News had already travelled around the palace that the Imperial Princess had hired a handsome gardener from outside for her inner courtyard. All or at least most of them got surprised that the Imperial Princess chose an outsider to look after her precious inner courtyard. They knew that the princess never allowed anyone even a mile near her inner courtyard except for an old maid who usually took care of her inner courtyard. They wondered why the Imperial Princess hired a crippled boy as her gardener and thought whether it was because of his handsomeness. Some even had outrageous imaginations about the princess having an affair with her gardener considering her age. But they didn't dare blurt out their thoughts as they preferred not to let their heads roll. When they saw Damien for the first time, many young maids crushed on him with a love-struck expression to which Damien could only shake his head wryly. Even a few older maids had some wild fantasies with Damien in their minds. They had never seen such a handsome young boy with a mature charm in their life before. Since Damien had started cultivating, his body also underwent slight changes as his muscles became more toned, and his face exuded a devilish charm. Cultivating the ethereal way would improve not only one's ethereal strength, but also one's body. But when they learned that he was crippled, most of them got dejected that their crush turned out to be trash, while a very few felt pity and sympathy that fate had been cruel to their Prince Charming. Whenever they saw Damien, if they didn't know he was a servant, they wouldn't believe that he was just a gardener due to his confident and cool demeanor. Lily was very happy with her training sessions with Damien as she noticed a significant improvement in her swordsmanship within just days. Even when she was trained for years under senior swordmasters, she never experienced such tremendous improvement in a short frame of time. She also learned that the fundamentals of swordsmanship were more deep and profound than she had imagined. "Do you know that you would even put to shame that vanishing sword prince with your gifted and astonishing sword skills?" Lily said with an entrancing smile as her eyes glittered with admiration. The training session had ended when Lily couldn't stop herself from complimenting Damien. For the past week, the more training sessions she had with Damien, the more she was shocked and amazed. His expertise in swordsmanship, his way of teaching, and pointing out her mistakes, everything altogether extremely impressed her. Her fascination for swordsmanship and her zest for practicing her swordplay surged like a wildfire within the past few days. She was not only learning but also enjoying and having fun during these training sessions. For the past few days, she realized that, as the days passed, the more she couldn't wait for the next training session to start. Damien also found the training sessions with Lily enjoyable as sometimes he would subtly tease Lily sometimes while at other times, they would talk about things related to the Imperial City. Damien, for some reason, felt the title a bit funny as he chuckled, "Vanishing Sword Prince. Which glorious prince would have such a dazzling title?" Chapter 41. Lily giggled, hearing Damien's sarcasm. "Well, he is the famed crown prince of the Lancaster Empire, Maxim Lancaster. I am not surprised you don't know him. You must have been too engrossed in alchemy that you didn't care about these things, he. Even though he is from another empire, his achievements, feats, and prowess have even reached the ears of our empire. It is said that whoever fought against him couldn't even see him let alone his sword. He's so strikingly fast that one wouldn't even know that they lost. His attainments in ethereal cultivation especially labelled him as a 1-in-1,000 years genius." Damien was inwardly slack-jawed hearing Lily's words. The way she said it sounded as if the Vanishing Sword Prince had a cultivation way higher than Lily or at least stronger than her. Damien thought that Lily was gifted for achieving such high cultivation at the young age of 16. He wondered then how high would be the cultivation of this so-called 1-in-1,000 years genius. He knew that resources can play a huge part in one's cultivation, and might even have been one of the reasons for Lily's current attainments in her cultivation. In general, the imperial family would obviously have access to the most precious resources in the empire. But considering that even rank 5 cultivation pills were not huge in number in the Roan Empire, Damien wondered if it's because the other empires could concoct the rare rank 6 pills in plenty, and probably even a legendary rank 7 pill. Damien had no knowledge about any rank 6 pills since even the books from the Imperial Library didn't have many mentions of them. Also, he basically had no idea of the things happening in other empires or any idea of the empire's power distribution. But you are titled as the Celestial Princesses, right? Other than your angelic beauty, I am sure there must be other extraordinary qualities you possess that make you deserving of that title. Damien said in a sincere tone. Lily actually hated the title bestowed upon her. Still, she felt happy that Damien meant well when he complimented her beauty as angelic. She had received an innumerable number of compliments, mostly about her beauty, but she felt nothing when she heard those empty compliments from their sugary and malicious mouths. And when she heard Damien say that she might have other unique qualities and not just the beauty she was blessed with, she truly felt that Damien was the only one who could see her for who she is instead of looking at her as if she was a valuable tool. For the past few days, she thought that the day she rescued Damien from that slave market was the best thing she had ever done in her life. She was grateful to the heavens for letting her meet Damien again and being able to rescue him from such a terrible situation. Right now, she truly needed a friend she could be herself with, without keeping up a fake smile plastered on her face. Lily Riley smiled as she shook her head. You praise me too much, Damien. My cultivation is just at the 9th level of the spirit ethereal realm. While I may be considered a genius in my own empire, I am just ordinary when compared with the other empire's geniuses. You may not know, but compared to other empires, our Roan Empire is too weak. Our resources, manpower wouldn't even come close to other empires. Do you know that Maxim Lancaster or the Vanishing Sword Prince was at the 8th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm the last time I saw his swordplay? Damien couldn't believe what he just heard as he just stared at Lily with disbelief written over his face. That dude is almost a whole realm higher than her. Is it that the Roan Empire is not as progressive as I thought? Is our Roan Empire that weak compared to even the other two empires, like the Gale Empire and Zeton Empire? Damien was thinking about how the Roan Empire managed to not get annexed by the other 3 empires. It's not like the other 3 empires would just sit back with a very weak nation bordering them. They would obviously annex and plunder the land for whatever benefits they can get out from its land and people. It is the cultivation world, after all, where peace is even a luxury. He wondered if he was a frog in a well as he didn't expect there to be such a huge difference in power between the Roan Empire and the other empires. Lily sighed and looked down as she was ashamed that her empire does not even deserve to be on equal standing with the other 3 empires. Yes, as I said, our Roan Empire cannot be compared with the other 3 empires. She then looked at Damien and seemed to guess what he was thinking. I know, you must be wondering why we were not annexed or something even worse, right? Actually, it is all because of our revered ancestor. He is the only one holding down the fort. Without his presence, this empire would have long ceased to exist, and would have been forgotten in the history books soon enough as only the victors have the right to change history to their whims. Ancestor? You mean someone from your ancestry? Damien questioned curiously. Yes, he was the emperor of our empire 400 years ago, Lily said as a hint of reverence flashed in her eyes. 400 years. Damien's eyes almost bulged out. But then he thought that it was only natural since he knew that as one's cultivation realm increases, one's lifespan also increases, just like how Lily can live up to 150 years with her spirit ethereal realm cultivation. But since Damien had never come upon or heard of someone so old, he was shocked for a moment as he was basically someone coming from Earth where people could barely live for more than a century. Damien, with his initial ethereal realm cultivation, can live up to 110 years comfortably. And if he breakthroughs to the nascent ethereal realm, then he can live up to 120 years. But then he wondered if her ancestor was alive at least 400 years ago, then wouldn't his cultivation be at least at the... Lily smiled. I know what you are thinking. Our ancestor's cultivation is at least at the fabled heaven ethereal realm. She said as her eyes sparkled. But a question popped up in Damien's mind, then what would be the cultivation of the ancestors of the other empire? Since he now knew that the Roan Empire's standing and power is poor compared to other empires, then wouldn't the ancestors or the powerhouses from the other empires be at least stronger than the Roan Empire's ancestor? Lily understood why he asked that question as she said, I am not sure about that since we aren't qualified enough to know that. Although our empire, in general, might be weaker, why do you think I said our ancestor is the main reason we are still safe? It's because our ancestor was considered a prodigy during his young days. He brought up our empire to prosperity within these 400 years. No one in our empire at that time could have compared to his cultivation at that time. After all, it was rumored that he naturally had 18 ethereal core points active. The chances of even being born with that talent are really minuscule. Talent mainly depends on genes and only by some other odd factors could one be born with higher talent than they should possess. Then how did the Roan Empire survive the time before your ancestor came into the picture? Damien was astonished that the ancestor had 18 ethereal core points active naturally. In this continent, the chances of being born with such talent were even less than 1 in a million. Lily heaved a wistful sigh as she said, actually, our empire was prosperous and had equal standing with the other empires at least till a few centuries ago. Then a disaster struck our empire, destroying most of our precious lands and even killing our guardians. That's what history says anyway. But now our ancestor is dying because of some injury which seems to shorten his lifespan. Damien did not have much idea about the history of the empire he was in. He only cared about knowing more about alchemy, which is why he requested Lily to give him books related to alchemy, and some other books explaining the social system in the Roan Empire. Whew, so such a thing happened in this very empire. But how did it not strike the other countries when the Roan Empire borders all the 3 empires? Damien wondered what kind of disaster it was to specifically strike only the Roan Empire. If the ancestor is nearing the end of his lifespan, how will our empire survive in the future? Damien couldn't help but feel that the imperial family wouldn't just sit back and do nothing when they are in danger of getting annexed anytime soon, just as the ancestor passes away. Lily's expression became rigid just as Damien asked the question. Her eyes darted sideways as if she didn't want to answer his question. Damien was surprised to see her expression and wondered if he asked something wrong. Why does it seem like she did not want to answer my question? Is it because she reveres the ancestor too much that she got angry at me? Damien wondered if she didn't want to answer his question since he basically hinted that the ancestor would pass away soon. But he thought it was only natural to think like that, and even Lily should have understood that. Chapter 42. But Lily quickly struggled up a smile as she said, "Don't worry about our empire's future. I mean, the imperial family has some plans concerning that." Damien noticed that something was wrong and asked with a concerned tone, "Hey, you can tell me if there's something troubling you. I can not only be your master, but I can also be your friend if you don't mind being friends with a cripple. I may not be able to help you now, but I can at least lend you a shoulder to pour out your heart." Damien genuinely wanted to let Lily let out some stress and her worries, at least whenever she was around him. These past few days, he had gotten close to Lily, and the suspicions he had about her were almost non-existent now. In truth, he realized that he was too cautious with her since there was nothing dubious she would want to do with him. He knew that she must have known him in the past in some way, seeing how she was treating him like an old friend, as he felt that the care and sincerity Lily showed in helping him were genuine. But he was still eager to find out how exactly Lily knew him. And for some reason, he felt that he shouldn't just turn a blind eye to whatever was going on with Lily just because it wasn't his business. Lily looked into Damien's eyes as her eyes glistened. He still hasn't changed inside. He is still the same Damien I knew. Beads of tears were slowly welling up as various memories flashed through her mind. Ooh 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 ooh. Lily was overcome with emotions as she finally broke down in tears. Damien's words were like the finishing blow as all the pent-up worries and frustrations that were building up in her heart broke like a dam. For the past few years, she has been living like a doll. Not having the freedom to follow her dreams or wishes, not having anyone to care or give her love, but faced with a fate where she has to sell herself in order to secure a future for her empire. Damien quickly stepped forward, and with his left arm, he embraced her towards his chest and said, "It's all right. Let it all out. You don't have to put up a facade against me. You can talk to me, I will listen to everything you have to say. I may not be strong enough to help you with your problems now, but at least I can promise that you don't have to face them alone." Lily was stunned and flustered when Damien suddenly embraced her. The first time she got embraced by him was during their first training session. But at that time, she shrugged off the incident as just his playful teasing. She instinctively wanted to get out of his hold, but when she heard his soothing voice filled with concern and care, her heart told her to stay in his embrace. Why does his chest make me feel so comfortable and safe? Even though Lily believed that Damien was a cripple, she felt that being in his embrace made her feel as if she would be protected from any harm or danger. If it was any other man who tried to hug her, she would have sliced off his hand. Lily might be inherently kind in nature, but she knew when to change her bearing depending on the person she was dealing with. Over the years after she lost her father, she had grown accustomed to the double-faced people around her. She started realizing that people would be kind and nice to her only when they needed something from her. When her father was alive, Olivia Rome was very kind and took good care of Lily just like her own mother. After Lily's mother died, it was Olivia Rome who took on the role of Lily's mother. And this was why Lily developed a sense of trust and affection towards Olivia Rome. But she found out her stepmother, Olivia Rome's true colors, right after her father died. She was so heartbroken from the inside that she didn't know what to do or whom to turn to. Fortunately, her father had entrusted the two protectors to look after her, because of which she wasn't left alone. Lily was lost in her emotions for a few seconds till she realized how she seemed before Damien. She got free from Damien's hold and stepped back. "Please forget what happened just now. I am not feeling well. I will leave now." Lily avoided Damien's confused gaze as she abruptly turned around to leave. But Damien instantly caught her wrist and said, "You know me, right? I know you have met me before you saw me at the slave market." Lily's eyes widened as she suddenly froze on the spot. She quickly recovered and said as her voice quavered, I don't know what you are talking about. I have to go now. There are things I must attend to." But just as Lily was going to shrug off Damien's hand, he said, "Don't try to push me away. If you push me away now, you will be pushing me away forever. There is no point in trying to hide things from me. I already know that you have met me sometime before. So, please, stay. Don't run away from me." Just as Lily heard him talk about pushing him away forever, turbulent emotions rose in her heart. Damien was the only one she could be herself with. If she pushed him away as well, then she wouldn't have anyone to pour her heart out and would be truly left alone. The protectors were only there to guard her safety, but they couldn't provide the emotional support or care Lily needed. Seeing that Lily was hesitating, Damien smiled and stepped forward as he hugged her from behind. Lily's heart quivered when Damien suddenly hugged her from behind. But she didn't shrug him off and was still frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do. "Please, don't leave. I know you tried to do your best to hide your concern and care for me. But you have no idea how obvious you were in my eyes. When I first saw you at the slave market, I thought that you had some dubious plan in store for me. Only later I realized that things were not as I thought it was. You even gave me a star-soothing pill, which I obviously know is one of the most expensive and rare pills in this empire. There was no need for an imperial princess to give such a first-class pill to their servant or a slave they recently brought. The way you treated me was as if I was your friend, and the way you put up with my conditions, it wasn't normal. Also, just recently, you even gave me a rank 3 pill just because I seemed a little tired." Holding both of her shoulders, Damien turned Lily around, who had her head downturned in embarrassment and nervousness. He chuckled, seeing her cute expression, and continued, "So, don't you think you should have tried a little harder if you wanted to hide things from me?" Lily still had her gaze downwards, trying not to make eye contact with Damien. She was feeling very shy and embarrassed at being caught. These past few moments were things she never expected to happen. She did not know how things escalated this quickly. It all started with her talking about the vanishing sword prince, and the topic somehow became all about her in the end. She knew that she might have been too obvious around Damien at times. But no matter how hard she tried to conceal her worry and concern for Damien, it only became more obvious. Whenever she was around Damien, she was unable to assume her usual imperial demeanor. "Now, tell me, when did you meet me first? Why can't I remember meeting you?" Damien asked as he focused his gaze on Lily. Lily tilted her head upwards and looked at Damien with moist eyes, thinking about memories of days past. Don't you remember a girl named Flora whom you met 8 years ago? Damien scoured through his memories, and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. You are that snot-faced girl? Lily asked in a huff. You remember me like that? Damien gave an awkward chuckle as he scratched his right cheek. Come on, you were just a kid. But at that time, did you lie to me about your name? Lily instantly shook her head. No. It wasn't a lie exactly. Because Flora was the name my mother used to call me. And at that time, my mother had just died, so I wanted to remember her to not forget her. That is why I wanted you to call me Flora at that time. It's not because I wanted to give you a fake name. Damien nodded. I understand. I never expected that I had already met the Imperial Princess at such a young age. Now everything makes sense. Do you have any idea how long I racked my brains trying to find out how you knew me? Lily gave a cute pout as she said, HMPH, it's your fault for not recognizing me. Even if I grew up, I am sure I don't look much different than when I was just a kid. Damien chuckled. Really? But the face I remember in my memories. Chapter 43. A boy went near a girl and tapped on her shoulders. Hey, do you want to eat this fruit? It's very tasty. My father told me that eating this fruit would make all our worries go away. Go away, don't disturb me. I don't want any stupid fruit, nor do I want you to talk to me. A 7-year-old boy with black sparkling eyes and a cute chubby face was trying to talk to a 8-year-old girl who was sitting on the riverbanks with a gloomy air around her. The boy seemed so cute and innocent that if one saw him, they would feel like protecting him from getting corrupted by this world. The boy had come for touring around the famous riverbanks of the Moonstone City with his father. But as he was playing around enjoying the scenery, he saw a girl of his age sitting on the riverbanks crying to herself. Her eyes were red and strands of snot were hanging from her nose. Because of his kind and helpful nature, once he saw someone in distress, he would have the feeling of wanting to help that person. He couldn't bear to see anybody in pain and was someone who wanted the whole world to be happy. So he took out a fruit his father had given him. It was quite an expensive fruit for his family to afford. But he didn't think twice about giving away the fruit to the girl to cheer her up. The girl found his pestering annoying and thought why he can't just mind his own business. But the boy didn't give up. But this fruit is not stupid. It is called the blissful fruit because it said that it will cleanse your heart of all worries and make you happy again. The boy innocently said. And what do you know about my worries or problems? You don't even know me. Stop being nosy and just mind your business and go away before I teach you a lesson. The girl got pissed off at his obstinate meddlesomeness. She even decided to throw him off with her strength if he continued his pestering. After all, she was quite confident that no one of her same age group could be a match for her. But the boy didn't get afraid hearing her threat and still continued. Then I will just keep the fruit here in front of you. You can eat it whenever you want. I will sit and wait here for you. The girl finally got fully pissed off seeing his annoying behavior. She had come here for some fresh air with her father. Her mother had just recently died and she was having a hard time coping with it. All she wanted was some alone time to herself but didn't expect to get pestered by a kid. And seeing his innocent smile only made her more angry. Losing her loving and caring mother at such a young age, she wasn't able to take it. She felt as if a huge void was left in her heart. She came here to reminisce her memories with her mother, how she played with her, how she never got angry despite all her naughty antics, how she took care of her every single day no matter what, and most of all, the love she showered on her every second of her life. She regretted that she did not spend more time with her mother during all these years, as she understood that one wouldn't know the value of what they have unless they lose it. You just won't learn, do you? She scowled at the boy as she started circulating her ethereal energy within her body to push the boy away. But when her senses spread, she was shocked to find out that the boy had practically no ethereal energy at all. In other words, she realized that he was a cripple. She instantly stopped circulating her ethereal energy, and got scared realizing that she would have almost dealt a deadly blow to the boy had she not known about this fact. The boy was just a 7-year-old crippled boy. His body was basically mortal. So how would he be able to handle a blow from someone who has ethereal strength? If she didn't stop her casual attack, the boy wouldn't die, but at the same time he would end up in a miserable state. Her anger and irritation was instantly snuffed out just as she realized this. She suddenly felt pity and sympathy for the boy. She wondered how he could keep such a smile when he himself was cursed with such a cruel fate. Even though she was just an 8-year-old kid, she knew how the cultivation world basically worked. Forget about being crippled. If one did not even have an elemental talent or have an elemental seed, they would be ostracized and treated as trash. She had never seen a cripple before and the boy was the first person. So she mused how much the boy would have suffered or will suffer in the future because of his condition. No one would accept him anywhere, no one would marry him, no one would care about him. When she calmed down, she realized that she was being silly by being angry at someone who only wanted to help her. She was amazed how the boy wasn't fazed by his condition and instead was trying to help others. She felt that she was inferior to him in that aspect. I am sorry, she said in a low mosquito voice. The boy was puzzled seeing the 180-degree change in her expression. First she got angry at him, but now she was apologizing to him. But he still gave a cute smile and said, you don't have to apologize for taking this fruit. I don't mind giving it away to someone who needs it. You need it more than me anyway. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing the boy misunderstand her apology. But she was impressed by his generous and compassionate behavior. She wiped her snot with her cute hands and finally took the fruit placed beside her. But she paused for a moment and turned her head to look at the boy. She knew how much this fruit was worth and for her it may be as cheap as well. But seeing the boy's clothes and bearing, she knew that he must not be coming from a well-off family. I don't need it. I am fine now. You can take it back. I have plenty of these back at my home. No, I can't take back something I have given away. Even if you have some at your home, you have to eat it now. My father said that if one stays sad for a long time, their heart would turn black, and I don't want to see your heart turn black. It should stay as red as an apple. The girl didn't know whether to believe it or not. She had never heard of someone's heart turning black just because they were sad for too long. But seeing the seriousness in the boy's words, she started worrying if her heart was already turning black. Seeing her hesitation, the boy said, "Go on, eat it. It must be very tasty. People wouldn't spread lies about its effects," he said with a pure smile. Chapter 44. By his words, she realized that the boy has not even tried eating this fruit before. This was probably the first time he got this fruit and he still wants to give it away to some stranger. Knowing that the boy wouldn't let her give the fruit back, she started nibbling on the fruit slowly as she relished its taste. The boy's eyes sparkled and smiled seeing that the girl finally started eating the fruit. "How is it? Isn't it tasty? Aren't you feeling better now?" the boy asked earnestly. The fruit wasn't named as the blissful fruit for nothing. When she started eating it, the taste of the fruit was so good that she momentarily even got distracted from her sadness as she immersed in its taste. The taste made her happy and blissful and soon enough she gobbled up the whole fruit within seconds. But after finishing the fruit, she realized her behavior and manners were totally that of a glutton. Her face turned red with embarrassment and didn't try to meet the boy's gaze. But the boy was happy that she liked the fruit seeing her expression and how fast she ate it. "It was good, thank you," the girl said shyly. "You are welcome, he. If only I had more of those, I could have given you more." The boy seemed sad that he only had one of those fruits. Otherwise, he thought he could have made her more happy by giving her more blissful fruits. No. I don't need any more now. I am already happy thanks to you," the girl said as she showed a sweet smile as radiant as the moonlight. She realized that her mood had gotten way better after this boy came to her with the fruit. She then completely understood that the boy only genuinely wanted to help her. "I am sorry for my harsh words earlier. It was just that the boy waved his hands as he interrupted, "Don't apologize. All that matters is that you are feeling better, he. My name's Damien, what's yours?" the boy asked curiously. The girl hesitated for a bit before saying, "My name is Flora." The boy smiled, "Flora? That's a very nice name. No wonder your smile is as elegant and beautiful as the flowers." Flora and Damien played together thereafter for a whole month of their stay. They got very close and Flora also came to know that Damien grew up without a mother. Her sympathy only increased for him when she realized that he also had to grow up without a mother's love. Damien didn't know anything about Flora's real background as she was under the pretense of being a merchant's daughter. Flora's father was none other than the emperor of the Rhone Empire, Roland Rhone in disguise. He had come here to let his daughter wash away her grief and sadness by getting some fresh country air. But he did not expect her mood to get better this fast. He noticed Damien approaching his daughter, but he wanted to see if Damien could achieve some kind of miracle, and he did. He also saw a man standing some distance away from the kids. He had seen before that this man had come here with Damien, probably his father. Just as Flora and Damien got comfortable and friendly with each other, their fathers also struck a conversation amongst them and soon enough even they became friends. Damien's father had no idea of Roland Rhone's identity since Roland Rhone only introduced himself as a passing-by merchant traveling with his daughter. Roland Rhone decided to stay for at least a month in a nearby inn so that his daughter can completely return to her normal self. Damien's father also decided to stay for a month seeing how Damien also finally had a nice playmate who didn't judge or bully him. Damien's father brought Damien outside since he didn't want Damien to always stay cooped up inside his own family estate. Flora genuinely wanted to help Damien with his condition. So she asked her father if there was any way to fix Damien's condition. But being a powerhouse himself, he had already scanned Damien's ethereal system from top to bottom and only could shake his head helplessly. He told Flora about Damien's exact crippled condition and that it was beyond any repair. Flora was crestfallen hearing that it was impossible to fix Damien's ethereal core points. But she didn't give up and wanted to help him in certain other ways. Seeing his daughter's expression, Roland Rhone knew what she was thinking and said, "Don't worry. After we return to the capital, I will help the Ward family and also make sure that Damien gets the best teachings from a true alchemy expert." Flora's crestfallen expression turned into a happy one hearing her father's promise. "My father is the best." Flora now knew why she always felt that she could depend on her father. But soon 1 month passed and Roland Rhone had to return back to the imperial capital since there were many affairs and things to manage as an emperor. Flora was very reluctant in leaving and even pleaded to her father to stay for a bit longer. Roland Rhone almost gave in seeing his daughter reluctant to leave. But he somehow made Flora understand about the urgency to return since even the 1 month he decided to stay was too long after all. "Damien, would you ever come by the imperial capital?" Flora earnestly asked before saying goodbye to Damien. Damien also was not happy to leave since he had finally found a true friend he enjoyed being with. He has never had such fun and enjoyment with any other kids in his life. Flora was his first true friend, just as Damien was Flora's. He had a low-spirited expression as he said, "I don't think my father would ever visit the imperial capital. It's too expensive for us to even stay there for a single day." But suddenly his eyes flashed and said, "But I will grow up to be a great alchemist teacher and join the alchemist society in the imperial capital. That way I can come see you again." He beamed. Flora was dejected hearing Damien's first half of his sentence, but when she heard how he aspired to be a great teacher in alchemy, she didn't know what to think. As far as she knows, the Alchemist Society was an exalted organization that only accepts the best of the best. She couldn't imagine them even hiring a cripple to clean their doorsteps. But she didn't want to discourage Damien and said, "Then I will wait for you." She said with a smile. "I will try to come to Moonstone City if I can. But you should still remember your promise, okay? Let's do a pinky promise." Damien smiled till his ears, "Of course. I won't go back on my words. One day I will definitely come see you again. Pinky promise." Damien twisted his little finger around Flora's as they sealed their promise. She didn't tell Damien anything about her father planning to help them since she doesn't want Damien to think that he owes her. As Flora was leaving, she saw Damien's figure getting farther and farther and muttered to herself, "Damien, don't worry, I will help you achieve your dreams." Chapter 45. Damien and Lily talked and reminisced about their childhood memories as time passed swiftly. "Do you know how badly I wanted to ask you how you ended up at that wretched place? How you are feeling now? How much you had to go through or what happened to your father?" Lily's voice softened at the end. Damien sighed, my father is dead. He was poisoned by my uncle. Then my cousin and my uncle tried to kill me by throwing me away in some remote area where no one would even know who I was. But as luck would have it, my cousin got killed by some bandits who then sold me off to the slave market. But trust me, I am fine now. The way Damien said it was as if he was talking about somebody else. But in truth, Damien actually didn't feel much sadness or anger for his adopted father's death, since he wasn't the one who actually experienced those memories. He just felt it a pity that such a good man had to die like that. But if his adopted father was still alive, he would have at least tried to save him. Nor did he feel indignant or angry for being abandoned by his real parents, since he was always an orphan even in his previous life. He was beyond that phase and had gotten used to this life where he learned not to expect things from others. But that did not mean he was not curious about his real family. He wanted to seek some answers from them after all. But Lily was so shocked and sad that Damien had to face this all alone without anyone to help him. She regretted for not being there for Damien when he needed her. Damien was there for her in the lowest point of her life during her childhood. She didn't know whether Damien really meant when he said he's fine. But due to her father's untimely death and all the problems that came after it, she never got the time to go look for Damien. However, she would still think about Damien whenever she was sad or dejected. Remembering his innocent and cheerful smile felt like a ray of light within all the darkness surrounding her. I am sorry I wasn't there for you, Lily said as her eyes grew moist again. She continued, who is your uncle? I will see to it that he gets punished and make sure you get your rightful place back, Lily said while gritting her teeth. Damien felt heartened seeing how much Lily cared for him. It has been a long time since somebody genuinely cared for his well-being. This is why he wanted to find out what troubles Lily was facing. For some reason he didn't want her to suffer alone while enjoying her care and concern. But now it all made sense to him. Before, he did not understand why he wanted to know about Lily's troubles when he saw her depressed expression. After all, her troubles weren't his concern. He already had his own personal problems to deal with. Damien thought that only a business kind of relationship existed between them where each party needed something from the other. But other than that, they have no need to care about each other's personal matters. But seeing her sad with a despondent expression, Damien felt that he had to at least ask something. He thought that maybe it was because Lily was treating him well, he felt like being nice to her. Still he didn't expect such a reveal. A childhood friend? Intense emotions flashed through his eyes as he remembered memories about Sophie from his past life. Sophie was his childhood friend in his previous life, his only true friend during his most helpless times, when there was no one to care about him, when nobody cared whether he lived or died. But she was the only one who picked him up from the streets and saved him from dying because of hunger and starvation. He knew that Lily was not Sophie and the only thing these two girls were related to him were by being his childhood friends, but just not at the same place and at the same time. He wondered how he would have ended up in his previous life had Sophie ignored him. Seeing Lily cry before, he knew her troubles weren't simple. Maybe it was even too dangerous and troublesome for him to handle now. But he still didn't want to let anything bad happen to Lily. His heart was screaming from within to help her. He couldn't remember the last time he felt such a feeling. A feeling to help someone this badly. Damien knew that it was not because he was in love with Lily that he felt such feelings. But especially after learning that Lily is his childhood friend, he knew that he had already started seeing her as his true friend. Even though he did not experience his childhood in this life, it was still him, in soul and body. And now Lily was right in front of him. So how could he ignore her? Damien shook his head and smiled, it's not your fight. Besides, my uncle's son is dead. I want him to suffer for a while learning about that fact. Anything that comes after that, I will take care of myself. But, as your friend I can't bear to see you being abandoned by your own family. I can even easily make you the young patriarch of your Ward family. They wouldn't dare disobey me, Lily said in a scathing tone. I am happy that you want to help me, but I don't really care about them since there is no one I care about left in that family. Let them rot on their own. Moreover, being here is really helping me increase my chances of getting into the Alchemist Society. If I go back to the Ward family, don't you think I would just be going further away from my dreams? Damien asked rhetorically. Actually Damien planned to pay a visit to his so-called uncle, and especially the slave market once he had raised his cultivation to a certain extent. How could he let them off easily when they almost killed him? But he didn't want Lily to know about all that stuff. He probably thought that Lily still thinks of him as a nice guy. Only he knew how much different he was from the first time Lily met him. Lily had a pondering expression as she felt that what Damien said makes sense. She also realized that she could help him more since Damien was within her sight. Lily sighed, fine. But you have to tell me if you need any help. Also, you can take any medicinal ingredients you want from my inner courtyard. You can take them all. I can easily replace them. Damien's heart slightly stirred hearing her words. She basically was telling him that he can take any herbs he wants including even the most rare sky-grade herbs. In this continent, sky-grade herbs were the peak. Only using them can one concoct a rank 5 or the exceptional rank 6 pills. Which was why, even if it was the imperial family, they would have to pay a fortune to buy an exceptional sky-grade herb. Despite being the imperial princess, she only had less than a handful of these sky-grade herbs. He knew it couldn't be easily replaced or bought as Lily said. Damien stared intently at Lily. She knew that what she just said might be unbelievable to other people because no one in their right minds would give away a sky-grade herb. They were a treasure in their own right. I am not joking. You can really take them. Lily asserted thinking that Damien found it hard to believe her. But Damien didn't respond and still looked at her with a deep gaze. Lily got a little flustered seeing his starry eyes looking at her. She avoided his eyes shyly and said, don't look at me like that. Just say something. I don't want any sky-grade herbs or anything. Forget about those things and tell me what's troubling you. I know you are a strong-willed girl who won't cry easily. Damien said in a concerned tone. Chapter 46. The reason Lily didn't reveal herself to Damien before was exactly because she was worried that Damien would meddle himself in her troubles. She still thought that Damien was a very kind person who would help anyone in need. So, if she revealed that she was his childhood friend, then more the reason he would have to help her. She didn't want anything bad to happen to Damien or to put him in danger's way. Especially when Damien didn't even have the power to protect himself. Please, Damien. You don't have to listen to my problems. They wouldn't do you any good. I can take care of them myself. Lily said, giving a tight-lipped smile. But Damien said in a defiant tone, no, if you can really take care of them yourself, why did you cry? You either tell me now or I will go around asking people in the palace. Which one do you want me to do? Lily got shocked hearing his words and looked at him. No. You definitely cannot go around asking people about me. She heaved a sigh of resignation and said, fine. You really leave me no choice. But you must promise me that you wouldn't do anything to poke into my matters or do anything that would put you in trouble. Damien didn't mean what he said, but he knew there was no other way to make Lily talk about her troubles. He smiled and said, don't worry. I wouldn't put myself in danger like you imagine. I am just a cripple. I can't even get in trouble even if I wanted to. Lily was silent, looking at his eyes to see if he meant every word he said, and finally she spoke. As you said, the future of our empire is at stake. We don't know how long the ancestor can hold on. Which is why it's up to me to make sure that the future of our empire is secured. Damien narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Lily pressed her lips and said, in 2 years, I have to marry a genius from any of the 3 empires from a tournament. Only that way would the future of our empire be guaranteed. When she said the last sentence, her voice quivered. What? What kind of bullshit is that? How can they put you up like a trophy to be married away? Why do you have to marry a stranger to protect your own empire? Damien asked in a disgruntled tone. Are those so-called geniuses all horny dogs to let go of an whole empire for a girl? Damien wondered whether this is how the cultivation world worked or if it was because Lily was too beautiful for them to even have self-control. Lily was worried seeing Damien's expression. She was not worried for herself but for Damien, thinking whether he would put himself in trouble trying to help her. This was exactly what she did not want to happen. It's because they are interested in wanting me to be their wife. Our empire has nothing of value anyway. So, it's not surprising if they are willing to give up annexing the whole empire to marry me. Lily said in a low voice. But that still doesn't make sense at all. They could have just pressured you to marry one of them after waiting for your ancestor to die. Why would they want to rush it? It's not like they are too impatient, are they? Especially when cultivators can even live longer than a mere mortal. Damien felt it suspicious why 3 humongous empires would try to speed things up when they could literally just play it safe and wait for the ancestor of the Roan Empire to die. You are hiding something from me, aren't you? Damien asked as he focused his gaze on her. Lily forced her lips into a firm line and sighed. I have the tri-elemental mystic constitution. What kind of constitution is that? Damien felt that whatever it was, the 3 empires were highly interested in her because of her constitution and not only because of her beauty. Because of my special constitution, I have 3 elemental seeds. Fire, wind, and metal. This is why I am kind of a genius in my empire. So, whoever marries me might increase their comprehension of their laws and also their cultivation because... Lily bit her lip as she was too embarrassed to say the last part. She for some reason didn't want Damien to know that one needs to take her virginity to gain the benefits. But Damien already understood without even Lily telling about it herself. After all, Damien wasn't a total newbie at cultivation now, unlike before. He now understood how Lily was so talented that she was able to achieve her current cultivation with the available resources. What the heck? 3 elemental seeds? Not even 2 but 3, damn, she's so awesome. No wonder they want to marry her. Those greedy and horny dogs will just use her and throw her away after they are done with her. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that Lily was treated like a tool to be used in the future to secure the safety of her own empire. But I am sure there must be some other way you can get out of this mess. Have you ever talked with your ancestor about this? Maybe he can still do something to help you. Damien said in an optimistic tone. But Lily shook her head lifelessly. It's no use. I have seen the ancestor and he was pretty much in a bad shape. He has already done too much and devoted his whole life for the betterment of our empire. He even apologized to me for not being useless. Besides, it is because of him that the tournament wasn't held earlier and only after 2 years. The ancestor did his best to buy me more time. So, I don't have any right to ask him for more. Damien clenched his fists. He was angry at himself for being too weak and helpless to help her. He hated this feeling the most. Every time he lost somebody he loved, it was because he was too weak or helpless to prevent it from happening. And now yet again, he was completely helpless and weak to even share the burden of someone he cares about. The last thing he wanted was anything bad happening to Lily or seeing her in misery. She had helped him so much when he was all helpless and weak in a life and death situation. But now when she was in despair, he wasn't able to do much except comfort her with words. But then he thought of something. There are still 2 years, right? Don't worry, I am sure things will change within these 2 years. In fact, I will change them for you. I will help you change your fate. You will never have to marry someone you don't like. I won't allow even gods to take you away, let alone any genius. I promise you. If I break this promise, may the heavens smite me. Damien said in a solemn tone. Chapter 47. Lily panicked and waved her hands. No, why did you say that? Don't make those kinds of promises. If you break them, it can form an internal demon in your heart. Damien chuckled and hugged Lily, whose face flushed pink. It's too late for that, princess. Rather than standard demons or devils, internal demons or heart devils are a practitioner's negative emotions and other mental barriers which hinder their training and cultivation. It is an inner belief, set of ideas or understanding about life that when talked about seems easy for others to deal with, but when trying to work around it yourself, manifest past it or just try to be alone with it, you feel you are at war with your own mind. But even if Damien was really a cripple, an internal demon could still affect him since he would never have a peaceful mind unless he controls his inner demons. Lily was worried and at the same time she was moved seeing how sincere Damien was in wanting to help her. But thinking that he is a cripple, she didn't want anything to happen to him because of her. Otherwise, she would never be able to forgive herself. She wondered how Damien could even help her within these 2 years or what he is going to do. But she didn't want to say that he was powerless to help her in order to not hurt his feelings. Even if she did, she knew Damien wouldn't budge. After all, she best knew how stubborn Damien could be. Once he sets his mind on something, nobody can make him stop. But Damien meant every word he said. Realizing that there are still 2 years left, he was confident enough to raise his cultivation to such an extent that he could save Lily from her fate easily. He didn't want to have any regrets like he did in his past life, where he watched the people who cared and loved him suffering a cruel fate. This time he wanted to take the initiative before anything can happen to Lily. He already had all the means to better himself, the rest was all up to him on how to use them and develop himself as fast as possible. Lily sighed seeing how nonchalant Damien was, even when she told that if he broke his promise, he may end up with an internal demon in his heart. Shyly being in his embrace, she looked at Damien's face, feeling the seriousness and concern from his charming eyes. Her heartbeat became rapid. His starry eye seemed like she was getting pulled into it slowly. After the death of her father, no one ever cared about what she wanted or about her feelings. She had no one to rely on and talk about her worries. Damien was the only person in these few years to show her care and concern, someone who cared about her wishes and feelings. Someone who most of all wished to help her no matter what. She always enjoyed, and felt comfortable in his company and realized that she was starting to develop some inexplicable feelings towards Damien. What is this feeling? Do I like him? But she shook her head inwardly. No. What am I even thinking? He is just concerned about me as a friend. I shouldn't think too much about it. Lily couldn't believe the thoughts and feelings she was having right now. She didn't know how liking someone felt like. She was curious about love but never found the right person. Damien was unaware of the thoughts going through Lily's mind and was busy thinking about the next steps he should take within these 2 years. If anyone knew that Lily was having feelings towards Damien, before thinking how unbelievable it was for an imperial princess to fall in love with a crippled servant, they would skin Damien alive. Lily also knew that her thoughts were too dangerous, not only for her but for Damien as well. Even if somebody saw Damien and Lily casually talking, one couldn't even tell how many death warrants Damien would have to face. This is exactly why Lily wanted to have her training sessions in her inner courtyard. Even though that itself seemed suspicious, she had no other choice. And she didn't have the heart to treat her old friend as a servant after everything he had been through. After seeing the miserable state of Damien in the slave market, she knew he must have been through a lot and might have even changed from the Damien she knew. But now she realized that even if he really changed, there were some parts of him, especially his heart, that didn't seem to change at all. That's how she felt, but she didn't know that Damien would only be like this towards her. When Damien saw Lily's entrancing face up close, he felt his heart skip a beat. Previously, he was looking at Lily with a different mindset, someone he was a little wary of. But now Lily looked different in his eyes. But after learning the truth, all the barriers between him and Lily were broken down and he unknowingly opened his heart towards her. Remembering how she saved him and the care and concern she showered on him, stirred his soul. Why does she look more beautiful than ever? Am I having feelings for her? No. If she knew what kind of a person I have become, she wouldn't love someone like me. Besides, if she knew about Sophie. Damien wondered whether his heart was moved by Lily, but he didn't dwell on it since he thought a kind girl like Lily may not be able to accept the person he has become now. Oohem. Lily cleared her throat as she awkwardly came out of Damien's embrace. She felt that being in his embrace felt too comfortable that she might think of some unnecessary thoughts if she stayed in his hold any longer. Feeling her soft body distancing from him, Damien didn't stop her as he realized how brazen he was when he hugged her a few times. He had embraced her without thinking much and only because he wanted to comfort her. So, he wondered if Lily got flustered or uncomfortable being hugged by him. But seeing her expression, he sighed with relief inwardly knowing that she wasn't spooked out. Maybe my position as a friend has a big place in her heart. Damien thought. Since the Empress of our empire is your stepmother, why don't you try asking her for help? Damien posed this question as he wondered why the imperial family would let go of someone as talented as Lily without any resistance. Lily said in a sad smile, the Empress? She is the one who is most eager to sell me off to other empires. She and my half-brother are in cahoots with them. There is absolutely no hope but only trouble from their side. So even her own family is working against her. How did she live amongst these greedy dogs all these years? Damien felt sorry that Lily had to face all these alone without anyone to support her. Don't worry. You don't have to rely on anyone but me. You can trust me and believe in your master. I won't let anything happen to you. Damien said with a reassuring smile. Chapter 48. Seeing his warm smile and his confidence, Lily's heart throbbed. She still couldn't understand from where he was getting his confidence from. She thought that maybe he was planning to join the Alchemist Society and gain some influence. Even then, that didn't seem like a solution to her. But for some reason she felt that his words made him sound dependable. Before Lily could say something, Damien patted her shoulders and said, don't think about any needless things now. I will see you tomorrow, my disciple. Damien scuttled off since he knew if he stayed any longer, Lily would try to nag him out of whatever he was planning to do. Damien. Lily held out her hand but didn't stop him. As she saw his silhouette getting farther away, her heart felt restless and hoped that Damien's doesn't get any crazy ideas to help her. How did this all go wrong? Lily sighed inwardly. Damien's room, Luna, you must have known about her special constitution, right? Damien questioned. Of course, I knew. Her melodious voice sounded in his mind. Then why didn't you tell me? Damien questioned. Luna appeared and scoffed, why should I tell you about unnecessary stuff that doesn't concern you? Besides, she does not have a tri-elemental or whatever these idiots named it. Luna scoffed. What? Then what exactly is it? Damien was surprised when Luna said that her constitution isn't what it seemed. But he would believe Luna's words rather than any mortals. She does not have 3 elemental seeds, but 4. What the? Damien was flabbergasted. Even 3 was too much for him to digest. But now he heard she has 4? Isn't that too overpowered? He asked in a curious tone, then what is her 4th element? Luna smiled and said, the light element. Damien had a stunned expression, light element? She is talented in greater laws? Wow, I never expected that. I thought you said it's hard to find one with greater laws in this mortal plane. Luna sighed, I know. Even I was surprised to find out that she is an anomaly. Which is exactly why these idiots weren't able to identify her fourth element and instead thought that she only had 3. I don't think they even have any knowledge about greater laws. You can consider the people in this continent virtually illiterate about these things. Her true constitution is known as the Celestial Heart Divine Constitution. Damien's eyes widened, she has a divine constitution. I guess she truly lives up to her title. Well, isn't the light element mostly used for healing purposes? That is its main capability. Just because it's mainly used for purifying or healing purposes doesn't mean it lacks combat power. If one's comprehension of light laws are at a certain level, then they can potentially generate light so intensely it can completely obliterate anything in its path. But of course nothing can beat light laws when it comes to healing and purification. Luna stated. Damien was amazed and he was already imagining Lily to be some kind of powerhouse when she matures. No wonder these 3 empires are so hasty in trying to hold that tournament. Even without knowing about her light element, they are so terrified of letting her mature. I wonder if they would die due to shock if they heard about her light element. No. There would be a bloodbath between the empires. Damien mused. I have decided. I am sneaking out tonight. Damien declared. All this zeal for a girl? Are you not forgetting about your own problems? Why do you have to bother about other mortals? HMPH, don't tell me you got seduced by her beauty. Luna mocked. Damien said in a vexed tone, of course not. He paused and continued in a serious tone, you may not understand how hard it is to have someone who truly cares about you. I have been alone for these past few years. And for some reason when I found out about Lily, I didn't feel like being alone anymore. Also, considering how I am even alive now because of her, the least I can do is help her. She is worth it. Luna shook her head helplessly. It seemed like she knew where this was going. Interesting, well it's good that she is developing feelings for someone like him. At least she will be useful he. Luna giggled inwardly. For the past whole week, Damien had been busy comprehending his Elysian lightning of retribution and managed to comprehend the first stage completely, and the second stage partially. He found out that if he executed the second stage of Elysian lightning of retribution, Mirage of Myriad Phantasms, he would be able to conceal his ethereal energy aura to a certain extent. The more he could comprehend it, the more he could conceal his aura. But that was not the best part of the second stage. As a movement skill, its main speciality was in giving the user an instantaneous burst of speed, which he could maintain as long as his ethereal energy reserves allow it. Luna said that as his cultivation and elemental comprehension increases the more potential, he would be able to draw out from these skills. She said if his lightning comprehension and his cultivation can grow to a certain extent, by executing the second stage, he would be able to move so fast that he can even create clone images of his own body. In other words, he could create mirage or after-image versions of himself. His enemies wouldn't even be able to find out the difference neither by sight nor by his aura. The clones would be identical to Damien in every sense. But since the skill depended on his ethereal energy reserves, even though it was not as draining as his anti-god arts, it would still be taxing to maintain it for even a short time with his current cultivation. But Damien was slackjacked hearing the true potential and power of this skill. If before he had any doubts about his ethereal art being subpar, then now all his doubts had vanished. As expected of the ethereal arts that came from a goddess. That's what Damien thought when he heard of its prowess. He couldn't help but imagine how powerful the other stages of his ethereal art would be. Especially the first stage he comprehended. Luna said that when he executes the first stage, he would be able to manifest a concentrated lightning bolt from his own ethereal energy, which he could use to strike his enemies and singe them to death. She said that if he comprehended the first stage to its peak, he could even destroy worlds with a single strike. But Damien felt his mind getting muddled trying to imagine him doing those feats in that scale. He decided to first focus on at least destroying his enemies first, then he can think about destroying planets. Where are you planning to go tonight? Luna was wondering what kind of place he would want to go to in the middle of the night. Of course, the dark forest. It is said that the border of the forest is ruled by the grey wolves and brown claw wolves. I want to hone my senses and hunt them in the dark instead of daylight. It's high time I improve my cultivation base. There's not enough time for me to be fooling around. Besides, I have a debt to pay back to those wolves. Damien smirked as his eyes flashed with a wild glint. Luna sighed, well, hunting and everything is all good. But don't accidentally hurt yourself in the dark or get caught trying to sneak out. Damien said, relax. I only have to see to it that I can maintain the second stage till I get outside the palace. HMPH. Also, don't you dare try your anti-god arts tonight. Stick only to your ethereal arts. I don't want you fainting on your return trip. Luna harumphed before disappearing into the shard of essence. Chapter 49. Soon the sky had turned dark and the palace halls were as silent as the grave. The guards patrolling the palace gates were fully alert since they were working on a shift-based system, so that they wouldn't get tired or sleepy during their shift. Suddenly a gust of wind blew past them as they swiveled their heads wondering why there was a sudden burst of wind. But nothing else happened and they shrugged it off thinking that the night was windy. 100 meters away in an alley, a boy with a hooded cloak was on his knees panting heavily out of breath. I see, can't he breathe? Luna spoke mentally, how pathetic. I told you not to overestimate yourself. Using the mirage of myriad phantasms to its fullest for more than 100 meters is not a child's play at your cultivation level. I am surprised you didn't die from running out of breath. She jibed. Damien drew in long breaths and slowly absorbed and circulated the ethereal energy from the air through his ethereal core points. Finally he got up with a jubilant smile, I can't believe this skill is so awesome. My speed was so unbelievably fast that I thought I was flying. The energy I exhausted was worth it. At least I was able to sneak out without even the guards' knowledge. Whew, that was quite risky. Those guards were at least at the spirit ethereal realm, but they didn't feel suspicious at all when the gust of wind passed by them. In fact, it was Damien speeding through the space between the guards. But if their cultivation was at least at the Earth ethereal realm, they would have noticed a jet-black lightning streak speeding through the gap between them. Damien had suppressed his aura and executed the second stage, Mirage of Myriad Phantasms, to move at an inhuman speed. Unless someone with a soul cultivation of soul transformation stage or higher spreads their senses with utmost concentration, they wouldn't be able to trace Damien's trails or sense him at all. If he was able to fully comprehend the second stage, then one would be considered lucky if they could find even a whiff of Damien's trails. Of course, it is the ethereal arts I gave you. The least you can expect is it to be awesome. Luna's lofty tone sounded in his mind. But you just had to take a detour to steal a lousy cloak. HMPH, using my godly ethereal arts for stealing. Luna was a bit annoyed to see her ethereal arts being used for petty thefts. On his way to the alley, Damien passed through some residences where he found a black cloak lying around. He didn't even stop and just took it. If there were people who witnessed it, they would think that the wind stole away someone's cloak. Damien chuckled and then looked towards the north where the dark forest was located. Time for some hunting. The moonlight filled the entire sky, but Damien could barely find his way in the dark surroundings of the forest. The dark forest was so thick and dense that it forbade the moonlight from bathing it with its light. The weather was cold and the forest was so silent that one could hear a droplet falling on the ground. Damien could even hear his own heartbeat and his breathing. He was slowly making his way inside the forest in order to not lose his way, and also to not go too deep inside the forest where there might be powerful ethereal beasts he wasn't yet ready to take on. His senses were totally spread out along a 125-meter radius, but he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain it too long as it depends on his soul energy reserves, and requires him to stay still with utmost concentration if he wants to find any wolves hiding in the dark. Meanwhile, a few meters behind Damien, as the bushes parted, a brown-furred wolf as tall as a man appeared from within the bushes slowly moving towards Damien. But Damien seemed unaware of the lurking danger behind him and was moving forward slowly. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk just as the brown wolf got closer to Damien, it shot out from the bush like lightning with a tremendous speed. Even if it was a practitioner at the spirit ethereal realm, they would find it nearly impossible to avoid its attack. As its prey got closer and closer to its line of sight, its teeth were already aimed at its prey's throat, preparing to ferociously bite it down. Asterisk thud, asterisk however the brown wolf was caught off guard since it expected its teeth to bite into Damien's throat, but it had instead passed through Damien's body as its body hit the ground. It stood up in fury after recovering itself, but its eyes shrank as it saw a jet-black lightning bolt filled with chilling ethereal energy tearing through the air, closing in on itself. The jet-black bolt passed through the head of the brown wolf leaving behind a charred gaping hole. Asterisk thud asterisk the brown wolf lifelessly dropped dead on the ground as it died without even realizing what happened. Damien dusted his hands as he slowly walked towards the partially charred carcass of the brown wolf. His eyes narrowed when he saw a bigger version of the brown claw wolf he saw in the slave market. First level of the nascent ethereal realm, a matured brown claw wolf. Damien screamed in his mind. It died just like that? Damien muttered to himself. Damien couldn't believe he easily killed a brown claw wolf at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. Even though he was at the 10th level of the initial ethereal realm, he was still a realm lower than the wolf in cultivation. Of course, even without considering the prowess of your ethereal arts, the pseudo-origin laws behind your lightning is too overbearing for a mere wolf at that cultivation to handle. At your current level, you can hold your ground easily against opponents 2 to 3 levels higher than you with your ethereal arts. As for opponents 4 or 5 levels above you, it won't be easy. Luna calmly said. Damien had managed to leave behind a single afterimage by executing the second stage of his Elysian lightning of retribution, Mirage of Myriad Phantasms. After that he appeared behind the wolf and used the searing strike rendering world skill from his ethereal arts to deal a killing blow to the wolf. Damien didn't have any weapons with him, not even a small blade. He was prepared to rely only on his ethereal arts and fists. But he didn't expect to face a nascent ethereal realm beast right away. He thought that only grey wolves roamed around the border and expected the brown claw wolves to be located a bit deeper into the forest. The dark forest was located at the northern part of the imperial capital with an area of 300,000 square kilometers. It was the biggest and most dangerous forest in the Rogue Empire. Damien had barely crossed 500 meters into the forest and he already met a brown claw wolf. A rogue one it seems, without belonging to any pack. Damien mused. A rogue brown claw wolf was even more menacing and troublesome than the ones who usually travel in packs. The rogues are more bloodthirsty and too proud to be in a pack to follow an alpha or a leader. They would travel around the forest wherever they like and kill whomever they want to if they feel like it. Luna could not help but state, seems like you have also comprehended the second stage well enough to leave behind at least a single afterimage. Your mastery of the first stage is also good enough considering your cultivation and lightning laws comprehension. Luna thought that Damien would still need more time to learn how to leave behind afterimages using the second skills of his ethereal arts. But it seemed like she had underestimated him yet again. She thought that one day, if he could draw out the true potential from that skill, he could virtually be at multiple places at the same time. Chapter 50. Still, you put in too much ethereal energy into your attack. How can you absorb its life essence when it's already dead? You should have just left it in a near-dead state and it would have been enough. Luna sighed. Well, it's not like I could help it. This is my first time using this skill and it's way too overpowered. Damien knew it would take him a few tries to fine-tune his usage of ethereal energy. But he also felt it bad that he couldn't absorb the life essence of the dead beast. After all, it had a stronger ethereal cultivation than him. He didn't plan to absorb the soul essence of ethereal beasts since their soul cultivation was very poor compared to their ethereal cultivation, so it would do no good to Damien if he absorbs the soul essence of ethereal beasts weaker than him in soul cultivation. Generally, ethereal beasts weren't intelligent enough to cultivate their soul on their own. But ethereal cultivation was simply as easy as breathing for them. As long as they feed on other ethereal beasts or herbs with strong ethereal essence, then their ethereal strength would automatically improve. Anyway, it's fine. I will take its ethereal core and just hunt for more. Damien smirked. Well, aren't you forgetting something? Luna smiled whimsically. Oh, you mean I don't have a blade with me? Well. Damien scratched his head. It's not that he didn't forget about needing a blade if he needs to cut open an ethereal beast. It's just that he had no means of obtaining or buying a good enough blade. However, his main purpose for hunting ethereal beasts in the dead of night was to improve his ethereal cultivation, and the idea of selling their ethereal cores for spirit stones only dawned upon him now. Since he already thought of selling pills as a money-making scheme, he didn't bother to think of any other methods. He then thought of using searing strike rendering worlds to cleave open its belly, but didn't feel much confidence about cutting it open perfectly without damaging the core. I guess simple spatial rings won't be sufficient for him in the long run. A thought flashed through Luna's mind. No need to beat your brains out thinking of a solution. You can use my soul space to store that filthy thing. Luna said with a sigh of irritation. Wait, what? Your soul space? You can store things in your soul space. Damien had a blinking expression on his face. Of course, do you think this goddess soul is simple? I can store potentially an infinite number of things. But why is she offering her help without any benefit? Especially when she's willing to store a filthy corpse in her own words. Damien was puzzled thinking when Luna became so generous. He knew that there must be some other reason she was offering her help on her own. But he decided not to think too much about it and take advantage of her help before she changes her mind. Of course, sure. Please store this carcass in your soul space. In fact, do you mind if I use your soul space to store everything I need in the future? Damien asked expectantly. If he can use her soul space to store his things, why would there be any need to buy those expensive spatial rings? HMPH, I knew you would ask that. I have divided a certain amount of my soul space and linked it to your soul plane. The soul space I have given you is more than big enough for your needs. So, you need not bother me every time you need to store something. You can store things on your own and consider that soul space as your own. Luna said factually. Wow, she even made me a master of a portion of her soul space. Isn't that like she's sharing her room with me? Did she hit her head somewhere or? Damien felt that the chance of the world ending tomorrow is more than the chance Luna is being generous. But he knew better than that to ask her why. As long as it's beneficial to him, why should he care? But he wondered if he could also store things in his soul once his soul cultivation is at a certain stage. What other unimaginable things can you do? Damien eagerly asked. HMPF, you will know when you need to know. Luna scoffed. Damien sighed as he shook his head. Whelp a brown clay wolf at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm was lying on the ground with its limbs singed and shriveled like a dead branch. Damien learned to fork his lightning bolt so that it can split up and attack certain areas of his target, though the power would diminish the more branches of lightning he makes from the bolt. Damien walked towards it with an apathetic expression in his eyes. He was proud that he managed not to kill it before absorbing its life essence. He crouched down and put his palm on the belly of the helpless wolf. With the help of his anti-god arts, Damien started absorbing its life essence. The wolf's body started shriveling as if its body was aging, its muscles started sagging and its fur started to become thinner and lose its sheen. Within just a few seconds, the wolf looked like it had neared the end of its lifespan. Soon, its eyes drooped and slowly closed as its breathing came to a halt. Don't absorb it right now. Luna warned. Why not? Damien asked. It's better if you accumulate the life essences of the wolves you are going to kill and then try to absorb them in one go. Luna instructed. Damien didn't ask any further as he stored the life essence of the brown claw wolf in his ethereal core to be absorbed later. I think I have lost count of how many I killed. 2 hours before daybreak, Damien was sitting on a rock trying to restore his spent ethereal energy. He had used his shattering strike rendering worlds too many times to finish off the wolves. But he avoided using Mirage of Myriad Phantasms too much since he didn't want to exhaust his energy needlessly. However, he did get to absorb a lot of life essence in total. But he didn't meet any wolves above the first level of the nascent ethereal realm since he hunted only on the outer regions of the forest. Most of them were either at the 10th level of the initial ethereal level or the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. The rest were too weak that Damien didn't even glance at them as he killed them. He had been killing and cutting down the wolves for hours like a madman who had some personal vendetta against the wolves. Well, Damien hadn't forgotten how these very same wolves pushed him to near death at the slave market. Maybe that was also one of the reasons that kept him going. But there was not a speck of blood on his clothes. All of his kills had been clean. I think I feel like I can break through to the nascent ethereal realm now. Damien stated. You seriously want to try and break through here? Luna raised one of her eyebrows. Well, I am confident that there are no more wolves lurking around this area. Not in at least a 200-meter radius. More wolves would only wander here after a few hours anyway. Damien confidently said. Go ahead and do whatever you want. All this impatience for a girl. Luna shook her head in helplessness. Damien didn't comment anything and closed his eyes as he started focusing on his ethereal core to prepare for his breakthrough. Chapter 51. Damien combined all the life essences he had absorbed from the wolves in his ethereal core. His ethereal core slowly started assimilating the combined life essence, but after a few moments, suddenly the rate of assimilation spiked. Damien was shocked since this was the first time he was increasing his cultivation by absorbing life essence. He wondered if this was how it normally is and in the future as well. Bang! A soft sound sounded in his ethereal core as it instantly started expanding as the last of the collected life essence was fully absorbed by his ethereal core. The quality of the ethereal energy in his core made another jump in level as it became noticeably thicker than before. His gaseous ethereal core had become more denser than before with jet black wisps of energy slowly forming into a sphere. It was like his ethereal core was made up of these jet black gaseous energy. He felt that his ethereal core was becoming more chilling as a whole, and the ethereal energy inside his core was concentrated and denser than ever before, to an unbelievable degree. His previously exhausted ethereal core was now filled to the brim with ethereal energy and he felt his vitality increase from before. The lightning seed in his ethereal core started forming into a vague shape of a sphere, and the link between it and his origin seed formed a clear strand of jet black energy. It seemed as if the higher his cultivation becomes, the more lightning laws he is able to comprehend from his origin seed. As a result, his lightning elemental seed would improve with every breakthrough. Damien slowly opened his eyes with a smile. He felt his eyes becoming more cleared up and his hearing sharpened. There was a pleasurable Sensation throughout his whole body that was like the shedding of an old body. His ethereal strength broke through from the strength of the 10th level of the initial ethereal realm to the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. Within just a few minutes he had successfully broken through, while a normal practitioner would take at least an hour to break through. But he knew that the more his cultivation increases, the more life essence he would have to absorb to break through. He was happy that he broke through, but he wasn't satisfied with his achievement. He knew that there was still a long way to go before he could help Lily. But he understood that things should be taken at a steady pace and that he should not rush himself in cultivating his ethereal energy. He knew that he should build a good foundation and try to stabilize his current cultivation before trying to break through again. But that doesn't mean in that period he cannot store the life essence from whomever he kills. He planned to just collect it and break through all at once. He is ready. It's almost daybreak. I should go back to the palace now, I guess. Damien thought as tiny jet black lightning streaks started crackling around his body. A jet black streak was whizzing through the dense forest, and it seemed as if the wind was having a hard time catching up with it. Anyone below the Earth ethereal realm would find it impossible to spot the jet black streak even if it zoomed past them. They would only feel a gust of wind, just like what the guards felt yesterday. Damien stopped as soon as he reached near the border of the dark forest. I am already feeling spent even after my breakthrough. Damien complained. Luna mentally said in a bored tone, do you realize that you crossed over a dozen kilometers in just a few minutes? I think if you complain more, you will get struck by lightning. Damien rolled his eyes hearing her sneer. But he knew maybe he was a little too thirsty for more power. After all, he understood that whenever he was executing the mirage of myriad phantasms, his top speed would even rival low-level Earth ethereal realm cultivators. If any diligent cultivator with the same cultivation as Damien saw him complaining about his speed, they would even start doubting themselves if they are fit for the cultivation path. But as he casually looked around, his eyes suddenly caught sight of something. A blood-red flower with 5 petals which seemed to have just bloomed recently. An Earth-grade 5-petaled bloody flower. Damien shrieked inwardly. The 5-petaled bloody flower was the main ingredient used for concocting a peak-grade rank for blood-nourishing pill. It was one of the rare kinds even among rank 4 pills, since the main ingredient, that is, the 5-petaled bloody flower, does not bloom often and is hard to find. How is this possible? These shouldn't be able to grow out here. The conditions are not right. Damien was puzzled seeing an Earth-grade flower on the border of the dark forest. He knew that only common-grade herbs would be able to grow in the outermost region of the dark forest. Earth-grade herbs or higher can only be found once one goes even deeper towards the middle of the dark forest. It is also the reason why many practitioners looking to earn money, or cultivators dispatched by various alchemists, would hunt for medical herbs in the dark forest. But it would take a lot of guts and courage for someone to hunt for precious herbs in the deeper parts of the forest. Which is why there would be many requests for practitioners to collect these herbs from the forest. However, those who were confident of their own power and willpower would not only try to collect herbs but also hunt ethereal beasts, since more rare the ethereal beasts are, more money they could make from their ethereal cores. But many cultivators lose their life every day venturing deeper into the dark forest, either by overestimating themselves, or by getting killed by other cultivators trying to loot from them. This is the reason why the dark forest is the most infamous forest in the Roan Empire. Venturing into the dark forest was one of the fastest ways to earn money, but also at the same time, it was accompanied by grave and dreadful risks of losing one's life. Damien pushed away the thoughts about its existence and moved towards it to pluck it. Hold it right there. A boy's voice sounded from behind Damien. Damien had his hood on, but he didn't have a mask. Instead, using his ethereal arts, he had blurred his face, and if anyone saw his face, they would only see a misty blurred face, making them unable to discern his facial features. He could also modulate his voice to sound low and deep, almost like a growl. Damien didn't speak and just turned around to see who dared to waste his time. He saw a skinny youth about 17 years of age with 2 young men behind him of the same age group. It looked more like the 2 men were the lackeys of the skinny one. The 3 of them tensed up when they saw a hooded figure observing the flower they had set their eyes on. But they were relieved when they casually probed Damien with their spiritual perception, and learned that he was only at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. The skinny guy decided to venture out this early because one of his lackeys had spotted an Earth-grade flower yesterday night. So, he wanted to pluck it before anyone else comes into the scene, even though he didn't hold much hopes about it still being there. His lackeys were too scared to pluck the flower alone, thinking that it wouldn't be left unguarded just like that. He was also surprised to not see any wolves roaming around this flower. Damien didn't want Luna to mask his cultivation level, since it might discourage the wolves from attacking him. Because of that, these 3 were able to discern Damien's cultivation. If you know what's good for you, step away from the flower. Else our senior brother Skinny Face here would cripple your legs. The lackey on the left side of the skinny guy said in a proud tone. Chapter 52. It seemed like the youth known as Skinny Face didn't seem to mind being called like that. In fact, he seemed proud of having such nickname as Damien saw his stupid smile plastered on his face when his lackeys were busy boot-licking him. The 2 lackeys were only at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. But since they had Skinny Face who was at the 3rd level of the nascent ethereal realm, they were fearless facing Damien. Otherwise, they would have second thoughts about facing Damien even though they had the same cultivation as him. Damien opened his mouth to speak in a low growl, go back where you came from or you won't live to see tomorrow. Skinny Face and his lackeys got intimidated hearing his deep voice, which sounded like the voice of a grim reaper. But remembering that Damien was weaker than them, they berated themselves inwardly for getting scared. Skinny Face laughed, ha 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 ha, big words coming from her. Skinny Face's mouth froze when he suddenly heard a crackling jet black lightning bolt was right past him, which branched in the air to strike towards the 2 lackeys, completely avoiding him. The lackeys barely even expected an attack out of the blue, and they could only helplessly watch as they saw the thick streak of lightning pass through their chest, completely obliterating their ethereal core. Their eyes bulged in shock, unable to even let out a whimper as their skin around the gaping hole in their chest was charred beyond recognition, which looked like it was decaying from within. Asterisk thud asterisk, the 2 bodies dropped on the ground like dead birds. Skinny Face couldn't even believe his eyes seeing what just happened. He tried to speak, but strangely no sound was coming from his mouth. Damien only planned to cripple them, but he accidentally miscalculated his power since it had increased after his recent breakthrough, but he didn't care about the fact that he accidentally killed them. At least he was kind enough to give them a warning. Damien's expressions didn't change at all and there wasn't even a ripple in his heart as he killed them. In his previous life, his hands were soaked with the blood of billions of people during the Great Calamity. Even after that, most of his remaining life was spent surviving by building a sea of corpses. He had simply killed too many that his eyes and expression would still be tranquil when killing his foes. To him killing was akin to weeding out grass, unable to stir up any slightest waves in his heart. Skinny Face staggered backwards as he saw Damien slowly approaching him. "Why you monster, what did you do? Do you know who I am? I am an outer disciple in the Imperial Ethereal Court. They wouldn't let you off if you kill me." His voice sounded croaky and despair clouded his voice. He didn't even have the will to fight back since he knew that even he couldn't one-shot his lackeys to death with his cultivation. But Damien was able to do it mostly because of the element of surprise. The lackeys weren't prepared and they didn't even have the time to circulate their ethereal energy to protect their bodies. Damien took a deep breath and slowly said in a snarl, "You should have known better than to threaten me." He was thinking that maybe this monster was hiding his true cultivation level just to have fun killing some ants. But he was too scared to notice that the ethereal aura behind Damien's attack was just at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. "Junior brother Skinny Face." Damien heard a shout from behind as he saw a burly young man arriving on the spot. "AHH, senior brother Igor, please save me." Skinny Face cried like a child upon seeing his savior. Igor was puzzled why he suddenly got a location transmission from his jade slip coincidentally right when he was on his way to the dark forest to hunt some ethereal beasts as per his usual early morning training. He had given it to certain close friends of his if there was any emergency. "Why are you crying like a fool against someone weaker than you?" Igor couldn't help but blurt out those words. Skinny Face didn't mind it and spoke in an edgy tone, "Senior brother, don't underestimate him. He is not simple, he killed my junior brothers with just one move. Please, seek vengeance for my fallen brothers." Tears and snot were mixed together as they dripped from his mouth. "No wonder, our empire is at the bottom." Damien wondered how a wuss like Skinny Face even made it into the Imperial Ethereal Court. Igor was an inner disciple at the Imperial Ethereal Court and he befriended Skinny Face because of his wealthy family backing him. He was a hard-working cultivator without much backing, and he himself had to suck up to many influential people for resources to advance his cultivation. But Igor saw the charred corpses of the two lackeys and even he felt a chill go down his spine seeing that sight. But he again thoroughly spread his spiritual perception and confirmed if Damien was really at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. He wondered if Damien was using some treasure to hide his cultivation, but then he thought if Damien was truly strong, why would he roam around the outer regions of the dark forest? Something was telling him from within to not provoke the ominous-looking person in front of him. But then, he also saw the earth-grade flower a few meters away from him. Greed shone in his eyes as he knew how popular that flower was even though he wasn't an alchemist. Also, seeing his two junior brothers dead, anger surged inside him. It was as if Damien was looking down on their Imperial Ethereal Court. "You should not pick a fight with him now. He's at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Remember, you have to get back to the palace soon." Luna's warning sounded in his mind. Damien wasn't that surprised since he saw the confident look on Igor's face. He knew that Igor must have sensed his cultivation level and must already be thinking of fighting him. Even though he could fight or even kill someone easily a few levels above his cultivation. He had absolutely no confidence in fighting let alone kill someone at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm with just his ethereal arts. Igor made a choice in his mind as he slowly took out a mace. "Whoever you are, you should have never killed the practitioners nurtured by our great Imperial Ethereal Court. Don't worry, I will try to leave an intact corpse so that the bereaved families of the people you killed can vent all their hatred on your corpse." Igor snarled. "Shit, this busybody." Skinny Face was jubilant seeing how things have turned out. He already imagined Damien getting smashed like a bug by his favorite senior brother in his mind. If it was an ethereal beast of the same cultivation as Igor, Damien would at least be confident of throwing it off his trails. Since ethereal beasts didn't have much intelligence and most of all they had possessed no ethereal arts and only relied on pure ethereal strength, but human cultivators were different. They were intelligent, had ethereal arts to take full advantage of their ethereal energy and elemental seeds, and most of all, they were cunning and tricky. But he knew he hadn't fully recovered his ethereal energy to execute Mirage of Myriad Phantasms long enough to reach the Imperial Palace. After all, he had been speeding through the forest before he came upon the flower. If he makes a dash for it now, he was sure Igor would catch up as soon as he gets tired. But Damien wasn't able to keep up his brainstorming session when he saw Igor speeding towards him swinging his mace. Damien narrowed his eyes and instantly executed Mirage of Myriad Phantasms. Igor swung the mace aiming for Damien's head, but he was stunned when he literally saw Damien disappear from where he was. His mace only swung at the empty air and he almost lost his balance. Skinny Face was slack-jawed to see his senior brother missing his attack. He felt as if Damien teleported from his position. Igor got angry since Damien made him look stupid. He was a proud inner disciple of the Imperial Ethereal Court. How could a mere level 1 nascent ethereal realm cultivator fool him? Asterisk crackle tilde asterisk, but just as he turned back, he saw a jet black lightning bolt speeding towards him. Igor instantly put up his ethereal defensive cover over his body and tried to block the incoming bolt with his mace. Even though he was confident that the attack from someone at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm is barely harmful, he still didn't want to take any risks seeing the charred corpses and the ominous aura behind the incoming lightning bolt. He felt a faint chilliness emanating from it even with his ethereal energy cover protecting him. The lightning bolt struck the mace, but Igor wasn't pushed back and his feet were still firm on the ground. The lightning bolt dissipated after hitting the mace, leaving a sizzling sound. Igor looked at his mace and his eyes widened to see that a part of the head of his mace was scorched faintly, leaving behind some black marks. The mace he was holding was a top-notch nascent ethereal grade weapon. It should be absolutely impossible to even scratch the weapon from a nascent ethereal realm cultivator's attack, let alone someone at the low levels. But another fact surprised him as his finger shook, pointing at Damien. "You have a lightning elemental seed?" Chapter 53. If you don't want to end up like those two meat bags, better mind your own business. Damien said, ignoring his question. Lightning elemental seeds and metal elemental seeds were very rare in the Rising Sun continent, that it seemed like a myth for one to possess such seeds. Igor had never seen a lightning elemental user in his life, nor had he heard about anyone possessing such seeds. He only knew that the Imperial Princess possessed the mythical metal seed, which itself was too unimaginable for him. He had only learned from history that there was once a lightning element cultivator who lived thousands of years ago. But those were only legends, and that's how people knew that lightning seeds were not an imaginary concept. People knew that lightning and metal seeds were superior to the other 4 elemental seeds, which was obviously evident given how mythical and rare they were. When people of the Rome Empire came to know of Lily possessing the metal elemental seed, they were so proud that their imperial princess's talent at elemental laws couldn't be matched by anyone in the continent. They were looking forward to how powerful she would become once she grew up. But it all changed after Lily's father died and the ancestor got injured. Igor was stunned that he came upon a mythical lightning element practitioner. If any empire came to know about such a person, they would do anything to recruit and nurture him. Who doesn't want a powerful lightning element cultivator under their command? But remembering how the lightning bolt seemed jet black in color, he wondered if that's the color of lightning ethereal energy. He found it strange that it did not have any properties or color of normal lightning. Is he even from our empire? Igor even started wondering if Damien was coming from the other eminent empires, probably even the Zeton Empire. Because he knew how pitiful their empire was compared to other empires. There was no way someone so talented like Damien would go unnoticed in their empire. Especially the strange movement skill Damien used completely bewildered him. Igor tried to discern Damien's face since the hood was only covering till the forehead. But no matter how much he tried, he could only see a blurry face. This was the first time he was seeing someone hiding their identity without any mask, but using some strange technique to blur their face and change their voice. He had to admit that Damien's voice sounded a bit intimidating, but he berated himself for being frightened by someone weaker than him. Igor started having second thoughts about continuing this fight since he was afraid of provoking some genius from another empire. Even if a genius from another empire was weaker than him, he would have to still bow down and even bootlick him if needed. His status as an inner disciple of the Imperial Ethereal Court was of no importance before a genius from another empire. But seeing how Damien even killed 2 of his junior brothers over just a mere trifle, he thought that even if he let go of this matter, Damien wouldn't probably make things easier for him. I have to kill him before anyone finds out. Killing intent started to flicker in Igor's eyes. Damien noticed the change in Igor's eyes. He was, after all, an expert at detecting killing intent no matter how faint it is. This dipshit wants to silence me here. Damien could guess the kind of thoughts passing through in Igor's mind. HMPH, hiding your face like a coward. Do you not dare to show me your face? Igor mocked, trying to provoke him in order to at least learn his identity. If his identity was of no importance, then Igor would have a peace of mind even after he kills Damien. But he guessed that the chances of Damien being just an unknown rogue cultivator was very slim. After all, why would someone with Damien's prowess hide themselves from society when they can easily earn riches and fame by joining a prestigious family or sect? Sweat had already started trickling down Damien's temple. He was only left with 25% of his ethereal energy. You will see my face right after I rip out your soul. Damien said slowly in a cutting tone. Ha 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 ha, you surely can boast. Why don't you show me how you are going to do that? Igor sneered, thinking that maybe the person in front of him was retarded to think that he could kill him. He felt that maybe he overthinked too much about Damien's identity, and probably Damien was just an idiot born with some talent wandering around on his own. Damien knew that the only way he could get out of this messy situation is by killing Igor. He wasn't sure if he could kill Igor, but he knew that there was only one choice he could take to at least have a chance of defeating Igor. But that choice involved tremendous risks, and Damien had no idea the aftermaths he would have to experience. Igor didn't tarry any longer as he released his aura and used a movement skill, and shot right towards Damien at a shocking speed, swinging his mace. Damien saw it coming and was preparing to execute Mirage of Myriad Phantasms, but he felt that his body was being locked down by the ethereal aura of Igor. Cultivators could lock down or suppress others using their ethereal aura. It wouldn't make much difference if the difference in strength is small. But Igor was 9 levels higher than Damien, which was more than enough to suppress Damien. The mace was closing on Damien's chest, but he gritted his teeth and maximized his ethereal energy to use his Mirage of Myriad Phantasms skill. But even then, Damien barely managed to dodge the blow as the mace grazed his ribs and sent Damien flying away a dozen meters, away, leaving behind a spring of blood. Damien didn't even get much time to fully pour out his ethereal energy from within to protect his body. Even though Damien managed to dodge the main attacking force from the mace, he still had to bear the brunt of the ethereal energy carried behind the impact from the graze. No matter how powerful his ethereal arts were, his body was still that of a low-level nascent ethereal realm cultivator. How could someone at the low levels of the nascent ethereal realm take the blow from someone at the peak of the nascent ethereal realm? This was the first time Damien actually experienced fighting a human cultivator. It was totally different from what he imagined. He may be unrivaled if he were to fight against normal humans or even ethereal beasts without any ethereal arts, but that need not be necessarily the same case against cultivators. One could say he had no experience at all in fighting cultivators. Damien coughed out blood as pain emanated from his broken left ribs. Shit, I fucked up. Damien blamed himself for being too careless against a stronger enemy. He was so confident of his ethereal arts that he never imagined he would be left in such a pitiful state. He thought that, even if things took a bad turn, he could always escape using his speed and try to shake off Igor even if it was risky enough. Damien struggled to stand up by resting his forearm and knee on the ground. He felt slightly dizzy and guessed that Igor must have used some kind of ethereal arts to power his weapon. Skinny Face laughed from the side. Ha 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 ha, what a trash. How exactly were you going to rip out my senior brother's soul? Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a maniac and felt glad that he didn't run away and trusted Igor to finish Damien on his own. Otherwise, he would have missed out on enjoying Damien being pummeled. Humph, I overestimated this clown. Igor thought that the 2 lackeys of Skinny Face must have been killed by some underhanded methods. Actually, Igor didn't even go all out since he thought that it would be overkill against someone relatively too weak. Any last words? Igor asked with a mocking expression as he slowly advanced towards Damien, swiveling the mace in his hands. Chapter 54. Damien lifted his head and saw the mocking smile on Igor's face. Anger surged in his heart and he clenched his teeth, thinking about the only choice he can take. I guess I don't have any other choice. But suddenly a silhouette jumped towards Igor's neck as if it manifested from thin air. A white-colored cat with sparkling ruby red eyes had its mouth open and sunk its tiny fangs into Igor's neck. Arg! Igor stumbled backward, screaming in pain and shock, wondering where this cat came from. He tried to frantically shake off the troublesome cat from his neck. He felt as if his blood was being sucked out at a tremendous rate, including his ethereal energy. Yelp! He grabbed the cat with his free hand and flung it a few feet away. But the cat twisted its body in mid-air and landed on its feet. Where the fuck did this ugly cat come from? He bellowed as his face flushed with rage. His neck was stinging from the pain and he saw 2 tiny holes on his skin. He was surprised to find out that 10% of his ethereal energy had suddenly depleted. Igor wasn't even looking at Damien, since he knew that Damien's death would be inevitable at his hands soon enough. His focus right now was on the strange white cat who was hissing with anger. Where did this strange kitty come from? Damien was surprised to see an unusual cat with glittering ruby red eyes materialize from thin air. But when he looked closer, he saw that its face was scarred with claw marks, making its face look ghastly. However, its eyes seemed strange to Damien, and even he felt that it was not some ordinary cat like the ones from his previous life. I have never seen such a nasty ethereal beast. Where the hell did it come from? Igor was also puzzled when he got a good look at the cat, especially one that can suck away blood and ethereal energy. Igor had been experiencing too many inexplicable events today. First, it was a mythical lightning element practitioner who killed his junior brothers, and now an ethereal beast, which can suck away his vital energy, was being aggressive at him for no reason. Mira. The cat seemed to be growling and was baring its fangs at Igor. Even an ethereal beast like you is looking down on me? Let me see you survive a blow from my mace. Igor had a dark expression on his face as he moved towards the cat to smash it to death. Damien, with his special soul, sensed that the cat was only at the 6th level of the nascent ethereal realm. He knew that it wouldn't even survive a full force attack from Igor's mace. Damien gritted his teeth as a shout echoed in his mind. Antigod Art's first stage, Undying Wrath. In the depths of his ethereal core, the origin seed suddenly started spinning rapidly. The ethereal energy in his ethereal core started churning around his origin seed, and a thick jet black band of anti-energy started wrapping around it, forming a disc around his origin seed. This all happened within just an instant. Damien felt as if a dormant demon god had awakened inside him. In a split second he felt all the ethereal energy in his ethereal core transforming into a frightening and terrifying energy of pure destruction which spread throughout his whole body from head to toe. On the outside, the air around Damien became chaotic and the ground beneath Damien cracked as his aura instantly exploded like a raging volcano. Feeling the surge of hellish energy wreaking havoc throughout his body, he got up and instantly charged towards Igor like a lightning bolt, the wind making way for him, afraid of standing in Damien's way. Just as Igor was about to smash the helpless-looking cat, he sensed a frightening and chilling presence behind him. He turned around to see Damien rushing at him, exuding a spine-chilling jet-black aura. Igor's body entirely stiffened, his pupils contracted and violently trembled. He didn't expect Damien to even get up anytime soon, but now Damien's aura had somehow overshadowed his and even suffocated him. Igor instinctively swinged his mace towards Damien's head. He saw Damien holding out his hand trying to catch his brutish mace carrying his full-blown ethereal energy. How stupid. Igor inwardly sneered, thinking that Damien was being dumb by trying to catch his heavy mace. Clunk, a heavy dull sound rang out as Damien caught the mace with his bare palm. Impossible. Igor screamed inwardly as his eyes widened with shock. This time Igor didn't hold back his strength at all, and instead used 100% of his ethereal strength to deal that blow, since he felt uneasy seeing Damien's aura. He could sense that Damien's ethereal aura was still at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm. He was wondering where Damien was getting his demonic strength from. Igor was completely suppressed by just Damien's aura and he could hardly move. Damien slowly tightened his grip over the mace as it started getting deformed under his strength. He then pressed his fingers together so tight that the head of the mace was disfigured beyond recognition. Why you? Igor could barely blurt out any words as his eyes were froze open staring at his mangled mace. He was so shocked by the sight that his body was paralyzed by fear. Being able to crush a nascent ethereal grade mace meant that his ethereal strength was at least that of the spirit ethereal realm. Damien shifted his palm from the mace and clutched Igor's neck, lifting him up as his feet left the ground. Igor felt like the devil himself was clutching him with its claws. He could barely breathe and veins popped in his eyeballs. You said you wanted to see my face right before I rip out your soul, right? Don't worry, I always keep my promises. You won't ever forget my face even in the afterlife. Damien said in a low grunt. Damien undid the blur from his face and his facial features became clear. Igor had a bug-eyed expression when he saw a strikingly handsome young boy who even seemed younger than him, totally different from what he had imagined in his mind. Uff. Suddenly Igor felt that his chest became empty as he looked at his chest with an incredulous expression. A hand had impaled his energy center which exited through his back. Igor could feel his vitality being sucked out like a vacuum, and at the same time he felt like his soul was being torn apart. Damien's hands were dripping with Igor's blood as he impaled his arm right through Igor's chest. He even started absorbing his life essence and soul essence at the same time. Igor's eyes became grey and his body withered like a dead tree as his muscles slumped down. He had turned into an old man within a few seconds. His body wasn't looking burly anymore and was just a bag of bones. Thump. Damien slowly took out his arm from his chest. I rise, you fall. Damien snarled as he saw Igor's body slid down from his arm, slumping to the ground. Chapter 55. Skinny Face had already wet his pants witnessing the frightening and horrifying scene taking place in front of him. He somehow put all his ethereal energy into his legs and tried to run for his life. He thought that if he stayed any longer, even his corpse wouldn't look anything like him. Damien didn't even turn around to look at Skinny Face. He simply lifted his right arm and pointed his finger towards Skinny Face. A blood-curdling jet-black lighting streak giving off a more abnormal aura than usual escaped from Damien's index finger, and stormed towards Skinny Face, twisting the air around it. Skinny Face was running at the maximum speed possible without even looking back. He had already covered a few hundred meters using his movement skill without holding back his reserves of ethereal energy. Noticing that nothing was happening, a smile formed on his face thinking that Damien had let him escape. Wait till I report this monster to the Imperial Ethereal Court. He would, crackle scissors within just a second after Damien raised his finger. A small crater was formed on the place where Skinny Face was. Black smoke was streaming out from the crater, filling the air. There was absolutely no trace of him left. Only black charred particles were floating in the air, which also soon disappeared till there was no evidence of Skinny Face even existing in the first place. Unlike Igor, Skinny Face died a quick death without even realizing what happened to him. Damien's aura returned to normal as he instantly deactivated Undying Wrath. His origin seed stopped spinning and returned to its usual state, and his depleted ethereal energy didn't have any traces of anti-energy anymore. Having all his energy totally spent, he collapsed on his knees as his body finally slumped on the ground. Damien was violently gasping to regain his breath. He felt that inside his body, all his energy and blood was violently thrashing about. A backflow of blood almost came out from his mouth, but he swallowed it back. The ethereal energy in his ethereal core was thoroughly emptied and he was weakened to the point he could barely keep himself awake. He had activated Undying Wrath with just a meager amount of ethereal energy after all. Before he activated it, he had spent a significant amount of his ethereal energy reserves trying to fight Igor. He slowly twisted his head in the direction of the Imperial Palace while lying on the ground. I have to get back to the palace, Lily must be waiting for me. He felt his eyes becoming languid and saw the scarred face of the white cat staring at him with its glittering ruby red eyes in curiosity, but before he could even think about anything else, he fell unconscious. A few hours later, Damien recovered some of his consciousness, with pain stemming from all over his body. In order to kill Igor, he had paid a large price, larger than he had expected. Activating Undying Wrath was extremely strenuous not only on his ethereal core but also his body. Some of his blood cells had ruptured, nearly half of his muscle cells had dehydrated and his broken ribs had almost pierced his lungs. But suddenly he felt his body becoming warm and comfortable. His blood was being rejuvenated at a steady pace and his ethereal energy was slowly recovering. Damien was surprised inwardly how he could possibly be recovering this fast. But he noticed a foreign ethereal energy not belonging to him at all as the cause for this sudden recovery process. Who is trying to help me? His consciousness again went silent, basking in that comfortable feeling. Finally, after some time, his fingers twitched as he tried to open his seemingly heavy eyelids slowly using his willpower. What entered his eyes were faint sunlight trying to slip in between the foliage of the huge trees. As soon as he completely opened his eyes, he could properly feel his body and all four limbs. Even though he felt his limbs slightly heavy, he found that he could still control its movements. He also noticed a bit of ethereal energy had gathered inside the originally empty ethereal core. This energy helped him facilitate his bodily functions and even allow him to make simple body movements, which includes trying to get up. Damien grabbed the ground, gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. But his eyes suddenly froze as he caught sight of a small and exquisite figure, a girl whose age only seemed to be around 10 years or so. However, what caught sight of his eyes were her waist-length rosy pink hair and glittering ruby red eyes. But her face was scarred with stripes of claw marks right from her forehead till her jaw, which blemished her beauty. But Damien suddenly gulped and shifted his eyes since the girl was buck naked. Who is this girl? Damien wondered. But a certain detail popped in his mind, her bright ruby red eyes. Wait a sec. She can't be. The girl was standing close to Damien and slowly approached him. She was having a quizzical expression on her face seeing Damien's strange movements. Luna, who is she? Damien mentally asked Luna. She is not an ordinary ethereal beast. Luna plainly said. Wait, what? Ethereal beast? You can't be kidding. Damien was inwardly slack-jawed as he couldn't believe how an ethereal beast could have a human form. It's not strange for ethereal beasts to take human form. Once their cultivation is at least at the profound ethereal realm, their intelligence skyrockets and they would be even capable of speech. And if they are ever able to break through to the noble ethereal realm, they can start assuming human forms. But the reason I said she is not ordinary is because with her mere nascent ethereal realm cultivation it should be impossible for her to take human form. Luna said in a slightly fascinating tone. Wow, so even beasts can take human form. But this girl? Damien was enlightened by this new information, but just as Luna said he wondered how an ethereal beast could take human form like this girl. Then is she the one who, yes, she is the one who helped you recover. Luna interjected and continued, it seems like she is proficient in water laws but not pure water laws. It's more like, no, that's too absurd. For now, I can say that she's proficient in blood laws. You can consider it as a mutated version of water laws. Luna said in a thoughtful tone. Blood laws? Mutated? You mean she is like a vampire? Damien was surprised hearing that a blood-sucking girl was standing before him. Then he noticed that there were 2 bite marks near his neck. He guessed that the girl must have tried to heal him by biting into his neck. Vampire? Luna asked with confusion. Nothing, ha. Damien sighed, but feeling something, he turned his head around to see big ruby red eyes staring into his eyes. Phew. Damien got a little startled as he stumbled a bit backwards. The girl had slowly reached towards Damien while he was conversing with Luna. She was at first a bit wary of Damien when he woke up. But seeing that he didn't do anything, she slowly approached him, curious why Damien had his head turned around and his eyes closed. Damien quickly took off his cloak and held it out towards the girl, trying not to look at her petite body. Little girl, here, put this on. Chapter 56. But even after a while, the cloak was still in his hands. Ah, what a fool I am. He realized that even if she was in human form, she was still an ethereal beast in the end without much intelligence probably. Damien turned around to look at the girl. But was surprised to see her chomping down on the cloak. Hey, that's not for eating. Damien didn't know what to think seeing such a sight. It seemed as if he was trying to clothe a puppy. He softly tugged the cloak in order to pull out the cloak from the clutches of her tiny canine teeth. The girl got confused why Damien was trying to take back something he offered. But she let go of it and looked at Damien with a puzzled expression, indirectly asking him why he wanted it back. Ha! Damien sighed. He flapped the cloak and put it over her. The cloak was too big for someone of her size and fully covered her body from head to toe, with the rest of the cloak splayed out on the ground. The hood covered most of her rosy pink hair except her face. The girl had a curious expression as she touched the cloak and tried to feel it with her snowy adorable hands. But seeing that Damien was wearing the cloak before and how humans had some kind of clothing on their body, she guessed its purpose. But she still didn't understand why one should cover their bodies. You should not wander around without clothes. There might be big bad guys who might take you away. Damien instructed. Seeing her simply staring at him, Damien asked, "Can you speak, little girl?" The girl still didn't respond anything and only tilted her head, looking as if she was trying her best to understand him. Damien knew that ethereal beasts at her cultivation barely have the ability to form complex thoughts, let alone speak. But seeing her human form and Luna telling him that she was not a simple ethereal beast, he was kind of expecting her to at least speak. Damien actually wanted to ask her why she helped him. But he thought that probably it must be because he saved her from Igor. I guess no matter which world, animals are more grateful than humans. Thank you, little girl, for helping me. Damien gave a genuine smile. The girl slowly smiled, seeing Damien smile, since she found his smile beautiful and dazzling. Wow, you know to smile, don't you? You have such a beautiful smile. Damien said as he saw her radiant smile with her teeth showing. Damien slowly got up, enduring the pain and cramps he felt all over his body. But it was not unbearable to the point he could not stand. Yet his ribs were still broken and had not healed completely. He speculated that with his ethereal energy healing his body, it would take at least a few weeks. Unlike mortals, ethereal energy can fasten the healing process of a cultivator, though it wouldn't be able to heal extensive or very serious wounds quickly. But he was confident with his medicinal knowledge, he would be able to direct his ethereal energy with precise control to heal his ribs faster than usual. He looked around and saw that he was near a secluded spot in the forest with a small stream of water flowing in the middle. He guessed that the girl must have dragged him towards this spot in order to not let him end up as some ethereal beast's meal. She surely is strong. Damien thought, and then he remembered that she was stronger than him. After all, the girl was at the 6th level of the nascent ethereal realm while he was only at the 1st level of the nascent ethereal realm. Damien shook his head in disbelief, thinking how such a little girl was so powerful for her age. He was also curious about where she came from and what kind of an ethereal beast she exactly is. But he knew he wouldn't be able to ask her any basic questions, let alone about her origins. Damien suddenly spotted the 5-petaled bloody flower lying behind the girl. He put 2 and 2 together and guessed that the girl must have been the one who was looking after the flower. He thought that the girl must have somehow transferred the flower from the deeper regions of the forest towards the outer regions in order to pluck it safely after it blooms. But he wondered how could someone with her cultivation even survive the dangerous innermost regions of the forest. Since Luna said that the girl was someone adept at blood laws, he knew that she must have been waiting to eat that flower after it blooms in order to absorb its ethereal essence. It must be like an irresistible delicacy to her. I am surprised she didn't suck my blood dry. Why am I trying to compare her with vampires? Phew. Damien wryly smiled at having such bizarre thoughts. In order to verify his guess, Damien slowly walked past her towards the flower. But just then the girl quickly shot past Damien and took the flower in her hands. Mrura. She hissed and held the flower close to her chest with a guarded expression while looking at Damien. Damien laughed, seeing her cute wary expression, and waved his hands. Relax. It's yours. I won't take it, not when you even help me. Seeing that Damien didn't want to snatch away her flower, the girl relaxed but still clutched the stalk of the flower firmly. You shouldn't push your luck. She licked away all the blood on your body as if she had never tasted something delicious as that. Who knows, maybe she is waiting to suck your blood dry as her dinner. Luna snickered mentally. Nice trying to scare me. If she wanted to, she would have already done it, instead of helping me instead. Damien rolled his eyes inwardly, hearing Luna's jibe. Damien was thinking, for just that flower, he had to kill 4 cultivators and almost ended up in a sorry state himself. But in the end, the flower still ended up at the girl's hands. Still, he thought that she deserved it since she even tried to barge into the fight between him and Igor. He guessed that the girl must have thought of Igor as someone who was after her flower. He wondered, had he not saved her, would she also have tried to suck his blood? But he shook off all those thoughts when he suddenly thought of the time and Lily. Crap, it's already noon? Would Lily have looked for me? Damien was worried if Lily would have sent someone to find out why he was absent for the training session. If he was not in his room, it would be extremely suspicious. He didn't want to reveal his cultivation to Lily until he had increased it to a certain realm. He wanted to let Lily have some confidence in him instead of revealing a weak cultivation base to her, which would be the same as having none at all if he wanted to help her. He thought that if he revealed a strong enough cultivation base, at least Lily would be able to rest easy and have more faith in his ability. Don't even think of returning to the palace now. The damage is already done. Even if you return now, it would be the same as returning tomorrow morning. You should take ample rest now, or you would just aggravate your injuries and end up collapsing again on your way back. Luna said in an insistent tone. Damien knew he was in no condition to sustain continued usage of his ethereal movement skill, and it wouldn't make any difference even if he returned to the palace now. He looked at the girl and said as he gestured with his hand, "Little girl, you don't mind if I rest here, do you?" Chapter 57. Damien knew that the place he currently was in is like her own haven. He had no idea whether she would find it irksome if he were to still stay there even after waking up. Even if she was the one who brought him here, he thought she would be expecting him to leave after he woke up. He didn't want to have his blood sucked when she's 5 levels stronger than him. After all, he was not in his prime condition. He knew that ethereal beasts would find themselves annoyed when an outsider occupies their home without their permission. The girl just kept blankly staring at Damien as he slowly sat under a tree. Seeing that her expressions didn't change, Damien heaved a sigh of relief, inwardly thinking that she didn't mind him resting there. You shouldn't think that her intelligence is low. Her soul cultivation is also more powerful than you. After all, her soul is at the peak nascent soul stage. Luna remarked. What? She can even cultivate her soul, damn. Damien was not only shocked that the girl's soul cultivation was also higher than him, but also that an ethereal beast like her was able to cultivate her soul. Damien knew that as one's ethereal cultivation increases, their body and soul also advances. But their soul wouldn't make drastic improvements as much as when they cultivate their soul. Just like how a brown claw wolf at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm would only have a soul at the early, or middle origin soul stage at most. Generally, human cultivators who cultivate both their ethereal energy and soul would have an peak origin soul stage at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm and early nascent soul stage when they are at the third level of the nascent ethereal realm. It was harder to cultivate one's soul than their ethereal energy. Which was why in general, no one soul cultivation would overshadow their ethereal cultivation, and why cultivators mainly focus only on others' ethereal cultivation for comparison or for a fight. Damien then decided to test out something. He beckoned the girl to come near him with his hands. The girl squinted her eyes seeing Damien waving his hands at her. After hesitating for a while, she slowly approached him and stood near him, looking into his eyes. Say Damien. Damien prompted. He even tried sign language to prompt her to speak. The girl blinked as her beautiful eyelashes fluttered. Damien prompted a few times and finally a tender high-pitched voice came out of her mouth, Damiayin. Damien clapped his hands and said, Bravo. You can speak. He smiled jubilantly. The girl understood that when she spoke, Damien got happy. Damien prompted her a few more times till she said, Damien. Surprisingly, she was finally able to say his name clearly. Damien then thought that he underestimated her intelligence and she was way faster at learning things than he expected. I think a cute girl like you should have a nice name, let me think. Damien had a pondering expression trying to come up with a name for the girl. Got it. Damien's eyes lit up, how about I name you Valentina? Damien said while pointing at her. The girl was surprised seeing Damien pointing at her and hearing him stress the word Valentina. Damien again prompted her a few times pointing at her, Valentina. The girl seemed to concentrate on Damien's words and finally said pointing at herself, Valentina. After repeating it a few more times, she was able to say it clearly, Valentina. Damien again clapped and complimented her, good. Henceforth, your name shall be Valentina, since you are as beautiful as the camellia flowers. Even though her face was scarred with claw marks and made her face look ghastly, Damien didn't find her ugly but instead he thought she was a beautiful girl with a beautiful heart. Seeing her innocence reminded him of himself when he was a kid in his previous life. The hee-hee, Valentina giggled seeing Damien's happy expression and then she pointed at Damien and said, Damien. Damien's eyes sparkled, that's it. Now you know how to call each other. He was really astonished at the speed at which she was able to pick up things. Asterisk growl tilde asterisk Damien winced hearing the sound of hunger pangs from his stomach. He then looked at Valentina and asked, say, do you like wolf meat? It was dusk already when Damien was roasting a wolf meat over an open fire. He instructed and taught Valentina to bring some wooden branches to have his own cooking fire. Before that, with the help of Luna, he transferred and taught the ethereal language to Valentina so that she could learn and understand his words faster and completely. He also taught her some basic customs and the ways of humans. Surprisingly, after a few tries, her speech wasn't even incoherent whenever she spoke new sentences. And soon enough, she was able to articulate her words perfectly. If it was a mortal trying to learn a language for the first time, who knows how many years it would take. Unlike a mortal, someone who cultivates their soul would have a faster thinking process, powerful memory, higher comprehension ability, etc. as their soul cultivation increases. Damien slowly got used to her learning rate and enjoyed teaching her. Valentina's wariness around Damien completely disappeared as she was curious about these new things Damien was teaching her, and was interested in learning more from him. Big brother Damien, why are you putting that strange powder over the meat? Valentina asked with a curious expression when she saw Damien putting some powder over the piece of meat in his hands. Damien had told her to call him as Big Brother Damien, since he always imagined being called like that by an imaginary cute little sister even in his previous life. Oh, this is something we put on our food as a seasoning to enhance its taste. Here, why don't you have a try? Damien offered the meat in his hands to Valentina. Valentina took it with sparkling eyes as she chomped on it trying to savor its taste. Yum, it's so tasty. Valentina said with an ecstatic expression as she had never eaten something so delicious. Damien softly smiled seeing her adorable expressions and patted her head. Valentina's ears twitched when Damien stroked her head. She stopped munching and looked at Damien with a blissful expression. Oh, you like being patted on your head? Damien asked, raising one of his brows. Valentina nodded slowly and closed her eyes indulging herself in the soothing feeling she was getting from Damien's gentle caress. Damien also felt it nice to stroke her head as it felt so soft and smooth. He felt as if he was stroking a puppy. So, you said that you have always been living in this forest? Damien asked remembering he had asked Valentina before where she was from. Yes, I only remember living in this forest. There were big, strong ethereal beasts deeper inside the forest, so I avoided those places. But one day I got the scent of this red-colored flower. It smelled so good that my body craved for it. But a strong ethereal beast was sitting near the flower and it hurt me so badly. Valentina scowled with a hostile expression on her face when she said the last sentence. Wait a sec. How did you manage to survive in those dangerous areas? Damien asked with a surprised expression. He guessed that those claw marks must be from the ethereal beast who was guarding the flower. Valentina looked at Damien with her chin up and smiled. It's hard for those big ethereal beasts to even catch or see me. Chapter 58. Damien couldn't even imagine how someone with her cultivation could sneak around spirit ethereal realm beasts or even stronger ones. What do you mean? Damien asked puzzledly. Valentina popped the remaining slice of meat into her mouth and gobbled it up. Then she got up and said with an excited expression, here, watch this. Damien focused his gaze on Valentina, but still nothing happened. But suddenly he felt a hand from behind touching his back. Damien got startled and instantly turned around, catching the hand. but his eyes widened when he saw that it was Valentina. How is this? Damien looked behind him to see if Valentina was still there at her original position. And to his surprise, she was still there, giggling at him. Damien was seeing two Valentinas, one of them was behind him and the other was in front of him with her hand in his grip. Luna, what the hell did she just do? Damien couldn't help but ask the only person who could make sense of it. She is proficient in illusion laws. I guess that's why her soul is too strong. Try spreading your spiritual perception at its maximum and concentrate on the Valentina behind you. Luna said in an amused tone. Damien didn't think too much and spread his spiritual perception with utmost concentration, and as Luna said, he focused on the Valentina behind him. As he fully focused, he noticed that the Valentina behind him disappeared as if she was never there. But the Valentina in front of him was still there with her hand in his grip. He released Valentina's hand and said, "You are the real one, aren't you?" Valentina had a blinking expression and asked, "How did you know?" Damien smirked playfully, you can't trick this big brother." Valentina pouted adorably, seeing that she wasn't able to show off in front of Damien. But inwardly Damien was so amazed that he admired Valentina for having such a gobsmacking ability. He imagined having such ability himself and he couldn't stop thinking of the numerous ways he could use them. There are even laws like illusion laws? Damien asked Luna in an incredulous tone. He still couldn't imagine what other kinds of laws would exist out there and the people who are adept at them. Didn't I tell you that the ethereal way is way more profound and vaster than you think? Illusion laws are one of the greater laws, just like light and darkness laws. The profundity of her blood laws could also be said to be comparable to your lightning laws, superior than pure water laws. But I can't believe in such a lowly land, those adept at even greater laws are popping up. This all can't be a coincidence after all, this is the third time I am seeing an anomaly. Luna said in a reflecting tone. Damien also felt that he had been experiencing and learning too many incredulous things these days. But he didn't expect even Luna to find it surprising. He thought he found it shocking because of his lack of knowledge about the ethereal way. Then how did she get hurt by that ethereal beast? Because unlike us humans, its soul is weak, isn't it? Damien asked Luna. He thought that unless someone had a relatively strong soul cultivation, they wouldn't be able to even touch a single hair on Valentina. Even for him, he had to concentrate to find out the original Valentina. He guessed that maybe that was why Valentina always steered away from the places where she detected the presence of humans. Only because of the flower, she showed up in front of both him and Igor. Even though Damien's soul cultivation was only at the peak origin soul stage, his soul was comparable to peak nascent soul stage because of the speciality of his soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find out which Valentina was the real one. To discern between illusion and reality, one can also rely on their superior ethereal cultivation, by spreading their ethereal aura to get feedback on the location of the original body. The ethereal beast which was guarding the flower must have had way higher ethereal cultivation than her. She foolishly overestimated herself because of her greed and got her face scarred. Luna said indifferently. Come on, she's just a kid. It won't hurt to be a little kind, you know. Damien said, hearing Luna's critical remarks. HMPH, look who's talking. Luna rolled her eyes inwardly. Damien chuckled as he knew that he just gave hypocritical advice to Luna. Luna was similar to Damien in the sense that she wouldn't care about anyone who doesn't matter to her. She's only concerned about Damien since he is her lifeline. But thinking that she helped him just because she thought he saved her, Damien was getting fond of Valentina, seeing how adorable and innocent she was. And since she was a young ethereal beast, he need not be wary of her, like against humans. He realized that despite what he had become, he was still fond of beautiful things. But most of all, Valentina reminded him of a certain person from his previous life. Someone whom he treated like his little sister, someone who endearingly called him Big Brother Damien, someone who still died for him in the end. Before he realized it, his eyes had started becoming slightly moist. I can't believe I am still getting emotional over all these bygone memories. Damien ruefully smiled inwardly. But a thought passed through his mind, wondering if she would also have reincarnated like Sophie. But he shook off those thoughts, asking himself why he was hoping to see her again other than Sophie. He then looked at Valentina, who still seemed sulky that she was easily found out. He chuckled softly seeing her expression and crouched down as he patted her head. Do you know how impressed I am by your ability? You are able to do amazing things that this big brother cannot do. Before, I had to really try hard to find you, and not everyone would be amazing like me. You should be happy that you have such awesome abilities, and also because you have an awesome big brother like me. Valentina's sulky expression slowly vanished as a gleeful expression replaced it upon hearing Damien's words. She felt on top of the world hearing how Damien complimented her and her abilities. When she heard the last part, she also felt glad that she met Damien. Seeing her innocent and sparkling smile as beautiful as an illusion along with her bright ruby red eyes, Damien also felt a sense of happiness in his heart. For some reason, Damien felt like he was becoming close to Valentina even though he had just met her today. But he was glad he met her. Damien then got up and noticed how dark the sky has become and said with a smile, I am going to take some rest. Are you sure ethereal beasts won't wander around here? Valentina nodded, Amen. The ethereal beasts keep away from this area because of some strange flower in this region. Damien guessed that it must be the common grade sickly flower which gives out a pungent smell that keeps away ethereal beasts. Then I will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Damien said. But why? Valentina asked with an anxious expression as she enjoyed Damien's company and didn't want him to leave. She was living all alone this whole time in this dangerous forest, and now Damien was the first human she befriended who taught her new things, and also played with her. Damien sighed, I can't stay here. I have to go back to the place I am staying at. But you can also stay here. I will also bring you fruits and meat for you to eat. Valentina said in a brittle tone. He chuckled seeing how attached she was becoming to him and patted her head, I really can't, as there is someone waiting for me. But don't worry, I will come to this forest every day for hunting and I will also spend some time with you. Happy? Hearing the last part of his sentence, Valentina had an elated expression as she jumped with joy, I will wait right here for you, big brother Damien. Chapter 59. It was already daybreak when Damien woke up. He was still feeling pain all over his body, but it was bearable than yesterday. His ethereal energy had also recovered completely. He saw Valentina in her ethereal beast form with the cloak completely covering her body, except her cute head. He felt like stroking her head before leaving, but decided not to since he didn't want her to wake up. He had told Valentina that she should not walk around naked whenever she assumes her human form. But he knew that she doesn't have any dress to wear and the cloak is too big and unsuitable for her. So, he told her that, next time he visits her, he would bring some clothes for her. Valentina was excited when Damien promised to bring her new clothes, and she was already looking forward to the next time Damien would visit her. Damien sighed and sped towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. Just after Damien left, Valentina slowly opened her eyes and stared at the direction Damien left with her ruby-red eyes. Damien was speeding through the forest enduring the pain in his body, hoping that Lily didn't find out anything was amiss. He felt bad that he skipped out on a training session and imagined how long Lily would have waited and worried for him. He was also thinking of some other plans to help Lily since he knew that it was always good to have a backup plan. Finally, I am back. Not long after, Damien had finally reached inside his room. He was lying on the bed panting. His clothes were completely drenched with his sweat. But only now he completely recollected about the things that happened yesterday in his mind. How he even killed someone at the peak of the nascent ethereal realm with just his low-level nascent ethereal realm cultivation. In fact, not only Damien, but not even a single person in this world could believe such a fact even if they saw it with their own eyes. Because it not only defied all common sense and logic, but also went against their beliefs of the ethereal way. Damien found it completely absurd and surprising that he couldn't believe it really happened. He never expected his anti-god arts to be so unfathomable and terrifying. Especially considering that the first phase of his Undying Wrath skill only converted 20% of his ethereal energy into anti-energy, but it still gave him enough ethereal strength to cross one whole realm. Thinking about how awesome your anti-god arts are, Luna appeared, seeing a gawking expression on Damien's face. Damien said in a low voice, I just feel surreal thinking about it. The power I had when I used the anti-god arts, it felt so good that I felt invincible, making me feel that everyone else was just mere ants waiting to be annihilated by me. I feel like these arts bring out my true self, more like it's made for me. Of course, why wouldn't it be? After all, your origin seed is perfectly compatible with you no matter how mystifying it seems. The immense increase in your ethereal strength is because of the enigmatic anti-energy. An energy of pure destruction and annihilation. I think you still haven't yet understood the immensity of its power. Well, you will learn anyway the more you use it. And with your current cultivation, you can maintain that state for a few moments. Luna stated. Yes, if only my ethereal energy was at full capacity before activating Undying Wrath, I wouldn't have ended up aggravating my injuries. Well, aren't you forgetting something? Luna interrupted with a whimsical smile. What do you, oh, you mean the soul essence I absorbed from that burly dude? Damien said as realization dawned on him. He only now remembered that he had stored away the life essence of Igor in his ethereal core and his soul essence in his own soul plane, to be absorbed later. Igor's soul cultivation was at the peak nascent soul stage, a whole realm higher than Damien's soul cultivation. Obviously, Damien could improve his soul cultivation and ethereal cultivation by absorbing these two. But as his soul cultivation goes higher and higher, the more soul essence of higher quality he would need. But he knew what Luna meant as he remembered the promise between them. He chuckled and instantly transferred 50% of Igor's soul essence to Luna. Receiving her share of the soul essence, Luna's eyes flashed. Even though the share she received is insignificant compared to the quality and quantity she needs to recover her soul essence, it was still something. She planned to keep absorbing soul essences no matter how weak to slowly build up her own soul essence coupled with her own recovery rate. Luna was also now more confident of Damien keeping his words, seeing how he didn't even hesitate to transfer her share of soul essence. Her evaluation of Damien went up by a few points in her mind. She found it interesting that someone like him who had experienced and suffered from the cruelties of the world still kept his promises, especially when it wasn't of no benefit to him. She knew Damien wasn't being kind to her nor trying to get in her good books by keeping up his words. But that's exactly what puzzled her and made her curious. In a dog-eat-dog world, why would someone keep their promises if they don't have to face any consequences even if they break them? Throughout these days, she was slowly starting to understand Damien. She knew that he wasn't someone who would wag his tail for benefits and was someone with a lot of pride, just like her. I think I am ready to break through my soul cultivation. Damien's voice brought back Luna away from her world of thoughts. She narrowed her eyes, Even with the 50% of his soul essence, you can actually break through. After all, his soul cultivation was a whole realm higher than you. Also, I am sure you will be more excited after your breakthrough. Luna said as her eyes twinkled. Damien squinted his eyes. Why do you say that? Other than improving my spiritual perception and the quality of my soul energy increasing, what is there to be excited about? Damien was confused why Luna was indirectly telling him that a surprise was waiting for him after he breakthroughs. He knew that since it was Luna who mentioned it, then it meant that something amazing was in store for him after he breakthroughs. Luna smiled mysteriously. Why don't you find out yourself after you break through? Damien got excited thinking about it, and without any further ado, he closed his eyes and started focusing on his soul plane. Chapter 60. Inside his soul plane, his soul essence started absorbing the soul essence he had absorbed from Igor. He felt his soul plane getting slightly bigger and his perception of the world was becoming more clearer. Within just a few minutes, his soul broke through to the early nascent soul stage. Damien felt that his spiritual perception could now spread around 300 meters. That was 6 times the range a normal early nascent soul stage cultivator would have. He knew that when one breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, it basically means the foundation for their soul plane is being solidified. Also, it would allow one to sense the world with a greater perception. But Damien didn't open his eyes as a sudden piece of comprehension entered his soul plane. Anti-God Arts, first stage, Undying Wrath, tears open your limits temporarily and mutates your ethereal energy to give rise to anti-energy. This energy will increase and amplify your strength, including your destructive power, through 5 phases. First phase, 20% mutation, second phase, 40% mutation, third phase, 60% mutation, fourth phase, 80% mutation, fifth phase, 100% mutation, forbidden, second stage, shackles of death. Not even death can save your enemies from your clutches. Absolute control over the dead. Bring the dead back to life and turn them into your slaves devoid of their will and consciousness. Once your mastery of this skill increases, not even the living would be safe from you. Prowess of this skill depends on your soul cultivation. Third stage, Shadow of Time, sealed fourth stage, From Ashes I Rise, sealed fifth stage, Anti-World, sealed sixth stage, sealed seventh stage. Sealed. Damien slowly opened his eyes which sparkled with excitement. Wow. Damien muttered to himself. Luna appeared and giggled. You look like a kid who got a new toy to play with. Damien slowly shifted his gaze towards Luna. So, this is why you said I would be more excited after my breakthrough. But how did you know? Damien was wondering how Luna knew he would be unsealing the second stage of his anti-god arts. Luna grinned and said, obviously I saw through your sealed anti-god arts and I also know what each skill can do and the cultivation stage required for you to unseal them. Damien's eyes flashed and asked eagerly, then tell me what exactly can those other skills do? Also can you unseal them? Luna shook her head and curled her lips. Of course, I can unseal them easily. But no way I am going to do that, nor am I going to tell you what those sealed skills are. You will find them out when you need to and have the power to handle them. Knowing what those unsealed skills can do but unable to even use them would only make you go crazy. You would only be able to stare at those powerful and irresistible skills while keeping your mouth open. If you even tried to touch those skills, you wouldn't even realize that you killed yourself. Damien was surprised when he heard that Luna can even unseal all his sealed skills. After learning how fathomless his first and second skill was, his excitement to unseal his remaining skills knew no bounds. But he sighed when he heard the rest of Luna's words. He also felt that keeping it sealed is better and safer as he might have the impulse to use those skills during perilous situations. Damien learned that the reason his second stage only got unsealed now was because it needs his soul to be at least at the nascent soul stage, since it purely utilizes his soul energy and soul essence instead of his ethereal energy like his first skill. He couldn't wait to try out his newfound skill and was trying to imagine the different ways he could use this skill even for his plans. Damien then noticed that there was still a few hours before the training session with Lily starts. He decided to fully focus on healing his injuries before meeting Lily lest she find out that he is injured by his appearance. In Lily's inner courtyard, Damien had just entered the inner courtyard and saw Lily's eyes flash looking at his direction as if she was eagerly waiting for him to come. Damien wryly smiled and said, I am sorry, Lily, for skipping yesterday's session. I was just preoccupied with my alchemy studies so much that I didn't notice the passage of time. Damien knew he had come up with some lame excuse, but he thought it was way better than just coming up with excuses related to his health. After all, he didn't want Lily to worry too much about him. But he felt bad that he has to keep lying to Lily till he feels that he can tell her everything. Lily didn't get upset that Damien didn't show up yesterday, but heaved a sigh of relief and said, thank God. It's fine, I thought you were sick or that you were having one of those nightmares again. But are you sure you are completely fine? Your face looks a little pale. Lily had a concerned expression on her face and already took out a pill from her spatial ring. Damien saw Lily taking out the soul revitalizing pill and he instantly said as he waved his hands, no need. I am perfectly fine. I just slept a little late after going through all those big alchemy books and some books on medicine. Damien didn't need a soul revitalizing pill at all as his soul was in perfect condition especially after his recent breakthrough. It was only because his injuries hadn't still healed, his face was a little pale. But Lily was no fool, she doubted that Damien was probably hiding something since he doesn't want to owe her. Lily shook her head and adamantly said, then more the reason to take this pill. I won't start my training with you if you don't take this pill. You said I am your friend, right? Then you shouldn't feel like you owe me even if you take this pill. Damien was a little surprised as he didn't expect to see her stubborn side. He wondered if this is how she would treat her friend. Unable to come up with a retort, Damien let out a sigh of defeat and took the pill from her dainty hands as he chuckled. I can't help but admit that it feels good seeing how concerned you are about me. Damien teased. Lily slightly shifted her eyes as she said, why you are my only friend, so it's only right of me that I care about you. After all, just like how you want to help me, I also want to help you. Seems like we only have each other as friends. Damien smiled as he stared intently at Lily. Seeing his dark enigmatic eyes looking into her eyes, Lily smiled as she looked back trying her best to keep her heart calm. I guess it's fate. Fate, maybe. Damien for some reason suddenly thought of Luna. Well, let's then start with a spa, shall we? I want to see how much you have improved. Sure, master. Chapter 61. The same afternoon in Damien's room, the body of a dead brown claw wolf was lying in front of him. Damien had a small sharp blade in his hand which he had got from Lily giving her some excuse. But the blade was only sharp enough to cut open a nascent ethereal realm beast. Damien now thought of earning money by selling both pills and the ethereal core of ethereal beasts. Unlike low-level cultivators, the ethereal core of ethereal beasts are a solid sphere no matter their cultivation level. But for humans, their ethereal core would be in gaseous form for the first 3 realms and then the liquid form for the next 3 realms, and finally it would be in the solid form for the last 3 realms of ethereal cultivation. But there were no other major differences between a cultivator and an ethereal beast with the same cultivation other than the ethereal beast being stronger when it comes to pure combat prowess. For example, a cultivator at the first level of the nascent ethereal beast would find it more easy to face another cultivator having the same cultivation rather than an ethereal beast at the same level when it comes to pure brute strength. But Damien was surprised when Luna said that Valentina's ethereal core wasn't any different from humans. He couldn't imagine what kind of species Valentina exactly was and Luna for some reason was remaining silent about it. However, he decided to not mind about it much since he doesn't care what kind of species Valentina is. She will still be the same cute, innocent girl in his eyes. Damien cut open its belly and when he took his hand out from inside its belly, there was a grey solid sphere in his hand. Looking at the ethereal core, Damien smiled thinking about the money he could make by selling a bundle of ethereal beast cores. He took out the bodies of the wolves one by one from his soul space and started harvesting their ethereal cores. It was evening when Damien finally harvested around 50 nascent ethereal realm ethereal cores, and 100 initial ethereal realm cores. Time to make some money. Damien put on a new black cloak he had again stolen on his way back to the palace today morning. Damien had sneaked out of the palace and was roaming the market streets. People didn't seem to mind his strange appearance since there were some people who wandered around the streets in cloaks and disguise. But they were slightly surprised that unlike most who try to disguise themselves, Damien didn't have a mask but instead his face seemed like it had been blurred. Damien finally spotted the Rising Sun Trading Guild building. He knew that this merchant guild was run by the Zeton Empire. After all, who else would be presumptuous enough to name their guild having the name of the continent? The Rising Sun Guild was well known throughout the continent for its reputation for selling the best quality products of all kinds. It would be hard for one to not find something they are looking for. And all their transactions were fair without any bias against any one side. In fact, they were the most prominent guild in the whole continent unsurprisingly. While its main headquarters was in Zeton Empire, the Rising Sun Trading Guild had its branches all over the continent in numerous towns, cities, etc. But its major branches would always be in the capital cities of the empires, just like how Rising Sun Trading Guild's major branch was in the Rome Imperial City, the one Damien was currently looking at from the outside. It was the biggest establishment in the empire. Damien was wondering how powerful and prosperous the Zeton Empire was. He was thinking that all the best of the best things were coming from the Zeton Empire. Even the Alchemist Society was basically founded by the Zeton Empire. The pills they concoct and sell are rumored to be top-notch even though the pricing is high. The Alchemist Society was a subsidiary of the Rising Sun Trading Guild, so Damien knew that he could hit two birds with one stone by selling the rank 2 sustenance pill he had concocted before, and the ethereal beast cores. The Rising Sun Trading Guild was several tens of feet tall and occupied an area with a radius of several hundred feet. He saw a flag with the emblem of a fiery sun rising over a hill suspended in mid-air above the entrance. The 4 words Rising Sun Trading Guild on the horizontal placard were stunning to see when reflected by the sunlight. He noticed that there wasn't much bustling or liveliness of the crowd near the building unlike the rest of the street. He saw how people who passed through the front of the building would walk with hurried steps with their mouths closed as if they were afraid to disturb something. With his strange disguise and seeing him entering the Rising Sun Trading Guild, it attracted the attention of many people, mostly the commoners and people belonging to lower-class families. Their gazes were filled with a bit of reverence, as they guessed that Damien would probably be having enough capital to trade inside the Rising Sun Trading Guild, and would undoubtedly be a person of great importance. As he entered the building, the doors automatically opened and he felt that the interiors of the building gave off a feeling of indescribable luxury. But before he could admire and look around, he was greeted by a pretty welcoming maid who lightly smiled at him with a dignified air, trying her best to hide her surprise upon seeing the odd person in front of her. Esteemed customer, welcome to the Rising Sun Trading Guild, please enter. As he was guided further inside by the maid, he was awed by the magnificent and grand air of the interior. However, other than the many beautiful maidens in the hall, there weren't many visitors. But Damien didn't find that odd since he knew that the things sold at this place weren't simple, and only a minority would be able to afford it. Even gold coins were of no use to make any purchases in this guild. No matter what they purchased or sold, everything was calculated using spirit stones only. One couldn't purchase any item for less than a single green spirit stone in this place. So even though there weren't many visitors in the Rising Sun Trading Guild, any transaction was a golden heap of profit for them. Esteemed customer, may I know what you are looking for? The maid who welcomed Damien asked with a polite smile. I am looking to sell pills and ethereal cores before buying anything. Damien stated, straight to the point. I see, if you are looking to sell pills, then the Alchemist Society is on the 3rd floor while all ethereal beast core transactions are done at the 2nd floor. Which floor would you like to visit first, esteemed customer? Damien didn't think much and answered straight away, I would like to visit the Alchemist Society first then. The maid slightly bowed, sure, please follow me. She started walking in front of Damien with a lissom posture, leading him towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was deserted without a single soul present. But the moment Damien entered the 3rd floor, he instantly felt an incomparably strong medicinal aura pave over. As he glanced around, he found that the 3rd floor was filled with all sorts of exquisite jade and wooden boxes, probably containing precious medicinal herbs. At the same time, he felt a flurry of fluctuating ethereal energy spread over. Damien noticed that the floor was filled with invisible formations, some of which were defensive formations, while others were attack formations. He knew that once anything out of the ordinary happened in this place, these formations would all immediately activate automatically. But that's considering if anyone even has the guts to cause trouble inside this building. Not even the powerhouses from the other 2 empires would dare to be rash here. Elder Edward, this guest is looking to sell pills. Damien turned his head and saw the maid talking with respect to an old man. Chapter 62. The old man glanced at Damien and only had a stolid expression on his face even after seeing the strange disguise Damien had. He got up emotionlessly and asked, which pill? Damien took out the low-grade rank 2 sustenance pill he had concocted before and handed it to the old man. The old man had a bored expression seeing such a cheap pill and said, we don't buy any pills below rank 3, you may try selling it at the Imperial Ethereal Court. Damien knew that only inexpensive trades take place in the Rising Sun Trading Guild, but he didn't expect them to have such high standards. But Damien didn't get discouraged and coldly said, why don't you take a good look at this pill first? The old man glared at the pill and took it from Damien's hands as he just didn't want Damien to waste his time anymore with a lowly pill. His expression was stiff, but as he was inspecting the pill, his eyes showed slight surprise and suddenly widened. Where did you get this pill from? He asked Damien. I concocted it. He calmly replied. You cannot be joking. This pill's potency is way off the charts. I have never seen anything like it. The old man was inwardly flabbergasted seeing such a potent pill. He had never seen any rank 2 sustenance pill as potent as the one in his hand. Even the ones they sell would fall short in potency. The potency of the pills they sell never goes below 70%, but Damien's pill had a 100% potency. The difference might seem small, but actually even the difference between 99% and 100% potency was huge. As the potency of the pill increases, it has higher chances of getting assimilated perfectly and the effects are reflected in the body faster and completely. For a mere sustenance pill, it might not be a big deal if the potency is less, but if it was a life-saving pill that could heal severe injuries, then the difference in potency would be a big deal, as the faster the effects of the pill takes place in the body, more the chance one can survive if they got a life-threatening injury. In fact, it would also be more effective in healing injuries. Concocting a 100% potent pill, no matter which one, was only a myth among even top-notch alchemists. Not even the Alchemist Society were ever able to concoct a 100% potent pill. Which is exactly why the old man was awestruck to see a mythical supreme tier pill. There are different tiers for a pill based on their potency. Supreme tier was the term alchemy experts coined if there ever existed a 100% potent pill. A flawed tier pill would only have around 30% potency and would only be concocted by second-class alchemists, or someone who overestimated their abilities. An upper tier pill would have at most 70% potency, while a top tier pill would have a potency in between 70% and 90%. In order to concoct a medicinal pill, not only does it require the proper harvesting of the ingredients and the suitable refinement tools, but also the proper heat control and crucial refining skills. So, it was normal for the potency of the medicinal power to be reduced during this whole process. During the refinement process, it was impossible even for a top-notch alchemist to practically avoid losing some of the medicinal power. Which is why even an upper-tier pill is considered to be of good standard, and why the Rising Sun Trading Guild was famed for only selling top-tier pills which were regarded as top-notch items in the continent. Even the most talented alchemist in the Alchemist Society wouldn't be able to fully preserve the medical essence during the concoction of the pill. And those who can cross the 90% barrier in concocting pills in the continent can be counted in one hand. But cultivators don't bother about the tier of a pill unless it was a pill that helps them break through or a pill that can save their lives. The old man's eyes quivered as if he was in a dilemma whether he could believe Damien's words. Because he wondered how such a prodigy like Damien would lay low if he can concoct supreme tier pills. But seeing how Damien was masking his identity, he thought maybe Damien was a rogue talented alchemist who didn't like to be in the spotlight. Also, I want to join the Alchemist Society and I am ready to take any test. Here's a recommendation letter from the Imperial Ethereal Court. Damien's next words completely overturned the old man's speculations, as he saw Damien handing him a jade scroll before unsealing it with his ethereal energy. The old man didn't respond but took the jade scroll and unfolded it. He was puzzled, thinking who exactly Damien was to even get recommended by the Imperial Ethereal Court. He had heard of Oswin Roan, the court master of the Imperial Ethereal Court, and he knew that Oswin Roan was very stingy when it came to giving out recommendation letters, as he would only give it to the best of the best. Despite the kind look on his face, he knew that when it came down to business, Oswin Roan was very firm and strict about his standards. Reading the recommendation letter, he understood that Damien was at least a genius since it was signed by both Oswin Roan and the Vice Court Master, Nestor Roan. But he couldn't understand why the Imperial Ethereal Court would give away a genius like Damien to the Alchemist Society, unless Damien was adamant about it. He knew that be it either the Imperial Ethereal Court or even any other prestigious organization from other empires, they would try their best to entice Damien to join them if they knew about his ability to concoct supreme tier pills. Of course, he knew that just because Damien concocted a supreme tier rank 2 sustenance pill, it doesn't mean he would be able to concoct higher ranked supreme tier pills. But he was sure that even if he couldn't, given some time and training, he would be able to achieve it. Since the recommendation letter was anonymous, Damien's name wasn't in the letter as it was an ethereal jade scroll which could only be opened by the owner's blood or ethereal energy. So even if he wanted, he wouldn't be able to backtrack Damien's identity, as the Imperial Ethereal Court gives out quite a few of anonymous recommendation letters occasionally. Being unable to sense Damien's cultivation, he had no idea if he was dealing with a junior or a senior. But in his mind he was already imagining Damien to be a senior expert, since he knew that the obscure aura of a cultivator would be slightly different if one was using a treasure to hide their cultivation. So he thought Damien had a stronger ethereal cultivation than him unless he was using some top-class treasure, which made it hard for someone with his cultivation to sense any difference in Damien's obscure aura. But he knew that such treasures would only be in the hands of the powerhouses of the other empires, so he instantly threw out the idea that Damien was a junior. The old man's tone became a little respectful as he asked, "Sir, can I ask for your name?" "You can call me Elder Edward or Edward as you please." Damien replied in a flat voice, "You can call me Azrael." Elder Edward slightly smiled, "Sure, Mr. Azrael. I will arrange an exam to be conducted for you. But before that, allow me to finalize this transaction. I would need to speak with my superiors to decide on a price since this is a supreme tier pill. Hope you can understand, Mr. Azrael." "No problem. Take your time." Damien replied in an airy tone, but inwardly, he was also excited to see how much more he could earn, since he didn't expect that even the Alchemist Society couldn't concoct a 100% potent pill. Previously, he thought that the alchemy books from the Imperial Library didn't have much information about supreme tier pills because of how weak the Roan Empire was. That was why he decided to test out his luck by telling the old man to inspect his pill. But now he realized he underestimated the potency of the pill he concocted. However, Damien was more interested in his ability to skip grades or even ranks when concocting pills, and was looking forward to getting his alchemist badge right away. Elder Edward soon enough came back with a slightly happy expression on his face. He said with a faint excitement in his voice, "Mr. Azrael, the low-grade rank 2 sustenance pills we sell are priced at 130 green spirit stones. But we can give you 250 green spirit stones for your pill. Is this acceptable?" Damien immediately said in a low voice, 500 green spirit stones and we ourselves have a deal. Otherwise we can continue with the examination. Chapter 63. Elder Edward frowned a bit when he saw how Damien was trying to drive a hard bargain. But before he could say anything, Damien continued, "The price I am asking for is actually quite generous. As an alchemist expert, I am sure you know that this continent has never ever seen a supreme tier pill before. So you don't need me to tell you that your superiors would be very much excited in researching that pill, as it's one of a kind. It wouldn't be surprising if there were even other merchant guilds who would even pay more than 1,000 green spirit stones for this pill." Damien's tone was so confident that his words seemed irrefutable, and even Elder Edward knew that what Damien said was the bare truth. After all, a supreme tier pill, no matter the rank, was never seen before, and Damien was the one who concocted the first one. Even he couldn't imagine the various guilds and organizations who would try to lay their hands upon the first supreme tier pill. Elder Edward didn't dare to haggle since they have a reputation to maintain and didn't want Damien to sell it somewhere else. Moreover, he didn't want Damien to change his mind about joining the Alchemist Society, since he knew that if Damien was really able to concoct supreme tier pills then it could create tumultuous waves in the continent. So, buying the pill from Damien for 500 green spirit stones didn't seem like a loss. His previous expression now showed a slight interested expression as he couldn't wait to see the results of Damien's exam. He wanted to know if Damien was the real deal or if he was trying to pass off someone's work as his own. He finally said with a faint smile, "Of course, it's our bad we offered a price lower than what it's worth. Hope it doesn't discourage you from doing business with us again. It's fine as long as everything's sorted out," Damien nonchalantly said. Elder Edward went behind the desk and took out a green ethereal ring, which was in fact a spatial ring with enough space to hold 10,000 green spirit stones. Damien was surprised that they even give away spatial rings for free along with the money. But he understood that their financial capital was unfathomable and could easily afford to give away these rings, since they are already raking in huge profits. Damien took the spatial ring and inspected it to find that not even a single green spirit stone was less from the proposed price. He simply put it on his finger as he didn't even have a single spatial ring. "Since everything is settled here, please follow me. I am sure the judges are ready to conduct the examination for you." Elder Edward led Damien towards another room on the same floor itself. Meanwhile Damien was having second thoughts about selling even the nascent ethereal realm beast cores. He then decided to just sell them somewhere else where they buy ethereal beast cores in bulk. Elder Edward asked, "For which rank do you want to do the examination?" Damien thought for a moment before answering, "Rank 4. Elder Edward nodded since he didn't find it strange that a senior wanted to apply for a rank 4 alchemist badge. But Damien was inwardly a little anxious about whether he would be able to manage to concoct a rank 4 pill with his early nascent soul stage cultivation. He knew that one should be at least at the late soul transformation stage to concoct a rank 4 pill. The examination had the theoretical part first, which Damien flawlessly passed, and now Damien was sitting before an earth-grade cauldron with all the ingredients placed before him. He was to identify the ingredients and concoct the required pill from those ingredients. There were 2 judges seated in front of him to proctor Damien's examination. Damien instantly identified those peak-level earth-grade ingredients, and knew that they were used to concoct a low-grade rank 4 ethereal recovery pill. It was a pill used to recover one's spent ethereal energy by 40% within a few minutes. If it was a medium-grade rank 5 ethereal recovery pill, one could recover up to 60% of their ethereal energy. But each rank would only be effective till a certain cultivation level. A rank 5 pill would be highly effective for someone till the sky ethereal realm, but would lose their effectiveness drastically if their cultivation is heaven ethereal realm or above. Damien closed his eyes and started focusing on his soul plane as he tried to manifest his fallen flames. He wasn't tense about showing his strange flames to others since they had no idea what it was, and he was sure the Alchemist Society wouldn't make things hard for him as they would do anything to have an alchemist who could concoct supreme tier pills join their ranks, and also they have their own reputation to maintain. Besides, Damien wanted to let the world know of his prowess instead of hiding it. After all, he was doing all this in an alternate identity, so he need not be worried that his original identity would face any consequences. Within a few minutes, after exhausting about 80% of his soul energy, a jet black flame manifested in his hand giving off a maleficent aura which even seemed to consume the light around it. He instantly transferred it into the cauldron and the inside of the cauldron was lit ablaze. Elder Edward was standing near the door since he wanted to see if Damien could achieve another miracle. When Damien slowly started manifesting his fallen flames, both the judges and Elder Edward's eyes popped out thinking, he can manifest etheric flames? They were surprised, since the majority of the alchemists were proficient in fire laws and only a very rare few would concoct using their etheric fire, as it was very tough to manifest even a small flame. Only geniuses managed to concoct pills using their etheric flames. They now had less doubts about Damien being able to concoct supreme tier pills. But when they saw the fallen flames fully manifest, seeing its eerie color, their thoughts freezed, realizing that they were unable to comprehend what kind of laws powered the flames. It was as if they weren't etheric flames or even simple flames, but something else. When they tried to focus their senses on Damien's fallen flames, they felt a menacing aura dulling all their senses and pulling them into a hot and chilling abyss. Only when they withdrew their senses, did they finally relax. All kinds of thoughts were passing through their minds, wondering who this senior was. Yes, they didn't dare to think of Damien as someone junior to them. Even though he only applied for a rank 4 badge, they assumed him to be some ethereal expert who recently wanted to pursue alchemy out of boredom, and also at the same time advance his inferior soul cultivation. After all, there were many powerhouses who were too lazy to cultivate their soul or found it too troublesome. In fact, it was a common sight among cultivators, and only a minority would cultivate both their ethereal energy and soul at the same time. Unable to see through his ethereal cultivation and his strange disguise, they couldn't come to any other conclusion. But if they had known Damien's true soul cultivation stage, they would have collapsed due to shock. Still, they didn't even let out a gasp and let Damien concentrate on his refinement. After a few minutes, a bang sounded as the jet black flame subsided. Elder Edward and the judges had their eyes glued onto the inside of the cauldron as their eyes glinted with anticipation. Chapter 64. The judges couldn't see, but Damien's inner clothes were sticking to his body because of how profusely he was sweating. He was even feeling sleepy, but concentrated on his soul plane to at least recover a bit of his soul energy. Whew, I can't believe I just skipped 2 grades. How awesome are these flames? In general, someone with his soul cultivation would only be able to concoct a rank 2 pill at best. But Damien skipped 2 whole grades, and it was better that the judges didn't know this fact. Otherwise they would think Damien was just an old man in a child's clothing rather than believe he could do something that outrageous. Before, he had vaguely calculated how much of his soul energy it would take to concoct a rank 4 pill. He was confident that at least he wouldn't collapse if he wanted to concoct a rank 4 pill with his current soul cultivation. But he wondered till which rank he would be able to concoct if he went all out and used at least 95% of his soul energy to manifest the fallen flames. But he put back the thought in the back of his mind, thinking that he should experiment later. A white round pill floated towards Damien's hands from the cauldron. He then handed it over to the judges without even glancing at the pill. After all, he himself knew that it was impossible for the potency of the pill to be less than 100% if there were no errors in his refinement process. Elder Edward's eyes were gazing at the white pill from a distance with slight excitement in his eyes. The two judges inspected the pill including its texture, smell, etc. using their spiritual senses. Their eyes widened in shock and the hand of the judge holding the pill trembled. This is a mythical supreme tier pill. No doubt, the first supreme tier rank for pill to be ever concocted in the continent officially. The judge said in an awestruck tone. Damien smirked inwardly seeing how the judges in front of him were trying their best to hide the excitement and shock in their face. But Damien had no idea that these judges were already thinking about being promoted to the headquarters in the Zeton Empire, since they would be the ones who would be delivering the first ever supreme tier pill to them. But Elder Edward had other thoughts unfolding in his mind. He quietly took out a messaging talisman and activated it with his soul energy, sending a mental transmission to a certain somebody. The judges had a lot of questions seething in their minds, and finally decided to ask, Mr. Azrael, may we know the peculiarity of your etheric fire? Damien coldly replied, does the Alchemist Society need to know the peculiarity of an examinee's etheric fire in order for them to pass the exam? No, of course not. We were just curious. They sighed and then took out a badge and robe. Congratulations. You are hereby granted the status of a rank for alchemist. Here's your badge and robe. The judges did not probe further and suppressed their curiosity since they did not want to scare away Damien. At least now they can be sure that the Zeton Empire would be happy to know that Damien had joined their organization. They handed Damien a yellow-colored badge with 4 stars embedded on its front. Rank 1 to rank 3 alchemists would get a green-colored badge, while rank 4 to rank 5 alchemists would get a yellow-colored one. The stars represent the specific rank of an alchemist. If there were 5 stars on the yellow badge, then it would mean Damien was a rank 5 alchemist. Finally, I am officially an alchemist. My previous self would have died with joy if he were to experience this moment. Damien now realized that he officially had a reputable status as a rank 4 alchemist. In the Rogue Empire, he could flash or show off his badge and no one would be dumb enough to offend him. And if they knew he could concoct supreme tier pills, then even he couldn't imagine the riches and fame that would be showered upon him. Damien took the yellow badge and inserted his ethereal energy towards it. The 4 stars on the badge turned white and he saw that an insignia of the Alchemist Society, 2 hands enclosing a pill, emerged on the top of the stars. He knew that this way people would know if one was carrying someone else's badge or a counterfeit one. As long as the badge is near Damien, the insignia would be visible since it is in close proximity with Damien's ethereal aura. They are surely innovative. Damien thought. He then saw the amber-colored robe which he casually put it in his soul space and attached the yellow badge onto his cloak. He preferred to wear the cloak, so the robe was of no use to him. Damien turned around to leave, but then he noticed a slightly edgy expression on Elder Edward's face. But he didn't pay it any mind and continued to walk out. Outside the room, the pretty maid from before greeted him with a polite smile. Congratulations, sir, on being a rank 4 alchemist. Is there anything else I could help you with? Damien nodded slightly. He understood that each customer was assigned a maid and they would continue helping their customers till they leave the building. I would like to have a look at some weapons. Previously Damien had seen a plethora of dazzling assortment of weapons, armors, gems, ethereal skill scrolls, etc. on the ground floor. He had noted in his mind to come take a look at the weapons and get an idea of the market price. Sure, sir. Please follow me to the ground floor. The maid led Damien to the ground floor and this time her eyes showed slight respect whenever she spoke to Damien. After all, rank 4 alchemists weren't a common sight in the Rogue Empire. On the ground floor, Damien was inspecting the dazzling swords displayed on the premium cabinets. There were also various other weapons like axe, spear, mace, daggers, lance, saber, etc. The price tags were also mentioned below these weapons and as he went from left to right reading the price tags, Damien's eyes only became wider and wider till he thought that it was a waste of time to even look anymore. He had to admit that he was tempted to at least try out some swords seeing how well they were forged and the sharpness of the sword. The grade of the weapons ranged from nascent ethereal grade to sky ethereal grade weapons. Damien sighed and decided to come back when he has enough capital to leisurely buy at least a single good weapon. He then turned around and said to the maid, I will come back after I decide which one to buy. The maid politely smiled and said, sure, sir. We would be happy to be of service to you again. Damien walked towards the exit but then he saw a middle-aged man with a rough face clad in white robes, with the insignia of the Rogue Empire attached on his sleeves. He was surprised when he saw the man walking towards him with his back as straight as an iron rod, and a supercilious gaze as if everyone else was inconsequential to him. The man came close to Damien and asked in a gruff voice, Are you the rank 4 alchemist, Mr. Azrael? Chapter 65. When the man came through the entrance, Damien noticed that everyone including the maid was bowing at a 45-degree angle without daring to lift their heads. He straightaway understood that the man before him was not simple. But he still asked in a proud tone, Who's asking? The man frowned a bit seeing Damien's rudeness and his inability to recognize who he is, but he seemed to swallow his pride and said, I am the Imperial General, Rowan. The Empress requests an audience with you. I hope you will accept. The man's tone seemed like Damien had no choice but to accept. Damien was surprised hearing that the Empress wanted to meet him. But then he remembered how Elder Edward's expression seemed strange and guessed that the news of his abilities must have reached the Empress' ears somehow. He didn't know what to do since he knew that the Empress was one of the people who has been troubling Lily most of the time. But he knew that if he chose not to go with Rowan, things might get ugly. He already knew that he would have to face the consequences of displaying his abilities, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Rowan was surprised at first why the Empress would want him to request for the presence of a rank 4 alchemist personally. Unless it was a rank 5 and above or a reputed alchemist from another empire, there was nothing else that was worth his time or hers. But the Empress told him to invite that person even without knowing their identity. Having no choice but to follow her orders, he had to go see Damien himself. Since it was the Empress' orders, he had to ignore Damien's rudeness and make sure his job was done. And seeing that he was unable to see through Damien, he assumed Damien was stronger than him, which made him think about Damien's identity and why the Empress asked for him. Very well, let's go. Damien replied. He was curious what the Empress would want from him, and if it was anything he didn't like, he could easily come up with excuses to refuse her. Also, this was a chance for him to learn more about his enemies. After all, Lily's enemies were his enemies too. This should be for the best. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and you need not fear defeat. In the throne hall of the Imperial Palace, after Rowan entered the throne hall, he had constantly kept his head down. Damien moved towards the middle-aged woman clad in blue palace robes standing with her back faced in front of the throne. You may withdraw. The Empress spoke in a dignified tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Rowan immediately withdrew and closed the doors as he went out. Alchemist Azrael greets Your Majesty. Damien said in a deep voice as he gave a light bow in a dignified manner. No matter what, she was still the Empress of an empire and he decided to reveal his true face when the time comes. Till then he could play along as he wants. The Empress slowly turned, exposing her appearance to Damien. He saw that despite her middle-aged appearance, she seemed to have taken great care to preserve her youthfulness. And seeing a trace of arrogance hidden deep within her eyes, he started to somewhat understand what kind of a person he was going to deal with. Olivia Roan slowly nodded and said, It's my pleasure to meet you too, Mr. Azrael. I have heard how you even shocked those experts at the Alchemist Society with your talent for concocting even the legendary supreme tier pills. As an empress, knowing that such a talent emerged in our empire, I couldn't help but feel proud. Your Majesty's words are too kind. I am just an alchemist interested in researching the ways of alchemy and medicine. Any fame or riches are secondary to me unless they are useful for my research. Damien said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. As expected from a genius like you. Well, I will get straight to the point and tell you the reason why I requested for your presence. I hope you would be able to concoct some supreme tier rank 3 and rank for breakthrough pills. I can promise you a compensation of 4 times the market value. Is this of your satisfaction? Olivia Roan asked as she focused her gaze on Damien. 4 times? Rank for breakthrough pills go for 10,000 yellow spirit stones and 4 times that is 40,000 yellow spirit stones. That is more than what a medium-sized family makes in a year. Damien was inwardly surprised the Empress was even ready to offer him such a generous compensation. He now understood how Olivia Roan was able to run an empire despite being a woman. She knew how to deal with people to see to it that her objectives are fulfilled. If a normal person was seeing this conversation, they would think that Olivia Roan was a generous and kind Empress who knew how to nurture and motivate the talents in her empire. But Damien knew that she only offered him such an enticing offer so that he wouldn't think of going anywhere at least till the news of his ability spreads. She knew that once other empires also get the news of Damien's prowess, they would shower him with wealth to bring him to their side or at least request him to concoct some supreme tier pills. And if she waited till Damien got famous, then she may not be able to request him to concoct a pill for her at the same compensation she offered now. No wonder, Lily is having a hard time with her. He realized that Olivia Roan might be someone whose schemes run so deep, one wouldn't even realize when it all started. After all, he had seen all kinds of people in his previous life and even survived from innumerous plots, schemes, and traps from these very people. Okay, I can do it. But I have 2 conditions. Damien said in an airy tone. Olivia Roan narrowed her eyes and then nodded, sure. After all, someone as talented as you would naturally have their own needs, which I wouldn't be privy of. If Damien had seen how Olivia Roan behaved towards Lily, then he would be surprised at the 180-degree change in her attitude and demeanor. But because of Lily's words and from what he observed, he knew he couldn't let his guard down for even one moment. My first condition is that I would like a top-notch Earth-grade cauldron as part of the compensation since mine had broken down due to its long years. That's no problem. What is your second condition? My second condition is that I want to request an audience with the Celestial Princess. Chapter 66. Damien's voice didn't even waver in the slightest when he put out the second condition. Olivia Roan squinted her eyes and said in a toneless voice, and why would you request an audience with my daughter? Daughter? Oh please. Damien sneered inwardly. It's nothing much. I have heard of the rumors of how her beauty and elegance even puts the moon to shame. I simply want to witness her otherworldly visage. Damien spoke in a tone filled with admiration. In the end, he is just like any tail-wagging dogs who lusts after her so-called beauty. Olivia Roan snickered inwardly. Oh. I thought Alchemist Azrael was only interested in pursuing the way of alchemy. I didn't know that you don't mind sparing time for witnessing my daughter's humble beauty. But it can surely be done, as I am sure my daughter would be also pleased to meet a genius such as yourself. Olivia Roan's tone sounded in such a way that she was subtly mocking Damien but at the same time complimenting him, making one unable to know whether to feel indignant or happy. She didn't mind using Lily to gain some favors obviously, but still didn't want to make it seem like she would let any nobody to see her. She surely is a woman who can't accept defeat. Just wait for it, woman, when I bring you down from your pedestal. Damien smirked inwardly. Olivia Roan felt that Damien was taking advantage of her, so she couldn't help but let out a sliver of her true self. After all, she considered herself a proud empress of an empire. She after all couldn't afford to offend the only alchemist who could concoct supreme tier pills. Even the Zeton Empire wouldn't offend him without reason. She wanted Damien to concoct some breakthrough pills, one of the reasons being her eldest son was having a bottleneck at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm. She was grooming him up to be the next emperor after all. His cultivation can't be weak or no one would pay him any importance. But she knew that he wasn't that talented and was too lazy to cultivate. The reason Evan Roan even had his current cultivation was because she paid a fortune to procure top-tier pills for increasing his cultivation. His cultivation base wasn't even stable since most of the time he did nothing except take pills to increase his cultivation. Olivia Roan already had made him take many breakthrough pills, but they were of no use since their potency could only help so much, and Evan Roan's unstable cultivation base didn't make it any easier for him to break through. No matter how many top-tier spirit breakthrough pills he takes, he would never break through. Which is why Olivia Roan was worried since she knew she did a blunder by making him rely only on resources to increase his cultivation base fast. The more unstable one's cultivation base, the harder it would be to stabilize and break through. But when she heard about the existence of an alchemist who could supposedly concoct the mythical supreme tier pills, her excitement knew no bounds. A pill containing 100% of the medical essence would surely completely assimilate in one's body, thus guaranteeing the effects to be reflected in the body. Even she had a hard time believing such an alchemist to pop up in her empire, and wondered to whom the Imperial Ethereal Court had given an anonymous recommendation letter. She was angry that Oswin Roan didn't inform her about such a genius, and wondered why he would let go of such a genius instead of enticing him to join their Imperial Ethereal Court, otherwise probably she could have monopolized Damien for herself. But no need to bother the Celestial Princess about my request at least for 2 weeks. I have some work to take care of. Damien casually said. Olivia Roan nodded, Then when can I expect the pill to be delivered? I currently don't have a place to stay. So, if I were to get the required ingredients and a place to concoct my pills comfortably, I could even deliver it by tomorrow. Damien said. Olivia Roan's eyes twitched, seeing how shameless Damien was being. He not only put out 2 conditions but now was indirectly asking her for even a house and some rank 3 pills. She felt like stringing up Damien and making him cough out pills. But she knew it was too late to do that, since even the Zeton Empire must have got the news of Damien's prowess in alchemy, and he was now officially a part of the Alchemist Society. She was wondering from where Damien suddenly popped up, as someone as powerful as Damien should be well known in the Roan Empire. She didn't think that he was coming from the other 3 empires, since why would someone from a prosperous empire settle down in a poor empire, but she currently had no excuse to probe Damien and didn't want to risk it, considering even Rowan couldn't see through Damien. She forced a smile as she said, I can give you the keys to the villa located on Marvin Street. I am sure you would find your stay comfortable, and you are allowed to stay for as long as you like. Olivia Roan had to make sure at least she gets some profit out of this shameless person. If she could monopolize the first few supreme tier pills, she was sure it would go up in price later and would even cause the current market to be unstable for a while. Well, why not? Damien decided not to push for any more, since he knew Olivia Roan is someone who remembers every slight offense, and would try to make things harder for him in some other way if he pushed his luck anymore. Anyway, he got more than he had initially imagined. Then since everything is settled, you may leave. I will send someone to hand over the keys on your way out. Damien went to a local merchant guild and sold all the ethereal beast cores he had collected in bulk. It wasn't a surprise that he only got a few hundred green spirit stones for all his trouble, since they were only low-level ethereal beast cores. He then toured around the streets and even visited some shops selling clothes for girls. After all, he had promised Valentina he would bring suitable clothes for her to wear next time he visits her. It was night when Damien had toured most of the streets, and finally he came in front of a pub named Royal Lion. It seemed quite luxurious from the outside and was not a place commoners could enter. Damien ordered a drink and was sitting before a small table on his own and had his ears open listening to the chatter of the people around him. But what caught his attention was the discussion among 2 men behind him. Hey, have you heard that Skinny Face was missing since yesterday? Skinny Face? Why do I feel like I have heard that name somewhere? Who is he anyway? You don't know him? His mother's father-in-law is the famed Typhoon Lord from the Gale Empire. You mean his grandpa? Couldn't you just say it like that? That's not the point. Who knows what's going to stir up in our empire the coming days? Hope Skinny Face is just playing his usual pranks. Also, there were rumors of finding 3 bizarre corpses in the Dark Forest. 2 of them were outer disciples of the Imperial Ethereal Court who had huge charred holes in their chest, while the third one was the eerie-looking body of an old man who had a bloody hole in his chest. But the strange thing was, the body of the old man had the clothes of an inner disciple of the Imperial Ethereal Court. What? That doesn't make any sense. Which old man in our empire is crazy enough to strut around the Dark Forest trying to impersonate a disciple of the prestigious Imperial Ethereal Court? You are still not getting the point. Who killed these 3 people in this creepy fashion? Some are even getting scared of going near the Dark Forest. It was already dangerous enough, but now there's an unknown entity who dares to even kill the disciples of the Imperial Ethereal Court. I wonder if they would take any action or just ignore it, since they didn't suffer any losses from losing some outer disciples. Damien didn't seem to care about what the Imperial Ethereal Court was going to do, but he narrowed his eyes as he thought of one thing. Typhoon Lord? Seems like I have to prepare myself for an imminent storm. Chapter 67. Damien visited his new villa and was surprised to see that there were 4 huge rooms in the ground floor itself, and 3 spacious rooms in the first floor. It was a 2-story building as a whole. If he were to compare with the Earth standards, he would say this was a dream house. Even the quality of the furniture were top-notch, and there was no shortage of luxury in the villa. The rooms were open and airy, and the windows were designed in such a way that the air inside the room felt cool and refreshing. He also didn't fail to notice an yellow-colored top-quality Earth-grade cauldron kept in the kitchen. At least that woman knows to pick a good house for me. Damien was planning to buy a small house before, but after he met the Empress, he decided to improvise and get one for free. He wanted one since he would have more freedom to do his own work and move about freely. But he decided to sleep in the Dark Forest, while keeping Valentina company, since he anyway would be tired after all the hunting during the night. The afternoon of next day, after the training session with Lily, Damien had put up his own sign board outside his villa advertising himself as a peerless rank for alchemist and a physician. Rumors had already spread around the city of a rank for alchemist known as Mr. Azrael, who was able to concoct the mythical supreme tier pills. His main tagline was guaranteed supreme tier pills up to rank 4. Swear on my little brother. Seeing such a tagline, who wouldn't get interested? Most of them were impressed that Damien went even as far as swearing upon his little brother to show that he was confident in his skills, but some cultured ones squinted their eyes and a knowing smile appeared on their face as if they understood something. Luna asked curiously why he kept such a tagline, saying he didn't even have a little brother. But Damien only got pissed off at her for saying his little brother was non-existent. He only said that an imp like her wouldn't understand. Soon enough, a crowd of people had already gathered in front of his villa under the hot sun. They didn't even hope that Damien would stick around in the Roan Empire with his ability, and already thought that the Zeton Empire, or other empires, probably carried him away to their own empires. They also didn't expect Damien to be a physician as well, but didn't find it surprising since some alchemists had some medicinal skills, as they already needed to have some medicinal knowledge to study alchemy. If Olivia Roan knew Damien was going to stick around and popularize himself, she would have vomited blood in anger. All her plans to monopolize the first few supreme tier pills went down the drain. She misunderstood Damien to be someone who didn't like to be in the spotlight since he even requested for an anonymous recommendation letter and the way he hid his identity. In the end, if she had waited, she wouldn't even have had to pay any extra compensation, and would have been able to buy pills from Damien at the price he would have set for everyone else. In Damien's villa, so you are saying you are not able to recover your ethereal energy properly? Damien asked an elderly patient sitting before him as he analyzed his ethereal core. Yes, Dr. Azrael. Ever since I took the ethereal nourishing pill, I have been having this problem. Your cultivation is at the first level of the earth ethereal realm and it seems like you have only recently broken through. The ethereal nourishing pill is used to nourish one's ethereal core points, and should only be taken after you have stabilized your cultivation base. But because you didn't, your ethereal core points are clogged, thus unable to properly rejuvenate ethereal energy in your ethereal core. Yes, that has been the problem, but all the doctors I have seen said that they don't know the perfect way to unclog it without causing damage to my cultivation base. I was hoping you have some remedy for this. Such a simple problem, if I couldn't solve it, then I don't deserve to call myself a physician. Don't worry, I can easily unclog it for you, but you need to seal both your cultivation base before I start. Of course, I am really thankful to hear that you can fix me. Please pay a visit to our Ron family whenever you have time to spare. I guarantee that you wouldn't be disappointed with our hospitality. I will keep that in mind. Alchemist Azrael, will this pill really heal all minor injuries within seconds? Of course, you may try it out whenever the situation calls for it and you will understand why it is a supreme tier pill. Thank you, Alchemist Azrael, I won't doubt your words. Here's 1,000 yellow spirit stones for your trouble. Hours passed as Damien was seeing affluent customers and patients who either wanted him to concoct supreme tier pills, or wanted to get treated by him. It was evening when he finally closed shop and stopped accepting any more requests for the day. After all, he can't neglect his daily hunting in the dark forest and also see Valentina. 50,000 yellow spirit stones, I am damn rich now. Damien shouted inwardly while he counted his total earnings for today. He couldn't help but imagine how much he would be making in the future, especially when he is able to concoct rank 5 pills and above. If he knew how mythical a supreme tier pill was, he would have done this earlier. Some had thought he could have made more money had he sold his pills at the Rome Imperial Auction House. But Damien didn't want to waste his time by going here and there when he could make as much money as he wants, since he basically controls the supply and demand of supreme tier pills. Damien was even tempted to focus more on his soul cultivation, but he knew it was more hard to advance his soul than his ethereal energy. Still, he wasn't disheartened since he could focus on absorbing soul essence along with one's life essence. Time to see that cute cat. Damien smiled as he thought about Valentina. It was night when Damien was finally finished with his hunting, and even managed to kill ethereal beasts around level 4 of the nascent ethereal realm with his ethereal arts. And for ethereal beasts with cultivation above that, he found that he had to exhaust more of his ethereal energy reserves in order to kill an ethereal beast at the 5th level of the nascent ethereal realm. He was now waiting at the meeting spot, or the place where Valentina was living. Big brother Damien. An excited high-pitched voice sounded from behind as he turned around, smiling to see a small figure rushing towards him clad in a cloak too big for her. Valentina got close to Damien and lifted her head to look up at Damien and smiled at him. Damien chuckled seeing her cute smile and patted her head. Were you waiting for me this whole time? I had no idea when you would come, but I knew you would surely come today. She replied innocently. Damien felt a little bad he didn't mention the time he would be visiting her, since he wasn't sure how his schedule would be like after becoming a rank 4 alchemist. Well, as promised, here's the thing you have been waiting for. Damien gave a broad smile as he took out a small, exquisite rose-red dress with flutter sleeves and a circle skirt that was clearly made for a young lady and handed it to Valentina. Valentina let out an excited gasp as she held the dress and felt it all over, seeing how good the fabric felt. She cutely giggled and jumped with excitement as she stared at the dress. Damien laughed seeing her adorable actions and asked, "Do you like it?" Chapter 68. Damien knew she would take a liking to it, since she probably must have never seen such an exquisite dress that truly matches her. He after all had bought the most expensive dress from a top-notch brand. "Why don't you try putting it on?" he asked with a smile. But Valentina had a confused expression when she thought of how to wear this dress. Damien softly chuckled seeing how she was having a hard time. "Here, let me teach you how to put it on." Valentina nodded and immediately removed the cloak and handed it to Damien. He was surprised seeing her become naked suddenly. But he then sighed and quickly helped her put on the dress. He couldn't help but imagine how some deranged ones would feel their lower regions getting hot seeing her porcelain doll-like body. However, he was awed how well the dress suited her after he had put it on her. Damien gave a gentle smile as he said, "You look so beautiful in it." Valentina gave a radiant smile as she felt happy seeing the awe in Damien's eyes and how she also felt pleased with her dress. "Thank you, big brother Damien." Valentina had learned from Damien that she should thank someone whenever they give something to her. "Between us, there is no need for thanks. I am your big brother after all," Damien said as he hugged and stroked her head. Damien's height was towering over hers as her head only reached till his chest. Valentina didn't flinch but instead cutely snuggled in Damien's embrace as she felt a sense of comfortableness she had never experienced before. Damien felt as if he was hugging a puppy and felt nice, but then he suddenly remembered something and held Valentina's shoulders as he said in a serious voice, "Remember, whenever you change your dress, you should do it alone and make sure no one can see you. You are after all a young lady too and not just an ethereal beast." Valentina lifted her head and nodded. She didn't fully understand why girls should change their clothes in private but still chose to listen to Damien hearing his serious tone. "But I can change in front of big brother Damien, right?" she asked earnestly. Damien chuckled, "Well, it's safe to change in front of me, but still you should not expose your body to me without reason." Valentina also now knew that she was not just a simple ethereal beast since she can take human form. Damien had told her how it's impossible for normal ethereal beasts to take human form and how their ethereal core is different from hers. In fact, no one will suspect she is an ethereal beast unless she transforms in front of them. Which is why Damien had also instructed her to transform without anyone's knowledge. If anyone saw how an ethereal beast was taking the form of a little girl, she would be hunted and experimented upon, since it is beyond any common sense. Even if they didn't know that, despite her scarred face, seeing her rosy pink hair and sparkling ruby red eyes, it would surely catch people's attention and they would sell her off as some valuable possession to some affluent family. Despite her special abilities, her cultivation is too low to protect herself from even a lowly guard from a prestigious family. Which is why Damien had warned her to never reveal herself in front of another human being no matter what or trust anyone else. That not every human being would be like him. He already knew she tries to avoid humans as best as she can. But he didn't want her to expose herself just because of a flower or something like that again. So, do you want to play hide and seek? You can hide and even use your illusions and I will win if I manage to catch the real you. Damien not only wanted to enjoy playing with her but also hone his spiritual perception and improve her usage of her abilities at the same time. This time I will make sure to not get caught he. Valentina giggled as she found the game interesting and was determined to get one over Damien. After a few hours of playing, the two had finished eating a delicious meal of wolf meat. It was time to sleep and Damien had already lied down beneath a tree. But he was surprised seeing Valentina walk over to him. What happened? Valentina asked in a low voice while fidgeting her fingers, can you hug me while I sleep? She was nervous thinking whether Damien would find it bothersome just as she thought that ethereal beasts would like to sleep alone. But she had no idea whether humans would sleep with someone else. She just found Damien's hug from before warm and comforting and simply wanted to experience more of that feeling. Damien wasn't surprised for long as he understood that she enjoyed being in his embrace. So he chuckled and beckoned her to sleep near him. Valentina had a gleeful expression seeing how Damien didn't mind and instantly lied down next to him snuggling her face near his chest. Damien used the extra cloak as a blanket and covered Valentina and saw how she was cutely clutching his shirt with her head close to his chest. He had a warm smile on his face and circled his hand over her body as he also felt it relaxing to hug someone and sleep in a long while. Purr. He heard Valentina letting out a relaxed whimper as she dozed off. Damien closed his eyes as various thoughts passed through his mind. For the past few years he had been all alone after losing everyone and everything. But now he was slowly having people who cared for him and whom he also cared for. He knew by trying to help Lily, he might be distracting himself from his original goals but his heart was dead set on helping Lily. After all, he didn't want to have any more regrets like he had in his previous life. He cherished those who truly cared for him and he knew how hard it is to have someone who sincerely cares about him, especially after going through all the betrayals in his previous life. Most of all, he didn't want to be alone or lose himself in pursuit of power. He was sure if it were anyone else having his abilities, they would ignore everything else and only focus on increasing their power. But he wondered what's the use of having all the power in the world if one cannot gain happiness from it. Power might bring oneself a sense of satisfaction and feel that they can look down on others, but it would never give them what they truly need. But that doesn't mean Damien didn't have any desire for power. But the desire that fueled his hunger for power was different than most of the power-hungry people. His desire to see Sophie again and keep her safe was one of the most important reasons that fueled his determination to gain more power, and even if he finds Sophie, that determination would burn as bright if not brighter than before. After all, the last thing he wanted was to be manipulated again by a god. Chapter 69. 2 weeks passed and the name Azrael had spread to every corner of the Rogue Empire, and even the rumors of his ability to concoct supreme tier pills had reached the ears of the other empires. The news of his ability had spread like wildfire after the initial few days Damien had opened up shop. Those who bought the supreme tier pills from him were able to realize the 100% effect of the pills in their body and the difference they felt when taking a supreme tier pill was so drastic compared to a top tier pill. The market prices for the current pills were going haywire as some even started selling supreme pills on their own after getting one from Damien, not that he cared about it. The other 3 empires weren't just simply sitting and watching the show. They had already sent envoys to entice Damien to visit their empires. The envoys from the Lancaster and the Gale Empire came as early as possible but Damien rejected them, making them go back with disappointment. But Zeton Empire's envoy still hadn't reached for Damien, but it was rumored that the envoy was on their way to the Rogue Empire, though people wondered why the Zeton Empire was taking its own sweet time. Most of them guessed that they were too confident about Damien visiting their empire since he was a part of the Alchemist Society after all, and a few minority thought that the Zeton Empire didn't want to make themselves look like a greedy bunch, rushing themselves at the sight of gold and wanted to maintain their public reputation of being the most dignified empire. But they were wondering who the Zeton Empire was going to send as their envoy. After all, Damien rejected the other 2 empires, so who's to say he won't reject the Zeton Empire as well, since he would have already left for Zeton Empire if he wanted to go there. They were thinking why Damien would reject such prominent empires, and stay in a pitiful empire where he would get much less benefits and fame. By rejecting them, it was basically a slap to their faces, but people thought since Damien had the Alchemist Society behind him, he need not be wary of the other 2 empires, and it's not like they would risk their only chances of getting a supreme tier pill. After all, the higher-ups in these prominent empires needed them the most. Hey, where are you going in such a hurry? Do you really not know that Alchemist Azrael is staying in our imperial city? I have to request him to at least concoct me a supreme tier breakthrough pill before he flies away to some other empire. But why do you have 10 spatial rings on your fingers? Do you think supreme tier pills are going to cost the same as our usual shitty pills? They are godly enough for each one to cost a fortune. I have sold half of my lands just to try my luck at getting one. Still, don't you think you should keep those rings hidden lest you get robbed on the way? Shush, who do you take me for? My cultivation ain't for show, I can blast off any robbers with just my fart. Now don't waste my time anymore by asking silly questions, I gotta go. Damien was now filthy rich that he had no idea what all to buy. He already had a good house, an assortment of various types of pills, all supreme tier of course, and he even got himself a good sword nicknamed the Stormbreaker, which was a top-notch spiritual ethereal grade weapon. He could have also bought an earth ethereal grade weapon, but his cultivation is too low to handle such high-tier weapons for now. Even his Stormbreaker is hard to handle with just his cultivation at the level 1 of the nascent ethereal realm. Without having the necessary quality of ethereal energy, one wouldn't be able to use higher grade weapons. So even if an initial ethereal realm cultivator had all the money in the world, buying even a nascent ethereal grade weapon is pretty much useless for them. Each weapon grade requires the necessary ethereal energy to be infused in them so that one can make use of the ethereal properties of the sword, otherwise the sharpness and everything would be just like any other normal sword. Damien had actually collected a lot of life essence from many low to middle level nascent ethereal realm beasts, including the life essence of Igor, but he still chose not to break through till he had collected the necessary amount to break through at least a few levels. But today he decided to venture a bit deeper into the dark forest to challenge himself. He thought playing it safe need not always be a good thing. After all, he also knew that only through adversity one can make true growth in every sense. It was evening and Damien had traveled almost 70 kilometers into the dark forest where peak level nascent ethereal beasts roamed about and even low level spirit ethereal beasts. He spotted a red-eyed hound stalking a prey which was basically a 2.5-meter tall dog with ugly red eyes, and it was rumored that they enjoyed eating human flesh. He could vaguely sense that its cultivation was at the first level of the spirit ethereal realm. He slowly sneaked towards it like a predator eyeing its prey. Asterisk crackle asterisk a jet black lightning bolt zoomed through the air and struck the hound on its head. But other than a sizzling black mark, it didn't even bleed. Asterisk howl asterisk the hound howled in anger as it scanned its surroundings with its bloodshot eyes, trying to find the one who antagonized it and let its prey escape. Even though it didn't suffer any serious injuries, it still felt an annoying stinging sensation on its head where the bolt had hit it. Damn, my bolt was practically ineffective. No wonder that burly dude cornered me almost at that time. Damien wasn't surprised seeing how his attack was ineffective, since Luna told him that his attacks would at most affect ethereal beasts at the middle levels of the nascent ethereal realm. But Damien still wanted to see it for himself how huge the gap was. The hound spotted Damien slowly coming out from behind a tree, and instantly locked its aura at Damien while rushing at him with a menacing growl since it found the perfect appetizing prey. Damien felt the pressure descending on him which practically almost immobilized all his movements. He gritted his teeth as he took in a long breath. Antigod ART's first stage, Undying Wrath. Damien's aura instantly skyrocketed and the pressure that descended upon him instantly vanished. Saliva dripped out from its teeth as the hound had its jaws open in order to mangle Damien's head. But Damien didn't flinch and punched its belly while ducking sideways. A muffled sound was heard as the hound was sent flying 25 meters away. It rolled on the ground a few times before coming to rest, but its legs failed to stand up as it simply slumped on the ground with searing pain in its belly. It seemed like Damien had hit a vital point. He sped towards the hound and instantly held it down from getting up by clutching its neck. The hound was trapped as it felt a suffocating grip on its neck which made it unable to even turn its neck by even an inch. Asterisk snap asterisk but before it could continue to struggle, its eyes became lifeless as its neck was snapped into two. Damien deactivated Undying Wrath, and exhaled as he felt a bit tired even though the first stage of his anti-god arts was only active for a few moments. Looking at the dead body of the hound, Damien didn't mind that he would not be able to absorb its life essence, but he killed it on purpose in order to experiment something. Damien focused all his soul energy in his soul plane as a shout echoed in his mind, Anti-God ART's second stage, Shackles of Death. Chapter 70. Damien's soul energy passed through the hound's body to its soul plane. Luna had told him that he can't resurrect dead beings that have been dead for too long since their soul would have already dissipated, or if their cultivation is too high as his soul isn't powerful enough to raise them back to life. The higher the cultivation the dead had, the more soul energy he had to burn to raise them back to life and to at least maintain their undead state for a while. Otherwise, they would immediately die again if it's too much for him. Even now Damien was struggling a bit as he concentrated his soul energy on the dead hound. But within a few seconds, Damien stood up and said in a deep voice, "Rise." As if hearing a decree from death itself, the corpse of the hound suddenly twitched and a crackling sound of bones were heard as it slowly got up. Its eyes were completely black, different from the red eyes it had previously. But slowly it returned back to its original red color. It was as if no one would doubt that it was an undead ethereal beast. However, there was a strange circular jet black mark on its forehead. Only when someone who had higher cultivation focused their spiritual perception would they notice that the soul essence of this hound had been clouded by a jet black energy and there was basically no life essence present in its body. They would sense that its ethereal aura was baneful and frigid just like the residual ethereal aura of a recently dead being. Asterisk growl asterisk a low growl came out from its mouth as it stood up. But when Damien's figure came within sight, it instantly retracted back its ethereal aura completely in respect, and kneeled on its limbs as if it was kneeling before its creator in reverence. My idea worked. Damien exclaimed inwardly seeing the undead hound kneeling before him. Before Damien had actually analyzed about his ability to raise undead beings. But he thought that if they were not having their will or consciousness, they would be just useless puppets who require commands from him for everything they do. Basically it wouldn't be any different than a slave seal. Before he thought of asking Luna for advice, a sudden idea dawned upon him. What if he ripped out the soul fragments that contain their memories, personality etc. from his victims and used them as a reference to instill and imprint their soul plane with an artificial, or pseudo-will and consciousness? When someone dies the first thing that dissipates is their consciousness and will, since the part of the soul essence that contains these would cease to exist immediately once they die. So, when Damien instills them with a pseudo-will and consciousness, he's basically filling up the gaps in their soul essence. He felt that such an idea was similar to how robots functioned by themselves in his previous life but still listened, and obeyed their master's orders. In fact, he can control the undead and the ones who are related to the undead ones wouldn't even realize they are dead unless they probe them thoroughly. Since he is the one who instilled the pseudo-will and consciousness attuned to his needs, they would obediently follow his every order and even revere him as their creator. Even Luna was impressed inwardly that Damien was able to come up with such an idea quickly without asking for her help. She knew that the second stage of his anti-god ARTs was dreadful mainly because of this ability. In fact, even if a powerful practitioner wanted to make a lowly cultivator as their slave, they could at most turn them into mindless slaves by placing a slave seal on their soul, and it also requires both parties' consent no matter the power difference. Otherwise, if they forced a slave seal on a relatively low-level cultivator, their soul essence would dissipate and die. Still, as soon as these undead beings get further away from Damien or if Damien cuts off his soul energy link, they would die again without getting enough soul energy from Damien. It's not like they can replenish their soul energy on their own when they are already dead. If he wants them to walk around independently, Damien would have to sacrifice some of his soul essence depending upon his victim's cultivation. It is extremely dangerous to sacrifice even a small amount of one's soul essence, as it's very hard to recover them, and basically, they would be cutting their lifespan short. And if the amount of soul essence goes down below a certain range, that lifespan is lost permanently and cannot be recovered unless the practitioner breakthroughs and gains more lifespan. If Damien wanted to let the undead hound replenish its soul energy on its own, he would have to sacrifice at least 5% of his soul essence. And with his current soul cultivation, it would take him at least 2 weeks to recover that 5%. Since it was an ethereal beast, he only needed to sacrifice 5% of his soul essence with his current soul cultivation. But if it was a human cultivator with superior soul cultivation compared to Damien, and having the same ethereal cultivation as the hound, then it would take more than just 5% of his soul essence. However, whether the undead hound had a pseudo-will or not, Damien only needs to convey his thoughts and the hound will exactly do as he commands. Though with a pseudo-will and consciousness, it would be able to follow Damien's orders efficiently without having to be told what to do by Damien for every single thing. The only drawback is that it would not be able to comprehend anything new and its cultivation would never increase no matter what. It simply functions based on the memories and habits of its life before it died. The hound stood up as Damien mentally ordered it to stand. Your name will be Doggy from now on. Damien said as if he was naming a toy. *WMMM. It let out a whimper and wagged its tail as if it was happy and honored to be named by its creator. How docile it looks now. Damien smirked. He felt proud of his ability to even make an ethereal beast a whole realm higher than him in ethereal cultivation, his slave. Even if he faces someone at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm, he could simply let loose this hound upon them and finish them off without even lifting a single finger. The best thing was that he can store this hound in his soul space since it was not a living thing but a dead one. The soul space Luna had bestowed upon him can store only non-living things. There could never be a better way to take advantage of a loophole. Damien smiled smugly and couldn't help think if he had an undead army of his own. But he shook his head thinking that he was getting ahead of himself, as with his current soul cultivation, he would have to sacrifice a lot of soul essence in order to have at least a few self-sustaining undead slaves. Damien's chain of thoughts were broken when he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette a few dozen meters away from him. Damien clenched his fist as he remembered that face from his memories. What a coincidence, looks like the time for you to die is nigh high. Chapter 71. A man who seemed to be in his early 40s, wearing a shabby brown robe, was rummaging around the forest like a madman as if he was searching for his most valuable treasure. His face looked like he didn't even have any food or water for weeks, and his black hair, having little shades of grey, was completely in disarray. Looking for something precious? The man heard a deep voice almost sounding like a growl coming from behind. It's none of your goddamn business. The man bellowed in a ruffled voice as if he was drunk without even turning around and continued whatever he was doing. It was as if he couldn't care less about this odd stranger who wanted to interrupt whatever he was doing. Really? Aren't you looking for Luke Ward? Isn't that right, Aldrich Ward, the patriarch of the Ward family? Damien spoke in a cynical tone. Damien had realized before that he found some parts of the dark forest a bit familiar as he went deeper. But now he understood that the reason was because before he awakened, he was to be thrown away in the dark forest to be left for dead by Luke Ward, his adoptive cousin. After all, the dark forest was the perfect place to get rid of a body, and the rest of the work would be done by the wild ethereal beasts. But before that could happen, the bandits had killed Luke Ward and took away Damien to be sold to the slave market. Damien conjectured that his adoptive uncle, Aldrich Ward, was here in search for his son after finding out he was missing, since he didn't even find his body yet. He guessed that the bandits must have done their job diligently by removing all traces. Things couldn't have come together more nicely. Damien snickered inwardly. He knew that Aldrich Ward was at the 3rd level of the spirit ethereal realm, a level lesser than his late adoptive father. Even though it was only a level less, it was rumored that his adoptive father's combat prowess was the best in the Ward family, that not even his adoptive uncle could last a few minutes against him. Hearing Damien's words, Aldrich Ward's eyes, which were previously unfocused, narrowed as he turned around to see a figure clad in black cloak and a misty face, making him unable to see who it was. Who are you? And how do you know I am searching for my son? Did you see him? Aldrich Ward asked as he wondered how this stranger knew who he was and what he was doing here. Hearing about his son, he quickly pulled himself together and felt that something was off. Oh, I am nothing but just a passing by Grim Reaper. When I saw how a loving father was searching for his son, I couldn't help but take a detour to let you join your son. Damien said in a derisive tone. You? What are you talking about? Where is my son? Tell me right now, or I will cripple you myself and make you cough out his whereabouts. Aldrich Ward's aura became erratic as his eyes blazed with anger, knowing that the stranger in front of him had something to do with his son's disappearance. Despite all the killings and schemes he had done, he loved his son dearly since Luke Ward was his only child and was very fond of him. Which is exactly why he wanted the position of the patriarch, so that he could pass it down to his son, and make sure his lineage would be well off in the years to come, even if he had to poison his own brother to death. Damien's body bent a bit backwards as he let out a wanton roar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. He then focused his gaze on Aldrich Ward and sneered. You are going to cripple me? He continued in a scathing tone. I know exactly where your son is. Why don't you come here so that I can show you how your son died a dog's death? How dare you? I won't rest till I kill you. Aldrich Ward roared as he charged towards Damien, circulating his ethereal energy to the maximum. Previously, Aldrich Ward didn't dare to make any rash moves, despite the anger fuming in his chest since he couldn't see through Damien's cultivation level. But after hearing that his son had already died from Damien's mouth, rage blinded him thoroughly and wanted to rip open Damien's mouth as fast as he could. Damien wasn't much worried that Aldrich Ward was more than a major realm higher in cultivation than him. He felt that with his anti-god ARTs, he could take him on, and he also had the undead hound to help him just in case. After all, the hound was at the 1st level of the spirit ethereal realm. It could at least help him by some time in the worst case. Seeing Aldrich Ward, he wanted to end him right away and get his revenge instead of waiting to increase his cultivation. Anger raged in him when he thought of how he almost lost his precious life because of him. And how he even went as far as planning to dump him in the dark forest where not even a piece of his corpse would have been left. Damien's lips curved up just as he saw Aldrich Ward rushing towards him like a rabid dog. Antigod's first stage, Undying Wrath. Damien's aura instantly flared up and he met Aldrich Ward's fist packed with rage with his own. A dull bang resounded as a torrent of ethereal energy exploded at the point of collision, blasting the two away from each other. Damien flew back a few dozen feet and caught his balance while Aldrich Ward only moved 2 feet backwards. Damien felt that his fist had become numb as if he had hit an iron wall even after pouring his entire strength into his fist. He wasn't surprised though and started to get an idea of his limits. Meanwhile Aldrich Ward's worries were snuffed out seeing that he emerged the winner of the head-on smash though he had also fully employed his strength, in that face-off, holding nothing back. But his eyes suddenly widened thinking about a small detail he had sensed from the collision. The ethereal energy that surged outwards from Damien in that collision only had the aura of a first-level nascent ethereal realm. How is this possible? Aldrich Ward screamed in his mind thinking that Damien was probably one of his old enemies using some kind of treasure to fake his cultivation level. But even then no treasure can fake the ethereal aura one exudes especially during a fight. They can tone down their ethereal strength to that of an inferior cultivation level but the aura would still remain the same. He couldn't understand why someone would still fake their cultivation level after exuding their aura. He thought maybe his senses might be playing tricks since he didn't have food and water for weeks. But he refocused his thoughts on wringing out the whereabouts of his son from Damien first. No matter how obvious it seemed that his son was probably dead, he refused to believe it till he saw some sort of proof. A mere weakling like you dare to spout nonsense about my son? Wait till I rip out your tongue. Aldrich Ward sneered as he rushed at Damien, wanting to smash him down with his fist. Damien knew with just brute strength, he was no match for Aldrich Ward in a head-on confrontation. Searing strike rendering worlds. Crackle a jet black lightning bolt a few inches wide shot out from Damien's palm as it stormed towards Aldrich Ward, warping the air around it. Chapter 72. Aldrich Ward's eyes widened when he felt an ominous pressure narrowing down on him. The dense jet black lightning bolt packed with chilling ethereal energy was closing in on him before he could even properly perceive it. Arg! A hoarse scream of pain escaped from Aldrich Ward's mouth just as the lightning bolt struck him on his chest as jet black lightning streaks spread all over his body, which sent him flying for 50 meters. He didn't even have the time to dodge nor completely block it as he didn't expect such a fast and strange attack from Damien. Just as one's combat prowess would increase with the help of ethereal arts, Damien's combat prowess would also increase when he uses his ethereal arts while his undying wrath is active. Uff! Aldrich Ward groaned with pain as his body coiled on the ground. He felt as if his entire body was struck by lightning and thrown into a chilling abyss. His skin was charred with black wisps of smoke emanating from his entire body and his hair and clothes were completely singed. He saw that his ribs were broken from the explosive force of the lightning bolt when it hit his chest and the skin on that spot was completely blackened with all his blood vessels ruptured. He could barely move his body and felt that his limbs were completely numb and paralyzed. Thankfully, he was able to protect his ethereal core from complete harm. But his mind wasn't distracted by the pain but by the fact how Damien was suddenly able to have the upper hand, and most of all he wondered if he just got struck by a bizarre lightning bolt. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him possessed the legendary lightning elemental seed. However, the injuries and the pain on his body told him otherwise. He sensed that the attack behind the eerie lightning bolt only carried the ethereal aura of a level 1 nascent ethereal realm. He squeezed his eyes shut and made sure his soul energy was stabilized in his soul plane and hoping that his spiritual perception was not playing tricks on him. He sensed Damien slowly coming over to him as if he couldn't even bother to strike him while he was down. Ah! Aldrich Ward let out a grunt as he focused all his ethereal energy on his limbs and tried to slowly get up. He felt Damien's gaze as Damien stopped a few feet away from him. He slowly stood on his feet and lifted his head to look at Damien. Who are you and why are you targeting me? Fear started to emerge in his heart thinking that Damien was probably toying with him. He couldn't make any sense of who Damien was or his ethereal arts at all. He couldn't understand how the stranger was involved with him or his son. Deep in his mind, he had already started to believe that his son was already dead, probably killed by the person standing before him. His eyes shook and his hands trembled thinking about such thoughts. But he doesn't remember ever provoking someone with strange ethereal arts and a lightning elemental seed. He wouldn't even dream of provoking someone like that when he himself is coming from a small-sized family. Are you thinking that you have never met someone like me? In a way, you don't know me, but still you do. Damien saw the shock in Aldrich Ward's eyes and guessed what was going through his mind. Even if you didn't show me your face, I know I have never met anyone like you nor have I ever seen a lightning elemental practitioner. But that won't stop me from making you tell me where my son is. Aldrich Ward bellowed though he knew that he was no match for Damien's ethereal arts even though his cultivation was higher. However, Aldrich Ward still wanted to bet on his superior cultivation hoping that the previous clash of fists was Damien's full strength. Heh, you don't have to try so hard. You will know everything you need to know right before I kill you. Damien scoffed. Aldrich Ward didn't say anything but circulated his ethereal energy to the maximum. Ha! Mountain smashing move. Aldrich Ward using his ethereal skill, struck first, with both his fists clenched, his body leaped up and violently crashed down towards Damien. Even though he suppressed his injuries and pain to a certain extent with his ethereal energy, it still made his injuries worse as getting hit head-on with Damien's lightning bolt was not something he could easily recover from. He felt as if the spot where Damien's lightning bolt had struck him was rotting and there were no signs of even natural healing or blood clotting. It was as if the flesh on his chest was degenerating bit by bit. When faced with the enormous force of Aldrich Ward's attack, it kind of seemed as if it could smash mountains. However, jet black lightning streaks started crackling around Damien's body as he acted quickly. Mirage of myriad phantasms. A barrage of fists smashed upon Damien's body, but Aldrich Ward was surprised to see that instead of seeing him getting smashed, Damien's body simply dissipated away into thin air as if he was never even there in the first place. Looking for me? Aldrich Ward turned around hearing Damien's mocking and was shocked to see that Damien was already behind him. You. Did he just use a movement skill? Aldrich Ward was yet again stunned seeing Damien execute some other bizarre skill. His hopes of defeating Damien were looking bleak. In fact, he was already having a premonition that he was going to die at Damien's hands. But Aldrich Ward gritted his teeth and again lunged towards Damien as he executed his trump card, die. Aldrich Ward's face revealed a frightening savageness, and his explosive roar reverberated around a few dozen meters. The overseer's mirror fists. Damien saw only a single shadow of a fist heading toward his right side, and just as he was about to dodge towards the left, the fist instantly switched over to his left side. Damien had just activated his mirage of myriad phantasms, and he didn't expect the shadowy fist to suddenly switch its trajectory in the direction he was going to dodge. With no other choice, he growled as he instantly poured out all the ethereal energy within his body to protect his body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud sound was heard as the spectral fist ruthlessly smashed on Damien's left ribs, dispersing the protective layer of ethereal energy around his body. Fresh blood wildly spurted out and his body was sent flying from the tremendous force. He flew a distance of over 50 meters and crashed heavily on the ground. Crap, the same spot again. Damien spit out blood as his facial expression became pallid. His ribs had not even fully healed after injuring them during his fight against Igor. And now he was ruthlessly hit on the same spot again, which fractured them completely. You never learn, do you? Luna's critical remark sounded in his mind. She continued, just because you want to toy with your enemy for revenge, it doesn't mean they would just keep watching. They have their own trump cards which they won't use right from the get-go. I told you fighting cultivators is not the same as fighting mere commoners in this world. You shouldn't toy with your enemies unless you have absolute power and control over the situation. He is coming, now finish him off instead of playing around. Damien didn't say anything since he knew he yet again committed a blunder and realized that fighting cultivators was way different than how he fought humans in his previous world. Even though he knew he shouldn't take his enemies lightly, his mindset of facing his enemies hadn't completely changed. Since unlike his strength level in this world, he was the strongest man in the world in his previous life. But now Damien's mindset had already started to adapt to the new world and decided that just like Luna said, he shouldn't take any chances unless he is confident of having absolute control over the situation. After all, his inherent ethereal strength was weaker than Aldrich Ward and it was a risk for him to face him head-on. Damien saw Aldrich Ward coming over and knew he needed some time to recover and use his ethereal arts. Without wasting any further time he called out mentally, Doggy. Chapter 73. Howl. Doggy let out an infernal howl as it manifested outside after coming out from Damien's soul space. Just as Aldrich Ward was about to execute a finisher move on Damien after gathering his ethereal energy, he saw a red-eyed hound springing out from Damien as if it was inside Damien the whole time. What the hell is this? Aldrich Ward couldn't comprehend what he just saw. An ethereal beast manifesting from a cultivator? What has the world come to? He wondered why he was experiencing and seeing explicable things all together on the same day from the same person. He was even too shocked to notice the strange jet black marks on its forehead. Rip him apart. Damien howled in his mind, commanding his undead slave. Growled. Doggy let out a feral growl as it charged towards Aldrich Ward. As he saw the hound charging towards him, he shook off all thoughts and prepared to smash it down. Doggy jumped and leapt towards Aldrich Ward in order to maul him down. Even after seeing its ferocious fangs and an eerie aura emanating from it, he didn't dodge and simply put out his fists trying to smash its jaw. Asterisk clack asterisk a dull sound reverberated as Aldrich Ward's fist found its mark and smashed the hound towards the ground. Asterisk bang asterisk cracks formed on the ground as Doggy was ruthlessly smashed on the ground under Aldrich Ward's iron fist. Cracking of bones were heard as its jaw fractured, but the hound didn't even let out any whimper as if the blow it received didn't even cause it the slightest of the pain. Even after being smashed on the ground it sprang up immediately and slashed at his chest. Arg asterisk he stumbled backwards with pain, as he didn't expect such a sudden counterattack from the hound since he thought the hound would be stunned because of pain. His chest was already seriously injured, and now huge claw marks stretched out across his whole chest till his stomach as fresh blood gushed out from his chest. He looked incredulously at the hound who still had its lower jaw half dangling. Asterisk crack asterisk but his eyes widened when he heard crackling of bones, and saw its dangling lower jaw straighten itself out to look like it didn't even fracture its jaw in the first place. However, before he could comprehend what was going on, Doggy rushed at him at a tremendous speed and lunged at him. Aldrich Ward's ethereal energy reserves were running low as along with the usage of his ethereal skills, a significant amount of his ethereal energy was focused on suppressing his injuries, otherwise he would have already collapsed. He was already at his limit as his injuries were only worsening with time, including his chest which seemed charred beyond recognition, and contrasted with the fresh blood splayed across it. Feeling fatigue and exhaustion over his entire body, he could only pull up his hands to defend himself against the hound's onslaught. Doggy pounced him to the ground as his legs gave away, unable to hold back the hound's ferocious strength. After all, an ethereal beast's combat prowess was higher when compared to a human practitioner of the same level. Although Aldrich Ward was 2 levels higher in cultivation than Doggy, he barely had any ethereal energy left to push back it completely. Doggy used its claws to try and mangle his neck, but Aldrich Ward gritted his teeth, as he caught its powerful limbs trying to claw at his neck. Fear and despair started to cloud his mind as he felt that his hands would give out any minute under the tremendous pressure exerted by the hound. Saliva dropped from its mouth on his face as it wanted to rip him to shreds according to its master's orders. Move. Damien's command echoed in Doggy's soul plane as it instantly moved back. Jet black lightning crackled in Damien's palms as he sent a fork of lightning towards Aldrich Ward's exhausted body. Ah! Aldrich Ward shrieked with pain as the eerie lightning passed through his entire body and felt as if it was eating away at his entire body. Damien went over to him and locked him down by pressing his palm on his chest. He made sure he sealed Aldrich Ward's ethereal energy so that he wouldn't be able to attack him suddenly. Aldrich Ward could only helplessly watch as Damien sealed his cultivation. He was too weak, injured and exhausted to prevent Damien's ethereal energy from invading his body. Damien slowly removed his hood and revealed his face as a derisive smile emerged on his face. Hope you still haven't forgotten your dear nephew. Aldrich Ward's eyes trembled and his pupils dilated as he got shocked seeing a dead boy's face, someone he had killed, his supposedly dead adoptive nephew, Damien Ward. Damien, why you should be dead? Aldrich Ward stuttered as he couldn't believe his eyes. Someone he had poisoned long ago and left for dead is now holding his life in his hands. Ha ha ha, dead? Death is overrated for me. I have already died for real once. But in a way, because of you I was reborn. For that I surely have to thank you and bestow you with a gift as my gratitude. You not only killed my father who cared for you as his younger brother, but you also tried to kill a helpless cripple by poisoning him. It's time you received your retribution. Damien's deep voice echoed in Aldrich Ward's ears and felt as if he was going to receive judgment from death itself. Aldrich Ward didn't fully understand what Damien was talking about, but he knew that no matter what, Damien was prepared to kill him. But he noticed something strange. You are not Damien. He was a crippled boy who was not only naive but too kind. You are nothing like him. Why are you impersonating a dead person? Aldrich Ward said in a tremulous voice. Damien understood that Aldrich Ward would find it quite unbelievable that he is Damien. After all, his past self and current self were almost completely opposite in nature. Impersonating him? Damien's lips curved upwards as he continued, then let me tell you something that only the real Damien should know. I was adopted by my father. As for your son, he already died like a dog in the hands of other rabid dogs. But as for how I am still alive or how I am not a cripple anymore, I don't think it will do you any good to know, nor do you need to know, for as a dutiful adopted nephew, I am going to let you reunite with your precious son. Don't forget to say hi to him for me. A sinister grin formed on Damien's face as his ethereal and soul energy completely invaded Aldrich Ward's ethereal core and soul plane. Aldrich Ward's expression became bleak and his eyes bulged as he felt all his vitality and soul essence being sucked out like a vacuum. He couldn't believe what was happening, but no matter how much he wanted, he couldn't even lift a finger but stare helplessly at Damien's indifferent eyes, which looked as if he was killing some mere bug. He still couldn't believe that the Damien he knew was the same one in front of him. After all, he had seen him grow up and interacted with him for over a dozen years. How could someone change this fast within a month, or how did a completely crippled person be able to use ethereal energy, that too with a lightning elemental seed? Aldrich Ward was experiencing excruciating pain. That would make one wish for death as his vitality and soul essence was being ripped out of him at the same time. But even then not even a groan or whimper escaped from his mouth as his body didn't even have the energy left to make a sound. Not only his skin, muscles, but all his organs including his vocal cords had withered and shriveled like a prune. Within a minute, his eyes had become dull and lifeless as all his vitality and soul essence were completely sucked out. He died with fear, indignation, anger, resentment and mostly regret that he killed his caring elder brother in the first place. But just as Damien said, had Aldrich Ward not carried out his sinister schemes, Damien would be still a cripple and he would have lived the rest of his life like a naive and innocent boy under his father. Indirectly, Aldrich Ward was one of the major factors that would one day cause the universe to undergo a major upheaval. But he died without knowing how significant his role was in the universe. Damien didn't want to turn him into an undead since for some reason he felt it a bit tasteless to make him his slave. Instead, he thought of using Aldrich Ward's soul and life essence for himself. Why am I always having eventful situations in this dark forest? Chapter 74. Seems like I have to get used to seeing you like this. Unlike your previous life where you fought against mortals who didn't have any ethereal arts, in this world you can't face your enemies with the same mentality. You have to learn to expect the unexpected. The guy you killed only had trashy ethereal arts, but he still got one over you because of your negligence. HMPH, getting beaten black and blue like this is the best way for you to learn. Luna's critical remarks boomed in Damien's mind. Okay, geez, don't nag me anymore. I will be careful next time. Right now, I need some shut-eye. Damien could only wryly smile hearing her remarks, and thought that he still needed to build up some battle experience to fight against cultivators with ethereal arts. Damn my poor ribs, I need a ride. Doggy. Woof, Doggy came near Damien and kneeled down like a tamed and obedient dog. He got on its back and commanded, go. Just as it heard its master's command, it sped through the forest towards where Valentina usually waited for Damien. This is so comfortable, I never thought the infamous red-eyed hound could be used as a good mount. Feeling the wind hitting his face as Doggy sped through the forest, Damien felt as if he was riding in a car. If anyone saw how a human was riding a red-eyed hound, the first thought that would pop up in their minds is whether it is a special breed of herbivore hound. Because as a man-eater ethereal beast, the last thing people could imagine is anyone using them as mounts. Even if the hound was a bit weaker than them, they wouldn't dare to be careless and play with it. Soon enough, Damien reached the meeting spot but was surprised to see Valentina in her ethereal beast form baring her fangs at Doggy, and her ruby red eyes had a fevered gleam. Hiss. A few moments ago, Valentina sensed Damien's blood before he even reached her place. As she had tasted Damien's blood before, she would be able to sense it at least a few hundred meters away. She got worried and unsettled thinking how he got hurt, and was going to rush towards him when she sensed an ethereal beast closing in on her place and Damien was lying on top of it. Thinking that the red-eyed hound was the one responsible for hurting Damien, blood boiled in her body as she instantly transformed into her ethereal beast form, without giving any thought to why the hound was even rushing towards her place. She knew red-eyed hounds were extremely bloodthirsty and the last thing she wanted was for it to do anything worse to Damien. Valentina looked too small and cute, as she was only 20 centimeters tall compared to Doggy who easily towered over her with its 2.5-meter height. She knew that the hound was way stronger than her, but she hardened her heart and chose to stand in its way to save her big brother Damien. Damien saw how she misconceived the situation and was even willing to risk her own life. He instantly commanded Doggy to kneel. Relax, Valentina, this dog is my slave. Damien tried to calm Valentina down as he slowly got off from Doggy's back. Seeing that the hound was being obedient to Damien, instead of getting surprised, she relaxed thinking that the situation was not as she thought. But still seeing Damien's wounds, she instantly transformed into her human form and rushed towards Damien without even putting on any clothes. Big brother Damien. She held Damien's arm and put it over her petite shoulder in order to support Damien. Damien saw the worried expression in her eyes and said with a reassuring smile, I am fine, don't worry. It's just a small scratch. But beads of tears had already started rolling down her cheeks as she said in a wobbly voice, but you are hurt so bad. Your chest has been again injured. Let's sit down here and let me help you feel better. Okay, but don't cry, it doesn't suit a cute and strong girl like you. Damien said softly. Valentina nodded slowly and wiped off her tears with her arms. She felt a strange emotion in her heart when she saw Damien hurt and before she knew it, tears were already coming out of her eyes. She couldn't comprehend what exactly her heart was feeling, as this was the first time she had ever cried in her life. All she knew was that her heart ached seeing Damien covered in blood. Damien let Valentina slowly rest him down against a tree, knowing that she wanted to heal him and ease his pain. But he motioned her to first put on a dress, to which she hesitated for a moment, and quickly put on her clothes from her spatial ring that Damien had given her before. He wanted to make sure nobody sneaks in on them, even though he had ordered Doggy to keep watch. Valentina parted Damien's hair and slowly moved her mouth towards his neck as two tiny fangs became visible in her mouth. Damien closed his eyes, as he also tried to focus his ethereal energy for healing and pulling the broken ribs together in order to let them heal on their own. He felt a slight stinging sensation as he felt Valentina's tiny fangs pierce into his neck, but just after that he felt a warm and comfortable sensation spreading from his neck towards his chest. Valentina infused her ethereal energy into Damien's body in order to boost his healing process. After a few moments she took out her fangs from his body and suddenly bit her own wrist as bright red blood gushed out. Damien got shocked seeing her suddenly biting her own wrist and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you hurt yourself?" Hearing Damien's scolding, Valentina didn't budge but instead said with a smile, "Here, drink this, big brother. It will heal your chest faster." She knew he was worried why she suddenly injured herself and told him the reason without being bothered by the pain, or the blood gushing out from her wrist. No need for all this. I don't want you to hurt yourself in order to help me." Damien's heart clenched thinking about how she even hurt herself in order to heal him. "Please, big brother, you have to drink this, otherwise it will all go to waste." Valentina saw how Damien didn't expect and wanted this kind of help from her. So she instead thought of somehow convincing him to drink her blood. When she infused her ethereal energy before, she found out that his injuries were more serious than she imagined, leaving her with only a single choice. Damien sighed and held her tender forearm. Since her blood was already flowing out, he didn't want to let her intentions go to waste. He pressed her wrist towards his mouth and started drinking the blood streaming out from her wrist. Valentina felt a little ticklish as Damien's mouth pressed over her wrist and started sucking her blood. However, a happy expression formed on her face seeing that Damien didn't refuse to drink. Damien felt that her blood tasted sweet and slightly bitter. He didn't expect her blood would taste different than the normal metallic taste of blood. He guessed that it must have got to do something with her blood elemental seed. As her blood entered his system, he felt that his ribs were completely mending themselves together and regenerating his lost blood cells at a rapid rate. A few moments later, he didn't even feel much pain and felt his body getting re-energized with all the fatigue and exhaustion being washed away. He speculated that he would be completely healed within a few days. Oh shit, what am I doing? Damien removed Valentina's wrist from his mouth as he realized that he had been sucking off her blood like a hungry vampire for a while. Basking himself in the relaxing and comfortable feeling he got while drinking her blood, he momentarily even forgot about the fact that he was still sucking her blood. His heart became taut when he saw how Valentina was still smiling even though her face had become a little pale. He felt guilty and asked in a worried tone, "I am sorry, are you okay?" Chapter 75. Valentina nodded, "Why say sorry, it doesn't hurt at all. I only have to sleep and then I will be okay." "But, who did this to big brother?" Her tone became slightly resentful at the end, thinking about the person who dared to hurt her big brother. Damien was a bit surprised to hear her change of tone and heaved a sigh as he said, "Just some bad guy I wanted to take care of. Don't worry, he won't be ever showing up again." Even Valentina didn't realize that she was exhibiting different emotions over these days whenever it involved Damien. Before Damien thought of saying something else, he realized he forgot to close the wound on her wrist. But when he looked at her wrist while holding her hand, it had already closed by itself and not even any scratch could be seen on her wrist. It was as if she had never bitten her own skin in the first place. She can heal this fast. Damien was awed seeing her healing speed, but he knew that it would take up a significant amount of her ethereal energy. Damien didn't say anything and simply pulled Valentina into his embrace. Having her tender and petite body in his arms, he stroked her head as he softly said, "Thank you." He knew that saying anything else was futile and she would do something like this again without any hesitation. Valentina shook her head, "No need. Didn't big brother say there's no need for thanks between us?" Damien smiled gently, "I am not thanking you for healing me. I am thanking you for coming into my life." Valentina smiled and hugged Damien tighter, "Then I also thank you for being my big brother and I don't want big brother Damien to ever leave me." Her tone became stressed towards the end. For the past 2 weeks Damien and Valentina had gotten more close and enjoyed their moments together by playing, learning and especially when Valentina snuggled up to Damien every night in his warm embrace. Without her realizing she had gotten quite attached to Damien and would satisfy her curiosity about the world by asking Damien about various things. She learned that Damien would be leaving the Rome Empire soon and her heart wrenched at the thought of Damien leaving her forever and being left alone. From the day she vaguely learned about Damien's agenda, the thought of Damien leaving her weighed down in her mind ever since. For the first time in her life, she felt a feeling of intimacy towards someone and she enjoyed that feeling by being with that person. She couldn't imagine herself being all alone in the dark and gloomy forest again, or even sleep on the cold ground without Damien being there for her to snuggle with. Every day she was looking forward to see Damien's gentle smile and his pampering. Damien heard her nervous tone and assured her while caressing her head, "Don't worry. I won't leave this empire without you. When it's time for me to leave, I will take you with me no matter what. So this is a done deal and you are not allowed to back out at that time, okay?" He was a bit surprised that Valentina was willing to leave the forest she had lived in for all these years to go with him. He didn't want to bring her with him now since he thought it would not be safe for her till he leaves for Zeton Empire, and wouldn't be able to pay much attention to her since he had some plans to follow up before he leaves. Valentina lifted her head and looked at Damien with a jubilant expression on her face, "Ian. I will never change my mind about coming with you. Let's do a pinky promise." Seeing her smile as pure as snow, Damien chuckled, "Ha, okay, pinky promise." Doing a promise like this again, Damien thought of Lily and his expression for a moment became solemn thinking about her situation. After all, within a short time of 2 years, he had to at least have the power to cover the whole continent with his palm. He knew the biggest obstacle lying in his path was the Zeton Empire, which is exactly why he was planning to take a trip to the Zeton Empire. Noticing the sudden momentary change in his expression, Valentina asked in a worried tone, "Is it hard to keep the promise?" She worried whether it was because Damien found the promise hard to fulfill. Damien realized what she was thinking and shook his head and smiled. "Of course, not. I was thinking about the things I have to do in the future." "Ah, thinking about the future, isn't it time for you to break through?" Damien knew that Valentina planned to break through this week by consuming the 5-petaled bloody flower. Valentina nodded. "Millimeter. I was planning to break through today." "Oh, then why don't you try to break through now? It will replenish your ethereal energy and I will also get to witness your breakthrough," Damien said with a bit of anticipation in his tone. Valentina smiled and got up. "Okay. Watch me, big brother Damien." She got excited thinking about how Damien would see her breaking through. She took out the 5-petaled bloody flower and simply popped it into her mouth and transformed into her ethereal beast form. Damien was interested as he wanted to see how a breakthrough of an ethereal beast would be like. A few moments later, bright red lines fanned out from her belly towards the rest of her body and her facial expression winced. Damien was closely monitoring her breakthrough, but a few minutes later his eyes slowly widened as he sensed her cultivation rapidly breaking through many levels. Saw her becoming bigger. She's breaking into the spirit ethereal realm. Luna's voice sounded in his mind. Spirit ethereal realm? But how? Isn't she just at the level 6 of the nascent ethereal realm? Damien was surprised that Valentina could skip 4 whole levels at one go to break through into the next realm of her ethereal cultivation. You can't seriously compare her with other ethereal beasts. She is one of a kind. Damien felt that Luna seemed to know more, but for some reason she was just being vague. Damien nodded, but another fact that surprised him again was that Valentina's size was still the same and did not even get slightly bigger. Usually ethereal beasts would grow by a little whenever they break through. But Valentina was still looking like a cute kitten. He thought that it was because she was not a simple ethereal beast. However, even after the breakthrough her face was still scarred. Damien's brows knit together thinking how her scars could not heal with her miraculous healing powers. So, he asked Luna, why are her scars not healing? Luna casually replied, those scars seem to have come from a poisonous ethereal beast way more powerful than her. With such a power gap and the poisonous ethereal energy mixed into her injuries, she would have to increase her cultivation even more to heal the scars away. Her healing powers did heal the injuries, but to remove the scars, it's quite impossible for her now. It's even a surprise she even managed to survive from that ethereal beast. Damien felt pity that she still has to bear the scars on her face for the time being. Luna could probably remove her scars, but Damien knew that it would be asking too much from her, and Luna wouldn't sacrifice her precious soul essence for someone she doesn't care about. After all, removing scars would require her to use laws related to restoration when she doesn't even have her shard of restoration. But if it was just removing poison from a body, she could easily use her shard of essence to remove the poison essence completely from one's body. Just like how she easily saved Damien from dying due to poison before. He knew there wasn't any poison in Valentina's body, but the after effects of the poisonous attack left ghastly scars that are tough to heal. Valentina could slowly heal those scars, but it would still take time. He then wondered if he could concoct a pill to heal scars, and decided to research about it later as there weren't any effective pills below rank 5 like the Star Soothing Pill to heal scars. But he broke away from his thoughts as he saw Valentina transformed into her human form. Valentina put on her clothes but had a dejected expression on her face. Damien asked with a bemused expression, why the long face? Chapter 76. Valentina lowered her head and said in a low voice, I still haven't grown bigger. Damien chuckled and walked towards her, haha, is that what's worrying you so much? Don't worry, once you reach a certain cultivation, you will grow taller and stronger. Valentina softly smiled when Damien tried to cheer her up, but a certain thought still lingered in her mind as she looked at Damien. I want to grow up, so that I can meet his eyes someday. Seeing Valentina look at him with a dazed expression, he thought she must be still unhappy about her breakthrough. Still, you are now stronger than me by a whole realm in ethereal cultivation. I guess I should work harder to not get left behind, haha. Damien said in order to distract her from other thoughts. Valentina stopped thinking about other things and shook her head. I think Big Brother is still stronger than me. That day when I saw you fight against that big bad guy, you were able to kill him even when he was way stronger than you. You are so awesome, Big Brother. Like you even made that scary ethereal beast your slave. How did you do it? It looks slightly strange including its ethereal aura. She asked with a curious expression. Valentina wondered how Damien managed to make a red-eyed hound be obedient to him, and why she sensed a strange ethereal aura from it before. She knew that it was a dangerous beast that was very bloodthirsty in nature. But she already started to believe that Damien could do unimaginable things right from the first few days, seeing him defeat enemies way stronger than him, so it didn't seem much incredulous to her. Damien smiled and said casually, it's something only I can do because, just like how you have awesome abilities, I also have my own. I can turn anyone who is less stronger than me into my servants. Valentina nodded with an awed expression on her face. She didn't feel much curious anymore as she thought that since it is Damien, naturally he would have special abilities of his own just like hers. She admired Damien and felt that there was nothing that he could not overcome. Come, let's go to sleep. It's been a long day for both of us. Damien said as he laid down on the ground pulling Valentina towards his chest. Valentina cuddled up to Damien and very soon she fell asleep in order to stabilize her recent breakthrough. As he closed his eyes, Luna's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, ethereal cultivation. If you didn't notice earlier because of her rapid ethereal breakthrough, then you would find out that her soul cultivation has already entered the early soul transformation stage. What? How is that possible? She just ate a flower containing ethereal essence and that would only help her breakthrough in ethereal cultivation, right? Damien asked puzzledly. Yes, but her ethereal cultivation breakthrough is different in the sense that her soul cultivation increases way more compared to any other person's ethereal cultivation breakthrough. In fact, I feel that one day her soul cultivation might even overshoot her ethereal cultivation. Luna said with a hint of fascination in her tone. Damien couldn't even imagine one soul cultivation getting ahead of their ethereal cultivation, since by convention, soul cultivation always lags behind ethereal cultivation by a bit. Even if one focuses on only cultivating their soul, they still wouldn't be able to move forward beyond a certain stage till their ethereal cultivation catches up. It's more like ethereal cultivation is the foundation or base on which soul cultivation depends. What is her origin? Or what exactly is she? Damien couldn't help but be curious about her origins, thinking that the more time he spent with Valentina, the more he witnessed and learned mind-boggling things. Luna's voice sounded again. Your soul is not simple as well. In fact, no matter how much a person is more powerful than you, they wouldn't be able to read your soul aura. In other words, they wouldn't be able to sense your soul cultivation unless you want to reveal it using your soul essence aura. Or why do you think those old fogies in the Alchemist Society didn't say anything about your nascent soul stage? As I said, your soul is special. All this time Damien thought that it was because of the bizarreness of his fallen flames that they were unable to sense his soul aura. He took a gamble that day in order to see whether they would be able to gauge his soul aura. If they did, he could just tell that he had neglected his soul cultivation, and they would easily believe him, since it is not surprising. However, they would be amazed to find out that he could skip grades, and that itself would be a huge news which could even get the other empires interested, just like how he could concoct supreme tier pills. But now he learned that it was not the case, but it was because of the specialty of his soul. He wondered what was so special about his soul and why it was special. He sighed inwardly, thinking that the answers to his questions were beyond his reach for now. It was the morning of the next day when Damien was back in his room in the Imperial Palace. There was only an hour left before the training session with Lily starts. Damien was thinking how there were only 10 more days left to train Lily. Yesterday a messenger had come to his villa informing him that the Celestial Princess had accepted his request of having an audience with her. Damien wasn't that surprised that Lily was willing to meet him as Alchemist Azrael. Especially when he was the one who requested it. He knew Lily didn't like to meet with people just because they wanted to catch a glimpse of her face or have a sweet talk with her. But he was betting on one certain fact so that Lily won't refuse his request. And that was his ability to concoct supreme tier pills. After all, he guessed that Lily was always looking for a way to heal her ancestor. Which is why he wanted to meet her as Alchemist Azrael and offer to help heal her ancestor as a backup plan. So that even in the worst case, she won't be alone without anybody to protect her. In this way he thought he could help Lily without revealing his identity. I don't get why go through all this farce when you could simply reveal your cultivation level and help her. Luna came out from her shard of essence and appeared before Damien. Damien said in a dismissive tone, you won't understand a maiden's heart. If I reveal my cultivation now, instead of feeling relief, she would be more worried because of how weak my cultivation is. At least for now, she shouldn't. Find out. Why should you care about what she feels? You should just tell her to sit tight while you get the job done. As long as you are confident about helping her, then why worry about her feelings? Luna said in a carefree tone. Well, we mortals don't think like gods. You may not understand why we even care about each other's feelings, since you inherently feel superior than all living beings. Maybe, that's what you are lacking in spite of being a powerful goddess. Only when you care about someone can you find meaning in your life. HMPH, why care about these so-called feelings? This goddess is above all those mundane things, as it's just a waste of time and only makes you weak. Luna scoffed. Damien didn't say anything more and only helplessly shook his head, as he knew Luna's way of thinking was not the same as mortals. Chapter 77. In Lily's inner courtyard, Damien had just finished teaching Lily for today when Lily asked, so, you must have heard of this recently famous Alchemist Azrael, right? Yes, of course. I have heard a lot of whispers around the servant quarters. Why did you suddenly ask? Damien probed. Nothing, it's just I was curious about this mythical supreme tier pill. Do you think the difference is really big compared to top tier pills, especially when it is a supreme tier healing pill? Lily asked as her eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety. The difference is pretty big. Well, theoretically, it's like heaven and earth when you compare a supreme tier pill with a top tier pill. Are you planning to buy a pill from this Alchemist Azrael? Damien asked with an intrigued expression. Well, I have a meeting planned with him. But I don't know what kind of a person he is. In fact, nobody knows about his identity. Actually, he is the one who requested to see me, though I have no idea why. I just feel a bit off about his request. Lily said as her brows knit together. Is she thinking that I requested an audience with her to simply waste her time? Damien wryly smiled inwardly, thinking that since he knew the reason why most people wanted to see or talk to her. After all, which man wouldn't want to have a glimpse of the Celestial Princess and try to obtain her favor? What if the Celestial Princess took a liking to them? Damien chuckled, no need to think too much. From the rumors I have heard, they say that his skills are the real deal and no one had any complaints after procuring his services. You just focus on getting what you want and ignore everything else. It's as simple as that. Lily focused her gaze on Damien. Seems like you have a very high opinion of this Alchemist Azrael. I wonder if it's because you admire him, as he's the first person in the world to concoct the mythical supreme tier pills. Yeah, you could say it like that. Damien wondered if he bragged too much about himself. Then, do you want to come with me? I am sure you would be happy to get an opportunity to meet with such a talented alchemist. Who knows, maybe he might take a liking to you and take you in as his disciple. I will also put in some good words for you. Lily asked earnestly. Lily, I appreciate it, but now is not the right time to be concerned about me. Damien wanted to say his thoughts aloud, but he quickly came up with an excuse. I appreciate that you want to help me, but I can't meet such an exalted person like this. I need to first make a name for myself and prove myself that I am worthy of even becoming his disciple. Damien hoped that his excuse was satisfactory, because the last thing he wanted was Lily to persuade him to meet his alter identity. Lily narrowed her eyes and slowly nodded, thinking that what Damien said made sense, but she still felt that something was off, since she didn't expect Damien to be this humble. Over these weeks, her view of Damien had undergone a slight change. At first, she thought he was still playful like his childhood self. But as days passed, she felt a strange aura of confidence surrounding him, as if he was ready to take on the whole world, which was not present before when she first met him during her childhood. His eyes, his smile, his words, Lily felt that each of them carried a glimmer of pride and cool-headedness that would make one feel a sense of reliance on him. She didn't mind that change, but instead felt a faint attraction to it. As such, when Damien made that promise to help her, she strangely didn't feel that he was making an absurd promise. Somewhere in her heart, she felt that he would be able to fulfill it no matter how logically ridiculous it seemed to her. As an imperial princess and with the halo of celestial princess, she had met different kinds of people over the years and thus learned to be perceptive about others. She felt that the Damien standing before had tinges of pride and confidence imbued in his very bones that she didn't expect him to be so modest, but she didn't think too much about it, thinking that maybe Damien didn't want to be looked down upon by Alchemist Azrael. After all, she had no idea whether Alchemist Azrael was the kind of person who wouldn't even take a glance at Damien. She thought it was better this way lest Alchemist Azrael hurts Damien's feelings or his ego. Lily gave a soft smile and said, "It's fine then. I am sure there will be a day when your name will become as famous as Alchemist Azrael or maybe even more in another way." Damien heaved a sigh of relief inwardly, thinking that Lily bought his excuse, and said, "I know. I hope you are able to get whatever you want from Alchemist Azrael." It was afternoon, and in the drawing room of the Rome Imperial Palace, a hooded figure clad in black cloak was sitting on a palatial armchair, sipping an exotic tea while admiring the elegantly maintained room. When Olivia Roane told Lily about Alchemist Azrael requesting an audience with her, she didn't surprisingly refuse, which Olivia Roane didn't expect. But what she didn't know was that Lily was already planning to somehow meet with Alchemist Azrael for her own reasons. Soon the doors opened, and a graceful figure of a young girl walked in like a celestial goddess without even giving off even the slightest sound of her steps. Her blue full-skirt dress wasn't extravagant but was of noble simplicity. However, when one catches a glimpse of her black eyes which twinkled brighter than the stars, they would without doubt feel that there couldn't be a more beautiful scenery than her own eyes. Even though she had a thin veil covering the lower half of her face, it only gave off an airy aura instead of shrouding her beauty. Damien saw Lily entering and was surprised how beautiful she looked, even though she didn't put on any makeup or clad herself in an extravagant dress. Seeing the veil on her face, Damien felt that it only made her beauty look more extraordinary. He put the teacup back on the table and slowly got up and greeted, "Alchemist Azrael greets your highness." Lily raised her brows upon seeing his strange disguise. But she then gestured to him to sit down and sat down opposite to him. "Alchemist Azrael, I am pleased you wanted to meet me despite your busy schedule. But before we talk about anything else, may I know why you requested an audience with me?" Lily asked in a polite tone. Chapter 78. Damien kept silent for a moment and then said frankly, "I requested to meet your highness for only a single purpose. I want to heal the revered ancestor of the Rome Empire." Lily's thoughts freezed as she didn't expect Alchemist Azrael to want to help her ancestor. She came here expecting him to be all kinds of person but never expected him to offer his own help. Lily didn't remain silent for long and asked, "I am well pleased that you want to help our empire's ancestor. But can you tell me why you want to help him?" She was thinking, when did the world get so kind? When did anyone offer their help with sincerity and not because of some underhanded schemes? In fact, she was planning to ask Alchemist Azrael's help, whether he can find out if there is any way to help her ancestor after finding out how serious his injuries are. She didn't exactly know what's ailing the ancestor since he refused to tell her for some reason. But she knew it was very serious, seeing her ancestor's weary and wan face unlike how he used to look before. She was hoping that Alchemist Azrael could one day be able to concoct at least a rank 5 supreme tier healing pill or higher for her ancestor. If she could get his word, then she could rest easy knowing that her empire would still have its guardian to protect it, and her only loving family member to live. Damien expected her to ask that question and said in a solemn tone, "I hope your highness don't tell this to anyone else, but I have been living in the Rome Empire as far as I can remember. I am not coming from any other empires as the rumors might suggest, nor am I coming from any prestigious power. I am just an alchemist who is by himself. And most of all, I love my empire the most, since my long-lost family had received a lot of grace from the revered ancestor." Damien paused for a moment and then sighed as he continued, "Hearing that the ancestor is dying, I couldn't help but feel that I should do something, otherwise our empire might be in danger. After all, as a physician who was brought up in this very empire, how can I not try to help the very person who sacrificed his blood and sweat for the prosperity of our empire? I hope my bullshit convinces her." Damien prayed inwardly. Lily's eyes flickered as she could feel the sincerity in Damien's voice to help her. So she thought that the reason he told was probably true to the last word and couldn't help but feel immense gratitude that there was at least a person like him who was concerned about her ancestor and prosperity of the empire. She still felt it hard to believe that things could be so easy when everything has been tough so far. But no matter how she thought, things couldn't get any worse. So she thought that the person sitting before her was probably heaven sent after listening to her prayers. Many notable doctors had already tried to treat the ancestor some time ago, but they all went back ashamed at themselves for being unable to cure him. Lily composed herself and said in a slightly stirred tone, "I really can't express in words how thankful I am for requesting to help our ancestor. I will talk with the ancestor and will send someone to tell you when he is ready to see you. That is fine, right?" Damien nodded, "Perfectly fine." It was still afternoon when Damien came out of the Imperial Palace. Phew, I hope Lily forgives me when this is all over. Damien felt bad he had to lie to Lily so blatantly, but he knew he had to do it for her. Damien actually was not really confident about healing the ancestor. He first wanted to find out what exactly the ancestor's condition is. If his injuries are more severe than imagined, Damien didn't know if he could concoct even a rank 5 pill within the given time. First of all, he needed at least low-level sky-grade medicinal herbs to concoct a rank 5 pill. Damien was now rich enough to buy plenty of medicinal herbs, including earth-grade ones. But if he wanted to buy at least a single sky-grade herb, he would have to pay a fortune, since the price gap between earth and sky-grade herbs was so astronomical that even large-sized families would rarely buy them. Damien had around 500,000 yellow spirit stones, but he would probably only be able to buy 2 or 3 low, or medium-level sky-grade herbs at most. However, he thought money won't be much of a problem, as all he has to do is just wait a bit till he earns more and then easily buy the required herbs. Thinking about these things, he walked towards his villa. But as he got closer and closer to his villa, he noticed that there was some kind of hullabaloo among people and dense crowds in the usually clear and spacious roads. He didn't understand what was going on for the people to cause such a commotion. He walked towards an old man standing nearby who was just spectating the commotion and asked, "Excuse me, do you happen to know what's with this crowd?" The old man assessed Damien from top to down and his eyes suddenly widened. "Yes, sir, are you Alchemist Azrael?" Damien nodded, not minding the surprise since he had become quite a celebrity in the Rome Imperial City, and people came to know about his appearance. "Then, by chance does your esteemed self not know that the Zeton Empire's envoy had come to visit you? Right now, they are waiting outside your villa for your return," the old man asked in a respectful tone. Damien was surprised as he didn't receive any message about any arrival of an envoy from the Zeton Empire. But then he remembered that there was a letter from the Alchemist Society lying on his letterbox, which he felt too lazy to pick up and read at that time. Damien then said thanks to the old man and somehow made his way to his villa. Since the people recognized him, they hurriedly made way for him, otherwise he would have gotten lost in the crowd. When he neared the gates of his villa, he saw the streets were filled with masses of people lifting their chin to look into the distance silently without any commotion, unlike how it was a bit farther away from his villa. Then when he got to the front, he was surprised to see a dignified and majestic cavalcade of 50 azure-plated armored men. Their set of armor had a square helm with a face guard shaped in the face of a dragon. Despite being surrounded by such a crowd, there was hardly much clamor as no one actually dared to shout or talk loudly. Even though the parade was simply stationary outside the gates, the people felt an unparalleled feeling of pressure which almost made their hearts jump out. Even ones who were proud of their strength and had enough guts only dared to secretly whisper. However, what caught Damien's attention was the golden dragon imperial chariot surrounded by a few dozen golden-attired bodyguards. There were silver curtains hanging over the windows, making one unable to see who was sitting inside. All this for sending an envoy? Is the envoy some kind of big shot? Or are they just trying to show off their power? Damien couldn't understand why the Zeton Empire sent such an ostentatious and exaggerated greeting just for him. He wondered whether the Zeton Empire wanted to show him how powerful they are and spark his curiosity to visit their empire. However, Damien had to admit he was impressed by their display and was indeed curious about their empire. But he broke away from his thoughts when he saw a man clad in dazzling golden robes with a handsome face and sky-blue hair getting off from an azure-maned horse, walking towards him with a reserved aura. He gave a light bow to Damien and said in a tone that was neither humble nor supercilious, "Greetings, Alchemist Azrael. We are accompanying our respected envoy sent by our Zeton Empire in order to express our admiration and have a few words with you. Our envoy was waiting for your return, so if you currently have no customers to tend to, would you mind having a word with our envoy?" Damien was impressed with the bearings of the man before him as he didn't even show an ounce of arrogance, despite coming from such an exalted empire. Seems like I underestimated my own worth. However, Damien knew that it's because of the importance the Zeton Empire is giving him. Damien nodded, "Sure, I am ready to meet your envoy." Just like the crowd behind him, Damien was also curious who this envoy might be for them to send 50 armed soldiers to escort an envoy. Compared to Zeton Empire's display, the display of Gale and Lancaster Empire was a far cry, or they just didn't take as much effort as the Zeton Empire. The golden-robed man nodded and gave a polite smile. He then went back to the golden chariot and slowly opened the door. Damien's gaze focused on the door in anticipation of who it might be. Chapter 79. As the door opened, Damien saw a silver-colored pencil skirt as the figure's feet touched the ground. Then as the curtains parted, he had a blinking expression on his face as he saw the figure's face. A girl? The girl looked about 18 to 19 years old, and was wearing a silver-draped dress with exquisite patterns that matched well with her luminous skin and made her look as radiant as a fairy. Her sapphire hair that fountained down her back like a waterfall contrasted well with her dress. But Damien's attention was lured by her azure-blue eyes, which were as blue as the midwinter sky and as clear as water. When she stepped out from the chariot and her figure completely came into view, she gave a faint smile to Damien. Seeing her smile and face, Damien felt that she seemed as beautiful and refreshing as the glimmering sea. When did this continent have two beauties? Damien thought that Lily was the #1 beauty in this continent. But now another one was standing before him. He couldn't tell which one was more beautiful since both had their unique beauty and aura around them. But he felt a faint otherworldly aura when he looked at her eyes, which he had no doubt would make everyone else feel inferior. Even the most arrogant men in the world would feel unworthy when they meet her gaze. He then heard the whispers of the people behind his back, "Oh my god, what a heavenly beauty. Isn't she Princess Reva of the Zeton Empire, titled as the Ethereal Fairy? Wait, how do you know for sure that's her? She hadn't made an appearance for 15 years. Don't you remember 15 years ago that there were rumors of the Zeton Empire's princess having a face as beautiful as a fairy's and sapphire hair even though she was just a child at that time? She was then titled as the Ethereal Fairy not only because of her beauty but because of her rumored heavenly talent in water laws. It was said that when she became sad there was a heavy downpour and even the normally tranquil sea became restless. Even though these are only rumors, her water elemental seed must be the real deal. But why did she not make any appearance for 15 years? Alchemist Azrael? A silvery voice vaulted Damien's focus from the whispers behind him to the girl in front of him. The girl had a puzzled look since Damien did not say anything for a while, nor could she see his unfocused expression before because of his disguise. She thought he was entranced by her beauty just as any other men and had quite gotten used to such reactions. Damien had no idea why he was so curious to listen to the gossip between people behind him. His gaze focused on the girl in front of him and said in a formal tone, "Hello, I am Alchemist Azrael. May I know who you are?" The girl gave a civil smile and said, "I am Princess Reva Zeton of the Zeton Empire. You can call me Lady Zeton. It's a pleasure to meet you, Alchemist Azrael. Can we go inside and talk?" Damien gestured with his hand, "Of course, let's go inside." Reva turned back and said to the handsome golden-robed man, "You all can wait here. I will be back shortly. But, Your Highness, I know how to take care of myself, Elder Zamir." Reva said with a mild smile, but her tone was firm and authoritative. Elder Zamir gave a 30-degree bow and said in a deferential tone, "As you wish, Your Highness." He then moved back towards the entourage. "Elder? This dude is an elder?" Damien exclaimed inwardly. Damien knew he couldn't be a prince since they would be sitting inside the chariot and not riding the horse that was drawing the chariot. But he still didn't expect him to be an elder since he had never seen a young one. Whenever Damien heard the word elder, he would imagine at least a man in his 40s or above. But the person who was known as Elder Zamir only looked in his 30s with a chevron mustache. And his eyes were sky blue just as his hair, unlike Reva's azure eyes. Damien decided to think about those things later and led Reva into his villa. In the guest room, Reva took a quick look around as Damien prepared some ready-made tea. He then offered one cup and took another for himself. Reva didn't say anything and simply took a sip from the cup. This tea has a refreshing and flowery taste. I have never tasted such an exotic tea made using earth-grade herbs. Usually one couldn't even achieve such taste unless they at least use low-level sky-grade herbs. I guess the rumors do well, as this itself speaks a lot about your abilities. Reva said in a courteous tone. Damien was surprised she was able to tell the quality of the herbs he used. Damien said in a formal tone, I am pleased you liked it. As for my abilities, I am sure your empire must have already received the supreme tier pills I had concocted. Reva nodded and said, of course, we don't doubt your ability. Before I say anything else, I am sure you know the reason we are here. I also know you rejected the Gale Empire and the Lancaster Empire to have any sort of dealings with them. To be honest, I don't know whether you would also reject us, and we won't mind even if you do, as it's all up to you. But before you say your answer, I want to frankly ask you, what do you seek by being an alchemist? If you tell me, at least we will know what we are falling short of if you reject us. Wow, she is so direct and quite clever. Damien was surprised that Reva was the kind of person who talked straight to the point without wasting any time. He was impressed that instead of showering him with enticing offers, she basically asked him what he needed. And if he wanted to reject her, he would have to come up with some extravagant excuse which even the exalted Zeton Empire wouldn't be able to fulfill for him. But Damien didn't worry about that, since he already decided to go to Zeton Empire a long time ago. Damien said in a solemn tone, I seek to be the greatest alchemist in this world. Over the years, I have struggled and sacrificed a lot to become the person I am now. My interest in alchemy peaked when I felt that I have reached a bottleneck in my ethereal cultivation. Even though I don't possess fire laws, I worked hard to increase my inferior soul cultivation and manifest an etheric flame. But never did I expect that I had the ability to concoct supreme tier pills. As if I felt a calling, I joined the Alchemist Society in order to give back to the society. So, I would be happy to visit the Zeton Empire and broaden my horizons. I feel that only that way would I be able to find the true purpose of my calling. Reva's eyes flashed when she heard that Damien was willing to visit her empire. She actually expected him to come to their empire, since he had already joined the Alchemist Society. If he wasn't and wanted to simply stay in the Rogue Empire, why would he even associate himself with the Zeton Empire? But hearing that Damien rejected the other two empires even though he could actually benefit from all the empires if he wanted, puzzled her a bit. However, now that she heard from Damien personally that he was interested in their Zeton Empire, she felt that her job was done. Reva gave a vague smile as she said, Great, I am proud that you have such a high opinion of our empire. Since you are even a part of our Alchemist Society as a talented rank for alchemist, rest assured we would make you feel at home when you visit our empire. By chance, have you planned a date to visit our empire, so that we can arrange things for you? Damien shook his head, sorry, but I can't provide an exact date now. However, you can expect me to visit within a month after I finish up my business here. Reva nodded with a smile, of course, you can take your time. It would be our pleasure to have you, and we would be awaiting your arrival. Chapter 80. It was evening when finally the streets had quieted down, and the crowd of people had dispersed to mind their own business since the delegates from the Zeton Empire had already left. Meanwhile, Damien was deep in thought in his villa when Luna came out of her shard of essence and appeared beside him. I can't believe what I just saw. Luna said while shaking her head. What do you mean? Damien asked as he narrowed his eyes. The girl you just met had a divine soul essence. Well, her soul as a whole is not completely divine yet, not even at the false divinity level, but with time as her cultivation increases, so will her divinity. Luna said as her eyes sparkled. No wonder, she seemed a bit otherworldly. Damien mused. Wait, are you telling me she is kind of a goddess or something? Damien said with a blinking expression. Foot, goddess my foot. She is just a mortal in every sense, but it seems like somebody bestowed her with most of their divinity since they must be dying. Now everything makes sense. Damien didn't understand completely what was going on and asked, what makes sense? Luna smiled whimsically. Why do you think this whole continent seems like the only world for these people, and why no one can ever leave this place? Damien shook his head as Luna continued, HMPH, it seems like somebody sealed the whole continent, but the seal is so weak that even a false divinity could easily break through it. I think we will find the answers we need in the Zeton Empire itself. Wow, I knew it. That this continent couldn't be the only place in this world. So it means there's probably a god residing in the Zeton Empire? Damien cocked his head and asked. Maybe that's why the Zeton Empire is so powerful. Damien felt that things were making sense now. But he didn't understand how a god ended up in such a lowly plane. Lily pinched her chin, a god? Based on the divinity I sense from the girl, I think it's a god way weaker than me. But I don't think that God possesses any strength or much divinity now and is probably dying, since it basically transferred a majority of its soul essence to that girl. Otherwise, this lowly plane would shake like a leaf if there was a divine presence, and I would have obviously noticed it. Phew, now I have to even take in account of a possible god. Why are things only getting more difficult? Damien sighed as he didn't expect the Zeton Empire to house a god. Even if Luna said the god had most probably lost all divinity, it was still a god. He suddenly felt disheartened thinking whether he would be able to pull off his plans within these 2 years. What if the god decided to interfere in his plans or protected the Zeton Empire? Would he be able to go against a god with his current measly prowess? He asked Luna with a weary expression, what is the cultivation level of that girl? Luna smiled, she's at the 3rd level of the sky ethereal realm. Damien literally felt like fainting on the floor. Not even Earth ethereal realm, but even a whole realm beyond that. What a terrifying fairy. Seems like things are not simple. However, Damien felt that behind the polite expression of Reva, he noticed a distant and cool wall of sea that hid away her true emotions. Then, what about that Elder Zamir dude who looked as if nothing could faze him? He's at the 5th level of the Heaven ethereal realm. Luna said with an amused expression, seeing Damien's shock. Heaven ethereal realm? The legendary realm where one would be able to even fly. What the hell, no wonder there is such a tremendous power difference between the Rome Empire and the Zeton Empire. Damien nodded to himself. If he could fly, then why the heck did he ride a horse? Damien wondered whether the poor guy was forced to ride a horse in order to escort the princess or if he wanted to look good riding a horse. But if even the cultivation of an elder from their imperial family is at the heaven ethereal realm, then how strong would the Emperor of Zeton Empire be? Damien couldn't imagine what the power levels of the strongest person in the Zeton Empire would be. I knew that the Zeton Empire couldn't be simple, but I never expected them to hold such secrets. Who knows how many more surprising things they have in store. Damien sighed as he closed his eyes thinking about various things. Luna didn't say anything but simply had a playful smile on her face, looking at Damien to see how he's going to take into account all these new variables. A few moments later Damien slowly opened his eyes as a determined expression formed on his face. It doesn't matter at all. He mumbled. He then looked at Luna and said, you said that God is weaker than you and probably doesn't even have much divinity left, right? Then I guess I would still have a chance. And if that God did really have any power left, then why is the Zeton Empire not conquering the whole continent? No matter how dignified they are, having more power would only increase their greed, especially when they are interested in marrying Lily into their imperial family. I think there are some things I am missing out on and I need to get inside their empire to have a clear understanding of the situation. Luna raised one of her eyebrows and said, "Aho? Ignore the God for now. There would be plenty of Sky Ethereal Realm and Heaven Ethereal Realm practitioners standing in your way. With your current strength, you would simply get blown away just by their sneeze. Do you have any plan to not get crushed like an ant in an unknown place?" Damien smirked. What do you take me for? I don't plan to simply take them head on with my current strength. Right now I don't have much idea about the Zeton Empire. But I will slowly try to enter their ranks as a genius first and then destroy them from within. A cold grin formed on his face as he said the last part. In order to help Lily, Damien wouldn't mind if he had to destroy all three empires since they were basically the ones tormenting Lily. Just because they had the power to bully the Rome Empire doesn't mean Damien would let them take away Lily. HMPH, your so-called plans are well and good as long as you don't get yourself killed. The last thing this goddess wants is her soul to dissipate. Even Luna was a little concerned how Damien was going to face off against such powerful enemies within 2 years. But somehow she had faith that Damien would be able to pull it off. Asterisk ring. Asterisk suddenly a ring sounded in Damien's villa. Now who wants to see me? I thought I had already put up an announcement saying I won't be accepting any customers today. Damien opened the door and was surprised to see a face he didn't expect to see. Oswin Roan? Oswin Roan gave an amiable smile and said, "Greetings, Alchemist Azrael. I am Court Master Oswin Roan. Princess Lily had sent me to inform you that the ancestor is ready to meet you." You mean now? Damien was surprised that Lily had quickly arranged such a meeting. He at most expected it to be tomorrow. Yes, or is it inconvenient for you now? He asked politely. No, let's go then. Chapter 81. Damien was inside the Imperial Palace as Oswin Roan led him down a narrow passage and a huge hall came into sight. There were slender braziers half encompassing each of the 10 huge marble statues, lighting up the hall and allowing shadows to play and dance where light cannot reach. The illustration of the Rome Empire's insignia on the terraced ceiling danced in the flickering light, while memorials and carved images looked down upon the floor made from blue spirit stones. Wow, blue spirit stones, I guess the Rome Empire must have been really prosperous centuries ago. No wonder the ethereal air in this hall seems more refreshing and vitalizing. Damien was impressed with the surroundings of the hall that seemed to have remained untouched for thousands of years, giving off an antiquated aura. He speculated that this hall must be where the ancestor usually cultivated. Even he was tempted to try cultivating a bit with such quality of ethereal air permeating the hall. As they walked further in, a door came into sight and he could see Lily waiting in front of the door. Lily smiled seeing the two. "Good afternoon, Alchemist Azrael. I am glad you took time off from your busy schedule to come here in such a short notice. Please do tell us if we can repay you in any way." Damien waved his hand. "Having an opportunity to meet the revered ancestor itself is an honor for me. But if your highness is insisting to repay me, I suppose you wouldn't mind if I can get a certain low-level sky-grade herb." Damien didn't want them to get too suspicious of his free treatment, so he thought of requesting something which isn't too expensive nor too cheap. After all, in this world, it is every man for himself. Especially people who are at the top of the food chain aren't magnanimous enough to offer their services for free. Lily didn't even hesitate and said with a hint of excitement in her tone, "Sure, it won't be a problem. Shall we, then?" She gestured to Damien to enter. But suddenly Luna's voice sounded in his mind. "I will alter your cultivation aura to that of a Heaven Ethereal Realm practitioner, because the one called the ancestor inside that room is at the profound ethereal realm." Behind his blurry face, Damien's eyes widened, but he didn't give out any other reactions. He knew why Luna masked his cultivation aura to that of a Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator, since it would be extremely suspicious for him to have a cultivation level which even the ancestor couldn't see through. He had also previously guessed that Luna must have altered his cultivation level to that of a Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator, when he was standing before Elder Zamir from the Zeton Empire, which was the reason why Elder Zamir was a little apprehensive when Reva wanted to talk with Damien alone. As he walked behind Lily and entered the door, he still couldn't believe there existed a profound Ethereal Realm cultivator in the Rome Empire. But it all made sense since he thought how the ancestor was able to keep the other three empires at bay. As soon as they got inside, Damien saw an elderly man in a grey robe leaning on an imperial bed at first glance. Lily had told him that the ancestor was born around 400 to 500 years ago, and with the cultivation of profound ethereal realm, he could live up to 1,000 years. So, seeing the ancestor look like an old man, with an anemic complexion and a wan face, he knew it was not a simple injury at all. He was sure many reputed doctors from the Rome Empire or even doctors from other empires must have tried to treat the ancestor. But obviously they all failed. Despite how weak he looked, a warm and affectionate smile appeared on the pale face of the old man as soon as he saw Lily enter. "Grandpa." Lily's heart ached seeing that her ancestor's complexion had worsened a bit than before. She hurriedly rushed towards the bed and asked worriedly, "Are you not feeling better?" The ancestor chuckled and looked at Lily affectionately. "My child, I am fine, trust me." He looked behind Lily and asked, "Is this the person you brought with you?" The ancestor was not in fact her grandfather, but he had told Lily to call him as one since he doted on her like a loving grandfather. Damien was not that surprised since he knew the ancestor was probably fond of Lily, seeing how he didn't give her up for marriage. But he wondered why the ancestor was not undergoing any medical treatment to prolong his life. Even if one's condition was very serious, one could try to buy a little more time by relying on precious medicine. Oswin Roan was staying silent behind Damien in a respectful pose. Despite the position he holds, he was always deferential and respected the ancestor. Lily took a quick glance at Damien and said, "Yes, Grandpa. He is the recently famous alchemist Azrael who is able to concoct the mythical supreme tier pills. He may be able to help you, and it's rumored that his medical skills are unparalleled. So, please let him have a look at you." Lily knew that her ancestor had actually refused any kind of treatment for the past few years, saying that no medicine can cure him. But this time the ancestor gave in to Lily since it was the first time he saw her being so insistent, and also because he was curious to see the alchemist who could concoct supreme tier pills. After all, he had lived for centuries and knew how supreme tier pills were a myth. The ancestor's gaze fell upon Damien, and it made Damien feel as if he was laid bare open in front of him, and felt a slight invisible pressure. But the faint pressure disappeared as soon as it came, as the ancestor removed his gaze from Damien with a faint smile on his face. "Meeting powerhouses ain't simple." Damien sighed inwardly. The ancestor sighed at Lily and said with a gentle smile, "Okay, I will give one last chance to myself." Lily looked at Damien and gestured to him that he could proceed. Damien went forward and cupped his hands. "Alchemist Azrael, pays his respects to your esteemed self." The ancestor gave her amazed look. So you are the genius alchemist who shook the whole continent recently. I have heard a lot of rumors about you from Lily itself, trying to convince me to let you treat me. I never thought my empire had such a powerful and talented alchemist. I am really surprised I never met such a genius like you during my young days. You were able to concoct the mythical supreme tier pills that no one in the world, not even the Zeton Empire, could achieve. Simply astonishing. Oswin Roan's brows raised momentarily when he heard the ancestor say that Damien was powerful. After all, even with his 5th level sky ethereal realm cultivation, he was unable to see through Damien. Now he even started to speculate that Damien must be at least at the heaven ethereal realm for even the ancestor to hold him in such high regard. Damien replied in a respectful tone, "Your Highness flatters me too much. I am where I am now only because of fortuitous encounters and my hardened will." Lily was a bit surprised hearing Damien being so self-effacing, since she heard rumors about how alchemist Azrael was a proud and aloof person who wasn't that keen in exchanging pleasantries. Damien had a favorable opinion of the ancestor so far and truly respected him, seeing how much he cared about Lily. He was now more determined to somehow heal the ancestor. The ancestor's expression didn't change as he said, "Still, to achieve your current prowess is not something anyone can do, especially without having the right backing and resources." He looked at Lily and said with a soft smile, "Why don't you and Oswin Roan wait outside while I let alchemist Azrael treat me?" Lily was surprised and wondered why the ancestor wanted to be left alone with alchemist Azrael. She hesitated and was about to say something but stopped herself when she saw how the ancestor was adamant about what he said. Lily nodded, and slowly walked past Damien towards the door, and Oswin Roan also didn't say anything since he knew the ancestor won't do or say anything without reason. Damien was a bit surprised at the turn of events. He was thinking whether they were confident of leaving the ancestor alone with him because of how powerful he is. As the doors closed behind him, the ancestor's gaze focused on Damien as an inscrutable smile emerged on his face. Oh shit. Chapter 82. So, when I said before I was really astounded, I wasn't joking. For you to be able to fool all these experts around the palace and even kill disciples from our imperial ethereal court, I should say that you are not a simple boy, isn't that right, Damien? The ancestor said as his lips closed into a firm line. Damien frowned as he quickly glanced around the room for a possible exit. Relax, I won't do anything to you. In fact, I know you don't hold malicious intentions towards Lily or our own empire. The ancestor said calmly, trying to relax Damien as he saw him get tensed. Damien knew something was off when the ancestor told everyone to go out, and the smile he had on his face. He couldn't understand how the ancestor found him out. Damien lowered his hood as he knew that the ancestor wouldn't do anything to him, and besides he couldn't possibly struggle against a powerhouse like him even if he wanted to. The ancestor saw Damien's young and stunningly handsome face and was yet again shocked, inwardly wondering how someone as young and weak as him was able to pull off astonishing feats. Before we talk, why don't you have a seat here? I don't want a reputed alchemist like you to stand the whole time. The ancestor said in a slightly sarcastic tone. Damien sighed and pulled up a chair towards the bed and sat on it. He asked as he narrowed his brows, "How did your highness know?" The ancestor gave a soft chuckle as he said, "It didn't take much. I already kept an eye on you when Lily brought you here. It was the first time she had ever brought anybody home, and the way she treated you was not like a servant at all. I had to make sure you didn't have any bad designs on Lily. But later she herself told me that she found her childhood friend, that is, you, and she even asked me if I knew any way to fix your crippled ethereal core points." The ancestor paused as he shook his head and continued, "I wanted to inspect your ethereal core points, but I couldn't believe it when I wasn't able to see through you, a crippled boy, even with my spiritual perception. It immediately raised a lot of questions in my head, but I still didn't probe you forcefully in order to not frighten you. After all, I have seen that you care for Lily and even made an oath to help her. The last thing I wanted is to scare away the only person who wanted to help her." The ancestor genuinely didn't want to frighten Damien, since he knew how much frightening potential Damien had, and the way Lily talked about him only made him smile inwardly, thinking about certain things. In his perspective, no one in the world could ever match the heights Damien could reach, not even the top genius youngsters from the Zeton Empire. And of course in his mind, there can't be a better match than Damien for Lily. But Damien had no idea that he was being evaluated by the ancestor as a potential marriage partner for Lily. Damien narrowed his eyes as he felt that he was stupid and careless to not think that someone with a superior cultivation could have been spying on him. Luna's voice sounded in his mind, "I guess this is not because of your carelessness, as there is nothing you can do if a powerhouse was keeping an eye on you right from the start. You couldn't possibly conceal yourself from his superior soul cultivation. A casual sweep of his spiritual perception is enough to spot you and even cover a 10,000 kilometers radius. Damien was shocked when he heard that the ancestor's spiritual perception range had a radius of 10,000 kilometers. He now felt that it made sense because there is no way he could detect the spiritual perception from someone with superior soul cultivation. Luna could only warn him if someone forcefully probed him or if someone continuously had Damien under their spiritual perception. But other than that, she would be anyways asleep most of the time and wouldn't strain herself out by spreading her spiritual perception all the time. After all, her soul plane is fragmented and wouldn't be able to make use even a millionth of her true spiritual perception ability. Even the reason she was able to detect the seal around the continent was because Damien had visited the outer regions of the dark forest located near the ocean. But Damien still felt disgruntled that he was found out. The ancestor chuckled, guessing what was going through Damien's mind. You might feel angry at me for keeping an eye on you, but for Lily I had no choice but to look into you. She had gone through enough suffering in her life and I don't want her to suffer more. I noticed that after she took you in, she was more cheerful and happy instead of the usual gloomy aura around her. And I know you must have had a valid reason for the death of the 4 disciples from our Imperial Ethereal Court, isn't that right? Damien saw the penetrating gaze of the ancestor, but he didn't draw back his gaze and replied in a candid tone. They tried to take something that belonged to me. The ancestor heaved a sigh and said in a world-weary tone, in this world, everyday practitioners die even for petty things, and this scenario is even more exaggerated in the dark forest. I never expected the standards of our Imperial Ethereal Court to go down to such an extent. I guess gone were the days when the disciples were extremely disciplined and hardworking without meddling themselves in petty matters. He continued as he said in a cautionary tone, and one of the disciples you killed is a relative of an eminent practitioner from the Gale Empire known as the Typhoon Lord. Even 1 or 2 centuries ago, he was quite famous for his talent in wind laws when he was in his teens during that time. So, you have to be careful as it is his grandson you killed and probably he won't take it lightly. Not that he really cares, but for the sake of his reputation. Damien nodded and said in a confident tone, I thank your highness for the warning, but rest assured I don't plan on getting caught. The ancestor smiled and looked at Damien as he squinted his eyes. I suppose you won't tell me how you managed to do these astonishing things. Like being able to kill someone even a whole realm stronger than you, or how you are able to concoct the mythical supreme tier pills that no one in the history of this world had ever been able to do. Or how did you manage to keep your cultivation level hidden or alter it? Damien smiled. Well, let's just say I have divine level talent. The ancestor laughed. Of course, people will think that your absurd talent can explain your ridiculous combat prowess, and maybe even your ability to concoct supreme tier pills. And let's say you somehow came upon a heavenly treasure that could even mask your cultivation level from someone like me. But how do you explain the ability to fake one's cultivation level? Sure, there are treasures one can use to lower their ethereal aura, but not to increase it. Your ethereal cultivation is just at the nascent ethereal realm, but you somehow made it look like you were at the heaven ethereal realm. Don't worry, I won't probe into your secrets no matter how curious I am, since the well-being of Lily is more important to me than my curiosity. But be careful next time, since not everybody would be willing to let go of such an abnormality like me. Thank you, your highness. I will keep that in mind. Coming to business, can I check on your condition? Damien asked straight to the point. He felt uneasy being probed any further by the seemingly all-knowing old man before him. Chapter 83. Ho ho, I don't want you to get disappointed in your own skills since my condition is impossible to cure. Actually, if I do take any medical treatments it would simply aggravate my condition. So, there is no need for you to take any trouble. I simply wanted to see you because of how close you were to Lily. Her face just lights up whenever she talks about you and even praises your sword skills to the extreme. Most of all, I thank you for her when even her own family only causes her misery. The ancestor said in a plain tone, but in his eyes, there were flickers of various emotions. Damien was surprised that a powerhouse like him was looking at him in such high regard. He could see how much the ancestor cared for Lily, and he knew the ancestor probably didn't even have to thank anyone in his time as an ancestor before. Your highness doesn't have to thank me for anything. As her friend, the least I can do is to help her. So, please allow me to still check up on your condition. Maybe you never know, I could be of some help. Damien said in a sincere tone. Cough, cough. The ancestor suddenly coughed up blood and Damien's brows knit together, realizing that probably the ancestor does not have much time left. He knew the ancestor must have been holding up blood in his lungs for some time to not alarm Lily. The ancestor sighed, fine. But don't tell Lily about my condition. I don't want her to worry anymore. I have never seen her smile genuinely for the past few years till she met you. And I would not like to see that smile disappear. She has been like a granddaughter to me and I have watched her grow all these years. Even her father was like a son to me, but I failed to protect him. I have never been more disappointed in myself. The ancestor had a rigid expression, as his eyes crinkled, thinking about how even with all his power he fell for vicious schemes because of his greed. Damien saw how the ancestor's expression changed when he talked about Lily's father. Seems like Lily's father's death wasn't simple. Damien nodded. Of course, this will stay between us. I also only wish for her happiness. The ancestor gave an approving look at Damien and smiled with a veiled expression. Damien didn't tarry any longer and proceeded to examine the ancestor as he asked, Your Highness, I am going to use my ethereal energy to inspect your internal organs. Please do not resist. Damien wanted to send in his ethereal energy to examine the ancestor's body, and usually one would only let people whom they trust let them infuse their ethereal energy into one's body. The ancestor nodded. Of course, go ahead and try your best. Even if you find it impossible to treat, there is no need to feel bad. Your intention to help me itself is more than enough. Damien immediately sent a strand of his ethereal energy into the ancestor's body as it flowed through his internal organs. It didn't take much long as Damien opened his eyes with a thoughtful expression. Well, it's as hopeless as I said, right? No need to worry about it too much, I have long accepted my fate. The ancestor said with a pronounced sigh. Damien slowly looked at the ancestor and asked, Your Highness, who poisoned you with such frightening poison? Damien was shocked to find that the ancestor's internal organs had been eroding away slowly due to a strange poison in his body that seemed to be eating away at his vitality. The ancestor then said with a rueful smile, The whole continent might look up to the Zeton Empire as the greatest and most exalted empire of all times. But only I have experienced their malicious schemes firsthand. In fact, their schemes run back centuries ago when our Rome Empire first fell from its height of prosperity and grace. The Gale Empire is also in cahoots with them. Only the Lancaster Empire seems to not involve themselves in any underhanded schemes as far as I know. Damien narrowed his eyes. Your Highness meant to say that centuries ago, it was not some natural disaster that wreaked havoc upon our Rome Empire? The ancestor said in a tone filled with pride, 500 years ago, our empire may not have been the strongest, but it was the most prosperous empire with how rich and fertile our lands were. Zeton Empire was still known for its strength, but that's all they had. People from various lands would visit our empire and even brag about it. But it all came to an end when the Zeton Empire and the Gale Empire joined hands to set off a disaster from within our empire through some means to steal our rich deposits of blue spirit stone. The deposits were huge enough that it could sustain an empire for thousands of years. Towards the end of his sentence, a resentful glint flashed through his eyes. Damien was a bit surprised that these distinguished empires would be so underhanded to steal the precious resources of another empire. He then speculated that maybe that is how they were able to maintain their standing to date. No matter how dignified they show themselves to be, in the end, they are just lowly dogs. Whatever admiration Damien had for these empires instantly vanished. He knew that every empire would have corruption and petty schemes. But he never expected them to be so greedy, especially the Zeton Empire when they even have a supposed god residing in their lands. Damien didn't say anything as the ancestor continued. We could only watch helplessly as it was too late when we found out. But we couldn't even call out on their schemes unless we wanted an all-out war to break out. We could only swallow our anger and stay silent to survive, because of which it was only recorded as a natural disaster in the history books. That was centuries ago, and after that, they didn't even bother themselves with our weakened empire. But when Lily was born and the rumors spread about her special constitution, it all began once over again. Even all three empires got restless, but they still held themselves back because of me, and Lily's father, who was an eminent genius during his time. They only politely asked for Lily's hand in marriage, to which obviously Lily's father Roland refused. We both didn't want to force anything upon Lily and wanted to let her find and marry the person she loves. The ancestor paused for a moment and said with his head down, it was 10 years after Lily was born when the Zeton Empire requested me and Roland to join them for an expedition in an unknown land in their empire where there could be many precious resources yet to be discovered. We were suspicious why they wanted both of our help when they had their own experts. But they said they wanted the required manpower to fully explore the unknown area, as it was quite big, and we could also get to keep whatever we find. As we didn't find anything else suspicious, I was blinded by greed, thinking about the potential gains we could have to sustain our weak empire, and even decided to ignore my hatred for the time being. But only when we entered that unknown land did we find that it was all a trap to kill both of us. The ancestor had a woeful expression as he continued, but it was too late and Roland sacrificed himself to protect me from a strange venomous plant that filled the air around it with enough toxicity to even kill heaven ethereal realm experts within minutes. But I was exposed to it for a short moment and it reduced me to my current state. Rage coursed through my veins, making me want to go on a rampage, but Roland's final words held me back, telling me to look after and protect Lily. I had to return to our empire with my head down, unable to let out my anger even when the emperor of our empire died. Yet again I had to close my eyes and stay silent to prevent any war. The more he heard, the more Damien felt that these so-called exalted empires were even worse than the lowliest of the animals. So, they planned to kill your highness and Lily's father to pressure our Rome Empire to give Lily up for marriage, and came up with this ridiculous plan of holding a tournament to prevent any fights between them on who gets the girl. Damien said in a scornful tone. The ancestor coldly harumphed and said in a resolute tone, they can only dream about it. As long as there's a breath left in me, I won't let anyone marry her against her will, especially the descendants of those despicable dogs. Damien was silent for a while and then said with a serious expression, Your Highness, the reason you refused any treatment was because any medicine you took only aggravated the leftover poison. Am I right? The ancestor nodded. That's right. I have never seen or heard about such a menacing poison before, and even the most prominent doctors could only shake their heads upon examining my condition. I bet even the Zeton Empire doesn't have a cure for it, and even if they had, they obviously wouldn't leak any rumors about it. Damien then said with a smile, What if I tell your highness that not all hope is lost? Chapter 84. Damien decided to help the ancestor, seeing how he was the kind of man who cared about his own family more rather than the kind of man who would do anything to keep their empire safe. If the ancestor was concerned about the safety of the empire and his own, he would have long given up Lily for marriage to any one of the other empires and even rake in some benefits for himself. Instead, he was ready to sacrifice his own life for Lily, just like how a loving grandfather would for their grandchildren. A few moments ago, Damien mentally conversed with Luna. You can remove the poison essence from his body, right? Luna said in a dismissive tone, no need to even think about it. I am not going to heal some random old man and deplete my precious soul essence, when one could simply heal him with a supreme tier peak grade rank 6 pill. Besides, you know, even if I simply remove the poison essence, his internal organs have already been seriously damaged and can only be healed with a supreme tier rank 6 pill. Rank 6? I have to struggle to concoct even rank 4 pills. How do you expect me to concoct a rank 6 pill? Besides, it's tough to find high-level sky-grade herbs in the market. Damien simply wanted to try his luck and see if Luna would heal the ancestor, but as expected she didn't even hesitate to say no. But he didn't expect her to talk about a rank 6 healing pill when she clearly knew he wouldn't be able to concoct them now. He knew she was talking about the Heaven Healing Pill, which is an extremely rare peak grade rank 6 pill. However, he was aware that it was not even present in the current market, since it would instantly get sold, and would rarely pop up in the market every 3 years. Besides, even if he could buy, it wouldn't be a supreme tier pill which is necessary to heal the ancestor, and he would also need to make a small change in the medical formula to accommodate the strange factor of his injuries. Otherwise, it would simply aggravate his injuries. In other words, he would need to find that Angel's Bone flower, which is infamous for the extreme poison essence it holds. However, Damien hypothesized that its medical essence could be used to heal any long-term sequelae of poisoned injuries, and also could act as a replacement for the peak-level sky-grade herb that should be originally used as an ingredient to concoct the pill. But the problem was that there was none in the market and is only located in the deepest regions of the dark forest, where even most experts don't return alive once they enter those regions. It was a peak-level sky-grade flower that is even tough to find in other empires. Coincidentally, the flower blooms during this time of the year and there would only be a single one. HMPH, of course, you can't. I never said you have to concoct them. But there is someone who can do it for a certain price. Luna said in an amused tone. What do you want? Damien wasn't surprised Luna was able to concoct pills, and in fact, he suspected it all along since the day he first talked about concocting pills. He knew with her shard of essence she could easily manipulate the medical essences of the herbs and use them to concoct a pill of any rank. I want you to obtain the crimson berry. Luna said casually. That is a peak-level sky-grade fruit with rich spiritual essence. So that's how you plan to compensate for the consumption of your precious soul essence. Do you really have to drive such a hard bargain? Damien asked wryly. He knew that the crimson berry was also located at the innermost regions of the dark forest, and was rumored to be located at a place fraught with danger. He didn't even know if he could survive in those regions. He could only bet on his ethereal arts and wits to make it out of there alive. HMPH, every tiny fraction of this goddess essence is more precious than you can imagine. You can decide if you want to accept my deal or not. Besides, I think you should just give up on healing him since it's not worth risking your life. Luna was hoping that Damien would get discouraged instead of venturing into the dark forest in search of these herbs. But Damien said in a determined tone, fine. I will collect both these herbs and somehow make it back. Are you dumb? Never mind. Luna sighed seeing how resolute Damien was in his decision and felt that it was a bad idea she even proposed a deal in the first place. She offered the deal only because she didn't want him getting any crazier ideas. She couldn't understand why he would go so far for a childhood friend. She thought that if she was in Damien's place, she would simply take advantage of Lily's kindness for her own benefit and wouldn't care whether she gets sold off as a political tool or not. Damien looked at the ancestor and smiled as he asked, what if I tell your highness that not all hope is lost? The ancestor sighed and said, look Damien, I know you mean well, but it's fine, there's nothing more that can be done. Even if your highness hasn't tried taking a supreme tier heaven healing pill? Damien asked. The ancestor's eyes flashed, what, that is not possible. With your soul cultivation, how could you possibly even concoct a rank 6 pill? Damien's lips curved up as he said, why don't your highness let me worry about that? You said you were astonished by many things I did. So you can consider this one also as one. The ancestor's eyes squinted and inwardly he was dying to know how Damien was able to do these impossible things. But he knew for the sake of Lily he can't make things difficult for Damien. He had already paid a heavy price for his greed once and he for sure was determined not to make that same mistake twice. Besides he already admired Damien after interacting with him and looked at him in a favorable light. He sighed and said, but no matter what you do, remember that your life is more important than anything else. Don't get yourself in dangerous situations or face people you can't handle. I don't want Lily crying again if something happened to her only friend. She already lost her father because of my negligence and I don't want anything happening to you because of me as well. Even in this empire, you can't trust anybody else other than Lily, especially the Empress. I hope you know that. Damien nodded, of course, I know that the Empress is the one making things tough for Lily. But why don't your highness do anything about her? He asked though he had an idea of the reason. The ancestor scoffed, it's not because I don't want to do anything about her, but because ironically she is the reason we can buy some time for now. Surely just like others, she is waiting for my demise so that she could finally have full control of this empire. But she is a careful one and even persuaded the other empires to keep the tournament after 2 years when I may not even be alive anymore. If I remove or kill her right now, the empire would only destabilize and weaken further since she has the support of major families. I just don't want things to get any worse. Damien nodded in understanding as he guessed the reason to be somewhat like that. Damien said in an earnest tone as he got up, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. I don't want to keep Lily waiting. I will be back when I am ready to cure your highness. Chapter 85. As Damien got outside the room, he saw Lily hurrying towards him. Alchemist's Rail, how is it? She anxiously asked. Damien said plainly, it is not beyond hope. I just need some time to prepare myself and I would also be giving you a list of sky-grade herbs I need to concoct the necessary pill. Lily's expression became radiant as she smiled, sure, thank you Alchemist's Rail. I can't put into enough words how thankful I am. Lily gave a slight bow to Damien as she finished her sentence. As an imperial princess, her status is officially way above Damien, but due to the gratitude she felt, she couldn't help but respect the only one who didn't say they were helpless to cure her ancestor. Damien was a bit taken aback by seeing Lily bowing to him. He cleared his throat and said in a plain tone, please no need for all that, your highness. I am already getting paid for my job and it's my honor to treat the revered ancestor. Lily smiled as she nodded. She turned to Oswin Roam who was standing behind her and said, Courtmaster Oswin, can you see to it that Alchemist's Rail gets all the things he needs? Oswin Roam nodded, of course, your highness. I will personally see to it that I can procure the herbs he needs. Damien was back in his villa thinking about his next moves. He was thinking whether he should go to collect those herbs in the dark forest after the end of Lily's training or before that. He even had no idea if he could make it back without any mishaps. Luna was hovering before him and mocked, you are such an idiot, you know that. Are you really doing this just because she's your friend or? A skeptical smile emerged on her face. Damien lifted his brows as he looked at her, really? It's not whatever you think it is. Besides, even if I ever felt anything remotely she also has to feel the same. Oh. Luna smiled playfully, what if I tell you she got the hots for you? Bullshit. Don't try to put any ideas in me. Besides, how can an imp like you even understand what she feels? Damien rolled his eyes thinking how someone who doesn't even care about feelings would understand a mortal's feelings. But a certain seed of what if sprouted inside him. He didn't feel like Luna was joking and even felt that Lily was probably having a liking towards him as well. He had to admit he felt attracted to Lily and for some reason when he thought about her marrying someone else, it irked his heart. He wondered if he was doing all this so that Lily doesn't have to marry anyone or because she was his friend. He felt that both were reason enough. Why am I even thinking about these things? Damien shook off those thoughts as he decided to focus on things that matter now. HMPH, all he needs is a push. An amused glint flashed through Luna's eyes. Damien had asked Oswin Rome for a low-level sky-grade herb as his payment and 2 high-level sky-grade herbs for concocting the pill required to heal the ancestor. The low-level sky-grade herb he had asked for was one of the ingredients required to concoct the rank 5-star soothing pill, which he planned to concoct later when he was confident enough. But he knew those high-level sky-grade herbs for sure would cost a fortune, and it would be hard for Oswin Rome to get the required amount of spirit stones without the Empress getting suspicious. But he knew as the court master of the Imperial Ethereal Court, he would surely be able to find some way. After all, the Imperial Ethereal Court was practically managed by the 2 court masters, Oswin and Nestor Rome. I got an idea. It was late evening when Damien was in front of the Rome Adventurers Guild building. It was a guild where adventuring practitioners took up suitable missions to earn fame or money. Even disciples from the Imperial Ethereal Court would try their luck in some missions to earn some points and fame. From the outside, the building looked a bit rough and shabby, which probably was because of poor maintenance, since the foundation of the building seemed to be superb. The building was made up of sandstone bricks and well-crafted wooden beams which made up most of the building's outer structure. One would find it hard to see through the closed windows, but the liveliness from within can be felt outside. As he entered the building through the heavy metal door, he was welcomed by a wave of excitement and spirited noise of people. Damien felt that most of the people here truly had adventurous spirits, even going as far as to risk their lives. But the buzzing atmosphere toned down gradually when people started to notice a strange figure enter the building. Hey, isn't that the famous alchemist Azrael? Why would he come here? Is he here to put up a mission? Probably a mission to collect some top-notch herbs. Let's be ready in case it's something within our league. Wealthy alchemists pay the best after all, and maybe we can form connections with him. Damien didn't look around much and simply headed straight towards the reception desk. A woman in her 30s greeted with a polite smile as her eyes lit up seeing such a reputed figure. Hello, sir. How may I help you? Damien said in an aloof tone. I am looking for a group of adventurers who are willing to go into the deepest part of the dark forest in search of some herbs. An awkward smile appeared on her face as she knew no one was crazy enough to dare to take up those kinds of missions. It was rumored that even sky ethereal realm beasts were spotted in those places. She didn't know how to respond, since she also didn't want to disappoint an illustrious alchemist either. She said in a tactful tone, Sir, I will put up a poster for the mission, but I can't guarantee if anyone would be willing to take up that mission. Would that be all right for you, sir? HMPH, include in the poster that the reward I would be offering would be 400,000 yellow spirit stones. Damien said in a slightly loud tone on purpose, and obviously, everyone's ears twitched as their attention was lured towards the cloaked figure. Some stopped drinking and slowly got up from their tables, slowly going closer towards Damien, hoping to hear more about the enticing mission. The woman wryly smiled, seeing how the whole atmosphere changed, and even some drunk practitioners circulated their ethereal energy in their body to become sober to not miss out on anything interesting. 400,000 yellow spirit stones was enough to sustain a medium-sized family for nearly a dozen years. Who wouldn't want to have so much wealth and simply enjoy their life for a few years without having to do any work? She didn't say any more and quickly put up a poster on the board, which was displayed to everyone in the building. Just as the poster was put up, loud gasps and whispers were heard. What the hell? He wants someone to go to the deepest part of the dark forest. The infamous Wailing Woodland? Probably. Otherwise would alchemist Azrael put up such a ridiculous amount of yellow spirit stones as a reward? It is rumored sometimes only the screams and wails of people close to death can be heard in that part of the forest. Even though I am tempted to try, I don't want to wail like a dog before dying. Who would be crazy enough to face even the rumored sky ethereal realm beasts? Even those expert earth ethereal realm practitioners wouldn't dare to go there. Most people had a disheartened expression after seeing how dangerous the mission was, while a very few had a hesitant expression on their face, thinking whether it was worth it to risk their life in order to drown themselves in luxury and pleasure for a few years. However, a group of 2 men and a woman slowly made their way towards Damien. The man on the front leading the 2 behind him had a confident smile on his face as he walked up to Damien. Sir Alchemist, you can trust us with this mission. Damien turned around and saw a man around his 30s with a confident smile on his face. Chapter 86. Damien saw that the man in front of him was accompanied by another man and a woman who were also in the same age group as the man. Both the men had good-looking features, while the woman had a slender and voluptuous figure enough to make men drool upon seeing her. The people dispersed as soon as they saw these 3 approaching Damien, thinking that there was no point in lingering any longer. They discussed among each other, aren't those 3 the famous fearless trio? Are you blind? Is there even a need to ask? Who won't recognize the best earth ethereal realm experts in our empire? The guy on the front, Marcus, was the best core disciple in the Imperial Ethereal Court during his young days. In fact, these 3 were the best of the best, and they passed out together from the Imperial Ethereal Court. Of course I know about that. They were no less than geniuses. I even heard rumors about how they can even escape from a sky ethereal realm beast without a scratch, though no one has any idea how. Damien saw that the guy behind Marcus had a heroic and daring vibe, and it seemed as if the woman and the man were a couple. He noticed that the woman was coming from a well-off family, while the guy beside her seemed to be coming from a modest family by observing their bearings. However, he noticed that the man leading them had a sly glint hidden deep within his eyes. Just by looking into one's eyes, Damien would get a kind of gut feeling letting him know what kind of person he is looking at. There wasn't any special reason, but it was the type of feeling nurtured after experiencing an innumerable amount of people trying to kill him, having the knowledge of every type of evil, and being on the brink of death countless times. And he could tell that this Marcus guy wasn't definitely a man with principles, despite the facade he was putting up. Damien spoke in a deep voice. What makes you so confident you can face those sky ethereal realm beasts with your cultivation? Marcus's expression didn't change, but maintained his confident smile. With all due respect, Sir Alchemist, why don't you let us worry about that? We have dedicated most of our life adventuring away in dangerous regions all over the Empire, and it has basically become a way of life for us. We will get what you want, and we will only ask for payment once the job is done. If we fail, there's nothing to lose. Damien replied, wrong. This mission requires you all to escort me to the right place safely, since only I know how to extract the required herb. Right now I am preparing my ethereal core for a breakthrough, so my ethereal cultivation is temporarily restricted to a lower realm. That is why I need protection as well while you 3 make your way there. Marcus frowned a bit while the couple behind him was slightly surprised, and it seemed as if they were also thinking about Damien's proposal. But Marcus' expression returned to normal. Sir Alchemist, till when would you be unable to use your cultivation? Is it necessary we must collect the herb before you are able to use your cultivation again? Damien responded casually, yes, the herb is very rare and will only be in full bloom for these 10 days and God knows how many years it would take for the next one to bloom. Otherwise, I could have collected it myself easily after these 10 days. Marcus had a pondering expression for a while and turned around to the couple behind him. They both nodded with a determined look when Marcus looked at them. He sighed and said with a smile, all right, it won't be a problem. Life won't be entertaining without a few challenges after all. We will use this opportunity to hone ourselves, isn't that right, guys? He looked at his friends as he asked. Of course, it would be our pleasure to protect you, Sir Alchemist Azrael. The woman replied in a slightly excited tone and her boyfriend nodded while looking at Damien with reverence. The couple were thrilled inwardly that they get to accept a mission where they had the chance to earn massive amount of wealth, but also because they felt it an honor to protect the reputed alchemist Azrael. Maybe, they could even possibly form some connections with him. Marcus said to Damien pointing at the woman, these two are my trusted friends and mates. The name of this pretty lady here is Emily and this good-looking chap is my good brother named Leo. We three have been through thick and thin for more than a dozen years and I wouldn't hesitate to trust my life in the hands of these two good people. He said with a proud expression. The couple were moved and had a warm expression on their face hearing his words. Leo said in an earnest tone, Brother Marcus, you have been like our big brother who has taken care of us ever since those old days at the Imperial Ethereal Court. We also wouldn't hesitate to do the same for you. Marcus laughed as he patted Leo's shoulder, gosh, that's enough, you guys are embarrassing me. We are in the presence of Sir Alchemist Azrael, don't make me lose face haha. The couple wryly smiled realizing they were being sentimental in front of a stranger and laughed it off. Oh God, how much gullible can these two be? Damien shook his head inwardly. Then since it is all set, I will contact you within this week so that we can set out to the Wailing Woodland. Damien didn't waste his time anymore and went on his way after exchanging messaging talismans with them. He wasn't worried that Marcus might try something during the journey. In fact, Damien felt that it couldn't be more perfect. He actually didn't have much hope of finding someone to escort him through the Wailing Woodland region, but still simply decided to try his luck out before he thought of some other plan. However, it went smoother than he expected. The same night, Big Brother Damien, you are saying you won't be able to come here for 3 days? Valentina asked anxiously. Damien sighed as he said, yes, I would be away for these 3 days because of some urgent work. But don't worry, when I come back there would be surprise presents for you haha. Valentina smiled, hee I don't mind as long as Big Brother returns. It was morning the next day, thank you for the class, as usual, Master. Lily giggled. You seem to be in a good mood. I take it that everything went well with Alchemist Azrael? Damien asked as he raised one of his brows. Lily's eyes sparkled as she said, yes, things couldn't have been better. You were right, Alchemist Azrael exceeded my expectations. He is the only one who said that it was not impossible to cure the ancestor. Now I just have to wait for him to get ready to cure the ancestor. Great, I couldn't be happier for you. He said cheerfully. Damien paused for a moment as he continued, by the way, Lily, there's some other thing I would like to say. Lily's expression suddenly became a little stiff hearing Damien's serious tone. What do you want to say? She asked in a tense tone. Chapter 87. Damien softly chuckled hearing her anxious tone, relax. I simply wanted to tell you that I wouldn't be able to train you for the next 3 days since I have to prepare myself for an entrance exam at the Alchemist Society. I hope you don't mind and I will compensate for these 3 days later. He said, feeling bad. Lily let out a sigh of relief as she said, is that all? I thought it was something else. Of course, you should focus on your studies. It's more important than teaching me. Lily said earnestly. Her face got a bit rigid as she continued, but you are going to leave after teaching me, probably within 2 weeks, right? Damien sighed and said, Lily smiled as she interjected, no, I don't mean to hold you back, and I know you don't like to stay in the palace for too long. I am worried whether you will be okay all alone outside. I can help you if you need anything. Thinking how her crippled friend was going to survive in the cruel world all alone, she felt uneasy. Damien shook his head and smiled, I will be fine, trust me. But if you keep treating me this nice, I might take you away with me. Oops, why did I blurt out those words from my damn mouth? A faint reddish hue spread over her cheeks hearing Damien's words as she didn't expect him to say something like that out of nowhere. What are you saying? She gets shy too easily. Damien felt amused by seeing her reaction. Of course, how can a young maiden like her stand a chance with a veteran like Damien? Damien got closer to her slowly as he said, why, did I say something bad? Or do you not like coming with me? He asked with an innocent expression, however, his eyes had a roguish gleam. Lily didn't understand in what sense Damien meant by taking her away. But in her mind, certain thoughts did pop out. Did he mean that he wanted, no, what in the world am I thinking? Lily felt that Damien was simply teasing her, but seeing his innocent expression her heart melted for some reason. I never said that I don't like going with you, no, I mean, Damien laughed, ha ha ha, why are you getting so nervous? I was simply playing with you. Lily winced with embarrassment, why you are really a bully for teasing me like this. She turned her head away with a pout, too embarrassed to see Damien's face. Damien chuckled and got closer as he turned her chin towards him, now, don't get angry with me. Damien paused when he saw her abashed face which made her cherry red lips look more alluring. As his gaze locked with hers, he involuntarily moved his face closer to hers as if reaching for her enticing lips. Lily froze as her eyes met his gaze while her chin was trapped in between his fingers. Her breath quivered seeing Damien's devilishly charming face coming closer, reaching for her lips with his. She gulped as a feeling of anticipation took birth in her heart. Within a moment, Damien locked his lips with hers. Lily's eyes widened and closed her eyes in panic. She stopped breathing and didn't push him away as somehow she couldn't muster any strength nor did she feel like doing so. Her hands already involuntarily moved towards his toned chest but didn't make a slight movement of pushing him away. As he ravished her lips as soft and moist as rosebud petals, he felt it intoxicating as the addictive feeling invaded all his senses. It was as if time stopped for both of them, and only the flutters in their hearts intensified. Lily's heart skipped a beat, her knees got weaker as Damien's manly smell overwhelmed all sorts of rational thoughts. MMMM. She could hear a half-growl, half-moan sounding from the back of Damien's throat. Little shivers of pleasure and panic shot through her as he deepened the kiss, parting her lips. Her mind went completely blank, unable to let any thoughts pass. Damien's right hand cupped her cheek while his left hand slipped onto her slender hips, pulling her closer. Her lips were involuntarily moving on their own and making sloppy moments, but Damien skillfully guided her lips with his. His hand slowly moved down from her hips towards her pert buttocks and squeezed them. However, he felt Lily's body shuddering and quickly parted his lips from hers. He gave a look of guilt as he said, "Lily, I am sorry, I didn't Damien realized that he forced a kiss on her and was not sure if she didn't push him away because of their friendship or because she liked it. However, he knew it was probably the latter since she did try to kiss him back. Still, he wondered if he went too overboard with her, who basically had zero experience in these kinds of things. Most of all, he wasn't really sure of her feelings, despite feeling that she had a liking towards him. The last thing he wanted was for her to get angry at him or loathe him. Lily quickly stepped backward, escaping from his embrace, her face completely red, as she cutely covered her face with her hands, not knowing how to react. "Why you are a meanie." A low mosquito voice escaped from her quivering mouth. She wanted to rebuke him for what he did, but for some reason felt that it was not fair as she enjoyed it too. In fact, she couldn't believe she liked and tried to reciprocate his kiss. She felt like wanting to explore the unknown and exotic feeling she never experienced before with Damien. Her heart was still pounding, thinking about her first kiss and how her but was took advantage of. She quickly ran out of the courtyard without saying anything else, feeling that she would lose the only face she had left if she stayed any longer. The last thing she expected today to happen was to suddenly be kissed by Damien, who stole away her first kiss. Damien didn't stop her as he was standing frozen on the spot, not sure of what to do. He wasn't sure if fate rooted for him to go for that kiss or if his mind tricked him into it. He didn't even know why he went for the kiss, as he himself wasn't completely sure of his feelings. But he realized that he didn't regret what he did, making him question himself, have I already fallen for her? He knew he already had Sophie in his heart and was confused about how he could have feelings for another girl. In his previous life, there was only monogamy, and even having an affair with another girl was considered a no-no. But he knew that in this world polygamy was allowed, but still that doesn't mean women would like their partners to have someone else other than them. He didn't know what to do, and when he thought about how Lily didn't even know about him having Sophie in his heart, he couldn't imagine how she would react. Would she look down on him as a degenerate for seducing another girl when he already loved one? Why are you being a wuss by thinking too much about unnecessary things? Took you long enough though. Now that she's in the bag, things will be just fine. Luna's ridiculing tone broke away Damien from his thoughts. Chapter 88. Luna knew Damien was probably thinking about Sophie, seeing his glazed expression. You. Damien couldn't understand why it seemed as if Luna wanted him and Lily to get together. But he could vaguely guess the reason. He knew that Luna was the kind who would consider anything to make sure he gets powerful fast, of course, as long as he won't die. But Damien never even for a second thought of using Lily just to benefit himself. Can't you see how much she's into you? Otherwise, with her strength, she would have thrown you off to the other side of the courtyard. Or are you just scared to tell her the truth? Luna asked, raising one of her brows. Damien said in a dismissive tone, of course, not. Why should I be scared? He continued in a low voice, I just don't want to disappoint her. You think this is the end? With your perverted nature and your underhanded ways, who knows how many foolish beauties will fall prey to your claws? TSK, poor Lily, she doesn't know what's in store for her. Luna said as she shook her head, putting up a grave expression. Hey. It's not like I'm going about seducing every beauty out there, I just felt like it. I just feel like I would regret it if I didn't do something, I don't know why, and it's not because she's a beauty. It's more like, whatever. Luna interrupted with a scoff, I am not interested in hearing you justifying your perverted nature. But you better get used to the ways of this world. Maybe you only loved Sophie in your previous life, but in this life the more you shine, the more you will attract these ladybugs. Right now you are not an ordinary mortal, so I guess it's pretty normal if you feel like spreading your seeds in as many girls as possible. After all, powerful men have a harem because they want to increase the chances of preserving their bloodline, just like animals. Luna said in a derisive tone. Whoa, hold your horses. I don't know what's going on in that little brain of yours, but I sure as hell am not on a mission to spread my seeds or whatever, nor do I care about any bloodline stuff. I will always love Sophie no matter what, no matter how many times I am reborn, and nothing is going to change that fact. Damien said in a powerful tone. He continued in a low voice, but I don't know if my heart can love another with the same passion, sigh, forget it, I will just think about it later. HMPH, however, I had to watch the disgusting thing you two did with your mouths. How could you two even exchange saliva just to bond? No different than animals, TCH. Luna snorted as she wrinkled her nose. Damien winced hearing Luna's disapproving remarks. He said with a roguish smile, who knows, one day you might eat your own words. Luna's nostrils flared, you. How dare you even think of blasphemous thoughts, HMPH, you are beyond saving. I am going to sleep while you can keep thinking about pervy things. Back in his villa, Damien was busy preparing his stuff for his trip to the Wailing Woodland. He planned to leave tomorrow morning with the fearless trio. But tonight he had other plans in the dark forest. In fact, he believed that he might take up the whole night, that he won't even have the time to see Valentina. This is why he had told Valentina not to wait up for him today and the coming 3 days. 80 kilometers deep in the dark forest, a young boy was panting heavily as sweat kept tumbling down from his body. Phew, I hope this much should be enough. I think now I should be used to it. Damien looked at the skies and saw that there was barely an hour before it was dawn. It's already daylight, huh? Time to meet up with the fearless trio. Damien actually wished to see Lily once more before he leaves, in order to talk things out between them. But he decided to give her time to collect her thoughts just as he needed time as well. Damien stepped outside the gates of his villa and saw the fearless trio having some discussion between them. Luna had told him that Marcus was at the 8th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm, while Leo was at the 7th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm, and Emily at the 6th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm. They turned towards Damien, noticing his presence, as Marcus walked towards Damien and greeted him with a slight bow. "Good morning, Sir Alchemist, we three are all set to go. I hope Sir Alchemist won't mind the route we are going to take since it would take more time to reach our destination." Damien nodded. "I don't care which route you people take, as long as I can collect my herbs." Damien thought that even in the worst case it couldn't be more than 2 days. In fact, he had no idea how long the trip was going to take, since these 3 people only came up with the plan recently taking into account protecting Damien. He speculated that without him, probably they would take much less time, but still, that wasn't a choice for him. The couple also came forward and greeted Damien. "Greetings, Sir Alchemist Azrael. It would be our honor to protect you during this mission," Emily said as her eyes sparkled with respect. "Yes, Sir Alchemist, we have never before taken up a mission of protecting someone as noteworthy as you. We will do our best to protect you," Leo said with a gallant smile. They know that the person standing before them is the only alchemist in the world who could supreme tier pills. So, they know how important the mission is and the person they had to protect. Damien simply gave a low grunt as appreciation and asked, "So since I am coming along with you people, how do you all plan to sneak past those Sky Ethereal Realm beasts?" Marcus chuckled. "It's not too hard. We know the dark forest inside out and we have a well-planned route to avoid most of those troublesome beasts. But in case we chance upon an ethereal beast at the low-level Sky Ethereal Realm, we 3 each play a certain role. Using my Earth Ethereal arts I would lure away the Sky Ethereal Realm beast, Leo would attack it from afar with his Fire Ethereal arts and distract it, while Emily would deal it a critical blow swiftly using her Wind Ethereal arts. We know we won't be able to deal it any real damage, but we could toy with the beast as long as we need. So, even if a low-level Sky Ethereal Realm beast was guarding the herb you wanted, we could buy you enough time for you to collect it yourself. Does this sound good, Sir Alchemist?" Wow, if what he said is really true, then their teamwork must be superb. Damien was inwardly impressed that these 3 usually tricked and escaped from even Sky Ethereal Realm beasts by mainly relying on their teamwork. He knew that if any one of them makes a slight mistake, it could result in instant death for all of them. However, he was aware that they would only try their chances against a low-level Sky Ethereal Realm beast. But if it were any beast more powerful than that, they would obviously won't even dare to try any tricks. Fortunately, the flower he was looking for was rumored to be guarded by a low-level Sky Ethereal Realm beast, and as for the Crimson Berry, he had no idea but thought of some plans based on the situation. Damien replied plainly, "Sounds okay. Let's go then." Chapter 89. This route is taking way longer than I expected. Damien sighed with impatience. A day had already passed, and the group of 4 had already covered 150 kilometers into the forest where Earth Ethereal Realm beasts resided. The dark forest was almost 700 kilometers long and 430 kilometers wide. Damien didn't expect that the trio would be very careful in picking their route by choosing a longer route which wouldn't lead them to dangerous Sky Ethereal Realm beasts, not that he complained since he also didn't want to get killed because of any slight negligence from the trio. The group quickly passed through the regions where Spirit Ethereal Realm beasts resided, but they slowed down when they entered the region where Earth Ethereal Realm beasts roamed about. If their destination was anywhere but the Wailing Woodland region, then they could have even circled the perimeter of the dark forest more than a dozen times within a day. But he knew that the deeper they go into the dark forest, the longer it would take to close the distance towards the Wailing Woodland. Since, as they traveled towards the innermost regions, the more powerful the ethereal beasts would be. The Wailing Woodland region was still 50 kilometers away since its area was only 1/14 of the dark forest's area. It was located in the middle of the dark forest, and was almost a square region with the length and width of the region being around 150 kilometers. Though it only took a small area of the dark forest, it was an infamous region where very few Sky Ethereal Realm beasts are rumored to have marked their territory. Damien's eyes gleamed whenever the trio killed an Earth Ethereal Realm beast in their way. They couldn't notice that Damien's soul energy was being depleted at a rapid rate, nor did they care to notice some of the dead bodies of the ethereal beasts disappearing after a while. After all, they weren't interested in collecting the corpses of ethereal beasts below the peak level of the Earth Ethereal Realm. Damien saw how Marcus was leading the group while the couple would exchange some sweet moments wherever they are in a safe area. But he noticed how Marcus' eyes slightly twitched whenever he stole a glance at the couple. So that's how it is here. No matter which world, beauties will always attract rats. Damien seemed to have realized what was going on in Marcus' mind. But he decided not to pay it any mind until things start to unfold. But seeing the couple reminded him of some memories with Sophie and how he did those same things with her. However, Lily's face suddenly flashed in his mind. Am I really? Complex emotions brewed in his mind thinking about Lily. The group was now taking a break near a stream where they refreshed themselves by splashing the cool water on their faces, while passively absorbing the ethereal energy from the air and rejuvenating themselves. Damien was simply resting against a big tree, but behind the mist, his face already looked pale while feeling light drowsiness. He wanted this whole trip to end as fast as possible but knew he couldn't rush up things. However, he could hear the conversation going on between the couple while Marcus looked like a third wheel with a smiling face. Leo, when are you going to marry me? It's been more than a dozen years since we got together. Why are you hesitating to meet my parents? Emily, you know it's not because I don't want to. But your father hates me. He thinks I am the reason you refused those reputed and lofty posts the Imperial Ethereal Court offered you, to go around adventuring with me. I have already buttered up father during these years. Trust me, he is not that angry at you now and he knows how much we love each other. Besides, we are the only adventurers who are earning the most. I know, but we are also risking our life for every single trip. Once we marry and have kids, we won't be able to go on adventures anymore. That is also the reason I was thinking of taking our own time to marry, otherwise our families would be expecting grandkids from us. So don't think that it's not because I don't love you enough or because I don't want to marry you, okay? Emily sighed and nodded as they both got into a loving embrace. Marcus seemed like he was inspecting his axe, but Damien noticed how his restless fingers were tapping hard against his axe listening to the couple's conversation, while having a shifty smile on his face. Marcus got up and slowly walked towards the couple with a friendly laugh. Can you guys not be mushy around me? You two are making a lonely bachelor like me jealous, ha ha ha. Leo smiled wryly as he scratched his head. Brother Marcus, how can you say that you are lonely? You have us after all, and I am sure a beautiful girl is waiting to be conquered by you. He said earnestly. Marcus' lips curled up as he said, you are right. A girl is waiting to be conquered by me, very soon. His tone became quite low at the end. Huh? Brother Marcus, I didn't catch what you said at the end. Leo asked as he cocked his head. Marcus chuckled, it's nothing, I wanted to tell it's time to leave. We have taken enough rest. How are these two idiots so blind? Damien shook his head inwardly as if he was witnessing a drama before him. Marcus then walked towards Damien. Sir Alchemist, from now on we have to be careful since we are nearing the Wailing Woodland and we might come upon peak-level Earthrealm beasts before we reach there, but no need to worry, we can take them on with our teamwork. He said with a confident smile. Damien nodded stiffly. I know, lead the way. It's already getting late. Marcus didn't mind Damien's grumpy tone since he knew most of the alchemists were cranky and besides they were taking a pretty long route. Marcus nodded and started leading the group in the direction of the Wailing Woodland. Soon enough the group saw a flame hog sniffing about the ground, probably looking for some food. It had dark red fur, 2 sharp tusks, and was about 4 meters tall. Marcus signaled the group to slow down and soften their steps. He sent a mental transmission to the group. It's an ethereal beast at the level 10 of the Earth ethereal realm. Be careful. Leo and Emily, you both know what to do. Follow my lead. Sir Alchemist, please stay here while we take down this beast. Obviously, I will be staying here. Damien didn't say anything and simply nodded. Damien hid behind a bush after making sure there weren't any other ethereal beasts around. He saw the 3 unsheathing their weapons. Marcus had his axe, Leo had a bow and arrow while Emily took out a sharp dagger. Marcus charged alone towards the beast shouting, hey, dumb pig, come at me. What the heck? Damien was a bit surprised seeing Marcus charge alone while 2 of his teammates were staying back as if waiting for something. Chapter 90. The flame hog turned around and saw a human weaker than itself provoking it. Asterisk grunt asterisk the flame hog grunted as it charged towards Marcus with its head low to impale Marcus with its tusks. Marcus smirked, seeing it charge at him. He merely twirled his axe as the earth near his feet instantly moved towards his legs and infused his whole body with the earthen materials, making him look like an armored Hulk. He took a deep breath and sidestepped as he swung his axe to hack at the hog while dodging its charge. Asterisk slash asterisk the axe found its mark on its neck but it merely only cut a faint line of blood and didn't even go deep. Marcus immediately moved back after dealing his attack but wasn't surprised that his attack wasn't much effective. The hog made an angry grunting noise as flames slowly started to appear on its tusks. However, before it could rush towards Marcus, he shouted, Leo, now. Damien saw Leo immediately getting up and firing a blazing arrow aiming for the back of the flame hog. The hog got stunned by the sudden attack as it felt a scorching pain behind its back, making it fall on its side as it lost its balance. Leo had already moved a bit far in the opposite direction of Marcus and the hog was now surrounded by 2 humans, one on its front and the other behind it. It got up, roughly shook its head, and decided to go for the closest target despite being attacked by another person. Leo took advantage of the opportunity in front of him and fired 3 blazing arrows in succession. The hog sensed those arrows speeding towards it and tried to dodge them while charging at Marcus. But it was only able to dodge a single arrow while the other 2 hit its vital points. Asterisk squeal asterisk the hog let out a cry of pain as it was again forced on the ground before it could even reach Marcus. Emily. Marcus cried out and Damien saw Emily dashing towards the hog like the wind, aiming for its eyes with the sharp tip of her dagger. The tip of the dagger pierced right into the hog's right eye and Emily instantly moved back swiftly before it could even counterattack. Asterisk awkkkkkkk asterisk the hog let out a shrill cry of pain as blood gushed out of its right eye. It somehow got on its limbs again and this time it madly charged towards Marcus without caring about the other 2 people who attacked it. Marcus didn't falter and instead charged towards it. Leo instantly moved towards the side and fired another blazing arrow aiming for its left eye. The flaming arrow pierced right through its left eye, scorching its whole eye socket which forced it to change its direction as it stumbled sideways crying in pain. Because of the pain from its right eye, it didn't even bother to avoid the flaming arrow in its crazed state. Marcus saw the blind hog being stunned by pain. He used that chance to jump up high in the air and made a quick descent towards the hog, aiming for its neck with his axe. With the earth empowering his whole body, the power he could apply on his axe was multiplied. The axe lacerated its neck since its ethereal defense had already worn down, and the hog had instinctively poured most of its ethereal energy towards its eyes. Blood spurted out as it finally collapsed on the ground with labored breathing before finally letting out its last breath. Damien was stunned witnessing 2 middle and 1 high-level Earth ethereal realm cultivators bringing down an ethereal beast at the peak level of the Earth ethereal realm so easily without even giving it a chance to properly fight back. He knew that the flame hog was a beast that no one in the same realm would be able to survive its unstoppable charge. It was said that once the flame hog had set its eyes on a target to charge at, they could only pray for lightning to strike down the hog if they wanted to survive. What superb teamwork. Damien knew that it might seem simple when one witnessed their teamwork, but he understood how precise they were in making every move, and knowing when to make a move. Maybe they can really trick low-level sky ethereal realm beasts. He knew those 3 must have taken years of practice to coordinate their moves and also place their trust in each other. But Damien knew that Marcus had no problem in trusting these 2 good-natured fellows, while the other 2 obviously fully trusted him as their close friend. Damien saw Marcus about to sever the neck of the hog and called out, wait. He knew that these 3 would take out its ethereal core and sell it, since it would be a waste to just simply discard the body of a peak-level Earth ethereal realm beast as even its various body parts, like its tusks can be sold for a good amount of spirit stones. Marcus raised his brows as he wondered what Damien wanted. Anything you need, Sir Alchemist. Damien said in a gruff tone, you 3 wouldn't mind if I buy its corpse. The trio exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Marcus smiled and said, of course, it's no problem, Sir Alchemist. He knew that alchemists would sometimes use the body parts of the ethereal beasts as ingredients for some pills. So he wasn't surprised that Damien wanted to buy the flame hog's body from them. As long as he gets the spirit stones, why would he bother whom he sells it to? Damien transferred the required amount of spirit stones and transferred the corpse into his soul space. After thinking that Damien had stored the corpse in his spatial ring, he went towards his friends to split the amount. At least he knows to pay well. Marcus was pretty satisfied with the amount Damien gave, as he expected Damien to be a bit stingy. Meanwhile, Damien was inwardly jubilant on receiving a fresh corpse of a peak-level Earth Ethereal Realm beast. He took in a long breath as he decided to test out something. His face contorted with extreme pain but managed to not let out a sound, and after a few moments, his facial expression finally relaxed. But if one could see his face, they would think that his complexion looked like he didn't sleep for weeks. Marcus noticed Damien suddenly bending forward as if he was looking at something and his body slightly quivering. But just when he was about to ask something, he saw Damien return to his normal pose. He didn't think too much about it and said to Damien, "Sir Alchemist, we are very close to the Wailing Woodland. So you wouldn't mind if he had a short rest of a few minutes to rejuvenate our ethereal energy?" Damien didn't mind, as he also needed a short break coincidentally. "Take your time." Marcus thanked Damien and gestured to his friends to take a rest. Emily saw Damien resting against a big boulder and thought of asking him something after mustering up some courage. She walked towards him and asked in a reticent tone, "Sir Alchemist, can I ask something?" Chapter 91. Damien was a bit surprised and wondered what she wanted to ask him. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes." She crouched down and took a glance at Leo to see if he was listening and then said in a low voice, "Sir Alchemist, are you able to concoct a supreme tier medium grade B birth conception pill?" This woman, seriously. Damien didn't expect her to ask that out of nowhere. But he kind of understood her situation. After all, as one's cultivation increases, the harder it would be to conceive a child. But still, he knew that for an Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator it wouldn't be that tough to conceive a child. Seems like she has some other difficulty conceiving a child. Damien knew that a supreme tier pill would guarantee effects 100%, making the woman confident that she would be able to conceive a baby. Damien could vaguely guess why she was in a hurry to have Leo's child. He also knew he could concoct it since it was a rank for pill. He said casually, "Just send a request to my villa when you return." Emily's expression brightened up and said in an excited tone, "Thank you, Sir Alchemist, I will surely pay you handsomely." Damien nodded and simply waved his hands, gesturing to her to leave. He wondered whether he would be having patients who need his expertise in gynecology. "Oh, sorry, I won't disturb you any longer." Emily quickly left, thinking that Damien didn't like to be disturbed. But she was inwardly satisfied that she would be able to get her request fulfilled. Leo noticed Emily asking Damien something and asked her curiously when she got near, "Emily, what did you ask Sir Alchemist?" Emily expected Leo to ask her this question, so she quickly told the excuse she had prepared beforehand, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask him something about supreme tier pills." Leo nodded slowly, "Oh, is that so? I didn't know you were interested in alchemy much though." Emily got a bit tense, but she answered, "Oh, I was just curious about what makes supreme tier pills so special." Leo bought that excuse while Emily sighed with relief inwardly. She wanted to conceive a child since she knew Leo liked to be a father, and thought that having a child would convince their families to marry them without any obstructions. Meanwhile, Marcus was offering some drinks as refreshments to his friends and also asked Damien if he wanted one. Damien accepted it, but before he put the cup to his mouth, a sardonic smile formed on his face as he gulped it down. "How foolish of you, Marcus, you should have left me out of this, now only the inevitable awaits you." A few minutes later, Marcus got up and said, "Okay guys. Let's move, it's time." Damien got up and followed the trio towards the Wailing Woodland. Soon, as they reached the border of the Wailing Woodland, Damien noticed the air getting foggier and the surroundings getting dimmer, making it hard to see their surroundings, unless they fully extended their senses. He could hear faint screams and wailing which made it seem like the forest was haunted, especially with how the fog was covering the whole region. Overall, he felt that this region was having a creepy and eerie atmosphere. He wondered whether the rumored sky ethereal realm beasts in this region had adapted to the strange atmosphere pervading the whole region. They were currently heading towards where the angel's bone flower was rumored to be spotted. No one tried to ever pluck it, not only because it was extremely poisonous, but it was also said to be guarded by a low-level sky ethereal realm beast. Damien could barely use his spiritual perception due to the low reserves of his soul energy after expending his energy for certain reasons. The faint screams and wails suddenly died down as the forest became eerily silent, and one could only hear the rustling of leaves as the wind breezed past the trees. A few kilometers in, they noticed a radiant green dot from afar. Spotted it. The angel's bone flower. Marcus mentally transmitted to the group. Damien narrowed his eyes upon noticing a faint radiant green dot and immediately realized it is the angel's bone flower. But as they got closer, they noticed a faint silhouette of a huge coiled body lying behind the flower. Careful! It is the rumored insidious viper. A low-level sky ethereal realm beast. Marcus warned mentally to the group. Damien couldn't believe that such a huge thing was a snake. It looked about 5 meters tall in its coiled-up position, and its body was rumored to be 50 meters in length. He couldn't imagine these three trying to lure such a huge beast, as just a whip from its enormous tail is enough to send all of them straight to heaven. As one's cultivation realm increases, the gap between them exponentially increases, and so does their strength, senses, and other abilities. For instance, even if a dozen peak-level Earth Ethereal Realm cultivators gathered together to fight an ethereal beast at the first-level sky Ethereal Realm, they could only dream about severely injuring it, let alone kill it. Of course, its venomous poison was another factor. One bite from its lethal fangs is enough to knock dead a peak-level Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator in few seconds. Damien got a mental transmission from Marcus, "Sir Alchemist, we will lure the beast away from here and buy you time to extract that flower. Emily will wait here with you just in case for your protection. She will rejoin us after you have plucked the flower. Is this fine?" Damien said, "Perfect." Damien had no idea how they were gonna play this huge ethereal beast for a while without dying, and that too without Emily. He guessed that they must have different tactics for fighting, luring and running away, since this didn't seem like the first time they were seeing a low-level sky ethereal realm beast. Marcus nodded and infused himself with the earth, assuming his usual earthen armor over his body. But what surprised Damien was that from the ground, it seemed as if another Marcus was materializing that exactly looked like him with the earthen armor. An earthen clone? Damien was amazed looking at the lifelike clone, and he knew that it would be easier to trick ethereal beasts with such clones. He now vaguely understood their tactic. Marcus motioned as if he was controlling a puppet, and his earthen clone ran forward but not in the direction of the insidious viper. However, the earthen clone was making huge footsteps as it ran, which woke up the sleeping ethereal beast. Damien saw two huge thin vertical yellow slits suddenly appearing through the misty fog. The insidious viper had already opened his eyes and saw the clone of Marcus running in some random direction, but it got annoyed seeing a puny human disturb its nap and how it dared to enter its territory. It slithered quickly towards the earthen clone with its huge body to gobble up the puny human. Damien saw Marcus and Leo already take off in another direction, but at the same time maintained a certain distance from the earthen clone. He speculated that Marcus needs to be in a certain range to control his clone, otherwise the clone would simply crumble down. Sir Alchemist, you can go ahead and extract the flower. Don't worry, I will keep watch and protect you. Emily whispered with a smile. Damien nodded and slowly made his way towards the glowing green flower. If anyone casually tried to pluck the flower, they would instantly get poisoned and die a painful death. But Damien knew how to extract its root carefully without getting poisoned himself within just 5 minutes. But just as Damien sat down to pluck that flower, his brows knit together when he noticed an ethereal beast about 4 meters tall slowly approaching where he was. He knew it was here for the flower since the sky ethereal realm beast that was guarding the flower was nowhere to be seen, and it was able to sense the aura of the snake disappearing, taking that chance to have the flower for itself. He knew that the angel's bone flower was rich in ethereal essence, but at the same time extremely poisonous that any ethereal beasts would just die trying to take it away. In fact, they were just like a moth to the flame. Emily frowned and quickly came near Damien as she sensed that the ethereal beast was at the middle levels of the earth ethereal realm. She knew that some earth ethereal realm beasts would hide around in the wailing woodland because of the higher quality of ethereal essence in the air despite the risk of getting killed by sky ethereal realm beasts. She was aware that these kinds of ethereal beasts would try their best to avoid the territory of sky ethereal realm beasts, but would get killed by any wandering sky ethereal realm beasts. She simply motioned her hands as 4 small daggers appeared in between her fingers in both her hands. Sir Alchemist, you can continue your work, I will make sure to not let it harm you. Emily said in a confident tone. Damien was a bit surprised that she was so confident in facing an ethereal beast having the same cultivation as hers. Especially when she was facing the silver-tailed bear, which was known to maul its prey including humans beyond recognition with its heavy and large paws. Chapter 92. Damien nodded and focused on extracting the flower as fast as possible. Since she sounded so confident, Damien was sure he would at least be able to pluck the flower in time. Hi-ya. Growl Damien heard Emily charging at the bear with a shout while the bear growled and charged at her. After that, the sound around his surroundings faded as his complete focus and concentration were on the green flower in front of him. A few minutes later Damien heaved a sigh of relief, as he instantly transferred the green flower to his soul space where Luna can access it to concoct the pill later. He turned around and saw Emily sitting on top of the dead bear waiting for him. Wow, no wonder she was so confident. As expected of a genius, I guess. Damien was impressed with how Emily killed an ethereal beast having the same cultivation as hers within a few minutes. Emily noticed Damien getting up after extracting the flower. She asked after getting off from the bear, Sir Alchemist, is everything done here? Now I have to pick the crimson berry for Luna. Damien didn't forget about the deal he made with Luna, otherwise the flower he plucked just now would go to waste. He said to Emily, I have something else to do here. You can go ahead and join with your friends. The crimson berry was said to be spotted only a few kilometers from Damien's current location. But the reason Damien wanted Emily to leave is not that he wanted to pluck it on his own, but because he was at his limit, as he was maintaining his soul energy connection to the dead flame hog. Because the flame hog took up most of his soul energy, he had to discard many ethereal beasts at the middle and high level of the spirit ethereal realm and even 1 or 2 weaker earth ethereal realm beasts since it was beyond his limit to maintain them all together. If he didn't maintain his soul energy connection, then its souls would completely dissipate and he wouldn't be able to raise it back to life. How could he afford to discard the corpses of such a powerful ethereal beast which even he couldn't cause the slightest scratch, let alone defeat it? He had been relying on the fearless trio to take away its corpse after they killed it. Even though Damien's soul was at the early nascent soul stage, his soul was comparable to that of the early soul transformation soul stage, which lets him maintain his soul energy connection to such a powerful ethereal beast. He had already discarded Doggy since he got a way more powerful ethereal beast to turn into his undead slave. He didn't want to waste his soul energy trying to maintain a weaker undead ethereal beast. Right now, he decided to take a risk by taking the flame hog outside and transferring a part of his soul essence to it, so that it could live on as an undead without needing a soul energy connection to him. In other words, it could roam around independently, but Damien would still be able to order it around. He didn't want Emily to witness the process of him raising an undead, nor did he want to extract his soul essence in front of her, which would seem strange. Emily raised her brows surprised and asked, but Sir Alchemist, it isn't safe for you here now considering how your cultivation is restricted. Please let me stay with you. Those two would be all right on their own, or I would have received a transmission already. Emily knew how important this mission was and she wanted to complete it without any mishaps, especially making sure nothing happens to Alchemist Azrael. It was her job after all. So, when Damien told her to leave him, she couldn't just agree right away. Damien expected her reaction and said in an assertive tone, trust me, nothing is going to happen to me here. But if you don't go to where they are, you might lose Leo. Things are not as they seem. His tone got serious towards the end. Emily got nervous when Damien mentioned she might lose Leo if she doesn't leave now, and couldn't help but wonder why he said like that. But hearing the seriousness behind his words, she knew Damien was not joking. She quickly took out a messaging talisman and spoke in an anxious tone, Leo, can you hear me, Leo, Leo? Are you okay? No response, is he in the middle of a fight or did something happen to him? She felt uneasy thinking whether something really happened to Leo in spite of having no idea what reason made Damien say something like that. She hesitated for a while and then looked at Damien not knowing what to do. She didn't want to leave Damien unattended as it was her job to protect him, but on the other hand, after what Damien told her, and hearing no response from Leo's end, she wanted to check up on Leo and find out whether he is okay. I am sorry, Sir Alchemist, I will quickly return right back after checking on Leo. Please stay here till I get back and send me a message transmission if there's any problem. Emily said in an apologetic tone as she bowed to Damien, and quickly rushed in the direction where Marcus and Leo had left using her movement skills. Damien sighed as he saw Emily leave in a haste. Anyway, he succeeded in convincing Emily to leave him alone. He quickly took out the dead flame hog from his soul space as its corpse plopped on the ground. Damien focused on his soul plane, trying to slice off a part of his soul essence. Antigod ART's second stage, Shackles of Death. Uff! He let out a muffled cry of pain, as he cut out 10% of his soul essence in order to turn the dead flame hog into a self-sustaining undead. His body slumped and writhed in pain as he felt as if he had never experienced this kind of splitting pain before. Anything involving the soul is a dangerous game to play, and Damien still took the risk, having faith in his anti-god arts. It would take him a few months to recover that 10% of his soul essence, but it was acceptable for him. The huge pressure on his soul instantly disappeared as he cut off his soul energy connection to the dead flame hog. However, he felt lethargic, and a stinging sensation in his soul plane making him hard to even focus on his surroundings. The aftermath of the pain was still there, but he somehow managed to get himself up. Asterisk grunt asterisk the flame hog got up as its eyes turned black and a bizarre circular jet black mark appeared on its forehead. However, unlike the undead ethereal beasts Damien had raised before, its aura was more malevolent and its eyes, hooves and fearsome tusks blazed with jet black fire instead of returning to its normal form. It prostrated on its limbs in reverence when Damien looked at it. Luna, what is with this flame hog? Damien asked with a perplexed expression, seeing the hog having qualities similar to his origin seed. However, he noticed that its jet black flames weren't as intense and ominous as his fallen flames. It's nothing. Since you gave it a portion of your soul essence, it basically altered its fire elemental seed a bit, giving it a slight nature of your soul, probably your origin seed. It will turn back to normal as long as it doesn't use its powers. You just have to command it when you want it to go berserk, and its eyes and tusks will become like that. It also looks more alive, making it harder for one to tell if it's dead because of your soul essence inside it. Luna stated. She continued, in other words, you can say you created a true undead while the ones you created before were like lesser undead. So are its flames as powerful and profound as my fallen flames? Damien asked curiously. Of course not, it only has an ordinary fire elemental seed and obviously has no origin seed. But since it has your death force and your soul essence, a fraction of your death laws has merged with its soul, giving its flames the jet black color. So, even though its flames won't be as powerful as your fallen flames, it won't be as weak as ordinary flames. Its flames would be dreadful compared to its original flames, and its combat prowess would be higher. Damien was impressed that he could even impart a fraction of his comprehension of death laws to his undead slaves using his soul essence. Moreover, he was elated at the fact that a ethereal beast 2 realms more powerful than him is his slave. He also knew that he can now send off the flame hog anywhere within his soul perception range and still be under his command. He sent a command to the flame hog and its eyes turned back to normal, and even the jet black mark disappeared, making it look like a normal flame hog. Whew, it looked kinda cool but freaky. Well, now to find that crimson berry. Chapter 93. Damien crossed a few kilometers towards the north, and he sensed a rich aura of spiritual essence coming from a certain direction. Found it. He sensed that the aura was coming from the crimson berry he was searching for. He focused his gaze and saw a crimson fruit dangling on the branch of a huge tree which was more than 100 meters tall. There were also a couple of other trees around the tree which had thin creepers waved around them, and a mishmash of flowers, claiming remnants of light and sticking out against the otherwise dark lower level. However, there was still a gloomy air pervading the region, and Damien could hear a mixture of sounds, mostly belonging to varmint, echoing in the air, drowning out the rustling of the leaves and branches of the treetops in the wind. He thought of using his sword to cut down the fruit from below, but decided not to since it might attract the attention of some dangerous ethereal beasts. He realized that the only choice was to climb the tree slowly and silently and then carefully pluck the fruit. Never expected my tree climbing skills would be put to test now. Damien sighed as he slowly made his way towards the base of the huge tree. He was surprised to see that there wasn't any sky ethereal realm beast guarding this place, especially when such a rich spiritual aura was emanating from the fruit. He had thought of using his undead flame hog as distraction in case there was a sky ethereal realm beast guarding the tree. But now that no such beast was there, he decided to take hold of the chance quickly. Damien carefully started to climb his way up in a slow pace, trying not to give out any sound. Asterisk rustle asterisk asterisk rustle asterisk asterisk rustle asterisk. However, when he had reached about 20 meters high, he heard some faint rustling of grass from the ground. He twisted his neck around and looked below. His eyes widened when he saw strange insects burrowing out through the earth, approaching the base of the tree he was climbing at a fast pace. Fuck, those are the blight flayers. Damien howled inwardly when he saw those creepy black insects crawling towards him. These insects actually weren't really strong and usually survived under the ground, preying on weaker organisms. After all, their cultivation levels varied around low levels of the nascent ethereal realm to peak levels of the nascent ethereal realm. But they were known for their vicious blood-sucking bite that could drain a normal cultivator at the nascent ethereal realm dry within minutes. However, that was not the only thing that made them dreadful. It was the excruciating pain that tormented their prey as they sucked off their blood. They would strip off the skin or flay them off as they sucked their prey's blood. Skin and blood both acted as nutrients for them. In a normal situation, Damien could kill a swarm of them with his eyes closed. But now he was stuck in a tight spot, unable to fight back. If he does, it would only be a matter of time till a sky ethereal realm beast appears. He couldn't even use his undead slave, since that would also lead to the same conclusion, and the flame hog obviously wouldn't be able to last even seconds against a sky ethereal realm beast. Damien had barely any information about this area since no one approached this area, due to the frightening pressure experts experienced when they neared this area. They could only barely spot the crimson berry hanging on the tree. But when he entered, he didn't experience any kind of pressure and decided to take advantage of the opportunity to pluck the fruit quickly and return. The blight flayers travel around the dark forest underground since it was safe, and they could also absorb the higher quality of ethereal air present in the air by burrowing towards the inner regions. They had been staying in this place hidden, to be under the presence of the soothing aura of the crimson berry. They rarely burrowed outward lest they get eaten or killed by a stronger ethereal beast. However, they sensed a weaker prey approaching the huge tree, and decided to attack the oblivious prey since there weren't even any stronger ethereal beasts around. After all, seeing such juicy and weak prey in front of them, how can they resist their hunger? Damien took in a deep breath and tried to climb faster. He didn't dare to distract himself with other thoughts and focused on climbing to the top. You need to run right now. Luna's urgent remark echoed in his mind. I can't, just almost 80 more meters, and I can get it, arg. Before Damien could complete his sentence, his face contorted with pain as he felt the blight flayers swarming all over his body, flaying his skin and sucking his blood by tearing through his defensive ethereal energy. Almost every part of his body hurt. His neck, his chest, his arms, his legs were hurting as if innumerous sharp knives were twisting viciously into his body. He felt a horrifying amount of pain as he felt his nerves being torn apart to shreds along with his skin, slowly, in a long train of agony. Damien was still continuing his climb, gritting his teeth while enduring the agonizing pain. Only 30 more meters, I can make it. The more Damien got closer to the top, the more determined he was. However, his pace of climbing was slowing down as he kept losing a lot of blood at a rapid rate. You idiot, stop climbing. Get down this instant. Luna bellowed, seeing his stupidity. She quickly took out the herbs from Damien's soul space and instantly concocted a supreme tier rank 6 heaven healing pill. She transferred it into Damien's soul space and shouted in his mind, I don't need that fruit anymore. See, I have already concocted your stupid pill for you. Now get down, before you die. You should obey this goddess immediately. Damien was slightly surprised, noticing tinges of concern and worry in her voice, and also at the fact that Luna had already concocted the pill he needed before he even kept up the end of his bargain. But even after sensing the pill in his soul space, his gaze didn't waver away from the crimson berry 15 meters away from him. When did I ever take orders from you? I don't take orders from anyone, I always follow my wishes, and most of all I always keep my promises. Besides, I wouldn't even be alive if it weren't for you, so the least I can do is get this damn fruit for you. Damien said in an undaunted tone. I don't want you to keep any stupid promises, and you can also forget about the deal we made. I don't need any lame fruit. I am not going to get impressed with your stupidity. If you die, I swear I am going to make you reincarnate as a dog before I dissipate. Ha, you don't scare me, little goddess. Even if you turn me into a dog, I will become the most powerful dog in the universe. Damien said in a flippant tone. However, his face had already become pale as white as a sheet. He even felt like his whole body was becoming numb and slowly losing his grip on the tree. He was already in an exhausted state since he had just sliced off his soul essence, and had strained himself for too long by maintaining his soul energy connection to the ethereal beasts before. Luna's face became red with annoyance and frustration seeing Damien cracking lame jokes with her even in such a perilous situation. She didn't expect Damien to be so serious about keeping up the end of his deal even after getting the pill from her. Why go so far? Luna thought, seeing Damien struggling to even keep himself conscious. She felt that the mortal she was residing in was beyond her understanding. She felt strange and her heart faltered for a split second for some reason seeing him struggle so much, enduring the pain for someone like her. After all, she knew she was just like a parasite who only cares about herself and thought that Damien should have the same opinion. Just as he was 3 meters away from the crimson berry, Damien circulated his ethereal energy to the maximum. Antigod Art's first stage, Undying Wrath. Chapter 94. Damien's aura instantly flared up, and crushed every single blight slayer on his body to smithereens with just his terrifying ethereal aura. Within that second, Damien climbed forward 3 meters in one leap, reaching for the crimson berry hanging on the branch and instantly deactivated Undying Wrath. As he opened his palm, he smiled seeing a crimson-colored berry on his hand. The exhaustion started to settle in already even though he barely activated Undying Wrath for a second. Even without the burden of the usage of his anti-god arts, he now looked like a bloody bag of bones. His skin was missing here and there over his body, as blood kept oozing out of his injuries. Damien had been biting his tongue to keep himself from fainting. He did not activate Undying Wrath from the beginning, since he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain it for more than a second unless he wanted to collapse on the spot. After all, he hadn't recovered his extensive use of soul energy and the backlash from slicing off his soul essence. He saw a new swarm of blight flayers swarming up from the ground towards him. However, just as he was able to go down, he noticed some large white oval-shaped shells with few cracks resting on some twigs and leaves. Eggs? Shit. Damien felt a tremendous and stiffening pressure descending on him just as he heard a loud high-pitched cry of a bird which made it even hard to even turn his head. His eyes moved and through his peripheral vision saw a silhouette of a flying ethereal beast with a 20-meter wingspan. Even the fog cleared up as it flapped its huge wings speeding towards Damien's position. Damien's eyes widened as he recognized it from the books he had read as the Phantom Mist Rock, and knew that it was rumored to be at the peak-level sky ethereal realm. He realized it must have flown away from its territory in search of food for its fledglings that were about to be born. Damien coughed up blood as the pressure became heavier. He instantly lost his footing on the tree and started falling towards the ground. He saw the huge rock closing in on him and knew he would be ripped apart the moment he gets grabbed by its sharp talons. Even if the rock ignored him, he knew he would die from a 100-meter fall unable to even stabilize his own fall. I can't die like this, Luna. Damien didn't know why, but he screamed Luna's name while mid-air. You are one big idiot. He heard Luna's incensed cold tone. Luna suddenly manifested outside and her glossy black hair looked as radiant as ever especially under the moonlight, while her snow-white skirt danced in the air. She caught Damien by his chest and hovered in mid-air. She had appeared between Damien and the huge rock speeding towards Damien. The immense pressure that was pressing upon him disappeared as soon as she appeared and felt as if a heavy ton of iron was lifted from his chest. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked up at the huge bird with an icy stare. She simply moved her mouth to let out a single word, die. All these happened within a split second and as she closed her eyes, the rock's eyes became lifeless, its huge wings drooped as it went plummeting towards the ground. Thump its huge body crashed on the ground as dust lifted off the cracked ground from the impact of its body. Damien's eyes widened, his jaw slacked as he witnessed the corpse of the rock whizzing past him, nosediving towards the ground. All he saw was Luna simply staring at the huge rock streaking towards him. He noticed she didn't even make any movements, let alone lift her fingers. He once again realized that this mesmerizing girl who looked 13 years old was once the most powerful goddess in the universe. Damien saw her mesmerizing face without any trace of her usual impish expression, glaring at him coldly. Before he could think of anything else, he felt his back resting on the cold ground near the dead rock and realized that he was not even in midair anymore. What the? Damien realized that it was Luna that put him on the ground. However, he couldn't see Luna anywhere. Luna, are you okay? Damien called out anxiously as he saw her soul body waning slightly before. He knew she must have paid a huge price to kill that ethereal beast. Luna. Hearing no response, Damien was filled with unease as he mentally shouted her name. Stop shouting, you dumbo. Luna's frustrated voice sounded in his mind. Damien heaved a sigh of relief after hearing her familiar vexed voice. Stop asking me stupid questions and quickly treat yourself. I don't want you dying like a pig after everything I did. Luna said in a scathing tone. Damn, she's really pissed off. Damien had never seen Luna in such an angry mood before and knew it was because she had sacrificed some part of her soul essence for him. He quickly popped a rank 4 healing pill to stabilize his injuries as he couldn't even move his body around much. Followed by that, he also popped a rank 4 mid-grade soul revitalizing pill to replenish his soul energy and also to soothe his fatigued soul. However, seeing the dead rock lying on his side, his eyes flashed. He focused on his soul plane as he slowly sent his soul energy towards the dead rock to make a soul energy connection. Damn it, I can't handle it. Damien gritted his teeth as he tried his best to hold off the soul of the dead rock from dissipating to buy enough time to slice off 40% of his soul essence. Anti-God second stage, shackles of death. Arg ha. He let out a roar of pain as he began to tear off 40% of his soul essence from his soul plane. His face convulsed as his body shuddered violently in pain. God damn it. Come on. Damien roared in pain while tearing off his soul essence. Ha. He let out a pant of fatigue as he finally sliced off 40% of his soul essence and instantly transferred it to the dead rock. Seeing that the process was completed, Damien panted heavily as his limbs lay spread on the ground, completely exhausted and spent. However, inwardly he was rejoicing as he gained a powerful peak-level sky ethereal realm beast as his undead slave. Now who under the heaven ethereal realm would dare to stand against him? His ethereal energy was almost full to the brim, however, his soul had suffered enough backlash, and coupled with his bloody injuries, he felt his consciousness fading in and out frequently. What the hell did you just do? Luna bellowed. Luna was preparing herself for a long sleep and only noticed the changes happening in Damien's soul essence too late. Her eyes widened, sensing 40% of Damien's soul essence being sliced away, and she also gained the soul essence Damien was saving up for his soul cultivation. The soul essence he had taken from Igor and Aldrich Ward. Damien spoke in a sluggish voice. Why, be surprised. Now, the soul essence you sacrificed didn't go to waste. Yo, did you know that coupled with the 10% of soul essence you sliced away earlier, you have practically cut away 50% of your total lifespan? Now it would at least take a year for you to recover your soul essence completely. Luna felt frustrated that she was unable to take out all her anger on him, since she knew he ended up like this to get the fruit for her. She also felt that the reason Damien turned the dead rock into his undead slave was not only to benefit himself, but also to make her feel better since she didn't sacrifice her precious soul essence for naught. He even gave up his share of soul essence to her to compensate for her sacrifice. She knew how important those soul essences were for him since he needed them to break through his soul cultivation. Luna didn't know how to react or what to say to Damien since this was the first time she ever faced a situation like this. She also wondered why she felt a complex emotion momentarily when she saw Damien suffering from the onslaught of the Blight Flayers. Only 1 year, that's more than enough. Damien said in a lethargic tone. However, Luna's bitter tone sounded in his mind. Forget it, do whatever you want, you can also take back your soul essence. I don't want your charity. I am going to sleep for a long while and won't be able to hear anything you say. Now that you have the peak-level sky ethereal realm beast to protect you, I don't have to worry about you getting killed, HMPH. Luna harumphed as she cut off all her senses completely and went for an indefinite sleep. Silence filled Damien's mind as he also got back the soul essence he had given to her. This little goddess. Damien inwardly shook his head as he wryly smiled. He wondered how long Luna would sleep since she had suffered quite a blow to her soul essence. He felt a bit guilty thinking about whether he should have done things differently. However, he shook his head as he struggled to get up. After all, he had one more agenda left to finish. Marcus, the last thing you should have done is try to drug me, now all that awaits is your death warrant. Chapter 95. Meanwhile, a couple of dozen kilometers away, a man was lying on the ground seriously injured and a woman was standing before him in a fighting stance, as if trying to protect him from the man standing opposite to her. Marcus, how could you betray us like this? Emily asked as she clenched her teeth in anger. Inwardly she was feeling not only anger but sad that the senior brother she had always held in high regard was trying to kill her lover. A few minutes ago, she had gone in search of Leo and Marcus since Damien told her something that worried her. But when she got to where they were, she was shocked to see Marcus trying to kill Leo. She was quickly able to save him in the nick of time by attacking Marcus from behind. If she was a moment later, she was sure she would have lost Leo forever. She had no idea why Marcus would betray and try to kill Leo. She first thought that it was some kind of misunderstanding, but now she was completely sure Marcus wanted Leo dead. However, she could not understand how Leo's cultivation got sealed. Leo could barely move as his cultivation was sealed, and coupled with the injuries he received when trying to defend Marcus' attacks, he could only helplessly watch as his girlfriend faced off Marcus. He knew Emily wouldn't be able to defeat Marcus as he was the strongest of them all, and coupled with his tough defense, it was hard to even scratch him. Since Emily just got here, she had no idea why Marcus was trying to kill Leo. But Leo now knew why, since Marcus revealed the reason himself just before he was trying to land the killing blow. Marcus said in a displeased tone as his face scowled, Emily, you really don't know? Since all those years back, I did many favors for you without even asking for anything, and what did I get in return? You didn't even consider me as a boyfriend material while you just had to fall for this weakling. I was the best of the best and even people thought that both of us would make a good couple. For fucking more than 12 years, I tried to get your attention like a dog. I tried to be the good guy, but you didn't even bat any eye at me. Marcus sighed as he continued, if only you didn't come here, everything would have gone smoothly and I would have easily replaced Leo as your new lover. Even your father would welcome me with open arms seeing how he holds me in high regard. I could have made you forget Leo with my love and have ourselves a happy married life. TSK. What a pity. He shook his head with a disappointed expression. Emily could hardly believe the words that were coming out of her usually gentle and friendly senior brother. It was true that Marcus did many favors for her and gave her a hand whenever she was in need. However, she appreciated what he did and that was why she considered and cherished him as one of her best friends. But how can Marcus expect her to fall in love with him just because he did her some favors? She now understood that Marcus wanted Leo out of the picture so that he could have her. Her heart pained thinking that Leo got hurt because of her. A sinister expression formed on Marcus' face as he said, well, I didn't expect things to take such a turn. Maybe it's better this way, if I can't have your love, I will just ravage you in front of your boyfriend before I kill him ha 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 ha. Emily's face trembled as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Leo had a black expression on his face hearing Marcus' words. He was angry at Marcus and disappointed in himself for being so useless when his lover needed him the most. Marcus, don't you dare. Leo mustered up energy as he shouted at Marcus. Leo couldn't believe that the senior brother he had looked up to was targeting his woman all this while. He wondered whether all these years of brotherhood and friendship were just a lie. Emily, get out of here. Forget me and run. Leo shouted to Emily in an insistent tone. No. I'm not going to leave you. Emily shouted in a forceful tone. Emily gripped her hands getting ready to fight. She could escape using her wind ethereal arts even though her cultivation was weaker than Marcus. But there was no way she was going to leave Leo to his death. Marcus laughed seeing the couple's expression. One was of hostility and despair while the other was of anger mixed with a spirit to battle to the death. He said with an evil smile, Emily, no need to try and put up a struggle. I will make you submit to me right in front of your lover and let him see you moan like a slut under my cock. I will turn you into my sex toy, pleasuring me whenever I feel like it. Before Emily could retort his depraved words, she felt her ethereal energy flowing back into her ethereal core. Her eyes widened when she was unable to make use of any ethereal energy from her ethereal core. She realized her cultivation was sealed. Fear and despair clouded her heart as her face became pale with fright. Marcus laughed seeing her face becoming pale with fear. See, I spared you the trouble of having to even fight me. You never had a chance of winning anyway unless you escaped. But of course, you won't do that. Her mouth trembled as she said, that drink, you drugged us. Wow, you are smarter than your boyfriend here. At least you figured it out. Well, why don't we show your boyfriend how a real man makes love to his woman? Let him see your lewd expressions while you suck my cock like a whore. Marcus said as he lasciviously licked his lips. Emily stumbled backward as she saw Marcus approaching her with the look of lust all over his face. She wanted to run from this beast, but at the same time, she didn't want to leave Leo alone. Leo screamed, Marcus, don't, I swear I will kill you. No. Emily screamed in despair as her hands were caught in the grip of Marcus while he tore apart her clothes. Tears of fear and despair dripped from her eyes as she hoped that whatever was happening was only a nightmare. The last thing she would ever expect is her best friend trying to rape her in front of her lover. *SCREE*** just before Marcus could grope her bare breasts, a frightening pressure descended on him as he coughed out blood, forcing him to let go of Emily. His body instantly crashed with his face planted on the ground, making him unable to even move his fingers. Emily quickly covered herself with another set of clothes as tears continuously dripped from her eyes. She hurried backward as she saw a huge rock descending on the ground. As it flapped its huge wings, they felt as if they were in the middle of a strong gale. She instantly identified it as the Phantom Mist Rock, a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast, since she was aware that its territory was nearby. However, her eyes widened seeing a familiar figure sitting on top of the huge rock as if he was using the huge rock as his mount. Sir Alchemist? Emily cried out in surprise. Leo had a relieved expression seeing that Alchemist Azrael came to their rescue. The rumors of Alchemist Azrael's ethereal cultivation being at the Heaven Ethereal Realm must be true. The couple mentally screamed as they realized in their own way how Damien was mounting a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast. They at first didn't believe those rumors since they knew how legendary the Heaven Ethereal Realm was, and couldn't understand why Damien would still stay in the Rogue Empire if he had such power. They only expected him to be in the Sky Ethereal Realm at most. They were also surprised that an ethereal beast like the Phantom Mist Rock would submit itself to be a mere mount. They knew that these kinds of ethereal beasts would rather die than submit and even stronger cultivators wouldn't try to tame them. However, the huge rock seemed more frightening than they expected and wondered if all peak-level Sky Ethereal Realm beasts were this terrifying. When they looked into its eyes, they felt their spines going cold. Damien got off the rock slowly while Marcus was under the firm talons of his undead rock. Marcus was surprised and shocked at the sudden turn of events. When he learned that Emily and Leo were going to marry soon, anger and jealousy filled in his veins. Seeing no other alternative, he had meticulously planned to kill Leo without Emily's knowledge. However, he was unable to let out even a sound and could only helplessly lie under the clutches of the rock while enduring the torturing pressure. Damien looked at the couple and said in a low growl, "Why are you two still here?" Chapter 96. Emily and Leo had a perplexed expression on their faces hearing Damien's words. They didn't understand why Damien was asking them to leave when they had unfinished business with Marcus. But they realized from his tone that Damien was not asking but instead indirectly ordering them to leave. They didn't know what Damien was planning to do to Marcus since they thought he didn't have any personal vendetta against Marcus. Damien saw the expression of the two people before him, and got irritated seeing how they were simply wasting his time when he was trying his best not to fall unconscious. Even after chugging those healing pills, it wasn't enough to alleviate the severe backlash he had suffered from slicing half of his soul essence. "I take it that you don't care about your dear friend's life or death, right?" he said curtly. The couple had blinking expressions on their face, but before they could say anything, Damien continued, "If you do, then you too won't be leaving this place, am I clear?" The couple gulped hearing Damien's threat. They didn't know what Marcus did to incur the wrath of someone so powerful or how he had the guts to even offend him. They simply nodded meekly. Seeing their nod, Damien growled, "Then leave. Thanks for saving us, Sir Alchemist. We will leave right now." Emily quickly let out a few words of thanks for saving their lives and didn't tarry any longer as she hurriedly helped Leo up. The effects of the drug had already worn off as she felt her cultivation returning. Without any delay, she sped off carrying Leo using her wind ethereal arts. In the end, the couple was genuinely thankful to Damien for saving them and didn't really care whether Marcus died or not. After all, after betraying and trying to kill them, all those years of close friendship dissolved right away. Damien wasn't surprised by the turn of events. He actually predicted such a thing happening right when he noticed the way Marcus occasionally looked at Emily. He once again realized how years of so-called trust and friendship could be easily broken within just moments. In his perspective, things such as brotherhood and true friendship were not something one can find easily. After all, he had experienced how even his so-called lifelong friends and brothers betrayed him easily and turned on him without any hesitation. Damien was now a bit averse to the concept of brotherhood and he would never by any chance let a man stay close to his girl. In his eyes, Leo was utterly foolish for not being able to notice such a malicious person near him. Marcus was still under the immense pressure exerted by the huge rock's ethereal aura. Blood had already started leaking from his 7 orifices. He couldn't understand how things took such a bad turn. He had meticulously used a rare type of leaf as an ingredient in the drink he gave to Damien, which makes one dizzy after a certain period of time after inhaling just its fragrance. One need not even have to drink it and the effects would still take place in a certain period of time. It was rumored to even affect Sky Ethereal Realm cultivators. He had obtained one such leaf from a certain exploit in the Gale Empire. Even if Damien had refused his drink, he was confident the effects would still take place. He also varied the dosage in the drinks he had given to Leo and Emily according to his plan. He tried to drug Damien so that he could make Emily stay with the unconscious Damien while he finished off Leo. He took in all variables into account as Emily might rejoin them sooner if Damien was not unconscious. Besides, he didn't want Damien interfering with his plans as he had no idea if Damien was the type to poke his nose in others' businesses. Even if Damien had died under the hands of a Sky Ethereal Realm beast, he wouldn't be afraid of his backers from the Zeton Empire since they wouldn't be able to trace his death back to him. It would just appear as if Damien died overestimating himself in the presence of a Sky Ethereal Realm beast. Marcus never really bothered about the reward in the first place. He was so obsessed with Emily that all these years of waiting had driven him crazy. When he heard Leo would be marrying her soon enough, he thought he had to do something quickly no matter how. And Damien's mission seemed like the best opportunity for him. Emily wouldn't even remotely suspect him of drugging them and Marcus would have shrugged it off as ingesting some strange plant or fruit. He thought he had timed it perfectly enough so that when he got back, Emily's cultivation would get sealed, and he could save her from any potential beasts just like a knight in shining armor saving the damsel in distress and winning her affection. At least, that would be a good start, or so he thought. However, Damien thought that his plan was extremely dumb and foolish and wasn't surprised seeing how madly obsessed he was with Emily. Damien looked at him and said cynically, "In your next life, don't think with your dick, well if you are born with one." Damien simply placed his hands on Marcus' back and started taking away his life and soul essence. Arg! Marcus' eyes bulged when he felt his vitality oozing out like a balloon and shrieked in pain, as his soul essence was being sucked out from his soul plane. He was unable to even let out a strand of his ethereal energy from his ethereal core since it was being sealed in by the huge rock. How can a high-level Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator hope to struggle against a peak-level Sky Ethereal Realm beast? Their fundamental strength itself was worlds apart. He wouldn't even be able to struggle against a low-level Sky Ethereal Realm beast, let alone one at the peak level. Damien finished taking out Marcus' soul and life essence and supported himself on the huge bird. He was completely spent and exhausted that he could barely stand. "Take me somewhere safe and guard me." He commanded the phantom mist rock as he got on top of it. As soon as he got in a comfortable position and felt the cool breeze caressing his face, his consciousness had already faded out from fatigue and weariness. For days passed and it was the usual busy morning day in the Rome Imperial City. In the middle of the streets, a little girl with rosy pink hair was walking while looking around anxiously as if searching for someone. Her mouth was moving as she mumbled in a perturbed manner, "Big brother Damien, big brother, where did you go?" The girl's exotic hair and her exquisite dress attracted many people's attention, but when they saw her face, most of them winced in disgust seeing those ghastly scars on her face. "Oh my god, what an ugly girl. What are those hideous scars on her face? TSK poor girl. Hey, don't get too close to her, ugly girls like those are bad luck." "Why would I? I don't want to burn holes in my eyes, damn it. Those creepy red eyes are just like those of scary beasts in the dark forest. What kind of abomination is she?" Some even got creeped out seeing her face and tried their best to avoid her while some others remarked about how ugly she looked, and a very few people pitied that such a little girl's face had been destroyed. The girl heard those remarks crystal clear and wondered why people were looking at her in disgust and calling her ugly. Damien had complimented her by saying that she was the most beautiful gem one could behold in the world. She was confused why the words that were coming out from the people around her contrasted with what her big brother Damien said. She was already feeling nervous and tense when she ventured out from her territory. She was afraid to step out into the outside world alone, but gathered up the courage to find her big brother who hasn't returned for 6 days after he left. She waited the first 3 days without any worry since Damien said he wouldn't be able to come. But on the 4th day, she started to feel a bit restless not seeing Damien. She even waited the next day but still, there was no sign of Damien. Feeling uneasy and wondering if Damien was in trouble, she decided to set out in search of him based on the vague location of his villa he had pointed out before. Hearing the caustic and nasty remarks from the people around her, she felt scared and a bit hurt but didn't pay it much mind, since her mind was totally focused on finding Damien in this crowded and strange place. However, a few blocks away, 2 men spotted Valentina aimlessly walking around. Seeing her, they discussed among themselves, "Hey, do you see that ugly kid with the pink hair?" "Yeah, what about her?" "I think the boss will be happy if we take her to him. We would even get some nice commission if he is able to sell her off as a foreign product. After all, our Dark Sky Guild is best known for selling such products. How do you know if she is really alone or not?" Maybe her parents must be here somewhere. Don't you see, she's obviously alone. A lost kid would be crying for their parents, but something is off about this kid. Even if she is alone, are you stupid? No one would buy such an ugly kid, not even to clean their toilets. It would be an eyesore for them to see her face daily. Since you are new, you have no idea about the kind of customers that come to buy our products. You do know that tomorrow there is going to be a mega auction where various kinds of customers would be participating. We can convince the boss to auction off this ugly girl, and some rich crackhead who has a liking for odd things might buy her for a huge price seeing her uncanny hair and eyes. Think about it, we can probably get enough spirit stones to enjoy those hot girls at the newly opened pavilion. Still, what if she is some young miss of some rich family? Look at the dress she is wearing, it seems inexpensive. Why don't we just try our luck? When have those kinds of things stopped us? He. Alright fine, let's see. Hey kid, are you alone? A man walked in front of the girl and asked with a gentle smile. Chapter 97. Valentina had a wary expression but still nodded seeing how they were talking to her nicely with a smile. The two men smiled inwardly seeing that she nodded. However, they were trying their best to maintain their attention on her face due to how ghastly her face looked to them. They thought they had never seen such an ugly girl in their lives before. Do you have any family around? Valentina slowly opened her mouth and spoke, I don't have family, I only have my big brother. Oh, so a vagabond's little sister it seems. They thought. The men looked at each other and nodded with an understanding. Why don't you follow us and we will give you some nice food to eat? I don't want food, I only want my big brother. Valentina said in a delicate voice. Their expression didn't change and one of them said with a gentle smile, don't worry, we will help you find your big brother. What's his name? Damien. Valentina started having some hope thinking that the two kind-looking uncles before her might know Damien. Oh, Damien. Yeah, I know that guy. He's quite famous, haha. We are also good buddies. Didn't know his little sister was searching for him. How can he let his sweet little sister wander alone? Don't worry kid, we will take you right to him, follow us. Valentina nodded as her face lit up thinking that they knew Damien. They led the way as she innocently followed them without suspecting anything. Despite Damien's warning to not trust anybody else, she was desperate to find Damien that her determination to find him overcame her fear. All that mattered to her now was finding Damien. Ah. The same day, it was already nightfall when a cloaked figure slowly opened his eyes. A huge bird was covering the cloaked figure with its wings as if it was guarding it. Asterisk squawk asterisk it let out a low cry seeing the cloaked figure making some movement. However, its head was still low as if it was bowing to the figure in respect. One would wonder why such a huge ethereal beast was being so deferential to such a weak human being. Damn it, how long was I out? Damien's consciousness slowly stirred up as he tried to move his exhausted body. He still felt fatigued all over his body, and his terrible injuries didn't fully even after taking some healing pills because of how serious his injuries were. He still felt a faint stinging sensation in his soul but wasn't bothering him much. Luna, how long was I out? Ah, is she still sleeping? Damn, I should first heal myself. Only if I could concoct a star-soothing pill. Damien inspected his injuries and saw that his skin and nerves weren't completely healed and the pain was only slightly less than before. He guessed that he could probably concoct the rank 5-star soothing pill if he uses at least 95% of his soul energy. He wanted to buy those rank 5-star soothing pills but they were currently out of stock in the market. Having no other choice, he thought of concocting one otherwise it might take him ages to heal. He found that he could barely walk with these bloody injuries all over his body and felt his senses were numb in some parts of his body. He was feeling anemic as his blood had been drained too much by the blight flayers and still haven't replenished fully. He then looked up at the night sky and saw how the stars have changed their position. His eyes widened when he realized that more than 4 days had passed. All this while he didn't imagine that he was knocked out for days and only thought he slept for a day at most. I should go see Valentina first. Damien guessed that Valentina must have been sitting up waiting for him all these days. He wanted to see her first and assure her that everything is all right. He got on the back of the huge bird and decided to name it. Your name henceforth will be Misty. Damien knew that his huge undead rock was a fearsome ethereal beast that could cause havoc on its own especially when using its wind elemental seed. It could also blend well with the wind high above the air and no one would even notice it ever being there in the first place. Asterisk scree asterisk Misty made a low shriek of happiness having been bestowed by a name by its master. It instantly took off into the air and sped through the foggy air. Damn, she is really fast. Damien was impressed witnessing the speed at which Misty was flying. Within just a minute, he reached Valentina's turf. However, no matter how much he spread out his spiritual perception or called out for her, he couldn't find her. Valentina. Where are you? We can play games later, why don't you show yourself, cough, cough. Damien shouted at the top of his voice, but still, there was no sign of her. He immediately realized that something was off as Valentina would usually rush at him whenever she saw him. No. It cannot be. Damien had a bad premonition thinking that Valentina probably went in search of him all alone. He knew she wouldn't leave the dark forest unless it was something important. Maybe she must be out hunting for some food. Damien also thought of another possibility but didn't feel too confident about it. I have to find her, Damien wanted to find Valentina as soon as possible but his injuries were acting up again, and he knew he had to heal them first before he could do anything. Otherwise, he might just collapse again. He had 2 out of 3 medical herbs required to concoct the star-soothing pill but he was missing the last one. Lily's courtyard. However, his eyes suddenly lit up remembering how Lily's inner courtyard had the missing herb. I will just buy one for her later. Damien thought of sneaking into her courtyard now and recompense her later. He quickly got on top of Misty and commanded it to speed towards the Rome Imperial City. He also wondered if Lily also realized if he was missing since she might have checked up on him after 3 days. Within a few minutes, Damien reached the city and Misty was back in his soul space. No one noticed anything since Misty knew how to blend well with the wind and unless a Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator appeared, there wouldn't be any chance of someone spotting it. Even a low-level Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator would find it hard to spot it. After all, it wasn't named the Phantom Mist Rock for nothing. Damien had searched for Valentina on his way but didn't find her even in the city. He only got more anxious thinking about a little girl like her without much knowledge about the outside world, wandering alone. But prayed inwardly that she was still in the forest and it was not as he imagined. He carefully sneaked into the palace and got inside Lily's inner courtyard. He knew how to avoid any defense formations or alarms since Lily had explained to him about all the formations surrounding the courtyard. Found it. Damien's eyes sparkled when he saw a shiny blue grass and slowly limped towards it. With only the moonlight entering the courtyard, Damien felt that it looked more beautiful than ever. However, before he could react, he felt a cold blade pressing against his neck. Who are you? A girl's cold voice sounded from behind. Chapter 98. Damien remembered that Lily would stay in the inner courtyard during the night whenever she was feeling down or wanted to be alone with her thoughts. Damien sighed as he slowly raised both of his hands. He didn't turn back and said in his normal voice, I didn't expect that the usually gentle Lily would speak so coldly to me. He felt the blade on his neck tremble as it slowly retracted backward, no longer pressing against his neck. Asterisk clang asterisk the sound of a sword hitting the ground resounded as suddenly two arms embraced Damien from behind. Damien, you are still here. Lily choked out her words in between sniffles as a set of tears streamed down her face. Lily for the past few days had been spending her nights in the inner courtyard thinking about Damien and worrying where he had disappeared to. Damien was surprised to see her break down, but he could understand why she was feeling down. After all, in her perspective, he suddenly disappeared without any news for more than 3 days. He gently unfolded her arms around his body and turned back to look at her face. She was too distracted to think why Damien was wearing a cloak or why he even sneaked into her courtyard. Lily, I am sorry. Damien said in a low voice as he saw her moist eyes and trembling chin. Seeing her eyes, he felt sad as he could see that she wasn't doing well for the past few days. She clutched his chest as she said with her head rested on his chest, where were you? For days after you left, I scoured the entire palace in search of you. You were not even in your room nor did anyone see you around the palace. Why did you leave for so long without telling me? Do you know much I worried about whether something happened to you? I even asked Oswin to discreetly search for you, but you weren't anywhere to be found. I thought maybe it was because of the K-kiss. Of course not, you silly girl, you think too much. Damien softly chuckled. Lily heaved a sigh of relief inwardly hearing his words as that thought had tormented her mind these past few days. Since even his chest was injured, his injury stung when Lily clutched his chest, but he remained still letting her pour out her pent-up worries. Lily could only see Damien's features vaguely because of the moonlight as his hood shadowed the rest of his features. She looked up at him wondering why he was wearing a hood. She slowly reached for his hood but suddenly Damien caught her hands. Don't, please. Damien didn't want Lily to see his hideous injuries to not worry her. But he knew he couldn't probably hide it from her. He felt his body suddenly faltering as he slumped over Lily. Damn. Damien realized that his body was too tired than he thought and without taking any sustenance, it only made his condition worse. Lily was surprised when Damien suddenly fell over her. But she caught him as his chin rested against her shoulder. She instantly felt something was wrong and released her spiritual perception. Her eyes widened and her heart was shaken as she sensed the ghastly injuries all over his body. Damien, you. She stopped herself from saying anything and quickly went towards a place where the moonlight reached the most. She put out a long and soft mattress on the floor from her spatial ring. She held him gently while she sat down and placed his head over her lap while the rest of his body rested over the mattress. She slowly removed the hood and saw his originally dazzling face riddled with horrendous injuries with skin missing on some parts of his face. Seeing such a sight, tears again streamed down her cheeks in heavy succession. She couldn't understand how he got hurt or who did this to him. Who would be so vicious to hurt and torture a cripple by peeling off their skin? Damien's eyes were half closed due to fatigue and faintly mumbled as he felt her warm tears dripping on his face. Lily, don't cry. This is nothing, I just look a bit scary he. He tried to smile but felt his muscles were too stubborn to move. He felt his senses slowly dimming along with his consciousness. Lily saw Damien trying to reassure her by trying to force a smile but her heart was still pained seeing his condition. She quickly took out a star-soothing pill and put it in her mouth. He could only vaguely see her putting something in her mouth since his vision was getting blurry. Without much hesitation, Lily closed the distance between her and his lips and kissed him. Damien was surprised when Lily suddenly kissed him and felt a pill being forced into his mouth, which he involuntarily swallowed. The pill quickly started being assimilated by his body as a soothing and relaxing sensation spread on his body. His skin cells started to regrow slowly and his blood cells were slowly regenerated. Feeling the comforting and relaxing feeling from both the pill's effects and Lily's soft thighs, he immediately fell asleep. Everything will be all right, Damien. Lily whispered as she caressed his head gently. Thinking about how she just kissed him, a blush spread across her cheeks. She never expected that she would do something like that without any hesitation. However, when she focused her spiritual perception on his body, her brows knit together. Not soon after, Damien still felt his head resting on something soft. His consciousness slowly roused as he slowly opened his eyes. Ah, you woke up. Lily smiled seeing that Damien was not in pain anymore. She also saw that his injuries weren't serious anymore and were slowly healing. Damien's eyes were greeted by Lily's angelic face smiling at him. He slowly smiled back and tried to raise his body. But Lily held him back and said in a concerned tone, don't get up now. You need to rest now and let your body completely absorb the pill. You can sleep on my lap as much as you want. But tell me what's going on and who did this to you. Damien sighed as he slowly took out the rank 6 heaven healing pill and put it in Lily's hands. He faintly smiled as he said, now your ancestor can be saved with this rank 6 heaven healing pill. Lily's eyes trembled seeing an exceptional rank 6 pill in her hand. She had only heard about the rumors of a stellar healing pill known as the heaven healing pill, which even the star soothing pill cannot compare to. How? She asked incredulously. Not even in her dreams could she imagine Damien getting his hands on such a pill when even she couldn't get one. She could feel the rich medical aura emanating from it and knew it was a genuine one even without being an alchemist herself. The medical aura, after all, was way stronger than a rank 5 pill. I am sorry, Lily, I had to lie to you. Damien said as he looked away feeling guilty. Lily's heart heaved as she asked, what do you mean by saying that you lied to me? Damien sighed as he slowly let out his ethereal aura. Since Luna was always present in him, unless Damien wanted to, his cultivation would always remain hidden. Luna thought that it would be the best way, at least till she woke up, and she wouldn't even be spending any soul essence to mask his cultivation since their soul was connected. Lily's eyes widened as her senses picked up his ethereal aura, including his cultivation at the first level of the nascent ethereal realm, and even his soul cultivation. Impossible, this can't be, how? She mumbled in disbelief as her brows creased. I am not a cripple anymore, Lily. I was indeed crippled when I came here with you. But after that my ethereal core points were fixed mysteriously. I can't tell you for your own safety, do you believe me? Damien asked in a concerned tone. It was not that he didn't trust Lily, but because he genuinely cared for her safety. If she knows his secrets, his enemies might try to get her to tell them and she would only suffer in such a case. Not that he would let anything like that happen, but he wanted to be on the safe side. Nor can he tell Lily about Luna without her permission. Since it is not exactly his secret to tell, and he also felt that Luna wouldn't want him to blurt out about her existence. Lily looked at him with a shocked expression for a few moments. This seems so, no. It doesn't matter how your ethereal core points got fixed, but all that matters is that you can cultivate now. Lily said with an elated expression as her eyes sparkled. She was curious how Damien's destroyed ethereal core points were healed, but hearing him say that it was not safe for her to know, she let it go. She trusted his words as she knew Damien wouldn't want anything bad happening to her. Her curiosity didn't mean anything compared to knowing that Damien could cultivate like every other cultivator. She had always been worried about his condition, but now it was like a huge weight was lifted off from her heart. Now everything made sense to her, why Damien didn't hesitate to take the oath to help her, and seeing the cloak, she figured out who the mysterious alchemist Azrael was. But she wondered how Damien was able to concoct a rank 6 pill when he could only concoct rank 4 pills. Even the fact that he can concoct rank 4 pills with his cultivation seemed shocking to her. However, she decided to leave those questions for later and focus on her Prince Charming lying on her lap, looking at her with a smile. Right now she was moved thinking how Damien was trying his best to help her out and was glad that her only friend was the only genius alchemist, who could concoct the legendary supreme tier pills. All this while, you were out there helping me, getting hurt, I don't know how I can ever repay you while I couldn't even help you out much. Lily said as she started sobbing again. Her heart writhed seeing how she was the reason he ended up like this. She speculated that he must have ventured to the dangerous regions in search of precious herbs. Damien softly smiled as he raised his hand and cupped her face, staring at her with a deep and intense gaze. Lily's heart throbbed feeling his gentle touch and seeing him staring at her intently. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked as she shyly glanced away. Because I finally realized I have already fallen for you, Lily. Damien said in an impassioned tone. Chapter 99. Lily's face became red as a beet as she stammered, why are you suddenly saying things like this? Damien did not simply say it on impulse, in fact, he truly realized his feelings for Lily. He realized that Lily had long since become his emotional support and someone who made him feel happy, someone who was like the brightest star in his dark and lonely world when he had no one in this unknown world. Even before he awakened his memories, she was his only true friend who was there for him. He felt that the day she rescued him from the slave market was one of the biggest turning points in his life. He was glad it was she who rescued him and thankful he got to reunite with her. He knew that if he didn't say anything, he would lose her forever. Lily was at a loss for words hearing Damien's confession. However, inwardly she felt happy, nervous, and a bit excited hearing his words. Ever since the day Damien kissed her, she had been spending the next few days sorting out her feelings and thinking about how she felt about him. The first time she met Damien during her childhood, he was the one who brought her out of her cage of grief and lament. He brought back light into her world and made her cheerful again. Even when she met him again after 8 years, he comforted her and made her feel safe with his words and was like a pillar of strength for her. The day he took the oath to help her was the day she started to realize her feelings for Damien. But the problems she faced made her shun away those feelings to not put him in danger. Regardless, when Damien kissed her, it roused up all the bottled up feelings in her heart and sent her emotions into disarray. She was scared of her feelings since she couldn't see how she could be together with Damien even if she wanted to. If she tried to be with him, it would only put his life in danger. Stuck between following her feelings and the safety of Damien, she was unable to even focus on her cultivation as her mind was being tormented by her own emotions. Not being able to let out her feelings, and coupled with Damien missing, her heart was in constant turmoil these few days. Damien slowly sat up, still maintaining his gaze on her. He said, I haven't told you this before, but I already have someone in my heart. Lily's eyes shook and her heart became taut when she heard that Damien already loved someone. She felt as if her heart was crumbling hearing his words. She had never felt such agony before in her life. She wondered why he confessed to her in the first place if he already loved someone. She asked in a wobbly voice, is it Sophie? The name Sophie had been in the back of her mind since the day Damien first called out her name. She knew the person named Sophie must have been very important to Damien. Damien said directly, yes, and I still and always will love her even though she is not beside me right now. Lily's lip quivered as her head drooped. But Damien continued in an affectionate tone with his hand still on her cheek, however, I can't just get you out of my mind no matter how much I tried. Every time I remember your smile as radiant as the stars, I forget about all my worries and pain which made me realize that you have already stolen my heart. So how can I let go of someone who took something that belongs to me? So, will you stay with me until the very end, despite how shameless I am? Lily's eyes livened up when she heard his loving words. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. He had feelings for her despite having someone else in his heart. She didn't know how to react because she also couldn't let go of her feelings for Damien. Even though she knew it was normal for men to have more than one wife in this world, she was a dignified imperial princess who was not used to these things. She also found it painful that Damien already loved someone else and that she wasn't his first. However, her feelings for him won over her mind and heart as she said in a mild voice, why ask me now when you already stole my heart as well? Her tone became emotional as she continued, "Do you have any idea how many days I spent thinking about you? I felt like a part of my soul was missing when you disappeared suddenly. Whenever I think about you, I miss you, and that's when I realized how much I long to be in your embrace. As long as you have me in your heart, that is fine." Damien smiled hearing her words and felt his heart getting lighter, seeing that things didn't turn out bad as he expected. He felt that she was truly a 1 in a million and couldn't imagine how lucky he was to meet someone like her. He held her tight and whispered in her ears, "Don't worry, as long as I live, my heart will always and forever beat for you." Lily felt heartened hearing his whispers of love. But another thought popped in her mind as she said anxiously, But, you know my situation, I will only put you in danger and MMMHH. Her eyes widened when Damien suddenly sealed her lips with his. She instinctively struggled a bit, but could only let out a whimper as Damien kissed her intensely. He sucked on her cherry lips with more passion and vigor than his first kiss with her. Her ears and cheeks reddened with nervousness and panic. Lily didn't resist anymore as she closed her eyes slowly, choosing to not think about anything else and just immerse in this passionate moment with him and convey her bottled-up feelings. His insistent mouth was playing with her delicate and shaking lips, sending wild tremors along her nerves, evoking from her sensations she had never known she was capable of feeling. And before a string of giddiness spun her around and around, she knew she was kissing him back. Damien was holding her neck as his kiss became more deeper and intense. A few moments later he parted his lips from her and gazed intently at her stunning black eyes as she also stared at his eyes, that were as black as the starry sky. "You look as beautiful as a star, Lily," Damien said with fervor. Lily smiled as she shyly looked down and felt over the moon hearing his heartfelt compliment. He brought her chin up and pecked on her petal-like lips a few times till he again went for a deep and full kiss. He finally forced his tongue through her teeth. Lily didn't clench her teeth for long when she felt Damien's tongue trying to force itself into her mouth. She had no idea what Damien was trying to do but let him do as he wanted. Damien rolled his tongue over her tender and shy tongue while ravishing her lips with his. Lily felt it strange when Damien tried to play with her tongue, but soon she started to enjoy the intoxicating feeling and followed his lead. Amid the lingering kiss, her face had unknowingly been flushed entirely in red. Her pair of eyes, which occasionally opened and closed, had completely turned hazy. In the midst of the deep kiss, Damien had slowly loosened the belt on her waist and pulled it out as her robes became loose. He moved on to the jade buttons on her garment and slowly undid them. Damien slowly stretched his hands, invaded into her clothes, and without any restraint, his hands began to swim around her velvety waist. MN. Lily's eyelids suddenly jumped, and her angelic pair of eyes were wide open. She gripped Damien's naughty hands from moving any forward as her body trembled from nervousness. Damien slowly ended the kiss by pulling her upper lip into his mouth. Seeing her face as pretty as a picture and the reddish hue on her face, it only made her look more seductive to Damien. His eyes blazed with passion as he slowly started pecking her from the forehead, her nose, her lips, her chin, and finally he nuzzled her neck and started kissing her skin gently. MMMHHH. Lily let out a low moan as she felt a new kind of pleasure when Damien started kissing her neck. She closed her mouth with her hand to suppress her moans and felt it embarrassing she was making such sounds. Her delicate brows trembled with nervousness as she clutched his hair tighter. Damien left deep kisses on her neck as his mouth slowly made its way to her alluring collarbones. He parted her shoulder sleeve as her smooth right shoulder got completely exposed. Seeing her pristine fair skin glistening under the moonlight, Damien couldn't resist himself as he sucked and bit on her sensual collarbones. MMMH. Damien. Lily couldn't believe the pleasure she was feeling when Damien was kissing just her collarbones. She raked her nails through his hair as she immersed herself in pleasure. He kissed and teased her shoulders with his lips while his left hand, which was loosely gripped by Lily, slowly forced its way towards her bosom. However, he was surprised when he tried to squeeze her boobs. Ah. Damien, no. Lily cried in embarrassment and shame when Damien tried to squeeze her breasts. Her entire body stiffened when Damien grasped one of her melons. Damien looked at her with a sly smile. "Oh my, what do we have here?" Chapter 100. Damien was surprised when he felt a bandage on her breasts which made him unable to grasp her melons fully. "Why hide your beautiful babies with a piece of cloth?" Damien asked as he parted her robes, revealing her snow-white navel and shoulders. Only her chest was covered by a white bandage that tightened around her breasts. "Be babies? What are you talking about?" Lily tried to cover her chest shyly with her hands while wondering why Damien was talking about a baby. But seeing him looking at her melons, she understood what he meant. Damien gently removed Lily's hands as he untied the bandage around her breast slowly. He could guess the reason she tied them, thinking that it made it easier for her to practice her sword mastery. As he lovingly removed them little by little, her smooth and silky globes were slowly coming into view. Lily's heart was heavily pounding in nervousness and anticipation as her breast heaved up and down. She was extremely embarrassed and shy that her breasts were going to be laid bare in front of Damien. Just as her enticing cleavage and the upper part of her snowy ample breasts came into view, Damien nuzzled her cleavage and licked and kissed the upper part of her milky globes while his pair of hands rubbed and pinched her hard nipples through the clothing. MNNNN. With her sensitive nipples being assaulted, coupled with Damien's tongue wantonly moving over her breasts, her moans got more intense and seductive as she weakly tried to push back Damien by his shoulder. Her struggles began to weaken further, and not long after, a strange and exotic feeling started to slowly well up inside her. He completely removed the bandage as her rosy supple breasts popped out. Lily saw how Damien was gazing at her boobs lustfully and felt like hiding her face in a hole. "Damien," she murmured with a pleading look on her bashful face. "No wonder you hid them. These two are the most beautiful pieces of art in this world that should be for my eyes only." Damien came close and whispered in her ear in a captivating tone. "No." Lily shyly cooed hearing his flirty words. Damien smiled seeing her cute actions and bit her ear before moving his mouth back to her globes. "Ah." Feeling her ear getting quickly bitten by Damien, she felt an electrifying sensation on her ear. Now that her breast was completely exposed along with how her body was feeling, her hands didn't struggle anymore. Getting complete freedom of his hands, Damien squeezed her silky breasts, with each of his fingers pressing deeply into them, and twirled his tongue around her areola before proceeding to suck on her pink cherries, which were sticking out. Your body really smells like flowers. Damien murmured in between as he moved on to suck her other pink bud. It's just the fragor, mmmmh. Before she could say anything more, the pair of hands that were violating her pure body seemed to turn hotter as well along with her body. The feeling of his warm tongue on her nipples passed through her skin and entered her body, as flames of lust slowly started blazing in her body. Unwittingly, her slender waist began to fidget as her breathing became more erratic, trying her best to suppress her moans. She did not want to lose her remaining dignity and pride in front of Damien. She never in her life imagined that she would be letting out moans like someone in heat. Her face was dizzily red, and from her eyes, she looked even more squiffy. She arched her neck backward in pleasure as Damien continued to ravage her pink buds and all over her breasts with his mouth. Seeing her arch her neck back, Damien's eyes were seduced by her attractive and exquisite neck. He licked her cleavage, indulging himself in her delicate skin, and started kissing upwards from her chest as his mouth slowly made its way towards her lovely neck. Lily's body was being overwhelmed by shivers of pleasure and she felt a strange sensation in her lower regions as if she was feeling to pee. She tried her best to control that feeling in order to not embarrass herself before Damien. But as seconds passed, she only felt her lower regions getting hotter and wetter. At the same time, Damien's left hand stretched towards her legs as he parted her long skirt. Without any restraint, he touched her slender and smooth legs. Following the perfect curve of her thigh, his hand slowly moved upwards. As though she was shocked by electricity, Lily's body trembled and she brought her head back up to look at Damien with a flustered face, trying to catch his naughty hands. However, when he saw a vein on her neck, he suddenly remembered about Valentina. Shit, how could I even forget? Damien stopped kissing her as his hands receded away from her thighs. He berated himself for being so thoughtless and for getting lost in the moment, not that he blamed Lily. Damien initially decided to let his body absorb the pill completely before searching for Valentina so as to not collapse on his way again, but in the heat of the moment and the sudden confession he had with Lily, his mind got distracted. Though he knew a part of the reason was that his mind was still a bit muddled from the backlash of slicing his soul essence. He wondered whether that was the reason he wanted to tell Lily how he felt. But inwardly felt glad he poured out his true feelings. He was still hoping that Valentina was still in the forest and things are not as he imagined. He planned to go search for her again in the forest after searching the city. Seeing Damien frown and pulling back his hands, Lily felt guilty thinking that she hurt his feelings by trying to stop him. Damien, I didn't mean to, sure. Damien sealed Lily's lips with his finger as he could guess what she was trying to say. He continued, it's not that. I have to go now. I have to find somebody I care about. He said in a gentle tone. What? Who? Is it Sophie? Lily didn't know anything about Sophie, and thought that Damien was talking about her since she didn't know any other person that Damien cared about. No, it's not her, I will tell you when I am back, okay? Don't worry, I won't disappear anywhere without telling you. Damien said softly as he slowly got up. Lily got worried thinking that Damien might be going to a dangerous place all alone. She got up, put on her upper garment, and said in a worried tone, you shouldn't go alone. I don't know where you are planning to go, but it's dangerous to wander outside with your current cultivation. Lily tried her best to put out her worries and didn't want to hurt his ego by telling him he's too weak to go somewhere dangerous. But Damien was instead happy that she was concerned about him. He pulled her into an embrace and whispered, I am not as weak as you think. I am the most special and strongest man you will ever meet in your life. If you don't believe me, watch me. Damien stepped back and closed his eyes without saying anything else. He started focusing on his ethereal core and soul plane at the same time, channeling the collected life and soul essences of his victims respectively, and preparing for a breakthrough. Damien thought that now would be a good time to break through before he goes in search of Valentina, so that he would be more prepared if things turn out to be bad and also at the same time he can heal his soul by breaking through, rejuvenating a small percentage of his soul essence. Moreover, he can also convince Lily and put her at ease. A few minutes passed, and Lily was wondering why Damien was still simply standing with his eyes closed. But she squinted her eyes when she sensed Damien's ethereal energy converging in his core, which was the sign of a breakthrough. Soon enough, Damien's ethereal aura slowly started surging as his ethereal core started expanding and becoming more denser. However, the fatigue and exhaustion in his body completely disappeared as his soul plane was also undergoing a breakthrough as it started, expanding as well. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 1. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 2. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 3. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 8. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 9. Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 10. Lily's eyes widened with the whites showing as her mouth went agape seeing Damien breakthrough levels at a crazy rate. His ethereal core had already contained the life and soul essence of various ethereal beasts at the low levels of the spirit ethereal realm, and even Igor's, Aldrich Ward's, and finally Marcus who was at the high level of the earth ethereal realm and with soul cultivation at the middle soul transformation stage. His soul cultivation had also broken through to the peak nascent soul stage, directly skipping 2 minor stages. His injuries had already healed a lot and his skin had also grown back after ingesting the star-soothing pill coupled with the revitalizing energy he gained from his breakthrough. Damien slowly opened his eyes and smiled smugly. Well, now do you believe me? Chapter 101. Lily's gaze was fixed on Damien as disbelief was written all over her face. She said with a blinking expression, how can this be possible? Lily felt as if her knowledge of cultivation was completely overturned by what she just saw. Even a genius would take a few weeks to break through a single level if their cultivation was at the nascent ethereal realm. But Damien merely took a few minutes to break through directly from the first level of the nascent ethereal realm to the peak, or 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm. Same as how you found it hard to believe that my ethereal core points got fixed. The way I cultivate is different from others. So you might find it surprising. Damien said as he chuckled. She thought that all the surprising things that she learned about Damien had to do with his secrets. So she didn't ask any more. But still, you are only at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm. Why don't you let me? Oh. Damien interrupted and continued in a confident tone, why don't you throw a punch at me using your full cultivation? Lily was confounded hearing that Damien wanted her to throw a punch at him, of course not. I am still a whole realm above you. I will never do anything to hurt you, even if you are the one that's asking me. she said assertively. Damien chuckled seeing how serious she was. Hey, I am not joking. I can really take your punch. Why don't you lower your ethereal strength to my level and slowly increase the strength after each punch? He said as he held out his palm towards her, motioning her to punch his palm. Lily squinted her eyes, and after a brief hesitation, she adjusted her ethereal strength to the 9th level of the nascent ethereal realm and punched his palm. Damien easily caught her fist and didn't even move back. Come on, are you really underestimating me? Damien said as he feigned his tone to sound as if his feelings got hurt. No, of course not. I just want to make sure myself, and you told me I can increase my strength by a notch each time, HMPH. Lily said with a pout, seeing how Damien was trying to play mind games with her. Well, then why don't you increase your strength, princess? Damien asked with a smirk. At the same time, a change took place in Damien's ethereal core, undying wrath. Lily noticed some change in Damien's ethereal aura, but still sensed that he was at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm, so she didn't think much about it. Because Damien was not actively circulating his ethereal energy, his ethereal aura didn't have much chaotic change. Lily punched again as her fist carried the ethereal strength of the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm. But Damien again caught her fist without any difficulty, as if it was child's play. Her eyes showed a slight surprise as Damien's palm didn't even shake. It was as if her fist was caught by a palm made out of iron. She reluctantly increased her ethereal strength up to the 1st level of the spirit ethereal realm and punched his palm. Her eyes widened as she was met with the same result. How is this possible? She asked with her eyebrows raised. This is nothing, why don't you use your true strength and then you will understand, he. Lily's expression became determined as she wanted to find out if what Damien said was really true. She gave punches after punches as she increased her ethereal strength by a level each time. But her eyes widened more and more when the result was the same again and again till her mind could not process what was happening. Final punch, hope I am not imagining things. Lily gave her final punch carrying the full strength of her ethereal cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit ethereal realm. Asterisk plonk asterisk, a dull sound of her fist striking his palm sounded and Damien didn't even move back an inch. His palm simply shook a bit as it absorbed the impact behind Lily's fist. Lily's brows raised as she felt the whole thing unbelievable and shocking. Her mind was sent reeling, unable to comprehend how someone a whole realm lower than her was able to stop her punch as if it was nothing. See, your man is way stronger than you, do you feel more at ease now? He asked with a smug smile. Lily was speechless and blushed when Damien called himself her man. Her mind couldn't simply understand what was happening. Unless Damien was faking his cultivation, there was no way he could take one of her punches. But it didn't seem like he was faking it, nor he had any reason to do so. Another fact that surprised her the most was his cultivation even before he broke through. Just weeks ago, he was a helpless cripple whom she rescued and even took care of. But now it seemed as if he got stronger than her. Even a genius who is at the 1st level of the initial ethereal realm would take around 2 to 3 years to break through to the 1st level of the nascent ethereal realm. Damien, tell me this is not all a dream. Lily hugged Damien as she got emotional, thinking that the person she cared about did not need her protection anymore. Damien patted her back and lifted her chin as he said gently, even I feel this is all a dream. That someone like you developed feelings for someone like me, even though I am not the same Damien you met during your childhood. I am not as kind as the Damien you knew then. Tell me, which Damien do you like more? Damien had been anxious about whether Lily would prefer his past version or his current one. Lily softly smiled as she showed him a classic-looking bracelet on her wrist with a stone that had different colors on each side. This bracelet was my mother's, which she gave to me when I was little. She wanted to teach me that people have 2 sides. A good side, a bad side. A past, a future, and that we must embrace both in someone we love. So, no matter how much you have changed or how much you will change in the future, my feelings for you would never change. Lily said in a loving tone. Damien felt warm hearing her words and was glad that an angel like her fell in love with him. She continued, besides, I think I already had a crush on you when you were a kid. But I fell in love with you after meeting you again. Especially when you took that oath, I think I already fell for you at that point. Her tone became shy towards the end. Damien was surprised hearing that Lily's childhood crush was him. He softly chuckled, I think you might have been my crush as well. I might have been too dense to notice it. Damien remembered his past life when he was too dense to notice the feelings of certain people who were close to him. Lily giggled hearing his words and said, that's true, you seemed too dense and innocent at that time. It's normal though since you were just a kid. Damien softly chuckled. He then looked at the night sky and sighed as he said, I will then leave and come back safely, okay. Lily bit her lip and still felt a bit uneasy even though Damien was stronger than her. Damien saw her anxious expression and pulled her close and kissed her. MMMH. They kissed for a few seconds when Damien finally let go of her soft lips. He whispered in her ears, you are my woman now and I wouldn't let anyone marry you, let alone touch you. If anyone dares to, I would make them regret their lowly existence. So don't worry about any silly tournament or anything. Everything is going to be fine. His tone was filled with fervor, making Lily realize that Damien was very possessive. But inwardly she felt gratified and happy that he cares so much about her. Damien slowly stepped back while looking at her. He smiled at her and quickly turned around, disappearing into the night. Lily looked at his disappearing silhouette and clutched her chest, praying that everything goes well. She was not sure what the future holds for them, but one thing she was sure of was that her heart would forever and always belong to him. Chapter 102. Meanwhile, Damien was scouring the streets in the dead of the night looking for Valentina. He knew that if Valentina left the forest, the only place she would wander would be the city, since that's the only place he had told her about. He saw a dim-lit shop where an old man was selling some common items. He approached the shop vendor and asked, excuse me, have you seen a girl with pink hair passing through any time recently? The old man's bored expression immediately lit up on seeing Damien, as he got up in a jittery motion, senior as rail. What can this lowly one do for you? Damien said in a slightly frustrated tone, seeing how this old man didn't even hear what he asked. I said, did you see any little girl with pink hair recently? The old man's heart trembled when he noticed the annoyance in his tone. He said as his mouth quivered, Senior, this morning a little girl did walk through the streets alone. The poor girl's face was scarred. Damien's eyes shook as he asked in an urgent tone, "Where is she? Did you see where she was going to?" The old man gulped as he stammered. Two men approached her and said something to her, and she followed them. Damien's brows pulled together. "And who are these two men?" he asked in a serious tone while flipping a yellow spirit stone towards the old man. The old man was surprised when Damien offered such an expensive spirit stone in exchange for information. He almost drooled upon holding the yellow spirit stone. The old man glanced left and right as if checking nobody is listening to their conversation and then leaned towards Damien to speak in a whisper. "Those two are not simple. They usually wander around here and sometimes people disappear. Of course, those who disappear are those who have no significance in society or nobody cares about their life or death. No one would dare to offend these two since it's rumored that they are from the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild." Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild? Damien didn't expect that those two were working for a prestigious guild which was run by the Gale Empire. "And where are those two?" Damien asked in a restrained tone as he held his rage in. The old man pointed to a pavilion that had recently opened. Damien squinted his eyes and saw that it was a pavilion that catered prostitutes. As he walked towards the pavilion he clenched his fists and grumbled, "Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild, we can't exist under the same sky anymore." In an alley off the main market square, Damien saw a building with a flowery placard placed outside reading, "The Maiden Fair." From the outside, the building looked inviting, well-maintained, and enchanting, giving off an enticing air. It's tough to see through the stained glass windows, but the noise of women and men laughing and chatting from within could be felt outside. As he entered the building through the decorated, wooden door, he was welcomed by joyful music and aromas of roasted meats. The pavilion itself was packed. Locals seemed to be the primary clientele here, often leading to exciting evenings. While many pretty girls were catering to their customers. Several long tables were occupied by drunk, excited groups of people, with women frolicking around them. Some were dancing on the table, while others cheered them on with clapping and yelling. The other, smaller tables were also occupied by people who were playing games and, judging by their laughter, were either telling jokes or, perhaps embarrassing tales to try and show off in front of the women. Even most of the stalls at the bar were occupied, though nobody seems to mind more company. A woman with heavy makeup and bountiful assets came forward to welcome Damien. But when she took a careful look, she had a blinking expression but calmed herself down and said with a seductive smile, "Hello, esteemed sir." "It is our honor." Damien interrupted her by gesturing to her to stop talking with his palm and asked in a hard tone, "Do you know where Tony and Rick are?" The woman's expression became stiff a bit as she knew who those two were. Apparently, those two had been indulging themselves in pleasure since noon and paying handsomely as well. She knew the policy of not giving away their customers' whereabouts, but the person standing in front of her was the powerful and reputed alchemist Azrael, who also had the Zeton Empire's backing. Even the mysterious princess of the Zeton Empire came personally to invite him to their empire, and that shows how much they value him. She didn't know why Damien wanted to know where those two were, but knew it had to be something important. And she knew she couldn't lie since it seemed as if Damien was sure that those two were here. She immediately weighed her choices and chose the one which seemed safer. "Sir, they both are in the first room on the first floor." But, before she could finish, Damien walked past the hostess as he made his way towards the first floor, his feet tramping on the floor. Within a few seconds, he was standing in front of a wooden room. He could hear ceaseless moans sounding from the room along with the grunts of two men. Antigod's first stage, Undying Wrath. Asterisk bang, asterisk Damien kicked the door down with a violent and powerful kick as it came down crashing on the floor. Kia! Ah! He saw two women quickly getting off from the top of the two men and covering themselves with a sheet. They quickly moved to a side of the room, shocked and scared at seeing someone violently break into the room. "Who the fuck?" Tony roared, but stopped abruptly when he noticed the intruder. "Hey! What the hell?" Rick got up and looked behind in annoyance. But just as his friend, he froze upon noticing Damien. Mirage of myriad phantasms. Before they could think or say anything else, shockwaves passed through the air as Damien kicked off the ground, storming towards the two men. Asterisk crack, asterisk Kaya. Ah! The floor and the windows cracked and shattered just as he rushed towards them. Even the two women were blasted away to the other side of the room due to the shockwaves. Ah! Ag! He caught those two by their neck, one on each of his hands, and shot through the wall, crumbling it as he went through it. The two men on his hands felt as if their backs were hit against a hard wall of steel, due to the speed at which their backs were used to burst through the wall. People outside the building were surprised when they saw the walls on the first floor of the pavilion breaking down suddenly as the rubble spilled outside, the debris spreading in the air. But they failed to notice a cloaked figure carrying two men by their necks, zooming through the streets and disappearing. A few kilometers away in a dingy alley, two men were pinned against a wall by their necks as their feet dangled in the air. Their necks were held by powerful hands that didn't seem to budge no matter how much they struggled. "Tell me, where did you take that pink-haired girl?" Damien asked in a growl. Tony started sweating from top to bottom hearing Damien's spine-chilling voice as he stammered, "Senior AZ Azrael, we don't know." "What? You don't play with me?" Damien bellowed as he increased the pressure on their necks, making their veins bulge. "HRRKK, I will tell." Rick frantically moved his hands on Damien's as he choked out his words. Damien loosened his hold on Rick's neck by a bit, allowing him to talk. "Speak, if I catch you lying, you better pray you die quick," Damien said in a grim tone. "NOO, I won't lie." Rick's tone sounded raspy as he tried to voice out his words. The two men couldn't understand why the famed alchemist Azrael was targeting them and what the pink-haired girl had to do with him. Rick continued in a hoarse voice, "We took the girl to the Dark Sky Guild to be sold off in the auction tomorrow." "So that's how it is." Damien now knew how the Dark Sky Guild were running their business under the cover of a well-known guild. Damien's fingers dug into their necks as his eyes blazed in fury. "Where is she being kept now?" Damien roared as he pushed their necks upwards. Tony said in a croaky voice, "We don't know, they won't tell us, the locations of the goods, they will only bring out the goods only during the auction. Please let us go." "Yes sir, we didn't know the girl was related to you." Tony begged for his life towards the end as Rick also nodded, trying to say the same thing. "Goods? Huh? Let you go? No worries, I will let you go for sure." Damien said in a grinding tone as he released the two of them. Ha! The two men panted in relief when Damien let go of their necks. However, Piggy. Asterisk grunt asterisk a huge 4-meter-tall ethereal beast manifested outside as it came out from Damien's soul space. Damien had named the undead flame hog as Piggy, too lazy to give it a good name. Rick's eyes bulged in horror seeing a huge ethereal beast with a stifling and eerie aura. Tony's pants already started becoming wet sensing the chilling aura from the flame hog. They couldn't understand how an ethereal beast suddenly manifested out of nowhere. But their fear distracted them from those thoughts knowing that their life was seemingly in danger. After all, they were merely at the low levels of the spirit ethereal realm. How could they hope to stand against such a dreadful flame hog? Only now they realized that their deaths were already set in stone. Please, Senior Azrael, we told everything you needed to know, please let us go. Tony begged in a wobbly voice while Rick also pleaded in similar lines. Damien simply opened his mouth and said in an indifferent tone, burn them to death. Asterisk grunt asterisk Piggy gave a fierce grunt, acknowledging its master's command as jet black flames materialized from its eyes, hooves, and tusks. It immediately charged towards the two weaklings and stomped on them with its hooves, crushing the bones in their body to a pulp. Arg ha! The jet black flames blazed wildly and spread out over their entire mangled bodies making them let out hoarse screams of pain and agony. However, within a few seconds, their screams died out as only charred particles remained in the place of their bodies. TCH. They died too easy. Damien felt that they died too fast, not that he was too disappointed. His eyes became doleful as he thought, Valentina, I am sorry, wait for me, Big Brother is coming for you. Chapter 103. Damien had absorbed the memory fragments from the souls of Tony and Rick while they were dying. He now need not place his palm on his victims to use shackles of death as his mastery of the skill had increased. As long as they are near him and their souls are vulnerable, he would be able to easily use it on them. He also found out that he could maintain undying wrath for a longer time before it could wear him out. He was slightly surprised after knowing the location of the Dark Sky Guild's branch in the Rogue Empire through their memories. He also got to know about the mega auction going to be held by the Dark Sky Guild tomorrow and who the boss of the two men were. HMPH, seems like they didn't lie. Damien could have just taken their memories first, but just to be safe he questioned them anyway in case they had some kind of seal on their soul. I will make sure the Dark Sky Guild will never step their foot in this land ever again. The same night in the dark forest, Damien was surrounded by numerous dead bodies of ethereal beasts at the spirit ethereal realm. I guess this is the first time I would be trying something like this. The next day early morning, in the outskirts of the Rogue Imperial City, Damien was meandering through the streets following the location of the Dark Sky Guild. He noticed that the street he was walking on was a street of trade and business where merchant organizations of various sizes were running their business. Apart from the merchant guilds, there were also countless small stores and stalls selling all different kinds of oddities. The entire street was like an enormous bazaar. Damien's footsteps finally stopped at a certain location when he saw a tall building of an antique style. In this street, the building was definitely conspicuous, standing proud among countless other merchant guilds. At a glance, he could see that this was a large merchant guild but not as big as the Rising Sun Trading Guild. Several tens of entrances could be seen at a glance and the stream of people going in and out was endless. Their emblem had the outline of winds blowing past the sun which symbolized the whole continent. From its vast, ancient style of construction, Damien realized it definitely possessed a deep background and history. Damien raised his head and read the few words that were on the tall building in a low voice, Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild. Heh, hiding like cowards behind such a noble name. He scoffed inwardly. It looked nothing like Damien pictured in his mind and in fact, the whole building seemed like a legitimate and prosperous merchant guild. He speculated that they must have a different entrance for their underground business which is reserved for certain customers only. But he didn't care what kind of backing or background they had. Even if it was the Zeton Empire backing them, Damien wouldn't give a damn since he knew who the Zeton Empire would value more. Even if that wasn't the case, that wouldn't stop him from rescuing Valentina. He had been blaming himself non-stop for Valentina getting kidnapped. He thought that he still hadn't learned his lesson. Even in his previous life, he wasn't able to save Sophie because he was too late in getting back. Had he came back a few minutes earlier, he was sure he could have saved Sophie from her cruel death. He knew it must have taken a great deal of courage for Valentina to step outside her territory in search of him. With how Damien portrayed the outside world was dangerous, he was sure that she was more apprehensive about venturing outside. When will I ever be able to truly protect the people I care about? Damien sighed inwardly. Damien didn't bother to think much more as he headed toward the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild's outermost hall. He saw a young girl standing inside the hall's entrance, welcoming every visitor with a smile. Upon seeing Damien and the Alchemist Society's badge on his cloak, the girl's expression slightly changed. She bowed even deeper than she would to usual customers and spoke in a respectful tone, Esteemed guest, welcome to the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild. Please come in. If you need something, please feel free to say what you need at any time. Damien said in a deep voice, take me to your manager. The girl hesitated for a moment but then smiled and said, sure, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Damien nodded and followed the girl. After walking through many floors of staircases, the surroundings completely quieted down with not a single sound to be heard. The girl stopped at a door to a room locked from the inside. As Damien surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the hall was covered in many ethereal formations both defensive and offensive. He furrowed his brows and didn't dare to let his guard down. Elder Dan, an esteemed guest has arrived. The girl said respectfully before the door. After a moment of silence, the door slowly opened. Esteemed guest, please enter. Elder Dan is waiting for you inside. The girl gently bowed and then turned to leave. Damien didn't hesitate as he walked in with large strides. As soon as he entered, the door behind him closed. The room was rather spacious and an old man sat before a wooden table. This old man ought to be Elder Dan, Damien thought. Seeing Damien, the old man rose and welcomed him with a smile. I didn't expect a guest like your esteemed self to honor our humble guild with your presence. I am Elder Dan, may I ask what you have come to seek from our Eternal Zephyr Guild? Take me to the Dark Sky Guild. Damien said straight to the point. Elder Dan's brows wrinkled upon hearing Damien's words. He knew that today there was a huge auction going to take place in the Dark Sky Guild. But most of the customers and VIPs participating in the auction would disguise themselves, and use some other form of identity to gain entry. All those that don't disguise were either too proud or quite infamous for the things they did that they don't care about disguising themselves. But Damien was showcasing himself as Alchemist Azrael, the reputed rank for alchemist belonging to the Alchemist Society. With his strange way of disguise and the Alchemist Society's badge, Elder Dan knew no one could or dare to impersonate Alchemist Azrael. He wondered why would someone of such stature risk their reputation by visiting a black market auction where they would be auctioning things that common people would frown upon. He thought that maybe Damien was the type to indulge in these kinds of things and didn't mind if people got to know about his interests. However, he knew he had no reason to refuse Damien and didn't dare to. After all, it would only be more profitable for them if such a wealthy and reputed alchemist wishes to participate in their auction. Elder Dan didn't think too much and said with a smile, "Sure, senior. Please follow me." Damien followed him, and after going through a few checkpoints, he finally reached the bottommost level of the building where it was so dark that one could barely see their own feet. After a few moments, the wall in front of them suddenly opened to reveal a beautiful woman in her mid-20s. The girl walked over to them and bowed slightly. "Elder Dan, let me take care of our esteemed guest here," she said while looking at Elder Dan. Elder Dan nodded. "Sure, make sure to arrange the best VIP box and, no need." Damien interrupted as he continued, "I prefer a normal seat." Elder Dan was momentarily perplexed, but then he nodded with a smile. "Sure, senior, as you wish. Miss D.I., let the arrangements be as Senior Azrael says." Elder Dan then took out a token and offered it to Damien. "Here's also a token in case Senior wants to visit again. Once you show this at the entrance, they would directly escort you here." Damien accepted the token and nodded. Elder Dan politely bowed to Damien and then turned around to leave. "If you will, esteemed guest." The woman gestured. Damien walked through the door slowly following the woman. However, the token in his hand had already been crushed to pieces. Chapter 104. As he entered, a large hall came into view. Massive braziers surrounded each of the 16 marble columns which lit up most of the hall and blanketed everything in a warm glow. A vermilion rug ran from the platform towards the doors and was matched by smaller ones on either side of the hall, while winged banners with adorned margins met the walls. Between each banner hung a small chandelier, a few of them were lit and in turn illuminated the platform. The curtains were adorned with embellished borders and burnished corners. At a glance, there were a few hundreds of chairs and tables placed in a well-arranged manner inside the hall. Most of the seats had been filled up by people. However, when they saw Damien entering, some let out gasps while others were whispering to each other. They didn't expect the recently illustrious alchemist to come in without a disguise. Even though he already had a disguise to cover his face, his reputation and name might receive a blow. They thought that he wouldn't mind having such a reputation. Most of them were in disguises and had fake identities. In fact, it was normal for them to wear masks and fake names in these kinds of places. Soon silence filled the entire hall. Damien noticed that there were less than 200 people inside. There weren't many. Most of them had used ethereal energy to disguise their face while others simply put on masks. But every one of them was carrying an air of arrogance or nobility. Damien knew that every single person here must be in the higher echelons and no one here was ordinary. He noticed that there were also many youngsters, probably young masters of some affluent families. He randomly chose a seat, sat down, and casually spread his spiritual perception. After scanning around once, he was surprised that no experts were spying on this trade fair at all. The revelation made him a bit more confident. While everyone was waiting in silence, a secret door above the stone platform at the far end of the hall opened to reveal two people walking out one after another. The pair was a man in his middle age and a woman who looked to be in her mid-20s. The man had a slightly stiff expression and was clad in dark brown robes. The woman had a pretty countenance and a well-developed body. Her style of entrance was beautiful and graceful, and her black dress only increased her charms. The arrival of the beautiful girl caused the atmosphere inside the hall to change instantly. Immediately upon their entrance, many wanton gazes roamed up and down her body. What a pleasant surprise. "Miss D.I., I never thought that this auction would be graced by your presence, ha ha ha." A young man sitting in the middle row laughed brashly. "Yes, when I received the invitation letter, I didn't think we would be graced with your beautiful presence. I hope this time's auction will be as surprising as the one 2 years ago." Another man in his 30s sitting at the foremost row chimed in. Miss D.I. gave a melodious giggle as she said, "Of course, this is the Dark Sky Guild. How can we dare to disappoint our noble and important guests without good surprises?" While Damien paid attention to the woman's words, his attention was also on the man standing behind the woman. After all, that man was one of the faces he clearly remembered after coming to this world on the first day itself. Though it was the woman who was leading the show instead of him. "Elder Faust, I can't thank you enough for being here." Damien sneered inwardly. "All right, everyone please enjoy the auction as it is officially going to begin now. My name is Mary D.I. and this servant shall be your host for today. The rules will be the same as always. Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk. Mary D.I. clapped her hands softly before a maid walked in rolling a cart carrying a wooden box. Mary D.I. gently opened the wooden box and boundless sword energy spilled out of the box. "Wow, that is a great sword." Immediately some people cried out in shock. Even the families who practice sword mastery were already on their feet. Mary D.I. said with a sweet smile, "You must all know that the best swords come from the Lancaster Empire, right?" "Of course. The best swords in the world come from the Lancaster Empire. No one would dare to claim that they can best them in sword forging." A person sitting in the foremost row cried out in affirmation. "That is exactly right. But the most wonderful fact is that this sword was forged by the great Sword King 300 years ago. This sword had been passed down from one hand to another down the centuries. And finally, it ended up in our hands. This sword, nicknamed the Willbreaker, is rumored to break the will of your enemies, rendering them unable to fight. Of course, it mainly depends on one's sword mastery. I am sure you must have all sensed how powerful this sword is." Mary D.I. said leisurely with a smile. "Exactly, this sword is an absolute gem. Please give us a price already, Miss D.I." A young man clad in red robes shouted out, his eyes blazing with excitement. Mary D.I. said with a blooming smile, of course, since this sword is a genuine sky ethereal grade weapon, the asking price is only 750,000 yellow spirit stones. Damien wasn't surprised hearing the price as he knew how costly a sky ethereal grade weapon was. However, he was impressed with the quality and aura of the sword. His eyes glinted, but he didn't raise any price. After all, he didn't have enough assets yet and he wasn't here to buy a sword anyway. 760,000 yellow spirit stones. A majestic sword like that should obviously fall into my hands. A man yelled out. 780,000. Another man shouted out. 800,000. That sword is only worthy to be in hands, HMPH. After a few fierce calls and shouts, the sword finally ended up in the hands of an old man for a staggering price of 900,000 yellow spirit stones. The next item. Mary D.I. put on a mysterious smile as she continued, is a never-before-seen item and way more interesting despite the looks. She clapped her hands again after she said this. Elder Faust behind her simply motioned his fingers and didn't say anything nor make any other movements. People even forgot about his presence as he was heavily overshadowed by Mary D.I.'s charm. *RRNN* in front of Mary D.I., a square-shaped opening appeared on the platform. It suddenly rose upwards, revealing a grey cage. But what caught the attention of the people in the hall was the little girl inside it. TCH, who is that ugly girl? Miss D.I., is this supposed to be some kind of joke? We are not here to buy or look at disgusting things. Sure, her hair is eye-catching, but what kind of a face is that? Can anyone live with that kind of face? Miss D.I., we don't have time to look at defective products. Please show us something useful. Damien's fist was violently trembling as his eyes blazed with fury, not only because of the derogatory comments he was hearing about the girl inside the cage, but because of her pitiful condition as well. Her face looked pale with a WAN complexion. Her ruby red eyes didn't have that glittering sheen as always and looked dull. Ethereal seal? These bastards. Damien bellowed inwardly as he sensed an ethereal seal placed on her soul. Damien now was aware of what an ethereal seal was. He knew it was a bit similar to the slave seal in the sense that once someone places an ethereal seal on another person, their cultivation would get sealed and would have to obey their orders unless they want their soul to be tormented with pain. One could resist an ethereal seal placed on their soul but would have to pay a huge price in return along with immense pain to their soul. There might even be a chance of dying. But if the ethereal seal was forced on another person, the seal would lose effects in a certain period of time and they would have to reinforce the seal on them again. If one accepts an ethereal seal willingly, it would stay indefinitely and lessen the chance that a person would be able to resist the seal. But Damien immediately realized that Valentina's condition was the result of her resisting the ethereal seal. He clenched his teeth thinking how much pain a little girl like her had to suffer on her soul. Mary D.I. said, this little girl is not simple as one can see. Despite her scary face, her ethereal cultivation is at the low-level spirit ethereal realm and her soul cultivation is at the early soul transformation stage. At such a young age, her cultivation is above even the most prominent prodigies of her age. Who is to say she cannot grow up into a powerhouse? Who wouldn't want such a monstrous girl as your servant? The bidding for this exotic product starts at 1 blue spirit stone or 1 million yellow spirit stones. This can't be real, how can such a young girl have such high cultivation? I want her, but the price is too steep for a humble one like me. But I wonder from where they fished up this foreign product from. I know right, and look at her strange hair and eyes. But those scars give me the creeps. I am gonna sit this one out. HMPH, why don't you just say you don't have the money? I can't lose on getting such a servant with huge potential. I am buying her ugly or not, 1,050,000 yellow spirit stones. 1,100,000. I am going to discipline her real good and toy with her hee. Such a delicate thing can't grow up without my gentle care after all, JJ. A middle-aged man with a beard laughed sadistically. Damien noted the people who were calling out their price and making biting remarks about his precious Valentina. She wasn't even looking around or at the people trying to buy her. She was simply staring lifelessly at the cold floor. Crack, the armrest on his seat cracked under his arm as rage seethed inside his nerves. He stood up and raised his hand. Mary D.I.'s expression changed seeing Damien get up and so did everyone's. They all wondered why Damien simply stood up instead of bidding from his seat. Chapter 105. Mary D.I. however asked with a polite smile, yes Senior Azrael, would you like to bid for this item? Damien said in a plain tone, yes, I am sure no one can offer a higher price than me. A middle-aged man spoke up, Senior, with all due respect, but Damien motioned him to shut his mouth with his hand. The man gulped and didn't speak anymore. Mary D.I. chuckled, and how much would Senior Azrael be bidding? Oh, I wouldn't be the one who is paying. Mary D.I. was a bit surprised and asked, I see, then who would be paying? She thought that maybe Damien had come with a proxy buyer as there would be some people like that. Of course, the ones going to pay, his tone became cold as he continued, would be you people. He said as he pointed his finger towards the platform. Before anyone could think or react, they felt the whole hall shaking as flakes of cement fell from the roof. Boom AIE wah. People screamed as the roof of the hall came crumbling down and immense pressure fell upon everyone on the platform and the guards. The sunlight invaded the hall through the huge breach and everyone saw a huge bird flapping its wings, looking down on all of them. SCREE the huge bird let out a loud cry as it landed on the far end of the hall. Grunt a 4 meter tall ethereal beast jumped from the back of the huge bird and started causing chaos in the hall by destroying everything in its path. Jet black flames blazed from its eyes, its fierce tusks, and hooves. It started burning everything in its path and left nothing in its wake while stomping through the hall. People started escaping while screaming at the top of their voices. How could they contend against a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast when most of them were in the earth ethereal realm? A very few people in the low and middle levels of the sky ethereal realm still chose to escape rather than fight a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast, a flying one at that. Ethereal beasts were after all inherently stronger than humans at the same level. Why risk their own lives for someone else's guild by fighting an ethereal beast stronger than them? To hell with the stupid auction, they inwardly screamed as they escaped. But certain people were still trapped under the frightening pressure and they could only helplessly watch as the others escaped. However, that was not the end of it. Suddenly dozens of spirit ethereal realm beasts came out of Damien, each one having a menacing and berserk aura around them. Go! Destroy and annihilate them all. Damien commanded. Growl asterisk asterisk growling asterisk asterisk howl asterisk. Each of those undead spirit ethereal realm beasts charged in different directions, causing havoc and destruction wherever they went. With his soul cultivation breakthrough, Damien was able to control many spirit ethereal realm beasts with his soul energy. But the two people on the platform were still rooted to the ground, unable to make any movements while their eyes bulged in horror and shock. They couldn't process what was happening. They had no idea why Damien seemed to be angry at them and causing destruction around the whole place. But seeing the huge flying ethereal beast and the scary flame hog, they knew things weren't going to end well for them. They were too shocked and scared to think how these powerful beasts were under Damien's control. Valentina slowly moved her eyes towards the hall, hearing the commotion. Her eyes lit up seeing a familiar figure in the middle of the hall, looking at her. She hurriedly put up her hands against the cage and started to pull at it frantically. But with her cultivation sealed and the pain in her soul due to the ethereal seal, her strength was very feeble and her face winced in pain for doing something she wasn't ordered to. Big brother Damien. She wanted to scream but was unable to because of the ethereal seal on her soul. Unless the ethereal seal was removed, she wouldn't be able to talk without the permission of the owner of the seal. Tears escaped from her eyes as it rolled down her hollowed cheeks. Damien saw her teary face and immediately the fuse that was lit inside him blew up. Antigod Art's first stage, Undying Wrath. He jumped towards the platform and took out his spirit ethereal great sword, the Stormbreaker. *CHIZZZ*, but just as he tried to use his ethereal arts using the sword, it exploded into smithereens. Useless! Damien bellowed in frustration. Now that his cultivation had increased by over 9 levels, the sword wasn't able to handle his energy output. He raised his hand and a terrifying jet black thunderbolt, 1 meter long, manifested as it crackled in his hand. He aimed for the ethereal formation on the cage that acted as a lock and struck the deadly lightning bolt against it. Crackle *SIZZZ*, the ethereal formation immediately got destroyed as a sizzling sound resounded. The cage broke down and Damien immediately took Valentina into his embrace. I am sorry, I will never let anyone hurt you ever again. Damien said in a remorseful tone. Ooh woo ooh. Red-hot tears from her sunken eyes ran down her face, each one carving furrows on her tender face. He felt her petite body shaking while her breathing was ragged, gasping unable to use much strength to even stand on her knees. Damien felt as if each of those tears were stabbing into his heart thinking about how a little girl like her had to suffer cruel torture on her soul because of him. He knew best how painful even a simple injury to the soul was. Even the pain from serious physical injuries wouldn't come close to the torment and agony one would feel from their soul. Flames of anger and regret burned under his skin as the sentiments in his heart brewed over and boiled past the seams he could no longer hold together. You lowly bastards. He uttered slowly in a menacing tone as he turned to the two people standing frozen on the platform. Killing intent erupted from Damien as it flooded the entire hall. For the first time in this world, he released his killing intent that was fueled by the deaths of billions of people. The air turned ominous as if death was looming over the entire hall, ready to extinguish their life at any time. Mary Di and Elder Faust felt suffocated being under such a spine-chilling killing intent Damien was releasing. They were shocked and couldn't fathom the number of people he had to kill to develop such a killing intent. Not even the old powerhouses they knew could come close to his killing intent. The guards had already fainted under such frightening killing intent. Some of the weaker ones had even died unable to endure the murderous aura. After all, the cultivation of the guards varied from peak-level nascent ethereal realm to high-level spirit ethereal realm. How could they endure the inhuman aura exuding from Damien? Terror sucked the very breath from the mouths of both Mary Di and Elder Faust. They could only hear the palpitating pulse of their heartbeat in their ears blocking out all sound. Their muscles tensed as panic washed over them, raising the fine hairs on their neck. They were even too panic-stricken to be surprised that Damien could use lightning. They literally felt as if Damien was death incarnate, waiting to seize their souls. Damien's killing intent was so terrifying and intense, as he had personally extinguished the souls of every single one of those billions of people he had killed. However, killing intent won't be developed much even if a person pushes a button to nuke billions of people. Only when one personally kills somebody and witnesses their pain, despair, and resentment, would their killing intent develop. Damien receded his killing intent realizing that he can't kill them yet since he needed them. Damien ordered Misty to lower down the pressure to allow them to talk. Senior, please enlighten us, what we did to incur your wrath. Mary Di fell to her knees and said in a shaky voice as soon as the pressure on her body lessened. Her pretty countenance had lost all color and her whole body was trembling. Chapter 106. Elder Faust was not in any better condition and had already fallen to the floor on his knees. Damien hadn't forgotten about him since the day he first set awakened in this world. He also knew that the ethereal seal on Valentina could only be removed by him as he learned that Elder Faust was the boss of the two men who had kidnapped Valentina. Damien could do it, but if he forcefully removes it, Valentina might suffer a backlash on her soul. Elder Faust looked up at Damien as beads of sweat rapidly flowed down from his forehead. He felt nothing but blind terror as his body became wobbly. The menacing aura of Misty had these two paralyzed on the spot, making them unable to even use a strand of ethereal energy. Mary Di was at the first level of the Earth Ethereal Realm while Elder Faust was at the 7th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm. How could they possibly resist the dreadful huge bird looking down upon them? Heh, enlighten you? You dare to sell my personal disciple and ask me such stupid questions? Damien growled. Mary Di gulped and felt as if her heart would give out any moment realizing the blunder they had done. This was not her first rodeo and she had always sold off slaves after making sure there weren't any consequences. Elder Faust was also surprised hearing that they had basically tried to sell the personal disciple of the most promising alchemist in the world, and that's not taking into account the Zeton Empire backing him. Please, Senior, we would never do something like that. It must be all a misunderstanding. Allow us to make it up to you. Elder Faust said as his voice tremored. Damien scoffed as he clutched Mary D.I.'s neck. Make it up to me? When you tried to sell her off as an exotic item? Mary D.I. felt like she was under the clutches of a demon and felt as if her neck would be crushed any moment. She gasped, trying to breathe as she tried to move her hands to tell Damien to stop. Senior, you may take her as compensation. I am sure my daughter would do well to serve you. Elder Faust said earnestly as he hoped Damien would be taken by her beauty just like any other man out there. Damien was a bit surprised to hear that these two were father and daughter. But he wasn't surprised that Elder Faust was trying to sell off his daughter. Damien said in his deep voice, I don't want your ugly daughter. Why don't you start by removing the ethereal seal on my personal disciple? Mary D.I. was not that shocked when her father was trying to sell her off. In fact, he had already done so on many occasions. She wouldn't mind pleasuring an old geezer for some time to survive. But she winced when Damien called her ugly. Elder Faust gulped, thinking about how suicidal he was by not doing a proper background check. It is not that he did not do a check. He even asked Valentina when she was brought to him whether she had any family, to which she said no. Nor did he know of any family who had similar features as that of Valentina. Even in the whole world, he did not know of any affluent families having the same features as her. Only when he observed the dress on her, he seemed a bit doubtful, but when he found out her cultivation, he was flabbergasted, realizing how powerful she was for her age. He weighed the risk and profits and decided to auction her off. But now he realized how foolishly he was blinded by greed. Will you still bear a grudge towards the Dark Sky Guild after I remove her ethereal seal? It's not good to be enemies with us, since the people backing this organization are not simple. Elder Faust asked anxiously. Damien immediately gripped his neck and lifted him off the ground. Does it look like I am asking? Your death is set in stone if you don't do it anyway. Your so-called backing isn't here to save you now. So better get to it. He said in a gripping tone. Elder Faust nodded stiffly and Damien dropped him to the ground. Elder Faust tried to catch his breath as he crawled towards Valentina, who was glaring at him with a stone-cold face, no longer having the innocent and naive expression from before. Valentina tugged at Damien's cloak and looked at Damien. It's okay, he will remove that nasty seal from your soul. He reassured her. Elder Faust's finger trembled as he raised it towards her forehead. He saw those blood-red ruby eyes glaring at him and wondered why he was feeling scared from just looking at her eyes. He quickly touched her forehead and removed the ethereal seal on her soul. Hiss, but just as he did, Valentina lunged at him with killing intent. She bit into his neck and tore away a part of his flesh with her sharp canines. Arg! Elder Faust screamed in horror as fresh blood gushed out from his neck. He tried to shake off Valentina but couldn't even barely struggle against her. With his cultivation sealed, how could he fight back Valentina, who was at the first level of the spirit ethereal realm? Damien was surprised seeing her sudden outburst, but he didn't stop her. He was also shocked that Valentina was capable of exuding killing intent at such a young age. However, he didn't mind it since he knew she must have undergone heavy torment on her soul because of Elder Faust casting an ethereal seal on her soul by force, and it was only natural she would hold malevolent feelings towards the person who cast the seal on her. Even though he felt that a girl of her age should not exude killing intent, he also knew that Valentina had to grow up mentally and be stronger to survive in this world. That was how cruel this world was. Not even kids had the luxury to properly enjoy their childhood if they were pursuing the ethereal way. They were bound to come upon difficulties and face cruel setbacks in their life. Of course, unless one was born in a sheltered family. Sharp claws slowly emerged out of Valentina's fingertips and clawed at Elder Faust's face. Ah, please stop. Elder Faust screamed in horror as his voice became hoarse. You should have said that on the day you made a cripple fight against ethereal beasts. Damien sneered. Elder Faust didn't understand what Damien was talking about, but a sudden outrageous revelation popped in his mind which he instantly shook off in disbelief. He couldn't even think much about Damien's words amidst the torture he was suffering. Valentina didn't budge even after hearing his screams, and with her blood-red eyes radiating her bloodthirst, she continued to claw at his face, clawing out his eyes, nose, mouth in a frenzied manner till his face was a bloody mess. Blood splattered on her face, but she still didn't stop. Within a few moments, Elder Faust's body no longer made any movements, having breathed his last. Valentina, that's enough. He's already dead. Damien said gently as he held her shoulder. Valentina's eyes regained their shine upon hearing her big brother's voice. She stopped clawing and looked at Elder Faust's face, which was disfigured beyond recognition, and one couldn't even tell whether it looked like a face anymore. However, Valentina didn't feel anything but instead felt satiated as she got up. But when she thought of Damien witnessing what she did, she turned towards him and said, Big brother, Damien hugged her and caressed her head. It's fine, he deserved it. But are you feeling okay? He asked in a concerned tone. Valentina nodded and was relieved that Damien didn't mind what she did. Her cold expression changed back to her usual warm and innocent expression, being in his embrace. She then asked him in a low voice, Big brother, I want to feed on his blood. Damien was a bit taken aback by hearing her request. But then he understood that she raises her cultivation by feeding on the blood of others, especially ones having stronger cultivation than her. He remembered that she was also an ethereal beast in the end and they would have their own needs. Damien nodded, sure, go ahead. Valentina turned to look at her dead victim and chomped down on his wrist, sucking out every single drop of blood within him. Within a minute, she finished and then looked at Damien with blood all over her mouth. His blood tastes too bad. Big brother's blood is the best, she said with a smile. Damien didn't know what to think and simply patted her head while wryly smiling. He felt that something changed in her but didn't mind it as long as nothing changes between them. Mary D.I. was too shocked and terrorized witnessing the bloody scene in front of her. Even for a person like her, watching someone be clawed to death and have their blood sucked dry was too much. She wondered what kind of a horrid monster this little girl was and whether she was even human in the first place. Damien looked at Mary D.I. It's time I left a mark on the Dark Sky Guild forever, don't you think? He asked in a sardonic tone. Chapter 107. Mary D.I. came out of her shock hearing Damien's deep voice. She stammered as she looked at him, Senior, please, we were merely doing business, we had no idea, she was your disciple. Business? Damien asked as he clutched her neck. He continued, you people have shown me how you do your dirty business. Now it's time I showed you all how I do mine. Damien said in a low growl. But suddenly he heard someone running in. Senior Azrael, what is the meaning of this? An apprehensive voice resounded from behind. Damien turned his head and saw that it was Elder Dan who he had met first when he entered the building. Oh, he's at the low-level sky ethereal realm. Using the senses of Misty, Damien got to know Elder Dan's cultivation. A few guards also came following Elder Dan as they assembled behind him. Damien didn't budge and said in a grim tone, "You people dared to sell my precious personal disciple as a slave. Do you take me for an idiot who would sit back and watch her get sold off?" Elder Dan gulped and got terrified thinking what kind of calamity his subordinates had brought upon him. He saw Valentina and was surprised that an ugly girl like her was Damien's personal disciple. But sensing her cultivation, he guessed that Damien must have taken her in for her specialty. Senior Azrael, I understand that we made a big mistake and beg your magnanimous self for forgiveness. We will do the best we can do to compensate you for our wrongdoing. But taking out your anger on our guild like this is not good for both sides, don't you agree, Senior Azrael? He said in an anxious tone. HMPH, do you think what you people did is something that can be reversed? My personal disciple is just a young girl, but the trauma she had to suffer on her soul is not something that can be taken back nor one that can be forgiven. Now, all that awaits you all is death. Damien said in a cutting tone. Elder Dan was terrified inwardly seeing that Damien wouldn't rest till he kills everyone. Even without taking into account Damien's backing, he had heard of the rumors of Alchemist Azrael being at the Heaven Ethereal Realm, and was one of the reasons why he didn't dare to make any rash moves. Besides, seeing Misty eyeing at them like a predator, he instantly realized that Misty was way stronger than him. He was surprised that Damien was able to tame such a beast. Senior Azrael, no matter how powerful you are or even if you are under the care of the Zeton Empire, the backers of our Dark Sky Guild won't sit still if you take this any further. How stupid, Misty, kill them all. Damien roared. *SCREE** Misty let out a loud cry as its eyes turned jet black, and a circular jet black mark appeared on its forehead. It unfurled its humongous wings and flapped them together. *Swish**** swish****. Innumerous 5-meter wide jet black wind blades were released from its movements as those blades sliced right through everyone's necks, including the guards, cutting off their heads clean. Blood spurted out of their headless bodies like a spring and their heads with expressions of shock and despair were sent flying. Elder Dan could only make minimum movements under such huge pressure as he put up his arms to block the terrifying wind blades. Arg! Elder Dan's forearms were blooded beyond recognition and his body was sent flying backward from the impact of one of Misty's wind blades, and crashed against the wall. He looked at his arms and saw that they were not even clotting and instead his injuries were slowly worsening as if they were decaying. Misty was annoyed seeing that it failed to kill all its master's enemies in one fell swoop. It focused on Elder Dan and furiously flapped its wings again. No! Elder Dan screamed horrifyingly as he saw tens of dreadful jet black wind blades ripping the air apart and speeding towards him. Splatter there wasn't even much of a body left once Misty's wind blades hit him, and only a blooded paste remained which looked as if it was slowly turning black from decaying. Mary D.I. had lost all her strength and her body became numb seeing such a bloody sight. Most of the spirit ethereal realm beasts had finished off the guards and other people that were in the hall before. Every single guard or elder that rushed into the hall had died and now no one remained in the hall except her. Damien looked at Valentina as he felt his cloak being tugged at. He saw the bloodthirstiness in her eyes and sighed. He knew that before Elder Faust, she had never fed on any human. He didn't know whether the change in Valentina was for the better or for the worse. However, to him, it seemed like she had this relentless bloodthirst inside her that she wanted to unleash on the ones who did her wrong. I guess I did really forget she was an ethereal beast as well. Damien turned to look at Mary D.I. and said in a derisive tone, I think you will be a good fodder for my disciple whom you tried to sell as an exotic item. He threw her towards Valentina and said, go ahead, use her to strengthen yourself. Valentina's ruby red eyes flashed seeing her big brother offer her a juicy prey. In an instant, she pounced upon her and started sucking her blood and even her ethereal energy. No. Stop, please. Mary D.I. cried in horror and pain. But Damien simply stared at her callously. He simply felt no pity for those that put the ones he cared about in danger. They can go to hell for all he cares. Meanwhile, the entire hall was blazing with jet black flames which seemed to show no signs of dying down. The air had turned hot and gloomy and even the corpses were burned to nothingness. In all, the whole hall seemed to be turned into a gloomy and horrid graveyard. Rubbles and debris continued to fall down the ground as the whole place seemed to be crumbling down. Not even a bit of its grandeur from before was visible and only the stench of death filled the hall. Within a few moments, Valentina got up having finished sucking the blood out of her prey and Mary D.I.'s corpse looked like a dry bag of bones. Seeing that she was now alone with Damien, she suddenly hugged Damien and sobbed, "Ooh, big brother, please don't go away like that again. I was so scared and these bad people, sure. It's fine. I won't disappear on you like that again and I would never let anyone even hurt a hair on your body. Those who try to, I will personally see to it that they pay for it dearly. Big brother will protect you from now on and keep you close," Damien said in a reassuring tone as he hugged her. Valentina's eyes brightened up hearing Damien's heartfelt promise. The bloodthirsty aura she had around Elder Faust and Mary D.I. disappeared, and was replaced with a warm and intimate one as soon as she was in her big brother's embrace. "I will also protect big brother," Valentina said with a determined face. Damien softly chuckled seeing how she was trying to act strong. He said, "Sure, we will protect each other and always be there for each other." After a few moments of hugging her, he pulled Valentina out of his embrace and said as he looked into her eyes, "Now why don't we fully destroy this place before we get out of here? Do you want to watch how Big Brother is going to turn this bad place upside down?" A murderous glint flashed through her eyes as she nodded. Chapter 108. A huge commotion was going on in the bazaar streets on the outskirts of the Rome Imperial City. Even from a few dozen kilometers, one could see a huge black smoke escaping into the skies. People were running in a mad, helter-skelter fashion trying their best to not be anywhere near the once tall and majestic building of the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild, at least what remained of it. There wasn't a tall building anymore, but a huge pile of rubbles under which many elders and guards of the guild were already crushed to death, and their bodies lay lifeless under the huge rubbles. While many lowly employees had already escaped at the first sign of trouble. What scared the people the most was the jet black flames that were blazing wildly across the whole compound, and the two dreadful beasts that kept circling the area, one on the ground and the other from the skies, destroying everything and whatever they see in their path. Even the ones who faintly recognized Piggy as a flame hog found it bewildering seeing those strange flames it was releasing. They never even heard about a flame hog releasing jet black flames, nor have they seen any flames like that. The jet black flames were releasing a dreadful and ominous aura that scared away even the adventurous and ballsy bystanders. They couldn't even bear to stand a few dozen meters away from such an eerie and frightening kind of fire. They did not doubt that those who were burned to death from those spine-chilling flames didn't die a simple death. They felt that they were witnessing too many things today that questioned their common sense. Nor did anyone understand how two terrifying ethereal beasts even made their way till here, since there would be borders where certain cultivators were appointed and defense formations to make sure they never cross into the city. Even then, the ethereal beasts rarely do venture outside their habitat. But the fact that shocked these people was that two people were riding on top of the scary and huge flying ethereal beast as if they were using it as its mount. Those who saw it were flabbergasted, as they never even in their dreams had any ideas of trying to fly atop such a frightening beast. However, when their eyes got a closer look at the figure standing proudly atop the huge ethereal beast, their jaws went agape. "Hey, isn't that Alchemist Azrael?" A bystander who had gotten pretty far from the site of destruction asked another bystander near him. "Yes, even that rank 4 badge on his cloak and the strange disguise, it has to be him. But who's that pink-haired girl near him? Do I look like I have any idea? Is it because I don't know, or is there a grudge between Alchemist Azrael and the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild? Cause it seems like he's very pissed off. I wonder what they did to piss off such a big shot. Do you think the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild is a joke? They are backed up by the Gale Empire. Who knows how they are going to react to this? This is like a huge slap on their face. Alchemist Azrael might be in trouble. HMPH, do you think Alchemist Azrael is a joke too? Look at the way he has tamed those two terrifying beasts. I am sure the flying ethereal beast is the Phantom Mist Rock that was rumored to stay in the deepest part of the Dark Forest. It's not easy to go against a legendary Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator, especially when he is the only alchemist who can concoct supreme tier pills. I am sure the Zeton Empire might step in for him in case things take a bad turn. Meanwhile atop Misty, Damien was holding Valentina against his body as he orchestrated from above the destruction of the whole building in his sight, that once stood proudly like a tall and sturdy tree. He already plundered their treasury, which had over 10,000 blue spirit stones. He didn't forget to snatch many precious herbs and even the Sky Ethereal Great Sword, Willbreaker. He realized that some of these herbs would be useful for Valentina's breakthrough, while others could be used for concocting many useful pills. He didn't feel bad at all for plundering their treasury, as it is only natural they should compensate him for the trouble they had caused. He had also subtly absorbed the soul essences of both Elder Faust and Mary Di, whose soul cultivations were at the early soul transformation stage, but didn't care to absorb from others as they were too weak to benefit him or had already died. The flame hog is truly unstoppable. Damien was amazed at how terrifying Piggy was when it rammed through the building with its huge body while burning everything on its path. He also noticed that the sadist guard he had met the first time he awakened in this world already died a painful death from Piggy's dreadful flames. Damien didn't mind he didn't get to kill him personally, as he did bestow him with a painful death as he promised. He decided to end his business here and return, seeing that he had fulfilled what he had set out to do. He even ordered Piggy to fall back, but didn't care about the undead spirit ethereal realm beasts. Valentina also had a gratified expression on her face seeing the destruction, and felt awed yet again by what her big brother Damien can do. She felt satiated seeing the destruction of the guild in front of her and felt as if her bloodthirst was quenched with her big brother's help. However, suddenly through Misty, Damien sensed an aura zooming towards the place where he was. He turned around and saw even the space being distorted from a distance. All Damien could see was a huge gust of wind approaching fast in his direction. But as it got closer, through Misty he sensed that inside the huge gust was a man, and more powerful than Misty. Within just a second, the figure stood in the air before Damien as a light gust of wind passed over Damien's body. A Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator. Damien inwardly screamed. Grey, tailbone-length hair hung over a chiseled and charming face that gave off the look of a man in his 40s. His bird-like brown eyes with sparse eyebrows would make one feel as if they were being targeted by a predator from above. Damien felt a hazy and cloudy aura surrounding the man in front of him as if he was one with the wind. The man didn't say anything and simply looked behind as he waved his hands. A huge torrent of wind escaped from his hands as it instantly passed over the entire compound, completely extinguishing the blazing jet black fire all over the place, and tore apart every single undead spirit ethereal realm beasts to shreds. Damien was shocked to see such a display of power. He even saw the air being shredded as the powerful torrent of wind passed through the entire area where the building once stood. The man slowly turned around and said in a dry tone, "Alchemist Azrael, I suppose there is a good reason for the scene of destruction and devastation of our Gale Empire's most prominent guild. The branch you destroyed was something that stood the test of time for more than 500 years. You do realize that our Gale Empire won't take this lightly, no matter your reputation." Damien could feel the hidden threat behind his words, which practically said that they won't be afraid to see to it that they are properly compensated for their loss. However, he didn't show any signs of weakness, and maintaining his proud stance, he asked in a low growl, "Who are you?" "I am Luther Gale, but most people know me by the title my empire had bestowed upon me, Typhoon Lord," he said as he maintained his gaze at Damien. "Oh fuck, didn't I kill this dude's grandson or someone? Maybe he is here to investigate his death." Damien remembered the name as even the ancestor had warned him about him. "And what do you think I should have done when your prestigious guild tried to sell off my precious personal disciple?" Damien asked in a cynical tone. Chapter 109. Luther Gale frowned and looked at Valentina, whom he didn't even glance at after arriving. He was shocked to see that such a ghastly girl was the personal disciple of the reputed and powerful alchemist Azrael. But when he noticed her cultivation, he seemed to speculate the reason. Luther Gale felt that this was a messy situation, as it was the Dark Sky Guild that tried to sell off someone who had the backing of such a powerful person. Those worthless idiots. Why do I have to clean up after their mess? He was frustrated seeing that he didn't even have a good reason to point out that Damien was in the wrong here. However, Luther Gale said in a firm tone, "Still, Alchemist Azrael, this is not the way you should have done things. I believe you went overboard by destroying the whole place and even going as far as to kill every guard and elder inside. I am sure our guild misunderstood the situation of your personal disciple. We would have also compensated for the trouble we cause. But instead of talking it out, you talked with your fists. Sorry, but I can't leave until I get a proper explanation from you for the damage you have done." Luther Gale felt that they had lost too much face by having the only branch of their exalted guild in the Roan Empire being reduced to nothing but wreckage. He didn't mind antagonizing Damien a bit, as he had anyway refused the goodwill they had offered. He also didn't want to lose face by going back empty-handed. His mood was already sour that one of his grandsons died in such an inferior empire. He did not care about the death of Skinny Face, but he felt that his reputation would be smeared if he didn't find out the culprit who killed him. He was bestowed with the title, Typhoon Lord, by the emperor of his empire with accolades and honor. How could he let people think that anyone can get away with killing his people? He didn't want people to trample all over him thinking that he wouldn't take offense. His orders were, however, to not make enemies with Damien. After all, ignoring the fact that Damien was the only one who could concoct supreme-tier pills, the Zeton Empire won't sit still if anything happened to him. Damien frowned seeing that Luther Gale was being adamant to have a go at him. He knew he could not force his way out when faced with a Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator. Valentina hissed with anger seeing how Luther Gale was making things difficult for her big brother. She started feeling a sudden urge to tear him apart but held back to not make things difficult for Damien. She could sense that Luther Gale was far too powerful than her. But she didn't care about all those things and wouldn't mind having a go at whoever annoyed her big brother. However, she was worried if Damien could somehow handle this situation without getting hurt. After all, she knew he destroyed the entire guild from top to bottom for her. "Mr. Luther, do you want me to give an explanation with my fists? I am also sorry to say that I don't know any other way. You are free to accept my explanation. Say, do you still think you want my explanation?" Damien said in a low growl. Luther Gale felt an ominous aura emanating from Damien which made him feel as if he was slowly falling into a chilling cold abyss. Unknowingly, even a small droplet of sweat had formed on his forehead which shocked him. He found it hard to believe that he got intimidated without even realizing it. He had never felt such an ominous feeling from someone in his life. He already thought that Damien was stronger than him, as he couldn't see through Damien's cultivation even though his cultivation was at the third level of the Heaven Ethereal Realm. But now he felt that Damien might be stronger than he expected. He couldn't understand how such a powerful alchemist suddenly popped out of nowhere and why he would hide himself away for such a long time. He then looked at the eyes of Misty and felt the animosity of the bird. But other than its eerie black eyes and the jet black mark on its forehead, he was surprised that an inferior bird would dare to look at him with hostility. Usually weaker ethereal beasts would run away no matter what if they were faced with someone overwhelmingly strong. But he detected no such fear from Misty, as if it was on equal standing with him. What he didn't know was that Damien's undead slaves solely exist to carry out his will and wishes. If Damien wanted someone killed, his undead slaves would do everything to kill that person no matter how weak they were. They would gladly sacrifice themselves to fulfill the wishes of their master. Damien had completely released the aura of his soul, targeting Luther Gale. He wanted to see if he could discourage Luther Gale from standing in his way. Luther Gale felt it vexing that he was forced to a standstill. If he said he still wanted an explanation, it would mean he would have to fight it out with Damien, which was not something he wanted. Especially when he was ordered to not make an enemy out of Damien. But if he simply left, then it would mean the reputation of their Gale Empire was trampled upon by an alchemist, and he would also lose face. He had never met such an unreasonable and domineering alchemist. Usually, they would be in their own world carrying out experiments and researching pills. Just as these two were in the air glaring at each other without giving in, they sensed something coming in their direction. Damien turned his head and saw a huge swan slowly descending towards their level. But what surprised him was the three people atop that bird, standing with a dignified pose while the celestial-like figure on the front had a graceful and elegant aura around her. Lily? Damien was surprised to see Lily and her two protectors here. He guessed that maybe they were here because of the commotion and probably got the news of Tycoon Lord's arrival. But he still wondered why Lily was here when the Empress would have sent someone else or Oswin roam alone. Luther Gale saw the huge swan slowly descending towards them and his eyes flashed when he saw Lily. Even if he had enjoyed his fair share of beauties, when he saw the angelic figure, he couldn't help but get enraptured by her elegance and her veiled beauty. Thinking that they came at the perfect time, he greeted with a slight bow, "Luther Gale greets your highness." He also wondered what the celestial princess was doing here, while he would have understood it, if only the two protectors were the only ones who came here. Lily's gaze first landed on Damien and her brows raised when she saw Valentina clutching Damien's cloak. She was also surprised to see Damien standing atop such a fearsome ethereal beast and wondered how he tamed it with his cultivation. When she got the news of Damien causing mayhem in the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild, she rushed out to help Damien as she speculated that the Dark Sky Guild must have done something unkind to the person he cared about. She shifted her gaze towards Luther Gale and said in a formal tone, "Lord Gale, I hope the two of you can talk things out peacefully to not make things more difficult for the people below us." Luther Gale didn't say anything but had a rigid expression as if he was not satisfied with what Lily said. Lily frowned inwardly and knew that Luther Gale wouldn't budge without gaining anything. "Lord Luther, if we still stay out here, rumors would pass around that the exalted guild of your empire kidnapped someone important to Alchemist Azrael. And probably those rumors might become even more outrageous as people pass them around. I am sure we all don't want the reputation of your grand empire to be questioned. Isn't that right?" Lily said in a polite tone, her gaze steady. Chapter 110. Luther Gale pressed his lips together and was inwardly infuriated that a young girl was low-key threatening him. However, he knew Lily was not kidding. If he created a commotion, everyone would know what really happened here, and he didn't want to be the one who caused his empire to lose face. Luther Gale grudgingly nodded and said while forcing a smile, "Sure, your highness." I also think it's best we civilly settle our misunderstandings. He thought at least withdrawing his stance this way is way better than admitting defeat before Damien. Besides, he had another agenda for his visit that involved Lily. Damien was impressed how Lily mitigated a difficult situation involving a heaven ethereal realm practitioner easily without lifting a finger or showing any signs of uneasiness. He thought that maybe he could learn these kinds of things from Lily. Damien was not really fond of politics, and he felt that the people in this world care about their reputation very much, some even just as their own life. Oswin Roan and Nesta Roan also sighed in relief inwardly, seeing that Lily handled the situation skillfully. When they were preparing to set out to mediate the situation, they felt anxious when Lily persuaded them to let her come with them. After all, they were going to meet a heaven ethereal realm cultivator who was known to not back down without a fight. They wouldn't even be able to protect Lily, assuming the worst case. They thought Lily wanted to convey her goodwill to Alchemist Azrael since he promised to help their ancestor. Lily nodded and then looked at Damien. Alchemist Azrael, I am sorry we weren't able to keep your personal disciple safe. I hope you don't lose faith in us, as we won't let this happen again. Damien looked at Lily and he could feel that her words were sincere to the last word and was not simply putting on a show before the other three people. Damien softly shook his head. It's not your highness' fault. I should have kept a closer watch on my young personal disciple, and I would never lose my faith in you. Luther Gale felt that something was off, seeing the 180-degree change in Damien's attitude. He never expected a headstrong person like Damien would be so unassuming before the princess of the weakest empire. The only reason he was willing to even talk to Lily politely was because of the value she means to his empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't even glance at the empress of the weakest empire. Valentina took a peek at Lily and noticed the change in Damien when he talked to Lily. Even though Damien's voice was still deep, she noticed that his tone became slightly warm when he talked to Lily. Despite the veil covering half of Lily's face, she also noticed how beautiful Lily was and felt something strange in her heart. But she didn't mind it and continued to observe Lily. She wanted to know if she was a friend or a foe to Damien. Noticing Valentina looking at her, Lily smiled gently at her with her eyes. She wanted to ask more about Valentina, but knew it could all wait till she was alone with Damien again. Lily was surprised when she saw a pink-haired girl with ruby red eyes the moment she first came here. But seeing the ghastly scars on her face, she felt sympathy for her, seeing how a little girl like her had to suffer such horrible injuries. She could guess why Damien took a liking to her, seeing how cutely she was clutching Damien's cloak. Meanwhile, Oswin Roan and Nesta Roan were confused why Lily was apologizing to Damien for something that was not even her concern. In fact, they didn't even know Damien had a personal disciple. When did protecting his personal disciple become their job? All they had to do was make sure Alchemist Azrael had a good time in their empire, but nothing more than that. Luther Gale placed his hands on his back and said formally, Your Highness, I am sure you must know the purpose of my visit. Other than investigating the death of my grandson, I am accompanying His Highness Prince Tristan of our empire. Other than touring the Roan Empire, the main purpose in his visit here was to have an audience with you. He is looking forward to meeting with you, so can you provide me with an opportune time for His Highness to meet you? Lily clenched her fingers behind her back and took a quick glance at Damien to see whether he would misunderstand. But because of his disguise, she couldn't tell what Damien was thinking. Tristan, huh? Seems like I should teach someone to never go after someone else's woman, especially mine. Damien sneered inwardly. Damien understood her decision and knew it wouldn't be good for her if she refuses. Lily nodded with a faint smile. You can tell Prince Tristan that 2 days from now would be an opportune time. Lily knew she had no choice but to give face to a prince from one of the strongest empires. If she refuses, it could only mean more trouble for her. She only hoped Damien would understand her stance and not think of anything else. Luther Gale nodded and said in a plain tone, Good. I will convey Your Highness' regards to His Highness. I shall take my leave then. Luther Gale took a quick look at Damien and then sped off in a certain direction till his silhouette was no longer visible. Lily sighed and looked at Damien with a sorry expression. Alchemist Azrael, I am glad you were able to save your personal disciple before anything happened. We shall get going as well and hope to see you again some other time. Lily then turned around and nodded at her protectors to leave for the palace. After they left, Valentina asked Damien curiously, Big brother, who is she? Damien sighed, She is someone I care about, just like you. She is the only one in this world I trust other than you. But remember, we can't act familiar with her in public for now. Damien instructed her. Valentina nodded, but inwardly she was curious to learn more about Lily, seeing as how she was important to Damien. But for some reason, her heart was becoming restless. The same night in Damien's villa, Damien and Valentina were on the bed sleeping. However, Valentina was tightly hugging Damien as if she was afraid he would disappear any moment. Damien sighed, thinking how scared she must have been, being almost sold as a slave and undergoing the torment on her soul. After coming back home, since noon, he gave Valentina some space to settle down her thoughts and tried to give her some alone time. But even then, Valentina simply clung to him without saying anything. He was worried whether she would be all right. He felt Valentina fidgeting her body around as if she was having trouble sleeping. Damien whispered, Are you finding it hard to sleep? Valentina nodded slowly. Damien felt guilty that she was like this because of him. He gently said, It's okay. Even Big Brother has bad dreams sometimes. Sometimes in our life, we go through things that show us how cruel and merciless the world is, and that the only people you can depend on is your loved ones. But don't worry, I promise you that I will never let anyone hurt you or cause you pain. I will always be with you and protect you. So don't think that I would suddenly disappear. Do you believe me? Valentina slowly looked at Damien and nodded. Damien saw her beautiful ruby red eyes looking at him with a gaze that carried absolute reliance and trust. She said as she suddenly started sobbing, I am sorry I didn't listen to Big Brother about not trusting others. Hey, it's okay. I am the one who should apologize to you for not being there when you needed me the most. Damien gently caressed her head, trying to comfort her. He continued, It's understandable to make mistakes like that. After all, it was the first time you stepped foot into the outside world and you did it for me. I know things like what you experience might take time to come out of it. But no matter how much time you take, I am sure that once you do, you will be mentally stronger than ever. Valentina smiled softly as her mood started getting better. She then bit her lip as she asked, Big Brother, am I ugly? Damien gently wiped her tears and said as he looked into her eyes, only people whose hearts and mind are twisted and ugly would call you that. You don't have to bother about what everyone else says. In my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful gem in the world. He said with a warm smile. Valentina gave a radiant smile upon hearing his words and felt glad that her big brother didn't think she was ugly and disgusting. She took Damien's words to heart and felt that as long as her big brother found her beautiful, it didn't matter what everybody else thinks about her. Damien gently caressed her head as he pulled her head closer to his chest. Now forget about all unnecessary things and let big brother tell you a good story. Once upon a time, there was a duckling who was nicknamed as Ugly Duckling by her fellow mates Anne. A few minutes passed. In the end, the ugly duckling grew into a beautiful and elegant swan that soared the skies, putting the other animals to shame. Purr. Valentina cutely purred with a relaxed smile on her face, going into a deep sleep as her body and mind completely relaxed. Damien smiled and let out a sigh of relief seeing that she wasn't having any more trouble sleeping. Good night, Valentina. Big brother will always be there for you. Chapter 111. The next morning Valentina woke up just as Damien got up from his bed. You are awake? Why don't you sleep for some more time? You must be feeling tired. Damien said, thinking that Valentina might feel better with more rest. Valentina shook her head. I don't feel like sleeping anymore. Not without big brother. She said as she stared at Damien. Damien chuckled seeing how she was becoming more and more attached to him. He didn't mind it and found it cute. Will you stay here till I come back after teaching the princess? Damien asked as it was time for him to go teach Lily. He didn't know whether Valentina would be comfortable meeting Lily as he noticed how her perspective of people had changed. Valentina's brows wrinkled hearing that Damien has to leave for the palace to teach the princess. She wanted Damien to be within her sight always as now her heart would feel uneasy whenever she thinks about Damien going somewhere alone. Is it the beautiful big sister from yesterday? She asked curiously. Yes, the beautiful big sister you saw yesterday. I am sure you will like her too. She's really kind and friendly, especially to cute girls like you. You can trust her just like me. Do you want to come with me? He asked as he patted her head. Valentina's expression brightened hearing that Damien didn't mind bringing her with him. She nodded with a smile, Damien didn't think it was much of a big deal to bring Valentina inside. It was only a matter of time before everyone recognized her as the personal disciple of alchemist Azrael, and it would be perfectly normal for her to spend time in Lily's inner courtyard. Within an hour, the two were standing outside Lily's inner courtyard. Damien looked at Valentina and said, why don't you look around the courtyard while I teach the princess? After teaching her, I will introduce you to her, is that fine? Here's also some books you can read to learn more about the world. Damien thought that it would be good for her to learn more about the outside world by reading books in a refreshing place as she would be, traveling with him in the future. Damien transferred many huge books to her spatial ring. A determined expression appeared on Valentina's face as she didn't want to remain ignorant about the ways of this world, and also wanted to be useful to her big brother. Valentina looked at her spatial ring and nodded as her eyes gleamed, I won't disappoint you big brother. Damien laughed slightly as he patted her head, ha ha. I know it's impossible for you to disappoint me. Take it easy and enjoy the air while you study. Valentina smiled and ran off towards an arbor located on the far side of the courtyard. Damien smiled seeing her run off, eager to learn more about the world. He felt that she would be way more careful around strangers now and thought that it was better that way. He then proceeded towards the middle of the courtyard where he usually taught Lily, which was an enclosed area, making it impossible for one to see or hear what's going on unless they enter inside. However, when he got inside he was surprised as Lily's figure came into sight. Her silky black hair hung down her back like the trailing branches of a weeping willow, unlike her usual ponytail style. She was dressed in an exquisite blue princess seam that ran from under her arms curving gently over her bosom, and down to her knee-length mini skirt that displayed her ravishing and graceful legs. What a peerless beauty. Damien was awed, seeing her stunning beauty and extremely noble complexion and figure. Especially seeing her in a sleeveless attire that lured one's attention towards her bare and exquisite shoulders. He was surprised that her attire today completely contrasted with her usual simple training dress. He even noticed slight makeup on her face and how her curves were perfectly accentuated by her garment. Is she planning to seduce me? Damien chuckled inwardly seeing that she dressed up for him, but outward he put up a serious expression planning to tease her a bit. Lily's eyes sparkled seeing Damien enter. She hurried towards him with a radiant smile, but her smile froze seeing the serious expression on his face. She felt nervous thinking whether Damien was thinking about what happened yesterday. How she agreed to have an audience with the second prince of the Gale Empire without telling him. She knew that Damien only learned about the news yesterday and worried whether he might have misunderstood. Damien, Master. I thought you were supposed to call me Master during our training session. Let's start. He said as he wrinkled his eyes. Lily's heart became tense seeing that Damien seemed to be in a sour mood. She couldn't even tell if he was simply acting since it seemed real. Of course, little did Lily know that Damien could feign expressions and emotions that it wouldn't be a surprise if he got an Oscar for it. Lily quietly passed him the wooden sword and assumed her fighting stance while stealing glances at Damien meekly with a worried expression. But her eyes widened when Damien suddenly charged at her as if he couldn't wait to put her down. Master, wait! Lily cried out in surprise as she quickly tried to parry his attack. However, Damien's movements didn't falter as he skillfully twisted his sword around hers and wrested her sword out of her grip, sending it flying in a random direction. This quickly? Lily was surprised that within just a few seconds Damien defeated her. She thought she had improved a lot after all these days of training. But what she didn't know was that Damien didn't hold back at all, unlike how he usually does when sparring with her. However, she was surprised again seeing Damien throwing his sword away and rushing at her. Damien quickly closed the distance and stole her lips for a sensual kiss. He used his cultivation as he forced Lily to a wall dozen meters away while kissing her. He pinned her wrists above her head as he deepened his kiss and started toying with her tongue. Lily's eyes became round as her lips were suddenly assaulted by Damien. She couldn't even struggle much as her hands were tightly pinned above her head with his strong hands. However, her heart was widely thumping with nervousness and excitement as heat rose in her cheeks. She felt his moist and hot tongue not trying to win a battle but seeking union and closeness and the sharing of one breath, one sensation, one timeless and passionate moment with her tongue. Her tongue rolled around his tongue, quick and electric and delicious, then firmer, more determined, more curious about the heat that lay within, seeking to chase down that elusive liquid lightning that reached through both of them. Damien separated his lips from hers and looked into her hazy eyes with his face close to hers. You have been turning into a bad girl, eh? Trying to seduce your own master is against the rules, don't you know that? Besides, agreeing to meet with another guy behind my back calls for punishment, don't you think, my disciple? Damien said as his lips curled up. Chapter 112. Lily was startled hearing Damien's words. She didn't expect him to be so mischievous and she didn't understand when she tried to seduce him. Her intentions were pure in the sense that she only wanted to look good before him. I didn't go behind your back. It's something Olivia forced on me and it's not because I wanted to meet him. If I don't at least have an audience with him, she would only create more trouble for me. I didn't want to tell you because it was not anything important. I won't meet him if you don't want me to. Lily said in an apologetic tone while having an aggrieved expression. Lily pouted seeing that Damien was simply messing with her by putting up a serious expression before. She could now see that Damien didn't misunderstand her intentions. Damien was not surprised hearing her answer as he guessed that it was probably something along those lines. However, he raised one of his brows and turned her around with her back facing towards him. Oh? He whispered in her ears and continued, everything that is related to you is important to me, especially these kinds of things. You can meet him as I don't want to cause you more trouble. But don't think that you can talk your way out from receiving your master's punishment. Damien parted her hair towards the side as he nuzzled her nape, leaving soft kisses along her neck. MMMH. He kissed her graceful shoulders and said, seems like you know your master well to put on a sleeveless dress to seduce me. Isn't that right, you naughty princess? That's not true, MMMHH. Lily cooed. Lily felt a scorching sensation when Damien kissed her neck and shoulders. She started feeling aroused hearing Damien's racy words while being held in a compromising position with her hands still pinned above. Damien's right hand sneakily made its way towards Lily's butt and squeezed her butt cheeks, and kneaded them as one of his fingers unknowingly slipped in between her butt cheeks. Ah! Lily shrieked when she felt one of his fingers naughtily sneaking into her butt crack. Damien, call me master. He interjected and continued, do you want me to stop? If you don't like it, I can stop. Damien stopped kneading her silky butt cheeks as he asked. He wanted to hear from herself that she was enjoying it. Lily's heart was relentlessly pounding with excitement and anticipation. She meekly said, why you can continue, master. Her face turned a bright shade of red as soon as she uttered these words. She felt it embarrassing and shameful that she was feeling pleasure from these kinds of sinful acts and calling him master at the same time. Damien guessed the thoughts going on in her head seeing her embarrassed expression. He whispered in her ears, you will be asking for more once I show you how it feels to be in heaven. Lily twisted her neck towards him in surprise, not understanding what he meant by saying that he would show her how heaven feels. However, her heart raced, seeing the evil grin on his face and feeling a kind of premonition from his words. Damien moved his right hand towards the buttons on the back of her seam and slowly unbuttoned them as her snowy back came into light. Only in the middle, there was a thin string that was attached to a thin fabric on her front, covering her breasts. Master, not now please, your personal disciple is just outside. Lily's nerves were tingling with suspense, but she felt embarrassed doing these kinds of obscene acts in broad daylight, and especially when she sensed Damien bringing Valentina with him. Although she knew Valentina can't see or hear anything unless she went inside, Lily was still anxious doing these kinds of things when there was a little girl just outside. Oh, you mean Valentina? Don't worry, she is busy studying the books I had given her. While we can continue our leftover business from that night. Don't you want to continue as well? Damien asked in an enticing tone. Lily thought back to that night when Damien took advantage of her breasts and lips. She couldn't even sleep the day after Damien left as her body still felt hot all over and kept having dirty and unwanted thoughts. She at times thought about when Damien would be doing those lewd things to her again and felt ashamed for having thoughts like that. She remembered how good she felt and the foreign feeling of pleasure and passion that overwhelmed her mind and body. Remembering all these, she said with a tinge of anticipation and nervousness in her tone, why yes. Damien smiled seeing that she wanted him to continue. He released her hands and pulled out the string on her back in one go, making the fabric on her front fall off as Damien saw her alluring snowy back completely come into view. Lily let out a moan as he grabbed her snow mounds from behind and fondled them while pinching her pink cherries. At the same time, his idle mouth got lured towards her exquisite neck. After sucking her neck skin into his mouth, he licked her neck as his tongue made its way upwards towards her ears. He licked and bit around her ear and inserted his tongue in her ear lobe. Ah, master. Lily moaned and arched her neck back, feeling a searing sensation from his warm tongue in her ears. Seeing her vulnerable and delicate throat, Damien caught her chin and bent her head back as he sucked on her neck. MMMH. Lily felt strange being kissed on her neck like that but enjoyed it. He then forced her against the wall with her boobs pressing against the wall, and moved her lush black hair towards the front to get a clear view of her snowy and alluring back. Your body is so beautiful and smooth, Lily. Damien said in an enamoring tone as he trailed his fingers across her sexy and arched back. Lily blushed and her body jittered as she felt his hot finger trailing across her spine towards her waist. He started kissing her nape passionately while inserting one of his fingers into her mouth. Lily was startled when she felt his finger being forced into her mouth. MMNHH. However, she instinctively started sucking on his finger as it played with her tongue. Damien slowly bent his body as he started kissing downwards from her nape. He kissed her shoulder blades as he tasted her delicate skin. He then moved onto her spine and started kissing downwards to her waist. Just as he reached her waist, he trailed his tongue backward over her back at a fast pace and reached her nape. He twisted her body around and passionately kissed her as her back rested against the wall. MMMHHHH. They both passionately kissed each other as Lily put her hands over his neck. After a few moments, Damien broke the kiss and kissed her chin as he moved towards her neck. He kissed her neck, her collarbones, and nuzzled her cleavage while kneading her 2 milk globes. Agin. Before sucking one of her melons into his mouth, he gripped, rubbed, and pinched her sensitive pink buds, causing Lily to pant erratically. He then mercifully let go of her reddened boobs, making a smacking sound, and kissed her midriff sensually as he moved downwards. Damien licked her navel and twirled his tongue around her belly button. Oh! Lily whimpered, feeling his moist tongue wantonly moving over her navel. As he reached her waist, his hands reached for her skirt and slowly pulled it down. Master, what are you going to do? Lily asked with bashful eyes as she tried to pull up her skirt. Chapter 113. Thirsty? Lily was bewildered, thinking why Damien was trying to pull down her skirt if he was thirsty. But she knew that it can't be any good seeing him put up such an innocent expression. She felt that she was slowly getting a grasp of his tricks to not fall for his games. Damien said with puppy eyes, yes, this master had travelled far to drink the holy water of the celestial princess. But a roguish gleam appeared in his eyes as his hand sneakily moved under her skirt and towards her honeypot, as he stroked her pussy over her underlinen. Arnhem. Lily let out a loud and stimulating moan as she felt a pulsating sensation from in between her legs. She felt her vagina squeezing and releasing at the same time as a fluid squirted out of it. Feeling her underwear get wet, Lily cried out, "Don't look." Her face flushed red with embarrassment and shame, thinking that she peed in front of Damien. She was trying her best to pull away Damien's naughty hand from her pussy, but the constant shivers of ecstasy travelling through her body from Damien massaging her honeypot sapped away her strength. No matter how much she tried, she wasn't able to stop herself from releasing the intense pressure in her pussy. However, she realized that once the intense pressure from her vagina was released, she felt an incredible and hot sensation that she had never before experienced in her life. Her breasts were rising up and down with excitement and breathlessness while she felt her knees going weak after the release. Damien softly chuckled, seeing that she orgasmed so easily, and said with a roguish smile, "You are already feeling good? Hold on, I will make you release more of your love juices." Love juice? Lily was surprised. Didn't he tease her about peeing in front of him? But then she noticed there wasn't any smell of urine and realized from his words that the fluid was something she released due to the pleasure. However, when she thought about how Damien said that he will make her release more of them, it made her heart pound wildly with anticipation and excitement. Seeing the craving in her eyes, Damien smiled as he undid her skirt and her underwear at the same time, letting them slide down her legs and fall on the floor. Damien! Lily quickly covered her honeypot with an abashed expression and said with a nervous look, "Please don't look." Aye, Damien interrupted as he caressed her milky thighs, "Don't be shy, let this master see your holy shrine." He kissed around her soft thighs and grasped and massaged her silky buttocks. MMMH. Lily moaned as Damien serviced her buttocks. So soft. Damien murmured as he massaged her butt cheeks. He slowly kissed upwards from her thighs, reaching towards her honeypot. He kissed over her hands that were timidly hiding her honeypot and said, "See, you are already so wet. Be a good disciple and share your master some of your holy nectar. It's bad to leave your master thirsty." Lily felt like crying in embarrassment, seeing how shameless he was being. She never thought Damien's mischievousness would cross another level during these acts. Damien smiled, seeing her cute reactions, and gently removed her hands from her honeypot. Lily could only helplessly remove her meek hands and close her eyes in shame and nervousness. How beautiful and holy. Damien murmured in awe, seeing her tantalizing pink honeypot without any hair smeared with leftovers of her love juices. Damien's already aroused member got even more lively as his gaze focused on her flower. "Seems like you prepared yourself for your master. Didn't think that you were expecting me to do these things, such a naughty disciple." Damien playfully said as he guessed that it was only recently Lily removed her pubic hair. "No, that's not true." Lily shyly cried. It was true that she only recently removed her pubic hair, but she only did it because it was accustomed to remove pubic hair once they get a lover. Damien knew it, but he teased her anyway. Even with her eyes closed, Lily could feel Damien's hot gaze on her pussy. Damien couldn't resist anymore as he plunged his mouth into her honeypot, trying to suck her love juices. Oomph! Lily let out an intense moan and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Damien eating and sucking her pussy while gripping her buttocks with his hands. "Master, don't. It's dirty." Lily clutched Damien's smooth hair as her body squirmed from the constant electrifying sensation she was feeling from Damien's mouth, playing with her pussy. Damien slowly took out his mouth covered with her love juices and chuckled, "How can something so sacred be dirty? Your holy nectar tastes sweeter than I expected. Let your humble master have more of this nectar," Damien said as he stretched her pink folds, revealing her vaginal hole and pink clit. "It is not a holy nectar." Lily whimpered in shame, hearing his naughty words. Damien licked and sucked on her pink clit as he slid one of his fingers into her vagina. Master. Feeling Damien's hot tongue toying with her pink bud and his finger invading her pussy, Lily felt as if lightning was passing through her whole body, making her body quiver in pleasure. He motioned his finger in and out as he massaged the insides of her vagina with his finger. He then removed his finger and moved his tongue away from her pink bud and towards her vagina, invading deep into her cave with his tongue. Agnin. Lily tried to muffle her intense moans after realizing that she had been moaning loud for a while. She could hardly sense her surroundings as her mind was melting in the pleasurable feeling she was getting from Damien's warm tongue in her honeypot. Damien took out his tongue and inserted 2 of his fingers into her honey cave. He. Lily let out an airy moan as she felt her vagina being stretched a little by his fingers, trying to force itself into her entrance. Squelch, squelch, squelching sounds resounded from Lily's wet pussy as Damien fingered her, dripping honeypot at a rapid pace. Master, it's too fast. Lily cried in an intoxicated voice as waves of pleasure ran all over her skin. "It's coming again." Lily shouted, feeling the same intense pressure from before as if a waterfall was trying to burst over a cliff. Damien felt her vagina contracting and releasing itself as a gush of her love juices sprayed on his face. But he didn't let it go to waste and tried to drink as much of it as possible and licked her pussy clean. Lily's mind totally went blank just as she released her love juices. She felt as if her entire body was pulsating and then completely became loose. I am sorry. Lily said with a guilty expression, seeing that she squirted all over his face. Sorry for what? This is the most satiating drink I have had in a long time. I can't wait for the next one, he. Damien said as he licked her love juices smeared around his mouth. Lily gulped, seeing his evil smile as her heart raced in anticipation. Chapter 114. Damien sucked off the dripping love juices from her pussy and turned her body around with her succulent buttocks facing his face. Lily put up her hands against the wall and twisted her head around to see what other naughty things Damien was going to do. Damien erotically kissed one of her butt cheeks while kneading the other. His mouth slowly moved towards her butt crack as he stretched her butt cheeks, revealing her cute butthole. Master. Not there, it's not clean. Lily was surprised that Damien even wanted to take advantage of her butthole. She thought Damien would be grossed out exploring that area, but only now she realized that Damien wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of every nook and cranny on her body. Lily, don't you realize that I would love to explore every inch of your body and imprint how each part of your body feels and tastes in my memory? Damien teased and planted his mouth in between her butt cheeks. Damien made a sucking motion on her butthole with his mouth before licking it. MMMHHH. Lily felt a strange sense of excitement and thrill feeling Damien licking her butthole and a tingling sensation that made her body quiver. He then took out his mouth and inserted his middle finger into her butthole and started fingering her slowly. Ah. Lily moaned erotically as she started feeling lightheaded and her body becoming hotter. Feeling good, are we? Damien chuckled seeing how tipsy she was and felt satisfied she was feeling good. No. It's all your fault. Lily whimpered. But she suddenly thought of something and caught his hand, which was fingering her butthole reluctantly. You don't like it? Damien asked as he didn't expect her to stop him. Lily turned around with her face fully flushed red and her eyes misty. She said in a shy tone, no. It's not that. I was thinking, maybe I could make you feel good if you teach me. Lily felt bad that she was the only one enjoying so far as Damien serviced her whole body. Damien chuckled and felt happy that Lily was considerate of him. He said, thought you would never ask. My little brother has been waiting for a long time. Lily had a confused expression thinking why he was talking about a little brother. But before she could think anything else, Damien had already loosened his pants and removed his shirt and was half naked with only his underwear on. The skin of his naked shoulders and well-toned chest appeared dazzling as the sunlight bathed his skin, and the way he looked at her with his smoldering eyes made him look hot in her eyes. But her eyes immediately got glued to the huge bulge on his underwear. She gulped thinking what kind of a monster he was holding in. Damien chuckled seeing that she was distracted by his manhood. He instantly removed his underwear as his dragon a bit longer than 7 inches stood tall in its full glory before Lily. Lily covered her eyes in embarrassment when Damien revealed his manhood. But she tried to curiously sneak a peek in between her fingers to know what a man's manhood looked like. She had only learned about a man's manhood in books, but it was her first time seeing one. She knew that a man procreated with a female using his manhood, but couldn't imagine how something that big would fit inside a woman. Ha, why are you feeling shy when I am the one who is undressed? Damien laughed seeing her cutely cover her face. He took her hand and slowly directed it towards his erect rod and said with a smile, you said you wanted to make me feel good, right? This is your chance. Lily started feeling nervous when Damien was slowly directing her hand towards his shaft. She didn't know how Damien was planning to make him feel good using just her hands. Lily crouched as Damien motioned her to kneel down. Damien felt slightly aroused seeing her nervous eyes looking up at him while his hard-on was hovering over her face. Try holding it. Damien said as he focused his gaze on her. Seeing the thick rod in front of her, she timidly poked it, before gently gripping his rod in her fist. So warm. Lily was surprised feeling the warmth radiating from it and how firm it felt despite how soft the skin was. Now move your hands up and down, you can start slowly then fasten your pace. Damien instructed and inwardly he was starting to get excited thinking about how he is going to educate an innocent princess. Lily meekly nodded and started moving her hand up and down gently. She was slightly surprised seeing his glands coming into view as she pulled back the foreskin. Damien guided her hand so that she could get an idea of how exactly she should stroke his rod. Being guided by Damien, Lily curiously continued stroking his cock and felt strange when she felt his cock throbbing and getting warmer. Tee-hee-hee, it looks cute. Lily giggled seeing how cute it looked and made her want to play with it. Of course, just like me, now try licking the tip. Damien said with a shifty grin. Lily's heart pounded more rapidly hearing his words. She felt a little nervous but was determined to make him feel good. After hesitating for a few moments, she picked up courage and slowly moved her mouth towards his glands. She licked his soft tip and her brows raised in shock feeling how nice his tip felt in her tongue. She started licking it all over curiously to feel more of his tip gently. Damien smiled seeing how Lily was getting attracted to his cock, and felt it visually intoxicating seeing the celestial princess lick the tip of his cock like licking a lollipop. Now try putting it in your mouth and suck it. Damien said as his nerves tingled with excitement. Lily didn't hesitate much thinking that it might feel even better if she put his rod in her mouth. But inwardly she felt embarrassed and shameful for doing these lewd acts by taking his manhood into her mouth. She never in her life imagined she would be doing these kinds of things with the person she loved. She started by putting the tip in her mouth and started making a sucking motion. Ing. Damien groaned feeling pleasure from Lily's soft tongue and lips sucking on his sensitive glands. Lily noticed Damien letting out a groan and realized that what she just did was pleasurable to him. She was now motivated to make him feel more pleasure and make him let out moans just like how he did the same to her. However, she could feel a small amount of slippery and lukewarm liquid in her mouth as she sucked his tip and thought that it was something similar to her love juices. She didn't mind the taste but instead found it pleasant and felt more aroused thinking how he was leaking love juices from her movements. She slowly started taking in more of his rod into her mouth till she felt that she could not take it anymore. However, she saw that she was not able to take his huge rod entirely into her mouth. Lily slowly started moving her mouth to and fro on his rod as it went in and out. Her teeth would unwittingly scrape against his skin but she slowly learned to suck his rod while making sure her teeth did not hurt him. Ah, good. Damien murmured as he started feeling pleasure from her movements and even when her teeth lightly scraped against his skin. He clutched her head and made her suck his rod at a faster pace. Eugen, yes, you are doing well, Lily. Lily's eyes became more round as Damien made her suck his rod with more speed, but she slowly got used to it, and felt gratified seeing how Damien was enjoying it. Asterisk slick asterisk asterisk slick asterisk the sound of her mouth sliding over his wet rod sounded out as her movements got even more vigorous. She instinctively grabbed his rod while sucking it and moved her hand up and down along with her mouth. NGHHH, you are a fast learner, Lily. Damien groaned as he looked at her aroused face. Lily also looked up at Damien while sucking his cock and locked eyes with him. Seeing the wondrous look of appreciation and love he was giving her, made her feel proud. I am coming. Damien cried out in ecstasy and gripped her head as he suddenly felt like shooting out his load. Lily didn't understand what he meant, but she felt his rod throbbing and becoming bigger in her mouth. Her eyes widened when she felt a warm load of liquid being shot into her mouth. You can swallow my cum, Damien said after coming in her mouth. Lily covered her mouth, which was filled with his semen, and stopped herself from spitting it out when she heard Damien's words. She somehow swallowed his cum and wiped her lips, which were dripping with his semen, and felt that it tasted sweet and slightly bitter but pleasant. That was wonderful, Lily, you did well. Damien complimented, seeing that her blowjob was not bad for her first try. She smiled seeing that she was able to pleasure Damien into unloading his cum. She was now more confident of making him feel good and felt it stimulating that she was doing these immoral acts with him despite her status. She saw the leftover cum on his rod and wiped it clean with her tongue, gulped it all down and looked at him with an amorous look. Damien was slightly surprised she took the initiative to lick his cock clean. He nudged her up and gave her a deep and warm appreciative kiss as he fondled her boobs. They both started kissing each other passionately while standing with Lily's back against the wall. Damien broke the kiss and looked at her stirred-up face. Why don't we take it to the next level? He asked as he rubbed his cock against her wet pussy. Chapter 115. Lily's body jittered when she felt his throbbing hot cock rubbing against her wet pussy. Damien! I see can't lose my virginity now. Lily said with a sorry expression as she knew it might come to this. Her heart was beating rapidly and she hoped that Damien would understand. She wanted to be one with him, but at the same time, she knew it would only mean trouble for both of them if she loses her virginity now. However, Damien didn't bat an eyelid and chuckled. Who said I am going to take your virginity now? Eh? Lily was surprised and was embarrassed, thinking that she was the one who was having dirty thoughts. You are getting more naughty, is that so, my princess? Damien teased. She shyly glanced away and didn't dare to make eye contact after feeling shame for having lewd thoughts. Damien continued, but who said I couldn't be one with you without taking your virginity? Lily was surprised hearing his words and looked at him, wondering what he meant. How could they join in love without losing her virginity? Damien's hand slowly sneaked under her honeypot and towards her but hole and said, with this cute hole here, I can take its virginity for now. He said with an evil grin. Wait, you see can't he be serious? It won't fit. Lily anxiously said as she couldn't imagine how such a huge thing would go inside her, and didn't even remotely think one could make love through that tiny hole. Don't worry. You will be surprised how much my dragon can pleasure your narrow cave. It might hurt just a little bit at first, but I will try my best not to make it hurt. Do you want to? We can stop if you are feeling uncomfortable. Damien said in a concerned tone, thinking whether he was pushing an innocent girl like her too far. Lily felt touched that he was considerate of her feelings. She was worried whether her butt would hurt, but at the same time, she was looking forward to feeling him inside her. She was already happy that he didn't persuade her to let him take her virginity now. So, she didn't want to disappoint him by refusing his request. No. It's fine, I can try. Lily meekly said while avoiding his gaze. She could hear her heart wildly beating, imagining his rod invading her butthole. Damien smiled and gave a quick peck on her lips. Don't worry. I promise not to make it hurt much. He turned her around and made her butt stick out towards him, making the view of her butthole clear to him. Lily felt embarrassed showing her private parts so conspicuously to him, and feeling his loving gaze, she felt stimulated. Damien was confident that he could make it not hurt much as he had already aroused and relaxed her anal muscles before. But to be safe, he started fingering her pussy with his fingers, coating them with her love juice. He then moved one of his fingers towards her butthole and started fingering it while lubing her butthole with her love juices. His rod wasn't idle and was gently rubbing over her pussy, painting his rod with her love juices. Lily moaned as Damien was playing with her pussy and butthole at the same time. She could feel his vigorous rod twitching with excitement as it scraped over her honeypot. Damien inserted two of his fingers in her butthole and fingered her slowly. He curled his fingers and massaged her anal walls. He could feel her anal walls squeezing his fingers with excitement and felt the sensation on his fingers good. NNNGGGG, your fingers are so hot. Lily moaned as her eyes became glazed with pleasure. He observed whether Lily was feeling any discomfort and slowly increased the pace of his fingers as he saw her enjoying it. Her muscles should be relaxed by now. Damien thought that she was ready to take his rod. After all, he didn't want her first anal sex experience to be painful. Damien took out his fingers and positioned his rod over her butthole. I am going to insert it, just relax your muscles and don't be too nervous. He gently whispered. He pressed the tip of his rod against her butthole and brushed over it. He then grabbed his cock and slowly tried to insert it into her butthole. Tell me if it pains. Damien said in a cautionary tone. He eased his rod slowly and felt his tip inside her butthole and stopped. Oomph, you can move. Lily whimpered out as she felt Damien stop. She could feel her anal wall slowly stretching out as Damien inserted his rod. Still, surprisingly, she didn't feel much pain at all other than a slight pain when he inserted his rod. Instead, she started feeling excited and thrilled, feeling his rod inside her. Damien smiled, seeing that she was not finding it uncomfortable. He slowly moved his rod deeper into her narrow cave. NNNNHHHGG. Lily let out a deep moan as she got a pleasurable feeling and sensations she never expected as his rod went deeper inside her anal. Damien paused for a few moments to let her anal walls get used to his cock and then started moving slowly. He could feel her anal walls tightening around his rod and felt it so pleasurable as if he was slowly melting into it. You are so tight, Lily, Eugen, Damien grunted in pleasure as his rod explored her narrow cave while stretching it. Anheg, Damien. Lily's pussy tingled as a jolt of pleasure traveled through her spine and all over her body as she felt him inside her. Damien increased his speed of thrusting his rod in her butthole. NNNGGGHHHH. So fast. Lily was drowning in pleasure and could feel her blood buzzing in her ears. You feel so good. Damien groaned as his cock was sinking into her butthole, and feeling the tight squeeze on his rod made him feel euphoric. He pulled back her arms as he rammed his rod deeper in her butthole. Ah. Ah. Lily let out loud moans as his rod went deeper inside her. Her mind went blank, overwhelmed with pleasure, and could feel his cock getting more hotter and bigger, throbbing in her anal walls. Her boobs were bouncing and her nipples became fully erect as Damien was pounding her. It's coming. Lily shouted as she felt waves of pleasure assaulting her abdomen, making her feel as if she was soaring towards heaven. I am coming inside as well. Damien said, feeling that his rod was reading to shoot out come Arnhem. Ah. Damien grunted as he shot out his load in her butthole while Lily let out a loud moan as she orgasmed. Damien took out his rod from her butthole slowly with a satisfied smile on his face. Phew, it's been a long time since I felt this good. Damien was impressed how Lily held out and he caught her fumbling body just as she orgasmed. Feeling giddy, are we? Was it that good? Damien teased. Lily put her arm over his neck, supporting herself, and saw him grinning at her. His hot milk was dripping out from her butthole and down towards her thighs. She felt a sort of emptiness after he took his cock out and could feel his warm milk inside her. She said in a shy and low voice, why yes, it felt good. She honestly never thought that she could feel this much pleasure with Damien's thick rod in her butt. She was now glad that she didn't refuse Damien and praised herself inwardly for having the guts to take in his rod. She could hardly stand as sweat already covered her body after such a rigorous exercise. Her breathing was raspy as her body quivered. She asked him shyly, did I make you feel good as well? Lily was curious if she was able to satisfy him as well. She didn't want to be the only one who selfishly enjoyed her lover's service. Damien smiled and gave her a warm kiss and said, you were impressive otherwise, I wouldn't have even cummed. Why don't we get more comfortable? Damien quickly put out a bed from his soul space on the floor and lifted Lily into his arms. Kaya. What are you planning? Lily asked timidly when she saw him take out a whole bed. However, Damien playfully smiled and said while carrying her in his arms, we should properly end our training session, shouldn't we? Chapter 116. Ah. Damien dropped her on the soft mattress of the bed and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Lily saw his feverish eyes gazing at her bare body. She sheepishly covered her chest as if protecting herself from a big bad wolf. Damien chuckled, seeing Lily lying in a vulnerable position under him, still hiding such a piece of art from me. That's not a good move. He grinned as he grabbed her arms with both his hands and pinned them above. He dived in for a deep kiss and sucked on her cherry lips. MMMHH. Lily got excited being kissed in such an erotic way. She could feel his hard cock pushing against her pussy as they kissed. After experiencing how pleasurable his cock felt in her butthole, she was more curious than ever how it would feel in her honeypot. But she knew that until all her problems were gone, she wouldn't be able to truly become one with him. However, now she felt a deep sense of closeness with Damien after doing such intimate and passionate acts. She never in her life thought that one day she would be giving her heart to someone and develop deep feelings of love for that person. Damien broke away the kiss and gazed at her eyes as radiant as the stars and said ardently, I love you, Lily. Lily's heart skipped a beat and she felt her blood rushing to her cheeks when she heard his love confession yet again. She felt that today was the happiest day in her life and looking at the breathtaking face of the man in front of her, she felt that she was the luckiest girl in the world to be his woman. Lily gave a beautiful smile and said passionately, I love you too, Damien. I know. Damien softly smiled and plundered her lips for another deep kiss. After a few moments of sensually kissing her, he kissed her neck, moved onto her breasts, and sucked her hard nipples. He then released her hands and said, how about one last round? With a seductive grin on his face, he lifted her legs and put them over his shoulders. Ah. What's this? Lily was surprised and embarrassed at this strange position, which displayed her honeypot and butthole, giving him a clear view. But she knew what Damien meant by having one more round. Her breasts were already heaving up and down, trying her best to catch her breath. She already felt her whole body weak and never thought that she would be feeling so drained just by doing lewd acts, and not some arduous sword training. No wonder he teased this whole thing as a training. Lily had no idea whether she would last for another round. She never expected to feel a train of pleasure today and even go this far with him. But seeing the grin on the expert in front of her, she thought that it was only natural he would be able to take things this far in just a day. She also wanted to be intimate with him before he left for the Zeton Empire. Lily intertwined her legs around his neck as Damien stretched her butt cheeks, preparing herself to take his hot rod again. Damien put his tip in and thrust his rod into her, easily entering her butthole without causing any discomfort. He placed his palms on her satiny thighs and started ramming her at a pace that was not too slow or too fast. He lifted her legs even upwards as he raised her butt, her knees touching her breasts, and continued pummeling her butthole with his thick hot rod while leaning forward, letting his rod dig even deeper into her cave. Arn. Damien, you are too deep. Lily let out intense ceaseless moans, experiencing such an erotic simulation as Damien's throbbing rod penetrated deep into her narrow cave. She felt that it was even more deeper and intense than the first time. Her legs were almost touching up to her shoulders while Damien balanced himself above her with his palms resting on the bed. She was too embarrassed being banged in such an awkward position, but the shockwaves of pleasure spreading through her entire body made her mind blank, throwing out every thought out the drain. She felt as if her body and mind was getting too light that she could fly. Damien groaned in pleasure as he continued pounding her defenseless butthole, her anal walls squeezing and sucking in his thick cock. Feeling the pleasurable suctioning of her anal walls, Damien felt as if spring was tightly coiling around his rod and then releasing it. Damien felt turned on doing such lewd acts with the celestial princess, when every man in the continent could only dream about even having a glimpse of her enthralling visage. I am coming. Lily cried out as she reached climax yet again. Let's reach heaven together. Damien smirked as his rod twitched, ready to release his load. Lily felt his thick rod throbbing as a strong burst of warm and creamy liquid shot inside her anal walls. He felt her anal walls completely clenching his hot rod just as a fresh gush of her love juices spurted out from her pussy. Whew, that was awesome, Lily. Damien said in an appreciative tone as he took out his rod from her butthole. Lily felt his warm come inside her anal walls while some of it dripped outside her butthole. She was happy that she could make Damien come again and felt satisfied having the proof of his love inside her butt. However, she was heavily panting as almost all the energy in her body was drained after orgasming a few times. Damien let go of her legs and lay down beside her with a satisfied smile. He hugged her and looked at her intoxicated face and chuckled, your face now looks even more beautiful. Tell me, did you enjoy it that much? Lily shyly looked down, cuddling in his embrace, and said, why yes, I never felt so good before. Lily found it embarrassing to tell him that she felt a sense of ecstasy she never felt before, but told him to make him know that he made her happy and enjoy it. And thinking about the lewd moans she made, she felt that she lost face as an imperial princess. Damien kissed her forehead and said in a loving tone, me too. I find you more enticing than even the tastiest dish out there. If I had known the celestial princess was this good, I might have gobbled you up before he. Lily shyly fisted his chest and said in a coy tone, that's not fair. You already made me do all these indecent stuff today. She continued in an affectionate tone, looking at his dazzling eyes, but now I feel that I am very close to you in both heart and soul. A resplendent smile hung on her lips as she finished conveying her heartfelt words. Damien smiled warmly, of course. We both are now closer to each other than ever before. We will continue getting even closer as our love for each other gets stronger and stronger. Lily kept smiling, hearing his words, and was glad she could bond with him at a deeper level by giving away her heart, body, and soul to him. She suddenly remembered about a certain someone outside the courtyard. You still haven't told me where you got your personal disciple from. How did you come upon such a little girl? Where are her parents? She asked curiously. Chapter 117. I really don't know much about her background. I only came upon her in the dark forest. She was wandering alone with no one to look after her. She once saved me from bleeding out. I will introduce you to her, she is really cute. Damien said with a smile. Wow, she even saved you. Strange, how could someone abandon their child like that in that dangerous forest? Even her cultivation is at the spirit ethereal realm. I feel like her background is not simple. I have never seen or heard about families having pink hair or anything like that. Lily said with a pensive expression. However, inwardly she was glad that Valentina was there for Damien when he needed help. She felt that she should thank her for that. She is not as simple as you think, and what if I told you she was in the dark forest for many years? She is not exactly human. She is a half-ethereal beast as well. Damien said as he looked at Lily's face to see her reaction. Lily's brows raised, and with a doubtful smile, she said, Damien, you can't be joking. Lily kept staring at his eyes to see if he was joking with her. But seeing how serious his eyes were, she felt that he was telling the truth. She continued with a bewildered expression, that can't be, how can someone be a half-ethereal beast? Ethereal beasts don't have much intelligence, nor can they take human forms. It simply isn't possible. Damien chuckled, Lily, just like how unbelievable the fact that my ethereal core points got fixed, there are many unbelievable things you have yet to know. Lily pouted, you are really making me die with curiosity. But don't worry, I won't pester you to tell me as I know you are not telling me for my own good. Damien sighed and said in an apologetic tone, Lily, I am truly sorry for hiding things like this. But I promise when everything is all right for us, I would tell you. I don't want to hide anything between us. Lily smiled as she slightly shook her head, no, don't worry about it. I was simply joking. You promised to tell me at the right time, and that is more than enough. I am also sorry for not telling you about the Gale Prince coming over. I promise to not hide things like that from you in the future. Damien softly smiled, it's fine. I understand why you didn't tell me. And your promise is plenty enough. Lily smiled, hearing his words, but suddenly she remembered something and said, but where is Sophie now? You told me that she isn't with you now, and how did you meet her? These few days, Lily was wondering which lucky girl was Damien's first. She was thinking how Damien even met her when he barely stepped foot outside his own home during his childhood. She was even more eager to know what kind of a woman Sophie was to win Damien's affection. Damien's eyes became melancholic, and sighed, she is dead. Lily's eyes widened, and seeing his eyes becoming wistful, she felt her heart wrench. She never expected that the person Damien loved so much was already dead. She said in a regretful tone, Damien, I am sorry, I didn't mean to. No. Don't be, it's my fault, she died because of me. Damien said in a woeful tone with his gaze downward. Lily's eyes quivered, seeing him become so sad. She cupped his face and said in a concerned tone, no, don't blame yourself like that. I am sure you must have done everything you can to save her. I am also sure she wouldn't want you to torment yourself like this. Now I understand why your shoulders seem heavy, as if you have been carrying a lot of pain and regret. You don't have to carry them all by yourself now that I am with you. Please let me share your burden just like how you want to share mine. Lily had always felt that behind his smiling eyes, there were ripples of woefulness. She felt that his playful nature was just a front to hide his pain and grief. Damien's expression spirited up as he smiled. He held and kissed her hands, you have already become a part of my life and soul. Now whether we like it or not, we are bound to share each other's happiness and pain. But I believe that I will find Sophie again, her reincarnated self. He wryly smiled as he continued, do you find me crazy for talking like this? Damien knew that what he was pursuing was pretty far-fetched as he had no idea whether Sophie had already reincarnated or not. And even if she did, he had no idea where she was. Instead of thinking that he was a fool, Lily envied Sophie to have such a passionate lover who wouldn't even give up finding her even after her death. She now truly felt lucky that she was now in love with Damien. Lily shook her head softly and smiled, of course not. It only shows how much you love her. Even though I am not sure about reincarnation, I have a feeling you will reunite with her again. Thank you, Lily. I also love you in the same manner, and my love for you will only get stronger with each second. Damien said in a heartfelt tone. Lily gave an affectionate smile as she hugged Damien tighter. I feel like I am the happiest girl alive. Lily said in a warm tone as she nestled herself in his embrace. And I feel like I am the luckiest man alive, to have you. Damien replied in an intimate tone. They both cuddled each other as they talked about other things. He told her how Valentina got those scars from a powerful ethereal beast and explained about blood laws and how Valentina can use them. Lily was quite surprised there even existed such laws, and it only made Valentina look more mysterious in her eyes. Damien told her that he met Sophie in another world and that he would explain what he meant after he settled Lily's problems. He was a bit surprised when Lily revealed that she had attained a breakthrough to the 10th level of the spirit ethereal realm. Lily felt that Damien would soon overtake her and was more determined to increase her cultivation to be useful to him. However, when Lily heard that he went to the Wailing Woodland region, she became upset and reprimanded him for rashly visiting those dangerous regions without even telling her. She knew that the place was like hell for practitioners as countless cultivators die there every year. Damien somehow calmed her down by telling her that he would be more careful, and also told her how he could tame and control ethereal beasts to do his bidding. He, however, said that he couldn't tell the specifics for now and would tell her later. Damien also learned that the ancestor was making a steady recovery, as expected, and told Lily to tell him that he would wait for the right time to reveal himself. Damien knew it wouldn't be good for others to know that the ancestor was no longer dying. He guessed that the ancestor would also hold the same opinion with his experience of looking after an empire for centuries. He was now relieved that he could leave the Roan Empire without worrying about Lily. But he was sad that he would have to temporarily part with her, as he already felt that he couldn't bear not to see her for even a single day. Especially after bonding with her today, he felt that she has already become a part of him. He was now more determined to change her fate within 2 years and be with her forever. However, unbeknown to Damien and Lily, a pair of ruby red eyes were looking at them with complex emotions brewing in those eyes. Asterisk screech asterisk a chill-sending scratching sound screeched out as Valentina scratched the outer walls of the enclosed area Damien and Lily were in. I won't let you take big brother Damien away. She mumbled as she intensely stared at the two naked figures cuddling against each other intimately. Chapter 118. A few minutes ago, a little girl with exquisite rosy pink hair was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. A few moments later, she slowly opened her eyes with a small smile. Yes. I broke through to the 6th level of the spirit ethereal realm. Big brother Damien should be happy when I tell him. Valentina was excited, thinking about showing off her breakthrough to Damien right away. Her soul cultivation also broke through to the middle soul transformation stage. With the blood essence of 2 earth ethereal realm cultivators, she successfully broke through many levels. But she knew Damien must be busy teaching Lily inside the enclosed area in the middle of the inner courtyard. She didn't want to disturb him while he was teaching. However, she was curious to see him teaching Lily and at the same time wanted to know more about Lily. She sneaked towards the enclosed area to take a peek but found that she couldn't see, let alone hear anything inside because of the door and the wall surrounding the area. However, she didn't get discouraged and used her illusion laws to make a part of the door illusory, letting her see what's happening inside. Damien never knew that Valentina possessed this ability as she never told him. Valentina was not able to use this ability before because her cultivation wasn't strong enough. She was planning to surprise him after her next breakthrough so that she can use her abilities for a longer time and play games with him. She felt her soul energy was draining fast, but she nevertheless wanted to take a peek. However, her eyes widened when she saw Damien and Lily cuddling on the bed naked. When her eyes focused on Lily, killing intent flashed in her eyes momentarily but suppressed it immediately before it leaked out. For some reason, when her eyes landed on Lily, hugging Damien's naked body, she felt like tearing her apart. Still, she controlled her bloodlust as she knew that Lily was someone important to Damien. She hadn't felt this frustrated in her life, unable to satiate her bloodlust. For the first time, she couldn't take out her anger on someone because the most important person to her was standing in her way. She could feel nothing but anger and hatred at Lily for taking her place. Not even she had hugged so intimately with him, then how could some other girl take her place? Her heart writhed, thinking whether Lily would take away her big brother. She never imagined that Lily would be closer to Damien than she was with him. She didn't want to be left alone again and was afraid if Damien would neglect her. Asterisk screech asterisk a chill-sending scratching sound sounded out as Valentina scratched the outer walls of the enclosed area Damien and Lily were in. I won't let you take big brother away. She mumbled as she intensely stared at the two figures cuddling against each other. She took her head out and slowly walked back as her blood violently thrashed about inside her body. Meanwhile, inside the enclosed area, Damien and Lily were sitting up on the bed. Damien was leaning against the bed's headboard while embracing Lily from behind as she leaned against his chest. Damien was kissing her smooth shoulders and her neck as he chuckled, I could keep kissing you all day and never get tired. Lily's face flushed red hearing his words and seeing his dragon fully erect and vigorous even after those rigorous exercises. She shyly smiled and said in an embarrassed tone, you still haven't had enough of me. Damien whispered, how could I when the more I taste you the more I want you? It's your fault for seducing me. Hearing his sensual words, Lily felt hot and said in a coy tone, you really have the energy for these kinds of things. It's almost noon and we should get going. Valentina might have finished her studies for today already. Despite wanting to feel him inside her more, Lily was anxious that she wouldn't be able to walk anymore if Damien started another assault on her. Damien chuckled and said, ha ha ha. Being a merciful master, I will lessen your punishment and let you go. Damien also thought that he should be getting back and didn't want to tire her too much as it was her first time and the sun was still up. He can't let her walk around the palace limping the whole day. Lily heaved a sigh of relief, but she was also disappointed that she couldn't be with him for a longer time. Damien cleaned her up with a cloth and they both dressed up quickly. Well, let's go introduce you to Valentina. Damien said as he took her hand into his. As they walked hand in hand, Lily felt a sense of happiness walking while holding hands with her lover. She felt safe holding his warm and firm hands as if he would never let go of her and be with her forever. Damien walked out and smiled when he saw Valentina buried in her books. Valentina's ears twitched the moment Damien came out. Her eyes livened up and rushed towards Damien upon seeing him come out. Hey! Damien chuckled and patted Valentina as she tightly hugged around his waist. Lily was a bit surprised to see that Valentina seemed very affectionate to him. She couldn't believe that the little girl in front of her was a half-ethereal beast and someone adept at blood laws. But seeing her exquisite rosy pink hair and ruby red eyes, she knew that Valentina did not seem simple at all. Valentina was smiling as she snuggled in his warmth, but when she noticed Lily holding his hand, her smile turned into a scowl but quickly hid it. She looked up at Lily and saw her smiling gently at her. But her fingers were restlessly scratching against each other when she saw Lily's smile. Lily gently smiled at Valentina. Hello, Valentina. I am Lily. Damien told me a lot of good things about you. Now that I got a closer look at you, I can see that you are as cute as he said. I thank you for being there for him in the time of need. Lily said sincerely. Lily raised her hand to pat her head, but Valentina shrunk back with a wary look in her eyes. Lily pulled back her hand with an embarrassed smile, seeing that Valentina didn't seem to appreciate her gesture. Damien didn't expect Valentina to be wary of a kind and gentle girl like Lily, especially when he told her that she could trust Lily. He chuckled awkwardly and said, I am sorry, Lily. It's just that after what happened recently, she does not take well to new faces. Lily nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. It's fine, she must have gone through a lot. Lily looked at Valentina and continued with a warm smile, don't worry. Other than Damien, I will also make sure no one can hurt you ever again. Just like how you look up to Damien as your big brother, you can consider me as your big sister. Damien patted Valentina and said, it's okay, other than me Lily is the only person you can put your trust in. Just like she said, you can consider her as your big sister. Don't you want a caring and gentle big sister like her? Valentina's expression didn't change and she buried her face in Damien's clothes without saying anything. The more kind Lily was with Valentina, the more she hated it. She didn't want anybody or anything else other than being with Damien. She only saw Lily as her enemy who wanted to take away the most precious thing to her. But seeing Lily's strikingly beautiful face and comparing it with her face she saw in the mirror, she started feeling insecure. She thought she couldn't match up to Lily and probably why Damien was more intimate with Lily. Damien gave a helpless smile at Lily and said, I think we can give her some time to get used to you, haha. Yes, of course. I don't want to make her uncomfortable. Lily said in a concerned tone, thinking that Valentina was shy. She then reluctantly took out her hand from Damien's as she said, I have to leave now. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Damien nodded, sure, I will see you tomorrow. The same night in Damien's villa, big brother Damien, can we sleep together without our clothes? Valentina asked anxiously. Chapter 119. EHHH? Damien's jaw slacked as he was shocked hearing those words coming from her mouth. He wondered whether he misheard because he couldn't understand why Valentina would suddenly suggest something like that. Damien cleared his throat and said, Valentina, you are just a little girl now. We can't sleep like that. Valentina's lips quivered, and her eyes became moist as if she was going to cry any moment. She said in a shaky voice, is it because you don't want T to be close to me? Damien hugged her and said in a gentle tone, of course not. What makes you think that sleeping together without clothes is the only way to be closer to someone else? Damien wondered what made her suddenly feel that he didn't want to be closer to her. But I want to feel big brother's warmth, can't I? She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Looking at her puppy eyes, Damien's heart melted, and he sighed, I will think about it when you grow up, okay? He thought that what he said would be enough compromise for her as he didn't want to see her cry, or let her think that he didn't want to be closer to her. Valentina's eyes lit up and said with a radiant smile, okay. I will remember your promise, big brother. Promise, eh? Damien had no idea what he had just gotten into as he had abruptly said something to calm her down. But seeing that she calmed down, he didn't say anything else. Valentina was now more determined than ever to grow up and be more intimate with Damien. She now thought that Damien would be more close to her once she grows up. But he felt that something was off as she was fine till yesterday and didn't have any such requests. Damien didn't overthink about it and closed his eyes to sleep with Valentina in his embrace. It was early morning as Damien mentally asked, Luna, today do you think I should continue concocting pills? Ah, I forgot she's still sleeping. Sigh, why do I feel like I am already missing her? Damien felt a sort of emptiness in his mind without hearing Luna's usual banter. He realized that he had slowly gotten used to having Luna always in his mind despite being together for more than a month only. Damien was surprised yesterday when Valentina told him about her breakthrough. He didn't expect her to break through 6 levels in a single go. He felt that she was similar to him in that aspect. And when she told him her soul was also at the middle soul transformation stage, he realized that what Luna said about her soul cultivation overtaking her ethereal cultivation might be true. Usually, one wouldn't break through to the middle soul transformation stage until they are at least at the high level of the spirit ethereal realm. But Valentina was only at the middle levels of the spirit ethereal realm. Thinking about the things to do today, he had some plans for Lily other than training her. Valentina, wake up. It's time to go. Valentina whimpered as she slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Today, after you study, you can also stabilize your cultivation. After all, we would be leaving for the Zeton Empire soon, and I want you to know about worldly matters and strengthen yourself because the Zeton Empire isn't as simple as the Rome Empire. Every step we take should be careful and well thought, and I don't want anything like before happening to you again. You understand me, right? Damien asked in a concerned tone. Big brother, I understand. Valentina wanted to say something else, but after hearing Damien's words she decided not to. Good, let's go then. Come, get on. Damien said as he patted on the bed. Why you want to do that stuff? Is this why you sped up today's training? Lily asked as her face already started to turn red when Damien suddenly put out a bed, inviting her to get on it. She speculated that Damien finished today's training a bit faster, thinking that he wanted to do the things they did together yesterday. You naughty girl, why do you always think about lewd stuff? I am calling you here for another matter. Damien teased. Oh. Lily felt relieved but at the same time disappointed that Damien wanted to do something else with her. She felt perplexed, unable to understand her mixed feelings. She was expecting Damien to do something like yesterday and even put on a nice dress to look good before him. However, she was curious what Damien wanted to do with her on the bed. Lily shyly walked up to the bed and sat near Damien while looking suspiciously at him. Yes, what do you want to do? She asked coyly. Damien said, take off your dress. Lily raised her brows as her face turned beet red. So it is as I said, you, hey, what do you take me for? Damien slyly smiled. He continued with a serious expression, I want to do something to you to make you stronger. Lily had a blinking expression and asked, stronger? What do you mean? Lily was surprised and wondered how Damien wanted to make her stronger and what it had to do with her getting naked. But seeing that he wasn't joking, she was curious about what he planned to do. Before I tell that, there is one other important thing you should know. What is it? Lily asked curiously. You don't have 3 elemental seeds, but 4. And your constitution is known as the Celestial Heart Constitution. What? That's not possible, how can you know that, and which element do I have and why didn't I know about it? Lily was bewildered hearing his words. If she had 4 elemental seeds, how could she or anyone else not know about it? Trust me. You have the light elemental seed. And the reason you didn't know about it is that nobody knows what greater laws are, and because of that, no one was able to detect the talent you had for light laws. Only when someone knows something can they use it. Because you never even knew about the existence of a light elemental seed, it lay dormant in you as you never nurtured it. Damien said in a serious tone. He continued as he explained about greater laws and how there were also laws above it. Lily had a perplexed expression and had a hard time processing all this new and astonishing knowledge. She now started having a different view about the laws one can comprehend. She never expected that she possessed talent in one of the greater laws. She looked at Damien with astonishment, thinking where and how he got to know about all these things. But again, she knew he would have told her if it wasn't related to his secrets. Lily sighed, thinking what would happen if the whole world got to know about this fact. Wouldn't the other empires be even more desperate to make her marry into their family? Without Damien telling her, she already knew not to reveal this fact to anybody else. But she was also inwardly happy, thinking that she was more powerful than she thought and can be more helpful to Damien. Okay, I believe you. But before I ask you how to make use of my light laws, how do you plan to make me stronger? Damien gave a confident smile as he said, of course, by activating all your ethereal core points. Chapter 120. Wait, what? Did you just say you can activate all the ethereal core points in my body? Lily asked with a confounded expression. Lily knew that it was not impossible. But even the most prominent doctors in the world could only open 1 or 2 ethereal core points at most without damaging the ethereal core. Damien chuckled, you should stop getting surprised by the things I can do, ha ha ha. Lily sighed and felt that the longer she knew him, the more he seemed mysterious and out of reach. She was curious what happened between the years since the last time she saw him as a little boy and now. She could also feel a mature air around him that didn't make her feel like she was with someone younger than her but instead made her feel safe. Okay, I trust you. You can go ahead. Lily didn't think about anything else and trusted that he would be able to do it without damaging her ethereal core. Damien felt heartened seeing the immense trust she had upon him. He knew that if he did not activate the ethereal core points properly, Lily might even get crippled forever. But with his medical expertise and Luna's knowledge on how to safely activate one's ethereal core points, he was confident of not hurting Lily. He had learned beforehand from Luna how to activate all the ethereal core points safely. But why do you need me to be naked? Lily added as she gave a skeptic look. Damien said with a serious expression, oh, since I have to activate all the ethereal core points around your body, I need to have skin contact with each part if I don't want to make any mistakes. Damien actually didn't need Lily to be naked. He could simply spread his ethereal energy just by touching her back. But other than wanting to touch and feel Lily all over, he didn't want to exhaust himself too much as he would have to concentrate more if he was doing it from just her back. After all, it was his first time, and he wanted to be precise and careful as much as possible not to let anything happen to her. Lily only half bought what he said and nodded doubtfully. You can start stripping then. Damien said with a grin. You are so shameless. You should turn around till I undress. Lily said as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh come on, after everything we did, you are still so shy? Here, let me help you then, hee. Damien quickly got behind Lily and whispered as he hugged her, let me help my princess undress. Your hands need not do mundane things like these. He kissed her neck as he loosened her blouse along with her innerwear, revealing her rosy shoulders and back. Damien! Lily helplessly cried out in embarrassment but was helpless to stop the big bad wolf from devouring her. He kissed her smooth back and turned her around to face her. You look so ravishing that it's a sin. Damien said in a sensual tone. He planted his lips on hers for a deep and passionate kiss as he ravaged and pinched her bare nipples, which were slowly becoming hard. MMMHHH. Their tongues intertwined with each other as Damien sucked her lips into his mouth. However, after a few moments, he reluctantly broke the kiss and said, unfortunately, we have to continue this later. Let's start before you make me lose control. Lily shyly nodded, but her honeypot had already started becoming hot. Damien made her lie down as he removed her skirt and underwear. Seeing her lying down naked with her ravishing body on full display aroused Damien's dragon. He could see the folds on her pink pussy slightly moving as if it was breathing. But he gritted his teeth and tried hard not to let his little brother tear through his pants. Sigh Lily, you really tempt me to paint the most beautiful art in the world, which I would keep for myself. Damien said in a captivating tone. Oh, stop it, Damien, don't keep staring. Lily said in embarrassment as she shyly covered her face. Damien chuckled, haha, okay. Let's start. Close your eyes and relax and let me do the rest. Seal your cultivation as well. Lily relaxed her body as she closed her eyes. Damien sent his ethereal energy inside her body and realized that she had 16 ethereal core points already active. A genius indeed. Damien thought. Now he knew how she could achieve her current cultivation this fast without depending on top-notch pills. He started from her head as he gently sent his ethereal energy to activate her dormant ethereal core points. He moved his hand towards her shoulders as he activated her ethereal core points. When he reached her breasts, he gave the two silky globes a nice squeeze and kneaded them for a few moments before doing the job he was supposed to do. Damien. Lily let out a soft moan when Damien's naughty hands toyed with her bare breasts. After activating the ethereal core points in her body's upper half, he continued towards her waist. He gulped, seeing her vulnerable pink pussy. Unable to resist any longer, he stroked the folds on her pussy for a while, but didn't do anything else as he didn't want to get any more distracted than he already was. Damien, you are the naughty one. Lily complained shyly as she already started getting turned on from his touches all over her body. Sorry, Lily, you look so hot that I can't help it, he. Damien chuckled. After a few minutes, he was finally done with activating the ethereal core points in her feet. He raised her feet and kissed her toes before sucking on them. It feels ticklish, Damien, you should stop playing if you are done. Lily said coyly. I can never be done with you, Lily. Damien said seductively as his mouth moved upwards towards her satiny legs as he kissed them. He moved onto her silky thighs and sucked and nibbled on her skin, leaving behind love bites. Ooh. Lily whimpered, feeling Damien's hot lips all over her soft thighs. He moved on and finally reached her cave as he stretched her pink fold sideways to reveal the pink pearl. He licked her pink bud and sucked on it while fingering her pussy. Waves of pleasure stormed through her body as her legs jerked. His other free hand was freely fondling her breasts and pinching her hard nipples. Within a few moments, Damien felt his fingers being squeezed by her pussy as her body jerked upwards. Anang. Lily moaned as she orgasmed, unable to hold it in. Damien's face was bathed in her love juices as he drank and sucked them from her pussy. Thanks for the sweet drink, princess. Damien chuckled as he licked his lips. Lily suddenly got up and kissed him passionately for a few moments. She then separated her lips as she said, HMPH, I won't let you bully me always. But before we continue, why don't you let me inspect my ethereal core points? Damien chuckled, sure, surprise yourself out. Lily unsealed her cultivation, and her eyes widened when she felt all 47 ethereal core points in her body actively absorbing the ethereal energy around the air. Damien, this is unbelievable. I don't know what to feel or say. Lily said with an astounded expression. Chapter 121. She hugged Damien and said in a heartfelt tone, thank you, Damien. You have done too much for me. Sure. Damien whispered and continued, remember that everything I do for you is not something you should thank me for. It is only natural I should do these things for my woman. And I would feel more at ease if I can make you as strong as possible. I wouldn't even mind if you got way stronger than me, ha. Damien said in a loving tone. Lily's heart stirred hearing his words as she looked into his eyes ardently. Damien, I know you did all these things because you would be leaving soon. But no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you always. I am already yours and always will be. Lily said as she went in for a deep and affectionate kiss. The fact that Damien would be leaving for the Zeton Empire soon had never left Lily's mind, and she was constantly feeling anxious about it. Other than the dangers of going to a foreign and powerful empire, Lily didn't want to be away from Damien for even a day. But she didn't complain as she didn't want to be a bother to him, and most of all she knew he was going there to help her. Lily. Damien broke the kiss as he cupped her face and said in a reassuring tone, don't worry. We are just temporarily separating. Within 2 years, no matter what, you will be by my side. I also don't want to leave you, and I am sure I would miss you every single day. But know that all these things would be soon over, and before we know it, things would be well for both of us. Lily smiled and said in a concerned tone, I know. But the Zeton Empire is not simple, and they are not dignified as they seem. I am worried whether you will be all right in such a... Damien interjected, everything's going to be fine, trust me. They won't even suspect a thing. And I promise to take revenge for your father's death. They will all pay for what they have done. Damien said as his tone became grim towards the end. Lily's heart reeled hearing Damien's words as complex emotions flashed through her eyes, thinking about her long-dead father. Lily's eyes became moist as she said in a worried tone, no. No need to think about taking revenge for me. All I want is you to come back safely. That's all that matters to me now. I can't lose you too, else I won't be able to live anymore then. Her voice became shaky towards the end. Hey, don't say things like that, you must know by now the things I could do. Heck, even with my current cultivation, I have a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast to do my bidding. I promise I will come back safely, but before I go, let me leave my love marks on your body. Damien said with a sly grin. Before Lily could say anything, Damien's lips were already sucking hers as he savored and tasted them. Lily fell back on the bed with Damien on top, kissing her as his knees pushed up against her pussy. Her mind was released from all other thoughts as her senses dissolved into pleasure. As they broke the kiss, Lily nudged back Damien as she got back. Damien was slightly surprised why she suddenly got up. Still, when he noticed her gaze on his erect manhood, he whimsically smiled. Seems like somebody is getting addicted to my sweet stick. Damien teased. Lily gave a bashful look as she said, no, I just want to make you feel good. She shyly moved her hands and grasped around his erect rod and started stroking it gently. She could feel his excitement as she rubbed his stiff rod. You can be a little rougher and also play with my balls. I don't mind. Damien chuckled, seeing how careful she was being. Lily nodded and was slightly surprised that she could also make him feel pleasure by playing with the sack under his shaft. She increased her pace of stroking his rod as she used her other hand to grab his balls softly and started fondling them with her fingers. Yeah, you are learning, now you can spit on my tip and lube it before taking it into your mouth. It would feel more good that way. Damien instructed as his manhood was getting more erect and firmer, with Lily stimulating his balls and rod at the same time. Lily found it a bit odd she could use her spit to make him feel good. However, she didn't hesitate and positioned her mouth over his tip as saliva dripped from her mouth over his glands. She stroked his glands with her palm, spreading her saliva and his precum all over his shaft, and continued stroking in an up and down fashion. She felt that it felt more smooth with her saliva glistening his stiff rod. As if an appetizing meat stick was in front of her, she took his shaft into her mouth and started sucking on it. Oh yes, Lily, you can be great at giving handjobs and blowjobs, he. Damien groaned, feeling her warm tongue all over his rod and felt a sense of bliss having her suck on his manhood. Lily was surprised that the things she was doing had names and realized that what she was doing now was a blowjob and what she did before was a handjob. She rotated her palm around his thick rod as she sucked him off. She was exploring his rod thoroughly with her mouth as her fingertips ran all over the bumps and ridges, mapping the veins on his shaft. She felt it satisfying and intimate to give her lover pleasure while enjoying it. She could her pussy itching the more aroused she was becoming. Damien smiled, seeing her but quivering. He bent forward as he fingered her pussy while clutching her lush hair with his other hand. MMMHH. Lily moaned as Damien's fingers satisfied her itch in her honeypot. He pulled her hair towards him in an upward fashion, making her mouth take his rod deeper. Lily could now take more than half of his rod inside her mouth as she started getting used to sucking his rod. Asterisk slick, slick, asterisk wet sounds of her mouth sucking his shaft resounded as her movements got faster. Asterisk squelch, squelch, asterisk Damien was also stroking and fingering her pussy in a fast-paced fashion as her pussy already started letting out love juices. I am coming. Damien grunted as he felt his rod all ready to shoot its load in her mouth. Lily could feel his thick rod twitch and throb as it became larger. Asterisk spurt, asterisk thick warm cum shot inside her mouth as she gulped it all in one go. That was nice. Damien said with a satisfied grin on his face. Her pussy also twitched as she orgasmed, flooding it all over Damien's hand. Lily smiled, seeing that he enjoyed it as she licked the leftover cum around her mouth and cleaned his cock. Her eyes flashed as her fingers played with his balls. She lifted his rod upwards and licked its back as her tongue went downwards. When her mouth reached his balls, she licked and flicked them with her tongue. Tehi, they look so cute and soft. Lily giggled, seeing his balls sway as she flicked them with her tongue. Of course, they are. Why don't you try sucking them too? Damien asked as he got turned on, seeing her lick his family jewels. Lily nodded and curiously moved her mouth towards his groin, thinking how the saggy sack of balls would feel like in her mouth. Asterisk squilurge, asterisk Lily sucked his balls while holding his rod upwards. She pulled them gently with her mouth as she sucked them passionately. She enjoyed the sensation of his soft bag of balls in her mouth and felt it more intimate doing these kinds of things. Unga, Lily, you are a natural. Damien groaned in pleasure as he felt a suctioning force on his family jewels in her mouth. Lily never thought that the private parts were one of the most erogenous zones one could feel intense pleasure. After playing with his balls for a while, she licked his rod clean, including the precum on his glands. Now, why don't we move on to the main dish? Damien grinned. Chapter 122. Asterisk pa. 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 Asterisk the sounds of flesh hitting each other resounded out as Damien was pummeling Lily from behind while holding her hips, as she kneeled on the bed. AHH. AAH. Anne. Lily's intense moans echoed with each thrust from Damien. NNGGGG. Lily, you are sucking me in too much. Damien groaned in ecstasy as he felt her warm anal walls envelop his thick rod tightly while he massaged her soft butt cheeks. Damien, I am coming again. Lily choked out as she felt pleasure rippling through her abdomen yet again. Let me come with you, Damien howled as he shot his fourth load into her. Ha. After her orgasm, Lily panted and slumped on the bed, tired and exhausted after orgasming more than 6 times in total. She felt Damien's thick rod throb and enlarge as he shot his hot milk inside her. Phew, that round went well too. Your endurance is increasing as well, he. Damien chuckled as he kneaded her raised butt cheeks and could see his hot milk dripping from her butt hole. You are too strong. Lily mewed in a helpless tone. Sweat was running down her entire skin from top to bottom as she found it hard to catch her breath. But her mind was already on the clouds, feeling how light her body felt. Don't worry, I will make you even stronger with our rigorous training. Damien teased. Damien got aroused again, seeing her lying down naked in front of him as sweat glistened her noble and graceful skin. He lowered down his body as he licked the sweat on her alluring back and sucked her skin. Lily enjoyed the pleasure she felt as Damien lovingly serviced her back. He moved his tongue upwards, and after kissing her nape, he twisted her neck and planted his lips on hers for a steamy kiss. MMMH. Their tongues explored each other's as Damien's hands played with her sensitive nipples. After kissing for a while, they relaxed on the bed as Damien laid on top of her body, his chin resting over her shoulder. So, wasn't it better than last time? Damien asked with a grin as he whispered in her ears while locking his fingers with hers. Lily's ears shivered as his hot breath tickled her ears. Why yes, it was. Lily shyly murmured. She felt that the pleasure and ecstasy she was getting from doing these lewd things with Damien was so intoxicating that she felt more attracted to it. She was worried if Damien would see her as a loose woman if she lost herself in the pleasure. She was already trying hard to maintain her dignity and noble demeanor during such indecent acts. But no matter how much she tried, her mind and body wouldn't simply listen as they sought more of Damien's touch and warmth. Damien smiled as he kissed her shoulder and rolled off from her body to lie down beside her. He hugged her from behind as he intertwined his legs around hers. Lily murmured as she embraced his arms, I wish I can freeze moments like these forever and not worry about what tomorrow holds for us. Damien sighed and said as he hugged her tighter, don't worry, one day we would live our daily life without worrying about tomorrow and spend every day in happiness. I can promise you that. Lily turned around as her lips bloomed into a smile. She pecked his lips and said as she cupped his face, I will hold on to that promise then. Damien smiled, of course. But you are worried about the Prince of the Gale Empire coming over tomorrow, right? Lily furrowed her brows as she said, yes, I hate him. He has been pestering me since my father died. I don't know if the rumors are true, but I heard how he is involved in some shady acts with women. One of my maids disappeared after he laid his eyes on her, and I didn't even get any whereabouts of her. Even if that's not true, his smile gives me the creeps. Damien narrowed his gaze as he said, you are meeting him tomorrow morning, right? Then let me stand with you. I can pretend to be your servant as everyone considers me to be one anyway. Lily raised her brows and said in a worried tone, no, that's risky. I don't want him doing anything to you. I heard he even hurt and killed some men who wanted to seek my hand. Or even if he thinks you are my servant, what if he tells or does something to you thinking that you are just a mere servant? She continued, don't worry, I won't do or talk about anything else. I will exchange pleasantries with him and make him go away as fast as possible. You can trust me. Damien said in a soft voice, it's not that I don't trust you. But I want to see for myself what kind of a person he is and if I have to get rid of him or not. Don't worry. I won't make any rash moves. And if the rumors are true, I surely won't be comfortable leaving you alone with someone like that. Lily sighed, okay. But as you said, please don't do anything that can put you in trouble. If he says something to you, I will handle it. Ha ha ha, okay, looks like my lovely princess wants to protect me from bad guys, hee hee. Damien teased. Oh, please. Lily pouted as she playfully bumped his chest. The two cuddled for a while before putting on their clothes. Lily gave him a heaven ethereal grade artifact that could act as an ethereal barrier, which could even prevent heaven ethereal realm cultivators from snooping in. She said that it was a gift from the ancestor to Damien for healing him and that he sends his best wishes. Damien also gave a breakthrough pill to Lily so that she could smoothly break through to the earth ethereal realm. Damien bid goodbye to Lily and saw Valentina outside buried in her books. He was happy seeing that she was earnestly studying. Big brother Damien. Valentina sensed Damien and immediately rushed towards him for a hug. I finished most of the books you gave me and learned a lot. Valentina said with a proud smile. Ha ha ha, you are so studious, aren't you? Damien chuckled as he stroked her head. He continued, well, let's head home, shall we, or do you want to roam the streets for a while? Valentina thought for a moment and said, let's roam around. Sure, let's go. Damien now didn't feel that he should keep concocting pills as he was rich enough to buy quite a few sky-grade herbs easily if he wanted. He also thought that if he stops concocting supreme-tier pills for a while, the market price will increase with more demand. Thus, his earning potential would increase. Damien and Valentina toured around the streets while Damien was assuming his alter ego identity, Alchemist Azrael. People now didn't dare to look at Valentina with disgust nor make any rude remarks in the slightest. Whatever they thought, they kept it safe in their minds. Some didn't even dare to think anything but distracted their minds by thinking about brothel women or embarrassing memories. The news of Alchemist Azrael destroying the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild's branch in the Rogue Empire from top to bottom had disseminated throughout the continent. Despite Gale Empire's desperate efforts to snuff out the rumors, the news of the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild somehow offending Alchemist Azrael because of his personal disciple passed around. The details weren't clear, but they all believed that the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild somehow offended Alchemist Azrael. They also heard how Alchemist Azrael was a genius beast tamer who could even tame the most obstinate and strong-willed ethereal beasts. Especially the fact that he used them to wreak havoc in the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild. The way all the elders and guards died a horrible death from those spine-chilling flames. People still found it hard to believe that Alchemist Azrael could produce black fire as they couldn't wrap their common sense around it, and how even his beasts could produce it. Now people would look at Alchemist Azrael in reverence and fear and even treat Valentina with the same respect. They know that if they slight Valentina in any way, they are slighting Alchemist Azrael himself. Who would be so foolish to have a death wish? The name Azrael had already started to send tremors across the continent as even the powerhouses of the other empires began taking more notice. Damien also knew that his alter ego's reputation wouldn't be as simple as before. But he smiled, thinking that it was all happening exactly as he wanted. Chapter 123. Valentina, you can keep studying in the inner courtyard. I will come and pick you up soon, okay? Amen. Valentina nodded and went to her usual spot to study. Today was the day the second prince of the Gale Empire was coming over, and Damien was planning to be with Lily pretending to be her servant while she meets him. Damien was in his usual servant clothes and proceeded to walk towards the guest pavilion, which was located on the palace lawn. As he reached the place, he saw a large, light, and airy garden room with a high-peaked roof resembling a canopy. In the middle, there was a circular table with two chairs on opposite sides. He knew that this was the place the imperial family would receive guests and exchange pleasantries while enjoying the fresh air. Damien had actually come early waiting for Lily. Soon enough, he could see an incomparably graceful and elegant silhouette coming in from a direction. As she came close, an affectionate smile hung on her lips as her eyes sparkled upon seeing Damien. You are quite early, aren't you? You need not have waited this long. Well, for my woman, I can wait for an eternity. Damien said, staring at her beautiful eyes. Lily's expression became bashful, and she felt happy hearing his words. But before she could say anything, Damien quickly stole a kiss from her cherry lips. Damien! Lily's face became red as she covered her lips while warily glancing around to see if anybody saw them. Damien kept a straight face and said calmly, relax, no one's here. Besides, you look as angelic as ever no matter what you wear. Damien saw that she was dressed in dignified light blue robes that accentuated her noble and sublime aura. Lily sighed with a pout, you are too willful. Sometimes you seem mature, but other times you act like your age. You are really one of a kind. Well, but don't you find that attractive? Damien smugly smiled. He continued, besides, you can consider me to be older than you. Don't get fooled by my physical age, hee. Lily squinted her eyes and said in an aggrieved tone, I am at least a few months older than you. But you treat and bully me as if I am the younger one. Damien knew that although Lily was 16 years old and he was 15, their difference in age wasn't much and he would also be turning 16 soon. Of course, that's because I love you. Who else other than your man can bully you? Damien softly chuckled. Lily's eyes suddenly became worried as she said, I hope you remember what I said yesterday about not making any rash moves in front of that prince. He should be coming any time soon. Lily was worried if Tristan Gale would do something to piss off Damien and if he would retort back. Damien softly smiled, don't worry. I will then go and prepare the tea and stuff and come back when he arrives. Lily sighed as he left and stared at her own peerless beautiful reflection in the rainbow lily pond near her, immersing herself in her thoughts. She was thinking back to the day she rescued Damien, thanking fate for letting her notice the black amulet Damien always had around his neck. When they first met as kids, she had noticed the inconspicuous black amulet around his neck and knew that it was something given to him by his long-dead mother. She didn't dare to imagine what would have happened had she not been present that day. However, a youngster's brash voice interrupted her thoughts. Imperial sister, looks like you had been waiting impatiently for a certain someone, ha ha ha. Look whom I have brought in from the palace. Upon hearing the voice, Lily crinkled her eyes, and in a moment, her expression turned from rigid to calm. She slowly turned back, and with a steady expression, she said in a calm voice, First Imperial brother and Prince Tristan, it has been a while. Her voice was as light as a feather, and her words didn't carry any tinges of happiness or surprise. The person standing near Evan Roan looked only around 19 years. However, while standing side by side with Evan Roan, he had an inherently grandiose and lofty bearing that even surpassed Evan Roan. He took a step forward and bowed slightly. Prince Tristan Gale of the Gale Empire pays his respects to the immeasurably beautiful and graceful Princess Lily Roan. I had planned to visit you earlier this year. But thinking about the future, I didn't dare to neglect my cultivation. Otherwise, all the hard work I had done to have a chance to win your grace would have all gone to waste. As he said his words, infatuation and desire blazed in his eyes, seeing her breathtaking beauty and did not conceal it in the least. Lily knew all this hard work he mentioned was about raising his cultivation for the upcoming tournament to win her hand in marriage. Ha ha ha, Imperial sister, look how much Prince Tristan is fascinated with you. I really wish I can be as passionate and charming as him. Then maybe I could have landed myself some beauties, hee hee. Well, I will leave you two alone to have a sweet and loving talk. Aaron Roan quickly left the place after saying his words. Lily didn't find it surprising that Aaron Roan was fawning over Tristan Gale. Despite his status as the crown prince, she knew that he would suck up to Tristan Gale and enjoyed being in his company. After Aaron Roan left, Lily elegantly gestured towards the table and said, let's sit and talk. Tristan Gale smiled and sat down opposite her with his gaze still glued to her face. He smiled faintly and said directly, I know your highness doesn't wish to see me. But I pray that you give me a chance to win your affection, and I can swear that I would never disappoint you. I know your highness isn't fond of mingling with others, especially when you were absent for many of our gatherings. I wanted to take this chance to see your highness to make sure that you are not lonely being all alone in this huge palace. Now that I saw your highness after these years, it seems like your beauty has only become more beautiful and elegant than I imagined. Even if people say that the mysterious princess of the Zeton Empire's beauty is comparable to yours, in my eyes, your highness' beauty is incomparable and worthy to be the #1 goddess of our continent. As he spoke, Tristan Gale's yearning and infatuation were revealed completely, not masking it in the slightest. But Lily Roan remained unmoved as if she was unaffected by his words, and seeing his smile, she could notice a tinge of deep lust hidden behind that smile. She could feel how his eyes didn't seem to agree with the words he said and how hugely it contrasted with Damien's sincere and loving words. Lily returned a weak smile and said, your highness praises too much. I am not worthy of those words. Before Tristan Gale could say anything, he frowned, noticing Damien coming with a tray filled with sweets and tea. Damien came near Lily and said with a dashing smile, your highness, may I? Chapter 124. Tristan Gale wrinkled his nose upon seeing a lowly servant interrupt his sweet time with Lily. But when he saw Damien's drop-dead handsome face and the way he smiled at Lily, jealousy and envy burned his insides. His jealousy turned into anger, thinking how a mere servant could exceed his charms and how he dared to smile like that at Lily. He didn't like that Lily had such a handsome and young boy as her servant. What if she falls for his charms and has an affair? He knew how easy it was to seduce a woman as he had played with even married ones or forced them to by using his power in other ways. It was only Lily he could not seduce so far, which only made him even more desperate to own her. But he relaxed himself thinking that Lily won't get seduced that easily, when she didn't even pay mind to the chivalrous vanishing sword prince. He believed that Lily wasn't like other women he had toyed with and that she was different, which was why he wanted her more than anything. If he wins her hand, he would get to toy with the most beautiful girl and gain power by taking her virginity. At first, he didn't bother to look at Damien, but only when he heard his crystal clear voice did he deign to look at his face. Lily gave a graceful smile and said to Damien, sure, go ahead. Her expressions didn't change much and were still calm and steady. Damien placed the tray on the table and moved the tea and sweets from the tray onto the table. However, Damien accidentally dropped the set of cutleries on the ground. HMPH, a lowly servant like you can't even serve her highness properly? You should be, Prince Tristan. Lily interjected calmly, it was just a simple mistake, and the only one who has the right to reprimand my servant is me. Or does your highness not care to give me face? Tristan Gale squinted his eyes and felt that something was off. However, he decided not to pay it any mind and said in an apologetic tone, of course not. I was just angered at the fact that your servant couldn't serve you well enough. 1,000 apologies, your highness. Please forgive my mistake. Damien cried out in an anxious tone as he kneeled before Lily. Lily was inwardly surprised seeing his drama and felt that even she would have been fooled had she not known him. She said calmly, it's okay. You can pick it up and bring another set. Thank you, your highness. Damien bent his body and started picking up the cutleries on the ground. However, his eyes roguishly gleamed as his eyes fell upon Lily's navel. One of his hands swiftly sneaked towards her midriff and squeezed her smooth stomach. Lily was startled and almost accidentally moaned. But she immediately covered her moan with a cough and took a sip from the tea kept in front of her to not cause any suspiciousness. Tristan Gale's brows furrowed, and he immediately asked in a concerned tone, your highness, is everything all right? However, instead of waiting for her answer, he quickly looked under the table. Still, he only saw Damien getting up at the same time with the cutleries in his hand. Lily's brows slightly raised upon seeing Tristan Gale's action. She said in a low voice, I am fine. It's just I suddenly felt my throat dry. I hadn't had a drink in ages. Your highness, I will come back with new ones. I am sorry for my carelessness again. Damien said as he gave a deep bow. Lily cleared her throat and said mildly, "It's fine, you can go." However, she gave a quick stare at Damien before turning her head. Tristan Gale felt that something was definitely fishy, and hearing the sound Lily almost made, he felt that it almost sounded like a moan. How could he not know when he himself had indulged in debauchery for quite a while? But he didn't dare to believe it and shook off those outrageous speculations, telling himself that everything was just his imagination. After Damien left, he asked straightforwardly, "Your Highness, why not keep an experienced and skilled person as your personal servant? I think that boy is too unskilled and crude to serve your esteemed self." Lily tried her best to not show any hints of anger or annoyance and said with a casual smile, "Your Highness, that boy is someone whom I picked not because he was experienced or skilled enough to serve royalty, but because of his character. If you are slighting him, it means you disrespect my decision to pick him, which means you disrespect me. Can I assume that you are?" Tristan Gale felt tongue-tied, and he didn't notice any change in expression on her face, but only a calm smile on her face. He apologized, "Forgive me if I overstepped my boundaries. I could never possibly do or say anything to disrespect you. I hope your Highness won't take offense to my thoughtless words." But under the table, his fists were tightly clenched, seeing that Lily defended a mere servant just because he said something. He was now more desperate to make Lily his, but felt frustrated that he has to wait for the tournament. Lily gave a mild smile and said, "It's fine. I am sure we all can be thoughtless at times." Just then, Damien came back with a new set of cutleries and placed them on the table. He then looked at Tristan Gale and said with a flattering smile, "Your Highness, I am sorry for causing a disturbance. But please do enjoy the tea. I am sure you would never forget it. HMPH. Tristan Gale simply harumphed as he sipped the tea, not bothering to look at Damien's face. Damien inwardly chuckled, seeing his reaction, and left the place. But a cold glint flashed past his eyes as he walked away. The same night in one of the rooms of a luxurious inn, Your Highness, it hurts. I can't breathe. A woman's painful moan sounded in the room. "Just shut up and take my cock, and didn't I tell you to scream, fuck this celestial princess harder?" A young man shouted as he squeezed her neck tight, savagely pounding her from behind. Snap a bone-cracking sound resounded as the woman's eyes became lifeless. "Damn it, these whores are so damn weak. They say these sluts are top-notch, but they can't even handle me. Sigh, I won't be able to sleep unless that pretentious Lily bitch screams under my cock. Lily, one day you will be grateful that I even showed you the slightest respect. HMPH, dare to humiliate me twice for a mere servant, I won't rest till I kill your precious servant." The young man mumbled in a manic fashion as he slowly got off from the woman's lifeless body. His face had a drunk expression while his hair was all ruffled up, overall making people doubt whether the young man was really the genius second prince of the Gale Empire, Tristan Gale. "Oh. Kill whom exactly?" A mocking voice sounded behind Tristan Gale just as the lights in the room went out. Chapter 125. Tristan Gale's eyes widened when he spotted a vague shadow in the room, sitting on the sofa. If it weren't for the street lights outside, he wouldn't even have spotted the figure. He instantly tried to circulate his ethereal energy, but... What the fuck? My ethereal core, surprised your ethereal core is sealed. Well, you can only blame your own foolishness. You even drove off Typhoon Lord from keeping an eye on you. TSK, you just have too much confidence just because you are a prince. The figure mocked. You. What, who are you and what did you do to me? Tristan Gale asked as beads of sweat started to flow down his face. But behind his back, he slowly took out a talisman from his spatial ring. Don't bother. I have already set up a heaven ethereal grade barrier around this room. So no matter how many transmissions you try to send, they won't leave this room, and Typhoon Lord would be still busy doing his investigation, haha. Fuck, damn it, why is this not working? Tristan Gale nervously muttered as he tried to send multiple transmissions but got no feedback. He threw it away and pointed his finger at the figure, and said, "Who sent you? Whoever it is, I promise to pay you 10 times the amount. If you do anything to me, not even your corpse would be left behind after my people catch you." Tristan Gale tried to sound firm and unafraid as best as he could, but his heart was trembling like a leaf inwardly. He had never faced such a situation where even his cultivation was sealed. He couldn't understand how it even got sealed in the first place and panicked inwardly being caught in a helpless situation. He thought that the figure in front of him was sent to assassinate him, and this was the first time an assassin even managed to get near him and hold him hostage. It was true that he told Typhoon Lord not to keep a watch on him while he indulged in debauchery. However, he knew that Typhoon Lord did leave behind a couple of bodyguards at the low levels of the Sky Ethereal Realm, including even one at the middle levels of the Sky Ethereal Realm for his protection. If something had happened to his guards, he would have known it. But it seemed as if the guards weren't even aware of the intruder. He couldn't understand how the person in front of him even got inside, evading his guards. The figure laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, why would your people try to catch me when you would be walking around well and good?" The figure slowly got up and walked forward as the street light slowly illuminated the figure's face. Tristan Gale staggered backward, and his eyes became round when he saw the face of the person in front of him. "No. It can't be. You are her servant." Tristan Gale howled with an expression of panic and bewilderment. Damien smiled, "Didn't I say you would enjoy the tea I served you?" Tristan Gale's eyes flashed as he said, "You drugged me. Well, what else do you expect when you are harassing my woman?" Damien said as his eyes narrowed. Damien had slipped in a rank for pill in Tristan Gale's tea that could drug anyone below the Sky Ethereal Realm easily without leaving any proof. "Woman? You can't be talking about Lilia." Before he could finish his sentence, Damien rushed towards him and clutched his neck. "You dare to say her name? We are so in love with each other that no other men in this continent should dream about marrying her. When I am done with you, no one would even realize that you are dead, ha ha ha." Tristan Gale's face became pale as his body trembled with fear. He didn't understand what Damien meant by saying that no one would know he is dead. Most of all, he couldn't believe Damien's claim that Lily was his woman. How could the celestial princess fall in love with her own servant? Completely absurd. He has to be lying, these thoughts kept him from going mad. Even if he was beaten like a dog, he wouldn't believe it. HRKK. You are lying, no matter what, you won't get away with this, let go of me, hkkkk. Tristan Gale choked out while clutching Damien's hand. Oh, in your afterlife, you will watch me get away he. Asterisk snap asterisk Tristan Gale's neck slumped down as Damien broke his neck. Shackles of death. Without wasting any time, he instantly used his anti-god arts. It still hurts, ugh. Damien kneeled in pain as he dropped his corpse. Within a few seconds, he slumped back on the floor, tired and exhausted after slicing away 3% of his soul essence. I never thought I would rip my soul essence for a douchebag. I should thank the ancestor for giving me that heaven ethereal grade artifact, though. Damien sighed wearily. Damien knew that Typhoon Lord might come to Tristan Gale's rescue without the help of the barrier created using the artifact. After his recent soul breakthrough, Damien had recovered around 8% of his soul essence while removing most of the backlash he suffered before. But now, after slicing off 3% of his soul essence, he had about 55% of his soul essence intact. However, Damien thought that sacrificing 3% of his soul essence for someone at the 7th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm was fair enough. Asterisk crack asterisk Tristan Gale's bones reverted to their original position, and his black eyes came into view as he opened them. A circular jet black mark also appeared on his forehead, which disappeared shortly as his eyes turned back to normal. He slowly got up and kneeled before Damien in reverence. Master. Good boy, kneeling before me like the dog you are. I hope you remember all these in your next life after I am done with you. It would be quite a sight to see your reaction. Damien sneered as he looked at his first human slave. However, despite hearing such spiteful remarks, Tristan Gale's face's expression didn't change an ounce. It was still of obeisance and absolute loyalty. Damien slowly got up and looked at the undead Tristan Gale kneeling before him. Your name will be Gale Dog hereafter. After I leave, unless I give an order, you will continue doing things as you did before and not let anyone be suspicious about you. Of course, you won't harass Lily any longer as well. Is that understood? Gale Dog bowed deeply and said in a servile tone, yes, master. I dare not neglect your orders. There was absolutely no trace of his previous loftiness or even a tinge of arrogance in his eyes. Even if one's brains were smacked, they wouldn't dare to believe that the second prince of the Gale Empire can act like this. Good. A week passed, and Damien had been training Lily in sword mastery and educating her about certain cultural things. Meanwhile, Valentina had stabilized her cultivation and read all the books Damien had given her, which was way faster than he expected. She was also asking him for quite a while when they would be leaving. Damien didn't understand why Valentina was so eager to leave for the Zeton Empire. He thought maybe she liked to travel and explore the outside world instead of staying cooped up inside. In the inner courtyard, two naked figures were hugging each other tightly on the bed as if they were afraid of letting go of each other. Today was Damien's last day in the Roan Empire, and after teaching Lily his final lessons in sword mastery, he had some extra, rigorous training with her to create as many beautiful memories as he can till his return. So, today is the day, right? Lily asked as she looked at Damien's eyes with an anxious expression. Chapter 126. Damien sighed, yes, I would be leaving by afternoon. I believe the more I stay longer, the more I find it harder to leave you. You are like sweet nectar. The more I have you, the more I want. But don't worry, before we know it, 2 years will be over. Lily smiled, I can wait for you. All that matters is I can see you again. Damien nodded and said in an instructive tone, but remember, you should try to nurture your light elemental seed just like I taught you. Your constitution inherently makes you powerful, and your cultivation speed faster. I am sure after you nurture your light elemental seed, your cultivation would increase as well. Lily softly chuckled, of course. I am more excited than you to learn to use my light elemental seed, especially when you said that light laws are one of the greater laws. And thanks to your help, I can cultivate faster because of my completely active ethereal core points. I will surprise you within 2 years, he. Damien kissed her forehead and said, sure, you will. They both dressed up and went outside towards Valentina. Valentina, as usual, hugged Damien but her eyes squinted upon seeing Lily again. Damien patted her head and said, Valentina, why don't you say goodbye to big sister Lily? After all, we are leaving this empire soon. Lily warmly smiled at Valentina to see her reaction. Still, she was again disappointed hissed and refused to even look at her. Lily couldn't understand why Valentina was not fond of her. At first, she thought it was because she was shy. But over the days, no matter how much she tried, Valentina wouldn't say a word to her, let alone look at her. She felt dejected whether it was her fault or whether she did anything to upset Valentina. But no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't find a reason. She wanted to be close with Valentina seeing as how much Damien cared about her. Damien sighed, seeing that Valentina was still giving the same reaction. He couldn't understand why she did not want to be friendly with Lily. After all, he had said to her multiple times that Lily was not a stranger and was someone important to him. But he didn't try to force Valentina and said to Lily in a low voice, well, Lily, just give it some time. She still finds it hard to open up to others. Lily bent closer towards Valentina and said, it's okay, I will be, however. She froze when Valentina glared at her for an instant with her ruby red eyes that seemed to blaze with a certain emotion. Lily awkwardly cleared her throat, raised her head, and said with a smile, you are right, Damien. It's fine. Maybe I have been trying to force it too much. But Lily felt that the eyes which glared at her for an instant carried intense anger. She mused whether it was all her imagination as she couldn't think of any possible reason for Valentina to be angry at her. Well then, Damien, I will see you again, and you should return back safely, no matter what. Lily said as her eyes started to become moist. Damien smiled and gave her a warm hug and whispered, you really worry too much. How can I let something happen to me without reuniting with you? Now don't start crying before a little girl. Valentina clutched Damien's clothes tighter as her fingers almost clawed into her own skin. She couldn't stand Damien being so close with Lily. However, she controlled herself as her claws retracted inwards. Damien wiped her tears and said, now, you should go. I don't want you to see me leaving. Lily nodded and slowly left while looking behind a few times to see his smiling face. She clutched her chest, thinking when she would see that face again while being healthy and well at the same time. Thinking that how a young boy like him was setting out to topple other empires for her and risking his life at the same time, she realized how much he truly loves her. Damien sighed as he saw Lily's graceful silhouette disappear from his sight. He then crouched and looked at Valentina. Do you not like Lily? Damien felt that something was off between Valentina and Lily. Besides, he knew that Lily interacted with Valentina only when he was with her. So, he couldn't understand what wrong Lily did to make Valentina act like this. Valentina lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, I don't know. I don't want to lose Big Brother. Damien raised his brows as a revelation suddenly struck him. Is she jealous? Damien couldn't understand why Valentina would feel jealous of Lily. He couldn't think of a reason that made her think like that. Damien chuckled, what makes you say that? Look, even if I love Lily doesn't mean I would let you go. I would always keep you by my side no matter what. Valentina suddenly looked up and asked curiously, what is love? Damien's mouth froze just as he opened it. He didn't know which explanation he should give her. However, after a brief silence, he said as he caressed her head, love is not something that can be defined or explained. But I can say that it is a pure feeling stemming from our hearts that make us unconditionally care about each other and make them happy. Most of all, when you feel someone is an important part of your existence, then you love that person. Valentina lowered her head with a contemplating expression as if she was trying her best to understand his words. She then stared at his eyes and asked, does Big Brother love me then? Damien smiled as he patted her head, of course. Why wouldn't I? Valentina smiled with an elated expression. However, she narrowed her eyes as she asked, the same as Lily? Ah. Damien felt tongue-tied for a moment and continued without thinking much, the love I have for you and Lily is different. Like I love you, just like how a brother loves his sister. And the love I have for Lily is just like how a husband loves his wife. I know you might find it hard to understand these things, but once you grow up, you will understand it better. Damien didn't think that it would be this hard to explain love to a little girl. Especially when the girl was not brought up in society but someone who lived her whole life in a forest with ethereal beasts. Valentina squinted her eyes, pondering on Damien's words. She now knew that a brother and sister were siblings and a husband and wife were lifelong partners. Without much worldly experience, she could tell that the love between siblings was not the same as between lifelong partners. Remembering how intimate Lily was with Damien, she didn't like that Damien loved her like a sibling. She said in a complex tone as she clutched her dress, I want Big Brother to love me the same as Lily. Damien had a blinking expression for a moment. But then he chuckled and said, look, you don't need to be worried about these things now. Why don't you grow up and experience the world more? Once you are mature enough, you will then know with whom you might feel the kind of love lifelong partners have. Damien thought that Valentina was worried he wouldn't give attention to her just as he gives Lily. Valentina inwardly didn't feel that her answer would change even after she grew up. She wanted to protest but didn't, thinking that Damien wouldn't take her seriously till she grows up. She never felt so desperate to grow up and convey her true feelings. Damien saw her deep in thought and said, come on, forget about those things for now, and let's go. We have a journey ahead of us. Chapter 127. Damien wasn't worried that Tristan Gale would appear as a dead person in everyone else's eyes. After all, why would anyone suspect anything when Tristan Gale wouldn't be doing anything out of the ordinary? In fact, he would be walking around as if he was alive. He was also not worried about Typhoon Lord finding any clues about his dead grandson. After all, it was pretty much a dead end. There was not even a body left, and he found out through Lily that the Imperial Ethereal Court had already discarded the 3 dead bodies before Typhoon Lord arrived to not let any blame fall on their heads. A better way to wash off their hands was simply to say that the bodies were destroyed without even a speck left. As Skinny Face's body was missing, they thought it was best to get rid of the other bodies as well. Damien was busy packing up his stuff, and he had already sent a message to the Empress about his departure. HMPH, you big pervert finally left that poor girl alone. A peaked voice sounded in Damien's mind suddenly. Luna. You are awake? Damien shouted in his mind with pleasant surprise, hearing the familiar vexed voice. Of course, I am. What kind of stupid question is that? But I can't manifest my spirit body yet till I recover more. But every morning, especially during the time you trained with Lily, I sensed your emotions spiking and the things I had to hear when I curiously opened my senses. Yuck, I pray I don't have to see or hear those things again. Luna said in a disgusted tone. Damien cleared his throat, you shouldn't have snooped into adults' business. If you had already woken up, you could have at least told me. It seems like somebody liked to watch, eh? Damien teased. Pa, this goddess only happened to see those lewd things to make sure you were all right. But how could I know you were so lecherous to torment that poor princess? But, are you sure I am the only one who saw you two mating like animals? Luna asked in a whimsical tone. Huh, what do you mean? Damien asked as he knit his brows. Nothing, if you don't know, then I don't know. Luna chuckled. You little, sigh. Damien was vexed with Luna playing her usual games with him. But he wondered the meaning behind her words. Did she mean that someone else was peeking at Lily and me as well? Damien couldn't think of anyone who could even enter Lily's courtyard without disturbing the ethereal formations around it. And the only ones inside were Lily and Valentina other than himself. No. It can't be. That's impossible. A sudden guess popped in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it. However, when he thought about Valentina's recent attitude towards Lily, he became suspicious. He decided not to think about it and told himself that Luna was simply just playing with him, though his mind said otherwise. Damien took out the Rising Sun continent's map, and calculated that it would take him at least a few hours to travel to the Zeton Empire if he flew on Misty nonstop. But obviously, it would take more than that since Misty can't maintain her top speed for a long time and would need rest in between, nor was he planning to travel nonstop anyways. He planned to help Valentina break through to the Earth Ethereal Realm before they reached the Zeton Empire. He knew how outrageous his plan was, but he was confident that if she ingested the rank for blood returning pill, which he had formulated on his own, she would definitely break through to the Earth Ethereal Realm. But before that, he planned to let her absorb the blood essences of some Earth Ethereal Realm beasts to raise her cultivation to the peak level spirit Ethereal Realm before she ingested the pill. He also planned to fully comprehend the third stage of his ethereal arts, star illuminating vortex. Now that his ethereal cultivation was higher than before, he felt that he was ready. The two finally set off, as Damien bid a temporary goodbye to the Rome Empire. As he left the city, Lily's face flashed in his mind quite a few times. His determination to help her was way stronger than when he took the oath and made a promise to himself to reunite with her within 2 years. Damien had already changed into his alter ego identity, Alchemist Azrael, and took to the skies with the help of Misty. His first stop was obviously the Dark Forest to let Valentina prey on the blood of stronger ethereal beasts, and then continue towards the Zeton Empire. On the way, he asked Luna mentally, Luna, for Valentina, you want me to give her an ethereal art suitable for her, right? Luna immediately asked. Damien softly chuckled, you always know what I want. Well, can you? Of course, I can. I don't want you to go about saving her every time she is in trouble and risk your life. With the potential she has, the last thing she should be is being an extra baggage for you. Phew, Luna, has no one ever told you how harsh your words are? Anyways, thank you. Damien wasn't sure if Luna would agree, but he was glad that Luna didn't mind helping Valentina, though he knew it was for him in the end. HMPH, no need to be so polite with me whenever you want something from me, it annoys me. She said in an acerbic tone. Damien chuckled, okay. I won't thank you next time, he. I will transfer the ethereal arts imprint to you. Then you can transfer it to her. She can learn it by herself. Luna stated. Within a moment, Damien received the imprint from Luna. But he was surprised that she only transferred a single ethereal art when he expected two, one for Valentina's blood elemental seed and the other for making use of her illusion laws. I just created an ethereal art that can help her use both blood and illusion laws. Luna said, guessing that Damien expected two from her. Damien knew that Valentina uses her ethereal energy to use her blood elemental seed and her soul energy to make use of illusion laws. However, when he took a look at the ethereal arts, his eyes bulged. Illusory blood tome of the Protectress, ridiculous, who can stand against Valentina once she comprehends this, as expected of an ethereal art from Luna. Damien was now looking forward to seeing Valentina execute her ethereal arts. Damien couldn't exactly see what all skills she could use, but he got more idea of what Valentina can do and was awed by the revelation. He was happy that Valentina had more potential than he imagined, and he did not doubt that she could grow up to be a powerhouse that could strike terror and fear in even the toughest villains. Damien called Valentina near, who was enjoying the view of the empire below. You said you wanted an ethereal art, right? How about I give you one? Damien asked with a smile. Big brother got one for me? Valentina asked in an excited tone as her eyes sparkled. Yes. I will transfer the imprint to you, and you can comprehend it at your own pace. Damien transferred the imprint to her soul plane just as he touched her forehead. Valentina closed her eyes and immediately sat down, trying to comprehend the new ethereal art she had gained. Chapter 128. Do you always plan to fly on top of this bird whenever you are in your alter ego form? After all, Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivators can fly, and you can't always depend on Misty. Luna remarked. Well, it's not like I can fly unless I comprehend a little of gravity laws, which is only possible when I can reach the Heaven Ethereal Realm. Wait, do you mean that? Yes. Luna interposed and continued, you can fly with the help of your ethereal arts. Especially combining the second and third stage of your ethereal arts. What, really? Wow, that's awesome. I never thought that I could fly without increasing my cultivation to the Heaven Ethereal Realm. Then I should get onto it and completely comprehend the third stage. However, he thought about Valentina and decided that he should first command Misty to kill some Earth Ethereal Realm beasts for Valentina, and also give her the blood-returning pill for her breakthrough, as he had no idea how many days it would take for him to comprehend the third stage of the Elysian Lightning of Retribution. Soon, Misty landed on Valentina's territory, where Valentina used to live before. Valentina opened her eyes as she sensed that they had landed. Damien looked at her and said, Valentina, I had ordered Misty to give you some ethereal beasts to feed on. After you reach the peak level of the spirit ethereal realm, take the pill I had given you. I will be in seclusion for a short while to comprehend my ethereal arts, and you can also comprehend yours in the meanwhile. Okay? Valentina nodded with a smile, I will do my best, big brother. The ethereal arts you gave is impressive. I feel like the more I comprehend my ethereal arts, the more I can comprehend the blood and illusion laws. Valentina was very happy and satisfied with her new ethereal arts. She felt as if she would be able to fight beside Damien instead of hiding behind him. Damien praised, that's great. Of course, by comprehending ethereal arts, we naturally comprehend more of the laws behind it. This is exactly why cultivators with ethereal arts are generally more powerful. Well, I will be at that corner, and you can call for me if there's an emergency. He let out Piggy and instructed it to guard the perimeter. Damien picked a nice and cool spot to meditate peacefully. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, preparing to comprehend the third stage of his ethereal arts, star illuminating vortex. 2 weeks had passed, and it was a bright and clear morning when Damien finally opened his eyes. Phew, I never expected that the third stage would be quite useful in combat as well. However, his brows knit together when he sensed Valentina's aura becoming erratic. He saw that she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, but her face was contorted with pain. And suddenly, he saw her transform into her ethereal beast form, but she whimpered and fell on her limbs as if she was undergoing an excruciating pain. Damien immediately rose and rushed towards her, shouting in worry, Valentina. He wondered whether it was because of the pill he had given her and thought that he shouldn't have given her an experimental pill just because of his confidence. Sure. Relax. Luna said in a forceful tone. She continued, don't worry. She is undergoing the breakthrough to the next realm. The reason she feels pain is because of her transformation. Damien was bewildered, transformation? But he got distracted when he sensed a surge of bloody aura from Valentina. His eyes became rounder as he saw Valentina's cute cat form suddenly becoming bigger and more imposing. Her fangs were becoming bigger, sharper, and ferocious, her body was expanding, as certain mutations were taking place on her body. Her shadow started to engulf Damien as she got taller and taller. Within just a few moments, as her transformation finished, Damien was stupefied seeing Valentina tower over him easily with her huge ethereal beast form that he felt so small standing before her. What the? Damien's mouth was agape as he was shocked when he saw that she had transformed into a huge tigress. He was barely as tall as her limbs, and he had to look up to see her head. Valentina was now 10 meters tall and had the features of an adolescent female tiger. However, there were now 2 tails instead of 1. Her fur was still white, but there were shimmering light blue stripes covering her body with small bright red gems embedded along her spine. Overall, she looked like a mythical beast from fairy tales. Damien felt that some kind of mystic and terrifying aura surrounding her could send chills through one's blood. Damien slowly stepped back and dryly chuckled, "Hey, Valentina, you still good?" Growl however, before he could think of anything else, Valentina suddenly transformed into her human form. He was yet again shocked as his mouth became even wider, seeing the picturesque and intoxicating naked beauty in front of him. There was absolutely no trace of any scars on her face. Her exquisite rosy pink hair seemed more entrancing, and her glimmering ruby red eyes seemed so exotic that it perfectly matched her mystical features. Damien felt that her beauty was only overshadowed by Luna by a slight margin. His eyes were still glued to her face as if he was in a trance. He could confidently say that there can't be someone more beautiful than her or any mortal who could possibly match her beauty in this world. He slowly mumbled, "V Valentina?" Valentina's lips curved into a radiant smile as she rushed at Damien, shouting, "Big brother." "Oh my." Damien caught her as she threw herself onto him. He was surprised at how tall she became. Her head was only a tad shorter than him, and at a glance, he could tell that she was at least 170 centimeters tall. But what astonished him was how smooth and silky bareback felt as he caught her. It was like he could feel his fingers melting into her skin. He could also feel her satiny bosom pressing against his chest, though it was not big, but slender and soft. He quickly got out of his daze and took out a cloak to cover her. But Valentina stopped him and said, "It's fine, I can materialize clothes on my own." Her voice seemed way more mature than before and sounded so enthralling that it could stir one's soul. In all, she looked like a 16-year-old girl. However, Damien was surprised when her ethereal blood energy changed into blood, covering her whole body, and immediately it transmuted into a beautiful blood-red leotard with petal sleeves and knee-length mini-skirt. The blood on her legs transmuted into metallic black leather stockings. There was also a keyhole cut out on her chest, which displayed her cleavage, making her look even sexier. He was awed to learn that she could use her blood to materialize clothes. However, Damien had no idea where she got the idea to design her dress like this. He wondered whether she picked up these designs when she visited those fashion stores as they roamed the city. "Big brother, how do I look?" Valentina asked with a jubilant smile. Chapter 129. She noticed how Damien's eyes were glued onto her and felt so happy that all his attention was on her, thinking that he liked her transformation. She was also happy that she finally grew up and had a chance to get closer to Damien. You look devastatingly beautiful," Damien said with a smile. He saw how pure and impeccably radiant her skin was, which could make one go crazy just to have a glimpse of her. He never expected that she would undergo such a drastic transformation, especially when she looked like she was in his age group. Valentina again hugged him as she looked at his eyes, feeling elated, hearing his compliment. She saw how close his eyes were to hers and felt that it was proof of how she was getting more closer to him. She was happy that she could finally meet his eyes and not be a little girl anymore. Damien was still in a state of disbelief after witnessing her radical transformation. He kept embracing her as he collected his thoughts. No need to be so surprised. She is definitely not a mortal ethereal beast. No wonder. Luna mumbled as if she understood something. Damien was surprised hearing her words. But then, looking at the transcendental beauty in his arms, he felt that it probably made sense. But does that mean she is? Luna interjected, "I can't say for sure she is a divine ethereal beast as she is mostly mortal now. However, I noticed how her soul and ethereal core become more profound each time she breakthroughs, each time getting a little bit closer to having divine qualities, though it's not much for now. Besides, you already know how she already has all her ethereal core points active." "Big brother." "Huh?" Damien broke away from his thoughts, hearing Valentina calling him. "What are you thinking about?" she asked as she intensely gazed at his eyes. I was thinking about how tall and beautiful you have become. Even more than before," Damien said with a warm smile. Valentina giggled, "Tehehe, I am happy that I grew up at last." Damien chuckled, "Yes. I am happy as well, though I never expected you to grow up so fast." Valentina gleefully smiled and asked in an excited tone, "Big brother, can I go hunt some ethereal beasts and try using my ethereal arts? I will be back soon." "Yes, go ahead. But be careful. I will be here." Valentina nodded and sped off in excitement. Things just seem to get more puzzling," Damien muttered, thinking that Valentina's background may not be as simple as he thought. "But do they really grow like that? I mean, she became a 16-year-old within a day. It just feels too surreal." Damien asked Luna with a perplexed expression. "Who said that she is actually younger than you? She is actually as old as you, both mentally and physically. In fact, she seems to have been born on the same day you did," Luna remarked. "Wait, that can't be. Is it just a coincidence, or doesn't that mean she spent 15 years in a forest all alone? Damn." Damien never expected Valentina to be as old as him. He had always thought of her as a little girl. No wonder sometimes her thoughts seem more mature than how she looks and the way she catches onto things quickly. Damien muttered to himself as if things made sense now. "Forget about those things for now, and why don't you try flying?" Luna asked. "All right. Let's do this." Damien cleared his thoughts and was excited to fly. Damien learned that by executing the third stage of his ethereal arts, star illuminating vortex within his body, he can make his body lighter and propel himself to fly. Although it was best used for combat, just as Luna said, he learned that he could also use it to fly. But suppose he was in alter ego identity. In that case, he can't release his ethereal energy outwards as his cultivation would be revealed. However, as Luna hinted, he could use Mirage of Myriad Phantasms to conceal and restrict his ethereal aura from leaking outwards while executing Star Illuminating Vortex. It made sense since his aura won't be leaked, as he knew that he would be executing Star Illuminating Vortex within his own body, and not outside. But he speculated that for now, it would be quite taxing to fly for a longer time, as he would be executing two skills of his ethereal arts at the same time, and continue to maintain them. Damien executed Star Illuminating Vortex and Mirage of Myriad Phantasms at the same time. His brows raised when he felt his feet lifting off the ground and hovering in the air. He focused as he flew up even higher. His body swayed left and right as his hands danced in the air, trying to balance himself. Wow, this is so damn awesome. But seeing the ground and the forest from below, he felt quite thrilled and found it exciting to fly. Time to test my flying speed. Damien's gaze narrowed as he pushed himself to the maximum. Asterisk whoosh asterisk Damien swiftly zoomed through the air as he flew up and down, still trying to find his balance and trying his best not to crash. But he could feel his ethereal energy burning at quite a fast pace and realized that he wouldn't be able to fly for long. However, he was satisfied with how fast his flight speed was, though it obviously didn't come close to Misty's speed. He decided to come down as he was getting exhausted, but he found that it was even harder to land. He tried to straighten his body and slow down. Still, he accidentally came even closer to the ground at a tremendous speed. Oh shit. Damien tried to maneuver himself, but he found himself plummeting towards a big tree. Asterisk crash asterisk asterisk rustle asterisk he crashed on a tree and fell down as the branches of the tree broke his fall. Asterisk thud asterisk oh, that didn't go well. He finally fell to the ground on his back. However, thinking about how he can fly now, a pleased smile hung on his lips. He knew it would just take some more practice to learn to find his balance and stabilize his flight. Damien took an ethereal recovery pill and continued practicing his flight till he finally found his balance. Just then, he saw Valentina returning with a triumphant and satisfied smile on her face. He quickly rushed beside her and asked as he wound his arm around her slender hips, "Do you want to experience something fun?" Valentina raised her brows when Damien suddenly asked her. However, she nodded with an excited smile and hugged his waist. She was curious about what was so fun that made Damien this excited. "All right, hold on tight to me," Damien instructed, and Valentina tightened her arms around his waist. Asterisk whoosh asterisk Damien lifted off along with Valentina as he took to the skies. Ah. Valentina was astounded when she suddenly found herself in the air along with Damien. She looked at Damien with an awed and excited expression as the cool wind brushed her face. "Big brother, this is so fun," Valentina said with a thrilled expression as she felt the experience was different from flying on Misty. She looked down at her and Damien's feet hovering in mid-air. She saw how small everything looked from below, including the various ethereal beasts and the trees. Her long and exquisite rosy pink hair shimmered in the sunlight as the wind made them dance elegantly in the air. If someone saw her dreamy figure in the air, they would feel as if they had not lived in vain to see such a heavenly sight. Chapter 130. The next day, the sun had just risen, and the skies were clear, giving off a pleasant vibe. However, two figures from above were looking below at the heart of the most famous city in the continent, Zeton Imperial City. Damien felt that the continent as a whole was not that big, and each of the four empires almost had equal surface area, as if the continent was perfectly split into four parts. The Zeton Empire was towards the southwest direction of the Rome Empire and was a few thousand kilometers apart. Damien was awed by the grandiose of the city below. The Zeton Imperial City was built on the banks of a delicate natural harbor and was truly a gorgeous marvel. He could see that the Zeton Imperial Palace was built near the water bodies, and could notice how majestic and grand it looked even from afar because of its massive height that seemed to even touch the skies. Its appearance was matched by the backdrop of cascading waterfalls, which helped shape the city into what it was today. The materials these waterfalls brought were of great importance, but they were also influential when it came to architectural designs, as the vast majority of buildings have their own man-made waterfalls, or similar elements as part of their architecture. The skyline was crowded with high-rise buildings, and it seemed as if very few of them were undergoing construction work. Damien heard that education was superb in this city and that it has attracted a lot of attention. He had learned that many new cultures had left their mark not just on the city's development but also upon the city's identity. What historically was a city of few cultures has grown into an amalgamation of differences, which the millions of people in the city had gotten used to. Damien could see hundreds of bakeries, pubs, and entertainment areas that offered a plethora of culinary choices. Those who felt hungry for something else can enjoy dance, water sports, one of the many parks, or one of the many other recreational venues. Wow, they quite live up to their grandeur at least. Damien was surprised at how different the Rome Imperial City and the Zeton Imperial City were. His eyes, however, landed on the grand-looking headquarters of the Rising Sun Trading Guild, which was also where the Alchemist Society was located. The size of the Rising Sun Trading Guild itself spanned a few kilometers and could be comparable to a small town. Damien found it hard to believe it was just a trading guild. He never expected that it would be so big, and he could see that there were 7 floors in total. Although there were only 7 floors, each of them was shockingly tall and wide. All the floors together made it seem as if the building pierced the clouds. At the very top, he saw a flag with the emblem of a fiery sun rising over a hill fluttering in the air proudly. It seemed as if the sun symbol on the flag seemed to give off a dazzling shine under the sunlight. He had no doubt that one could easily spot the building from any corner of the Zeton Imperial City. The walls were all reflecting a radiant and pure glow that could possibly be only made using top-notch stones like the Sunweave stones. Every brick of the building was extremely precious, even more than the Rome Imperial Palace. He could see the people looking at the building in reverence as if they were this close to worshipping it. Truly prosperous. Damien sighed in astonishment. He was more curious about the secret Zeton Empire, was hiding, and knew that it was the only reason they were even able to achieve their current prosperity and power. He noticed that at the entrance, there was quite a gathering of people and a few guards overlooking them and making sure things are peaceful. He saw that the people had to enter through a formation, which kind of seemed like a security check. If the formation glows green, it means one could enter it, while red means they can't enter and would probably invite the suspicions of the guards. Damien, along with Valentina, descended towards the entrance. As he came down, people noticed a cloaked figure flying down slowly with a dignified pose. A Heaven Ethereal Realm practitioner. The people inwardly screamed in fear and reverence as they saw Damien. However, when they saw the rosy pink-haired girl beside Damien, their eyes were fixed at her as if they were bewitched by her intoxicating beauty, and even their blood stopped flowing to their heads. The men especially seemed as if they had lost their souls. Damien chuckled, seeing the reactions of the people around him. He quite expected it, as even he was transfixed at her beauty for a few moments, the first time he saw her transform. Valentina didn't seem to care at all about their reactions and only found it annoying that many of them were staring at her. She realized how two-faced people were and noticed how different their reactions were after her transformation. She only trusted Damien and knew that he was the only one who accepted her wholeheartedly and truly cared for her. She looked at him and wanted to cling on to him intimately. But as he was in his alter ego identity and she was also aware of her identity as the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael, she couldn't even hold his hands. She was frustrated that she couldn't act intimate with him in public. Instead, she had to maintain a dignified and formal demeanor. Ahem. Damien cleared his throat loudly and spread some of his soul aura, jolting everyone out of their daze. They all realized they were too bold by staring at someone accompanying a Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator. What if Damien got pissed off and made things harder for them for their rude behavior? They knew Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivators were supreme existences they could only look up to and worship. They didn't dare to take another look at Valentina lest they get stunned by her beauty again. Even the guards at the entrance straightened their posture upon seeing Damien and did their best not to take another look at Valentina. Hey, who is that goddess, and shush, do you want to get us in trouble? Stop whispering and shut up. Some whispers were going around in the crowd, but most of them tried to stop themselves from saying anything out loud lest they blabber something unnecessary. Damien walked towards a guard and showed a glimmering azure jade token. The crowd let out gasps as they saw the azure jade token. Oh my god, isn't that the rumored azure token that could let one gain entry to the topmost floor? Yes, of course. I knew it. He must be Alchemist Azrael. Not even the other Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivators would have the chance to get such an exalted token. Ha, thank God I came here today. Otherwise, I would never have gotten the chance to see the rumored azure token. I heard only the Imperial family had such tokens. Senior Azrael is really not simple. The guard's eyes immediately widened upon seeing that token. He instantly took out a talisman and sent some transmission. Honored Senior, please enter. Hope you enjoy your time inside. The guard said as he gave a deep bow. Damien nodded and entered through the automatic doors. He was immediately greeted by a smiling young man who looked in his late 20s. He was about to say something, but when he saw Valentina, his smile and mouth froze as if his brain was turned off. Valentina gave a cold glare with hints of bloodlust in her eyes. She was getting more irritated having people ogle at her. Feeling a chill through his blood because of her gaze, the young man quickly averted his eyes and looked at Damien with a shaky smile. He cleared his throat and said, "Welcome, Alchemist Azrael. It is an honor to meet you in person finally. I won't waste your time and lead you directly to my master, the guildmaster of our esteemed guild." Chapter 131. Damien nodded and followed the young man towards an ethereal blue array. Once they were inside the array, Damien saw his surroundings quickly warp. Wow, a spatial ethereal formation. Damien was astonished that they had teleportation formations inside the building, and this was the first time he experienced one. Way more convenient than lifts or escalators. Damien chuckled inwardly. Within a moment, they were already on a floor that gave off an awe-inspiring feel and looked resplendent, fit enough only to receive the most influential and high-ranking people. A current of refreshing air wafted through his senses as if he was standing near a waterfall. He never thought that he could experience such a clean and refreshing air inside a building. He didn't feel as if he was in a trading guild but some palace hall. However, when he looked around the floor, there was absolutely no one. There was even a grand balcony with an open garden and gave a good view of the Imperial Palace far away and the ocean. Huge bushes framed a neat field of grass. A lone ornamental piece stood in the front right, intricately designed, and was a rare sight. The rows of flowers were clearly a pride and joy within the garden, as they were very well cared for with full of hidden potential. How did they even build all this in a single floor? Damien was awed by the architecture and ambience of the floor. Even the 7-star hotels in his previous life couldn't match up to the grandeur and refreshing atmosphere on the floor. It seemed like the entire floor was a dreamland, and one wouldn't even get tired of spending days on this floor. Suddenly, an ethereal formation glowed in the room as two gorgeous and graceful beauties came out of it. Their beauty was 1 in 10,000, and their bearing was even more elegantly poised. But the most surprising fact was that both of their ethereal cultivation was at the peak level of the Earth ethereal realm. Damien was awed that even welcoming maids on this floor was so powerful. If they were in the Rome Empire, they could easily rule at least a small city. But here, they were just maids that waited upon customers. The two women came towards Damien and bowed gracefully. "Esteemed Senior, welcome to the Rising Sun Trading Guild. We would be here to take care of you in case you need anything." However, when they set their eyes on Valentina, they felt that their beauty was overshadowed to the point that they felt inferior. Damien quickly swept a glance and was surprised there weren't any weapons or pills displayed for sale, but only grand sofas and tables as if it was a guest room to receive guests. There wasn't the slightest trace of this floor belonging to a trading guild. The young man who had been standing on Damien's side said, "Thank you, ladies. I will lead Senior Azrael to master. You two can bring in some top-quality drinks for our senior and his protege here." The two women saluted and went on their way. While leading the way, the young man turned towards Damien and said in a respectful tone, "Sorry for my late introduction. My name is Falco, and I am the personal disciple of Master Leon, the guildmaster of the Rising Sun Trading Guild." When Falco said personal disciple, he took a quick glance at Valentina to see if she was impressed but was disappointed when she didn't even bat an eyelid. Damien nodded but didn't say anything. They walked through the garden, and after passing through some flower beds, a simple yet exquisite courtyard appeared in their sights. In the center of the courtyard was an elegant pavilion, and in front of the pavilion stood an old man dressed in simple azure robes. His face looked kind and wise with a tranquil aura around him. He is at the 4th level of the profound ethereal realm. Luna suddenly dropped a remark. Damien's brows raised, thinking how such a powerful man looked as if he was an ordinary old man one would see in the streets. But he thought it was quite natural, as someone who runs and manages such a colossal business won't surely be simple. Damien knew that Luna had set his alter ego's cultivation aura just the same as that of a practitioner at the 10th level of the Heaven Ethereal realm. He speculated that the old man in front of him didn't bother to revert to his youthful look, probably to give off an elderly look, or that he had lived up most of his lifespan. However, he felt that it was probably the former, as he had heard rumors of how most of the powerhouses wouldn't bother to keep their youthful looks once they were in a powerful position to look more dignified. The old man sized up Damien as he walked towards him with a smile. Damien also took a step forward and greeted politely, "Alchemist Azrael greets Senior Leon." The old man chuckled, "Ho ho, it is a great pleasure to finally meet you, Alchemist Azrael. This old man is surnamed Zeton, and people address me by Leon. Even though I am the guildmaster of this guild, I am also an alchemist myself and dedicated my whole life to trying to concoct the mythical supreme tier pill. I never thought a junior alchemist would beat me to it, ho ho. You are truly the most talented alchemist in this world, and I can say it won't be long before you even overshadow me." Damien said formally, "If you don't mind, I will look forward to it." Leon Zeton had a surprised look and said in an admiring tone, "I knew it. You are truly different from boring alchemists like us. I can't wait to see the heights you can reach, as someone like me had already reached the end of their potential. Come, have a seat and let's talk comfortably." He then turned towards Valentina, and was again awed how beautiful she looked, that even the illustrious Zeton princess's beauty would lose out to Valentina's by a small margin. He had seen Valentina entering the building and wondered how such a heavenly beauty was kept hidden in the world. But seeing how even Alchemist Azrael only recently popped up, he didn't find it much surprising. But what surprised him was that he had heard rumors of Valentina being a little girl, and wondered why the rumors seemed so different from the actual fact. He racked his brain hard to remember if there were any families with pink hair and exotic features. But no matter how hard he tried, he was absolutely sure he never came upon someone like her. He said in a gentle tone without showing any other expression, "Hello miss, may I know your good name?" Not only Leon Zeton but no one in the continent knew the name of the mysterious disciple of Alchemist Azrael. Valentina didn't say anything and simply looked at Damien, who simply gave her a nod. Valentina forced a polite smile and greeted, "Valentina, personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael, greets Senior Leon." She had learned from books how to greet seniors properly and follow the basic social etiquette. Although Damien had told her to follow his lead and act accordingly, she instinctively looked towards him to get his approval, as she never did anything that Damien didn't tell her to do. She was slowly starting to get used to doing things independently instead of asking Damien. Her mindset was simple in the sense that if it were an enemy she would bare her fangs, while if it were any other person, she wouldn't do anything. She had barely interacted with any other people other than Damien, and for a moment, she didn't know if she should respond to Leon Zeton when he suddenly asked for her name. "That's such a beautiful name that truly fits you." He then looked at Damien and asked curiously, "Where did you come upon such a talented disciple?" Leon Zeton sensed that Valentina was at the first level of the Earth Ethereal realm, which was quite excellent for her age when she didn't even have any organization or empire's backing. Damien said casually, "I found her as an abandoned child. Even I am not sure about her parents. But all I know is that they are not coming back for her." Leon Zeton nodded in understanding, as he speculated that it might be the case. He then gestured towards the chairs and said, "Please have a seat. Let's talk comfortably." Chapter 132. The two women who had left returned, carrying brewed tea whose fragrance refreshed Damien's mind. Damien took a sip from the ambrosial tea and his eyebrows raised when he found it highly pleasant to drink. He did not doubt that he had never come upon such a fine tea or even the top-notch ingredients used in it. He doubted whether they used the extremely rare and precious Saint-grade herbs as the ingredients. Leon Zeton and Damien exchanged civilities while Falco stood silently in a corner, taking quick glances at Valentina, trying his best not to stare too long to not irk her. Leon Zeton talked about how he was researching Damien's supreme tier pills these days to study its profundity and determine whether he can reverse engineer it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recreate it, and said that Damien's ethereal fire was the only explanation. However, he didn't probe about his etheric fire. He already knew Damien refused to tell the Alchemist Society about his bizarre etheric fire. Leon Zeton also casually inquired about what happened between Damien and the Eternal Zephyr Merchant Guild. Damien didn't hold back at all as he told him the blunt truth. Leon Zeton said that they had somehow pacified the Gale Empire, and Damien need not worry about them anymore. Damien also told him that he had disguised Valentina as a little girl with ugly scars to temper her by experiencing the world on her own. He said that he never expected her to be kidnapped in broad daylight right in the middle of the Rome Imperial City. Leon Zeton sighed and expressed his sympathies that such a lovely girl had to suffer for a while in their hands. He thought that the reason for her face always carrying around a wary expression was because of that. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind as he asked Damien, "Why don't you enroll her at the Zeton Ethereal Foundation?" Damien's curiosity sparked as he asked, "What kind of a place is that?" Damien had heard some vague rumors about the place being some kind of institution, but he still wanted a clear idea. Leon Zeton had a surprised expression, seeing that Damien didn't even know about the most prestigious ethereal institution that nurtured the most prominent powerhouses in the world and still continues to. However, he explained, "It's similar to the Rome Ethereal Court you had seen in the Rome Empire, but on a much bigger scale with various establishments and provisions. They hold organized classes, both practical and theory, which are taught by brilliant instructors. You will get a complete idea once you visit there. Actually, you have come at the right time, as they are currently holding the yearly assessment exam batch-wise and would go on at least for a few more days. Though they only admit geniuses among geniuses, I am sure your disciple could easily enter without an issue. And probably, if you send a request to them, they might even directly admit her as an elite disciple due to her obvious talent and status. They have a certain number of slots that they fill by taking in some top-notch geniuses directly without going through the assessments. Every disciple in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation would have an extremely golden reputation and prestige across the world. They would also receive the best teachings in the world that would turn them into powerhouses." Damien nodded, but inwardly he was thinking that a perfect opportunity was lying before him. He said, "Well, I will think about it and let Valentina think over it as well." Leon Zeton was surprised that a headstrong person like Alchemist Azrael would still ask for his disciple's opinion when she was his personal disciple. In his perspective, the personal disciples would usually follow every word their masters say without any question, as they know that their masters would only say what's best for them. However, he didn't bother about it and said, "Sure, there's still time. Meanwhile, we have arranged a very beautiful villa for you too. Its name is the Ocean Haven Villa. I am sure you would love it." He knew that Damien must value her a lot to respect her opinion and wishes. Leon Zeton took out a small green tablet and continued, "This is the tablet which you can use to enter the villa. You only need to pass your ethereal or soul energy, and the villa's gateway formations would let you in. You can also give others access to your villa by letting the tablet recognize their aura as well. Of course, without your permission, they can't make the tablet recognize them. There is also no need to carry this tablet around and can be kept inside the villa itself." Damien was pretty impressed by the system. He took the tablet and said, "Thank you for making the arrangements." "Ho ho, not at all. It's the least we can do for one of the most talented alchemists belonging to our alchemist society. We take care of our own best," Leon Zeton said in an earnest manner. Damien nodded and asked something which was in his mind for a while, "By any chance, are Saint Grade herbs available here?" "Of course, although